Officer, I wish to report a crime, to make a contribution. A senior student named Lu Yun from Hongqing No. 2 High School is suspected of engaging in the illegal trade of organs, possessing knowledge about the source of kidneys that even I am unaware of. In the interrogation room of the Shishui branch of Hongcheng City, Chen Weihua, who was bald, had just taken a seat when he made this shocking declaration. Chen Weihua, are you certain you are not speaking frivolously? Hongqing No. 2 High School is the finest institution in our city, boasting an admission rate of over 85 to first-year universities. Each student is a prodigy. Destined for a bright future, how could they possibly be involved in the illicit trade of organs? Zhou Shuizhen, who participated in the interrogation, expressed his disbelief. Officer, I could provide evidence. I possess chat logs and transaction records. Then elaborate on the details of the matter. Officer, as you are aware, I have a modest reputation within the organ black market, and individuals often seek me out. Chen Weihua explained, 3 days ago, a person named Lu Yun contacted me. He claimed to have a kidney source and merely needed me to find a doctor to arrange a kidney transplant for his father. I found this request somewhat peculiar and asked him to provide relevant information. He agreed, and I then dispatched my subordinates to investigate. The results revealed that his father is indeed a patient suffering from uremia, having undergone dialysis for 3 years without a matching kidney, and his condition has been steadily deteriorating. As for Lu Yun, he is a senior at Hongcheng No. 2 High School, performing admirably in his studies, often ranking first in his grade. Although I was curious about his kidney source, as the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat, so I refrained from further inquiry. Yesterday afternoon, I directly quoted him a price of 300,000, which he accepted, paying a deposit of 100,000. Subsequently, I began contacting my regular collaborating doctor to finalize the surgery date, but before arrangements could be made, I was apprehended by you. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shuizhen began to believe Chen Weihua's words, as Lu Yun possessed a motive for engaging in the trade of human organs. Ah, what a pity! The top student from Hongqing No. 2 High School, a potential candidate for prestigious universities like Tsinghua or Beida. In his quest to secure a kidney for his father, he has resorted to the illicit trade of organs, likely forfeiting his chance to take the college entrance examination altogether. Zhou Shuizhen sighed, feeling a profound sense of regret. However, sympathy aside, since this student named Lu Yun had committed a crime, he must be brought to justice. An hour later, Zhou Shuizhen had concluded the interrogation of Chen Weihua and had gathered all the evidence, increasingly convinced of Lu Yun's involvement in illegal organ trading. Thus, after completing the necessary formalities, he, accompanied by a colleague, set off in a vehicle toward Hongqing No. 2 High School. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, at Hongqing No. 2 High School, Class 1 of the senior year, a youth clad in a loose-fitting white t-shirt was diligently perusing the books on his desk. I have found the applicable legal provisions. After a considerable time, he exhaled softly and closed the book. The cover of the book prominently displayed the words criminal law. His name was Lu Yun, originally an ordinary student, but 3 months prior, on the day of his 18th birthday, he had acquired a research assistant system. The system bestowed upon him the extraordinary ability of absolute control over his body, enabling him to perceive all the cells and atoms within himself from a divine perspective, and to manipulate them without concern for energy or computational power. He immediately realized that his body had transformed into a universal laboratory. Whether delving into biotechnological or material sciences, every effort would yield a 100-fold return, albeit with somewhat cumbersome procedures. Conducting experiments within his own body, he derived results that necessitated replication in a physical laboratory, for he could not disclose that the research was conducted internally. His inaugural research project focused on kidney cloning, prompted by the fact that his father had been a patient of uremia, enduring dialysis for 3 years without a suitable kidney donor. However, even if a donor kidney were to become available, the risks of rejection post-transplantation would significantly diminish his father's lifespan compared to that of a healthy individual. Thus, a kidney clone from his own cells would be the ideal solution, free from the threat of rejection. After 3 months of diligent study and research, he had mastered the technique of kidney cloning and, utilizing his absolute control over his body, successfully cultivated a fully functional kidney within himself. According to his original plan, The next step was to replicate this technology in a laboratory setting, subsequently applying for animal and clinical trials. If all went smoothly, his father could potentially be among the first beneficiaries within 2 or 3 years, while he would ascend to global acclaim as a prominent researcher. This was cutting-edge technology, with numerous top-tier teams engaged in similar studies, and countless patients eagerly awaiting kidney transplants. Alas, circumstances took a grim turn. 3 days prior, during a hospital examination, the doctor bluntly informed his father that his condition had deteriorated suddenly, and he might not survive the year yet. A matching kidney donor remained elusive. Lu Yun understood that he could no longer afford to wait. He chose to take a risk. First, utilizing his absolute control over his body, he cultivated 3 perfectly matched kidneys from his father's skin cells within himself, effectively cloning the organs. Subsequently, he contacted the organ black market intermediary, Chen to arrange for the transplant surgery. Yesterday, they reached an agreement with a total cost of 300,000 yuan. He paid a deposit of 100,000 yuan, intending to inform his father only once the surgery date was confirmed. Simultaneously, he procured copies of the criminal law and the civil code to study diligently, seeking to understand the potential repercussions he might face should his illegal actions be discovered. To his relief, he discovered that the situation might not be as dire as he had initially feared. The ringing of the class bell echoed through the air. Silence enveloped the classroom as the diminutive class teacher, Wang Xiaomei, who stood at a mere 155 centimeters, entered with a stern expression, exuding an aura of authority. The students, sensing her intensity, fell into a hushed reverence, scarcely daring to breathe. The results of the second mock mathematics examination have been released, and to be candid, I am quite dissatisfied, she declared. You are the students of an experimental class, with a minimum expectation of scoring well enough to gain admission to a university like 211, yet many of you have failed this time. Wang Xiaomei, hands on her hips and eyes ablaze, spoke for nearly a minute before she began to distribute the exam papers. Wang Feng, 91 points. Zhou Peiqiang, 75 points. How shameless of you. Lu Yun, 150 points. I must commend Lu Yun in this second mock exam. Not only did he achieve a perfect score in mathematics, but his performance in other subjects was equally impressive, totaling 741 points first in the entire city, a remarkable lead of 62 points over the second place. At that moment, a smile finally graced Wang Xiaomei's face. Just then, 2 uniformed police officers, led by the head of the school's security team, approached the classroom door. The leading middle-aged officer was none other than Zhou Shuijian. What brings you here? Wang Xiaomei promptly inquired. The head of the security team stated directly, Teacher Wang, is Lu Yun in your class? He is implicated in a criminal case, and these officers are here to seek his assistance in the investigation. At this revelation, Wang Xiaomei was left utterly bewildered. She could not fathom how Lu Yun could be associated with a criminal case. Officer, there must be some mistake. Lu Yun is an exemplary student. He ranked first in the city in this mock exam, a sure candidate for Tsinghua or Peking University, even having the opportunity to contend for the provincial top scholar. He has a bright future ahead, and his personality is calm and thoughtful. How could he possibly be involved in a criminal case? Instinctively, Wang Xiaomei stepped in front of the officers, eager to clarify the situation. I too feel sorry for him, but we have gathered sufficient evidence he is indeed implicated in a criminal offense, Zhou Shuijian sighed. Can you tell me what he is accused of? Wang Xiaomei pressed on. I'm afraid I can only disclose that he is involved in a criminal case. With that, Zhou Shuijian approached the classroom door, surveying the room before finally fixing his gaze on Lu Yun. Are you Lu Yun? Yes. Lu Yun's expression remained composed. He had already deduced the reason for their visit and was prepared. We are from the criminal investigation team of the Shishui Subbureau and would like to inquire about certain matters. Please accompany us. All right. There is no trace of panic on Lu Yun's face as he calmly exited the classroom, following Zhou Shuijian. Behind him, the classroom was engulfed in confusion. What on earth has Lu Yun done to be taken away by the police? Could it be related to money laundering? I heard Lu Yun's father is seriously ill and in need of funds. There are indeed many high school students involved in such activities, but Lu Yun seems unlikely. He is so intelligent that he could surely find other means if he wanted money. Let's hope this is just a misunderstanding. The students, distracted from their lessons, buzzed with speculation. At that moment, the homeroom teacher, Wang Xiaomei, entered, her gaze sweeping over the class. Remember, until there is a resolution, this matter must not be discussed outside. With that, she exited the classroom and dialed the principal's number. Principal Zhou, you remember Lu Yun from my class, don't you? He has consistently ranked first in the grade. And this time he was first in the city in the mock exam. He was just taken away by the police. Those two officers were brought in by the head of the security team. Are you aware of this incident? Teacher Wang, I am aware of the situation. The police have contacted me, and I have arranged for the captain of the security team to accompany them in locating Lu Yun. Rest assured, I have already spoken with their superior. If Lu Yun has indeed committed a crime, he shall be dealt with according to the law. If he is innocent, the case will be swiftly dismissed, as it must not hinder his participation in the college entrance examination. Lu Yun is a promising student from our school, a potential candidate for Tsinghua or Peking University, and he even has a chance of becoming the top scholar in the province. I will continue to monitor this matter closely. The principal's voice was steady and authoritative. Upon ending the call, Wang Xiaomei pondered deeply, unable to comprehend one aspect. Lu Yun is exceptionally intelligent, possessing the foresight to weigh the consequences of significant decisions. How could he possibly find himself entangled in a criminal case? A misunderstanding. It must be a misunderstanding. Chapter 2. I have committed no crime. The kidney was created through cloning technology half an hour later, in a solitary interrogation room of the Shishui Sub-Bureau. Two police officers sat across from Lu Yun, their expressions grave. One of them was the middle-aged officer Zhou Shuijin, who had brought Lu Yun in. Observing the calm demeanor of Lu Yun, he couldn't help but ponder the extraordinary psychological resilience displayed by this individual. He appeared far from a mere high school student. Rather, he seemed akin to a seasoned veteran of the judicial system. It was a pity, Zhou Shuijin mused. A top student from Hongqing No. 2 High School. A promising talent destined for greatness, now tainted by a criminal act of illicit organ trade in a desperate bid to save his father's life. The future seemed uncertain for him. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Zhou Shuijin initiated the interrogation. According to Qin Weihua's testimony, you contacted him 3 days ago, requesting his assistance in arranging a kidney transplant for your father, with the organ supplied by yourself. Yesterday afternoon, you finalized the transaction for a total cost of 300,000 yuan, of which you paid a deposit of 100,000. Is that correct? Yes, Lu Yun replied calmly. Before you undertook this action, did you not consider that it constitutes a crime? Lu Yun answered candidly. Initially, I did believe it was a crime, yet I proceeded regardless, as I had no other options. If I did not arrange the transplant for my father, he might not survive the year, or even the next 6 months. Even if I were to face imprisonment, I would accept it. At most, I would serve a few years, not a death sentence. Moreover, if I were to obtain a patent for the invention, it could potentially lead to a reduced sentence. At this, Zhou Shuijin found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. The youth before him, despite having transgressed the law, was undeniably a man of remarkable resolve. However, Lu Yun's subsequent statement left him momentarily bewildered. However, after conducting a thorough study of the criminal law and the civil code, I discovered that the situation is not as dire as I initially believed. Based on the evidence provided by Qin Weihua, you might consider me guilty of illegal organ trade, in violation of the human organ transplant regulations. Yet, according to Article 234 of the criminal law, the requirements for the crime of illegal organ trade necessitate the organization, coercion, or inducement of others to sell their organs, or the extraction of organs without the individual's consent. In my case, the kidney I prepared for my father was cultivated from his skin cells using kidney cloning technology in a laboratory. To put it metaphorically, I utilized my father's cells as seeds to grow a new kidney. It was not obtained from another individual and does not even fall within the definition of human organs. Therefore, I have not committed the crime of illegal organ trade. Zhou Shuijin was taken aback, staring at Lu Yun in astonishment. Incredible. Not only are you an academic prodigy, but you also possess an uncanny understanding of legal statutes. However, you just claim to have developed kidney cloning technology, successfully cultivating a kidney from your father's skin cells. Did I hear you correctly? Although I am not a professional, I am aware that this technology still has a considerable distance to traverse before achieving success. Otherwise, intermediaries like Qin Weihua would not be in business. Lu Yun remarked, I have rented a laboratory at the Pioneer Biotechnology Industrial Park. For the past 3 months, I have been attending classes during the day and immersing myself in research at the laboratory by night. The kidneys intended for transplantation are right here in the lab. I could take you to retrieve them now and then conduct a DNA comparison with my father. I have researched the matter in your police DNA laboratory. If expedited processing is requested, results can be obtained within 24 to 72 hours. At that point, you will discover that the DNA sequences in the report are indeed identical. This would indicate that the kidney has been successfully cloned. Lu Yun's tone remained calm, exuding an aura of confidence. Zhou Shuijin was increasingly bewildered. Based on his years of experience in interrogating suspects, he believed that the eyes are the windows to the soul. While a person's expressions can be feigned, their gaze cannot. Thus, as Lu Yun spoke, he fixated on the young man's eyes. To his surprise, he found no abnormalities in Lu Yun's gaze or expression, leading him to conclude that Lu Yun was not lying and had genuinely developed kidney cloning technology. Yet, how could this be possible? This was a technology that scientists across the globe coveted, and Lu Yun was merely a high school senior, lacking both funding and a team. How could he possibly achieve this in just 3 months? However, considering Lu Yun's displayed intelligence, he was unlikely to fabricate a lie that could be easily debunked within a day or two. Lost in thought, Zhou Shuijin felt a buzzing in his head. Ultimately, he decided to heed the words of great individuals and approach this matter with pragmatism. Let us set off now to retrieve the kidney you mentioned and deliver it to the DNA laboratory for expedited processing. However, Zhou Shuijin looked at Lu Yun. I hope we can make an agreement. If the test results reveal that you have lied, you must cease your mischievousness and fully disclose the truth. Agreed, Lu Yun nodded. Zhou Shuijin rose, preparing to depart, but just as he took a step, a thought struck him, and he added, even if the test results show a 100 DNA match, it would only indicate that you have not violated the crime of illegal organ trade. Do not forget that your contact with Chen Weihua to arrange for an underground doctor to perform the kidney transplant also violates the regulations on human organ transplantation, which is a serious offense. Lu Yun responded earnestly, I have indeed violated the regulations on human organ transplantation. However, according to Article 21 of the criminal law, which advocates for the principle of emergency avoidance, my father's condition has reached a critical stage, and conventional treatments have proven ineffective. My unlawful actions are the only means of salvation. I should be afforded leniency or even exemption from punishment, provided that no severe consequences arise, with the ultimate penalty being a fine of less than 100,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shuijin was genuinely impressed. This high school student was indeed extraordinary. 20 minutes later, magnificent and formidable, a police car entered the Pioneer Biological Industry Park in Hongqing, drawing the attention of the security personnel. Consequently, when Lu Yun, accompanied by Officer Zhou Shuijin and others, made his way to the laboratory he had rented, a group of security guards trailed behind them. Is that not Lu Yun? Among the lab tenants, he was the youngest, leaving a strong impression on them. He consistently visited at night and departed by morning. Had he committed a crime? Why were the police accompanying him? Oh my, this scene was all too familiar. They were here for a site identification. Could it be that Lu Yun had committed murder within our industrial park? Swiftly, they contacted their captain, fearing that a serious incident may have indeed occurred. The guards exchanged anxious glances, ominous thoughts swirling in their minds. Unbeknownst to Lu Yun, who recognized a few familiar faces among the security staff, he nodded and smiled in greeting. Shortly thereafter, he led Zhou Shuijin and the others to the laboratory. The laboratory was quite spacious, spanning over 200 square meters. Upon looking around, one could see petri dishes, PCR machines, flow cytometers, and stereo microscopes, all essential equipment for biological experiments. At the center, a circular petri dish housed 3 dark red kidneys submerged in a colorless, transparent nutrient solution. The intricate network of blood vessels on their surfaces pulsated rhythmically, appearing almost lifelike. Are these 3 kidneys still functioning? Zhou Shuijin asked, astonished. To his knowledge, once kidneys are removed, they are typically preserved in a perfusion solution at low temperatures, maintaining viability for no more than 72 hours. Yet, the scene before him shattered his understanding. These kidneys were immersed in some kind of liquid and were actively functioning, akin to their state within a human body. Lu Yun explained, I have modified the petri dish to maintain a constant temperature of 37.2 degrees Celsius, with an osmotic pressure of 280 milliosmoles and a pulse perfusion of 300 microliters per minute, mirroring the blood flow in the renal artery. Moreover, with these modifications, this petri dish nearly perfectly simulates the operational environment of the human kidneys, allowing them to remain viable indefinitely. Although Zhou Shuijin did not grasp the technical jargon, he was nonetheless profoundly impacted, witnessing the 3 kidneys pulsating with vitality. At that moment, he found himself somewhat inclined to believe Lu Yun's assertions and was eager to learn the results of the DNA comparison. He turned to Lu Yun and said, "We have 3 kidneys here. Let us take one for the DNA comparison. I will also urge the DNA laboratory to expedite the process. If all goes well, we should receive the results by tomorrow afternoon. However, there is one issue. Without specialized equipment, transporting the kidney may easily compromise its viability. There are instruments in the laboratory." Lu Yun replied as he carefully extracted one kidney, prepared it, and placed it in a mechanical perfusion preservation box, handing it to Zhou Shuizhen. Together, they exited the laboratory, returning to the Shishui substation. Subsequently, Zhou Shuizhen personally delivered the kidney, contained within the preservation box, to the DNA laboratory at the Forensic Identification Center. Lu's father also received a call to collect DNA samples at the laboratory. Meanwhile, Lu Yun was taken into custody at the detention center. Chapter 3. Absolute Control Over the Body. Knowledge is Power. For the first time in his life, Lu Yun found himself in a detention center. As he stepped into the room, he noticed nearly 20 individuals clad in blue vests, all seated orderly on their bunks, their expressions betraying an air of compliance. He chose a vacant bed and settled down. Almost immediately, a pungent amalgamation of foot odor and sweat assailed his nostrils. Lu Yun furrowed his brow, concentrating his focus. And with a mere thought, he discerned the presence of significant amounts of hydrogen sulfide, ammonia, and other odorous chemicals within his nasal cavity. Decompose. With a flick of his mental will, these foul substances were disassembled into their atomic components, causing the unpleasant odors to vanish instantaneously. Subsequently, he directed his intention to break down the nitrogen molecules in his nasal cavity into nitrogen atoms, which he then reconfigured into a nanoscale sieve with an atomic spacing of merely 0.2 nanometers, effectively covering the air intake of his nostrils. This invisible nanoscale barrier played a crucial role, permitting only clean air to pass through while obstructing hydrogen sulfide, ammonia, and other noxious chemicals from entering. This exemplified Lu Yun's unparalleled ability to exert absolute control over his body, enabling him to visualize and manipulate every cell and atom within. Such power was immensely formidable. Oh, the relief! Freed from the clutches of foul odors, Lu Yun felt a wave of comfort wash over him. He then summoned a virtual panel before his eyes. Host. Lu Yun. Research points. 0. Accumulating 100,000 research points will allow for the enhancement of the absolute control over the body ability. Your research achievements will impact the world, thereby earning you research points. 3 months prior, on the day of his 18th birthday, he had acquired this research assistance system and subsequently resolved to delve into renal cloning technology. The very next day, he mortgaged his parents' house, which had been transferred to him. And with the funds secured, he rented a biological laboratory. Following this, he informed his parents that he would be boarding at school, while simultaneously telling his homeroom teacher that he could not apply for early or late study sessions. Thus commenced his routine of attending classes by day and conducting research in the laboratory by night. Why conceal this from his parents and homeroom teacher? Naturally, before achieving any results, they would never believe he could develop renal cloning technology and would likely attempt to dissuade him from pursuing such an endeavor, urging him to focus entirely on preparations for the college entrance examination. Initially, progress was sluggish due to the vast expanse of knowledge he needed to absorb: gene engineering, CRISPR, Cas9 gene editing technology, live cell imaging, and so forth. Each tome was a specialized work, challenging to master comprehensively. It was only after he studied the mechanisms of memory and cognitive function within his brain and subsequently modified the synapses in his hippocampus and prefrontal cortex, leading to a qualitative transformation of these capabilities, akin to having consumed a low-grade INST-48, that his progress began to accelerate. Equipped with an exceptionally intelligent brain, coupled with the ability to exert absolute control over his body and a vast repository of knowledge, perhaps with a dash of fortune, he effortlessly developed renal cloning technology. Yet, this led to his unfortunate entanglement with the foolish Chen Hua, resulting in his current predicament. Regret? Not in the slightest. To this day, he vividly recalls a day over 2 months ago when he inadvertently witnessed his father's suffering, curled up in the bathroom in agony. His fingers dug into the spaces between the tiles, while vomit mixed with blood splattered upon his pale insteps. Despite his evident torment, his father would always smile and reassure him that there was nothing seriously amiss. He also distinctly remembers sitting upon his father's shoulders as a child, joyfully singing, perceiving his father as a figure of immense strength. Now, however, His father may be on the verge of leaving him forever. Moreover, the worst has yet to unfold. Lu Yun pondered, having rented a laboratory 3 months prior and attending daily. Once the DNA comparison results are available, even if there are doubts regarding the origin of the kidney cloning technology, I can firmly assert that it was developed in my lab, and I can replicate it there. The existence of my system must remain concealed. As long as the system remains undisclosed, I will possess the confidence to confront any situation. I must admit, the decision to rent the laboratory was indeed astute, preventing a cascade of complications. Lu Yun mentally commended himself. Yet, a wave of distress washed over him. Chen Weihua's avenue had closed off, and his father urgently required a kidney transplant. What was to be done? Seek another intermediary? Self-study medicine? Or perhaps look for solutions abroad? Hey, what did you do to end up here? It's not for running scores, is it? 7 out of 10 young folks like you are usually in for that. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Lu Yun's thoughts. Turning towards the sound, he saw a balding middle-aged man. It's not for running scores, Lu Yun replied. The police have charged me with the illegal trade of organs, but it's a misunderstanding. The kidneys I intend to use for the transplant are all cultivated by myself in the lab. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, the balding man fell silent. How could a young man who appeared to be under 20 claim to have cultivated kidneys in a laboratory? It was quite the boast. However, due to his overwhelming halitosis, no one in the room was willing to converse with him, leaving him feeling stifled. Now that he noticed Lu Yun did not reject him, he lazily chose to continue chatting. Kidney cloning technology? Could you explain it simply? I'm not very knowledgeable. With nothing else to occupy him, Lu Yun recounted the events in brief, naturally omitting the existence of the system and attributing everything to his own talent. Wow, I'm impressed, brother. You're a real man. The balding man gave a thumbs up, though he found it amusing. This kid opposite him had an extraordinary knack for storytelling. It was a pity he was writing online novels. An 18-year-old high school student, unwilling to witness his father's demise, had devoted 3 months of tireless research to develop kidney cloning technology. What a quintessential heroic narrative. By the way, since the kidneys were cultivated in your lab, why not approach a hospital for the surgery instead of contacting that intermediary named Chen Weihua? The balding man, noticing Lu Yun had fallen silent, initiated another topic. The hospital conducting kidney transplant surgeries has explicitly stated its refusal to accept kidneys of unknown origin. Unfortunately, the kidneys I have cultivated are not yet legally recognized, thus falling into the category of unknown origin. Consequently, I find myself compelled to seek individuals like Chen Weihua. Lu Yun, too, feels a sense of helplessness. While this regulation serves to protect the interests of the majority, it has become an obstacle for him. Young man, you seem rather inexperienced in societal matters. The balding man remarked casually. Allow me to share a strategy. If you wish to create a stir, leverage public opinion. Society operates in such a manner that the louder the discourse, the greater the attention garnered, and various resources will come seeking you. Many matters can then be addressed with special consideration. Seek out a media platform to report your story. Soon the entire nation will recognize you as a scientific prodigy who has developed kidney cloning technology. Yet, due to the constraints of bureaucratic regulations, you are unable to utilize it for your biological father, even resorting to the perilous avenue of contacting black market intermediaries, leading to your own entanglement with the law. I assure you, once the situation escalates, there is a significant likelihood that you will receive special consideration, expediting your applications for animal and clinical trials, or even securing a legitimate hospital to perform the surgery for your father. You are a genius, after all, having undertaken endeavors that many would shy away from. You deserve to be treated as such. The balding man's words may have been casual, yet Lu Yun began to contemplate their feasibility seriously. Perhaps it is indeed time to harness the power of public opinion. Chapter 4. The detection report is out, and Lu Yun has been misunderstood. Meanwhile, at the Hongqing City Judicial Appraisal Center, Lu Chongqing had completed the collection of DNA samples, but still felt as though he were in a dream. His typically astute and sensible son, Lu Yun, had committed such a reckless act, setting aside the question of whether those 3 kidneys were indeed cultivated by his son. Merely contacting an organ trafficking intermediary to arrange a kidney transplant was already a criminal offense. Moreover, he had specifically inquired that if the transplant were to succeed, yet his health deteriorated further, even resulting in death, Lu Yun would still be held criminally accountable. Should Lu Yun face criminal charges, his entire life would be irrevocably shattered. My child, I know you are concerned for me, but do you understand? I wish for you to live a fulfilling life, to marry and have children, to navigate the world with ease. I do not want to see you take such risks on my behalf. Lu Chongqing's fingers trembled, his heart swelling with pride and guilt, pride for having such a son, guilt for burdening him. He hoped for a favorable outcome. Once the DNA comparison results were released, the charges against his son would be dropped, allowing him to gain admission to his desired university. He whispered softly, certain that his son had not lied. Those 3 kidneys were indeed his creation. Everything would turn out fine. Stop your needless fretting. Beside him, a plump middle-aged woman suddenly spoke with fervor. She was Lu Yun's mother, Zhou Shui. Her tone was resolute. Yet her heart quaked with fear, terrified that those kidneys might have been purchased by her son. She could scarcely fathom the consequences and could only force herself into a state of self-hypnosis. On the other side, at the Shishui sub-bureau, Wang Xiaomei, the homeroom teacher of the senior class, hurried into Zhou Shuigan's office. After Lu Yun had been taken away, she pondered deeply, realizing she could not simply wait idly. She needed to ascertain the progress of the case and, if possible, offer assistance to Lu Yun. As the homeroom teacher of an elite experimental class, her network of connections was notably robust. She swiftly reached out to a leader, and after securing a word with them, she drove directly to the Shishui sub-bureau. Approaching Zhou Shuigan's desk, Wang Xiaomei spoke candidly, "Officer Zhou, I apologize for the trouble, but I am genuinely worried about that child, Lu Yun. You need not breach any protocols by divulging specific case details, merely share any permissible information." Zhou Shuigan considered for a moment and replied earnestly, "This matter may indeed be a misunderstanding. The definite results should be available by tomorrow afternoon, and I will promptly inform you via WeChat." "Oh, that is splendid," Wang Xiaomei exclaimed, her spirits lifted. She took out her phone, suggesting, "Let us connect on WeChat. Send me a message directly when there is news. Should you require my assistance in any capacity, please do not hesitate to ask." Simultaneously, within the senior class WeChat group, despite the ongoing class, many students were fervently discussing the incident. The latest news: Lu Yun had been detained in the detention center. My father works at a detention center. He once encountered Lu Yun during a visit to my school and was deeply impressed by him, as Lu Yun was the top student in our class. Today, he unexpectedly saw Lu Yun being brought into the detention center and inquired about the situation. "Do you know why Lu Yun was arrested?" My father did not divulge any details, but he has promised to look after Lu Yun as best as he can, ensuring that he will not be bullied while inside. "Wang Feng, I commend you. By the way, Wang Feng, could you persuade your father to facilitate a visit to Lu Yun? After all, we are classmates. And even though Lu Yun is incarcerated, we should at least check on him. Is that even possible? It seems that only immediate family members and lawyers are permitted to visit." Upon reading this response, some classmates expressed regret, as they had maintained a good relationship with Lu Yun. The next day arrived swiftly, at 2:10 in the afternoon. In the DNA laboratory of the Hongqing Judicial Appraisal Center, technical supervisor Qin Tong was engrossed in paperwork when a notification pinged on her phone, prompting her to open WeChat. It was a message from Zhou Shuijian. "Qin Jie, has the DNA comparison report I requested yielded results yet?" Zhou Shuijian is quite something. A high school senior claiming to have successfully cloned 3 kidneys, and he actually believes it could be true. Moreover, he has been incessantly urging me to expedite the report. Unbelievable. Qin Tong was utterly speechless. She had already informed Zhou Shuijian yesterday afternoon that such a feat was impossible. Even if kidney cloning technology were to succeed, it would take 5 to 10 years of research by a world-class team, not a mere high school student. Thus, there was no need for expedited processing. The normal procedure would suffice. However, Zhou Shuijian remained adamant, leaving her with no choice but to arrange for urgency. Calculating the time, the report should have been completed by now. Qin Tong rose from her seat and approached a desk, sifting through a pile of test reports. After a brief search, she identified a specific report and picked it up casually. It was this very report. Upon glancing at it, she was astonished to read. The STR typing of the test material and the sample is consistent, supporting the conclusion that they originate from the same individual, with a likelihood ratio, LR, exceeding 99. 99. How is this even possible? Qin Tong momentarily stood frozen. What does this conclusion imply? It indicates that the kidney brought by Zhou Shuijian matches the DNA sample of Lu Yun's father upon comparison, confirming a complete DNA match. Yet, out of scientific rigor, the report refrained from declaring a 100 match, instead stating it was greater than 99. 99. Am I seeing things? Qin Tong rubbed her eyes and re-examined the report, realizing she was not mistaken. My goodness, that high school student truly is a genius. It is utterly astonishing that within just 3 months, He has independently mastered kidney cloning technology. This is nothing short of miraculous. Chen Tong could not help but silently scoff, yet she considered it a positive development. The maturation of renal cloning technology meant that patients in need of kidney transplants could potentially receive organs free from the risk of rejection. The illicit trade of kidneys would gradually fade away, leading to a decline in crime rates. With this thought in mind, she promptly picked up her phone and dialed Zhou Shuigen's number. Once connected, she eagerly exclaimed, "I have wonderful news. The test results are in. And you were right. The kidney was indeed cloned from that high school student. This is a true genius. Hurry over to collect the report and ensure the criminal charges are dropped against him. By the way, what was that high school student's name?" "Ah, Lu Yun." "Yes, Lu Yun." Zhou Shuigen felt an inexplicable surge of excitement, perhaps because he had guessed correctly, or perhaps due to the privilege of witnessing the emergence of a prodigy. In any case, he was exhilarated. "Sister Chen, I'm on my way to get the report." With that, Zhou Shuigen set off without delay, not forgetting to inform Wang Xiaomei and Lu Yun's parents about this good news. "What? It has been confirmed as a misunderstanding? Lu Yun will have the criminal charges dropped today and will be released from the detention center? That is fantastic. I'm heading to the detention center right now." At Hanqing No. 2 High School, upon receiving the call, Wang Xiaomei's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I knew it. Lu Yun could never commit such a heinous act. His arrest was merely a misunderstanding." But what exactly was the misunderstanding? She could not help but inquire, "Officer Zhou, could you tell me why Lu Yun was arrested?" "Now I can. Let me tell you, this student of yours is incredibly talented." As Zhou Shuigen recounted the events, Wang Xiaomei was left speechless with astonishment. After a moment, she regained her composure, unable to suppress a triumphant smile. "How lucky am I to have stumbled upon a student destined for greatness." Unable to contain her eagerness to share the news, she opened WeChat and posted on her moments. "Today, I encountered something unbelievable. My student, Lu Yun, has independently developed renal cloning technology and has successfully cloned 3 kidneys using his father's skin cells." Mere moments after posting, a flurry of comments appeared. "Teacher Wang, you haven't been hacked, have you? Is this for real? Do you have any news links? Is there really such an impressive high school student?" Almost everyone expressed skepticism, as they believed that without evidence, it was merely a fabrication. In the office of the biology department at Hanqing University, Professor Jiang Hai, upon seeing the post, also reacted with disbelief. However, after some contemplation, he called Wang Xiaomei, as his research focused on renal cloning, and he was keenly interested in any related information. "Cousin, is what you posted on Moments true?" "Absolutely. Let me tell you, just yesterday in class Wang Xiaomei, brimming with enthusiasm, recounted the entire story. It's actually true." Jiang Hai found himself at a loss for words. Here was a high school student who had successfully mastered renal cloning technology, while he, a distinguished university professor, felt as though success remained an elusive dream. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, "Could you provide me with Lu Yun's information and contact details? I wish to pay him a visit." Wang Xiaomei replied, "I will inquire with him shortly. If he is agreeable, I shall pass it along to you." Chapter 5. This is true genius. In the city of Hanqing, at the Sajiji community, there lies the Chaqing stir-fried noodles shop, a family business of Lu Yun. However, at this moment, his father, Lu Changqing, and mother, Zhou Shui, were not operating the establishment. Instead, they sat quietly, their eyes fixed intently on the mobile phone resting on the table, fervently awaiting a call from Officer Zhou. Ding ding ding. As soon as the phone rang, Lu Chaqing picked it up and answered, hearing the voice of Zhou Shuigen. "Mr. Lu, I have good news to share with you." "Excellent. We shall head to the detention center immediately to retrieve him." "Thank you, Officer Zhou. Thank you." After hanging up, Lu Chaqing trembled with excitement. Zhou Shui, however, transformed her suppressed dread into tears, an uncontrollable flow cascading down her cheeks. Thank heavens, their son was unharmed. Moreover, he was a prodigy, having independently developed advanced renal cloning technology at the tender age of 18. Suddenly, Lu Chaqing fell silent, then unexpectedly spoke. "My dear, there is something I must convey. Although those 3 kidneys were developed by our son, I must refuse any arrangement he makes for a transplant surgery." "Why?" Zhou Shui inquired. "Because the procedure lacks official approval. It would be an illegal operation. If all goes well, it may be fine. But if the kidneys he created are implanted in my body and serious complications arise, should my health deteriorate or, heaven forbid, I face death, our son could face imprisonment." This is what an officer informed me. Lu Changqing's resolve was unwavering. He had come to terms with life and death. his only concern being the potential hindrance to his son's future. What do you intend to do? Zhou Shui asked. Our son is quite resolute. He will surely find ways to persuade you to accept the surgery. After we bring him home for a reunion dinner, I shall leave and stay with relatives for a while, ensuring our son cannot locate me, Lu Cha-ching replied. Meanwhile, at the Hongqing Detention Center, Li Yun sat on his cot, resting his eyes. Creak. The door swung open, and a young police officer entered with a smile. Lu Yun. Due to insufficient evidence, your detention is hereby lifted. Please follow me. Someone is waiting for you. Thank you. Lu Yun stood and followed the officer outside, feeling little excitement. As he had anticipated this outcome since his arrival yesterday, once the DNA test results were available, the criminal charges against him would be dismissed. A balding man watched Lu Yun's retreating figure, his eyes wide with astonishment, even more exhilarated than Lu Yun. Wow. This young man just arrived yesterday and is already leaving today. It seems he spoke the truth. He truly has developed renal cloning technology. Am I really this fortunate? I ended up in the detention center for a DUI and encountered a scientific genius. The detention center was modest, and Lu Yun quickly reached the entrance, where he found not only his parents but also his homeroom teacher, Wang Xiaomei, and Officer Zhou waiting for him. Yet, the two individuals were acutely aware of their role as secondary characters. After exchanging greetings with Lu Yun, they stepped aside, refraining from intruding upon the family's reunion. It was a relief to see him. Lu Cha-ching and Zhou Shui maintained a composed demeanor, merely placing a reassuring hand on Lu Yun's shoulder. In truth, they concealed their overwhelming emotions, for their love for Lu Yun surpassed that of anyone else. Father, mother, I apologize for causing you worry, Lu Yun said, embracing each of his parents in turn. It was then that Wang Xiaomei spoke up. Lu Yun, I have something to share with you. I have a cousin named Jiang Hai, a professor in the Department of Biology at Hongqing University, who is also researching renal cloning technology. He learned of your success through my social media posts and expressed a desire to visit you. If you are amenable, I can provide him with your contact information. Given that he was the cousin of a professor, Lu Yun readily agreed. Suddenly recalling something, he asked, Teacher, does your cousin have connections with any prominent self-media influencers? Self-media influencers? My cousin studied at Tsinghua University and is now a professor at Hongqing University, with a favorable family background. In essence, he possesses an extensive network. Even if he does not know them personally, he could easily locate some influential figures in that realm, Wang Xiaomei replied, puzzled. But why do you inquire about this? It's because, Lu Yun explained, as you are aware, I have successfully developed renal cloning technology and have even cloned 3 kidneys using my father's cells. However, I have yet to conduct animal experiments, which renders me ineligible to apply for clinical trials at this moment. This implies that I cannot arrange a legal kidney transplant for my father in the near future, especially since his life expectancy is less than a year. Therefore, I wish to take an unconventional approach. I intend to generate public discourse and leverage its influence to affect official processes. At the very least, accelerating the approval procedures for animal and clinical trials. If I could obtain special permission to bypass animal testing and directly allow my father to undergo a kidney transplant, that would be ideal. I believe this plan holds a degree of feasibility, as there are several analogous cases. Yet, I am unfamiliar with self-media practitioners and was contemplating how to reach out to them. However, it appears I need not worry for the time being. I will first engage with my teacher's cousin and see if he can provide any resources. Wang Xiaomei was pleasantly surprised by this serendipitous turn of events. She smiled, saying, I will inform my cousin to get in touch with you. With that, she sent a WeChat message to Jiang Hai. Within mere moments, Jiang Hai called. After exchanging a few pleasantries, she handed the phone to Lu Yun. Taking the device, Lu Yun heard the voice of a middle-aged man. Hello, Lu Yun. I am Jiang Hai. Thank you for agreeing to meet with me. Additionally, regarding your intention to generate public discourse, I will fully support your endeavors. Beyond self-media influencers, I can also reach out to official media outlets to cover your situation. I will thoroughly explore how best to proceed. Thank you, Professor Jiang. Indeed. I have a rather bold request. May I visit you today? If I could head directly to your laboratory, that would be splendid. Certainly. Lu Yun readily agreed and arranged a time with Jiang Hai. He then turned to his parents and said, Father, Mother, I must make a trip to the laboratory, so I will not be returning home with you for now. Understood, Lu Cha-ching nodded, adding, Do remember to return for dinner. We should celebrate as a family. Zhou Shui also nodded in agreement. Subsequently, they made their way to the parking lot. At that moment, Zhou Shui, who had been harboring a thought, remarked, Did you hear that? Our son intends to apply pressure through public opinion to have the authorities approve the kidney transplant surgery. If successful, it would no longer be deemed an illegal operation, and even if severe consequences arose, he would not be held accountable. In my view, you should refrain from leaving for the time being. Lu Chaqing chuckled. Of course, I shall not depart, provided our son does not arrange for that unapproved kidney transplant surgery. I have only a few days to live. Were it not for the fear of burdening him, I would never consider leaving home. Heaven forbid. Zhou Shui interjected. Do not utter such ominous words. May the heavens bless you, and may you soon undergo the kidney transplant surgery, restoring your health and granting you longevity. Meanwhile, Lu Yun, carrying the mechanical perfusion preservation box containing the kidney, arrived at the Pioneer Biological Industrial Park in Zhou Shuigan's vehicle. Upon disembarking, a commotion erupted within the security office. Goodness, is that not Lu Yun, who was apprehended yesterday? Released today? My word, it truly is him. What on earth is happening? The two security guards were utterly bewildered. Recognizing the familiar faces of the guards, Lu Yun nodded with a smile and proceeded directly through the entrance to his laboratory. As he placed the kidney from the mechanical perfusion preservation box into a petri dish, the doorbell rang. Turning around, he was greeted by a middle-aged man wearing half-rimmed glasses and a refined demeanor, who smiled at him. Lu Yun, I am Jiang Hai. Professor Jiang, greetings. Lu Yun replied with a smile, welcoming him inside. Upon entering, Jiang Hai was captivated by the circular petri dish positioned centrally, hastening towards it. His gaze fixated on the three dark red kidneys immersed in the colorless, transparent nutrient solution, as if admiring a beloved maiden. Remarkable. They are stunning and full of vitality. Jiang Hai marveled for a while before regaining his composure and excitedly inquired, Lu Yun, how did you cultivate these kidneys? Moreover, my cousin mentioned you accomplished this in merely 3 months. To be frank, I find that hard to believe. Surely, you must have been researching kidney cloning technology long before this, only renting this laboratory 3 months ago? Lu Yun responded, Indeed, I commenced my research 3 months ago. Initially knowing nothing, I began by studying specialized texts such as techniques in cellular biology and others, dedicating nearly a month to complete 75 professional books and reviewing over 100 papers. This laid the groundwork for my ideas, and through experimentation and continual refinement of my methods, I ultimately succeeded. What? Jiang Hai's face displayed an expression of incredulity. You managed to accomplish this in such a short span of time? Starting from scratch, not only did you complete 75 specialized textbooks, but you also reviewed over 100 academic papers. Even if you possessed photographic memory, achieving such a feat seems nearly impossible. With his background in biology, he understood the formidable challenge posed by those specialized texts. Each book was a daunting endeavor. To finish 75 books in a month, alongside studying more than 100 papers, was a notion he scarcely dared to entertain. Lu Yun replied, Though I do not possess photographic memory, my recall is indeed commendable. Once I have perused a text, I can remember it, and I generally grasp the content I have studied. Amazing. An eidetic memory, coupled with an instant comprehension. No wonder he learned so swiftly. Jiang Hai felt a twinge of envy. Had he possessed such an ability during his academic pursuits, he would have undoubtedly been the most distinguished student in his school. And perhaps he would have already secured a Nobel Prize by now. Little did he know that Lu Yun's extraordinary capability was not an inherent gift. Rather, it was acquired after gaining absolute control over his body. Through meticulous research on his own brain, he had transformed the neural synapses of his hippocampus and prefrontal cortex, thus acquiring this divine skill reserved for scholarly prodigies. Chapter 6. Is this achievable for a high school student? Jiang Hai understood that envy was futile. Talent was an innate gift, bestowed upon some at birth, while others would remain devoid of it for a lifetime. Thus, he refrained from dwelling on this matter and turned to Lu Yun, inquiring, Could you elucidate the process of your renal cloning technique? Of course. Feel free to omit any proprietary methods. Lu Yun replied, In essence, the process aligns with the methodologies employed by other researchers. I initially procured skin cells from my father and subsequently devised a means to revert these skin cells into stem cells. Stem cells possess the remarkable ability to differentiate into any cell type, so I employed gene editing to direct these stem cells toward becoming renal cells. The subsequent challenge was to facilitate the development of these renal cells into a fully formed kidney, which proved to be the most arduous task. Initially, I attempted the currently predominant methods, such as biological scaffold induction and 3D bioprinting, but both endeavors ended in failure. Ultimately, I resorted to gene editing, targeting pivotal genes like PAX2 and P53, enabling the edited cells to self-organize into a kidney structure in the culture medium, akin to how a newborn's kidney naturally forms. Through gene editing, one can endow renal cells with the capacity to autonomously assemble into a renal organ. Jiang Hai's eyes brightened. Although the technology for renal cloning had reached maturity, further exploration seemed somewhat redundant. However, the underlying principles were universally applicable. If Lu Yun could manipulate gene editing to control the self-organization of renal cells into kidneys, then theoretically, he could similarly guide cardiac cells to self-organize into a heart. Thus, I could initiate cloning projects for organs such as the heart and lungs, albeit this would demand a high level of expertise in gene editing, an area where I currently faltered. Contemplating this, Jiang Hai felt a surge of exhilaration and couldn't help but ask, "Could you share how you conducted gene editing?" "I frequently engage in related experiments, yet I often encounter off-target effects." Lu Yun pondered briefly before responding. "You were utilizing the mainstream CRISPR-Cas9 gene editing technology, correct?" "I initially employed it as well, but soon recognized its numerous shortcomings. The off-target rate is high, delivery efficiency is low, the editing size is limited, and it poses challenges for precise base editing. Consequently, I developed a novel gene editing technique. In comparison to CRISPR-Cas9, it introduces a second set of reverse transcriptase and guide RNA, thereby forming an automatic proofreading mechanism, which enhances precision, allowing for direct single-base editing. Moreover, due to its self-calibrating capability, the off-target rate has been reduced to a mere 0.001, rendering it almost negligible. I named this technique self-calibrating gene editing technology. This. Jiang Hai was left utterly astonished, nearly speechless. As a graduate of Tsinghua University, he had encountered countless prodigies and geniuses. Yet he had never before witnessed a talent like Lu Yun's. To have developed a renal cloning technique in just 3 months, along with a more advanced gene editing technology, was this truly within the realm of a high school student? Could he possibly be a time traveler from the future? Do you comprehend the sensation I am experiencing at this moment? Do you know what I most desire to do at this moment? Jiang Hai gazed deeply at Lu Yun. But before Lu Yun could respond, he spoke up. "I am presently so astonished that I find myself questioning the very essence of life. How could the disparity between us be so vast? What I yearn for most right now is to swiftly let your accomplishments ignite public discourse, then share it with my peers and professors at Tsinghua, allowing them to witness true genius and experience the disheartening sensation of self-doubt." Upon hearing Jiang Hai's words, Lu Yun smiled faintly, devoid of any embarrassment. Although he possessed such capabilities only after acquiring an advantage, the world has never been a paragon of fairness. Some are born into affluence, others endowed with exceptional intelligence, and he, too, has his own advantages, which is entirely natural. Moreover, there is a saying, "A moment of advantage brings momentary joy, while perpetual advantage assures continuous delight." To sustain this joy, he must adeptly utilize the research assistance system as his asset. Today, we shall refrain from discussing technical matters, lest I find myself restless this evening. Jiang Hai chuckled, retrieved his phone, and after a brief operation, handed it to Lu Yun. "This is a friend of mine, Li Manny, a former television host who has since transitioned to managing a social media account titled Manny Loves to Speak, which tracks societal trending events. Although her account has only 1.3 million followers, its influence is significant, and her planning skills are exceptional. She possesses a knack for generating buzz, coupled with her background in television. I believe she is the most suitable person to assist you in shaping public opinion. If you are amenable, I can contact her now. She would undoubtedly be eager to help, as it could drive traffic to her account." Lu Yun accepted the phone, perused the account's content, and examined other individuals' evaluations of Manny Loves to Speak. He discovered that this Li Manny, the social media influencer, indeed possessed commendable attributes. She was attractive, capable, and enjoyed a positive reputation. Having never encountered any dubious operations aside from mere conjecture, he returned the phone to Jiang Hai and nodded, saying, "She is the one. Let us meet and discuss further." "Thank you, Professor Jiang." "Very well, I shall call her immediately." Jiang Hai promptly dialed Li Manny's number in Lu Yun's presence. In a spacious luxury apartment within Longin's garden community, Li Manny wore a troubled expression. Although she managed an account on Douyin with millions of followers and enjoyed a substantial income, the industry had become increasingly competitive. One misstep could lead to becoming yet another casualty of the relentless tide. In recent months, a lack of viral videos had caused her follower count to dwindle rather than grow, instilling in her a profound sense of crisis. Suddenly, her phone rang. grabbing it. She saw it was her friend Jiang Hai calling and answered. Manny, haven't you been fretting over your lack of viral content lately? I believe I have found something for you. Really? You spend your days at school. What major news could you possibly bring me? Is it perhaps the scandal involving a male professor and a female student? Ha ha ha. Could it be that you are a university professor yourself? Nonsense. I am a serious individual. What I wish to share with you is the story of a high school senior who, in a bid to save his father, developed a revolutionary kidney cloning technique. Here is how it unfolded. 3 minutes later, Manny finally grasped the entire sequence of events. Yet doubt lingered on her face. Jiang Hai, today is not April Fool's Day. Please refrain from spinning such absurd tales. Though not an expert, she understood that kidney cloning is a cutting-edge global technology. How could a high school student, starting from scratch, develop this technique in merely 3 months and clone 3 kidneys using his father's skin cells as samples? It seemed implausible. Jiang Hai replied, initially, I shared your skepticism. But this is the truth, and it is easily verifiable. You should have resources within the police. Contact Officer Zhou Shuizhen at the Shishui branch of Hong City, who is handling this case. Furthermore, the DNA comparison report was issued by the Hong City Judicial Appraisal Center. You may reach out to them as well. Confirm this swiftly and return my call, for this exclusive news may not remain yours for long. Upon hearing this, a flicker of doubt emerged in Manny's heart. Could it be true? The possibility quickened her heartbeat, and she hurriedly searched her contacts for a leader at the Shishui branch. Dialing the number. Director Zhang, it's Manny. I have an inquiry. Did your branch arrest a student named Lu Yun yesterday? Indeed. Are you looking to report on this incident? I must say, you have a keen eye. This story will undoubtedly create a sensation once reported. Upon hearing Director Zhang's words, Manny felt her heart race with excitement. She pressed further. I've heard that this student was apprehended for allegedly engaging in illegal organ trade. But after the DNA comparison by the Judicial Appraisal Center, it turned out to be a misunderstanding. Those kidneys were cultivated using the kidney cloning technique by this student. Is this true? Indeed it is. This news has already spread within our branch, and those who have heard it are astonished. Today's high school students are remarkable. If you intend to report this, you must act quickly. Any delay might allow others to scoop the story. You are right. I must hurry. I will end our conversation here, but I shall treat you to a meal next time. She hung up the phone, her cheeks flushed with excitement. A high school student, determined to save his critically ill father, resolutely decided to research the world-leading kidney cloning technology, achieving success in 3 months, surpassing renowned scientists. Yet, due to legal constraints, he was unable to arrange a kidney transplant through legitimate channels and resorted to contacting an organ intermediary, leading to his arrest. Ultimately, the misunderstanding was resolved, and criminal charges were dropped. My goodness, this is a treasure trove of newsworthy material. This story is mine. Manny eagerly seized her phone and dialed Jiang Hai's number. Jiang Hai, where are you and Lu Yun? I am driving over right now. Please, I implore you to collaborate with me. I am open to any terms. I assure you that I will do everything in my power to help Lu Yun achieve the outcome he desires. Chapter 7. Academician inspects cloned kidney. Congratulations to the motherland. Greetings, Lu Yun. 20 minutes later, Manny arrived at the laboratory. Upon seeing the strikingly handsome youth before her, whose looks could rival the peak of beauty, her eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, initially, I had some concerns. Even if this could create a sensation and garner societal attention, it might not yield the desired results. However, upon witnessing your remarkable appearance, my confidence has surged by 50. I'm not merely saying this to establish rapport. There is factual basis for my assertion. In the realm of the internet, looks equate to justice. This is not mere platitude, but truth. Otherwise, how would those young heartthrobs achieve such fame? In response, Lu Yun smiled and extended his hand. Ms. Li, it is a pleasure to meet you. I hope we can collaborate. Likewise, Manny replied, promptly shaking his hand. After their greeting, she got straight to the point. I have 2 plans, namely Plan A and Plan B. However, before we initiate either plan, there is one crucial task to undertake, an authoritative evaluation of the cloned kidney you have produced, particularly regarding its functionality and vitality. This is paramount. Imagine if it is ultimately discovered that the quality of your cloned kidney is subpar, and upon transplantation into your father's body, his condition deteriorates instead of improving. How would public opinion perceive you? While some may empathize, believing you did not wish for such an outcome, others might argue that you knowingly used a defective kidney on your father, which would be tantamount to manslaughter rather than salvation. Thus, we must await the evaluation results. If the outcome is favorable, We will proceed with Plan A. If unfavorable, we shall implement Plan B. Lu Yun nodded in agreement. Indeed, this is essential. Although I possess considerable confidence in the kidney I have created, persuading the public necessitates an authoritative evaluation report from a credible institution or individual. At that moment, Jiang Hai, who had been standing nearby, interjected, "How about I take charge of this matter? During my time in the joint master's and doctoral program at Qing University, my advisor was an academician, a luminary in the field of biology. If he lends his endorsement, it will undoubtedly carry significant weight." Lu Yun promptly replied, "Thank you, Professor Jiang." Jiang Hai chuckled, "Please, no need for formality. As long as you don't mind being consulted on technical issues in the future, that would suffice." Li Mani couldn't help but twitch her lips at the thought. A university professor seeking technical advice from a high school student was indeed a reversal of roles. However, upon reflection, it was quite logical. Once Lu Yun developed a cloning technique that led the world, he would no longer be an ordinary high school student. "Can we expedite the arrangements?" Li Mani urged. "You understand that the plans cannot commence until the evaluation results are available." Jiang Hai smiled. "My advisor is quite impatient and eager to mentor promising young researchers. Upon receiving my call, he will surely set off for Hongqing at once. We can then take the kidney to Hongqing University, where the laboratory is equipped with specialized facilities." Subsequently, Jiang Hai retrieved his mobile phone and dialed a number. In a laboratory within the capital city, adorned with an array of advanced equipment, several figures clad in white lab coats were diligently engaged in their work. Among them was an elderly gentleman with a head full of white hair, unmistakably of retirement age. This was Jiang Hai's mentor, academician Wang Jiangwo, who, despite nearing 70, remained actively involved in frontline scientific research. In his own words, he believed that the only purpose left in his life was to contribute to the technological advancement of the nation. The phone rang. Wang Jiangwo furrowed his brow. Who could this be? Does this person not realize that I prefer tranquility while working in the lab? Nevertheless, he took out his phone, and upon discovering it was a student Jiang Hai calling, he got straight to the point. "Jiang Hai, you know my work habits. Calling me at this hour better be for something significant, or you will regret it." Jiang Hai's voice came through the phone. "Mentor, the kidney cloning technology has been successfully realized." "What?" Wang Jiangwo exclaimed in astonishment. "With your level of academic talent, you have managed to develop kidney cloning technology? Have I misjudged your potential? Are you not merely competent but a genius?" Ahem. Jiang Hai's voice sounded somewhat awkward. "Mentor, it wasn't me. It was a high school senior who made the breakthrough. His father has been suffering from uremia and has been on dialysis for 3 years, waiting for a kidney donor. So he decided to conduct his own research." As Jiang Hai recounted the unfolding events, Wang Jiangwo's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had no doubt about Jiang Hai's words, for the young man lacked the audacity to fabricate such a story. Once Jiang Hai concluded, Wang Jiangwo declared without hesitation, "Wait for me. I am setting off immediately. As long as the technology is genuine and the cloned kidneys function properly, I will stand by that young man named Lu Yun and assist him in advancing the approval process for animal and clinical trials." After ending the call, Wang Jiangwo strode purposefully out of the laboratory, exuding an air of determination. He was eager to witness the 3 cloned kidneys with his own eyes and to meet the prodigious Lu Yun. "Mentor, what has happened? Do you need our assistance?" The other 2 individuals in the laboratory, having seen Wang Jiangwo take the call and leave, hurriedly followed him. "I am heading to Hongqing, where someone has developed kidney cloning technology. If you wish to broaden your horizons, book your tickets and accompany me." Hongqing, the most renowned university, there must be Hongqing University. A rather ordinary 211 institution. How could it lead in this field? The 2 were astonished, as they were doctoral students from Qingda, and it seemed only logical for such a breakthrough to emerge from their own esteemed institution. As the clock struck 9 in the evening, the doorbell of the laboratory chimed. Lu Yun looked up to see an elderly gentleman with graying hair alongside 2 bespectacled individuals bearing the quintessential scholar's visage. "Mentor, you arrived so quickly," Jiang Hai exclaimed, hastily rising and making his way over. "Jiang Hai, it was wise of you to think of contacting me regarding this matter." Wang Jiangwo gently patted Jiang Hai's shoulder in a gesture of commendation, before stepping forward to Lu Yun with a warm smile. "You must be Lu Yun, am I correct? It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. May I first have a look at the kidney you have cloned?" "Of course," Lu Yun replied with a grin. "Academician Wang, please follow me." With that, he led Wang Jiangwo to the circular petri dish. Upon seeing the 3 dark red kidneys submerged in the nutrient solution, Wang Jiangwo's eyes sparkled with delight. Simply exquisite. The shape, size, and density of the capillaries mirror that of a human kidney perfectly. If you were to say nothing about it being a clone, no one would suspect it was anything but a kidney extracted from a human body. The technology required to cultivate such a kidney is by no means trivial. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, Lu Yun, how many types of cells does this kidney contain? Lu Yun responded, a normal human kidney comprises 26 types of functional cells, and this one possesses all of them, ensuring its functionality is complete. Wang Jingwo nodded in agreement. Indeed, just by observing its exterior, one can ascertain that the functional capabilities of this cloned kidney are unlikely to be deficient. However, as researchers, we must ultimately rely on data for validation. At this juncture, he turned to Lu Yun. I shall not prolong this. Since you have invited me to assist in the evaluation, let us depart for Hongqing University, where we can utilize their specialized equipment for testing. Once the results are in, we can have a thorough discussion. What do you think? That would be most appreciated. Lu Yun promptly expressed his gratitude. Thus, the group set off towards Hongqing University. The journey was brief. Within 20 minutes, they arrived at a laboratory building on campus, guided by Jiang Hai. Professor Jiang, good evening. Along the way, several students recognized Jiang Hai and greeted him politely. They soon noticed Lu Yun among the group, strikingly handsome and remarkably youthful, making him particularly conspicuous within this distinguished ensemble. Who is this young man? Could he be a new graduate student of Professor Jiang? I doubt it. They do not seem to share a typical student-teacher rapport. And Professor Jiang appears overly enthusiastic. Should we follow them to find out? The students whispered among themselves, curiosity piqued. A few minutes later, Lu Yun and his companions finally arrived at a GMP-grade biological laboratory. The lab was well-equipped, featuring advanced instruments such as a 2-photon confocal microscope and an automatic biochemical analyzer. Upon seeing the equipment, Wang Jingwo eagerly exclaimed, Jiang Hai, assist me. I will conduct the tests myself. He donned sterile gloves and retrieved the dark red kidney from the box, installing it into the ex vivo perfusion system. As time passed, the test results began to emerge. Vascular density, 351 vessels per square millimeter. Creatinine clearance rate, 91. 3. Urea nitrogen clearance rate, 95. 2. Each result elicited astonishment from academician Wang Jingwo, as the data surpassed those of a healthy kidney by a slight margin. Indeed, this is entirely normal. For these 3 kidneys were crafted by Lu Yun utilizing his unparalleled ability to exert absolute control over his body, remaining untouched and pristine, akin to engines freshly manufactured, yielding exceptional results. Perfect. Utterly perfect. Not only are these 3 kidneys flawless, but your kidney cloning technique is equally impeccable. As all the test results emerged, Wang Jingwo's gaze towards Lu Yun underwent a profound transformation. An 18-year-old student, within a mere 3 months, has independently developed such an exquisite kidney cloning technology from scratch. This is a national treasure of genius. In an age where technological competition intensifies, talents like this are desperately needed by the nation. Congratulations to the motherland. Wait. Suddenly, a thought struck Wang Jingwo. He decided not to rush into congratulations, as countless geniuses have sought opportunities abroad over the years. Contemplating this, he cautiously inquired, Lu Yun, do you have any plans for the future? Lu Yun replied, first and foremost, I will exhaust every means to assist my father with his kidney transplant surgery, restoring his health. After that, I shall continue my research, primarily focusing on biotechnology, with some involvement in materials science. Of course, once I achieve scientific results, I must also find ways to monetize them, for only with sufficient financial resources can I ensure a comfortable life for myself and my family, and pursue any research I desire. Wang Jingwo further asked, have you considered studying abroad? Studying abroad? Lu Yun scoffed, I have never entertained such thoughts. My future research endeavors will rely primarily on my own capabilities. There is little of value for me to learn from abroad. This was indeed the truth. Lu Yun's path in research is supported by a scientific assistance system and his absolute bodily control. Studying abroad would offer him no advantages and could potentially introduce risks, as the research abilities he exhibits are quite formidable. Wang Jingwo breathed a sigh of relief. Based on Lu Yun's attitude, he need not worry about Lu Yun disappearing abroad. He smiled and said, in the future, should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to me, including support for advancing the animal experiments and clinical trial approvals for your kidney cloning technology. Just let me know, and I shall be there to back you. Subsequently, Wang Jiangwo conversed with Lu Yun a while longer, exchanged WeChat contacts, and then took his leave. He understood that Lu Yun's thoughts were entirely focused on swiftly arranging the kidney transplant surgery for his father. Any further discussions could await until this matter was resolved. Chapter 8. The patent value of Lu Yun exceeds imagination. Not only are the results of the kidney cloning test impeccable, but also esteemed academicians are willing to endorse it. This is a solid guarantee, Li Manny exclaimed, her beautiful eyes fixated on Lu Yun's face. The youth before her was nothing short of perfection. Not only did he possess the strikingly handsome features akin to the peak of classical beauty, but he was also a scientific prodigy admired by eminent scholars. His demeanor was equally commendable, calm and collected, demonstrating profound filial piety. If she were a decade younger, she would undoubtedly devise every possible means to win his affection. Alas, she now found herself as an older woman, left to ponder such thoughts in silence. Hey. Mind your image. Your eyes are glazing over, teased Jiang Hai, who stood nearby, chuckling at Li Manny's demeanor. What nonsense are you spouting? Li Manny retorted, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush as she feigned composure. Lu Yun, allow me to introduce you to Plan A. All right. Lu Yun nodded in acknowledgement. Li Manny quickly gathered her wits, having discerned that despite being merely an 18-year-old high school senior, Lu Yun exhibited an extraordinary mental fortitude, surpassing that of most working professionals. She had only just passed the first hurdle, yet the reins of control remained firmly in Lu Yun's hands. Should Plan A fail to meet his expectations, he would undoubtedly seek collaboration elsewhere. You must have noticed, Li Manny continued, that whether it was Officer Zhou Shuijin, Jiang Hai, or myself, our initial reaction upon hearing the story surrounding you was disbelief, as it contradicts the common knowledge of ordinary individuals. This phenomenon can be strategically leveraged to create narrative tension and unexpected twists. We will refrain from presenting the DNA testing report from the Hong City Judicial Appraisal Center or mentioning the endorsement of the kidney cloning technology by esteemed academicians at this stage. Instead, we shall record the first video, recounting the entire sequence of events. This narrative is bound to create a stir and will invite a myriad of doubts. Doubt itself engages participation and elevates public discourse. Subsequently, I will utilize my resources to secure coverage from Jiang Province Satellite TV. At that juncture, we will reveal the DNA comparison report from the Judicial Appraisal Center, while also enlisting academician Wang and Jiang Hai to lend their support. The combination of official media, judicial institutions' verification, and the endorsement of esteemed scholars will validate the authenticity of the situation, thereby silencing the skeptics. Those who initially chose to believe will feel vindicated. And considering the public's penchant for such narrative reversals, the fervor of public opinion will escalate dramatically. When the time comes, we need not intervene. Those seeking to capitalize on the trending topic will emerge from various angles to analyze and further amplify the buzz. Our role will simply be to guide public sentiment and advocate for special approval of the surgery. After reflecting on her plan, Lu Yun concluded that while it may not seem overly complex, its feasibility was remarkably high. He readily acquiesced. All right, let us proceed as you suggest. I will fully cooperate. Li Manny pondered for a moment and remarked, there is indeed another issue that I am uncertain whether you have considered. Both animal experiments and clinical trials demand substantial financial resources. According to my research, the standard total cost for animal testing exceeds 5 million, while the total expenditure for Phase 1 clinical trials commonly surpasses 10 million, not to mention the subsequent Phase 2 trials. Therefore, if you wish to proceed with a kidney transplant for your father, you must prepare at least 15 million. Should you attempt to acquire this sum through the sale or pledge of kidney cloning technology, you would face significant devaluation, particularly given the unverified status of this technology. Lu Yun smiled and replied, rest assured, I can raise the necessary funds without resorting to the sale of kidney cloning technology. Inspired by the bald man he encountered in the detention center, he resolved to sway public opinion to influence officials, thereby expediting the approval process for animal testing and clinical trials, and even seeking special permission for an immediate kidney transplant for his father. He had indeed contemplated this issue. The costs associated with animal experiments and clinical trials are exorbitant, and his family is merely of average means. Possessing 2 properties, one under his parents' name and the other transferred to him, which is now mortgaged. Even if he sold both homes and combined them with his parents' savings, it would still fall woefully short. However, he remained unperturbed, with absolute control over his own body, capable of manipulating every cell and atom within. How could he possibly fear the inability to procure funds? Not to mention, there exists a compound known as paclitaxel, valued between 500,000 to 1 million per kilogram due to its application in cancer treatment and its inherent scarcity. He could synthesize paclitaxel by controlling the atoms within his body and easily amass tens of millions. Of course, he had no intention of doing so, for it would not withstand scrutiny. Furthermore, he had devised alternative means of generating income, namely the self-calibrating gene editing technology he had developed. By registering a patent for this technology, whether through collateral or outright sale, he could secure at least 100 million. Li Manny assumed that Lu Yun was momentarily at a loss for a solution and directly offered, "Would you like me to lend you some funds? I can certainly provide 10 million without interest, to be repaid once you are financially secure." Her decision was not made in a fit of infatuation but stemmed from her awareness of Lu Yun's commendable character. Believing that he would not remain financially constrained in the future, thus making an early investment. If Lu Yun accepted, the return she could potentially reap would be unfathomable. Standing nearby, Jiang Hai chuckled. "Manny, you underestimate Lu Yun. He truly possesses the capability to secure that amount." While researching kidney cloning technology, he also fortuitously developed a technology known as self-calibrating gene editing. This technique is significantly more advanced than the mainstream CRISPR-Cas9 gene editing technology, and it is bound to be immensely popular among researchers, yielding substantial patent fees. "Do you have any idea how much that could amount to annually?" Li Manny inquired with curiosity. "How much?" Jiang Hai replied, "The holders of the CRISPR-Cas9 technology earn over $40 million in patent fees each year. Once Lu Yun applies for a patent for his self-calibrating gene editing technology, the fees he receives will undoubtedly be even greater. 40 million, and in dollars." Li Man took a deep breath, then inquired with curiosity, "But will there be enough time?" Jiang Hai clarified, "You see, once Lu Yun successfully submits the patent application, the rights can be pledged or traded, allowing for swift monetization." Upon hearing this, Li Man's gaze towards Lu Yun subtly shifted. A gene editing technology she had casually researched could yield tens of millions in annual royalties. Truly a golden opportunity. Alas, she lamented, she was no longer young. Despite retaining some charm, this youth would never regard her with interest. Taking a deep breath to quell her fluttering heart, she said, "Since we need not worry about financial matters, let us commence filming." Various scenes, at the laboratory, outside the detention center, at school, and at home, needed to be captured. She aimed to finish filming by tomorrow morning, then promptly edit and upload the video. Given the late hour, they decided to wrap up after the lab shoot and return home, reconvening the following day. The laboratory scene was brief, concluding in just 2 minutes. Jiang Hai drove Lu Yun back to the CG community, and by the time Lu Yun arrived home, it was already past 1 in the morning. However, the house was brightly lit, with his parents seated on the living room sofa. Upon seeing Lu Yun enter, his mother, Zhou Shui, hurriedly stood up. "Son, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Just wait a moment. I'll heat up some dishes for you." She quickly dashed into the kitchen. Moments later, a variety of steaming home-cooked dishes emerged: sweet and sour ribs, steamed pork, and chives with eggs, totaling 8 dishes and a soup. This dinner was specially prepared to celebrate Lu Yun's narrow escape from danger and the dismissal of criminal charges, as well as to honor his groundbreaking advancements in kidney cloning technology. Gazing at the delectable spread and the smiling faces of his parents, Lu Yun felt his fatigue dissipate, further motivating him to arrange his father's kidney transplant surgery and restore his health. Time passed swiftly to 2 in the afternoon. In Hongqing City, at the Longqing Garden community, Lu Yun, Li Man, and Jiang Hai gathered. The video had been edited and was ready for upload. Our primary platform would be Douyin, with coordinated releases on other platforms as well, and the promotional budget was in place. "Shall we begin?" Li Man's face radiated confidence, with no doubt about the video's potential popularity. "Let us publish it," Lu Yun affirmed. Chapter 9. A sensation across the internet. Support from classmates and teachers. In an office in the capital city, Su Shanha, a self-media influencer with millions of followers on Douyin, was scrolling through the platform in search of video material. By chance, he stumbled upon a video just uploaded by Li Manny. At the beginning of the video, Li Manny appeared on screen, stating, "An 18-year-old prodigy cloned a kidney to save his father but was arrested by the police. Let us delve into the details. Is this for real?" Su Shanha was instantly captivated and continued watching. He then encountered a plot as gripping as that of a film. Lu Yun, a dashing high school senior, learned that his father, suffering from uremia, had a deteriorating condition and might not survive the year. With no suitable kidney donor available, he resolved to conduct his own research. Astonishingly, after 3 months, he succeeded. However, the cloned kidney lacked legal recognition and was deemed of unknown origin by the hospital, which refused to arrange a transplant. In a desperate bid, Lu Yun contacted an organ intermediary, but just as he paid a deposit, the intermediary was apprehended, and he was arrested as well. Although he was eventually released, he faced an insurmountable problem. He could not secure a transplant for his critically ill father. At the conclusion of the video, Li Manny posed a poignant question. When the law obstructs a father's salvation, can it make way for life? Below the video, hundreds of comments flooded in. Manny, aren't you supposed to comment on social hot topics? Why post such a video? This must be a movie trailer, right? It's too fake, utterly implausible. Here's a joke. An 18-year-old genius conquers kidney cloning technology in 3 months, outshining global scientists. No short film would dare depict such a scenario. Haha. Look at this blogger SID. Manny loves to speak. It should be Manny loves to fabricate. I believe Manny. She has always been fair and just in her commentary on social issues. Though this video seems a bit absurd, it must hold some truth. The overwhelming response was one of mockery and skepticism. Su Shanha was also doubtful, yet unlike other netizens, he refrained from commenting. Instead, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. He recognized this as an excellent opportunity for satire. He decided to create a critique video and post it on Douyin, hopeful that it might go viral. In just half an hour, Su Shanha produced a video and uploaded it to his Douyin account, titled Manny Loves to Speak, a sensational yet baseless tale for clicks. Following its release, the video quickly attracted a multitude of comments. An 18-year-old genius, fueled by an extraordinary drive, clones a kidney to save his father. This is utterly absurd. These self-media influencers are increasingly crossing the line, fabricating such ridiculous stories. Do you all remember last year's sensational genius girl on Douyin? Ultimately, it was proven to be a farce. My goodness, this video reminds me of the once popular night walks of Bait and Ancestor Nonyo on Douyin. Certainly, there are individuals who are aware of the truth and have encountered this video, ready to refute it. The matter is indeed genuine. The personnel from the Shishui branch of Hongqing City are well aware, though it has not widely circulated. However, the voices of support are exceedingly few. Upon its release, it was swiftly drowned out by skepticism and ridicule. As Su Shanha's video gained traction, other self-media bloggers, eager to capitalize on the rising heat, sensed the influx of traffic and joined the fray. The cumulative views of the related videos quickly surpassed 100,000, then 1 million, and soon tens of millions. Thus, Li Manny gained fame, as did Lu Yun, albeit amidst a sea of doubt and derision. In Hongqing No. 2 High School, Class 1 of the 3rd year, the back row warrior Wang Feng often indulged in scrolling through Douyin during class, and today was no exception. By a stroke of chance, he stumbled upon Su Shanha's critique video. After watching it, he perused the comments for a while, and indignation surged within him. This was undeniably true. Why did no one believe it? Was there no justice anymore? Indeed, he and his classmates had learned the truth from their homeroom teacher, Wang Xiaomei, and were aware that Lu Yun had emerged, albeit with pressing matters that precluded his return to school. Nevertheless, this did not hinder their pride in having such an exceptional peer as Lu Yun. Witnessing the mockery directed at Lu Yun, he could no longer contain himself and plunged into the fray, commenting beneath the video, "I am a high school student from Class 1, 3rd year of Hongqing No. 2. Wang Feng, Lu Yun is my classmate, and I assure you, the content presented by Manny Loves to Speak is entirely true. If it is false, I shall livestream myself in front of a fan on a Sunday." After posting his comment, he opened the WeChat group for Class 1 and sent a message. A serious incident has occurred. Lu Yun is facing skepticism and mockery on Douyin. Everyone, please rush to comment in support of him. However, 1 minute passed, then 2, then 10, and not a single person replied to him in the WeChat group. This was, after all, during class time. Meanwhile, in an office at Hongqing No. 2 High School, the homeroom teacher of Class 1, Wang Xiaomei, was grading papers when a male teacher nearby suddenly exclaimed, "Teacher Wang, something big has happened. Your student Lu Yun has gone viral on Douyin, albeit negatively." Wang Xiaomei was taken aback and quickly approached the male teacher. After watching the video, she breathed a sigh of relief. "Do not worry. Public opinion will soon turn in our favor." The male teacher, unaware that Lu Yun had previously been taken away by the police, was left puzzled and inquired, "I don't quite understand. What exactly is going on?" Wang Xiaomei replied, This matter is rather intricate. Allow me to explain. Lu Yun's father is suffering from uremia. As Wang Xiaomei recounted the entire story, the male teacher was left astounded, nearly speechless. Goodness, what an extraordinary student. Most importantly, why is he not in my class? Teacher Wang, your fortune is remarkable. You have encountered such an exceptional student, the male teacher expressed with envy and admiration. Indeed, fortune has smiled upon me. Wang Xiaomei's lips curled into a smile that even the might of an AK could not suppress. Simultaneously, she retrieved her phone, opened Douyin, and sought out videos related to Lu Yun, commenting, I am Wang Xiaomei, the homeroom teacher of Class 1, Senior 3 at Hongqing No. 2 High School. The videos published by Manny Loves to Speak are indeed authentic. Lu Yun has truly developed kidney cloning technology. As she continued to scroll, her gaze sharpened. Wang Feng from Class 1, Senior 3, has publicly endorsed Lu Yun? Wang Feng, you rascal. Scrolling through Douyin during class hours? You were finished. As time progressed, public opinion continued to ferment. However, Lu Yun paid little heed to the unfolding events, as he had other matters to attend to. Jiang Hai escorted him to an agency specializing in company registration. Indeed, Lu Yun needed to establish a company. For legal stipulations necessitate that applications for animal experiments or clinical trials concerning kidney cloning technology must be submitted under a legal entity's name. Subsequently, Jiang Hai took Lu Yun to a firm that assists with patent applications, facilitating Lu Yun's request for a global patent on his self-calibrating gene editing technology. Once these tasks were accomplished, the clock had already struck 8 in the evening. Professor Jiang, I am truly grateful, Lu Yun expressed sincerely. Over the past few days, Jiang Hai had been an immense help, even financing the substantial advance payment of 1.3 million for the global patent application, a sum Lu Yun was currently unable to provide. Do not mention it, Jiang Hai chuckled. I have always stated that as long as you do not mind, I will seek your guidance on technical matters in the future. In his heart, Jiang Hai felt as if he were gazing into a crystal ball. Lu Yun was destined to become a veritable golden goose, and by aligning himself with Lu Yun, he would undoubtedly reap the rewards in the future. By the way, Jiang Hai seemed to recall something and continued. It would be prudent for you to compose a paper on self-calibrating gene editing technology and submit it to one of the top-tier academic journals, Science, Cell, or Nature. Once your paper gains widespread recognition within the academic community, the influence it wields may significantly expedite the patent approval process. And when it comes to pledging or selling the patent application rights, you will command a higher valuation. Additionally, he added, after completing your paper, it would be wise to send it to my mentor, academician Wang Zhengwo, seeking his assistance with the submission. In the global academic sphere, connections matter immensely. A submission from an unknown individual may languish for a month before review, whereas my mentor can facilitate immediate evaluation with a mere nod to his acquaintances. Understood. Lu Yun nodded in agreement. I shall proceed to the laboratory to write the paper now. It should be completed by tomorrow morning. Chapter 10. The Doctor of Biology's Doubts. Official media reports. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. It was 11 in the morning. The thesis had finally been completed. Lu Yun stretched his weary limbs. He had toiled in the laboratory until past 1 o'clock the previous night, then took a taxi home to begin writing. Engrossed in his work until now. Nevertheless, his vitality remained undiminished, as he possessed the remarkable ability to regulate his body's hormonal secretions, allowing him to endure the occasional sleepless night. He then opened WeChat, preparing to contact academician Wang Zhengwo, only to discover hundreds of unread messages, primarily from classmates. Along with messages from his homeroom teacher and officer Zhou Shuijian, Lu Yun sent a uniform response. Dear all, I apologize. I am currently occupied with an important matter and will be unable to respond individually until I complete this task. Having done so, he sent a message to academician Wang Zhengwo. Dear academician, while researching kidney cloning technology, I inadvertently developed a groundbreaking gene editing technique called self-calibrating gene editing. In the capital, at Qing University, within a laboratory, Wang Zhengwo, clad in a white lab coat, was operating a 2-photon confocal microscope when he suddenly heard the WeChat notification sound, his expression shifting to one of displeasure. Who dares to disturb me during my work? He muttered, picking up his phone to discover a message from Lu Yun. Oh, then it's nothing to worry about. Wang Zhengwo's demeanor instantly brightened as he opened the chat and read attentively. While researching kidney cloning technology, I inadvertently developed a groundbreaking gene editing technique known as self-calibrating gene editing. I have written a paper and would like your assistance in submitting it." Anticipation welled within Wang Jianguo. He was eager to peruse the paper and promptly replied, "Please send it directly to me." Before long, the paper arrived. Wang Jianguo donned his reading glasses, opened the document, and delved into its contents. As time passed, he became utterly absorbed, his excitement mounting with each page he turned. This was far beyond a mere incidental discovery in gene editing. It surpassed CRISPR-Cas9 by leaps and bounds, excelling in off-target rates, delivery efficiency, and editing size. Not to mention, this technique boasted a remarkable automatic proofreading mechanism. It was destined to become the next generation's mainstream gene editing technology, one that would be utilized worldwide. Envisioning such a scenario, Wang Jianguo felt a surge of exhilaration. Although the domestic technological landscape was experiencing an explosive growth, the field of biotechnology still lagged behind, particularly in gene editing technologies, which were predominantly developed abroad. However, with the emergence of self-calibrating gene editing, the tide was about to turn. Then, Wang Jianguo thought of Lu Yun. At merely 18 years of age, he had already developed both kidney cloning technology and self-calibrating gene editing technology, two innovations capable of making waves in the academic community. The magnitude of his future achievements was simply unfathomable. Such talent must be nurtured within the country. Although Lu Yun had expressed, in his presence, that he had never contemplated studying abroad, Wang Jianguo remained somewhat uneasy. He promptly dialed Lu Yun's number. "Lu Yun, I have reviewed your thesis, and it is truly remarkable. Considering the focus of this paper on fundamental scientific breakthroughs, it is well suited for submission to Nature. I shall assist you in submitting it to the editor-in-chief of Nature shortly, and I will also send him a message requesting a prompt review. Moreover, I reiterate my previous offer. If you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. In addition, please refrain from messaging me on WeChat in the future. Simply call me directly." After conversing with Lu Yun for a while longer, Wang Jianguo ended the call and strode out of the laboratory, making his way to his office. He opened his computer, located the email address of Gregory, the editor-in-chief of Nature, and sent the paper. He promptly followed this with a text to Gregory, urging him to expedite the review process. Time swiftly passed, and it was now 6:20 in the afternoon. Meanwhile, the topic surrounding Lu Yun's development of kidney cloning technology to save his father continued to incite fervent discussions ongoing. Despite some individuals who were privy to the truth voicing their opinions, public sentiment remained overwhelmingly skeptical, with nearly everyone adopting a doubtful stance. Li Mani's account even lost over 100,000 followers as a result. Conversely, Su Shanhe, the self-media blogger who first posted a critical video, capitalized on the ensuing traffic. Gaining 600,000 followers within a single day, his delight evident. In a bid to sustain this wave of attention, he orchestrated a live stream, inviting an industry expert to provide commentary on the matter. In the live broadcast, Su Shanhe spoke. "A day has passed, and the entire internet is questioning the video released by Li Mani, yet she has remained silent, likely opting for a strategy of avoidance. I cannot allow such a situation to persist without resolution. Therefore, I have invited a distinguished guest, one who is no ordinary individual. An undergraduate of Yin University, he is currently pursuing his doctorate at Stanford University, specializing in kidney cloning technology. We will now connect with our guest, Dr. Zheng Jie. Let us hear his analysis of the feasibility of Lu Yun's research on kidney cloning technology from a technical perspective." The screen split into two halves. A young man adorned with gold-rimmed glasses appeared on the right side. Speaking confidently, it is well known that in the field of biotechnology, the United States currently holds a leading position. Stanford University is among the top tier of American institutions. Therefore, I believe I am qualified to comment on this matter. So, what is my conclusion? It is utterly implausible, absolutely preposterous. At this point, Zheng Jie raised a finger. Firstly, after watching the video, I noticed that this high school student named Lu Yun began researching kidney cloning technology only 3 months ago and had merely completed high school biology. If he aspires to develop kidney cloning technology, he ought to read at least 50 specialized textbooks, right? Anyone who has studied biology at the university level understands the difficulty of those texts. Mastering one book in a month is already commendable, let alone finishing 50 in 3 months and producing a viable research outcome. Is he a deity? Immediately, Zheng Jie extended his second finger. Even if Lu Yun were a prodigy, possessing an extraordinary memory and the ability to comprehend complex concepts with ease, having completed 50 specialized books in a single day, it would be implausible for him to clone a kidney within 3 months. The initial step in this intricate process involves reverting skin cells into stem cells, a task that even the most elite research teams globally would require a fortnight to accomplish. Subsequently, directing these stem cells to differentiate into various renal cells would take at least another 14 days. Following this, the development of these renal cells into a fully functional kidney remains a frontier yet to be conquered. Current research indicates that a mother must carry a fetus for no less than 34 weeks for the embryonic kidney structures to develop adequately. Therefore, even if Lu Yun were indeed a genius who could swiftly derive the requisite techniques from his studies, he would still require a cumulative period of 14 days plus another 14 days, followed by 34 weeks, totaling 38 weeks or 9.5 months. Even if we were to have this time frame, a minimum of 5 months would still be necessary. Thus, this situation appears to be a mere spectacle, reminiscent of the sensational case of the genius girl. Frankly speaking, the most likely place for advancements in kidney cloning technology would still be in the United States. As Zheng Jie concluded his analysis, the chatroom exploded with comments. His arguments, grounded in logic and evidence, inspired a newfound trust among viewers. Upon viewing the video, I was instantly convinced of its falsity. A fervent call for the banishment of Li Mani arose. Both Li Mani and Lu Yun ought to step forth and apologize. Last year, we witnessed a genius girl on Douyin, and now another genius boy has emerged, yet both have become the subject of ridicule. Su Shanha, the mastermind behind this live broadcast, reveled in the chaotic comments and decided to host another session the following day, not to analyze the technology, but to directly interview students at Hongqing High School regarding their perspectives on the matter. Meanwhile, in the Longqing Garden community of Hongqing City, Lu Yun, Li Mani, and Lu Hai had just finished dinner and were seated before the television, eagerly awaiting the 6:30 airing of Jiang Province news. Earlier that afternoon, facilitated by Li Mani, reporters from Jiang Province Satellite Television had interviewed Lu Yun, Class 1's homeroom teacher Wang Xiaomei, and Chen Tong, the technical supervisor at the Judicial Appraisal Center. They had even connected with academician Wang Jiangwo, assuring that the truth would be revealed in that evening's broadcast. As time passed, the clock approached 6:30, and Jiang Province news commenced. The first report announced with great fanfare that Lu Yun, an 18-year-old high school student from our province, had independently developed kidney cloning technology. Li Mani activated her screen recording feature, and once the segment concluded, she promptly shared it on her Douyin account. Mani loves to speak. Before long, public opinion erupted. A complete reversal ensued. Chapter 11. If you're so impressive, why didn't you say so earlier? In Su Shanha's livestream, he had just severed the connection with Zheng Jie and, seizing the moment while the audience was still engaged, began to rake in money through competitive challenges. Today, he was determined to earn a substantial sum, at least enough to support a few homeless beauties. The thought filled him with delight, nearly causing him to salivate. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the chat shifted dramatically. A twist. A twist. The Jiang Province news program had vindicated Lu Yun, confirming him as a senior student from Hongqing High School, who, in merely 3 months, had developed renal cloning technology, with an esteemed academic backing him up. Host, this is a major event. And you're still focused on making money? The viewers rushed to watch the latest video released by Mani Loves to Speak, which was packed with excitement and left them questioning their very existence. Astonished that such an extraordinary high school student existed, Su Shanha, bewildered, thought, a twist? How could this possibly be? Yet, glancing at the barrage of comments flooding the screen, he hurriedly grabbed his other phone, opened Douyin, found the account Mani Loves to Speak, and clicked on the latest video. In the video, the host of Jiang Province News sat upright, visibly excited. Congratulations! Our province's 18-year-old high school student Lu Yun has independently developed renal cloning technology. After outlining the basic details, the program shifted to interviews with various individuals. Wang Xiaomei, homeroom teacher of Class 1, Senior 3, Hongqing 2 High School. Lu Yun's academic performance is exceptional. In the recent second mock examination, he scored 741, surpassing the second-place student in the city by 62 points. Chen Tong, technical supervisor at the Hongqiang Judicial Appraisal Center, I guarantee, by my professional career, that the testing results are flawless. Those 3 kidneys were indeed cloned. Wang Jiangwo, academician of the Academy of Sciences, I personally conducted comprehensive tests on the kidneys cloned by Lu Yun, and the results indicate they are even more perfect than healthy kidneys. How do I evaluate Lu Yun? He is a national treasure-level genius and is destined to become a leader in biotechnology. After watching the video, Su Shanha felt a wave of despair wash over him. I am merely a streamer riding the coattails of this phenomenon. If you're so incredible, why didn't you say something sooner? Why didn't you disclose this yesterday when you released the video? What a lack of conscience. However, Su Shanha had become a self-media influencer with 1 million followers for a reason. He possessed a certain flair, a resilient mindset, and a thick skin. He took a moment to compose himself, then lifted his head to perform an impressive transformation before the thousands of viewers in the chat. Everyone, don't you think this is an extraordinary occasion? Firstly, the success of renal cloning technology signifies that we need no longer worry about kidney failures. We can simply replace them. Our friends and family suffering from uremia will no longer have to wait for kidney donors. They can directly receive cloned kidneys without any risk of rejection. Countless lives can be revitalized. Secondly, our nation has produced a genius of Einstein-level caliber, just 18 years old, and he has developed such remarkable technology in merely 3 months. The future is utterly unimaginable. This must be celebrated. Let us toast to Lu Yun, to our great nation. As for my previous skepticism towards Lu Yun, it is indeed understandable. After all, who could have anticipated the emergence of such an extraordinary individual in this world? To the viewers in the live stream, if you concur with my sentiments, let us collectively extend our congratulations to Lu Yun and our nation. Moreover, let us not depart just yet. We could engage in a discussion regarding the successful cloning of kidneys. Might it be possible to clone other organs as well? Su Shanha's recent actions have left the viewers in the live stream utterly astonished, causing the comments section to explode with excitement. Wow, host, you are incredible. I truly admire individuals like you. Ha ha ha, this host is quite entertaining. The host is right. We should celebrate Lu Yun in our motherland. I owe Lu Yun an apology. I previously regarded him as a mere jester, yet I now realize that I am the true fool. Indeed, as a fellow high school student, I sought amusement in the live stream, while he is regarded as a national treasure, a genius in the eyes of esteemed academicians. At Hanqing No. 2 High School, Class 3, all students were engaged in evening self-study, except for Lu Yun. Suddenly, Wang Feng, the warrior of the back row, exclaimed with excitement, "Oh no, this is serious." Everyone, quickly open Douyin and search for Lu Yun. He is in the news again. This time, Jiang Province Satellite TV was rectifying Lu Yun's reputation, and a distinguished academician was supporting him. What a significant endorsement. With no teacher present in the classroom, the other students felt unrestrained, promptly taking out their phones to search for related videos on Douyin. Consequently, the classroom erupted with fervor. It was indeed true. Official media, university professors, and academicians were rallying to affirm Lu Yun's worth. How astonishing. Ha ha ha, public opinion on Douyin has completely reversed. Even the individual who had engaged in a heated exchange with me in the comments section yesterday has apologized. What a delightful turn of events. After my evening studies yesterday, I too defended Lu Yun on Douyin, only to be met with a barrage of insults. I had to strategically ignore them. But now I intend to retort one by one until they either apologize or delete their comments. Have you seen academician Wang's evaluation of Lu Yun? He stated that Lu Yun is destined to be a leader in the field of biotechnology. This is indeed a golden opportunity, and I must diligently hone my skills to align myself closely with Lu Yun. At that moment, our homeroom teacher, Wang Xiaomei, made a sudden entrance into the classroom. Instantly, the room fell into a profound silence. Everyone bowed their heads, picked up their pens, and feigned engagement with their assignments. However, Wang Xiaomei, with a joyful smile, remarked, "I overheard your earlier conversation and understand that you have a strong desire to speak. Therefore, I hereby grant you permission to converse freely during this class, without the need for studying, as a celebration of having such an exemplary student as Lu Yun in our class." At the Chaqing stir-fried noodles shop in the CG community of Hanqing, Lu Chaqing and Zhou Shui were diligently working. Due to Lu Chaqing's battle with uremia and his declining health, he was responsible for handling payments and clearing dishes, while Zhou Shui took on the role of chef, preparing stir-fried noodles and rice for customers. Suddenly, a delivery person waiting for their meal raised their head, scrutinizing Lu Chaqing for several moments before exclaiming in surprise, "Boss, is your son named Lu Yun?" Lu Chaqing, perplexed, inquired, "How do you know?" The delivery man exclaimed with surprise, "Indeed, boss. Your son has been featured on a Jiang province news program and has become quite popular on Douyin, even trending on the hot search list." At this point, he gave Lu Chaqing a thumbs up, saying, "I just realized that you are actually in the late stages of uremia. Yet you tirelessly manage the store every day despite your frail condition. Truly remarkable. However, your days of suffering are numbered. It is likely that you will soon undergo a kidney transplant and regain your health. Lu Changqing smiled and replied, "Thank you for your kind words." The delivery man chuckled. "It's primarily because you have such an exceptional son." Their conversation attracted the attention of others nearby. Soon, everyone learned that Lu Changqing had a brilliant son, a prodigy who, at the tender age of 18, had developed cloning kidney technology and earned the recognition of esteemed academicians. Many began to pull out their phones, opening Douyin to search for related news. The crowd around them continued to grow. "Boss, your son is truly impressive. How did you raise your son? Can you teach me? My two sons are a source of constant worry. They excel only at eating. Does your son have a girlfriend? My daughter is quite beautiful. They would make a lovely pair." Hearing the voices from the crowd, Lu Changqing and Zhou Shui couldn't contain their smiles. Reveling in the first instance of such adoration in their lives, all thanks to their remarkable son. As time passed, public opinion continued to swell. Lu Yun had completely risen to fame, and unlike the previous instance, this time it was for positive reasons. Meanwhile, in London, due to the time difference, Gregory, the editor-in-chief of Nature, had just arrived at his office. After brewing himself a cup of coffee, he opened his computer, mumbling, "My friend from across the ocean, Wang Jianguo, has specifically sent me a text mentioning that he has emailed me an important paper that he hopes I can review promptly. I wonder what kind of paper has garnered such high praise. Could it possibly be of Nobel Prize caliber?" With a strong sense of curiosity, he clicked on the email and saw the title, Self-Calibrating Gene Editing Technology. Chapter 12, a paper that shook the academic world. Self-calibration? Could it possibly possess an automatic calibration feature? Gregory found himself increasingly intrigued. The advancement of genetic technology is an undeniable trend, capable of curing diseases such as cancer, AIDS, and other terminal illnesses that traditional medical methods struggle to address, as well as genetic disorders like congenital heart disease and Down syndrome. As genetic technology evolves, it has the potential to eradicate over 90 of diseases, alleviating the fears of new parents regarding the possibility of their newborns inheriting dreadful genetic conditions. Gene editing technology, an essential tool employed by researchers to modify genes, is of paramount significance. The paper's author, Yunlu. Who was this individual? The name was unfamiliar to him. Yet the strong recommendation from Wang Jianguo suggested that this person must be a formidable figure in the realm of research. Gregory muttered to himself and continued reading. By introducing a second group of reverse transcriptase and guiding RNA, an automatic proofreading mechanism is established. What a brilliant concept! With an off-target rate of merely 0.001 and a delivery efficiency increased by 170. Gregory's eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to witnessing the form of a long-desired muse for the very first time. He had never encountered such an impeccable gene editing technology before. If the current mainstream CRISPR-Cas9 technique could be likened to using an axe for gene editing, the self-calibrating gene editing technology described in this paper resembled the precision of a sharp scalpel, a completely different era of technology. I must engage in an in-depth discussion with Yunlu. Filled with enthusiasm, Gregory took out his phone to contact Wang Jianguo. However, there was no answer. He continued to call. Still, no response. At that moment, Gregory suddenly recalled that due to time zone differences, it was already evening for Wang Jianguo, who, being of advanced age, likely retired early for the night and may have already fallen asleep. Realizing this, he opted to send Wang Jianguo a text message inquiring about Yunlu's information. Then, unable to contain his excitement, he opened a communication app and sent a message in a group filled with academic elites. "I have just finished reading a paper that left me awestruck by the self-calibrating gene editing technology it describes. I can assure you, it will soon be embraced and utilized by everyone. Its inventor is Yunlu, a person from Huaxia." Upon reading this message, the esteemed scholars in the group were invigorated, obtaining the paper from Gregory and perusing it with great care. Subsequently, they, like Gregory, were captivated by the self-calibrating gene editing technology. They began sharing it with their colleagues in the academic community. Thus, the self-calibrating gene editing technology spread rapidly through the Western academic world, with those who had read the paper eager to learn more about the enigmatic Yunlu. In Eagle Sauce, Stanford University, within a student dormitory, Zhang Jie recalled the earlier events, feeling a flush of heat across his face. This morning, while scrolling through Douyin, he stumbled upon a video featuring Lu Yun, who had developed a kidney cloning technology to save his father. He immediately posted a mocking comment. "I am a doctoral student at Stanford University, specializing in kidney cloning technology. I must assert that any biology student would recognize the utter fallacy of this video. After posting the comment, Zhang Jie dismissed the incident from his mind and resumed watching videos of beautiful women, though studying in the Eagle country allowed him access to Western TikTok. He still found the allure of domestic beauties more appealing. Unexpectedly, half an hour later, he was contacted by Su Shanhe, a Douyin influencer with millions of followers, who sought to confirm Zhang's status as a Stanford doctoral student. Su invited him to participate in a live stream to analyze Lu Yun's kidney cloning technology from a technical perspective. Zhang's imagination conjured a vivid scene, presenting himself before thousands of viewers, flaunting his Ivy League credentials, eloquently critiquing the so-called genius Lu Yun. The thought of such grandeur was exhilarating. Without hesitation, Zhang accepted the invitation, not even demanding an appearance fee. However, reality struck hard. During the live stream, he labeled Lu Yun as a mere attention seeker, declaring it impossible for anyone to develop kidney cloning technology in just 3 months, suggesting that the most plausible breakthroughs would occur in the Eagle country. Immediately after his declaration, news coverage from Jiang province vindicated Lu Yun, with even an esteemed academic backing him. In that moment, Zhang felt like a mere buffoon. To make matters worse, his friends had already learned of the debacle. It felt akin to being caught defecating in public by acquaintances. Zhang was at a loss, teetering on the verge of tears. After a lengthy pause, he regained his composure, picked up his phone, and opened Douyin to find clips of the live stream, anxious to see if anyone mocked him in the comments. To his surprise, there were no such comments. Truth be told, this fellow named Zhang Jie was indeed quite professional. His analysis was well-founded. The only issue was that Lu Yun was simply extraordinary. Who could have anticipated that Lu Yun possessed such an impeccable memory and an astonishing aptitude for research? As a freshman biology major, having studied for nearly a year, Zhang felt utterly inadequate compared to Lu Yun, who had accomplished what seemed impossible in a mere 3 months. Was he truly of the same species as Lu Yun? Sharing the same academic path left him disheartened. He decided to abandon studies for the day and indulge in Genshin Impact instead. Upon reading these comments, Zhang's anxious heart finally eased. At worst, he would be subject to his friends' teasing, but he would not face widespread ridicule online. Nevertheless, the mere mention of Lu Yun in the comments felt particularly jarring. This individual would undoubtedly be an insurmountable peak in Zhang's academic journey, a figure he would perpetually gaze up to. Contemplating this, Zhang felt a wave of dissatisfaction wash over him and resolved to avoid encountering that name in the future, lest it bring him further discomfort. At that moment, a notification chimed from the mobile phone. Upon opening it, I discovered that Professor Scott, my mentor, had shared an announcement in the group. A significant message awaits you. Just now, the journal Nature received a paper detailing an innovative gene editing technique known as self-calibrating gene editing. This paper has garnered recognition from numerous luminaries in the academic community, who unanimously advocate for the adoption of this technique, promising to elevate our productivity to unprecedented heights. Given that your research focuses on gene editing, it is imperative that you diligently read this paper. Incidentally, the author of this paper is named Yun Lu, and many wish to establish contact with him, myself included. However, all we know at present is that he is from China. Zhang Jie, as an international student from China, have you heard of this researcher named Yun Lu? Upon seeing this name, Zhang Jie felt a sudden jolt. Typically, Western names are formatted with the given name preceding the surname. Therefore, when researchers from China submit papers to foreign journals, they often follow this convention. The pinyin for Lu Yun is Lu Yun, and if arranged in the Western style, it would be Yun Lu. Goodness, if it truly is him, I shall never escape this name throughout my life. For as long as my research pertains to gene editing, I will inevitably have to utilize the self-calibrating gene editing technique developed by Lu Yun. Contemplating the possibility that Lu Yun may cast a long shadow over his future, Zhang Jie felt a wave of discontent wash over him. Nevertheless, he sent a message to his mentor, Professor Scott. I believe I have an inkling of who Yun Lu might be. Chapter 13, Special Arrangements for Lu Yun Eagle Sauce. Stanford University, Biomedical Engineering Center. Upon witnessing Zhang Jie's response, Scott's face lit up with surprise. He had not anticipated that his Chinese student was acquainted with who Yun Lu was. Rather than replying through text, he dialed Zhang Jie's number. Who is he? Which university in China is he a professor at? Do you have his contact information? If possible, I would like to pay him a visit. Zhang Jie's voice came through the phone. Professor, he is merely a high school senior. I understand it may be hard for you to believe, but it is the truth. I can send you the related videos. A high school student? Scott was momentarily taken aback, and after pondering for a moment, he said, In that case, prepare the materials and come directly to the lab. Half an hour later, Zhang Jie rushed into the lab, breathless, holding a tablet. Professor, please take a look at these two videos. The protagonist in the videos is named Lu Yun, which can be translated to Yun Lu in English. Scott nodded, directing his gaze at the screen. Soon, the videos began to play. Thanks to Zhang Jie's use of AI software to add subtitles, Scott was able to comprehend it directly. After watching, he was astonished and inquired, "If I am not mistaken, this is a news report from your official media, stating that a high school senior named Lu Yun, in order to save his father suffering from uremia, researched kidney cloning technology and succeeded in just 3 months? Is this true? Would your official media fabricate news like our CNN?" Zhang Jie clarified, "Professor, this news was released by a provincial official media outlet, with endorsements from academicians. It cannot be fake news." Upon hearing this, Scott took a deep breath, and after a moment of silence, he stated earnestly, "Yun Lu must be him. Even with 1 billion people in China, it is improbable for 2 extraordinary talents in the field of biology to emerge simultaneously. Such a genius should join Stanford, become my student, and fully harness his potential, drawing the world's attention." At this point, he looked at Zhang Jie and said, "I am prepared to extend an invitation for him to study abroad in the name of Stanford University, besides a full scholarship. What additional conditions would entice him to accept readily?" Zhang Jie was momentarily taken aback. How had the conversation suddenly shifted to inviting Lu Yun to study abroad? He began to ponder. If an invitation were extended to Lu Yun, would he accept? And if he came, would he choose to stay and not return? The thought sent a shiver down Zhang Jie's spine. Unlike some previous international students, although he had studied in Eagle's sauce, he held a greater allegiance to his homeland and intended to return to develop his career after graduation. Therefore, he was reluctant to see a talent like Lu Yun come to Eagle sauce and never return. However, he was also aware that he could not alter Professor Scott's intentions and could only choose to remain silent, refraining from expressing any opinion. After a moment of contemplation, Scott seemed to fathom Zhang Jie's thoughts and remarked with a hint of nostalgia, "In recent years, the economy of Huaxia has flourished remarkably. Most international students arriving here, like yourself, exhibit a lesser degree of admiration for the Eagle Nation compared to those of previous generations. Never mind, I shall refrain from probing further. You may return now. However, I will send you a video shortly. Please share it on your Douyin in Huaxia." Zhang Jie nodded and made his way back to his dormitory. Approximately half an hour later, Scott simultaneously released a video on both his personal and Stanford University's official Douyin accounts, publicly inviting Lu Yun to study at Stanford University. Not only would he receive a full scholarship, but Lu Yun's father would also benefit from treatment at the Mayo Clinic, with expenses covered by Stanford. Furthermore, should Lu Yun require it, Stanford would endeavor to facilitate animal experiments and clinical trials of kidney cloning technology in the Eagle Nation, allowing Lu Yun to implant a cloned kidney into his father's body at the earliest opportunity. Subsequently, Scott sent the video to Zhang Jie, requesting him to translate it and share it on Douyin, ideally obtaining Lu Yun's contact information to send it directly to him. Stanford University is a dream institution for many. Hence, the video posted by Scott on Stanford's official Douyin account immediately piqued the curiosity of numerous individuals. What merit did Lu Yun possess to receive such a public invitation from a Stanford professor, along with such generous conditions? Some were aware that there was an app called Douyin in Huaxia, a subsidiary of the parent company of Douyin, which was immensely popular there. They specifically searched for the name Lu Yun on Douyin and were left utterly bewildered. An 18-year-old high school student researching kidney cloning technology independently? Surely, I must be imagining things. I would rather believe he is an extraterrestrial. This must be fake news. How could such brilliance exist in this world? Meanwhile, Zhang Jie reluctantly shared Professor Scott's video on domestic Douyin. Given Lu Yun's current popularity, Zhang Jie's post swiftly attracted a plethora of online viewers. The comments section of the video erupted with excitement. Wow, does Professor Scott from Stanford truly pay such close attention to our domestic news? The moment the news broke, he invited Lu Yun to study at Stanford. Such rapidity is quite extraordinary. Could there be some organization monitoring our national prodigies? Studying abroad is one thing, but I fear Lu Yun might not return. Indeed, academician Wang Zhengwo has declared Lu Yun a national treasure, a future leader in the field of biotechnology. A talent of such caliber, if he studies in the Eagle Nation, will undoubtedly face various temptations, and if he does not return, it would be a significant loss for our country. Moreover, if kidney cloning technology falls into the hands of the Eagle Nation, our nation's patients seeking cloned kidneys may have to pay exorbitant prices. As I scrutinized the video, I discovered a crucial piece of information. Lu Yun had also developed a technology known as self-calibrating gene editing technology, which garnered considerable admiration from the Stanford professor. Indeed, this further attests to Lu Yun's exceptional genius, a talent that must be retained within our homeland. Lu Yun is free, should he desire to study abroad. He is entitled to pursue that path, and none possess the authority to impede his aspirations. Furthermore, Stanford University ranks higher in the global academic standings than any institution within our country, allowing Lu Yun the opportunity to fully harness his potential. As a current student in the United States, I wholeheartedly welcome Lu Yun's arrival. A genius of his caliber, once he ventures to the United States, may find it exceedingly difficult to return, so I implore him to remain. At this moment, it is already past 1 a.m, yet the comments below the video continue to proliferate with fervor. Witnessing such discourse, Zheng Jie feels overwhelmed, particularly as this video was disseminated through his own account. As time progresses, the viewership of this video escalates dramatically. By 8 a.m, the view count has surpassed 10 million, propelling it to the trending charts of Douyin. This topic has erupted into a phenomenon, with an ever-growing number of participants in the discussion, some of whom have proposed genuine solutions. I am a terminally ill patient, yet both of my kidneys are in good condition. The doctor has informed me that I may have at most 2 months left to live. When the time comes, I could donate my kidneys to Lu Yun's father. This would be my final, meaningful contribution to the world. Of course, this is contingent upon Lu Yun's need. If I am not mistaken, Lu Yun would prefer to implant a cloned kidney into his father, as cloned kidneys would not provoke rejection. To ensure Lu Yun remains in our country, his challenges must first be addressed. I have conducted some research. For Lu Yun to transplant a cloned kidney to his father, he must first conduct animal experiments, followed by clinical trials. The animal experiments necessitate an application to the Animal Management Committee under the Health Commission, while clinical trials require approval from the Drug Administration. Health Commission, Drug Administration, it is time for you to take action. Please allow the system to make way for life. Indeed, while adherence to regulations is paramount, there are instances where exceptions can be made. Lu Yun's situation warrants such an exception. If Stanford University in the United States is willing to specially recruit Lu Yun, why have our domestic universities not yet responded? Tsinghua University, Yenjing University. Surely Lu Yun meets the criteria for special recruitment? Chapter 14. A slightly arrogant statement in this day and age. Every moderately sized university and governmental department possesses its own public opinion monitoring system. Therefore, at 10 o'clock in the morning, upon receiving feedback regarding public sentiment, the undergraduate admissions leadership team at Tsinghua University convened a meeting. I had been enjoying a leisurely moment, oblivious to the unfolding drama that would draw our esteemed institution into the fray. However, the intensity of the public discourse was alarming. It not only pertained to talent loss but also implicated national interests, necessitating a prompt response. Hence, the discussion turned to whether we should extend a special recruitment offer to a student named Lu Yun. I raised my hands in agreement. To be candid, Lu Yun's knowledge in the field of biomedical sciences surpasses that of many doctoral candidates at our institution. Such talent undoubtedly meets our criteria for special recruitment. Academician Wang Jiangwo has even remarked that Lu Yun has the potential to become a leading figure in the biotechnology sector, thus I wholeheartedly support the special recruitment initiative. In terms of both character and aptitude, Lu Yun is exemplary. A talent of such caliber is certainly deserving of our attention. It appears that the consensus favors special recruitment. So arrangements were made for our staff in Jiang Province to depart immediately for Lu Yun's residence. Everyone nodded in agreement. Although Tsinghua University is not lacking in outstanding students, attracting a genius like Lu Yun is essential. Otherwise, it would not only be a loss for our institution but would also leave us vulnerable to the waves of online scrutiny. Simultaneously, other universities, such as Yin University, were responding in kind. The Health Commission and the Drug Administration also took note of the public sentiment and dispatched personnel to conduct an investigation. At 11:30 in Hongcheng, at the CG community at Lu Yun's home. Ding dong, ding dong. Hearing the knock, Lu Chaqing hurried to the door, only to find 2 unfamiliar middle-aged men standing before him. Before Lu Chaqing could utter a word, the leading man, beaming with a smile, spoke. Mr. Lu, good day. I am Su Bo from the Tsinghua University admissions office, and we would like to discuss the special recruitment of your son, Lu Yun. Upon hearing this, Lu Changqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was Tsinghua University, one of the most prestigious institutions in the country, the ultimate dream for countless students and parents alike. Anyone mentioning, "My son is from Tsinghua," would undoubtedly receive envious glances. Now, Tsinghua was proactively seeking to recruit his son. "Please, come in. Lu Yun is still asleep. I shall wake him." Lu Changqing warmly welcomed the two staff members into the living room and hurried to his son's room, joyfully exclaiming, "Son, the staff from Tsinghua University has arrived, and they wish to offer you a special recruitment opportunity." "Got it," Lu Yun replied, rubbing his eyes. Having spent the previous night writing a paper and dealing with various matters, he had gone almost 30 hours without sleep. Even though he had gone to bed by 11 the night before, he was still asleep at this hour. After getting up, changing clothes, and washing up, Lu Yun entered the living room 5 minutes later, only to discover that there were now several unfamiliar faces present. In addition to the admissions offices of Qing University and Yin University, there were also curious onlookers. Upon seeing Lu Yun, everyone wore cheerful smiles. However, in an inadvertent moment, the eyes of the admissions representatives from the two prestigious universities met, and they simultaneously took a step forward. Yet, ultimately, Su Bo from Qing University proved to be more skilled. He swiftly positioned himself in front of Lu Long from Yin University. "How despicable!" Lu Long silently scoffed. At that moment, Su Bo began to speak. "Lu Yun, Qing University warmly welcomes your potential enrollment and is prepared to tailor a personalized training program for you. Upon your admission, you will have an academician as your mentor, and you can arrange your schedule flexibly. Should you have a research project, it will be promptly reviewed. And upon approval, you can access the university facilities free of charge. The results of your research will belong solely to you. In essence, your talents can be fully realized." Hearing this, Lu Long became anxious and, disregarding politeness, interjected, "We at Yin University can offer all of the above conditions as well. Additionally, we will mobilize university resources to assist you in advancing the experimental approval of renal cloning technology. Moreover, we can provide a substantial scholarship and arrange accommodation for your parents near Yin University. If they wish to work, we can facilitate that as well." My goodness. Is this how Qing University and Yin University recruit students? The onlookers began to question their own lives. The once unattainable universities appeared to lower themselves to such a degree. Is this the treatment afforded to a genius? However, upon hearing the conditions proposed by the two admissions officers, Lu Yun felt little interest. Before obtaining the system, either Qing University or Yin University would have significantly impacted his future. But now, the choice of university bore almost no weight on his life. He still intended to attend university, solely to experience campus life and enrich the tapestry of his existence, while also marking the conclusion of his 12 years of arduous study. Whether it be Qing University or Yin University mattered little to him. After some contemplation, Lu Yun said, "Thank you, teachers. But I am currently undecided on which university to attend. Let's discuss this after the college entrance examination." Hearing this, Su Bo's expression shifted slightly. "Lu Yun, have you perhaps decided to go to Stanford?" "Stanford?" Lu Yun, unaware of the online discussions, felt bewildered but quickly clarified, "I have never considered studying abroad. I just haven't decided which university to apply to." "Very well." Seeing Lu Yun's resolute stance, Su Bo and Lu Long could only take their leave, but before departing, they exchanged contact information, assuring him that their offers remained valid and he could reach out at any time. The curious onlookers also left in confusion, pondering what university Lu Yun intended to apply to if not Stanford, Qing University, or Yin University. However, they were indifferent. They had merely come to witness the spectacle. After leaving Lu Yun's residence, they swiftly shared their observations on platforms such as Douyin and Xiaohongshu, generating quite a stir. Meanwhile, Lu Yun had already retrieved his phone, eager to explore the discussions surrounding him on Douyin, only to discover that the most popular video featured a professor from Stanford extending an invitation to him from afar. It is no wonder that the admissions officer from Tsinghua University presumed I would be heading to Stanford. Lu Yun, suddenly enlightened, clicked on one of the videos and discovered a vibrant comment section filled with individuals expressing their apprehensions about opting for studying abroad in the United States, fearing they might leave and never return. To prevent such outcomes, some netizens took action. There were calls for the Health Committee and the Drug Administration to expedite matters, enabling Lu Yun to promptly donate a cloned kidney to his father. Others urged prestigious institutions like Tsinghua and Yinbian University to extend special admissions to Lu Yun. Even some terminally ill patients expressed their willingness to donate their kidneys to Lu Yun's father, deeming it a meaningful final act for their country. I had never contemplated studying abroad, and witnessing such overwhelming support from you all has rendered that even more improbable. Moved by these touching comments, Lu Yun contemplated and subsequently posted a video on Douyin, featuring his photograph accompanied by the text, "Thank you all for your concern and assistance. I assure you, I will never study in the United States nor change my nationality." To make a rather audacious statement, the professors at those American universities lack the capability to guide my research endeavors, including Professor Scott, who extended the invitation. I once read one of his papers, and to be frank, it was quite mediocre, containing 2 errors. Typically, Lu Yun is quite humble and seldom expresses such offensive remarks. However, the actions of Stanford's Professor Scott had placed him in an uncomfortable position, which, coupled with his disdain for the United States, prompted these words. Chapter 15. Such a prodigy as Lu Yun deserves special treatment. Following the release of the video, Lu Yun dialed Li Manny's number. "Sister Manny, I just posted a video as a response to the concerns expressed by netizens. Could you please help share it and inform everyone that the account belongs to me?" Of course, Li Manny readily agreed, opening Douyin and promptly sharing Lu Yun's video, also informing her followers that the creator of the video was indeed Lu Yun himself. At that moment, her account, Manny Loves to Talk, boasted over 3 million followers. The video was instantly seen by countless netizens, who hurried to Lu Yun's Douyin account. Consequently, the number of followers on Lu Yun's account surged at a breathtaking pace. 100, 1,000, 300,000. The comments beneath his sole video skyrocketed as well. Haha. So arrogant, but I love it. Oh my god, this is hilarious. Professor Scott extended an invitation to Lu Yun, only for Lu Yun to point out 2 errors in Professor Scott's paper. That's just too funny. Let me translate for Lu Yun. What he means is that those university professors in the Eagle Nation have less understanding of biotechnology than he does. Although it seems rather pretentious and arrogant, it is, in fact, the truth. Initially, I thought Lu Yun was merely a genius in scientific research, but it appears he is also a master in the realm of bravado. Regardless, I am quite pleased that you chose not to study abroad in the Eagle Nation. That is the mark of a truly respectable genius, unlike the once renowned talent, Shi, who openly declared that while China nurtured him, he opted for the Eagle Nation. To the individual above, I support you. I cannot abide those so-called geniuses who grew up in China but chose to remain in the Eagle Nation after graduation. Even if their talents are extraordinary, they have no bearing on us. Our nation's advancement to its current heights is not attributable to them. Meanwhile, in the capital city, within a speeding car, academician Wang Jiangwo was filled with concern. He had been happily busy in the laboratory when one of his doctoral students suddenly informed him of a major news story regarding Lu Yun that had just emerged online. In the early hours of today, Professor Scott from Stanford University, in the name of the university, extended an invitation to Lu Yun to study abroad, offering exceedingly generous terms. Not only would there be a full scholarship, but he also proposed to send Lu Yun's father to the best hospital in the Eagle Nation for treatment. Furthermore, Stanford University would mobilize its resources to assist Lu Yun in advancing kidney cloning technology for experimentation in the Eagle Nation, ensuring Lu Yun's father could receive a transplanted cloned kidney as soon as possible. Upon learning of this development, Wang Jiangwo became restless. Although Lu Yun had previously confided in him that he had no intention of studying abroad, Lu Yun was also a devoted son. To save his critically ill father, he had even been willing to risk legal repercussions by contacting organ black market intermediaries. Thus, it was entirely plausible that Lu Yun might consider traveling to the Eagle Nation to save his father. What if he went, and like certain prodigies, became a citizen of the Eagle Nation? Or even if he wished to return, he might never be able to do so. The loss to the nation is indeed monumental. Lu Yun is no ordinary genius. He is destined to become a leading figure in the field of biotechnology. Wang Jiangwo, unwilling to witness such a regrettable situation unfold, resolved to take action. He decided to visit the Huaxiao Academy of Sciences University to seek out familiar academicians, urging the Health Commission and the Drug Administration to pay heed to public opinion and to treat Lu Yun's case with special consideration. This marked the first occasion in his life that he undertook such an endeavor, yet he felt it was worthwhile. At that moment, a doctoral student seated to his right suddenly handed over his mobile phone, exclaiming, "Professor, Lu Yun has just released a video in response to Professor Scott from Stanford University." He outright declined the invitation, stating that Scott's level is quite mediocre and that other professors from Eagle University lack the capability to guide his research path. What? Wang Jiangwo's eyes lit up as he quickly took the phone and watched the video in its entirety, breaking into a joyful smile. Truly, this is the genius I have faith in. Not only does he possess exceptional talent, but he also harbors a fervent patriotic spirit. Professor, should we still go to the Academy of Sciences University? Indeed, we must go. With Lu Yun making such a decision, we should extend our assistance to alleviate his difficulties. Furthermore, only by resolving this matter can Lu Yun truly focus on his research. To be honest, I am eagerly anticipating his next research project. It could very well lead to a groundbreaking technology. A short while later, the vehicle arrived at the Academy of Sciences University. Wang Jiangwo navigated with familiarity to an office. Old Wang, what brings you here? Spoke an elderly gentleman with graying hair, known as Lin Yi, an academician specializing in nanomaterials. Old Lin, have you heard about Lu Yun in recent days? Wang Jiangwo inquired. Who is Lu Yun? Lin Yi, nearing 70, had devoted his life solely to the research of nanomaterials. Lacking the energy to engage with other matters, he did not go online, watch television, or even spend much time with family. In his words, the world is currently tumultuous. Although the risk of military conflict is minimal, the realms of trade and technology are fiercely competitive. While he could not assist in trade matters, he still had a role to play in technology. This is an extraordinary genius. Speaking of Lu Yun, Wang Jiangwo's eyes sparkled. At just 18, he had developed kidney cloning technology and next-generation gene editing techniques. It is no exaggeration to say that his talent in the biological field is comparable to Einstein's in physics. Should such a talent remain in the country, he would undoubtedly emerge as a leader in the biotechnology sector. The cloning of organs such as the heart and lungs should be just around the corner. Moreover, the cure for cancer and genetic evolution could very well become a reality under his guidance. Upon hearing Wang Jiangwo's words, Lin Yi was left speechless. When did such an extraordinary genius emerge in the country? Is old Wang shamelessly extolling him? After contemplating, he looked at Wang Jiangwo with a peculiar expression. Old Wang, this genius named Lu Yun, wouldn't he happen to be your student? Would he? Did you come here specifically to flaunt? Wang Jiangwo asked, bemused. Am I truly that kind of person? Yes, you are. You often behaved this way in the past. All right, I concede. However, as you mentioned, that was in the past. Wang Jiangwo continued. I came this time to seek your assistance for Lu Yun. I must tell you, his father is in the terminal stage of uremia. As Wang Jiangwo elaborated on the situation, Lin Ye's expression turned grave. He stated solemnly, a genius of Einstein's caliber should not be burdened by such matters. He ought to devote his energies to scientific research. The world is undergoing a reshuffle, with great powers vying for supremacy, and technology is an exceedingly vital element. He could potentially make significant contributions, akin to what DeepSeek achieved earlier this year. At this juncture, he looked at Wang Jiangwo and added, you should seek out other academicians to join you in voicing support. I shall accompany you, as I have been working at the Academy of Sciences University and know more people than you do. Thus, the two exited the office together. Before long, one academician after another agreed to lend their names in solidarity, setting aside his brilliance. The very fact that Lu Yun willingly risked incarceration to connect with organ black market intermediaries for the sake of saving his father deserves my support. Such compassionate and loyal youth are increasingly rare. How could such a thing be permitted? A talent of his caliber should focus solely on research. I recall seeing the news and thinking that we can now clone kidneys. In the future, it will surely be possible to clone hearts, lungs, and other organs. If one day we can clone all organs except the brain, the human lifespan could be extended by at least a decade. Therefore, I am resolutely committed to assisting Lu Yun, as I eagerly await his continued research. The pharmaceutical industry is vast, and Lu Yun is a genius with the potential to reshape its landscape. He deserves special treatment. In my view, we not only need to help Lu Yun navigate the approval process for kidney cloning technology experiments, but also ensure his personal safety. Such a genius must not encounter any misfortune. I have connections at Xia Hospital and can arrange for Lu Yun's father to receive treatment there. I can likely coordinate the sourcing of a kidney as well. I will make a call shortly to discuss this matter. Wang Jiangwo was taken aback by how unexpectedly smooth the process was. Even though these academicians had no personal connections with Lu Yun and would gain nothing from standing up for him, they all readily agreed. Chapter 16. Well, I am unworthy. I am not as capable as Lu Yun. It was 7:30 in the evening at Li Mani's home in Longjing Garden, Hongqing. Lu Yun and Jiang Hai had arrived in the afternoon to assist Li Mani in gathering and analyzing public opinion regarding Lu Yun online. And they discovered that the situation was improving significantly. There were no longer any doubts about the authenticity of this technology. At most, Some critics expressed their skepticism, stating that despite esteemed academicians personally testing the performance metrics of the cloned kidney, one could not deem the technology a success until animal and human clinical trials were conducted. They lamented the potential for various adverse effects post-transplantation of the cloned kidney. Observing the computer screen, Li Manny remarked, "Since the official media and academician Wang made their statements last night, the outlook has brightened considerably." Today at noon, Liu Yun's response to the Stanford professor further ignited public discourse, with calls for the Health Committee and Drug Administration to expedite matters soaring by 57. According to my analysis, this surge is likely due to Liu Yun's firm declaration that he would not pursue studies abroad nor change his nationality, which has garnered him considerable goodwill from those who were previously indifferent to the matter. Jiang Hai interjected, "This is certainly true. Over the past few decades, many domestic prodigies have opted to study abroad and serve foreign interests, developing weapons that ultimately become tools against our nation. There is considerable resentment towards such talents. Even my alma mater has faced criticism because of this." Upon hearing Liu Yun's remarks, people instinctively compare him to these prodigies and feel a sense of affinity towards him. Li Manny nodded in agreement. Indeed, the country has invested so much effort in nurturing talent, only for them to serve foreign interests. How could people not be outraged? This anger has found some release upon discovering Liu Yun's statements, leading to a recognition of him and a willingness to voice support, significantly bolstering our public pressure campaign. However, the Health Committee and Drug Administration remained unresponsive. I believe the public pressure has not yet reached its full potential, and thus I wish to create a new video to further ignite public sentiment. Li Yun immediately became intrigued. "What new idea do you have?" Li Manny elaborated. "I have conceived a video that is highly capable of stirring the audience's emotions." The video unfolds like this. As Liu Yun listened to Li Manny's concept, the efforts made by academician Wang Jiangwo to assist Liu Yun began to yield results. In another part of Hongqing, at the Chongqing fried noodle shop in the Four Seasons community, business had significantly improved since the news aired on Jiang Province satellite TV. Liu Chongqing and Zhou Shui were busily attending to customers. Ding ding ding. The phone rang. Liu Chongqing accepted a 50 yuan note from a customer, provided 40 yuan in change, and then picked up his phone. "Hello, this is Beijing Concord Hospital. May I speak with Mr. Liu Chongqing? This is Liu Chongqing. How may I assist you? We have received a request from academician Su Aimin to arrange a hospital room and medical team for you. If you require assistance, please feel free to come directly. Moreover, should you require a kidney source, we will endeavor to coordinate and arrange the kidney transplant surgery for you." This. You are not attempting to deceive me, are you? I am unfamiliar with academician Su Aimin. Liu Chongqing was somewhat bewildered. The capital's Peking Union Medical College Hospital is one of the finest institutions in the country. After being afflicted with uremia, he had aspired to seek treatment there. But upon hearing from fellow patients that securing an appointment was exceedingly difficult, he refrained from going. Now, to receive a call from someone claiming to have been entrusted by an individual named Su Aimin, assuring him that everything was arranged, including the coordination of a kidney source, was beyond his wildest dreams. "Mr. Liu, I assure you, this is not a scam. The number from which you received the call is our hospital's official number, verifiable online. You may visit Peking Union Medical College Hospital in person to ascertain the truth. As for academician Su Aimin, he has also been entrusted by someone, likely related to your son, Liu Yun." Upon hearing this, Liu Chongqing finally believed and promptly replied, "Thank you. I will discuss this with my son and provide you with a response." "Very well. Should you have any inquiries, do not hesitate to reach out to us." With that, the call ended. Liu Chongqing trembled with excitement. He had lived a life of mediocrity. Yet he had a son to be proud of, one who was not only filial, but also capable. While ordinary individuals found it challenging to secure an appointment at the capital's Peking Union Medical College Hospital, a kidney source that he had waited 3 years for could be resolved simply through his son's connections. Meanwhile, at Stanford University, in a student dormitory, Zhang Jie was scrolling through Douyin. He dared not visit the laboratory today, as Liu Yun's video had been disseminated widely, and it would undoubtedly infuriate Professor Scott. If he were to go to the lab today, Scott might unleash his wrath upon him. Suddenly, a video he stumbled upon captured Zhang Jie's attention. The individual at the beginning was academician Wang Jiangwo, who was speaking in support of Liu Yun. The video continued to play. Academician Wang Jiangwo stated directly, "I am academician Wang Jiangwo from the Academy of Sciences. and I hereby earnestly call for the establishment of an emergency green channel to expedite the approval process for animal experiments and clinical trials of Lu Yun's kidney cloning technology. The scene shifted to reveal an elderly gentleman with graying hair, who solemnly declared, "I am academician Lin Yi. If delays in procedures lead to the death of a patient, it is a disgrace to science. Lu Yun's father's life expectancy is less than a year. Therefore, I earnestly call for the establishment of an emergency green channel." The video transitioned once more to yet another esteemed academician making a similar appeal. Zheng Jie was left in a state of shock. Although the statements made by these distinguished academicians were straightforward, merely calling for action, one must never underestimate the weight that a domestic academician carries. They wield significant influence within their fields, with their words and actions capable of reshaping entire industries, and they have nurtured countless students, many of whom now serve as professors at esteemed universities, each mentoring their own students. There exists a term known as academic hegemony, which encapsulates the relationship between esteemed academicians and their protégés. An ordinary university student, if favored and supported by an academician, can soar to great heights, navigating a prosperous path and emerging as a success in the eyes of many. However, it is astonishing to witness numerous academicians actively endorsing Lu Yun. Zheng Jie felt a pang of envy, his eyes reddening with longing. Why is it not I who enjoys such privileged treatment? Yet, in the next moment, he sighed in resignation. Very well, I admit my unworthiness. I lack the innate talent of Lu Yun. Zheng Jie acknowledged the disparity in talent. He merely hadn't anticipated that Lu Yun could garner such substantial support from distinguished academicians solely based on his abilities. Simultaneously, Su Shanha, the first Douyin influencer to critique Lu Yun's cloning research for the purpose of saving his father, stumbled upon this video and was struck by inspiration, promptly initiating a live stream. Soon, hundreds of viewers flooded into the chat room. "Host, have you uncovered another matter worthy of critique? Hurry and entertain us." Haha. Recalling your face-changing stunt from yesterday's stream brings a smile. You are indeed a talent. The host was, without a doubt, a person of remarkable skill. In one moment, he vehemently criticized Lu Yun for seeking public attention, claiming that the assertion of developing kidney cloning technology in 3 months was a fabrication. In the next moment, upon witnessing the official media and esteemed academicians rallying behind Lu Yun, he swiftly shifted to congratulating him, his transformation more rapid than the turning of a page. This illustrates that the host's continued success is not without merit. To thrive as a streamer requires both audacity and quick wits. Su Shanha glanced at the barrage of comments, feigning ignorance, and excitedly proclaimed, "Dear viewers, I just came across an astonishing video. 15 eminent academicians have jointly called for the establishment of an emergency green channel to expedite the approval of animal experiments and clinical trials for Lu Yun's kidney cloning technology." 15 academicians, my friends. Do you comprehend the magnitude of this? Many universities do not even have a single academician, and countless individuals go their entire lives without encountering one. The formulation of numerous national policies often relies on the counsel of academicians. Now, Lu Yun has garnered the recognition and assistance of so many esteemed figures. This is beyond description. The fervent appeal from such a multitude of academicians undoubtedly carries weight, prompting me to ponder, alongside these esteemed individuals, let us support Lu Yun. No. He should be referred to as God Lu. Those in agreement, please show your support with a like. Together we shall aid God Lu. After all, his recent statements resonate with us. For a genius should, like him, collaborate in nation-building rather than seek to construct elsewhere. Upon hearing Su Shanha's words, the chat room erupted with excitement. Well, it's no wonder you are a prominent streamer. Your ability to engage and your audacity are remarkably impressive. Haha. Although I recognize your motives are to ride the coattails of Lu Yun's fame, I concur with your sentiments. We ought to support Lu Yun. I, too, have come across that video, and I felt a shiver run down my spine. Lu Yun is truly remarkable, devoid of any background. He has managed to enlist the assistance of numerous esteemed academicians solely through his own capabilities. It seems to me that the Health Commission and the Drug Administration are poised to release an announcement imminently. Meanwhile, after Li Manny had elaborated on her concept, she opened her computer to prepare the production of a video entitled He Saved the World, yet could not save his closest ones. With Lu Yun and Jiang Hai temporarily at leisure, they began to scroll through Douyin, observing the latest public discourse. Before long, Lu Yun stumbled upon the video featuring academician Wang Jiangwo. Chapter 17. Revolutionizing the World with Technology. Oh my. Jiang Hai was captivated by the voice of his mentor emanating from his phone, and he curiously leaned in closer, only to witness a remarkable scene where his mentor spearheaded a declaration alongside 15 esteemed academicians in support of Lu Yun. Instantly, he was overwhelmed with astonishment. As a professor at Hongqing University, he was acutely aware of the significance of these academicians. Each one was a national treasure, akin to the highest elders of a cultivational sect. The fact that 15 academicians were rallying behind Lu Yun was simply beyond description. It's settled. I can assure you that the Health Commission and the Drug Administration will promptly issue an announcement, indicating that the approval process for animal experiments and clinical trials regarding kidney cloning technology will be expedited. Jiang Hai remarked to Lu Yun, I don't think there is any need for me to produce that video now. Li Manny nodded in agreement. Lu Yun was equally taken aback by the extent of assistance he received from academician Wang Jiangwo. They had only met once and had no vested interests, yet. Academician Wang had initially endorsed his kidney cloning technology and was now leading a coalition of 15 academicians to voice their support for him. I'll give academician Wang a call, Lu Yun stated, moving towards the window to dial Wang's number. As soon as the call connected, he spoke directly, Academician Wang. Thank you. If there is anything you need me to do in the future, please don't hesitate to let me know. Soon. Wang's voice resonated through the phone. Lu Yun, you needn't overthink this. My support, along with that of the other academicians, is not driven by personal gain. When we first embarked on our research endeavors, the gap between our country and the West was insurmountable, leaving us in a state of despair. However, we had no choice. Our nation needed to develop, and we had to advance in technology, relentlessly pushing forward despite the challenges. Ultimately, the results have been favorable, laying a foundation for your generation so that you no longer have to seek hope in despair as we once did. Yet, we of this generation have grown old, and our capacity to contribute is limited. We find ourselves at a pivotal moment in the contest of great powers, with fierce competition in technology. The recent fervor surrounding lithography machines, chips, AI models, and biotechnology represents the battleground of technological rivalry. We are unable to exert much influence, and what we most desire is to see someone inherit our legacy and further the development of our nation as technology. Realizing he had spoken at length, Academician Wang quickly apologized. Forgive me. In my old age, I tend to ramble. In any case, if there is indeed something I would like you to do, it is to remain in the country and engage in research. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun smiled and replied, Actually, my future plans have always aligned with that. This was indeed the truth. When he acquired the research assistance system, he had envisioned first researching kidney cloning to restore his father's health, then continuing his studies, exploring avenues such as the cloning of other organs, genetic evolution, and biological intelligence. If feasible, he aspired to enable humanity to master electromagnetic forces and thrive in the cosmos as superhumans. This is not a mere fantasy. Electric eels can generate electricity, and tardigrades can survive in space for over 10 days. Through genetic modification, humanity too has the potential to master these extraordinary abilities. Furthermore, one can delve into materials science, employing the unparalleled command over one's body to manipulate atoms and synthesize various novel materials. The fruits of such research would not only bring personal gain but also contribute, albeit modestly, to one's homeland. As for other nations, well, Academician Wang Jiangwo, upon hearing this, erupted into joyous laughter. With your innate talent in biotechnology, it is only a matter of time before you become a global leader in this field. I eagerly anticipate that day's arrival. Lu Yun nodded in agreement, pondering that this endeavor was not particularly daunting. Possessing absolute control over his body allows him to observe and modify it at the atomic level. Thus, any research in biotechnology would come effortlessly. After a brief exchange, Lu Yun ended the call and returned to the living room. Li Manny was engrossed in Douyin, and upon seeing Lu Yun, she exclaimed with excitement, The collective voice of 15 academicians has created a tremendous impact. The calls for the Health Commission and the Drug Administration to act swiftly are escalating rapidly. As Jiang Hai mentioned, success seems almost assured. Since we haven't had dinner yet, why not find a restaurant and celebrate? What do you think? Both Lu Yun and Jiang Hai nodded in agreement. After 3 continuous busy days, a celebration was indeed in order. Consequently, Li Manny chose an upscale restaurant nearby and drove Lu Yun and Jiang Hai there. Half an hour later, inside the restaurant, she raised her glass, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Cheers. In just 3 days, my Douyin account has gained nearly 2 million followers. And I've befriended a talent like Lu Yun. This is simply incredible. Cheers. Jiang hid down his glass of red wine. Although it seemed on the surface that he had gained nothing, he had firmly attached himself to Lu Yun's promising future. What was there to worry about? Cheers. Lu Yun also raised his beer-filled glass, elated at the prospect of soon conducting animal trials for kidney cloning technology, followed by the initial clinical trials. At that point, his father would become a volunteer recipient for the cloned kidney transplant. However, the commencement of animal trials hinged on his ability to pledge the patent rights for his self-calibrating gene editing technology to secure adequate funding. At that moment, Lu Yun caught the attention of certain investors. Pfizer, one of the largest pharmaceutical companies in the world, renowned for its development of Viagra, initially intended for heart disease treatment, was now on the radar. In an office, Pfizer's CEO, Ethan, was conversing with Su Jingming, the president of Pfizer China. Mr. Ethan, we have encountered a super genius in China, Su remarked. At only 18 years old, he has developed kidney cloning technology and successfully cloned 3 kidneys using his father's skin cells. Ethan was taken aback. Really? Today is not April Fool's Day, is it? Su Jingming promptly retrieved his tablet, locating the already translated video of Jiang Province's news report on Lu Yun, and directed the camera towards it, playing the footage for Ethan. Initially stunned, Ethan's expression soon transformed into one of exhilaration as he seemingly grasped an idea. Once the video concluded, he eagerly exclaimed, "Are you suggesting that we, at Pfizer, acquire the kidney cloning technology from that 18-year-old high school student?" Su Jingming affirmed, "Indeed, an esteemed academic from our nation." Academician Wang Jiangwo personally conducted assessments on the cloned kidneys, revealing that their performance surpasses that of healthy kidneys. This indicates that Lu Yun possesses a mature technology. With the arrangement of animal experiments and clinical trials, we could swiftly transition into the commercialization phase. According to a prior investigation I commissioned, there are approximately 1.3 million end-stage renal disease patients in our country, with an annual increase of 150,000, all of whom require kidney transplants. If we price each kidney at 500,000 yuan, given that an individual only needs 1 kidney to sustain a normal life, we can calculate the market size at 650 billion yuan, with an additional market demand of 75 billion yuan each year due to new patients. This estimation only considers the domestic market. If we expand globally, the number of patients in need of kidney transplants could reach 10 million, with an annual influx of 1.6 million. As Su Jingming spoke, his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Acquiring the technology from Lu Yun would substantially boost the company's performance and his own bonuses. He regarded the pricing of 500,000 yuan per kidney as exceedingly generous, believing that anyone unable to afford this amount should not even consider kidney cloning. Ethan, equally animated, responded with fervor, "No matter the cost, we must secure this technology. Furthermore, if the opportunity arises, we must recruit this prodigious talent to Pfizer." With unwavering confidence, Su Jingming declared, "Rest assured, I will accomplish this task." Although Lu Yun is a genius in the field of biotechnology, he is merely 18 years old, hailing from an ordinary background and lacking exposure to the world. Such a young individual is easily manageable. Most crucially, I have identified a significant vulnerability in Lu Yun. Now a public figure, every move he makes is scrutinized, leaving him unable to arrange a kidney transplant for his father through organ black market intermediaries like manhwa. Instead, he must proceed step by step with animal experiments and clinical trials for the kidney cloning technology. Both of these endeavors require substantial funding, starting at a minimum of 10 million yuan. Yet, even if Lu Yun were to sell his family's home, he would struggle to raise even 1 million. Chapter 18. Finding Lu Yun, Acquiring Kidney Cloning Technology. Meanwhile, in Huaxia, at Pujiang Pharmaceutical, a publicly listed company with a market capitalization exceeding 5 billion, primarily engaged in the production of generics. Chairman Qin Xiang, a doctoral returnee in his 40s, remained dissatisfied with the current state of affairs and aspired to guide the company towards a transformation, venturing into the more lucrative realm of gene therapy. This morning, he stumbled upon news on Douyin regarding Lu Yun's groundbreaking kidney cloning technology, which sparked his interest. He promptly instructed his secretary, Chen Tingting, to gather relevant information. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. "Come in," Qin Jiang casually remarked. Secretary Chen Tingting entered, presenting a tablet to him. "Mr. Qin, all the pertinent information is contained within. It has now been confirmed that the kidney cloning technology is genuine and has matured. With the arrangement of animal experiments and clinical trials, it can soon enter the market. As for Lu Yun, Although he is a genius, his parents are ordinary individuals who make a living managing a fast food establishment named Evergreen Fried Noodles, earning a modest income. His relatives are similarly unremarkable, with the most successful among them merely a departmental cadre. The recent media frenzy was orchestrated by Lu Yun in collaboration with two others, Jiang Hai, a professor at Hongqing University, and Li Manny, a Douyin influencer. Their aim was to expedite the clinical trials for the kidney cloning technology, ultimately to facilitate a transplant of a cloned kidney for Lu Yun's father, whose life expectancy is now under a year. The situation is becoming increasingly evident. Lu Yun is desperate to save his father but lacks the necessary funds for the animal experiments and clinical trials. His only option is to mortgage or sell the kidney cloning technology. Xinjiang chuckled, "Haha, this is our opportunity. Prepare yourself. We shall depart immediately and seek out Lu Yun first thing tomorrow morning to acquire the kidney cloning technology." As he pondered, he stroked his chin. After all, Lu Yun is merely an 18-year-old youth, inexperienced and eager to save his father. He should be quite amenable to persuasion. We can assure him that once we acquire the technology, we will fully support the animal experiments and clinical trials, guaranteeing that his father will receive the cloned kidney transplant as swiftly as possible. Our only concern lies with our competitors, who have undoubtedly sensed the scent of profit as well. Coincidentally, apart from Pfizer and Pujiang Pharmaceutical, numerous other pharmaceutical enterprises and investment firms have recognized the potential of kidney cloning technology. After conducting preliminary investigations, they are all convinced that Lu Yun is currently in need of funds, leaving him with no choice but to mortgage or sell the technology. Consequently, they are all eager to acquire this technology from Lu Yun. If they could also recruit him, that would be an added bonus, as Lu Yun's scientific prowess has already been validated. Unbeknownst to Lu Yun, after dining at a restaurant, he took a ride home in Li Manny's vehicle. Naturally, since Li Manny had also consumed alcohol, a designated driver was at the wheel. Soon, the car arrived at the Four Seasons community. "See you tomorrow." Lu Yun waved goodbye to Li Manny, then opened the door and stepped out, making his way home. "See you tomorrow." As Li Manny, slightly intoxicated, watched Lu Yun's retreating figure, a flicker of desire ignited in her beautiful eyes, conjuring up inappropriate images in her mind. She quickly scoffed at herself, cursing under her breath. How absurd it was for a woman in her 30s to entertain thoughts of a boy just 18. Yet, Lu Yun was undeniably captivating, boasting not only a face as handsome as the peak of Baigu, but also remarkable talent and the inevitable prospect of becoming a billionaire. What woman could remain unmoved in the presence of such a man? If only I were 10 years younger. Li Manny sighed wistfully. "Ma'am, where to next?" Suddenly, the voice of the designated driver interrupted her reverie. "Lanqing Garden Community," she replied coldly. "Understood." The driver responded, feeling somewhat exasperated. Just moments ago, she had spoken to the handsome young man with such warmth, yet now she emanated an air of aloofness towards him. This superficial world, seemingly so unkind to those of us deemed less attractive, was indeed frustrating. Meanwhile, Lu Yun returned home, surprised to find his parents in the living room. "Is the shop closed today?" he inquired with curiosity. 2 days prior, upon his release from the detention center, he had informed them that they would no longer struggle financially and suggested closing the Chongqing fried noodle shop to enjoy life. However, his parents had refused, expressing their attachment to the shop after 2 decades of operation and their reluctance to rely on their son. "We did operate today, but we closed early at 8. Lu Chongqing said cheerfully. "Didn't you ask academician Su Aimin to help arrange my treatment at Peking Union Medical College Hospital? They called me at 7:30, saying they had prepared a ward and medical team for me, and that they could assist in coordinating a kidney source if necessary." Hearing this news, both he and his wife were delighted, prompting their early return. "Academician Su Aimin? Peking Union Medical College Hospital?" Lu Yun paused for a moment, then quickly recalled that one of the 15 esteemed academicians who had voiced support for him that evening was indeed named Su Aimin. He thought to himself, "I actually did not seek academician Su Aimin's assistance, but that is of no consequence. I shall repay this favor in the future." Turning to his father, he continued, "Since the hospital has already made arrangements, let us go together tomorrow for the treatment. It would be safer to be hospitalized there. As for the kidney source they arranged, we shall politely decline. My plan to apply public pressure is progressing smoothly, and I should soon be able to arrange for a kidney transplant using a cloned organ that perfectly matches your DNA, ensuring no rejection post-surgery. This is indeed the most suitable option." Lu Chongqing nodded in agreement. "I think so too." Thus, The family deliberated and ultimately decided to depart for Peking Union Medical College Hospital the following afternoon, as Lu Cha-ching is set to be hospitalized tomorrow. Zhou Shui will accompany him at the hospital, and it is anticipated that they will not return for quite some time. The two promptly gathered mops, cloths, and other cleaning supplies to ensure their home was immaculate. Meanwhile, Lu Yun retreated to his room and flung himself onto the bed with a heavy sigh. His father could finally receive treatment at Peking Union Medical College Hospital, and it was expected that the Health Committee and the Drug Administration would soon issue an announcement. Contemplating this, Lu Yun felt as though the weight of the world had lifted from his shoulders. He then took out his phone and opened WeChat. Over the past few days, many had sent him messages, but he had been preoccupied with orchestrating a public pressure campaign and had yet to respond. Now was the time to address these messages, particularly those from individuals who had expressed concern for him. He felt compelled to extend his gratitude to each of them. Chapter 19. Establishing an emergency green channel for Lu Yun at Hongqing No. 2 Middle School. The beleaguered third-year students had just finished their evening self-study session. Apart from a few excessively competitive individuals, the rest trudged wearily out of the classroom, some heading to the school dormitories while others returned home. Wang Feng, a day student, was walking home with a friend from the same neighborhood. "Wow, Lu Yun is truly remarkable," Wang Feng exclaimed, pulling out his phone and opening Douyin upon seeing a video featuring 15 academicians collectively voicing their support for Lu Yun. His friend leaned over to catch a glimpse of the video and nodded in agreement. "Indeed, that's impressive. Last year, during a family trip, we faced a flight delay while transiting in Shenzhen due to nearby military exercises, which meant our plane would not take off for another 5 hours. However, do you know what happened next? An academician on our flight had urgent matters to attend to and could not afford any delays. Once the airport authorities were informed of this, they promptly relayed the information to the military responsible for the exercises, and our flight was allowed to take off as scheduled. Everyone on board was astonished. It turned out that the influence of an academician was substantial, and that was just one academician. Now, with 15 prestigious academicians supporting Lu Yun. It's simply astounding." At this point, his friend's eyes lit up as he turned to Wang Feng. "You're in the same class as Lu Yun and used to have a decent rapport. Surely, you have a photo with him on your phone?" "Of course," Wang Feng replied, opening his photo album. He found the picture, his tone filled with inexplicable pride. "Look, we even have our arms around each other. Wow, what a fantastic photo," his friend exclaimed, excitement radiating from him. "Quick, send me that picture. I'll edit it to swap myself in. Then post it on Moments and Douyin to show off. Others will be envious to see I have such an impressive friend." Wang Feng's eyes sparkled at the thought. Indeed, Lu Yun had become a nationally recognized figure, and a photo with him would be as impactful as one with a celebrity. Eagerly, he posted the picture on his Moments and Douyin before forwarding it to his friend. His friend's fingers moved swiftly, and shortly after, the edited picture was ready to go. The caption read, "Those years, a snapshot with Lu Yun." Before long, the Moments received a barrage of replies. "Chinping, you don't even know Lu Yun. How dare you post such a pretentious photo? Do you have no shame?" "Fine, I have no shame. This photo is great, and now it's mine. I'm posting it too." His friend chuckled, turning back to chat with Wang Feng. "Has Lu Yun contacted you lately?" Wang Feng shook his head. "Not at all. He sent a message in the class WeChat group 2 days ago, saying he had important matters to attend to and would respond once he was done. He is probably still busy." His friend remarked, "I believe he may not reach out to you again. He is now a world-class genius, esteemed by academicians. We are not in the same league anymore. When you see him next, a nod and smile from him will be quite a privilege. That is how the world works." Upon hearing this, Wang Feng felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. He recalled that when he learned of Lu Yun's confinement in the detention center, he had immediately asked his father, who works there, to look after Lu Yun. Just then, a notification chimed. He opened WeChat to find a message from Lu Yun. "Wang Feng, I apologize for my delayed response. I've been quite busy these past few days and am only now able to address the messages I received earlier. I've gone through all the chat records in the senior class group and discovered that your father works at the detention center. Thank you so much for having him look out for me. Once I return to school, let us go out for a meal together. If you ever need my assistance, feel free to reach out." Wang Feng's eyes brightened immediately, excitement bubbling within him. I knew it. Lu Yun is not the type to forget his friends after achieving success. Soon after, another notification rang out. This time, Lu Yun had sent a message in the senior class WeChat group. "Dear classmates, I apologize for my absence these past few days. I've been quite occupied. Thank you all for your concern during this time. We will always be classmates from Hongqing No. 2 High School, Class 1. In a while, I will return to school and will participate in this year's college entrance examination. See you then. Instantly. The group chat erupted with excitement. Wow, Lu Yun has finally surfaced. Lu Yun, you are incredible. In just 3 months, you've developed kidney cloning technology and caught the attention of esteemed academicians. I'm starting to think you've traveled back in time. The news surrounding you has dealt me 1,000 points of emotional damage. You must treat me to a bottle of Coke to heal my wounds. Only Coca-Cola. None of that Pepsi nonsense. When you return to school, we must take a photo together. I want to emulate Wong Fong and post it on social media, flaunting a bit. At that moment, Lu Yun lay on his bed, perusing the group chat, and as he read his classmates' messages, he felt as though he had been transported back to campus. His spirit lifted significantly. How wonderful it is. He hoped to continue nurturing this camaraderie with his peers. The next day arrived in the blink of an eye. At 9 in the morning, it was once again time to commence work. At the Public Health Commission's Public Opinion Monitoring Center, Li Shuai took a sip of her milk tea, opened her computer, and was taken aback. What was happening? Over the course of a single night, the calls for the Health Commission to make special arrangements for Lu Yun had surged by an astonishing 350. Had something significant occurred? Li Shuai quickly began to investigate, her eyes widening in disbelief. My goodness, 15 academicians had jointly voiced their support for Lu Yun. This was a monumental development. The Health Commission needed to respond immediately. Li Shuai did not dare to delay and promptly reported to her superiors. Upon hearing the news, her superiors were equally astonished. To be fair, they believed the Health Commission's response time had already been swift. They had only learned of the situation yesterday morning and had arranged for staff to conduct an investigation. Typically, the process would require 3 to 5 business days for results to emerge and a meeting to convene for discussion. Little did they know, only a day had passed, and already 15 esteemed academicians had come forward. The leader promptly seized the telephone from his desk and dialed a number. Xiao Jiang. Please inform everyone that a meeting will convene in 10 minutes to discuss matters concerning Lu Yun. 10 minutes later, in the conference room, the leader addressed the assembly with candor. You are all aware of the situation. I invite your opinions. While adherence to regulations is of utmost importance, in response to the fervent demands of the populace, we can indeed establish an expedited green channel for emergencies. Thus, I am in favor of special provisions for the clinical trial approval of renal cloning technology. The speaker was a bespectacled middle-aged man who had viewed a video featuring the joint statement of 15 academicians, only to discover that his mentor was among them. Naturally, he felt compelled to support the initiative. The public outcry was substantial, and with the backing of 15 esteemed academicians, the matter even reached the esteemed halls of Stanford University in the United States. Although Lu Yun had already declared his intention not to study abroad, one could not dismiss the possibility that he might reconsider, particularly if he felt his father could not afford to wait any longer. Should Lu Yun decide to pursue the renal cloning technology abroad, we would undoubtedly face widespread condemnation. Therefore, I too am in favor. Soon, every individual in the room echoed their support, as this did not necessitate any violation of laws or regulations. It merely required an acceleration of the workflow to expedite the review of Lu Yun's submitted application for animal experimentation and to provide a prompt approval decision. Before long, the Drug Administration was apprised of the Health Commission's resolution and promptly expressed its support. Consequently, at 10 o'clock in the morning, both the Health Commission and the Drug Administration simultaneously issued announcements. Chapter 20. Few are like Lu Yun in today's world. The influence of Douyin is astonishingly powerful, prompting official departments to establish their accounts in response, including the Health Commission and the Drug Administration. Consequently, as soon as the announcement was made, it was swiftly noticed by netizens. Health Commission, in response to the fervent calls from the populace, our department has convened discussions and decided to open an emergency green channel for Lu Yun. As soon as Lu Yun submits the application for animal trials of the renal cloning technology, we will promptly form a special expert group to complete the evaluation within 72 hours. Drug Administration, in response to the fervent calls from the populace, clinical trial application, evaluation to be completed within 72 hours. Upon seeing these two announcements, netizens who had been following the Lu Yun incident erupted with excitement, eagerly sharing videos and spreading the news. It wasn't long before this topic ascended to the top of Douyin's trending list, with the comments section of related videos buzzing with activity. Wow! The credibility of the 15 esteemed academicians is incredibly high. They voiced their support last night. And today, the Health Commission and Drug Administration have already initiated an emergency green channel. In addition to the academicians, millions of netizens have also made their voices heard, contributing significantly to this movement. Millions have voiced their support? Is that true? Absolutely. However, not all are solely advocating for Lu Yun. Many are seeking assistance for themselves and their families. In our country, there are 1.3 million patients suffering from end-stage renal disease, all of whom require kidney transplants. And they are fervently hoping for the early market introduction of cloned kidneys. A simple search on Douyin will reveal videos shared by these patients. 1.3 million? That equates to 1.3 million families. My goodness, what a staggering number. However, their suffering is soon to be alleviated with the transplantation of cloned kidneys. They will regain their health. Indeed, from this perspective, Lu Yun's contributions are immeasurable, beyond the ordinary netizens. There exists a group that is even more exhilarated, the patients requiring kidney transplants in their families. Among them is a Douyin streamer named Qingqing. She commenced a live broadcast, expressing her excitement. Those who follow me know that I am a patient of uremia. At the tender age of 17, a time that should have been carefree, I was diagnosed with uremia, caused by autosomal dominant polycystic kidney disease. Prior to this, I had no understanding of what uremia entailed. Afterward, I felt as though the sky had fallen. Although doctors assured me that regular dialysis could eliminate toxins and excess fluids from my body, allowing me to live for many years, the thought of undergoing dialysis 3 times a week, each session lasting 4 hours, coupled with the need to restrict my fluid intake, the inability to engage in vigorous exercise, the difficulty in finding suitable employment, and the near impossibility of discovering a beloved partner cast a shadow over my life. I felt engulfed in despair. I broke down in tears, questioning the heavens, why I had to endure such torment. In the stillness of the night, I contemplated whether to continue living. Ultimately, however, I refused to succumb to fate. I resolved to myself that every day I persisted was a victory. Thus, I began documenting my daily life on Douyin, not only to uplift myself but also to inspire others facing adversity. For years have passed in such a manner, and I have amassed 110,000 followers. Each day, encouragement flows beneath my videos, and benevolent souls have extended suitable job opportunities to me. I am profoundly grateful. Without your support, I would not have persevered until now. I once believed these days would continue indefinitely, until the day before yesterday when I stumbled upon a video proclaiming the success of renal cloning technology. In that moment, like the vast majority of netizens, I harbored doubts regarding its authenticity. It was not until the following day when a news program from Jiang province reported on it that I began to believe. I made a silent wish, hoping that this technology would swiftly pass through animal trials and clinical evaluations, allowing me to receive a cloned kidney and live a life akin to a normal person, working, making friends, marrying, and having children. I recently saw an announcement from the Health Commission and the Drug Administration, and I realized that day is drawing closer. As I spoke, tears streamed down Qingqing's face uncontrollably. The audience in the live stream, composed of her loyal fans, were heartbroken by the sight and began to comment fervently. Qingqing, don't cry. The hard days are coming to an end. Brighter days are on the horizon. Qingqing, do you remember me? I too suffer from uremia and am undergoing dialysis. Do not weep. From today onward, we shall never cry again, only embrace joy. We have shed enough tears over the years. By the way, Qingqing, do you have enough funds? Your income from work is modest, and with dialysis and medication, you likely haven't saved much? A sudden comment from a viewer pierced through. Qingqing pondered for a moment, her expression dimming. I have only a little over 20,000 in savings, and my parents can raise a maximum of 200,000. If the cost of a cloned kidney is exorbitant, I fear I may not be able to afford even one. Hearing this, the direction of the discussion among the viewers shifted. This truly presents a dilemma. Typically, newly emerging medical technologies are exceedingly expensive. Have you seen the film Dying to Survive? The life-saving drug depicted, Gleevec, has a real-life counterpart that was initially priced at 23,500 yuan per box upon entering our market, enough for merely a month's supply. At that time, many were unable to afford it, yet now it costs merely 1,700 yuan, only 7 of the original price. This is still the original branded drug. Generics would be even less expensive. This technology is still in the hands of Lu Yun, correct? I have reviewed his background. He is a dutiful son who, in order to save his father, even risked imprisonment by contacting organ black market intermediaries. A person of such character would likely not be overly callous. Newly emerged medical technologies often carry exorbitant costs primarily due to high research and development expenses, which may reach billions of dollars. To swiftly recoup these costs, they are sold at inflated prices. However, the situation with renal cloning technology is different. Based on my research, Liu Yun's family lacks significant wealth, and the development costs are likely under 500,000. Thus, even if he sells cloned kidneys at a modest price, he could still reap substantial profits. Furthermore, I believe Liu Yun possesses admirable qualities. In this day and age, individuals of his filial piety are becoming increasingly rare. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a critical issue that has been overlooked. The costs associated with animal testing and clinical trials exceed 10 million, and given Liu Yun's family's circumstances, he simply cannot afford it. Consequently, he has no choice but to reluctantly sell his technology to pharmaceutical companies. However, these companies are far from benevolent. They will undoubtedly exploit patients to the fullest. They will set exorbitant prices from the outset, 500,000 for a kidney, and even 1 million for a cloned kidney, prioritizing those with wealth for transplantation. Once they have harvested the affluent patients, they will begin to reduce prices, offering discounts. And this cycle will continue ad infinitum. It is disheartening to acknowledge that this is the nature of pharmaceutical companies. Upon witnessing these comments, Qingqing grew increasingly anxious. If cloned kidneys were indeed priced at 500,000 each, she would have to sell everything she owned to afford one. Soon, she realized her fears might soon materialize. This was prompted by a viral expose video from a well-connected financial blogger on Douyin. Dear viewers, according to reliable sources, Liu Yun's kidney cloning technology has become highly coveted amongst numerous pharmaceutical companies. Presently, giants such as Pfizer, Roche, and Puzhong have already mobilized to acquire this technology. These companies are brimming with confidence, having discovered through their investigations that Liu Yun lacks the necessary funds to conduct the animal testing and clinical trials required for the kidney cloning technology. Let me emphasize, the market potential for cloned kidneys is vast, with the domestic market valued in the hundreds of billions. Any publicly traded pharmaceutical company that acquires this technology will see their stock prices soar. I encourage everyone to select a publicly listed pharmaceutical company, invest in their stocks, and take a gamble. Should fortune favor you, the prospect of financial freedom awaits. Upon the release of this video, it caused a stir, with the majority envisioning an overnight windfall and the promise of financial independence. However, individuals like Qingqing, who suffer from uremia and their families, were engulfed in profound anxiety. Chapter 21. Liu Yun's Ambition, Establishing a Technological Giant. Meanwhile, Su Jingming, the president of Pfizer's China division, and Chen Tingting, the secretary of Puzhong Pharmaceuticals chairman, have arrived at the Seasons community where Liu Yun resides. They are determined to acquire the renal cloning technology. Wang Xiaomei, the class teacher, received a call from the leadership of Hanqing No. 2 Middle School and the Education Bureau, requesting her assistance in making an introduction to Liu Yun. A pharmaceutical company is eager to purchase Liu Yun's renal cloning technology and hopes to arrange a meeting with him. If Wang Xiaomei can facilitate this transaction, she would receive a commission of 1 million. To be honest, Wang Xiaomei was initially tempted by the sum. It represented 3 years of earnings for her and her husband, enough to purchase a home in Hanqing. However, she ultimately steeled herself to reject the allure of 1 million, yet, under the pressure from her superiors, reluctantly contacted Liu Yun to inform him of the pharmaceutical company's interest in meeting to discuss the acquisition of his technology. She made it clear that this was merely a message relayed on their behalf, and it was entirely up to Liu Yun whether he wished to meet them. Jiang Hai and Li Mani encountered a similar situation and made the same choice as Wang Xiaomei. Unfortunately, living in this world, with their families and careers, they inevitably had to consider the expectations of others. In Hongqing Seasons community, a rather ordinary neighborhood with modest property prices and basic amenities, the affluent typically shun such areas, resulting in a scarcity of luxury vehicles. However, today was different. A procession of high-end cars arrived. Is that a Ferrari Roma? It must be worth over 2 million, exclaimed one young man. I recognize that emblem. It's a Rolls-Royce, quite expensive, though I can't say how much. Another remarked, that's a Bentley Continental. My boss owns one. In the parking lot, 2 young men in their 20s gazed in awe, their expressions filled with envy. Just then, the door of the Ferrari Roma swung open, and a tall woman, elegantly disembarking with an LV handbag, approached the 2 men with a smile. Gentlemen, could you kindly direct me to building 13? Scented by her fragrance. One young man clad in jeans felt a rush of exhilaration and quickly replied, I live in this community. I can show you the way. Thank you. No need for thanks. The young man beamed, oblivious to his friend's envious gaze, and sought to strike up a conversation. I don't believe I've seen you around here before. Are you visiting someone? Yes, I'm looking for Lu Yun. Upon hearing this, the young man suddenly understood. It was no wonder that such an affluent and refined woman had come to the Seasons community. She was there to inquire about Lu Yun's renal cloning technology. Envy and admiration surged within him. Why was Lu Yun a national sensation while he remained in the shadows? Yet, he felt a strange sense of pride knowing that Lu Yun was from the same community, recalling how they once played table tennis together. Hello. I am here to find someone in the community, and time is of the essence. Could you guide me to Building 13? At that moment, a voice interrupted the thoughts of the young man in jeans. He felt a twinge of annoyance and turned to see a middle-aged gentleman in an exquisite suit, who extended $100 bill towards him. Of course, the young man in jeans instantly transformed his demeanor, smiling as he accepted the bill. You must be looking for Lu Yun as well. I shall take you there. Thus, the young man in jeans led the two individuals towards Building 13, where Lu Yun resided. Behind them, a steady stream of impeccably dressed elites emerged from luxury vehicles, inquiring about directions before making their way to Building 13. Meanwhile, within Lu Yun's home, the sound of knocking echoed. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Lu Yun felt a stir of anticipation, knowing that those interested in acquiring his renal cloning technology had arrived. Although he had no intention of selling this technology, out of respect for his teacher, Jiang Hai and Li Manny, he felt it necessary to meet these individuals. Rising, he walked to the door and opened it, only to find a throng of people waiting outside. At least 20 or 30 individuals, most of whom were unfamiliar, save for a few residents of the community. They were all dressed in suits, clearly distinguished as executives from large corporations. Upon seeing Lu Yun, a tall and elegant woman at the forefront lit up, smiling sweetly as she addressed him. Mr. Lu, greetings. I am Chen Tingting, the secretary to the chairman of Pujiang Pharmaceuticals. Our company is eager to purchase your renal cloning technology and will mobilize all necessary resources to expedite the preparations for animal and clinical trials, allowing your father to undergo the kidney transplant surgery at the earliest opportunity. This scene stirred a pang of bitterness within the young man in jeans. Although he had spoken to him with a smile moments earlier, it had clearly been a mere polite facade. Now, the enthusiasm directed towards Lu Yun was palpable, almost obsequious. Indeed, Lu Yun replied nonchalantly, nodding slightly as he gestured for everyone to enter. However, my living room is rather small. I hope you do not mind. Not at all. It is our honor to discuss this with you. We can stand, the group of elite individuals replied, their faces beaming with smiles as they filed in, opting to stand due to the lack of chairs. Lu Yun, having no intention of selling his technology, glanced at the assembly and casually remarked, please, state your terms. I shall give them due consideration. Chen Tingting, standing at the forefront, promptly spoke up. The conditions offered by Pujiang Pharmaceuticals are exceptionally sincere. Firstly, we can provide you with $3 billion in cash, paid in installments, and initial payment of $1 billion, with the balance settled upon the successful completion of clinical trials. Secondly, you will receive a 15% equity stake in Pujiang Pharmaceuticals, which can be transferred to you after the trials, and as the cloned kidneys enter the market. The value of this stock will soar, potentially reaching hundreds of billions. Lastly, you will earn 5% of the revenue from each cloned kidney sold. Mr. Lu, should you agree, you could easily ascend to the status of a billionaire. Animal experiments and clinical trials can be expedited, allowing your father to be the first recipient of the transplant surgery. Upon hearing Chen Tingting's words, the young man in jeans widened his eyes in astonishment. Goodness, as long as Lu Yun signs a piece of paper, he could become a billionaire? Hundreds of billions. If I were to spend this fortune gaming at an internet CAF, I would never have to worry about insufficient funds again. But wait, if he is already a billionaire, why would he still play games? Engaging with real-life beauties would be far more delightful. Playing with one every day? No. Perhaps 3. The young man in jeans lost himself in fanciful thoughts, while representatives from other companies felt somewhat overwhelmed. Though it was stated that Pujiang Pharmaceuticals only required a $10 billion initial payment, the prospects were enticing. A 15% stake in Pujiang Pharmaceuticals, coupled with a 5% share of the revenue from each kidney sold, could potentially amount to an astronomical figure in the future. Quite a generous offer. However, this was to be expected, with Pujiang Pharmaceuticals' market value just surpassing $50 billion, competing with international pharmaceutical giants like Pfizer and Gilead, whose market valuations exceed $100 billion USD, necessitated promises of substantial future returns to Lu Yun. Mr. Liu, the contract is prepared. If you agree, you can sign it now, and the 10 billion initial payment can be transferred today. We will also provide your father with a top-tier medical team, available 24 hours a day, until the successful completion of the transplant surgery for the cloned kidney. Should you have any additional requests, feel free to voice them. We shall do our utmost to accommodate. Chen Tingting focused intently on Lu Yun's face, eager to discern his thoughts through his expressions and gaze. At that moment, Su Jingming, the president of Pfizer's China division, interjected, "Madam, why the urgency for Mr. Liu to sign the contract? In my opinion, it would be prudent for Mr. Liu to consider all the offers from various companies before making a decision, as this would best serve his interests." With that, he turned to Lu Yun, smiling, "Mr. Liu. Greetings. I am Su Jingming, president of Pfizer's China division. I must caution you that the reputation of Qin Jiang, chairman of Puzhong Pharmaceuticals, is rather questionable, marred by a plethora of dark histories, such as the expulsion of all his business partners. The proposal from Puzhong Pharmaceuticals, aside from the 10 billion cash up front, raises uncertainties about its viability. For instance, regarding the sales share, some unscrupulous small companies might resort to various means to withhold payments. As for the 15 stake, even if you secure it, certain individuals may employ tactics like equity dilution or related party transactions to render those shares worthless. Chen Tingting became agitated upon hearing this, exclaiming, "President Su, this is nothing short of slander. I reserve the right to sue you. Sue me? Do you think our legal team at Pfizer is merely a FAOD? Moreover, even if you were to win, I would only need to offer an apology and perhaps a small compensation, which would hardly be a concern for me." Su Jingming scoffed. Before continuing to Lu Yun, "Our proposal at Pfizer is far more sincere. Upon signing the contract, we will provide you with an immediate payment of 80 billion in cash to be transferred within 48 hours. Additionally, you will receive a 20% share of the global sales revenue from the cloned kidneys. Given Pfizer's scale and reputation, there is no concern regarding any clandestine withholding of sales profit. Should you have reservations, you may engage a reputable accounting firm such as PwC for oversight, the costs of which we shall bear. Furthermore, Pfizer possesses a significant advantage with its extensive global relationships, enabling the swift facilitation of the approval and market introduction of cloned kidneys in various countries. In contrast, Puzhong Pharmaceuticals, to be candid, relies solely on the production of generic drugs and has yet to venture beyond the borders of China. Thus, it cannot be compared to us in this regard. Upon hearing Su Jingming's words, the young man in jeans was visibly struck with admiration. How enviable! The representatives from other companies were momentarily taken aback, for the threshold of this condition was exceedingly high. 8 billion in cash. Aside from colossal international pharmaceutical giants like Pfizer, very few companies can muster such an amount. Just moments ago, Puzhong Pharmaceuticals, which proposed the terms, had a market value of merely 5 billion. This is outrageous. Such a remarkable offer without regard for fairness. Internally, these individuals muttered their discontent while closely observing Lu Yun's reaction. Lu Yun was indeed momentarily taken aback by the figure of 8 billion. However, it was but a fleeting moment. Although he currently lacked funds, he firmly believed that in a few years, 8 billion would be trivial to him. Moreover, what he sought was not merely financial gain, but rather the establishment of his own enterprise. He aspired to create a technological behemoth that would allow him to influence and transform the world according to his vision. That, indeed, presents a true challenge. Chapter 22. Research on electric eels genes. Humans can also generate electric charges. Su Jingming observed Lu Yun with great attention, and noticing his silence, he hurriedly inquired, "Mr. Liu, what is your opinion on this proposal? If there are any aspects you feel require modification, please feel free to express them." Lu Yun did not respond directly. Instead, he turned to the others and asked, "Do any of you have alternative proposals?" Indeed. Soon, someone spoke up, reiterating the latest plan relayed through their Bluetooth headset from the company's board of directors. "Mr. Liu, we can jointly establish a new company. You provide the technology, and we will supply the capital with an investment amounting to no less than 3 billion. The equity distribution is negotiable, but it is certain that you will hold the lion's share. Our Roche Pharmaceuticals can offer even better terms." The young man in jeans felt utterly bewildered. Having lived for 20 years, he had never possessed more than 1,000 yuan in his pocket, often hesitating even when contemplating a night with a beautiful woman, hoping for a split bill. Meanwhile, the individuals before him spoke casually of billions, giving the impression that such sums were as common as beans. Are we truly inhabiting the same world? However, Lu Yun remained unmoved, his expression unchanged. When no one else spoke, he slowly remarked, "I have taken note of the conditions you proposed. Should you wish to collaborate, I will reach out to you. Additionally, I must prepare for a trip to the capital this afternoon. If there are no further matters, we shall conclude here." The attendees grasped Lu Yun's underlying message, promptly leaving their business cards before bidding him farewell. "My phone is available 24/7 for your convenience. Should you require assistance in any aspect of life, do not hesitate to contact me. Regardless of the issue, our company will address it promptly." As the crowd departed, the young man in jeans felt a tumult of emotions, wishing to bid farewell to Lu Yun, but feeling an inexplicable pressure that left him speechless. Ultimately, he could only leave in a state of inner turmoil. Something is amiss. Lu Yun had no intention of selling his kidney cloning technology. He had merely been dismissive towards them. Just after leaving Lu Yun's residence, Su Jingming, president of Pfizer's China division, furrowed his brow. He had noticed that Lu Yun's demeanor was excessively composed. Regardless of the proposals presented, his emotional fluctuations were nearly imperceptible. A person genuinely intent on selling technology could not possibly maintain such an indifference. Yet, why would Lu Yun, who clearly lacked sufficient funds to initiate animal and clinical trials for the kidney cloning technology, be unwilling to collaborate with them? Could it be that someone else had already taken the lead? Su Jiming pondered privately. Nevertheless, he had no intention of conceding. Such a venture, potentially worth hundreds of billions or even trillions, could not be abandoned until everything was definitively settled. Even if Lu Yun had signed a contract with another party, he would seek every possible means to have Lu Yun breach that contract and partner with him instead. Meanwhile, on another front, Chen Tingting, secretary to the chairman of Puzheng Pharmaceuticals, also perceived that Lu Yun was not inclined to sell the technology and promptly reported to Chairman Qin Jiang. "Chairman Qin, our prospects of acquiring the kidney cloning technology from Lu Yun appear quite bleak." Chen Tingting's face revealed her disappointment. Her bonus was likely to evaporate. "What is the specific situation? Please elaborate." "All right, Chen Tingting recounted her discoveries and analyses. As she spoke, Qin Jiang's expression fluctuated between joy and despair. After years of relentless effort, he had finally transformed Puzheng Pharmaceutical into a publicly listed company valued at over 5 billion, with his own wealth exceeding 1 billion. Yet, he had reached his ceiling. Aspiring to ascend further to become a billionaire, or even a centibillionaire, seemed almost impossible. Now, an opportunity lay before him. If he could acquire the kidney cloning technology, it would be akin to securing a ticket into the realm of centibillionaires. Could he truly afford to let this chance slip away? Should he resort to means beyond conventional business tactics? Qin Jiang fell silent for a moment, suddenly recalling a video he had seen on Douyin, where 15 academicians collectively voiced their support for Lu Yun. 15 academicians. If he were to recklessly employ underhanded tactics against Lu Yun and provoke these scholars, he would undoubtedly face catastrophic repercussions. Forget it, Qin Jiang sighed, conceding that Lu Yun was fortunate to have garnered the support of such esteemed figures so early in his rise. Otherwise, he would have been thoroughly vanquished. After some contemplation, he said to Chen Tingting, "Continue to monitor this matter. Explore any potential avenues. We can enhance our conditions, even allowing Lu Yun to become a major shareholder in the company if necessary." Meanwhile, at Lu Yun's residence, he discarded all the business cards he had received into the trash, reclining on the sofa and pondering which project to pursue next. He was not inclined to remain idle. Cloning hearts? Biointelligent brains? Conquering cancer? Genetic evolution? A plethora of ideas surged through his mind. Suddenly, a sound interrupted his reverie. Meow. Lu Yun looked up to find a tabby cat that had wandered in through the ajar door, gazing longingly at the electric eel residing in the fish tank. Although he was perplexed by the unexpected addition of a fish tank containing an electric eel in his home, it sparked an idea within him. Upon receiving the research assistance system, he had envisioned exploring genetic evolution, aspiring to harness electromagnetic power and survive in space like a superhuman. According to his concept, mastering electromagnetic force would require integrating certain genes from the electric eel that enable it to generate electricity. He understood the challenge ahead, yet it was precisely this difficulty that enticed him. Well, it was a delightful decision indeed. With renewed determination, Lu Yun approached the fish tank, and with a mere thought, the molecules on the surface of his right hand rapidly split and reassembled, forming a biomembrane with exceptionally high electrical resistance. He then extended his hand into the tank. Ziz. The electric eel, measuring around 50 to 60 centimeters, sensed the disturbance in the water and immediately adopted a defensive stance, unleashing a voltage of up to 800 volts through its electric cells. This voltage was sufficient to stun, or even kill, a person. It was precisely due to this formidable attack that adult electric eels had virtually no natural enemies. However, Lu Yun's right hand was enveloped in a biomembrane resembling ceramic, rendering it nearly an insulator. The meager 800 volts posed no harm to him whatsoever. He effortlessly grasped the electric eel, squeezing it tightly, and in that instant, his right hand became coated with countless electric eel cells. With the assistance of the system, he was able to perceive those cells, even discerning the genetic sequences contained within them. Indeed, Lu Yun's absolute mastery over his bodily capabilities was fundamentally conceptual. Any substance that entered his body could be controlled by him. This was the foundation of his confidence in researching genetic evolution. Chapter 23, The Request of Concord Hospital, as Lu Yun integrated the electric eel cells into his own body. The young man in jeans had already uploaded the recorded video to platforms like Douyin, which soon ignited a tremendous sensation. The Douyin streamer Su Shanha, who had been riding the wave of Lu Yun's notoriety, swiftly seized the opportunity to commence a live broadcast. "Brothers, we have breaking news. Lu Yun has made headlines once again," Su Shanha exclaimed with exaggerated expression. "Today, pharmaceutical giants such as Pfizer and Pujiang Pharmaceuticals have flocked to offer substantial sums in exchange for Lu Yun's kidney cloning technology. Can you believe the outrageous offers? Pujiang Pharmaceuticals proposed $3 billion in cash, 15 equity in their company, and 5 of the sales revenue for each cloned kidney. Pfizer's offer was even more astonishing at $8 billion in cash, along with 20 of the global sales revenue from the cloned kidneys. My goodness! Regardless of which proposal he chooses, Lu Yun is destined to become a billionaire, an astounding figure of $100 billion. I could help countless homeless young women with just a mere $1,000. Now I truly understand why my father insisted I study diligently. The adage 'there is gold in the books' rings true, and even there is beauty within the pages holds merit. With a treasure trove of wealth, who could resist the allure of beautiful companions?" Upon hearing Su Shanha's words, the live audience widened their eyes in disbelief. Just yesterday, they felt a tinge of sympathy for Lu Yun, who had developed the kidney cloning technology but lacked the funds for animal and clinical trials, thus being compelled to sell to pharmaceutical companies. Now, he was on the brink of becoming a billionaire. "Lu Yun, you have distanced yourself from the masses." The comments section exploded with reactions. With a modest monthly salary of 3,000, one viewer felt a tumult of emotions and lit a cigarette, preparing for a journey in Genshin Impact. Sadly, lacking education, he could only exclaim, "Wow, this is incredible. Don't ask why I'm watching this live stream on my knees." My mother, upon learning that Lu Yun, who is just 18 like me, is about to become a billionaire, suddenly lost her temper. At that moment, Su Shanha continued, "Brothers, do you know what happened next? You wouldn't guess. Lu Yun did not accept any of the offers. He merely stated that he would consider them seriously. Do you think he will agree? Let us discuss this together." This statement piqued the audience's interest, igniting a fervent discussion that escalated the stream's popularity. Meanwhile, patients suffering from uremia, like Ching, along with their families, sensed impending misfortune. Ching posted a video, lamenting, "Murphy's law proves true. The more we fear something, the more likely it is to happen. Lu Yun's kidney cloning technology will likely fall into the hands of a pharmaceutical company. His hesitation suggests he is waiting for a better offer. As for the price of the cloned kidneys, I hope the company that acquires this technology will act with integrity, though I know that is nearly impossible, as their aim is to maximize profit. Ultimately, regardless of the choice Lu Yun makes, I am grateful to him. If he had not developed this technology, I would have lost all hope. Moreover, he could not muster sufficient funds and, in truth, had no alternatives. Son, it's time to depart." Upon hearing his father's voice, Lu Yun promptly rose, returned to his room to gather a few garments, and when he re-entered the living room, he pointed at the electric eel in the fish tank and inquired, "Where did this come from?" Lu Changxing explained, "I am heading to Xia Hospital, and since your mother will be accompanying me for care, our fried noodle shop must temporarily close. Leaving it vacant would be a waste of resources. After discussing with your mother, we decided to lend it to old Wang downstairs without charge, and in return, he gifted us his pet electric eel, which is quite valuable. By the way, remember to feed it when you return from the capital. If you do not wish to keep it, you may also consume it." Lu Yun nodded in agreement and left with his parents, taking a taxi to the airport. The journey was smooth. By 5:30 in the afternoon, The Liu family arrived at Xia Hospital in the capital. After explaining their situation to the staff, a hospital administrator soon rushed over and arranged for Liu Changqing to be placed in a private room. "Thank you, Dr. Li," Liu Yun expressed his gratitude. He had researched that resources at Xia Hospital were extremely limited. Even ordinary patients found it challenging to register, let alone secure hospitalization. Yet now, his father had been assigned a private room, a privilege that, while partly due to academician Su's influence, also warranted appreciation for the hospital staff. "No need for such formality," Dr. Li replied with a smile. "Aside from academician Su's introduction, we have a request of our own. Could you arrange for the first kidney transplant surgery involving cloned organs to take place at our Xia Hospital? In gratitude, we shall waive all expenses for your father's stay." "Certainly," Liu Yun responded after a brief contemplation. Xia Hospital was renowned as the premier hospital in the nation, making it the ideal choice for his father's kidney transplant surgery. "Haha, then it's settled," Dr. Li exclaimed with joy. Although Xia Hospital already boasted numerous accolades, conducting the world's first transplant of a cloned kidney remained an immense honor, establishing a benchmark for the industry. Henceforth, when patients sought kidney transplants, Xia Hospital would be their foremost consideration. Meanwhile, in the capital at Qing University, academician Wang Zhengwo, just having exited the laboratory, received a phone call. "Old Su, what is the matter? When you last came to advocate for Liu Yun, I made a call to Xia Hospital to arrange a room for his father, correct? I just received a call from them confirming that Liu Yun's father has been admitted, and Liu Yun is also present. Moreover, I have another matter to discuss." "What is it?" Many pharmaceutical companies visited Liu Yun's home today, eager to purchase the kidney cloning technology. Pfizer offered an exorbitant sum of $8 billion in cash along with a 20% share of global sales, but Liu Yun declined. Is it possible that Liu Yun intends to establish his own company to produce and sell cloned kidneys? Perhaps. After hanging up the phone, Wang Zhengwo fell into deep contemplation. In his perspective, researchers ought to devote their energies to scientific inquiry, registering patents for their technological achievements, subsequently selling these patents or collecting licensing fees to earn a comfortable income, rather than establishing companies for production and sales, which would only divert their focus. He had initially presumed that Liu Yun would handle the kidney cloning technology in a similar manner. However, it now appeared that Liu Yun harbored different intentions. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Zhengwo picked up his phone and dialed Jiang Hai's number. "Is Liu Yun planning to start a company to produce and sell cloned kidneys?" The voice of Jiang Hai soon resonated from the other end. "Indeed, Liu Yun has discussed this matter with me." "Then where is he securing the initial funding?" Wang Zhengwo inquired. "Hasn't he applied for a global patent on the self-calibrating gene editing technology? He intends to leverage or sell this patent. However, he is waiting for the next issue of Nature to be published, which will feature the paper on the self-calibrating gene editing technology. Only then will he approach the bank, as they will be able to offer a higher valuation at that time. Banks are not so accommodating. Even if the self-calibrating gene editing technology is truly valuable, they may still offer a significantly reduced price. Well, I suppose I shall assist him in communicating with the bank." With a sense of resignation, Wang Zhengwo ended the call. Believing that Liu Yun should not allow such trivial matters to distract him, but rather invest more time in research. Thus, he resolved to extend his support to Liu Yun. He then dialed Liu Yun's number. "Liu Yun, why did you not call me upon arriving in the capital?" Liu Yun replied with a smile. "I will be in the capital for several days. I had intended to visit you tomorrow." "Very well, then it is settled. Come see me tomorrow, as I have a surprise in store for you." After hanging up, Liu Yun stepped out to purchase daily necessities for his father, who was hospitalized. By the time he completed this errand, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. He casually entered a small roadside eatery, enjoying a dish of rice topped with meat, before checking into a nearby home inn. His mother remained in the hospital room to provide care. After taking a shower in the hotel, it was still only a little past 9, and Liu Yun, not wishing to retire early, reclined on the bed, continuing his research on electric eel cells. After an indeterminate period, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. He realized how he could enable himself to generate electric discharges akin to those of the electric eel. Chapter 24: The Genesis of Genetically Modified Humans. The electric eel's discharge mechanism is rather straightforward. Its body houses a multitude of electrocytes, which possess a unique structure characterized by an abundance of sodium-potassium pumps and sodium channels on the cell membrane surface. Following a series of reactions, each electrocyte can generate a voltage of 0, 15 volts. When thousands of these electrocytes are connected in series, The voltage can ascend to 800 volts or even exceed 1000 volts. By merely cloning the genes responsible for the sodium-potassium pumps and sodium channels from the electric eel, one can genetically modify their own cells to possess electrocytes as well. Thus, one could discharge electricity akin to the electric eel. Lu Yun selected a skin cell from his right hand's palm and commenced the modification process. A minute later, the attempt failed, resulting in cellular collapse. However, Lu Yun remained undeterred. In scientific research, success is seldom achieved on the first try. He chose another skin cell and continued his endeavors. 1 attempt, 2 attempts. Before he knew it, 5 or 6 hours had slipped by. Eureka! Lu Yun was overwhelmed with excitement as he finally succeeded in transforming a skin cell into an electrocyte. Although he did not measure the voltage during each discharge, he confirmed that it could indeed release electricity. The subsequent tasks were significantly simpler. By utilizing the modified electrocyte as a template, he could replicate it infinitely. This exemplifies the remarkable power of absolute control over one's bodily capabilities at an atomic level. He could conjure various substances, including genetic fragments and cells, with a mere thought. 1, 2. Soon, Lu Yun's right palm was adorned with tens of thousands of electrocytes. Simultaneously, he had lost an equal number of skin cells, but he was unconcerned. He could generate as many ordinary cells as he desired. It was time to discharge. With a focused thought, he commanded the connected cells to discharge simultaneously. Zzzt. The air before his palm crackled with bluish-green sparks. This indicated that the electric field intensity had surpassed 600 volts, sufficient to ionize air molecules. In that moment, Lu Yun reveled in his achievement. However, upon inspecting his palm, he felt a tinge of regret, due to the transformation of tens of thousands of skin cells into electrocytes. The skin's coloration in certain areas had altered, rendering it distinct from that of a normal person. With a focused thought, he retained a single electrocyte while the remaining cells disintegrated and reconstituted into skin cells. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already past 3 in the morning. It was time to rest. Upon awakening, it was already past 9 in the morning. Having skipped breakfast, Lu Yun hurried to the hospital, spent some time conversing with his parents, and then departed. He took a taxi to the entrance of Tsinghua University. Activating his phone's navigation system, he set off towards academician Wang Jiangwo's laboratory. After walking a short distance, a long-haired girl approached him with a look of surprise. "Hello, are you Lu Yun?" Lu Yun nodded in affirmation. "Yes." The young woman was utterly astonished. "Indeed, I had not mistaken my judgment. You know, upon reading about your achievements in the news, I became an ardent admirer. Your accomplishments are remarkable. Starting from scratch and within just 3 months, you have developed a method for cloning kidneys. As a biology major myself, I recall that during my initial 3 months, I could only conduct basic experiments." Before Lu Yun could speak, she continued, "By the way, may I take a photo with you?" Of course, Lu Yun replied without hesitation, realizing how much he relished the admiration and recognition he received. Moreover, this was Tsinghua University, where every student is truly a paragon of excellence. Receiving affection and acknowledgement from these students was an exhilarating experience. "Lu Yun, I also wish to take a photo." "So do I." "Me too." The surrounding crowd began to take notice of Lu Yun, and several young women expressed their desire for photographs. As for the male students, upon glancing at Lu Yun's face and then at their own reflections on their phone screens, they quietly walked away, realizing that, in the presence of Lu Yun, they would appear less appealing. After fulfilling the photo requests of over a dozen young women, Lu Yun continued along the route mapped out by his navigation. Walking for nearly half an hour before arriving at academician Wang Jiangwo's laboratory, he approached a male doctoral student clad in a white lab coat and said, "Hello, senior. My name is Lu Yun. Could you please inform academician Wang that I am here to visit him?" The male doctoral student chuckled. "Actually, you need not introduce yourself. There is hardly a biology student in the country who does not know of you, and many are in awe of your brilliance. Please wait here while I inform my advisor." Shortly thereafter, academician Wang Jiangwo approached with a smile, stating, "Did I not mention that I would give you a surprise? Let me be direct. I contacted a leader at the construction bank last night and discussed your intention to pledge the patent rights for your self-calibrating gene editing technology. He has agreed to personally oversee this matter. Once you submit the relevant documents, he will assemble a team to assess the value of your patent. And upon completion of the evaluation, he will promptly issue a loan. However, it would be prudent to wait until your paper is published in Nature before reaching out, as that would allow for a better understanding of the industry's perception of the self-calibrating gene editing technology, facilitating a more accurate estimation of expected returns." Lu Yun was taken aback by the substantial assistance offered by academician Wang and found himself at a loss for words, quickly expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, academician Wang." Wang Zhengwo replied, "No need for thanks. I merely wish for you to devote more energy to research and not squander your remarkable talent in the field of biotechnology." Lu Yun smiled. "I assure you, I will not. I have already begun working on a new project." Academician Wang's eyes lit up. "What project?" Lu Yun explained, "Genetic modification. I intend to enable other animals to possess the electric discharge capability of an electric eel through genetic engineering. Although his ultimate goal is to endow humanity with the ability to discharge electricity akin to that of an electric eel, it is currently inappropriate to disclose this information. On one hand, many harbor fears regarding genetic modification, and on the other, this capability holds little practicality for the average person, making it difficult to garner public support. If genetic modification could result in enhanced beauty or augment certain intimate abilities, however, there would be overwhelming approval from all quarters." Wang Zhengwo, upon hearing this, became increasingly intrigued. This was, after all, genetic modification, not a trivial endeavor involving the alteration of a few gene segments, but rather a large-scale transformation. Should it succeed, it would mean that Lu Yun could similarly alter human genetics. A revelation that would undoubtedly astonish the world. The genetically modified beings often depicted in science fiction would become a reality. He could hardly contain his excitement as he inquired, "Do you have a plan in mind?" "Indeed," came the reply. "I anticipate a breakthrough within a few months." This time frame was not mere fabrication. Lu Yun possessed absolute control over his bodily functions, making the modification of his cells and genes an effortless task. With a mere thought, he could execute all necessary operations. However, replicating this technology in a laboratory setting and modifying animals proved to be a far more arduous challenge. "Once you achieve results, be sure to inform me at the earliest opportunity," Wang Zhengwo insisted, his expression brimming with anticipation. "On that day, you shall undoubtedly emerge as a leading figure in global biotechnology, for you will have ushered in a new era." As if struck by a sudden thought, he added, "This technology differs fundamentally from renal cloning. Its implications are profoundly significant, rendering it a strategic asset for the nation. Much like nuclear weapons or photolithography machines, it must remain under strict confidentiality. If necessary, it may even require alignment with national strategies to prohibit exports to other countries." Lu Yun chuckled. "Ah, a form of leverage. I understand. If this technology truly comes to fruition, we may only export products, if we even allow that." In this regard, he was more than willing to cooperate. After all, the past few years of sanctions from the United States had left him thoroughly exasperated. Chapter 25. Academic Shockwaves. The dawn of gene therapy. Lu Yun conversed with academician Wang Zhengwo for over an hour before taking his leave, strolling towards the entrance of Tsinghua University. Meanwhile, near the university gate, a striking red Ferrari captured the attention of many passers-by. While Ferraris are not an uncommon sight at Tsinghua, the allure intensified when a tall, young beauty was behind the wheel. "May I have the pleasure of knowing you?" A handsome young man, whose looks could be rated an 8 out of 10, confidently approached her, only to depart in disappointment when she did not utter a single word, treating him as though he were invisible. Suddenly, the beauty's eyes lit up as she briskly walked towards the entrance and stopped before Lu Yun, warmly exclaiming, "Mr. Lu, there is no need for you to take a taxi. Allow me to drive you during your stay in the capital. I would be more than happy to be your personal chauffeur, ensuring your travels are convenient." Lu Yun immediately recognized her as Chen Tingting, the secretary to the chairman of Pujiang Pharmaceutical. He shook his head and replied, "No need. My DD ride is already on its way. Furthermore, let me be unequivocal. I will not sell you the kidney cloning technology. There is no point in wasting your time. To be frank, I am not in need of financial support. You may verify my patent application records." With that, he bypassed Chen Tingting without a second glance. He held no interest in women who were so overtly purposeful, regardless of their beauty. Witnessing this scene, many nearby were left in stunned silence. A wealthy young woman in a sports car had approached a young man whose entire outfit cost less than 1,000 yuan, only to be rejected. It was only when someone revealed Lu Yun's identity that they came to a realization. Ah, so it is Lu Yun. That beauty must have been interested in acquiring his kidney cloning technology. After arriving at Xie Hospital via Didi, Lu Yun spent the evening by his father's side. While he had a passion for research, family came first. His father was hospitalized, and he felt it imperative to provide support for a time. It was not until after 9 in the evening that Lu Yun departed the hospital. Upon returning to his hotel, He concentrated and used the remaining electric cells as a template to replicate tens of thousands of them, filling both palms with them. With a mere thought, arcs of bluish-green electricity surged forth from both hands. Impressive. Lu Yun could not help but commend himself. In a sense, he had transformed into a superhuman. Even the peak version of Mike Tyson would be overwhelmed in a sparring match with him. Next, he was eager to experiment with transforming animals, bestowing them with this extraordinary ability. Lu Yun was filled with anticipation, fully aware of the challenges that lay ahead. However, as he had reiterated, challenges were invigorating. Having no financial worries now or in the future, he was determined to pursue endeavors that intrigued him. With this thought, Lu Yun promptly opened his phone and logged into CNKI. He had come to realize that his current reservoir of knowledge was insufficient, necessitating further study. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had elapsed. A significant event transpired within the academic community. Lu Yun's self-calibrating gene editing technology was published in the weekly journal Nature. On the day Lu Yun submitted his paper, it circulated within a limited circle, astonishing a group of eminent figures in the biological sciences. However, these luminaries refrained from further dissemination, as the journal Nature also relies on sales. Nonetheless, the paper's reputation had already begun to resonate. All researchers engaged in genetic technology were aware that the academic elite believed the self-calibrating gene editing technology could significantly enhance researchers' efficiency. Thus, upon the release of this issue of Nature, they eagerly subscribed to the digital edition, consuming its contents with insatiable thirst. Upon completion, their eyes sparkled with excitement. For them, the greatest obstacle in gene editing research was the inadequacy of the tools at their disposal, akin to performing surgery on a patient with a dull axe. An arduous challenge, indeed. However, with the advent of self-calibrating gene editing technology, their instruments had transformed into surgical scalpels, dramatically reducing the difficulty. Hence, it became evident to anyone of reasonable intellect which technology would be preferred in the future. The name Yunlu became firmly etched in the minds of these researchers, with some recognizing that Yunlu was indeed Lu Yun. Meanwhile, in a student dormitory at Stanford University, Zheng Jie, having just finished reading Lu Yun's paper, exclaimed in exhilaration, "Wow, this is truly remarkable." No wonder Professor Scott was so certain after reading the paper that this would become the gene editing technology of choice for everyone. With this innovation, the challenges of gene editing would decrease exponentially, likely heralding an explosive surge in research achievements. I must swiftly master this technology to seize the opportunity for groundbreaking results. However, I must abandon my original research project on kidney cloning, as Lu Yun has already developed a mature technique. As thoughts of Lu Yun crossed his mind, Zheng Jie was inspired and quickly took out his phone to record a video to share on Douyin. "Hello everyone, do you remember me? I am the Stanford doctoral student who once commented on Lu Yun's kidney cloning technique in Sushan's live stream. I have exciting news to share. Lu Yun's paper has been published in this issue of Nature. Let me enlighten you. Nature is one of the top 3 premier scientific journals in the world. And having a paper published here qualifies one for the rank of full professor at a university. Now, let me elaborate on the significance of this paper. It has firmly established Lu Yun as a leading figure in the eyes of all researchers working with genetic technology. As the self-calibrating gene editing technology presented in this paper is truly groundbreaking. In the future, anyone wishing to edit genes will undoubtedly prioritize self-calibrating gene editing technology. Finally, I predict a forthcoming explosion in genetic technology, allowing biology majors to emerge from the depths of adversity. For high school students with a passion for biology, consider pursuing this field, though do weigh the option of studying abroad cautiously, as I believe that in the near future, domestic genetic technology will surpass that of the world. There is no other reason for this belief than the fact that Lu Yun is based domestically, possessing extraordinary research talent precisely in this field. Due to Zheng Jie sharing a video of Professor Scott from Stanford University recruiting Lu Yun, a tremendous sensation erupted on Douyin, resulting in a substantial following for his account. Although the majority of the comments stemmed from detractors, a plethora of responses quickly emerged after his video. "Isn't that the one who helped the Stanford professor recruit Lu Yun?" I must voice my disdain. You are mistaken. The content creator is on our side, and this video is in support of Lu Yun. Lu Yun is remarkable. Just one paper can accelerate the advancement of genetic technology. Tell us the truth, content creator. Did you plunge into the quagmire of biochemistry and materials science, seeking to ensnare us as well? As a biology major, I can attest that what the content creator states is accurate. The biological field is on the brink of a tremendous explosion, particularly in genetic technology. Cloned kidneys have already emerged, and the cloning of other organs is likely imminent. Furthermore, various gene therapies for diseases may soon be developed, potentially leading to the advent of genetically modified humans. Is this for real? Are we on the verge of a battle between natural humans and genetically modified beings? Chapter 26, The Advent of Organ Cloning Era. The black market will become history. This video is merely the beginning. Within a day, a plethora of videos referencing Lu Yun's paper surfaced on Douyin. Although the vast majority of viewers could not comprehend the intricacies of the paper, it did not impede their recognition of its remarkable significance. Lu Yun, who was gradually fading from the public's eye, once again ascended the trending charts on Douyin, rekindling memories of kidney cloning technology. Why is this technology not yet applied for animal trials? At this moment, in the conference room of the Huaya branch of Construction Bank, Lu Yun was engaged in discussions regarding patent collateral with bank representatives. The bank president gazed at Lu Yun with admiration, stating, "Mr. Lu, you truly are a prodigy. At your age, you are the first to achieve such accomplishments. To be blunt, I am quite optimistic about your future, as is our bank. And we wish to maintain a long-term partnership with you. Therefore, even without an introduction from academician Wang, we are more than willing to grant you a loan. Now, let us discuss the proposal. You are using the patent application rights of your self-calibrating gene editing technology as collateral. Generally, our review process for such collateral is exceedingly stringent. However, your patent has already created a global sensation and garnered unanimous recognition within the academic community, thus we can afford to be less rigorous. Currently, the mainstream gene editing technology is CRISPR-Cas9, which yields approximately 40 million annually. Your technology is superior, so we will adjust the expected annual revenue to 50 million. However, considering your patent has not yet been commercialized, there is inherent risk. We can only extend a loan equivalent to 1.5 times the anticipated annual revenue, amounting to 75 million. Of course, this will be in soft currency, effectively giving you a loan limit of 500 million. At this juncture, the president added, "If you are willing to use the kidney cloning technology or your personal credit as collateral, the loan limit can be elevated to 5 billion. Lu Yun smiled. 500 million is already sufficient to support the market entry of cloned kidneys, and by that time, financial constraints will be a thing of the past. Indeed. The president nodded in agreement. In our country alone, there are over 1 million patients in need of kidney transplants, with an additional 150,000 new patients each year. The market potential is immense." Upon hearing the president's words, the others in the conference room turned their gazes towards Lu Yun in unison. This 18-year-old individual, already possessing a veritable fortune, was assuredly set for a financially secure life, a veritable dream come true. When Lu Yun entered the bank, his account held less than 10,000 yuan. Upon exiting, however, a cold sum of 500 million lay within his bank account. Gazing at the balance, even though he had recently declined an offer of 8 billion in cash from Pfizer, he could not help but inhale deeply. This 500 million was indeed real and resting in his account. Nevertheless, Lu Yun's mind did not conjure dreams of luxury cars or opulent mansions. Besides the bank's oversight of fund usage, he did not even possess a driver's license, and with his parents in the hospital, purchasing a grand residence would serve little purpose. In Lu Yun's mind, the immediate thought was to initiate animal experiments for cloning kidneys, as his father was eagerly awaiting a transplant of a cloned organ. With this in mind, he recorded a video and posted it on Douyin. "Hello everyone, I am Lu Yun. I would like to express my gratitude for the support I received during the recent public discussions. I am aware that many of you are keenly interested in the developments of cloning kidney technology, so I would like to provide you with an update. I have secured a loan of 500 million yuan from the bank by pledging the patent for self-calibrating gene editing technology. Today, we will commence preparations for the animal trials of cloned kidneys, followed by clinical trials and market entry. I have also noted your concerns regarding the pricing of cloned kidneys. Rest assured, the price will not exceed 100,000 yuan each in our country." At this moment, Lu Yun's Douyin followers had surpassed 2 million, all of whom were active users. Consequently, upon the video's release, a multitude of followers received notification updates. Among them was the Douyin influencer Su Shanha, who had been riding the coattails of Lu Yun's popularity, as he crafted his own persona as a devoted fan of Lu Yun. Even his manner of addressing him had garnered a level of acceptance within a small circle. After watching the video, Su Shanha immediately pushed aside the beauty beside him, rushed to the living room, and began a live broadcast. "Brothers, Lu Yun has released a video. Those who haven't watched it, hurry up and do so. For those who have, come back to the live room to chat with me." I've been puzzled for the past few days, wondering why Lu Yun, who seemingly lacked the funds for animal experiments and clinical trials, was not selling the technology. Now I understand that he is quite confident, aware that the patent he applied for is immensely valuable. How valuable? 500 million. Goodness, how many can secure such a loan from a bank with a single patent? Certainly, I cannot. However, what I admire most about Lu Yun is his statement at the end of the video, where he claimed that the price of a cloned kidney in our country would not exceed 100,000 yuan. Some may argue that 100,000 is still quite expensive, but I believe this is a conscientious price. If it were any other pharmaceutical company, I estimate the starting price would be at least 300,000, with 500,000 being typical, and even 1 million possible. Moreover, this is not a standardized product. It requires customization based on each individual's DNA. Post-transplant, there will be no rejection, and the recipient will become a healthy person. Even if someone temporarily cannot afford it and needs to borrow 200,000 for 2 kidneys following the surgery, they would be healthy and able to seek any job, even factory work, and could repay the debt in a few years. Health is paramount. Hearing Su Shana's words, the audience in the live room expressed their agreement, and the comments flooded in. This truly is a fair price, even if Lu Yun's profits are substantial. He has earned it. Only those who have suffered from serious illnesses understand the true value of health. If 200,000 can buy health, I would wake up smiling from that dream. With this pricing of 100,000, I have decided to support Lu Yun. I will follow him right now. Among the ordinary netizens in the live room, there were also chronic kidney disease patients and their families who had been closely monitoring the latest developments in cloning kidneys. And they too found the price to be quite fair. One such individual was Qing Qing. A few days ago, she learned from Douyin that major pharmaceutical companies were lavishly spending money to acquire kidney cloning technology, which left her feeling utterly despondent. Given the nature of these companies, it was highly plausible that a single cloned kidney would be sold for around 500,000, a sum she could hardly hope to amass. However, with Lu Yun's recent public declaration that the cost of a cloned kidney would not exceed 100,000, her perspective shifted. She contemplated that, although a single kidney could barely sustain a reasonable quality of life, the significantly reduced price allowed for a more indulgent option, replacing both of her kidneys with clones for a total of 200,000, plus approximately 100,000 for the surgical procedure, culminating in a total of 300,000. This amount could transform her into a normal individual, enabling her to work, seek a romantic partner, bear children, and ultimately lead a fulfilling life. It seemed an invaluable investment. With this thought in mind, Qing Qing recorded a video, resolving to work diligently to earn the money for her 2 cloned kidneys. In closing, she expressed her gratitude to Lu Yun. Her followers, upon seeing the video, flooded the comments with encouragement. Qing Qing, I'm in the same boat. Let's strive together. Qing Qing, please host more live streams. I'll support you with rewards. Don't feel shy. Once you're healthy, you can help others too, spreading the love. It was exhilarating to think that Qing Qing might soon free herself from the burdens of illness. And ordinary people need not fear the threat of organ trafficking. If technology continues to advance, the black market for organs could be entirely eradicated. Meanwhile, Lu Yun received a phone call from Jiang Hai. I have good news to share with you. Chapter 27. Once successful, various resources naturally converge towards you, Jiang Hai remarked. Although you now possess funding, initiating animal experiments for cloning kidneys from scratch would require an excessive amount of time. If you are willing, Hongqing University can assist with the animal experiments for kidney cloning, as the institution already has related projects in place. All resources are readily available, and you could commence the animal experiments today. Moreover, this entire arrangement is complimentary, with the only stipulation being that when you consider future collaborations with domestic universities, you must include Hongqing University as a potential partner. Lu Yun immediately grasped the intentions of Hongqing University. On one hand, they sought to enhance the school's prestige by providing facilities for the kidney cloning experiments. On the other, they were optimistic about his future, hoping for opportunities to collaborate later on. This is the advantage of success. Once achieved, resources will naturally gravitate towards you. Eager to expedite the animal experiments, Lu Yun readily concurred. Professor Jiang, please convey my gratitude to the university leadership for their assistance. In the future, when I seek collaboration with universities, I will prioritize your institution. I knew you would agree, Jiang Hai replied with a smile. I will inform the university leaders right away. That very day, after bidding farewell to his parents, Lu Yun flew back to Hongqing and immediately took a taxi to the patent agency with which he previously collaborated to apply for global patents for 23 technologies. These pertain to non-core techniques related to kidney cloning, while the most critical secrets remain solely in his possession. Subsequently, Lu Yun approached a headhunting firm to recruit a manager for his recently registered Hangzhou technology, responsible for leasing office space, acquiring equipment, constructing laboratories, and preparing for clinical trials. Among numerous other tasks, the name Hangzhou, symbolizing eternal life, embodies the company's vision of enabling humanity to achieve longevity. After completing these tasks, Lu Yun arrived at Hongqing University the following day. Lu Yun, you have finally arrived, Jiang Hai exclaimed, gesturing to 3 individuals beside him. These 3 are my graduate students. They are aware of your intention to conduct animal experiments for kidney cloning at Hongqing University, and they have been eager to assist you. I considered that we would need 6 miniature pigs for the experiments, and simply caring for them will demand considerable effort. Even with my help, it would be overwhelming. So I brought them along to meet you. If you do not mind, I would like them to assist you. Rest assured, their foundational skills are quite solid. As Hongqing University is a 211 institution with a reputable biology program, ranked 36th nationally, Jiang Hai added. As he spoke, the 2 male and 1 female students looked at Lu Yun with eager and envious expressions in their eyes. Absolutely. You are welcome to assist, Lu Yun responded, smiling as he addressed the trio. Hello, senior. Hello, senior sister. Ah, thank you, Lu Yun. We appreciate your agreement to let us help, they replied gratefully. The senior student, adorned with half-frame glasses, radiated delight. The cloning of kidneys represents the pinnacle of global technological advancement. Participating in this project, even in a supporting role, would greatly benefit her, enhancing her resume and providing an opportunity to acquire invaluable knowledge. The 2 other students were equally exhilarated, fully aware that they had stumbled upon a remarkable opportunity. Without their mentor's favorable relationship with Lu Yun, it would have been improbable for students of their caliber to engage in such a project. Soon after, the trio introduced themselves. The female graduate student was named Chen Wei, while the 2 male counterparts were Yu Kai and Lu Zhilong, both in their 2nd year of graduate studies, aspiring to pursue doctoral degrees. Given the competitive nature of the biological sciences, it was nearly impossible to secure desirable employment without a Ph.D. Subsequently, Jiang Hai led Lu Yun to 6 cages, each containing a South Yunnan small-eared pig weighing between 50 to 60 pounds. Indeed, these pigs were the subjects of the animal experiments for kidney cloning, as their renal anatomy closely resembles that of humans. Prior to the advent of Lu Yun's kidney cloning breakthrough, scientists had been exploring the genetic modification of pigs for the purpose of transplanting their kidneys into humans, with some successful cases already documented. However, this technique possesses a significant drawback compared to Lu Yun's cloning method. Post-transplant rejection is inevitable, placing patients at substantial risk and necessitating lifelong immunosuppressive medication. You will first assign numbers to these 6 pigs, then each of you will be responsible for 2 pigs. Begin with comprehensive testing, documenting all relevant data, followed by blood extraction to isolate white blood cells. I will then revert these white blood cells to stem cells, and you may observe and participate under my guidance. Lu Yun articulated his straightforward plan. He wished to avoid the monotony of repetitive tasks, thereby seeking to cultivate a few capable assistants. These 3 graduate students would serve as the inaugural cohort. This also explained his decision to patent the non-core technologies associated with kidney cloning. By hiring employees, he would inevitably need to impart these skills, as failing to secure the patents would leave them vulnerable to appropriation by others. Naturally, the core technology must remain firmly under his control. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, Chen Wei and her peers were visibly thrilled. Although other scientists had also succeeded in reverting somatic cells to stem cells, the technique Lu Yun was about to employ was undoubtedly more advanced. After all, when other scientists achieved their breakthroughs, self-calibrating gene editing technology had yet to emerge. Jiang Hai, however, furrowed his brow and cast a knowing glance at Lu Yun, leading him to a secluded area outside the laboratory before speaking. Even if you have registered 23 patents for kidney cloning technology, you must remain vigilant regarding the confidentiality of your techniques. Jiang Hai understood that patent disclosure does not equate to replicability, as non-technical features such as process details and optimal parameters do not need to be publicly disclosed during the patent application process, thereby complicating the reverse engineering efforts of others. However, if Lu Yun were to conduct operations in front of others, it would be tantamount to making all details public. Should these particulars be divulged, the challenges of reverse engineering and developing kidney cloning technology would be significantly diminished. At that juncture, even if Lu Yun held a patent, he might face considerable losses. To illustrate, if someone were to successfully acquire the technology through reverse engineering, they could easily establish a company in India, marketing cloned kidneys globally. As India does not recognize foreign pharmaceutical patents, Lu Yun chuckled, stating, "I have only applied for patents on non-core technologies. The two most critical technologies, the gene limiter and the collagen variant, remain firmly under my control." Jiang Hai, intrigued, inquired, "What are these two technologies? I've never heard of them." Lu Yun elaborated, "These are techniques I developed quite effortlessly during my research on the self-organization of kidney cells to form kidneys. I inserted an artificial gene fragment containing self-organization instructions into the cell's genes to ensure they would assemble according to my designated timeline. Furthermore, I incorporated a gene limiter, essentially a gene switch, which is set to an active state by default, rendering this gene fragment inactive and preventing the activation of the kidney self-organization program. Only when the cells encounter my gene-edited collagen variant does the gene switch deactivate, allowing the cells to initiate the kidney self-organization process. Thus, as long as these two core technologies remain undisclosed, even if others use my techniques to cultivate kidney cells, they will be unable to develop them into functional kidneys. Patients require fully operational kidneys, not merely a collection of kidney cells, so those who aspire to pilfer my technology are destined for disappointment." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hai was astounded and eagerly asked, "Does the gene limiter you developed have the capability to render any specified gene sequence ineffective?" Lu Yun nodded affirmatively, "Indeed. It can render any inserted gene sequence ineffective, including sequences from animals." "Good grief," Jiang Hai exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. As a professional, he recognized the extraordinary implications of this technology, which not only holds significant potential in scientific research but also possesses terrifying destructive capabilities. For instance, inserting a gene limiter into one's reproductive gene sequence would result in infertility, while inserting it into intelligence-related gene sequences could lead to cognitive impairment. Should this information become public, it would undoubtedly incite widespread panic. Most importantly, such a remarkable technology emerged from Lu Yun's casual research, which he seemed to regard with little significance, having never mentioned it before. Contemplating this, Jiang Hai felt a surge of frustration. Why was it so effortlessly attainable for Lu Yun to develop such groundbreaking technology? Why was it not within my reach? After all, I am a university professor, while Lu Yun is merely a high school student. 5 days had swiftly elapsed. The animal experiments for cloning kidneys have entered a steady phase. Utilizing the laboratory's equipment and his self-developed self-calibrating gene editing technology, Lu Yun directed 3 cattle and horses to conduct gene editing on the white blood cells of hundreds of pigs. Simultaneously, he introduced specially formulated catalytic factors into the culture medium to guide these white blood cells successfully back to a stem cell state. During this period, news of the commencement of animal experiments for kidney cloning also spread, capturing the attention of patients in need of kidney transplants and their families, while also igniting the hope of some who sought to appropriate the technology. On that day, at 10:30 in the evening, Lu Zhilong, who was assisting Lu Yun in the laboratory, caught sight of a message and, with a somewhat evasive gaze, left the laboratory and made his way to a secluded corner devoid of onlookers. Chapter 28. The business spy stunned Lu Zhilong was born into an ordinary family. Although his needs were met, the assistance his parents could provide was limited. At most, they could offer him 600,000 yuan for marriage and housing, but no more. Consequently, he understood from an early age that he would need to rely on himself for his future. He devoted himself diligently to his studies, initially planning to complete his doctorate and secure a position as a professor or a well-paying job earning 300,000 to 400,000 annually. He envisioned finding a girlfriend, working together, purchasing a car and a home, and leading a simple, unremarkable life. However, 2 days ago, he encountered a turning point in his life. An unfamiliar individual, known only by the pseudonym X, added him on WeChat, expressing a desire to collaborate on a business venture and without hesitation, transferred him 100,000 yuan. He was utterly taken aback. Nevertheless, being of considerable intellect, he quickly deduced that discussing business at such a moment and being so generous must be related to Lu Yun's groundbreaking kidney cloning technology. He contemplated rejecting the offer outright. Yet, Upon seeing the additional digits in his bank account, his resolve wavered. Following X's instructions, he downloaded the Telegram app, where all subsequent communications would occur. X continued to entice him, transferring an additional 200,000 yuan and offering an exorbitant sum. If Lu Zhilong could steal or learn Lu Yun's technology to assist X in successfully cultivating cloned kidneys, he would receive 50 million yuan. After careful consideration, Lu Zhilong, believing that with Lu Yun's guidance he could master the requisite techniques, agreed to the proposal. However, he suggested an alternative arrangement. He would provide daily details of the technology. And upon X's verification, payment of 200,000 yuan would be made immediately. Once X successfully cultivated the cloned kidneys, the final payment of 50 million yuan would be rendered. All in cryptocurrency. X acquiesced. Lu Zhilong exhaled in relief, knowing that X might not fulfill the 50 million yuan payment, but the daily earnings of 200,000 yuan would suffice. If the animal experiments for cloning kidneys continued for a month, he would amass 6 million yuan, which would significantly improve his quality of life. Thus, Lu Zhilong stealthily exited the laboratory to relay the technical details he had clandestinely acquired and discussed with X that day. Ding dong. Minutes later, the call concluded, and Lu Zhilong opened his cryptocurrency app, glancing at his balance, his body trembling with excitement. Another 200,000 yuan had arrived. Thank you, Lu Yun, for granting me this opportunity for wealth. Meanwhile, in the Eagle Sauce, Roche Pharmaceutical Gene Research Center. Roche Pharmaceuticals stands as a colossal enterprise with a market value exceeding $200 billion. One of its core products is an anti-rejection drug, primarily aimed at patients who have undergone kidney transplants. Should Lu Yun's cloned kidneys enter the market and patients experience no rejection post-transplant, sales of the anti-rejection medication would plummet to nearly zero, resulting in considerable losses for the company and a sharp decline in stock prices. Consequently, Roche Pharmaceuticals was keenly attentive to this matter, initially dispatching representatives to waive cash in an attempt to purchase Lu Yun's kidney cloning technology, only to be met with rejection. Now that they are aware that Lu Yun has applied for patents related to the technology, they immediately initiated reverse engineering, aiming to develop kidney cloning technology based on the patent. This would provide them with numerous options. For instance, they could lobby the authorities, threatening national security as a pretext, to bar Lu Yun's company from entering the American market. In the past, the likelihood of such a scheme succeeding would have been minimal. However, with major powers now in competition, tariffs can soar up to 125, rendering the previously unthinkable quite feasible. Moreover, they could consider making slight modifications to the technology to circumvent the patent protections and apply for new patents. They might also establish a subsidiary in India to pursue the cloning kidney business, given that India does not recognize foreign pharmaceutical patents. To swiftly unravel Lu Yun's technology, corporate espionage presents a promising avenue. Consequently, after gathering intelligence on Lu Yun's latest activities, they set their sights on 4 individuals working in the same laboratory as him, ultimately selecting Lu Zhilong after thorough analysis. Lu Zhilong did not disappoint. The technical details he provided significantly accelerated their progress in deciphering the technology. It worked. The white blood cells of these pigs have already reverted to stem cells. Our experimental progress is nearly synchronized with Lu Yun's. By the time Lu Yun successfully cultivates the cloned kidneys in the laboratory, we should also have complete mastery of this technology. Although Lu Yun is a genius, he is still quite young and unaware of the importance of safeguarding trade secrets. Inside the laboratory, Stephen, the head of this reverse engineering project, was brimming with excitement. The researchers expressed their admiration for Lu Yun. His self-calibrating gene editing technology is remarkably effective. After employing this technique, our gene editing speed has increased at least tenfold, with an off-target rate that is nearly zero. I believe his understanding of human genetics is beyond imagination. I would have never guessed that these 3 gene sequences are so crucial in the process of reverting somatic cells to stem cells. His talent in the biological sciences is extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, another 20 days have passed. Lu Yun's Hangzhou technology now employs 13 individuals, with the general manager named Li Peiqiang, who is quite capable and organizes work efficiently. Additionally, his family resides in the country, and his only son has no intention of studying abroad. This is something Lu Yun is particularly concerned about, as he understands that once he develops gene modification technology, he must align with national strategies to constrain American interests. A general manager with family abroad would undoubtedly pose a risk. Lu Yun has also restarted his gene modification experiments, aiming to genetically alter mice to endow them with the electric discharge capabilities of an electric eel. This research presents significant challenges, as it entails modifying the cells of tens of thousands of mice without absolute control over their bodily functions, making the workload immense. Thus, his objective is to develop an artificial gene fragment akin to a virus, capable of infiltrating the mice's bodies and infecting their skin or muscle cells, subsequently transforming those cells into electric cells. He is exercising considerable caution in this research endeavor. He was acutely aware that, despite his noble intentions, the artificial gene fragments, akin to a virus, posed a grave threat if they were to escape and, by mere chance, mutate to gain the ability to spread through the air, thus initiating a biochemical crisis. This encapsulates the terrifying potential of genetic technology. As for the animal experiments regarding cloning kidneys, they progressed smoothly. On the 6th day, the stem cells had differentiated into various renal cells, including endothelial and mesangial cells. Subsequently, Lu Yun inserted artificial gene fragments containing self-organizing instructions and gene restrictors into the genes of these cells, while also introducing a genetically edited variant of collagen into the culture medium, thereby activating the self-organization program of the kidney cells. The kidney cells began to autonomously organize into a kidney structure. At that moment, Lu Zhilong was left speechless. He had learned Lu Yun's techniques, yet he lacked the artificial gene fragments, gene restrictors, and collagen variants, all of which were provided by Lu Yun. He dared not inquire further, as this constituted a commercial secret, and indiscreet questioning could reveal his own inadequacies. The researchers at Roche Pharmaceuticals were equally stunned. The patents filed by Lu Yun contained no relevant information, rendering them incapable of replicating the work. In the ensuing days, Lu Yun's animal experiments progressed remarkably well, with the kidneys gradually taking shape and continuously growing. Meanwhile, at Roche Pharmaceuticals, the kidney cells remained mere kidney cells, showing no signs of self-organization into a functional organ. On the 20th day, Lu Yun had successfully formed 6 kidneys cloned from porcine white blood cells, all of which passed rigorous testing with impeccable data. After transplantation into the pigs, their urination was normal, and blood creatinine levels were within acceptable ranges. Conversely, at Roche Pharmaceuticals, the kidney cells were still just kidney cells. "Damn it, you are all worthless," Stephen roared in frustration. "It's been over 10 days, and you've made no progress. You are highly paid technical personnel, graduates of Ivy League universities. Is there nothing you can do besides copying Lu Yun's work?" The animal experiments were successfully completed. Inside the laboratory at Hongqing University, Lu Yun's face radiated joy, although he had anticipated this outcome. The prospect of soon applying for clinical trials to enable his father to receive a cloned kidney transplant and regain his health filled him with genuine happiness. Tomorrow, he would apply for the clinical trials, allowing him to shift his focus to genetic modification. The task of cloning kidneys for the clinical trial volunteers could be entrusted to Chen Wei and Lu Zhilong, for which they would receive a stipend and gain entry into Hangzhou technology, an opportunity they would likely embrace, given the bright future of the company. Meanwhile, Lu Zhilong found himself engulfed in despair. For the past 10 days, X had ceased sending him money. When he attempted to return the funds, X refused, instead threatening him that whether through theft or kidnapping Lu Yun, he must find a way to acquire the complete kidney cloning technology. Otherwise, the world would learn of his wrongdoing in obtaining Lu Yun's technology for profit, resulting in not only public disgrace but also imprisonment. "I should never have succumbed to greed." Lu Zhilong felt a profound sense of regret, yet he recognized that he was once again at a crucial crossroads in his life. Should he seek a way to acquire the skills he needed, or should he surrender himself? He cast a glance at Lu Yun, whose face was adorned with a cheerful smile, and found himself in a tumultuous internal conflict. Chapter 29. My life was transformed by Lu Yun confession? The image of being handcuffed and led to identify the scene flashed through Lu Zhilong's mind, accompanied by the disdainful gazes of friends, family, and classmates, all exclaiming in disbelief. Who would have thought he was such a person? If such a thing were to occur, he would rather embrace death. Kidnapping Lu Yun? After pondering, Lu Zhilong realized he might not even stand a chance against Lu Yun. Forget it. He would take life one day at a time. Ultimately, he chose to evade reality. Casting one last glance at the radiant Lu Yun, feeling akin to a wretched insect lurking in a shadowy corner compared to her. Perhaps this was the price of straying from the righteous path. The animal trials were successfully completed. In high spirits, Lu Yun treated Jiang Hai, Lu Zhilong, Yu Kai, and Chen Wei to a lavish meal at an upscale restaurant near the school. Afterwards, they took a cab to Hangzhou Technology, where she presented the relevant data from the animal experiments to General Manager Li Peiqiang and instructed him to expedite the application for the Phase 1 clinical trial of cloned kidneys. Li Peiqiang had long been prepared for this moment. Upon receiving the animal experiment data, he promptly logged onto the official website of the Drug Administration's Drug Review Center and submitted an electronic application under the name of Hangzhou Technology. Typically, the Drug Administration would take 60 working days to initiate the approval process, but Lu Yun's kidney cloning technology had garnered special attention. Upon receiving the application, the Drug Administration swiftly established a special expert group to commence the approval process, notifying Hangzhou Technology the very next day that their application for the clinical trial had been approved. Already approved? Splendid. You are to proceed as planned and issue a public announcement under Hangzhou Technology's name to recruit 100 volunteers for the Phase 1 clinical trial. Even though he was somewhat prepared for this news, Lu Yun felt a surge of excitement upon hearing it from Li Peiqiang. After a brief conversation, he hung up and dialed his father, Lu Changqing, to share this delightful news. Father, the application for the Phase 1 clinical trial of the cloned kidney has been approved. You will soon be able to receive a transplant of the cloned kidney. Approved? Wonderful, wonderful. Lu Changqing paused for a moment. Then tremors of emotion coursed through him, his eyes misting with unshed tears. Ever since being diagnosed with uremia, he had felt devoid of hope for the future, if not for his wife and son. And the longing to witness his son's journey through university, marriage, and fatherhood, he doubted he would have had the courage to carry on. He felt deeply inadequate and burdened with guilt, realizing he could not provide support for his family and might be unable to assist when his son needed help with buying a home, a car, or starting a family. Each time he reflected on this, he loathed himself, berating the fact that had he taken better care of his health and undergone regular checkups, he might have avoided this wretched illness. Fortunately, his son had proven to be exceptionally talented, bringing him an unimaginable surprise. He had developed kidney cloning technology. Not only had he become a nationally recognized genius in research, but he had also restored hope for Lu Changqing's health. As of now, the cloning of kidneys has entered the clinical trial phase, bringing him closer to the day of restored health. Even if he cannot offer any assistance to his already accomplished son, at the very least, he will not be a burden. Father, the 3 cloned kidneys I provided you with, one has been sent to the Forensic Identification Center for DNA comparison, while the other 2 are undergoing comprehensive testing at Hangzhou University's laboratory. Although they still exhibit biological activity, their quality has diminished, necessitating a fresh collection of your somatic cells to clone 2 new kidneys. But fret not, the process will be swift. Completion is anticipated within a month. At that time, you will undergo transplant surgery at Sheda Hospital alongside other clinical trial volunteers. During this month, focus on nurturing your health, for surgery carries inherent risks. The healthier you are, the lesser the risks. Lu Yun reassured him. All right, I will take good care of myself, Lu Changqing promptly affirmed, adding, by the way, your mother is nearby. She is quite delighted and wishes to speak with you. Meanwhile, as Lu Yun joyously conversed with his parents, the external world was abuzz with excitement over the news. In Hangzhou, at the Jin Xiao Snack Street, Qingqing was busy selling spicy skewers. Since deciding to earnestly save up 300,000 yuan for 2 cloned kidneys, she had resigned from her previous low-paying job. With the support of family and online friends, she established her own stall. Perhaps due to her striking beauty or the patronage from her livestream fans, her business thrived, sometimes earning her 500 to 600 yuan in a single day. This brought her immense joy, making her feel increasingly closer to becoming a normal person. Qingqing, great news. Suddenly, a young man selling fried skewers approached her, excitement radiating from him. While browsing Douyin, I saw a video posted by the official account of the Drug Administration announcing that the first phase of the cloned kidney experiment has received approval. You must check it out. Upon hearing this, Qingqing quickly retrieved her phone, opened Douyin, and searched for the clinical trial of cloned kidneys. The first video that appeared was not from the Drug Administration, but from a company called Hangzhou Technology. Qingqing recognized it as Lu Yun's company. She promptly clicked on the video and saw a middle-aged man speaking. The first phase of the clinical trial for cloned kidneys has officially commenced. Hangzhou Technology is seeking to recruit 100 volunteers, with each participant receiving 2 cloned kidneys free of charge, although a waiver agreement must be signed. If you wish to become a volunteer for this initial clinical trial, please download the official Hangzhou Technology app and submit your relevant information after watching the video. Qingqing immediately resolved to apply as a volunteer for the first phase of the clinical trial. Although the odds of acceptance were slim, competing against over 1 million patients for one of the 100 spots, the prospect of success meant not only saving 300,000 yuan but also achieving her dream of becoming a normal person sooner. She had long awaited that day, when she would first seek out a young man to engage in a meaningful romance and relish the joys of an ordinary life. After completing the application and submitting her information, Qingqing began to oscillate between hope and despair. At times, she lamented her fate as a patient suffering from uremia due to congenital reasons, convinced that she was not favored by the heavens and doubted her chances of being selected as a volunteer. Yet, in another moment, she whispered to herself, what if? What if my luck changes? This state of uncertainty was unsuitable for continuing her market stall. Thus, she closed her stand and returned to her rented single room, retrieving her phone to incessantly refresh the Hangshou Technology app, yearning for positive news. The announcement from Hangshou Technology stated that if the number of applicants exceeded 5,000 today, they would select suitable candidates by day's end. Qingqing mused that with over 1 million people in the country seeking kidney transplants, at least half would likely apply, ensuring results would emerge today. 1 minute passed, 2 minutes, an hour. She could no longer endure the torment of waiting and, after contemplating, decided to start a live stream, inviting her viewers to share in her anticipation. Qingqing, rest assured, one of the 100 spots is definitely yours. Smile. The more you smile, the luckier you will be. I will stay with you until the results are announced. Time flowed slowly. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Qingqing jolted, hastily grasping her phone. After a brief moment of disbelief, her eyes welled with tears as she choked out, I've been selected. I've been selected. Hangshou Technology has informed me that tomorrow I can go to their company for cellular collection, and in just 1 month, a cloned kidney will be ready. Then, I will undergo the transplant surgery at Peking Union Medical College Hospital, completely free of charge. The audience in the live stream consisted of her loyal fans, who, witnessing her journey to this moment, felt genuine joy for her and inundated her with gifts and messages. Lu Yun's father would also participate in this clinical trial, ensuring absolute safety, so Qingqing could join without worry. I'm sending you congratulations from Yun Province. Congratulations from Sichuan Province. Congratulations from Beijing. Congratulations from Pingcheng Vocational High School. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Qingqing exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion. Amidst her excitement, the name Lu Yun surfaced in her mind. He was the person she most wanted to thank. Although they had never met, her life had been irrevocably transformed by his influence. From that moment on, there would be no more tears shed in the night by the sorrowful Qingqing. Instead, she emerged as a sunny, cheerful, and joyous individual. Chapter 30, Witnessing a Miracle. The online streaming room of Qingqing buzzed with excitement. On Douyin, this topic ignited fervent discussions. The village internet revealed that the technology for kidney cloning had been successfully developed and had entered the clinical trial phase. Lu Yun is remarkable. In the current tense global climate, where the battle for national fortunes has commenced, such uplifting news is desperately needed. Indeed, it is hoped that such advanced technologies will emerge in rapid succession, akin to dumplings being produced in bulk. If we could decisively surpass our competitors in science and technology, it would be even more splendid. Recently, netizens who viewed these videos expressed their frustration over the manipulative tariff strategies employed by our competitors, leading them to recognize the paramount importance of advanced technology, and they sincerely wished for more innovations akin to kidney cloning. On the other side, the prevailing sentiment among the majority was one of overwhelming arrogance, believing in their own supremacy. Consequently, even when browsing the internet, they focused primarily on domestic affairs, showing little concern for events occurring in other nations. However, today, for reasons unknown, when a video regarding the initiation of clinical trials for cloned kidneys surfaced, it unexpectedly went viral. The self-proclaimed chosen ones were left in disbelief. Kidney cloning has become a reality? This is the first time I have encountered such news. The inventor of kidney cloning is an 18-year-old from Huaxia. How can this be? Wasn't it said that Huaxia's technology lagged significantly behind ours? Are we, the leaders in biology, actually falling behind? No wonder the stock price of Roche Pharmaceuticals plummeted. One of the company's core products is an anti-rejection drug. And now with the imminent market arrival of cloned kidneys, the sales of these drugs are expected to decline sharply. Although some were displeased, these netizens ultimately accepted the reality. Huaxia had produced a scientific prodigy, an 18-year-old who had developed kidney cloning technology, leading to a significant drop in Roche's stock price. erasing over $20 billion in market value. Yet, they did not perceive this as particularly remarkable. After all, it is merely kidney cloning technology. The United States boasts countless Nobel laureates and a plethora of talents flocking from around the globe. And it should not take long to replicate such advancements. Moreover, the United States and its allies have an abundance of world-leading technologies, including lithography machines, chips, software, and biopharmaceuticals, all far ahead, dominating the global landscape. Meanwhile, Roche's stock price plummeted by 11, inciting furious outrage in CEO John, who reprimanded Stephen, responsible for reverse engineering the kidney cloning technology, harshly. Damn it, Lu Yun is about to commence clinical trials for cloned kidneys, while you have yet to produce any results. You are a waste of our resources. Get your things in order and leave at once. In a rush, Stephen replied, we still have a chance. The commercial spy I developed, named Lu Zhilong, has accepted Lu Yun's invitation and, along with 2 of his classmates, joined Lu Yun's company as a technician. There is a significant opportunity to acquire complete information on the kidney cloning technology. Upon hearing these words, CEO John S. eyes glimmered with intrigue. This was indeed promising news. Lu Yun's company was merely in its nascent stages, yet a corporate spy had secured employment there, potentially positioning himself for a high-ranking role within Lu Yun's enterprise. John envisioned him adeptly infiltrating the organization, seeking opportunities to acquire the coveted kidney cloning technology. Should he uncover Lu Yun's groundbreaking research findings, it would be imperative to ascertain a means of procuring them. Given Lu Yun's prodigious scientific talent, every research outcome was bound to be extraordinary. As time gradually elapsed, the news of cloned kidneys faded from the public consciousness, remaining a focal point solely for patients suffering from uremia, like Qingqing and their families, who diligently tracked the latest advancements. They tuned into Hongshou Technology's live broadcasts daily, witnessing the meticulous progression from somatic cells harvested from clinical trial volunteers to stem cells, followed by the formation of kidney cells that would eventually self-organize into kidneys. For them, what others deemed mundane was, in fact, the most riveting live stream in existence, as it embodied their hope. Meanwhile, Lu Yun had embarked on a new chapter in his life. He entrusted the cultivation of cloned kidneys to newly hired employees such as Lu Zhilong and Chen Wei, while he continued his research on the L-gene vector electric eel module. After thorough contemplation, he affirmed that his previous line of thought was indeed correct. To genetically modify fully grown animals or humans, the optimal approach would be to devise artificial gene fragments with the invasive capability akin to that of viruses. Thus, he resolved to pursue this direction further. To this end, he even designated a name for the artificial gene fragment he was investigating, the L-gene vector. Currently focusing on the electric eel module, with the possibility of incorporating additional modules in the future. Simultaneously, Lu Yun made a visit to Hongqing No. 2 Middle School, drawing the attention of the entire student body. However, he returned without attending class, as he found himself unable to settle down for lessons and deemed it unnecessary. He had already restructured his memory and cognitive mechanisms. Even a year without study would not render the knowledge he had acquired unfamiliar, ensuring he could still excel in the college entrance examination. In addition to this, he regularly convened with Jiang Hai and Li Manny every few days. They had not only provided him with substantial assistance but were also well-versed and acquainted with various locales in Hongqing, preventing him from becoming isolated in the laboratory and disconnected from society. Thus, 2 weeks passed. Within the confines of Hongshou Technology, in Lu Yun's dedicated laboratory, the 325th experiment commenced. With a mere thought, a multitude of atoms within his palm began to move in a synchronized manner, rapidly assembling into molecules and ultimately culminating in the 325th version of the L-gene vector, electric eel module. Indeed, Lu Yun had conducted 325 experiments, averaging over 1,000 each day. For an ordinary scientist, such a prolific output might never be achieved in a lifetime of research on artificial gene fragments. Yet, Lu Yun was unlike any other. With a mere thought, he could manipulate the atoms within his body to synthesize the gene fragments he envisioned. Should he find the results unsatisfactory, a single thought would suffice to decompose the recently created gene fragments back into their atomic components. Such astonishing efficiency was indeed formidable. Should other scientists become aware of this, they would undoubtedly be consumed by envy. The intrusiveness test commences. With a mere thought, Lu Yun directed the gene fragment, which he named the L-gene carrier, electric eel module, version 17325, to a skin cell of a small white mouse. For the sake of this experiment, Lu Yun had already integrated tens of thousands of the mouse's cells into his own body. Fortunately, he possessed the ability to control every cell and atom within him. Otherwise, he would have succumbed to infection by now. Yet, issues persisted. Before long, Lu Yun discerned that the 17325 version of the L gene carrier still harbored flaws. Although it successfully invaded the white mouse cells, it simultaneously led to their demise. Thus, time drifted by. During the 535th experiment, the intrusion test. This time, Lu Yun observed as the white mouse cells, after being infiltrated by the L gene carrier, ultimately transformed into electric cells. He was momentarily taken aback, soon to be overwhelmed by joy. After attempting over 10,000 times, success had finally arrived. However, immediate animal testing could not commence. It was essential to equip the L gene carrier with a self-destruction switch and a self-assembly program. The self-destruction switch was designed as a genetic mechanism to prevent uncontrollable situations that could lead to a biochemical crisis. Should the infected cells come into contact with the genetically edited variant of collagen, they would automatically degrade. The self-assembly program was intended to allow the electric cells, once transformed by the L gene carrier, to naturally organize into two antennae growing from the head of the small white mouse. This would not impede the mouse's ability to discharge electricity, yet Lu Yun found the notion quite fascinating. An hour passed. Lu Yun manufactured hundreds of millions of L gene carrier, electric eel templates within his body and approached a small white mouse confined in a cage with eager anticipation. He extended his hand, and a droplet of viscous black liquid, composed of billions of L gene carriers, flowed from his fingertip into the mouth of the small white mouse, which was tilting its head upwards. What followed was the moment of witnessing a miracle. Chapter 31. Can mice generate electricity? Zhang Hai was astounded. The moment the viscous black liquid slipped into the mouse's oral cavity, it seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, swiftly permeating the capillaries beneath the mucous membrane. Countless L gene carriers, akin to a swarm of microscopic robots, disseminated along the bloodstream. Ultimately, they were destined to locate the skin cells atop the mouse's head, infiltrating and transforming them into electric cells. Subsequently, these electric cells would activate the self-organizing program contained within the L gene carriers, autonomously developing two antennae. However, this was merely the most optimistic scenario. The success of this endeavor remained uncertain. 1 minute. 3 minutes. Lu Yun waited anxiously for 10 minutes. Yet the mouse exhibited no unusual behavior. Fatigue began to set in, and after a yawn, he glanced at his phone, realizing it was already past 3 in the morning. Perhaps a rest is in order. Lu Yun closed the laboratory door and leisurely made his way to the nearby lounge. Lying upon the bed, he soon drifted into slumber, awakening only after 9 o'clock the following morning. Throughout the night, Lu Yun had been preoccupied with thoughts of the mouse in the laboratory, neglecting the customary routine of brushing his teeth or washing his face. In truth, he possessed the extraordinary ability to cleanse his body instantaneously, eradicating any impurities from his face and mouth. Yet, he had grown accustomed to his current lifestyle and had no desire to alter it for the time being. Upon entering the laboratory, Lu Yun's expression brightened at the sight of two antennae, each approximately 3 centimeters long, sprouting from the mouse's head. Remarkably, it had succeeded. Lu Yun had not anticipated that his inaugural experiment with the L gene carriers would yield such results. He hurried forward, eager to ascertain whether the mouse, now adorned with antennae, possessed the ability to generate electricity like an electric eel. Squeak. Squeak. The once sleeping mouse jolted awake upon hearing footsteps. Upon recognizing Lu Yun approaching, it immediately became agitated, baring its teeth. It vividly recalled the moment when the giant before it had dripped something into its mouth, leading to excruciating pain and ultimately, unconsciousness. Why isn't it generating electricity? Could the genetic modification have only succeeded partially? Lu Yun felt a twinge of disappointment as he moved directly to the front of the cage, extending his hand to capture the mouse for dissection, to examine the changes within its body and cells. Perhaps sensing the immense threat in Lu Yun's indifferent gaze, the mouse grew even more frantic, leaping toward his right hand, its sharp teeth glinting ominously, intent on delivering a fierce bite. Had he been an ordinary person, he might have panicked at such an assault. A mouse bite is no trivial matter, not only painful, but also necessitating a rabies vaccination. However, Lu Yun remained calm. With a mere thought, a layer of armor, merely a fraction of a millimeter thick, enveloped the surface of his right hand. This armor, composed entirely of carbon atoms, was made of carbon allotropes, recognized as one of the hardest materials known to man, boasting a hardness over 200 times that of steel. not to mention a mouse. Even a thicker layer of this armor could withstand a bullet. However, in the next moment, an unexpected event transpired. As the little white mouse soared through the air, poised to bite Lu Yun, its two antennae suddenly discharged arcs of bluish-green electricity towards his right hand. Lu Yun, caught off guard, was struck by the electric arc. The potent current coursing through his carbon-based armor, resulting in slight charring of the skin on his right hand. In other words, it was singed. Remarkably, it had succeeded. Rather than feeling anger, Lu Yun was filled with delight. The minor electric shock inflicted upon him was swiftly mitigated by his will, allowing his body to recover. The mouse's discharge of electricity indicated that the L-gene carrier, electric eel module he had been researching had successfully transformed the creature. This was not merely a matter of editing a few genes. It represented a large-scale transformation that had enabled the mouse to evolve, endowing it with the electrical discharging capability of an electric eel. If word of this spread, it would undoubtedly lead all scientists engaged in genetic research to question their very existence. The gene modification that, to our understanding, could only exist in the realm of science fiction had become a tangible reality in his hands. With this thought, a subtle smile crept upon Lu Yun's lips. Subsequently, with a mere thought, the carbon-based armor enveloping his right hand disassembled into carbon atoms and reformed into diamond armor. The hardness of diamond is formidable in being an insulator. It would be impervious to the mouse's potential discharge of over 1,000 volts. Squeak, squeak. The little white mouse finally managed to bite Lu Yun's right hand. However, in the next instant, it felt as though its teeth were on the brink of shattering, emitting a cry of anguish as its antennae once again discharged bluish-green arcs. Yet this time, the arcs were noticeably thinner. Lu Yun observed this phenomenon and pondered that the mouse's two discharges occurred during a heightened emotional state. Perhaps, although it possessed the ability to discharge electricity akin to an electric eel, it was unable to master this capability, possibly even unaware of its possession of such power, subconsciously utilizing it instead. Furthermore, the energy stored in the electric cells comprising the mouse's antennae was finite. After one use, the voltage for the subsequent discharge diminished. To test his hypothesis, Lu Yun extended his right hand and firmly grasped the little white mouse. The mouse, in sheer terror, struggled to break free, but to no avail. It became increasingly agitated as its antennae continued to emit bluish-green arcs, albeit with diminishing potency. Indeed, his conjecture proved correct. Lu Yun mentally commended his own intellect, and, after a moment's reflection, touched the mouse's antennae, collecting thousands of cells from them onto his right hand. He then prepared to conduct a thorough study of these cells. As for the little white mouse, he placed it back into its cage, intending to engage with it gradually, lest he inadvertently end its life in a single encounter. At that moment, the phone rang. Lu Yun secured the little white mouse in its cage and retrieved his phone, discovering it was Jiang Hai calling. As soon as he answered, he heard Jiang Hai's voice. Lu Yun, Li Manny and I are at the entrance of your company, hoping to invite you to join us for the robotics exhibition. In most instances, Lu Yun would readily agree, but today was an exception. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, I apologize, but I have just made a breakthrough in the genetic modification of animals and wish to continue my research for a while longer. So I cannot join you. Genetic modification of animals? Jiang Hai was taken aback and quickly inquired. Did you just say that you have achieved a breakthrough in the genetic modification of animals? Lu Yun nodded and explained, I have been diligently researching genetic modification recently, aiming to endow mice with the electrical discharge abilities of an electric eel. Around 3 in the morning, I conducted the first experiment on the mice, initially expecting failure. But to my astonishment, it succeeded on the first attempt. Upon awakening, I discovered that the mouse had developed 2 antennae on its head and could emit blue-green electrical arcs through them. My goodness! Jiang Hai gasped in astonishment. As a professor of biology at Hongqing University, he understood the profound implications of Lu Yun's achievement. If Lu Yun could genetically modify mice to possess the electrical discharge capabilities of an electric eel, he would undoubtedly have the ability to perform the same modifications on humans. The significance of this advancement was akin to humanity's first mastery of fire, heralding the dawn of a new era, the era of superhumans. Lu Yun, may I visit your laboratory? Jiang Hai exclaimed eagerly. Me too. I wish to witness this as well, Li Manny chimed in. Having grasped the gravity of the situation, her curiosity piqued. Lu Yun nodded affirmatively, saying, Of course you may. I'm on my way, Jiang Hai declared, abruptly ending the call and sprinting towards Lu Yun's laboratory, eager to witness the inception of the superhuman era with his own eyes. Chapter 32. The facts are before us. One cannot help but believe. This is simply unbelievable, even with prior mental preparation. When Jiang Hai and Li Manny arrived at the laboratory and witnessed the astonishing sight of two antennae sprouting from the top of the lab mouse's head, they were momentarily stunned. How did you manage this? It's utterly incredible. Jiang Hai, a professor in the biology department at Hongqing University, racked his brain but could not conceive how one could enable a mouse to grow two antennae, approximately 3 centimeters in length, overnight and possess the ability to emit electric shocks like an electric eel. It's rather simple, Lu Yun explained. I created an artificial gene fragment known as the L gene carrier, which comprises 3 modules, a viral capsid protein gene, an electric eel discharge gene module, and a self-destruct switch. Once the L gene carrier enters the mouse's body, it disseminates through the bloodstream. Upon encountering the skin cells located at the top of the mouse's head, the viral capsid protein gene activates, invading the skin cells akin to a virus. Subsequently, the electric eel discharge gene module transforms these skin cells into electrocytes, organizing themselves into 2 antennae. This is simple. Jiang Hai felt as though he had been struck by 1,000 blows. He grasped Lu Yun's line of thought immediately. Yet he could not fathom how to bring it to fruition. Not only he, but no one else in the world could achieve such a feat. Lu Yun had the audacity to call it simple. Well, talent is indeed remarkable. Li Manny, however, was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the intricacies of the explanation. Yet, this did not diminish her awareness that they were witnessing a groundbreaking technological advancement, one that surpassed even the complexity of cloning kidneys. A sense of inexplicable joy and a hint of sweetness filled her heart as she gazed at Lu Yun, her admiration nearly palpable. The man before her was simply exceptional. Suddenly, a sigh escaped her heart. Encountering such astonishing individuals may not necessarily be a blessing. Recently, her parents had introduced her to several suitors, all of whom possessed commendable qualities. However, she found herself inevitably comparing them to Lu Yun, leaving her feeling that none could measure up. Oh, if only I were 10 years younger, Li Manny silently lamented. At that moment, Jiang Hai pointed at the mouse and inquired, when will it discharge electricity? During predation? Or when threatened? What is the voltage it releases? Lu Yun replied, from my observations, this mouse is completely unaware of its ability to discharge electricity. It only does so unconsciously when in a state of extreme anger or fear. As he spoke, Lu Yun approached the cage, his indifferent gaze fixated on the mouse, extending his hand as if to capture it, even though he was still 2 to 3 meters away. The mouse, sensing the impending threat, instinctively reacted, standing upright. Its body tensed, baring its teeth and squeaking in alarm. Furthermore, blue-green arcs of electricity erupted from the 2 antennae atop its head. Wow! The arc it emitted ionized the air, reaching at least 600 volts, which is classified as highly lethal high-voltage electricity. Jiang Hai could not help but exclaim in surprise. Then added, Lu Yun, please take a step back. If you accidentally get electrocuted, it is no laughing matter. With good fortune, you may remain unscathed, but with ill fortune, the current could pass through your heart, posing a grave danger to your life. Li Manny, upon hearing this, hastily echoed, Indeed, Lu Yun, you must not take such risks. Lu Yun chuckled, Rest assured, I am maintaining a safe distance. However, Jiang Hai and Li Manny grew increasingly uneasy, swiftly approaching to pull Lu Yun away from the laboratory mice. They could not permit Lu Yun to face even the slightest risk. Very well. I shall fetch some insulated suits from the company warehouse, Lu Yun said, somewhat resigned, as he turned to exit the laboratory. Upon his return, he brought 3 sets of insulated suits along with a digital voltmeter. Following him was none other than Lu Zhilong, who had already become a corporate spy. Of course, Lu Yun was unaware of Lu Zhilong's ulterior motives. He had encountered him on the way back and, recalling his plans for further genetic modification experiments on the laboratory mice, asked Lu Zhilong to bring a few mice to the lab. Professor Jiang. Lu Zhilong greeted upon seeing Jiang Hai, though he felt no surprise, having long been aware of the close rapport between his mentor and Lu Yun. His own entry into Lu Yun's company was also due to Jiang Hai's influence. Jiang Hai held a favorable impression of Lu Zhilong. Despite his average talent, he displayed commendable diligence and integrity. You have become one of the first employees of Lu Yun's company, which may turn out to be the greatest opportunity of your life. You must seize this chance, he advised, gesturing towards the laboratory mice a few meters away. Look, this is Lu Yun's new research achievement, a genetically modified mouse with 2 antennae sprouting from its head, capable of discharging electricity like an electric eel. As a master's student in biology, you surely understand the technical complexity involved in such modifications and what this signifies. Although Lu Yun's Hengshou technology is still a small enterprise, it is destined to become a giant in the biotechnology sector in the future. Lu Zhilong, initially nodding in agreement, found himself utterly bewildered as he followed Jiang Hai's pointing finger and beheld the mouse with antennae atop its head. The implications of Jiang Hai's words left him in a state of shock. He questioned whether he had misheard or misinterpreted the sight before him. The notion of genetically modifying a mouse to grow antennae and discharge electricity seemed unfathomable. Yet, the undeniable reality lay before him, forcing him to accept the truth. He then gazed at Lu Yun, astonished by the sheer talent of this 18-year-old, whose capabilities rivaled even those of Stark from the Marvel Universe. No wonder the kidney cloning technology he had casually developed eluded X's attempts at decryption. Suddenly, a pang of anxiety gripped him as he recalled X's knowledge of his employment at Lu Yun's company. X had ceased to threaten him with exposure regarding his financial dealings and technology theft, instead continuing to fund him with simple demands to seize opportunities to acquire the kidney cloning technology and, should Lu Yun's new research emerge, to find a way to obtain it. The current gene modification technology evidently aligns with X's requirements. Should I proceed? Should I proceed? Lu Zhilong found himself in a tumultuous inner conflict, his mind slightly dazed. After placing the 2 cages containing white mice in a designated spot, he was momentarily at a loss, unsure whether to leave or fabricate an excuse to remain. At that moment, Lu Yun had donned an insulating suit and approached the white mouse, which sported 2 antennae atop its head. The mouse, startled, responded with a display of its teeth, emitting distressed squeaks, while the antennae emitted arcs of bluish-green electricity. Witnessing this astonishing spectacle, Jiang Hai and Li Manny took out their phones to capture the moment. A glimmer of greed flickered in Lu Zhilong's eyes as he internally reassured himself. I have sent X numerous technical documents without being discovered. As long as I do not take risks and X does not expose my identity, I will remain undetected and reap abundant profits. Gritting his teeth, he too retrieved his phone to record this unbelievable scene before seizing the opportunity to leave the laboratory. He made his way to the restroom, where he sent the recently captured video to X, along with a message. This is footage I just recorded in Lu Yun's laboratory. He has genetically modified the white mice, integrating the electric eel's discharge gene, resulting in the emergence of 2 electrically discharging antennae atop its head. As a fellow industry expert, you certainly understand the implications of this. Eagle Sauce, Roche Pharmaceutical Gene Research Center. Stephen, upon reviewing the video and message sent by Lu Zhilong, could not help but gasp in astonishment. Chapter 33, of utmost importance. Departing now, Stephen, having been appointed as the head of the renal cloning technology reverse engineering project, possessed not only exceptional managerial skills, but also formidable technical prowess, making him acutely aware of the implications of this role. Humans, after all, are a species of animal, sharing over 85% of their genetic similarity with laboratory mice. Thus, if Lu Yun could modify mice, it stands to reason that he could apply the same alterations to humans. In fact, Lu Yun's ultimate ambition might very well be to genetically engineer humanity, catalyzing an evolutionary leap at the genetic level. The modifications to mice could merely serve as practice. Upon contemplating this, Stephen gasped in shock at Lu Yun's audacity. Should he succeed, humanity would usher in a new era, a genetic evolution era, a time belonging to superhumans. Lifespans, physical capabilities, and intelligence would all see significant enhancement. Genetic disorders such as Down syndrome and albinism could be systematically eradicated, and humanity might even acquire extraordinary abilities, with the electric discharge capability of an electric eel being but one example. Furthermore, Lu Yun would surpass Newton and Einstein, earning universal recognition as the greatest scientist of all time. Is this truly possible? Stephen murmured softly. He understood the daunting nature of such aspirations, beyond comprehension, indeed. Even Nobel laureates in physiology or medicine might concede that the future holds potential, yet they would declare that such feats are unattainable in the present age. However, Lu Yun has already made breakthroughs. Perhaps he truly can achieve this. The mere thought of this possibility sent Stephen's heart racing. An idea flickered in his mind. Should he resign from Roche Pharmaceuticals and align himself with Lu Yun, joining Hengshou Technology, which is destined to become a technological giant? Indeed, Lu Zhilong's importance has significantly increased, Not only does he have the opportunity to assist us in acquiring Lu Yun's renal cloning and genetic modification technologies, but if he excels at Hangzhou technology, he might also facilitate my entry into the company in the future. Stephen promptly resolved to provide Lu Zhilong with specialized training and various forms of assistance, aiming to help him ascend to a core leadership position within Hangzhou technology. There is a tangible opportunity here. After all, Lu Zhilong is among the first batch of employees at Hangzhou Technology, and his university mentor is one of Lu Yun's closest friends. With this in mind, he immediately transferred 300,000 RMB worth of cryptocurrency from the company's project funds to Lu Zhilong's encrypted account, accompanied by an encouraging message. Well done. This is your reward. Strive to gain Lu Yun's recognition and secure a position in the leadership team at Hangzhou Technology. Meanwhile, at Hangzhou Technology's laboratory, the laboratory mice, having been subjected to Lu Yun's stimuli, were thoroughly exhausted and displayed signs of lethargy. Lu Yun had no choice but to temporarily spare the mice, removing his insulating suit and heading to his office with Zhang Hai and Li Manny. It was at this moment that Lu Yun glanced at Zhang Hai and suddenly recalled a promise made to academician Wang Zhengwo. Should there be any breakthroughs in genetic modification technology, he would notify him without delay. Setting aside the numerous instances of assistance provided by academician Wang Zhengwo, I am not one to go back on my word. With this thought in mind, Lu Yun picked up his phone and dialed academician Wang's number, but it went unanswered. Several minutes later, at Qing University, in a large classroom, the ringing of the bell signaled the end of class. Wang Zhengwo announced to the students that the session was over and promptly retrieved his phone. During the lecture, he had felt the vibration of his phone. However, his principle was to refrain from answering calls during class to avoid wasting the students' time. Was it Lu Yun calling? Surely. There must be something significant he wishes to discuss. Upon seeing the caller ID, Wang Zhengwo called back. Hello, is this Lu Yun? The voice of Lu Yun immediately resonated through the phone. Academician Wang, when I was in the capital, I mentioned my desire to genetically modify other animals to possess the electric discharge capability of an electric eel. I have succeeded. I have genetically altered a little white mouse, enabling it to emit electricity like an electric eel. You succeeded? Wang Zhengwo could not help but exclaim. When Lu Yun had initially mentioned this endeavor, he had harbored little hope, merely encouraging Lu Yun to bravely pursue his attempts. After all, the challenges of kidney cloning and genetic modification are not comparable. If the former's difficulty is rated a mere 2, the latter stands at a daunting 9, an entirely different realm. Yet now, merely a month later, Lu Yun had achieved success. This was entirely beyond Wang Zhengwo's expectations. At that moment, a notification chimed. Lu Yun had sent a video via WeChat. Wang Zhengwo hastily opened the video, witnessing the astonishing sight of the little white mouse emitting a bluish-green arc through 2 additional antennae sprouting from its head. Incredible! Utterly astonishing. This surreal scene compelled Wang Zhengwo to take a deep breath, his tone shifting to one of solemn seriousness. Lu Yun, you must remember, I previously indicated that this technology differs vastly from kidney cloning technology. It is a national strategic technology. If realized, we would be on the brink of an era where genetic modification leads to superhumans. This concerns not only you, but also the nation. Therefore, both the technology and the subsequent products must remain confidential and aligned with national strategy. On the other end of the line, Lu Yun replied with a smile. I have already expressed my willingness to cooperate. Very well, I shall come over immediately, accompanied by others to conduct a comprehensive evaluation of your technology. After hanging up, Wang Zhengwo stood in a daze for a moment before regaining his composure and dialing another number. Hello, is this Old Sue? Old Wang, what's up? Came the response from the other end. Old Sue, I mean, was one of the 15 academicians who had initially endorsed Lu Yun. Furthermore, he served as the dean of the School of Biology at the Academy of Sciences and the director of the Biological Research Institute, a leading authority in the field of biology in the country. His opinions are crucial for any national-level strategy in biotechnology. Thus, Wang Zhengwo promptly reached out to Su Aimin. Indeed, do you recall Lu Yun? He has achieved a groundbreaking research milestone. Thus, Wang Zhengwo expounded the intricacies of the matter to Su Aimin, simultaneously forwarding the video he had just received. Genetic modification, has it succeeded? Even though Su Aimin had traversed countless grand spectacles, he could not suppress a gulp of anticipation. It had been ages since he had encountered something so exhilarating. This represents a strategic technology capable of altering the future of humanity, its significance rivaling that of nuclear weaponry. While nuclear arms symbolize ultimate deterrence, Genetic modification embodies the evolution of humankind, brimming with infinite possibilities. Once successful, the rejuvenation of great nations will be within reach. Old Wang. I shall bring a team with me shortly to conduct a comprehensive assessment of the technology. Depart now, and we shall convene at the airport. After ending the call, Su Aimin pondered, such a critical technology would undoubtedly incite the covetous eyes of nations worldwide. Hence, it is imperative to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. Lu Yun and his family must be safeguarded immediately, and his company requires urgent protection as well. Additionally, a thorough investigation into the backgrounds of all employees must be conducted to mitigate any potential risks. With this resolve, he picked up the Crimson Direct Line telephone on his desk and dialed the security department's number. Hello. I have a matter of paramount national interest that necessitates your department's assistance. Chapter 34. Urgent mission. Escort duty. 2 minutes later, Su Aimin hung up the phone and picked up his mobile device again to call his assistant. Xiao Zhang, please come to my office. Understood. In less than half a minute, a man in his 30s entered the room, glancing at Su Aimin. Director, is there something you need? Xiao Zhang, immediately, in my name. Notify the professors from the School of Biology who are currently on campus and have no teaching obligations to gather in the parking lot for a technical assessment. All of them? Exactly. As long as they are on campus and have no teaching duties today, they must be informed. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhang's face displayed a look of astonishment. The Academy of Sciences University is not an ordinary institution. Among the active professors, over 300 are members of the two academies, with more than 10 from the School of Biology alone. 6 professors meet Director Su's criteria, and the others are also distinguished figures, many holding titles such as Chongjiang Scholars and Outstanding Youths. What kind of technology could warrant such an assessment by so many academic luminaries? Suppressing his curiosity, Xiao Zhang returned to his desk, compiled a list, and notified each individual. Approximately 20 minutes later, in the parking lot, over 30 professors arrived in succession, boarding the bus heading to the airport. They were all filled with curiosity about the technology that required their esteemed academic ensemble for evaluation. Fortunately, Su Aimin did not keep them waiting long. Once everyone had gathered, he collected their mobile phones and revealed the answer. You are all familiar with Lu Yun, right? Everyone nodded in unison. As professionals in biological research, how could they be unaware of Lu Yun? Not to mention the renal cloning technology. Even his self-calibrating gene editing technique had been utilized and praised by them all. Lu Yun has developed gene modification technology. He succeeded in genetically altering mice, causing them to sprout 2 antennae atop their heads, which could emit electric shocks akin to an electric eel. As he spoke, academician Su took out his phone to play a video sent to him by Wang Zhangwo. Upon witnessing the mouse releasing blue-green electric arcs, the crowd gasped in astonishment, followed by an uproar. My goodness, this is science fiction come to life. I was aware of Lu Yun's remarkable research talent, but I never imagined he could achieve such a breakthrough in gene modification technology, an invention destined to be inscribed in history. With this research result, Lu Yun is poised to become a luminous scientist, comparable to Newton and Einstein. Although they were taken aback, the professors chose to believe. On one hand, this was due to Director Su's reputation, and on the other, Lu Yun was not an unproven entity. His renal cloning technology and self-calibrating gene editing techniques had already showcased his prowess in the realm of biotechnology, making the emergence of gene modification technology somewhat acceptable. In the midst of shock, the crowd could not help but feel a mix of envy and jealousy. Standing alongside the likes of Newton and Einstein was a feat they could hardly dream of, yet here was the 18-year-old Lu Yun, who had accomplished it. Amused, they soon found it somewhat ridiculous to envy a mere youth at such a tender age, an admission that would surely elicit embarrassment. After sharing a laugh, curiosity surged within them, a fervent desire to witness the genetically modified white mice and the extraordinarily gifted Lu Yun with their own eyes. Driver, step on it. Let us be off. Meanwhile, at the Shishui branch of Hong City, in an office, Zhou Shuizhen was perusing a stack of yellowed kidnapping case files. Suddenly, the shrill ring of his mobile phone pierced through his thoughts. Who could it be? Zhou furrowed his brow as he glanced at the caller ID. Director Wang. He quickly picked up the phone, and the stern voice of Director Wang resonated through the line. Old Zhou, assemble at the open parking lot in the West District immediately. And remember to bring your service weapon and recording device. What's the matter, Director Wang? Zhou inquired. Many will be participating in this operation, and to save time, we'll brief you all together later. Understood, I'm on my way. Zhou sprang to his feet, and hurried to the West District parking lot, where he found over 30 colleagues already armed. Something significant was afoot. Was it a sting operation to apprehend traffickers? Zhou's pupils constricted. At that moment, Director Wang spoke again. According to directives from higher authorities, Lu Yun has achieved a monumental scientific breakthrough, classified as a national strategic achievement. A team led by academicians from the Academy of Sciences has been dispatched to evaluate this research, to ensure the safety of Lu Yun and the academicians, and to prevent foreign entities from stealing our national strategic technology. The National Security Department has decided to temporarily seal off Lu Yun's company. This operation will be led by the Security Department, with our Shishui branch providing full support. Given the national interest at stake, we cannot falter. We must accomplish this mission with excellence. Hearing this, Zhou was taken aback. The very Lu Yun he had personally brought into the police station had not only cloned kidneys but had now produced another significant scientific advancement deemed strategic by the government. The sheer talent was astonishing. At the same time, he felt an inexplicable surge of adrenaline and excitement coursing through him. After years in the force, he had never encountered a task of such national importance. This time he was all in. If foreign spies dared to come, they must ensure that the intruders would not return. All right, the mission is urgent. That is all I shall say. Let us depart. Director Wang's voice rang out once more. All personnel swiftly boarded their police vehicles, their spirits ignited as they sped toward Hangzhou Technology. Approximately 5 minutes later, a powerful convoy arrived at the open space in front of the Hangzhou Technology office building, with dozens of vehicles racing in. Over 20 of which were police cars from the Shishui branch, accompanied by vehicles from the National Security Department, accompanied by the sound of tires gripping the asphalt. The vehicles gradually came to a halt. Subsequently, Zhou Shuijin and his colleagues emerged from their police car, scanning their surroundings with vigilance while erecting a cordon to secure the area. From the other vehicles, men clad in police uniforms also spilled out, their chest badges emblazoned with the words Safety Bureau, signifying their authority. Leading the group was a middle-aged man with a crew-cut and penetrating gaze, Luo Xiong, the head of the security department of Jiang Province. As he surveyed the building before him, the details of Lu Yun flashed through his mind. Lu Yun, a student in the senior class of Hongqing No. 2 High School in Jiang Province, hailed from Hongqing. His father, Lu Chongqing, was a patient suffering from uremia, while his mother, Zhou Shui, enjoyed good health. Lu Yun had already made 3 publicly acknowledged research breakthroughs, renal cloning technology valued at over 100 billion. Self-calibrating gene editing technology, which had become mainstream and altered the reliance on Western gene editing methods in our country, and genetic modification technology. Deemed a national strategic asset by academician Su Aimin. Academician Su had also remarked that in this era of fierce competition among great powers, the moment that would determine our national destiny had arrived, and the emergence of this technology would serve as a significant boon in the contest for national fortunes. Merely recalling this information left Luo Xiong astounded, underscoring the gravity of his mission. Should anything happen to Lu Yun, or if his technological advancements were to fall into the hands of foreign spies, he would be held culpable. I shall not permit such a calamity to unfold. Luo Xiong silently clenched his teeth. He then retrieved his mobile phone and dialed Lu Yun's number. Chapter 35. Enjoying the treatment reserved for national heroes. The office building of Hangzhou Technology stands 6 stories tall, due to the current limited number of employees. All operations are situated on the 2nd floor, including the chairman's office. At this moment, within the chairman's office, Lu Yun, Jiang Hai, and Li Manny gaze out at the scene below, perplexed by the unexpected presence of a multitude of police officers at the company. It must be related to academician Wang Jiangwell. I shall make a call to inquire, Lu Yun remarks, unperturbed, as he retrieves his mobile device to contact academician Wang. Just then, an unfamiliar call comes through, which he answers without hesitation. Hello, Mr. Lu Yun. This is Luo Xiong, head of the security department in Jiang Province. Following directives from higher authorities, in order to ensure the safety of both yourself and the forthcoming visit from academician Su Aimin, and to prevent any potential theft of your technology by foreign powers, we must initiate a lockdown of your company and conduct an investigation of your employees. I hope you do not mind. A lockdown of the company? An investigation of employees? Lu Yun had not anticipated that a simple call to academician Wang would escalate into such a significant operation. However, upon reflection, the rationale behind it seems entirely reasonable. The value of genetic modification technology is immeasurable, and being the sole possessor globally, it is only logical that other nations might covet it, particularly the United States. which might resort to any means necessary, especially at this critical juncture in the nation's fortunes. Thus, the protection derived from state power is indeed essential to avoid any complications. With this in mind, Lu Yun responded, "That is precisely what I require. However, I must inquire if arrangements have been made to ensure the safety of my parents." Luo Xiong promptly reassured him, "Rest assured, elite personnel have already been dispatched to Peking Union Medical College Hospital, where they will provide round-the-clock protection for your parents." Lu Yun breathed a sigh of relief and further asked, "Is there anything you need me to cooperate with on your end?" Luo Xiong, wishing to avoid burdening Lu Yun with trivial matters, replied with a smile, "You may attend to your own affairs. However, if you plan to go out, please inform me in advance so I can prepare accordingly and ensure everything is secure. As for company matters, I will liaise directly with your general manager, Li Peiqiang." After exchanging a few more words, Lu Yun ended the call and turned to Jiang Hai and Li Mani, stating, "I have clarified the situation. The police downstairs are not here to apprehend anyone. They are personnel from the National Security Department, tasked with preventing technology leaks and ensuring the safety of both myself and the incoming team of academicians. Their considerations are indeed thorough, as they have also arranged for round-the-clock protection for my parents." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hai and Li Mani were astounded. Such protection from the National Security Department is a privilege typically reserved for national heroes. Does this not imply that, in the eyes of the Security Department, Li Yun has ascended to a status of equal importance? Yet, upon deeper contemplation, it is evident that Lu Yun is indeed deserving of such treatment. Meanwhile, the unusual happenings at Hangzhou Technology had drawn the attention of numerous bystanders. At a safe distance from the cordoned-off area, a group gathered to discuss the unfolding events, some even taking out their phones to capture the moment. What on earth has transpired here? So many armed officers are present, and a cordon has been established. Could it be that a gruesome murder has occurred? It is certainly not a murder case. I was here when these officers arrived and observed everything clearly. The perimeter is secured by regular police, while those entering the building are personnel from the security department, who typically concern themselves only with cases involving espionage rather than ordinary homicides. Are you suggesting that an espionage incident has taken place? It is entirely plausible. The company within this building is Hangzhou Technology, owned by Lu Yun, renowned for its valuable kidney cloning technology, which could easily attract spies. This is monumental news. I shall remain here, for if I capture any compelling footage, it could go viral on Douyin. As time passed, the cordon remained intact, and officers like Zhou Shuijian maintained a vigilant watch, while numerous onlookers gathered nearby. However, as nothing transpired, the crowd continuously shifted, with new faces taking the place of the old. Suddenly, the sound of sirens pierced the air, capturing the attention of the gathered crowd. They turned to see a remarkable convoy approaching. Leading the procession were two police cars blaring their sirens, followed by a luxurious bus, and flanked by another two police vehicles. Goodness, with so many police escorting it, the individuals aboard that bus must be significant. Could they be high-ranking officials? Those wishing to take photographs should put their phones away. Videos of sensitive figures, even if uploaded to Douyin, would swiftly be removed. Whispers filled the air as the crowd focused intently on the bus. After a while, the bus came to a halt in a clearing, and the doors swung open, allowing passengers to disembark in an orderly fashion. Their attire appeared quite ordinary, and they seemed to be of advanced age, with the youngest appearing nearly 40 and the eldest likely in their 70s. The crowd was perplexed. These individuals did not seem like high-ranking police officials. Suddenly, a bystander exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, I just remembered. I recognize 3 of them. They are all academicians." Wasn't there a statement from 15 esteemed academicians in support of Lu Yun? These 3 are among that group. The elderly gentleman at the front, if my memory serves me correctly, is Su Aimin, the dean of the School of Biology at the Academy of Sciences, a towering figure in the domestic biological community, an authority among authorities. The crowd paused in astonishment, hastily retrieving their phones to capture the moment and upload it to Douyin. Soon after, the individuals who had exited the bus were recognized by viewers of the videos. There was academician Wang Zhangwo, a professor at Tsinghua University, a prominent figure indeed. And is that not Professor Li Ziyuan, a distinguished Changjiang scholar, also quite impressive? Goodness, I recognize them all. Aside from academician Wang Zhangwo, the rest are professors from our Academy of Sciences School of Biology. What could have prompted so many professors to abandon their classes and visit Lu Yun's company? I can assure you that their purpose in attending Lu Yun's company is not related to an espionage case. Rather, it is likely linked to other matters. Perhaps Lu Yun has achieved a significant breakthrough, prompting these professors to make a special visit for a tour. Could it be that cancer has been conquered? Remarkably, there exists such a possibility, for Lu Yun's prodigious talent in the field of biotechnology is truly astonishing. However, just as netizens were fervently discussing this matter, they abruptly discovered that the video had vanished, replaced by a message on the screen. The current content is in a non-public state. You do not have viewing rights. At that moment, those who had witnessed the video became even more convinced that Lu Yun had indeed achieved significant breakthroughs, and that the authorities wished to suppress the news from spreading, hence the removal of the video from Douyin. Meanwhile, academician Su Aimin and his team, accompanied by Lu Yun, had arrived at the laboratory, witnessing firsthand the astonishing spectacle of a laboratory mouse emitting bluish-green arcs of electricity under Lu Yun's stimulation. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. Academician Su Aimin, filled with exhilaration, posed the most pressing question. Given sufficient time and comprehensive support, could similar genetic modifications be applied to humanity? Lu Yun nodded affirmatively. Yes. That simple word sent shivers of excitement through academician Su Aimin and his companions. Although they believed that humanity may not require the electric capabilities of an electric eel, the need for genetic modification was undeniable. Throughout history, emperors have sought immortality, ordinary people have yearned for immense strength, and patients have pursued health. All of these aspirations could be realized through genetic modification. This is the key to the future. One must ponder when such technology is in the hands of the Chinese. How can they not be overwhelmed with excitement? Chapter 36. The Path of Scientific Research, the Proficient Lead. I find myself at an age where life is drawing to a close, and yet I am fortunate enough to witness the birth of such remarkable technology. Emerging from the hands of scientists like you from Huaxia, remarked academician Su Aimin with a sense of awe. He felt genuinely privileged. Had this technology been developed by scientists from the United States, the consequences would be dire. Upon hearing this, the nearby academician Wang Zhangwo and others could not help but nod in agreement. Previously, Western media had perpetuated the notion that science knows no borders, nor do scientists. However, recent events have unequivocally demonstrated that this is merely a ruse by Western nations. Not only do scientists possess national identities, but so too does science itself. If genetic modification technology were to fall into the hands of American scientists, it would only serve as a tool for the oppression of Huaxia. Contemplating this, all eyes turned sharply towards Lu Yun, who felt a touch of discomfort under their intense gaze. Let us set aside these musings and return to the matter at hand. Su Aimin said with a smile, shifting the conversation. We have come here not only to witness firsthand the electric mice that can discharge like electric eels, but also to conduct a comprehensive evaluation of this technology. This is crucial for our nation's response to it, and will influence the future trajectory of biological sciences in our country. Please, introduce this technology to us. And it would be even better if you could share your research approach. Upon hearing this, the esteemed scholars present leaned in attentively, eager to learn how Lu Yun had achieved such astonishing results in genetically modifying the mice. Truth be told, they introspected and acknowledged that they could not possibly accomplish such a feat themselves. Lu Yun nodded and began to explain. The concept is quite straightforward. When I prepared to research genetic modification technology, I recognized a fundamental issue. Whether it be humans or other animals, our bodies consist of trillions of cells. To achieve genetic modification, even for a modest goal, such as altering eye color, one must modify millions of cells simultaneously. Therefore, the optimal method is to develop artificial gene segments with the same invasive capabilities as viruses. After nearly a month of experimentation, I succeeded in creating a gene segment I named the L-gene vector electric eel module. It comprises 3 components: the viral capsid protein gene, the electric eel discharge gene module, and a suicide switch. Upon entering the mouse's body, it invades the skin cells located atop the head, transforming them into electric cells, which then self-organize into tentacle-like structures. Upon hearing this, academician Su Aimin fully grasped Lu Yun's technological concept and was left in awe. Such imaginative and groundbreaking ideas exceeded his wildest expectations. However, he also recognized that this technology might harbor certain risks and could not refrain from voicing his concern. According to your approach, the L-gene vector is designed to invade only the skin cells atop the mouse's head. But what if it spirals out of control and deviates from your intended design? For instance, it could invade the neurons of a laboratory mouse, transforming them into electrical cells, resulting in an immediate collapse of the mouse's nervous system and subsequent death. Furthermore, you mentioned that one of the modules of the L-gene vector is derived from a virus. which possesses formidable mutation capabilities. Should the L gene vector undergo mutation, it could not only spread through the air but also infect humans, leading to a potential biochemical crisis. By that time, even if the designed self-destruct mechanism is effective, the consequences would already be dire. Academician Su Aimin's expression was grave. Nevertheless, he remained supportive of this technology, emphasizing that its risks must remain within acceptable limits. Academician Wang Jiangwo and others also recognized this issue. If the risks associated with genetic modification technology are substantial, then no matter how advanced it may be, it would forever be confined to laboratories, lest the biochemical crises depicted in films become a reality. Lu Yun calmly responded, "Old Su, I understand your concerns, and I share them. Thus, I have made thorough preparations. How can we ensure that the L gene vector only invades the skin cells on the top of the mouse's head? I have implemented 2 layers of assurance. First, I embedded 2 specific markers in the viral capsid protein. One is a spatial localization protein, ensuring activation solely at the capillary terminals of the mouse. The other is an epigenetic lock, which detects the methylation level of cellular DNA to ensure it only affects the skin cells on the mouse's head. How do we prevent the L gene vector from mutating and spreading through the air? I have devised a triple interlock design. First, the L gene vector must continuously absorb ADP from host cells when the temperature exceeds 5 degrees Celsius. If it is detached from the host for more than 10 minutes, it will automatically degrade. Second, the vector contains RNA fragments sensitive to ozone, which will degrade automatically if exposed to air for over half a minute. Third, contact with a genetically edited variant of collagen protein will also trigger automatic degradation. Soon, I will provide ample samples for you to verify through experimentation. As Lu Yun elaborated on his ideas, Su Aimin and the others were once again astonished. As prominent figures in the field of biology, they understood that the dual assurances and triple interlock designs Lu Yun mentioned were of considerable technical complexity. Yet, Lu Yun effortlessly integrated these designs into the L gene vector, as if it were as simple as drinking water. In that moment, they gained a clear understanding of Lu Yun's research talent, which combined genius-level thinking with exceptional execution, a combination they coveted. Simultaneously, they were eager to witness the L gene vector and its effects firsthand. Lu Yun, could you provide us with some samples now? We wish to commence verification immediately, academician Su Aimin said kindly. At this moment, he no longer regarded Lu Yun as a junior, but rather as a peer. Despite their significant age and status differences on the path of scientific inquiry, merit prevails above all else. Of course, Lu Yun nodded in acknowledgement. When academician Wang Jiangwo informed him that he would bring people for a technical evaluation, he utilized his extraordinary control over his body to produce a multitude of L gene vector electric eel modules, which he stored in sampling tubes at low temperatures. Subsequently, Lu Yun retrieved the sampling tubes containing the L gene vectors and presented them to academician Su Aimin. Thereafter, academician Su divided all the professors into 3 groups. Group 1 was tasked with conducting a detailed analysis of the L gene vector electric eel modules. Group 2 was responsible for the anatomical examination of white mice with 2 antennae protruding from their heads. And Group 3 was assigned to genetically modify 4 white mice using the L gene vectors, meticulously observing and documenting the entire process. In biological experimentation, such tasks are typically laborious, usually delegated to the graduate students under these professors, who merely issue commands. However, at that moment, the professors were brimming with enthusiasm, eager to engage in these arduous tasks. The perfection of the L gene vector structure was astounding, resembling a naturally occurring masterpiece, with no discernible signs of artificial creation. Approximately 5 minutes later, a professor in his 40s, using a 2-photon confocal microscope, could not contain his astonishment upon witnessing the L gene vector. His name was Li Ziyuan, despite being only in his 40s. He held a prestigious title as a Chongjiang scholar, and he would reject any ordinary university's offer to hire him as a professor without a moment's hesitation. His admiration was not unfounded, as the L gene vector was crafted by Lu Yun's extraordinary bodily control at the atomic level, the entire process appearing effortlessly natural, devoid of any post-manufacturing traces. "Show me, Li Ziyuan, show me." Upon hearing Li Ziyuan's exclamation, an elderly academician hurriedly approached, realizing the voice belonged to his graduate advisor. Zhou Qingshan, Li Ziyuan quickly made room. He spoke no falsehood. The structure of the L gene vector was indeed exquisite, with 3 distinct modules seamlessly interlinked. Leaving one to wonder how Lu Yun accomplished such a feat as academician Zhou marveled and examined the genetic sequence of the L gene vector through the microscope. He increasingly appreciated the magnitude of Lu Yun's technological prowess. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of the younger generation surpassing the older, realizing that in the realm of genetic technology, he had been overtaken by Lu Yun. Observing Zhou academician's words, those nearby felt a growing impatience, akin to a kitten scratching within their hearts, yearning to catch a glimpse as well. However, Zhou academician remained firmly entrenched at the microscope, showing no intention of relinquishing his position. Zhou academician, you have been viewing for 2 minutes. Please allow us a glance. Old Zhou, you can only look for 1 more minute. So many others are waiting. The others urged in unison. 5 minutes. I need just 5 more minutes. Zhou academician, though aware of everyone's eagerness, was reluctant to part with the microscope. 2 minutes. I can give you no more than 2 minutes. If you do not vacate the microscope afterward, I shall not grant you any concessions in our future chess games. Threatened an elderly academician, unable to contain himself. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Hai, who stood silently to the side, widened his eyes in astonishment. Although he too was a university professor, he was merely a junior lecturer without any notable titles. While the esteemed individuals before him each bore the prestigious title of Changjiang Scholar, making them titans within the academic realm. At this moment, these scholarly giants were surprisingly vying with one another to be the first to observe the L gene vector researched by Lu Yun under the microscope, exchanging fierce words in their fervor. Should their students catch sight of this spectacle, they might very well question their own life choices. Chapter 37 Announcement. He is a national talent. Meanwhile, at Hangzhou Technology's open plan office, the general manager, Li Peiqiang, approached with a grave expression and stated, "Everyone, please pause your work. I have an important matter to discuss. As you are all aware, General Liu has made significant breakthroughs that have garnered national attention. Not only have they dispatched a team of academicians for evaluation, but they have also sent personnel from the security department to conduct counter-espionage activities. Currently, the national security officials have conducted a comprehensive inspection of our office premises, and next, they will be interviewing each employee. Please line up according to your employee numbers and proceed to meeting room 1. Shenwei, your employee number 2. You may go now. There is no need to feel anxious. This is akin to a political review. As long as you have no connections with foreign espionage forces, there is nothing to worry about." Upon hearing Li Peiqiang's words, Shenwei stood up and, feeling at ease, made her way to meeting room 1. Her family was all domestic, and she had no foreign ties, so there was indeed little cause for concern. The other employees remained calm, engaging in light conversation. To be honest, when the police first arrived, I was terrified, thinking there was a dangerously concealed criminal among the staff, only to discover they were here to protect the boss and prevent our technology from being stolen by foreign entities. What groundbreaking work has the boss done to warrant such a significant response? It must be more impressive than kidney cloning technology, otherwise the state would not take it so seriously. This is a tremendous opportunity for us. The more advanced the technology developed by our boss, the brighter the company's future. As veterans of the company, if we seize this chance, we will enjoy a life free from financial worries. Indeed, the company already offers us generous salaries. And with such promising prospects, we must work diligently. Enthusiasm grew among the crowd, their faces reflecting satisfaction with the company. However, one individual was engulfed in trepidation, Lu Zhilong. Externally composed, internally he was descending into despair. It's over. It's over. Shenwei is employee number 2, and I am number 3. It will soon be my turn to be questioned by the security personnel. If I reveal any flaws, my life is finished. I should never have been so greedy. Damn X, you're going to ruin me. Lu Zhilong had completely forgotten that just a few hours prior, he had been ecstatic upon receiving a transfer of virtual currency worth 300,000 RMB from X and had expressed gratitude for the opportunity to amass wealth. As time passed slowly, in the laboratory, with ample personnel, the 3 experimental groups began to yield results. The L gene vector was placed into 25 separate culture media, each containing only one type of mouse cell, including mouse neuronal cells, mouse red blood cells, and so forth. The experimental results indicated that the L gene vector posed no threat to any mouse cell, including the skin cells atop the mouse's head. Based on the experimental findings, it could be inferred that the spatial positioning protein within the L gene vector indeed functioned as intended. The viral shell protein gene in the L gene vector would only be activated at the capillary ends of the white mice. Exposing the L gene vector to air at 0 degrees Celsius, self-degradation commenced after 30 seconds, and by 3 minutes, the L gene vector had lost its functionality. Analysis confirmed that the RNA fragment within the L gene vector, which is sensitive to ozone, was responsible for this effect. Lu Yun provided 13 different human cell samples, including epithelial cells, erythrocytes, and lymphocytes, which were placed in various culture media before being introduced to the L gene vector. The results indicated that the L gene vector posed no threat to these human cells. Dissection results from the first mouse revealed that only a portion of the skin cells on the crown of its head had transformed into electric cells, with no evidence of invasion by the L gene vector in other parts of its body. After injecting mice numbered 2 through 5 with the L gene vector, they began to show signs of discomfort after 13 minutes, seemingly in great pain, as 2 bulges gradually formed on their heads. 35 minutes later, the mice fainted one after another, yet the antennae on their heads began to take shape. As the experimental results emerged, academicians Su Aimin and Wang Zhengwo grew increasingly exhilarated. These findings indicated that the L gene vector electric eel module developed by Lu Yun not only successfully modified the genes of the mice but also did so in a safe and controllable manner, invading only the skin cells of the mice's heads while leaving all other cells within the mice and human cells entirely unharmed. If exposed to air, if it remained outside the mice's bodies for more than 10 minutes, or if it came into contact with genetically edited collagen variant proteins, it would begin to self-degrade. Effective, safe, controllable. It was deemed nearly perfect, requiring almost no alterations at all. Such was the evaluation of the L gene vector by academician Su Aimin and his colleagues. They were also astonished, for it is conventional wisdom that any new achievement necessitates countless refinements to yield ideal results. Take the light bulb as an example. Edison conducted 600 experiments before successfully creating a durable incandescent bulb. Yet, Lu Yun's L gene vector electric eel module exhibited such perfection in its very first animal experiment. Lu Yun, how did you accomplish this? Are you an unconventional genius like Ramanujan, deriving the perfect L gene vector in your dreams? Academician Su Aimin could not contain his curiosity. Ramanujan? Lu Yun recalled having seen a video on Douyin about this legendary mathematician, who, driven by intuition, invented thousands of mathematical formulas, providing only results without proofs, as he himself did not understand the derivations. When asked, he claimed these formulas were bestowed upon him by a goddess in his dreams. Lu Yun pondered for a moment and replied, I am not like Ramanujan. I am not an intuitive genius. However, I may have been fortunate. When researching kidney cloning technology, I succeeded after only a few experiments, and this time, I was even luckier, discovering the L gene vector's near perfection in the very first animal trial. Yet, he had no choice but to keep to himself that he had actually worked incredibly hard, conducting 535 experiments through absolute mastery of his own body. Your fortune is truly remarkable. I cannot help but feel envious. Academician Su Aimin, without a moment's hesitation, took Lu Yun's words at face value. For it is often said that genius operates beyond the realm of reason. Many breakthroughs in the annals of science have been serendipitous, a fortuitous convergence of luck and ingenuity. Much like the discovery of penicillin and the invention of the microwave oven. Others present shared in this envy. In the realm of science, luck is indeed an integral facet of one's prowess. Lu Yun, a prodigy in his own right, possessed an extraordinary fortune. Thus, the path of scientific inquiry seemed devoid of obstacles. Such a life must be exceedingly pleasant. Awake. Subject number 3 has awakened. A professor exclaimed with palpable excitement. The crowd turned their gaze to find that the genetically modified mouse had indeed come to consciousness, its antennae fully formed and approximately 3 centimeters in length. Allow me to see if it can emit electricity. The professor quickly donned an insulated suit and approached the cage housing subject number 3. Extending his right hand, he feigned a punch towards the mouse, which, startled, leapt into the air, baring its teeth and emitting a series of squeaks, as 2 arcs of bluish-green electricity shot forth from its antennae. Success. The genetic modification had triumphed. In that moment, academician Su Aimin and the others erupted into applause. For they understood that this achievement signified not only the successful alteration of genes, but also that in the realm of genetic technology, China had decisively surpassed the West, a long-cherished aspiration of theirs. After a considerable time, the applause gradually subsided. The evaluation of the L gene vector electric eel template had concluded splendidly. At this juncture, academician Su Aimin turned to Lu Yun and stated gravely, Lu Yun, I must broach a serious topic with you. Although academician Wang Zhengwo has already spoken to you about this, I feel it necessary to reiterate. Genetic modification technology is a strategic national asset and must never fall into the hands of other nations. Should you develop corresponding products, we must align with national strategy regarding potential exports. Without hesitation, Lu Yun replied, "My stance remains unchanged. I am more than willing to cooperate." Having been nurtured in this land and now possessing the capability, he was eager to contribute to his country in any way he could. "Excellent. Your assurance is all I require," Academician Su Aimin said with a smile, giving Lu Yun's shoulder an encouraging pat. "Now, I must make a call to report the results of the technical evaluation to the leadership and discuss how the nation should approach genetic modification technology. Should it remain entirely confidential, or should we acknowledge the existence of this technology while ensuring stringent safeguards against leaks? What policies should be implemented to support its development? In any case, there are numerous matters to discuss, but I believe the outcome will be favorable for you." With that, Academician Su Aimin exited the laboratory. Seeking an empty room, he retrieved a specialized mobile device and dialed a 4-digit number. The technical assessment results regarding genetic modification technology have been released. The current conclusion indicates that it is effective, safe, and controllable. Lu Yun possesses great confidence in human genetic modification, and we, as members of the academic community, also have unwavering faith in him. We believe that, at this stage, no one but Lu Yun can propel this technology forward. Indeed, I assert that we should publicly announce the existence of this technology. On one hand, this is due to Lu Yun's character as a young individual. He thrives on positive feedback. The more recognition and admiration his research garners, the greater his motivation to advance his work. On the other hand, we find ourselves at a pivotal moment in our nation's destiny, where uplifting news is essential. Although this may pose risks to Lu Yun's safety, I am confident that even the most adept spies from rival nations cannot harm our esteemed compatriots on our soil. Shall we announce it today? CCTV will promptly send reporters for interviews, and it will be broadcasted during tonight's news program. Splendid. We must unsheath our sword and proclaim to the world that we are the frontrunners in the field of genetic technology, with a substantial lead. I will inform Lu Yun immediately. Chapter 38. The Interview, the National Medal of Honor upon returning to the laboratory. Academician Su Aimin turned to Lu Yun with a smile and announced, "The nation has decided to publicly disclose your genetic modification technology. A reporter from CCTV will soon arrive here to conduct an interview with you, which will be aired in tonight's news broadcast." He continued, "Moreover, the relevant authorities will assist you in organizing a technology release conference, inviting journalists and scholars from around the globe to attend. The world will come to know that you have rewritten the laws of nature, granting animals the ability for controllable genetic evolution. Once the technology matures, humanity too will attain this capability. Simultaneously, it will be made clear that in the realm of genetic technology, our nation has already taken a significant lead over the rest of the world." As he spoke, Academician Su's excitement grew palpable. He felt immense joy for Lu Yun, for the scientific advancements of the motherland, and for those like him who remained dedicated to domestic biotechnology research. When they had graduated, they had the opportunity to pursue careers abroad, yet they chose to stay in their homeland, understanding that the development of biotechnology in their country required steadfast individuals. Their greatest aspiration was to surpass the West in this field, and now, that dream had materialized. Due to their varied life experiences, Lu Yun was unaware of Su Aimin's sentiments, yet he too felt a surge of excitement. While his interest in the technology release conference was moderate, the prospect of appearing on the national news intrigued him greatly. It was undoubtedly the most prestigious news program in the country, and being featured in it would mark a pinnacle moment in his life. At that moment, Academician Su added, "There is yet another piece of good news. The leadership has instructed me to inform you that once your technology matures and allows humanity to achieve safe and controllable genetic evolution, you will be awarded the National Medal of Honor." A hush fell over the room. Everyone gasped in astonishment. The National Medal of Honor is undoubtedly the highest accolade bestowed by the state, with a level of difficulty to attain that is akin to climbing to the heavens. Previous recipients, such as the renowned scientists Yu Lao and Yuan Lao, are nothing short of legendary. Lu Yun had never imagined he would have the opportunity to receive such an esteemed medal. Similarly astonished were Academician Wang Jiangwo, Zhang Hai, Li Mani, and others in the laboratory, yet upon reflection, they found the news quite reasonable. When Lu Yun enables humanity to achieve safe and controllable genetic evolution, it heralds a new era, an age of superhumans, whose significance rivals that of inventing controllable nuclear fusion. Such an achievement is wholly deserving of the National Medal of Honor. Lu Yun, congratulations! Not only will you appear on the national news, but you are also poised to become the youngest recipient of the National Medal of Honor. Lu Yun, we eagerly anticipate the day you receive the National Medal of Honor. Everyone extended their heartfelt congratulations to Lu Yun, all the while hoping that day would arrive soon. Meanwhile, in Hangzhou, CCTV reporter Sun Rui was preparing to interview a certain enterprise when he suddenly received a phone call. Upon seeing the caller ID, he hastily answered, "Director Yang, what is it?" "Very well, I shall set off now." With that, Sun Rui hung up the phone and took a deep breath, turning to the driver, Zhang Tao. "Brother Zhang, please adjust the navigation to Hangzhou Technology, Hung meaning eternal, and Shou signifying lifespan. Was that the director who called you just now? What did he say?" Zhang Tao inquired, intrigued. His primary role as a professional photographer for CCTV for over a decade rarely entailed direct communication from the station's director to field reporters. Sun Rui, somewhat astonished, replied, "Indeed. Director Yang just called me to announce that Lu Yun, who previously developed renal cloning technology, has achieved another groundbreaking result. He has devised a controllable gene modification technique. In the laboratory, he has modified the genes of a small white mouse, resulting in the emergence of two antennae atop its head, enabling it to emit electrical discharges akin to an electric eel. This signifies that our nation has already taken a substantial lead in the field of genetic technology, heralding humanity's potential for controllable genetic evolution. The National Propaganda Department has mandated that we at CCTV promptly visit Lu Yun's company for an interview, ensuring that the content is broadcast during tonight's news program." Goodness! Zhang Tao gasped, unable to restrain his astonishment. They have actually achieved genetic evolution? Indeed. Genetic evolution, a concept once confined to the realm of science fiction, has now been realized, and astonishingly, it has been achieved by the merely 18-year-old Lu Yun. This is utterly surreal. Sun Rui's face remained etched with shock as he glanced at the time on his phone. Suddenly anxious, he urged, "Brother Zhang, please expedite the navigation. It's already 6:20, and we have only 40 minutes left before the news program begins. Our time for the interview is running short." With a screech, the car swerved sharply as Zhang Tao expertly maneuvered the steering wheel, chuckling, "Fear not. I am an experienced driver. I shall get you to the interview with the one poised to usher humanity into the era of genetic evolution, Lu Yun, as swiftly as possible." At 6:45, they arrived at Hangzhou Technology. In the laboratory, the interview commenced in earnest. Lu Yun stood before 5 cages, each housing a small white mouse with 2 antennae sprouting from its head. At the behest of a professor clad in insulated gear, the 5 mice simultaneously entered a frenzied state, their antennae emitting arcs of blue-green electricity. Witnessing this spectacle, even though Sun Rui had mentally prepared himself, the sight jolted him, leaving his scalp tingling. Such advanced gene modification technology seemed to be something only divine beings could wield. Nevertheless, as a top reporter for CCTV, he swiftly transitioned into a professional demeanor, posing the questions he had meticulously prepared. "Mr. Lu Yun, is this indeed the genetically modified mouse? How is it capable of emitting electricity? Can such gene modification techniques be applied to humans?" With a smile, Lu Yun responded, "Precisely. These 5 small white mice have undergone gene modification. They can emit electricity due to the injection of MyL gene carrier, electric eel module, which is an artificial gene fragment that integrates the electric discharge genes from the electric eel. This is a technical endeavor of mine, one that I have yet to contemplate applying to humanity, as the vast majority of ordinary individuals do not require the electric discharge capabilities of an electric eel. Hence, it lacks practical utility. However, in the not-too-distant future, I am confident that I will enable humanity to attain controllable genetic evolutionary abilities." Sun Rui inquired further, "I believe many are concerned with a particular question. If one were to undergo genetic modification, would it affect their descendants?" Lu Yun shook his head and replied, "Before addressing this question, I must provide a brief scientific overview. Human cells can be categorized into 2 types, somatic cells, such as skin and heart cells, and germ cells, which include sperm and ova. If genetic modification is conducted solely on somatic cells, it will only impact the individual and will not be inherited by descendants. My genetic modifications on the laboratory mice pertain exclusively to somatic cells." At 6:55, the interview concluded. Sun Rui glanced at the time displayed on his phone, exhaled a sigh of relief, and promptly sent the interview video to the station director. At CCTV, within the back end of the news program, Director Yang received the video, and his anxious heart finally found solace. After forwarding the video to the news program's producer, he swiftly called the leaders of the National Publicity Department. The interview task has been successfully completed, with the news scheduled to air at 7:15, concluding by 7:18. At that time, the CCTV News Douyin account and other online platform accounts will immediately update with related content. 3 minutes later, at Douyin, within the Content Operations Department, the department head received a call from the National Publicity Department. The CCTV News Douyin account will release a video at 7:18. And our Douyin platform must prioritize traffic to ensure that users can see it promptly? Understood. It is our duty to cooperate with the national publicity. Our Douyin platform will certainly execute this task diligently. On Weibo, the operations department, the department head also received a call. The CCTV News Weibo account will update at 7:18, and we must prioritize traffic for this? All right, I understand. Weibo will wholeheartedly cooperate with the national publicity. Before 7:10, provincial television stations across the country, along with major online platforms such as Douyin, Weibo, and Tencent, received the task to assist in national publicity, inciting curiosity among those who received the calls about what significant event had transpired domestically to warrant such a considerable effort. Consequently, even those who typically pay little attention to the news broadcast found themselves glued to their phones, eagerly awaiting the news set to air at 7:15. Meanwhile, employees of Hangzhou Technology were also aware that the evening news program would feature an interview with Lu Yun, prompting them to remain at the company post-work, intently focused on their screens in anticipation of the broadcast. Chapter 39, a major event captivating the nation. Among those eagerly awaiting the news were the longtime viewers of the evening broadcast, including Qing Jinhua, the chemistry teacher of Class 5, Senior 3, at Hongqing 2 High School. Cheng had cultivated the habit of watching the evening news daily for many years. This evening, while on duty and having distributed a test paper to his students, he observed them diligently working on their exams before returning to the Senior 3 office to check the news on his phone. To avoid disturbing his colleagues, he donned a pair of Bluetooth headphones. Due to the influence of a strong cold front, many regions in northern China were experiencing extreme weather, with winds reaching levels 9 to 10. The United States announced an increase in tariffs on Chinese products to 245. Upon reading this news, Cheng Jinhua mused that the competition between great powers was becoming increasingly fierce. Aside from refraining from employing military force, they were fiercely battling in trade and technology. As Cheng contemplated the importance of supporting domestic products as a contribution to this national endeavor, the news anchor transitioned to the next segment. Today, a significant breakthrough was achieved in the field of genetic technology in China. Young scientist Lu Yun had successfully enabled laboratory mice to acquire electric discharge capabilities akin to that of an electric eel through the self-developed L gene vector. Qing Jinhua paused, questioning his own perception. Genetic modification allowing mice to possess electric discharge abilities, wasn't that a plot from science fiction? How could it possibly manifest in reality? Yet, the next moment, the screen on his phone switched. 5 mice, adorned with 2 antennae atop their heads, indeed emitted blue-green arcs of electricity. Then a familiar face appeared on screen. Lu Yun, the most renowned student from Class 1, Senior 3 at Hongqing 2 High School, was being interviewed by a reporter. Gasp. Qing Jinhua couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. He wasn't hallucinating. This was indeed real. The genetic modification technology from science fiction had come to life. And it was our student Lu Yun who had pioneered it. Suddenly recalling that Lu Yun's homeroom teacher, Wang Xiaomei, was also present in the office, he hurriedly rose, removed his headphones, and rushed to her desk. Handing his phone to Wang Xiaomei, he excitedly exclaimed, "Teacher Wang, your student Lu Yun has accomplished something monumental." Yes, on the evening news. What? Wang Xiaomei paused for a moment, instinctively glancing at the phone, her eyes widening as she realized the broadcast was featuring an interview with Lu Yun. In the footage, Lu Yun stated, "Indeed, these 5 mice have undergone genetic modification. They can discharge electricity because they were injected with my developed L gene vector, electric eel module." Oh my goodness! Wang Xiaomei, filled with exhilaration, stood up, her body trembling slightly. She never imagined that after developing renal cloning technology, Lu Yun would achieve such an incredible feat, gaining the honor of appearing on the evening news. What a glorious moment this was, and as Lu Yun's teacher, she would bask in the reflected glory for the rest of her life. Wang Xiaomei pondered for a moment and promptly posted on her social media, "My student, Lu Yun, has successfully conducted genetic modifications on white mice, endowing them with electric discharge capabilities akin to those of an electric eel." The news program is currently airing an interview with Lu Yun. Shortly thereafter, Her cousin Zhang Hai liked the post while he watched Lu Yun animatedly conversing with esteemed academicians such as Su Aimin and Wang Zhengguo. Being a mere bystander, he could only quietly scroll through his social media in a corner of the laboratory. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaomei hurriedly made her way to the classroom of Class 1, Grade 3, where her students were diligently studying. With excitement, she exclaimed, "I have wonderful news. Lu Yun is featured on the news program. You can all open your phones now to watch the live broadcast, and don't worry about it being self-study time. I permit you to watch." Upon hearing their teacher's words, the students momentarily froze, but quickly retrieved their phones to watch the live broadcast of the news program. As Wang Xiaomei had taken over 2 minutes to run from her office to the classroom, the content had already changed. On the screen, a reporter was interviewing a spirited, silver-haired elder. The reporter stated, "This gentleman beside me is Su Aimin, the dean of the School of Biology at the Academy of Sciences and the director of the Institute of Biological Research. Let's hear his thoughts on Lu Yun's genetic modification technology." Su Aimin responded, "Lu Yun's technology represents the most significant biotechnological revolution since Darwin. It not only signifies that animals can achieve controlled genetic evolution, but also that humanity has the opportunity for controlled genetic evolution. This simultaneously indicates that in the realm of genetic technology, our nation is far ahead of the world." As this segment concluded, the classroom erupted in fervor. "Wow, Lu Yun has developed genetic modification technology? Are we going to become X-Men?" exclaimed one student who had missed the earlier parts of the news. "Where can we catch up on what we missed?" Just then, another voice rose above the excitement. "Check out the trending #1 on Douyin. It's the news interview with Lu Yun. It's also the top trending topic on Weibo. The homepage of Penguin News has pinned this story." These platforms seem to have coordinated their efforts to simultaneously promote the news, undoubtedly due to a nod from the relevant authorities. "Wow, Lu Yun is incredible. Did you see the video? Those 5 white mice were discharging arcs of electricity. Are they still just white mice? They've transformed into Pikachu," one student exclaimed. "We have an Einstein-level genius in Class 1. Another student, Wang Feng, after a few moments of contemplation, recited a line from an online novel he had read, declaring, "Our Class 1 has produced a dragon." Meanwhile, on Douyin, under the guidance of platform operators, the video just released by the CCTV news account not only soared to the top of the trending charts, but was also directly pushed to millions of users. The platform erupted with excitement. "Wow, Lu Yun is phenomenal. I once believed that Lu Yun's renal cloning technology represented the pinnacle of his life's work. However, to my astonishment, he has now unveiled gene editing technology, which is truly remarkable. Henceforth, Lu Yun's stature within the scientific community can be likened to that of Newton and Einstein. In the realm of genetic technology, our nation has surged ahead of the global competition." The words of academician Su Aimin resonate with exhilarating clarity. At a critical juncture in our national destiny, such extraordinary news has emerged, invigorating our spirits. The comment section beneath the video released by CCTV swiftly surpassed 100,000, then soared to over 1 million. The excitement was palpable, as many had recently encountered short videos on platforms like Douyin, showcasing topics related to tariffs, trade rivalries, and technological competition. They came to realize that in the battle for national fortune, retreat was not an option, and the technological struggle was an integral part of this contest. Now, with Lu Yun's gene editing technology making its debut, even if it is currently limited to animal trials and true human genetic evolution remains a distant prospect, it undeniably uplifts the spirits of the populace. Concurrently, netizens who caught wind of the news developed a keen interest in Lu Yun. Some media reporters and self-media influencers from Hongqing, aware of Lu Yun's company location, hastily drove there, while several attention-seeking bloggers commenced live broadcasts. Among them was Su Shanhe, a fervent admirer of Lu Yun. In his exuberance, he proclaimed, "Brothers, I learned this afternoon that Lu Yun has achieved a significant breakthrough. This is no mere boast." Earlier that day, around 10 in the morning, Lu Yun's company, Hongshou Technology, was cordoned off by the authorities, prompting passers-by to capture videos that circulated on Douyin. At that moment, speculation arose that spies were attempting to pilfer Lu Yun's renal cloning technology. By early afternoon, a luxurious bus, escorted by police vehicles, arrived at Hongshou Technology, disembarking dozens of individuals who were none other than professors from the Academy of Sciences College of Biology, including several academicians. Many began to conjecture that no espionage had occurred at Hongshou Technology. Rather, these professors had come to witness Lu Yun's groundbreaking achievement. I share this belief. However, The related videos were swiftly deleted by Douyin, leaving few aware of the event. Now, with the truth unveiled, Lu Yun has indeed made a monumental breakthrough in gene editing technology. What does this signify? We stand on the precipice of potentially becoming superhumans. For instance, some individuals are naturally endowed with high intelligence, others with striking beauty, and some possess extraordinary musical talent or unique abilities in romantic pursuits, all determined by genetics. Through gene editing, we could concentrate these exceptional traits within ourselves, evolving into superhumans. If the technology advances further, we might even acquire astonishing powers akin to the mutants in the Marvel Universe. Indeed, there is a real possibility. After all, Lu Yun's genetically modified mice can emit electricity. Upon hearing Sushana's words, the viewers in the live stream could not help but indulge in their fantasies. If Lu Yun's technology were to mature, enabling humanity to achieve controllable genetic modifications, what abilities would I desire? Perhaps an intelligence gene module, an aesthetic gene module, a physical prowess gene module. I would want them all. Oh, and the ability to become a war god like Lao AI. At that moment, Sushana spoke again. Brothers, I nearly forgot to ask for your assistance. Lu Yun has a Douyin account. It is simply unacceptable for someone so extraordinary to have only over 3 million followers. Please do give him a follow. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to ponder. Is Lu Yun truly exceptional? His scientific acumen is indisputable, certainly on par with Einstein, and his character is equally commendable. He spent an entire day in custody to save his father, and he possesses integrity, pricing cloned kidneys at no more than 100,000 yuan. As they reflected, they realized how remarkably outstanding one individual could be. Without a doubt, they must follow Lu Yun. Consequently, Lu Yun's Douyin account witnessed a significant surge in followers. Meanwhile, at Hangzhou Technology's open office area, employees including Li Peiqiang, Qin Wei, and Lu Zhilong were engaged in fervent discussion as Lu Yun appeared on a news broadcast. As employees of the company, they felt a sense of pride, for it would certainly enhance their standing when introducing their jobs to friends in the future. Just then, Luo Xiong, head of the Jiang Province Security Department, arrived with 5 subordinates. 2 of them pretended to pass by Lu Zhilong casually, but suddenly seized him, twisting his arms behind his back and firmly subduing him. What are you doing? Let me go? Lu Zhilong shouted in panic. Earlier that afternoon, when questioned by the security personnel, he had only been interrogated for a few minutes before being allowed to leave. He believed he had not aroused any suspicion. So he felt at ease celebrating with his colleagues at the company, oblivious to the fact that the security department was now taking action against him. Lu Zhilong, cease your struggles. I noticed your evasive gaze during the questioning this afternoon, which raised suspicions. However, without evidence. I merely had someone keep an eye on you to prevent any escape or dangerous actions. Now, I have obtained the evidence. Luo Xiong stated coldly. A month ago, you suddenly received 2 bank transfers, one for 100,000 yuan and another for 200,000 yuan. Furthermore, according to conclusions drawn from deep packet inspection technology by the service provider, on that same day, you downloaded the Telegram app on your mobile device. Since then, you have been using Telegram almost daily to communicate with accounts located overseas. Have you thought about how you will explain this? Do not attempt to lie. The very phone you have been using is right now in your possession. We will uncover everything once we examine it. Chapter 40. The spy is captured and despised by all. Upon hearing Luo Xiong's words, Lu Zhulong felt a weight lift from his heart, only to be replaced by a sudden weakness in his legs, rendering him incapable of standing. Had it not been for the 2 security agents restraining his hands behind his back, he would have collapsed to the ground. With such fragile mental fortitude, he dared to take on the role of a spy, having dedicated 20 years to the National Security Department and apprehended countless spies. Luo Xiong was acutely aware that Lu Zhulong did not truly comprehend the gravity of his transgressions. He merely understood that imprisonment awaited him. With a derisive snort, he stepped forward and retrieved Lu Zhulong's phone from his pocket. Upon discovering the device was locked, he raised it to unveil the front camera, successfully unlocking it with Lu Zhulong's face. In an instant, the home screen revealed the Telegram application, which Luo Xiong promptly opened. He uncovered an extensive chat history with a user named X. Moreover, he noted that at precisely 9:41 this morning, Lu Zhulong had sent X a video in which Lu Yun, clad in an insulated suit, provoked a white mouse, causing 2 antennae atop the creature to emit blue-green arcs of electricity. Who is X? Luo Xiong inquired, his expression devoid of emotion. I I don't know who he is, Lu Zhulong stammered, his composure crumbling as tears streamed down his face. On the third day after I joined Lu Yun's clone kidney animal experiment team, X added me on WeChat, claiming he had a business proposition. And he directly transferred me 100,000. I realized he was interested in Lu Yun's kidney cloning technology, yet my greed took over. I didn't delete his WeChat and, at his behest, downloaded the Telegram app. Thus, the psychologically shattered Lu Zhulong divulged the details of his criminal activities. With a hint of hope, he asked, "Officer, I truly don't know who X is, and my actions haven't resulted in severe consequences. If I surrender the illicit funds, surely my sentence won't be too lengthy, will it?" Luo Xiang suddenly gripped Lu Zhulong's chin, stating, "X instructed you to kidnap Lu Yun if necessary, and Lu Yun is the inventor of a national strategic technology, a national treasure protected by our security department. You not only attempted to steal state secrets, but also conspired to abduct Lu Yun, and you dare to hope for leniency?" Lu Zhulong's pupils constricted, and his face turned pale. At that moment, Lu Yun approached, observing Lu Zhulong, whose hands were restrained behind him. "I heard crying from the laboratory, so I came to see what was happening," he remarked. The employees, who had been watching the scene unfold, chimed in, "Mr. Lu Zhulong is a spy. From the third day of joining your clone kidney animal experiment team, he was bribed by someone named X, aiming to steal your kidney cloning technology. He also mentioned that X had threatened him, intending to abduct you to obtain the cloning technology, though he never truly wished to act on it. In my opinion, he didn't refrain from considering it. He simply hadn't found the opportunity. This morning, Lu Zhulong sent a video to X, showcasing genetically modified mice emitting bluish-green arcs. Subsequently, he received virtual currency worth 300,000 soft sister coins. He also promised X that he would find a way to steal the associated technology. Genetic modification is a strategic technology for our nation, and his actions are not only a betrayal of the company, but also tantamount to treason. Lu Zhulong, in his foolishness, remains oblivious to X's true identity, even unaware of their nationality. Upon hearing these words, Lu Yun cast a cold gaze at Lu Zhulong, astonished that this individual had been bought off just 3 days after joining his cloning kidney animal research team. However, he was well prepared. Having firmly secured the core technologies of gene restrainers and collagen variant proteins in his possession, not even the super spy Ethan Hunt from the film Mission Impossible could steal the complete kidney cloning technology, let alone Lu Zhulong. Jiang Hai, who had exited the laboratory alongside Lu Yun, was equally furious, his face ashen. For Lu Zhulong was his graduate student, and he had been the one to introduce him to Lu Yun. At that moment, Luo Xiong approached and inquired, "Mr. Lu Yun, do you have anything to say to Lu Zhulong?" Lu Zhulong instinctively looked up, his gaze colliding with Lu Yun's, his lips moving as if he wished to speak. Lu Yun coldly regarded Lu Zhulong before addressing Luo Xiong. "I have nothing to discuss with a traitor. Take him away directly and let justice prevail." Luo Xiong nodded and signaled to the 2 security agents who were restraining Lu Zhulong's hands. They promptly covered Lu Zhulong's mouth and dragged him away. Lu Zhulong struggled, attempting to articulate something, but could not open his mouth. In the end, he could only desperately rotate his eyes, surveying the faces around him. He saw his mentor, Jiang Hai, who had always treated him well, now glaring at him with a stern expression. He noticed his classmates Chen Wei and Yu Kai, who had joined Hangzhou Technology with him, casting disparaging looks in his direction. Each scene was painfully vivid, filling him with regret, yet in this world, there is no remedy for remorse. As Lu Zhulong was taken away, the company employees erupted in cheers. "Well done, Mr. Lu." Lu Zhulong betrayed his mentor, his company, and his country for personal gain, displaying utter disregard for morality. There is no point in engaging with such scum. Our company offers excellent benefits and a bright future. Lu Zhulong squandered this opportunity, and whatever sentence he faces, he deserves it. Lu Zhulong is implicated in stealing strategic national technology and kidnapping a nationally protected scientist. He will undoubtedly face severe consequences. Jiang Hai added with bitterness, "As Lu Zhulong's graduate advisor, I will report this to the university, and they will swiftly expel him. Soon." Lu Zhulong vanished from sight, and this farce came to a close. As the workday had concluded and the news program had already aired the interview with Lu Yun, the employees began to bid farewell and head home. Lu Yun glanced at the time and noted that it was already 20 minutes past 7. He turned his gaze towards academician Su Aimin and the others nearby, saying, "It is time for dinner. Allow me to find a nearby restaurant so we can enjoy a meal together." You have traveled a long distance from the capital and have provided me with substantial assistance. I must insist on this opportunity to treat you. Academician Su I-min and his colleagues nodded in agreement, feeling a twinge of hunger. At that moment, Luo Xiong, who had just commanded his subordinates to escort Lu Zhilong away, interjected, "Once you have selected the restaurant, could you grant me a moment to prepare for security measures?" Lu Yun nodded and replied, "Of course. I previously promised you that if we were to go out, I would inform you in advance, allowing you ample time to prepare and ensure everything is secure." In truth, Lu Yun possessed an unwavering confidence in his safety. Even if AT-1000 robot from the film Terminator were to come to assassinate him, he would remain unperturbed. His ability to master his own body was conceptual. Any physical attack, such as a bullet, could be controlled the moment it entered his body, subsequently disintegrating into atoms. He simply chose to remain discreet about the existence of his abilities, sealing away his formidable power in the presence of outsiders. However, once he successfully developed human gene modification technology, he would have the opportunity to gradually unlock a fraction of his capabilities. To be honest, he eagerly anticipated the arrival of that day. Chapter 41. A Tremor in the Academic Realm. He unleashes the era of genetic evolution. Approximately 10 minutes later. At the Yunfu family banquet. This is an upscale restaurant where Lu Yun had previously dined with Jiang Hai and Li Manny. Although the prices are somewhat steep, the exquisite flavors are unparalleled. Moreover, the restaurant's proximity to Hangzhou Technology, merely 2 kilometers away, made it an ideal venue to host academician Su I-min and his entourage. Creak. As tires screeched against the pavement, 3 red flag vehicles came to a sudden halt. Subsequently, 8 men in uniforms, adorned with the inscription Security Bureau on their badges, descended from the vehicles in an orderly fashion and swiftly approached the reception of the Yunfu family banquet. "Good day. How may I assist you?" The receptionist, slightly anxious upon seeing the 8 uniformed gentlemen, inquired. "Please summon your manager." "Certainly." Moments later, the restaurant manager hurriedly arrived, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow, and asked, "Sir, how may I be of service?" The foremost young man revealed his credentials and stated, "We have 31 guests arriving shortly for a meal. We have reserved 2 large private rooms. To ensure the safety of these esteemed guests, we need to undertake certain preparatory measures. We will require personnel to be stationed at the restaurant entrance, the corridor, and the kitchen, among other areas. Additionally, we will temporarily take over your restaurant surveillance room. And we hope for your full cooperation." "Cooperate? We will undoubtedly comply. It is our honor," the restaurant manager replied eagerly, while his mind raced with curiosity about the identities of these 31 distinguished individuals warranting such stringent security protocols. Simultaneously, a rather unique convoy approached the Yunfu family banquet. Leading the procession were 3 police vehicles, followed by a luxurious coach, with 4 police vehicles trailing behind. Inside one of the police cars, Luo Xiong sat upright, his Bluetooth earpiece delivering continuous updates. Team A has secured the elevators and corridors, all in position. Team B is monitoring the kitchen and surveillance room, all in position. Team C. 5 minutes later, at the entrance of the Yunfu family banquet, the restaurant manager caught sight of the approaching convoy, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He turned to the head waiter and instructed, "Our esteemed guests have arrived. Quickly inform everyone to provide exemplary service and ensure there are no disturbances." He then fixed his gaze intently on the coach, contemplating that the prominent figures under the protection of the agents were surely aboard. As he watched, the coach finally came to a stop. The doors swung open, revealing several somewhat familiar faces disembarking. "Wait, aren't these the professors from the College of Biological Sciences who visited Lu Yun's company today?" Just moments prior, the evening news had broadcast an announcement regarding Lu Yun's groundbreaking genetic modification technology, with platforms such as Douyin, Weibo, and Penguin News amplifying its reach to unprecedented heights. The city of Hongqing was abuzz with excitement, especially as Lu Yun hailed from Hongqing, and Hangzhou Technology was also located there. The restaurant manager, an avid observer of intriguing events, felt a heightened interest in the unfolding situation before him. Not only did he possess a rudimentary understanding of genetic modification technology, but he was also aware that a group of esteemed professors from the biology department of the Academy of Sciences had specifically traveled to Hongqing to assess Lu Yun's groundbreaking advancements in this field. Consequently, as he surveyed the crowd, he immediately recognized several figures among them. It was no wonder that security measures were so stringent. This gathering comprised top-tier professors, several of whom were academicians. As this thought crossed his mind, his eyes widened in astonishment. He witnessed Lu Yun stepping out of a vehicle. effortlessly engaging in light-hearted conversation with several academicians while confidently occupying the central position. A middle-aged man clad in police uniform, evidently a figure of authority, approached Lu Yun, vigilantly scanning the surroundings as if his sole purpose was to safeguard Lu Yun's well-being. The restaurant manager swallowed hard, suddenly grasping the reality that the individual truly under the protection of the security department was Lu Yun himself. Goodness, this was utterly unbelievable. Just last week, when Lu Yun dined here with friends, he was an ordinary person. Now, he had transformed into a prominent figure under the comprehensive protection of the national security apparatus. And he was merely 18 years old, the same age as my daughter, who had recently quarreled with me over a trivial matter regarding a boy. The restaurant manager marveled at Lu Yun's exceptional qualities. Guided by the agents of the security department, Lu Yun brushed past the restaurant manager and entered the meticulously secured private room, where he ordered an array of signature dishes and resumed his conversation with academician Su Aimin and Wang Jiangwo. Academician Su Aimin remarked, Lu Yun, with the upcoming global technology launch titled Genetic Era, a new dawn for human evolution in 5 days, although the relevant authorities will lend their full support, you must also prepare yourself. This event bears extraordinary significance. For too long, we have lagged in the field of genetic technology, overshadowed by the Western academic community. And the same holds true across various scientific domains. Currently, the 3 leading scientific journals, Nature, Science, and Cell, are all Western publications. Our scholars must master English to publish their work, which signifies the academic discourse power. We have been striving to alter this status quo, and your emergence with revolutionary genetic modification technology presents an exceptional opportunity. Thus, we must host this grand technological event to affirm our dominant position in the global genetic technology arena and gradually seize the narrative power in this domain. In the future, for individuals from other countries to learn advanced genetic techniques or to publish papers in top-tier journals, they must first comprehend the Chinese language. Moreover, as you are aware, the national struggle has reached an intense climax. The victors thrive while the vanquished decline. Therefore, we must unsheath our swords and showcase our strength. Your genetic modification technology possesses an extraordinary influence. Once individuals believe in the existence of this technology, they anticipate that it will usher in an era of human evolution. Concurrently, they recognize that the most promising advancements in controllable genetic evolution are likely to emerge under your stewardship. This power is sufficiently potent to sway the fate of nations. After all, who could resist the allure of becoming a superhuman, endowed with greater health, longevity, intelligence, and even extraordinary abilities? Therefore, we host this technological conference to make it clear that the future of humanity rests in your hands and in the hands of China. Initially, Lu Yun held a rather indifferent view towards this technological conference. However, after hearing academician Su Aimin's remarks, he felt compelled to take it more seriously, hoping to unveil something truly captivating. Meanwhile, Lu Yun's genetic modification technology has already stirred a tempest within the academic community. In London, owing to the time difference, the editors of Nature have just begun their workday, convening in the conference room to deliberate which papers exhibit the highest quality and merit publication in Nature, and which should be discarded. Their conclusions can, to a considerable extent, alter the trajectory of a researcher's career. In numerous universities domestically, publishing a paper in any of the 3 premier academic journals, Nature, Cell, or Science, can qualify one for an associate professorship, while 2 published papers can secure a full professorship. Suddenly, editor Gregory's phone rang. He furrowed his brow but quickly answered upon seeing the caller ID. It was his dear friend and Nobel laureate, Bruce. Gregory, I've sent you a video. You must watch it immediately. Bruce, you know this is my working hours. You shouldn't disturb me just to show me a video. This isn't just any video. You'll understand once you see it. A new era in biology has begun, and a new age for humanity is dawning. It's utterly astonishing. I need to apply for participation in China's technological conference. I'll hang up now. Gregory was left bewildered. What video? What technological conference? Nevertheless, after a moment of contemplation, he picked up his phone, opened the messaging app, and located the video Bruce had sent him. Upon clicking play, a host with Eastern features commenced speaking. Although the speech was in Chinese, the video included subtitles, allowing Gregory to comprehend. Today, our nation has achieved a significant breakthrough in genetic technology. Young scientist Lu Yun has successfully enabled laboratory mice to acquire electric discharge capabilities akin to that of an electric eel through the independently developed L gene vector. Is this fake news? The thought flashed through Gregory's mind. As the editor-in-chief of Nature, he is well-versed in the current state of genetic technology. At least within the next decade, such a feat seems utterly implausible. Even the brilliant scientist Lu Yun, who once pioneered renal cloning technology and self-calibrating gene editing techniques, could not have anticipated this. At that moment, his mobile phone rang again, and he glanced at the caller ID. It was John, the esteemed president of the Biological Sciences Committee of the Royal Society of Great Britain. A significant figure in academia and the most authoritative voice in the realm of biotechnology in the United Kingdom, Gregory had no choice but to answer the call once more, only to hear John's excited voice on the other end. Gregory, a seismic shift has occurred in the field of biology. That brilliant scientist Lu Yun from China, who previously published a paper in your journal Nature, has developed a groundbreaking gene modification technology. He has created an artificial gene fragment known as the L gene vector, successfully altering 5 laboratory mice, enabling them not only to sprout 2 antennae atop their heads, but also to possess electric discharge capabilities akin to that of an electric eel. I watched the original news footage, and the bluish-green arcs emitted from the antennae of those 5 mice pierced through the air, with a voltage exceeding 600 volts. Good heavens! This is utterly insane. In that moment, Gregory found himself grappling with disbelief, questioning, John, I am currently watching that news video. Have you verified its authenticity? You know, with the advancement of AI technology, it is all too easy to fabricate news en masse. No. This is indeed true, John exclaimed with fervor. I have confirmed it through official channels. The situation is real. Moreover, officials from China have stated that in 5 days, they will host a global technology launch event titled the Gene Era, a new starting point for human evolution. At that time, Lu Yun will personally attend and demonstrate the mice with electric eel-like abilities to the audience, allowing for questions. I trust the credibility of the Chinese government. They would never misrepresent laundry detergent as weapons of mass destruction in front of the world, unlike certain other nations. They have never engaged in such behavior publicly. Which is why I have decided to represent the Royal Society of Great Britain at this technology launch. I wish to witness the pinnacle of global gene technology with my own eyes and engage with this genius named Lu Yun. I called you to inquire whether you would attend. Absolutely. Without a doubt, Gregory replied with conviction. Fully aware that the event titled the Gene Era, a new starting point for human evolution, not only epitomized the zenith of global gene technology, but also represented China's aspirations to assert its dominance in this field. As the editor-in-chief of Nature, one of the top 3 academic journals, he recognized that this would alter the landscape of global scientific discourse and mark the commencement of human gene evolution. Naturally, he must attend. Furthermore, he was eager to witness firsthand the genius scientist who was ushering in the era of human gene evolution. Chapter 42. We must learn from Lu Yun and seek his guidance. In the conference room, the other editors of Nature had begun to realize that something monumental had transpired. As Gregory ended his call, a bald editor could no longer restrain his curiosity and inquired, Gregory, what has happened? Taking a deep breath, Gregory, trembling slightly, replied, Do you recall the prodigious scientist Lu Yun from Huaxia who submitted a paper to us about a month ago? The bald editor nodded, certainly. His submission sent shockwaves through the academic community. The self-calibrating gene editing technology he described is now widely employed, potentially garnering over $60 million in patent fees annually. I distinctly remember that at the time, he was virtually unknown. To expedite the review process, he even enlisted academician Wang Jiangwo to submit on his behalf. Indeed, he was a newcomer in the academic realm, with no one aware of his brilliance. Gregory reflected, his voice rising with fervor, but he is a genius. A true genius, akin to Einstein. Just today, he has enabled laboratory mice to attain controllable genetic evolutionary capabilities, capable of discharging over 600 volts of high voltage. He has ushered in the era of human genetic evolution. As he spoke, Gregory stood up excitedly, raising his phone. I understand that you may find this hard to believe. With the current level of genetic technology, how could gene evolution be feasible? However, John from the Royal Academy of Sciences has confirmed with the Huaxiao authorities that it is indeed true. Nobel laureate Bruce has also validated this revelation. Therefore, there should be no doubt it is genuine. Let us delve into this video together. As his words resonated, a cacophony erupted in their minds. As if reality had collided with science fiction, the dawn of the human genetic evolution era had begun. Without hesitation, they all sprang to their feet and rushed to Gregory's side to view the video together, fully engrossed, fearful of missing even the slightest detail. When they witnessed Lu Yun in the video, commencing his exposition on the research concepts of the L-gene vector, its structure, and its technological applications. They instinctively held their breath. To contemplate genetic modification in humans or animals, one must consider a fundamental issue. Both humans and animals comprise trillions of cells. Ultimately, I developed an artificial gene fragment with invasive capabilities, akin to a virus, the L-gene vector, modeled after an electric eel. The L-gene vector consists of 3 modules, with dual guarantees, namely spatial positioning proteins and epigenetic locks, and a triple interlocking mechanism. In the video, Lu Yun presented these concepts with a casual demeanor. Yet, before the phone screen, Gregory and his colleagues grew increasingly astonished and apprehensive. Their astonishment stemmed from the realization that the L-gene vector transcended their wildest imaginations. Even its structure was a testament to genius. Fear gripped them as they realized that even though Lu Yun had elucidated his research methodology and the structure of the L-gene vector, they remained utterly perplexed regarding its implementation. When the video concluded, Gregor's finger lingered on the smartphone screen for a full 10 seconds before it despondently fell away. The disparity was insurmountable. Despite Lu Yun having pointed the way forward, they were at a loss as to how to proceed. This illustrated the chasm between their expertise in genetic technology and Lu Yun's. It was a gap of at least 10 years, perhaps even 20. Academically, Gregor had always been confident, yet now he felt utterly shattered, finally comprehending why Bruce and John, who had called him earlier, were so eager to engage with Lu Yun at the technology conference. Like him, they had come to a stark realization of their technological inferiority and were thoroughly awed by Lu Yun's capabilities, developing a reverence for his expertise. They yearned to meet that young man, merely 18 years of age, to gain insights and instruction. How could someone so young possibly outpace the entire world? Muttered the balding editor. Perhaps this is what true genius resembles, akin to Einstein, who conceived the groundbreaking theory of relativity solely through the power of his intellect. Ultimately validated as correct. With a sigh of contemplation, Gregor retrieved his phone and dialed his Chinese friend, Wang Jiangwo. He recalled vividly that it was Wang Jiangwo who had submitted Lu Yun's paper to the journal Nature, suggesting a cordial relationship between them. Jiangwo, I have a favor to ask. I will soon be traveling to your homeland to attend the technology conference titled The Gene Era, a new dawn for human evolution, at that time. I hope you can arrange for me a face-to-face meeting with Lu Yun, ideally for over half an hour. If many wish to meet him, then even 5 minutes would suffice. At Stanford University, in the Department of Biomedical Engineering, Professor Scott was equally captivated by Lu Yun's technology after watching the video. Reflecting on his previous invitation to Lu Yun to study in America, which had been met with rejection, he had felt anger. Deeming Lu Yun overly arrogant and destined for limited accomplishments, a flush of heat spread across his face. How could he presume to have Lu Yun as a student? It would be more fitting for him to seek to learn from Lu Yun. Thankfully, he had refrained from uttering any harsh words at that time. Otherwise, he would have been too embarrassed to attend the upcoming technology gala. Professor Scott sighed in relief, then approached Zheng Jie, a Chinese student busy in the laboratory. I require your assistance. In 5 days, there will be a technology conference in China titled The Gene Era, a new dawn for human evolution, and I intend to attend. Please help me register and accompany me. All expenses will be covered by me. Zheng Jie inquired curiously, Professor, aren't you scheduled to attend an academic conference at Harvard in 5 days? Professor Scott responded with a hint of melancholy. A significant event has transpired in the academic realm. A prodigy named Lu Yun he has developed genetic modification technology, successfully endowing laboratory mice with capabilities akin to those of an electric eel. He has ushered in the era of genetic evolution. Consequently, the conference I was set to attend has been cancelled, as everyone is preparing to attend Lu Yun's technological launch in Huaxia. Zheng Jie was utterly astonished. As a doctoral student specializing in biology, he was well versed in the current state of genetic technology. In his estimation, the kind of genetic evolution depicted in science fiction films was, at least for the next 2 decades, entirely unattainable. He never anticipated that Lu Yun would bring science fiction into reality so soon. This was simply unbelievable. Professor, I am going to register immediately. Very well, go ahead. Professor Scott permitted. Upon receiving the professor's approval, Zhang Jie hastily removed his work attire and sprinted back to his dormitory. He then opened his phone and searched for related news. To his astonishment, he discovered that social media platforms were abuzz with activity. Even overseas platforms were in an uproar. However, in contrast to the fervent belief of users on domestic platforms, the overseas audience was predominantly skeptical. The most viewed video was posted by a white student from Harvard, who stated, Let me get straight to the point. Genetic modification technology is a fabrication. Indeed, Lu Yun is a genius. Having developed self-calibrating gene editing technology and kidney cloning techniques at just 18 years of age. However, he could never have conceived the genetic modification technology depicted in the news video. Simply injecting a laboratory mouse with a synthetic gene fragment to enable it to grow antennae and acquire electric eel-like discharge capabilities. This transcends the boundaries of contemporary science and, while theoretically plausible, is utterly impractical. Lu Yun, despite his brilliance, has only laid the groundwork for those two technologies, which may be ahead of the world by 3 to 5 years at most. But the genetic modification technology presented in the news is 20 years ahead of our current capabilities. Thus, this is either misinformation or a deliberate exaggeration by the Huaxia authorities. Let us not forget that during our competition with the Red Empire, we once promoted the Star Wars program, which led the Red Empire to squander billions and deplete its national strength. Under this video, the debate was intensely heated. A faction of international students and domestic internet users who had circumvented censorship fervently guaranteed the authenticity of the news, citing that it had been aired on national news programs and presenting various pieces of evidence, such as the closure of Lu Yun's Hangzhou Technology and the visit of academician Su Aimin and his entourage to Hangzhou Technology. Yet, no one believed them. The overseas audience responded with scorn and derision. It is truly lamentable that the Eastern superpower has adopted our deceptive tactics against other nations. Our nation possesses the finest universities globally, the most substantial research funding, and the highest number of Nobel Prize laureates. Even if genetic modification technology were feasible, it would undoubtedly originate from our shores. This is a ruse orchestrated by Huaxia. Upon reading these comments, Zheng Jie felt a surge of anger, yearning to confront the mocking netizens from the West. However, he understood that even if he were to comment, his voice would soon be drowned out by the cacophony of skepticism. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a tweet from Professor Scott. "I will be attending the Genetic Era, a new starting point for human evolution technology conference held in Huaxia in 5 days. If you plan to attend as well, feel free to contact me so we can accompany each other." This revelation illuminated his thoughts. He feverishly searched for the Twitter accounts of renowned figures in the field of biology and discovered that many had tweeted their confirmation of attendance at the upcoming conference. Zheng Jie meticulously captured screenshots of these tweets and presented them to his detractors. Professor Scott from Stanford University had indeed confirmed his participation in the Genetic Era, a new starting point for human evolution conference, and the event's organizer, Lu Yun. The genetically modified mouse capable of emitting electric shocks would also make an appearance. Nobel laureate in physiology or medicine, Professor Alex from Harvard University, had confirmed his attendance. Gregory, the editor-in-chief of Nature, also tweeted his intention to participate. The Royal Society of Great Britain had confirmed it would send a delegation of experts to attend. One screenshot after another was laid before the skeptics, who, upon verifying the information, widened their eyes in disbelief. These tweets were indeed genuine. Across the globe, hundreds of distinguished figures in the biological sciences, including numerous Nobel laureates, had collectively decided to attend the Genetic Era, a new starting point for a human evolution conference in Huaxia in 5 days. This could only suggest one possibility. These academic luminaries believed that the brilliant scientist Lu Yun had truly developed genetic modification technology and successfully altered the mouse, endowing it with the astonishing electric capabilities showcased in the news footage. My goodness! In that moment, a shiver ran down their spines. The news footage was authentic. The genetic modification technology was real. Humanity had indeed entered the era of genetic evolution. However, the key to humanity's future lay firmly in Lu Yun's hands. In the hands of Huaxia. Thus, experts and scholars from around the world were preparing to journey to Huaxia to learn and seek guidance. Chapter 43, Genetic Modification. Empowering chimpanzees with electromagnetic forces, indisputable evidence lay before us, compelling an increasing number of American netizens to confront reality. Consequently, the discourse on social media underwent a remarkable reversal. The individual known as Lu Yun, a prodigious talent from China, stands as a paragon of genius, rivaling even the illustrious Iron Man, Tony Stark, albeit a fictional character. Is he not already a frontrunner for the Nobel Prize? Has a laureate of such youth ever graced the annals of history? If one could forge a connection with a genius of his caliber, I would willingly embrace the opportunity. Is there anyone well-versed in the TikTok platform? I seek guidance on how to follow Lu Yun's account, so I may be promptly informed of his developments. Undoubtedly, in a society that venerates strength, Lu Yun has garnered widespread recognition and adulation, with numerous individuals resolving to attend the forthcoming technology conference in China. Meanwhile, the scientific community, pharmaceutical magnates, and politicians have faced severe backlash. What are our scientists engaged in? Are they preoccupied with drafting papers on the impact of climate change on the gender identity of lobsters? Behold Lu Yun from China. His genetic modification technology has advanced to the point where laboratory mice can emit electrical discharges akin to electric eels. Within the White House, an assembly of incompetents labors aimlessly, preferring to allocate funds toward research on climate change's influence on lobster gender perception rather than fostering technological advancement. The result? We have fallen behind by at least a decade in the realm of genetic technology. Companies such as Pfizer and Roche, raking in hundreds of billions annually, find themselves eclipsed by Lu Yun's singular prowess in genetic innovation. Observing these comments, Zheng Jie could hardly contain his mirth. He promptly captured screenshots and crafted a video for TikTok. Greetings, everyone. I am the Stanford doctoral student who previously commented on Lu Yun's renal cloning technology in Su Shana's livestream. I am here to share a rather amusing incident. Initially, when news of Lu Yun's genetic modification breakthrough surfaced on TikTok, it was met with skepticism. However, I orchestrated a subtle maneuver, and now public opinion has shifted. Those who once doubted Lu Yun are now enraged, launching tirades against the scientific community, pharmaceutical giants, and politicians in America. 2 weeks prior, when Nature magazine published Lu Yun's paper, Zheng Jie was swift to post a video on TikTok, attracting a significant following. Thus, upon the release of this video, a deluge of comments ensued. I circumvented the Great Firewall to explore TikTok. The influencer is remarkable. With sheer determination, he has transformed the narrative on social media. This video reveals that top scientists from around the globe will congregate for the Genetic Era, a new dawn in human evolution conference. It promises to be exhilarating. And I too wish to attend, though I lack accommodation. Are there any lovely ladies from Hongqing willing to host me for a few days? I assure you, I am not intrusive. To the individual above, I overheard your intentions in Shanghai. The world's foremost scientists are banding together to learn from the 18-year-old Lu Yun at the technology conference. Just the thought ignites a thrill within me, stirring my very blood. Thus, I have resolved to participate as well, and I will provide a live broadcast for everyone. Those who wish to watch the live stream, kindly show your support. With the viral success of this video, the previously overlooked press conference for the Genetic Era, a new dawn in human evolution, swiftly garnered the attention of countless netizens, who expressed their intent to tune in for the broadcast. Meanwhile, within the private dining room at Hongqing's Yunfu family banquet, Lu Yun set down his glass filled with apple cider vinegar and turned to academician Su Aimin, saying, Professor Su, you previously mentioned that the upcoming press conference, just 5 days away, holds extraordinary significance and that it is imperative for everyone to understand that the future of humanity is in the hands of Huaxia. I have been contemplating what preparations should be made, and suddenly, an idea has struck me. Upon hearing this, academician Su Aimin and academician Wang Jiangwo's eyes lit up in unison as they set their glasses down and focused intently on Lu Yun. Here's the thing. Lu Yun continued, the animal with the highest genetic similarity to humans is the chimpanzee, boasting a remarkable 98.8 genetic similarity, which is why it is often referred to as humanity's close relative. If I were to adjust the L gene carrier, using the electric eel as a template prior to the press conference, and subsequently conduct genetic modifications on the chimpanzees to endow them with the electric capabilities akin to that of the electric eel, would it not serve to convince the public that we are indeed nearing the brink of a controllable human genetic evolution? Moreover, unlike laboratory mice, chimpanzees possess a significant advantage. Their intelligence is quite high, often comparable to that of a 5-year-old child, with some even exhibiting the cognitive abilities of a 10-year-old. If we were to genetically modify these intelligent chimpanzees, they might become aware of their awakened powers of electricity and learn to harness them. The impact of such a public demonstration at the conference would be nothing short of astonishing, instilling greater confidence in the potentials of genetic modification. As Lu Yun spoke, his own anticipation grew. The task of modifying human genes necessitated caution and precision, yet altering chimpanzees presented fewer concerns. Perhaps the aspiration of mastering electromagnetic powers and surviving in space could be realized through the chimpanzees first. If successful, the spectacle would be truly breathtaking, and the public's resistance and skepticism towards genetic modification would dissipate, replaced by eagerness. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, academician Su Aimin was once again taken aback by his imaginative thinking but soon found himself puzzled. With only 5 days until the press conference, Can you truly accomplish the genetic modification of chimpanzees? It is important to note that chimpanzees are markedly different from laboratory mice. Their genetic and nervous systems are far more complex, and you have likely never studied chimpanzee genetics before. Academician Wang Jiangwo and others nodded in agreement, believing in Lu Yun's capability to modify chimpanzees' genes, given that chimpanzees are humanity's close relatives. The success of such modifications would undoubtedly convince everyone that humanity is merely a step away from controllable genetic evolution. However, 5 days is still a rather brief time frame. Lu Yun, however, smiled and remarked, "I wish to give it a try. Only through challenges does life hold intrigue." Despite his casual demeanor, confidence radiated from him. This assurance stemmed from the fact that he was not starting from scratch, merely requiring subtle adjustments to the L gene vector. Moreover, he possessed an unrivaled mastery over his own body, with ample knowledge and stamina. He could conduct 6,000 to 7,000 experiments within a mere 5 days, an accomplishment a typical scientist like academician Su Aimin could scarcely achieve in a lifetime of genetic modifications. Thus, in a certain sense, Lu Yun was indeed a diligent genius, his silent dedication unknown to others. Of course, had they been aware, they would undoubtedly exclaim in envy. "I too wish to have such extraordinary advantages." As for academician Su Aimin, witnessing Lu Yun's confident expression stirred a hint of uncertainty within him. He suggested, "Why not give it a try? Should you have any requirements, do not hesitate to voice them. I will coordinate with the relevant departments promptly." Lu Yun replied, "I have but one request. Procure a batch of highly intelligent chimpanzees and transport them to my laboratory. During this period, I wish to be undisturbed." Academician Su Aimin promptly assured him, "Before the dawn of tomorrow, you will find a group of highly intelligent chimpanzees awaiting you. Throughout these 5 days, no one will intrude upon your work. Additionally, all previously agreed upon meetings with international scholars will be postponed until after the technology conference." Beside them, academician Wang Jiangwo immediately added, "I will contact Gregory, the editor-in-chief of Nature, and inform him that the schedule has been deferred until after the technology conference." Upon hearing this, Lu Yun felt a surge of anticipation. Should he indeed succeed in genetically modifying the chimpanzees within 5 days, the technology conference would undoubtedly be a resounding triumph. At that juncture, it might even exert a significant influence on the nation's destiny. After all, individuals from any country yearn to become healthier, longer-lived, more intelligent, and even superhuman beings endowed with extraordinary abilities. When they realize that Huaxia is on the cusp of mastering this technology, 2 thoughts may arise. 1. To seize it. The other, to foster amicable relations with Huaxia. It is believed that the vast majority of nations would gravitate toward the latter. Chapter 44, Global Tremors. The world transformed by him as the clock approached 9 in the evening. In Hongchong, at the Yun family banquet, the parking lot buzzed with activity. "Lu Yun, the leader had just messaged me. The relevant departments have established an emergency dispatch center for chimpanzee genetic modification experiments specifically to address this matter. Tomorrow morning, upon awakening, you shall undoubtedly witness a batch of highly intelligent chimpanzees." Academician Su Aimin waved farewell to Lu Yun with a smile, alongside academician Wang Jiangwo and others, as they prepared to board a government-arranged aircraft back to the capital. However, they would return to Hongqing the day before the tech conference on the genetic era, a new dawn of human evolution. "All right, farewell." Lu Yun waved goodbye to academician Su Aimin, academician Wang Jiangwo, and the others, watching as they boarded the bus. Soon, the bus roared to life and sped away. Jiang Hai and Li Manny also bid farewell to Lu Yun after an exhilarating day, feeling somewhat fatigued themselves. "Wait a moment, Sister Manny. I would like to ask you for a favor," Lu Yun said with a smile. "I plan to unveil the chimpanzee genetic modifications at the tech conference. I was considering that if we announced this news in advance, it would undoubtedly pique considerable interest and elevate the excitement surrounding the event. Therefore, I would like to request your assistance in recording a video to be posted on your Douyin account, Manny Loves to Speak, to disseminate this information." Lu Yun's words bore a semblance of truth. His desire to announce the news was genuine, yet his request for Li Manny's assistance was somewhat feigned. Regardless of the channel he chose to announce this information, it would inevitably create a stir. His specific request for Li Manny to record the video and share it on her account was motivated by a desire to help her gain some traction in her career. He felt he had taken flight, while his 2 friends, Jiang Hai and Li Manny, who had assisted him, remained stagnant, a situation he found less than ideal. Now, with an opportunity to aid his friends at little cost to himself, he saw no reason to hesitate. Li Manny, being a perceptive individual, instantly grasped that Lu Yun was extending a helping hand to her. She understood that some truths need not be spoken aloud, and it was unnecessary to decline a friend's goodwill. She merely needed to remember to repay the kindness in due time. Feeling a surge of emotion, she nodded with a smile, taking out her phone and activating the camera, pointing it at Lu Yun. In a short while, the video was successfully recorded. Lu Yun then turned to Jiang Hai, saying, "Professor Jiang, you have abandoned your renal cloning project for a month now. It is high time to initiate a new research endeavor. Ideally, it should be a project related to genetic technology. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to reach out to me, and we can discuss and exchange ideas together." Jiang Hai opened his mouth to respond but was interrupted by Lu Yun, who said, "Please, do not feel shy. You have assisted me so much. I must be afforded an opportunity to repay you." Jiang Hai felt a surge of emotion within him. He discerned that Lu Yun was genuinely eager to assist him in his endeavors with Limani. Thus, he decided to cast aside formalities and replied with a smile, "Very well, upon my return, I shall contemplate this matter thoroughly and expedite the initiation of the new research project. Should I encounter any technical challenges, I shall seek your counsel. However, let me make it clear, if my research yields commercial success, the profits shall be divided in a manner favoring you, with a generous 90% allocated to you." As he spoke, Jiang Hai's demeanor grew solemn. It was imperative that Lu Yun acquiesce to this arrangement, for otherwise, he would feel reluctant to approach him for advice. "Agreed. I accept," Lu Yun responded, a smile gracing his face, pleased that Jiang Hai was willing to embrace his assistance. Shortly thereafter, Lu Yun bid farewell to Jiang Hai and Limani, entering a police vehicle. In a brief moment, a formidable fleet of 10 police cars roared to life and sped away. As Jiang Hai watched the procession recede into the distance, he reflected on the recent events, feeling a profound sense of admiration for young individuals like Lu Yun, who, despite holding high positions, displayed genuine compassion. His gaze then shifted to Limani, whose eyes seemed to shimmer, as if striving to pierce through the inky darkness of the night to catch a glimpse of Lu Yun within the vehicle. It was evident that her heart had been captivated by Lu Yun's charm. Clearing his throat, Jiang Hai gently roused her from her reverie, advising, "Manny, I must speak candidly. You are truly exceptional. Not only are you an enchanting beauty who could easily attract attention wherever you go, but you are also a successful individual, embodying the qualities of a remarkable woman. You are deserving of most men in this world. Yet, Lu Yun is an exception. In terms of wealth, he is destined to become a billionaire. Regarding talent, he epitomizes the pinnacle of genetic technology. In terms of appearance, he is in the upper echelons of attractiveness. And most crucially, he is merely 18. A significant age gap between you two makes a lasting relationship improbable." "I understand," Limani nodded, acknowledging the truth in his words. However, she had encountered someone so extraordinary that it was difficult to envision anyone else in her heart. Moreover, she mused, a fleeting encounter could also hold value. Having experienced such brilliance could be enough. Suddenly recalling that she had yet to edit and release the video she recorded, she quickly bid Jiang Hai farewell and returned to her vehicle to swiftly edit the footage and post it on her Douyin account. At that moment, as public interest continued to escalate, Lu Yun's popularity on Douyin not only remained intact but was growing ever more pronounced. Countless netizens were captivated by Lu Yun, eager to delve deeper into his story. Su Shanha, a devoted admirer and Douyin streamer, naturally seized the opportunity to ride the wave of this newfound fame. He initiated a live broadcast, inviting his thousands of viewers to join him in searching for videos related to Lu Yun on Douyin. "Brothers, check out this video. Someone has just dropped a bombshell." It turns out, upon learning that the criminal charges against Lu Yun had been dropped, his father made a significant decision. He would not proceed with the transplantation of the cloned kidney created by Lu Yun. Do you know why he made such a choice? Due to a police officer's warning that Lu Yun's cloned kidneys had not undergone animal testing or clinical trials, they had not yet received legal recognition. Should a surgical procedure occur in which the cloned kidney was transplanted into his body, resulting in dire consequences, Lu Yun would face imprisonment. While Lu Dad had come to terms with life and death, he did not wish to burden Lu Yun. Thus he resolved to refuse the transplantation of the cloned kidney. However, when Lu Dad went to the detention center to meet Lu Yun, a turn of events unfolded. Lu Yun proposed the idea of influencing public opinion to sway the authorities into making an exception for their case. And as everyone knows, the outcome was remarkably favorable. In conclusion, I initially perceived Lu Yun as extraordinary for his dedication to saving his father, sacrificing his studies to delve into kidney cloning technology. and willingly risking imprisonment by contacting intermediaries in the Oregon black market to arrange the transplant. However, I now recognize Lu Dad's greatness as well. They both hold each other in high regard. At that moment, the viewers in the live stream were profoundly moved. The barrage of comments exploded. Indeed, Lu Dad exhibited remarkable courage. In making that decision, he relinquished any hope derived from the cloned kidney, effectively abandoning the slim chance of his own survival. It is essential to note that he had been informed by doctors that he might not survive the year. It is no wonder Lu Yun is so filial and compassionate. His father serves as the finest role model. Fortunately, the conclusion was perfect, according to a video released by Hungsho Technology, in half a month. Lu Dad and other volunteers for the first clinical trial of the cloned kidneys would be eligible for transplantation. As the viewers in the live stream expressed their sentiments, the comments suddenly shifted, with many individuals flooding the screen. Everyone, quickly check out the latest video posted by the Douyin account Manny Loves to Talk. It is astounding. Indeed. Everyone hurried to watch, as Lu Yun announced in that video his intention to genetically modify chimpanzees. These comments not only captured the attention of the live stream audience but also piqued the interest of the host, Su Shanha. He promptly located Manny Loves to Talk in his following list and found the latest video. Upon clicking play, Lu Yun appeared, smiling. Hello everyone, I'm Lu Yun. I want to share an intriguing idea that just popped into my mind. To genetically modify a group of chimpanzees, which share a 98 genetic similarity to humans, granting them electric eel-like abilities, akin to the laboratory mice you see on news broadcasts. I plan to present these chimpanzees at the technology conference in 5 days. As a brief aside, Manny Loves to Talk is a friend of mine in real life, and will be sharing exclusive news about me in the future, so please feel free to follow. After watching the video, Su Shanha paused momentarily before speaking. Brothers, although I am a staunch supporter of Lu Yun, I must say his actions may be somewhat imprudent. With only 5 days until the technology conference, can he truly accomplish the genetic modification of the chimpanzees? If successful, everything would be commendable. However, should he fail, a multitude would undoubtedly engage in derision, branding him as unrealistic and overly ambitious. My concern lies not with the potential failure itself, but rather with the possibility that such mockery might undermine his confidence. The viewers in the live stream could hardly contain themselves, inundating the chat with fervent comments. Indeed, Lu Yun ought to have refrained from posting this video. He should have completed the genetic modification of the chimpanzee before making any public announcement. By proceeding in this manner, he risks creating a regrettable chapter in his history, granting detractors an opportunity to assail him. Alas, Lu Yun is still quite young, lacking the measured demeanor of seasoned scientists. Yet, I find the situation rather inconsequential. Even in the event of failure, Lu Yun's innate talent for research remains indisputable, and he continues to stand at the pinnacle of genetic technology, poised to usher in a new era of human genetic evolution. Should he succeed, he would ascend to legendary status. Moreover, the video noted that the genetic similarity between chimpanzees and humans is an impressive 98. Therefore, a successful genetic modification of the chimpanzee would signify that human genetic modification is not far behind. With this in mind, my anticipation for the upcoming technology conference in 5 days has only intensified. As the live stream chat exploded with activity, this news spread like wildfire, igniting discussions not only on Douyin but also on various platforms, ultimately reaching the biological community, which has been closely monitoring Lu Yun's endeavors. In London, Gregory, the editor-in-chief of Nature, was left astounded upon hearing the news. Could it be that Lu Yun intends to achieve genetic modification of the chimpanzee within 5 days, endowing it with electric eel-like capabilities? Such audacity is remarkable. Even if he had conducted extensive research on chimpanzee genetics, this feat seems implausible. However, he soon chuckled. Recalling that Lu Yun is merely 18 years old, it is entirely natural for such a youthful prodigy to exhibit confidence, which underscores an essential truth. He is human, not divine. Unlike deities, humans are prone to errors. In the United States, Professor Scott from Stanford University also found amusement in this revelation. Truly, a genius at the zenith of genetic technology, boldly declaring to the world his intention to accomplish this genetic modification within 5 days. Well, I wish him success. Of course, even if he were to falter, it would not diminish his standing in my eyes, nor would it affect his reputation in the academic realm. As for certain fools or unscrupulous media seeking to criticize him, they are merely a swarm of buzzing flies. Clearly, these academic luminaries do not believe Lu Yun will transform his words into reality. However, they regard it as inconsequential. Even should Lu Yun fail, he will remain an almost godlike figure in the realm of genetic technology. The announcement of Lu Yun's ambition to complete the genetic modification of chimpanzees within 5 days has indeed stirred considerable excitement worldwide. Simultaneously, the intelligence regarding Lu Yun's successful genetic modification of mice, granting them electric eel-like capabilities, has reached the American intelligence community and top academic figures, who have relayed this information to American politicians. The astonishment among all was palpable. Immediately following, a conference convened, attended by politicians, intelligence agencies, academia, and pharmaceutical giants. The theme of the meeting was how to address the challenges posed by Lu Yun and his genetic modification technology. Chapter 45, Never Harm Lu Yun. In the conference room of the White House, a gathering of influential figures from both the political and scientific realms convened. Before each individual lay a dossier on Lu Yun, prominently featuring his remarkably youthful visage. At merely 18 years of age, this was astonishing. However, the CIA had verified the authenticity of the intelligence. The advancements in renal cloning and genetic modification were indeed genuine, and Lu Yun was undeniably just 18. Even more astonishing was that Lu Yun had only dedicated 4 months to the field of scientific research. Was genius truly so unreasonable? The assembly couldn't help but murmur in their hearts. At this critical juncture of great power rivalry, the emergence of such a prodigious talent was decidedly unwelcome news for the United States. Yet, on a certain level, it also bore the semblance of good news. After all, who could possibly resist the allure of genetic evolution, the prospect of becoming a longer-lived, healthier, and more intelligent superhuman? After perusing the documents, a congressman inquired, "Lucas, you must enlighten us on how long it would take to develop such technology if DARPA were to receive adequate funding." With that, all eyes turned to a bespectacled blond man, Lucas, the head of DARPA, which stands for the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, akin to the Chinese Academy of Sciences. This institution unites scientific elites from around the globe, and it is no exaggeration to assert that each scientist within DARPA was once deemed a genius in their own right. Acknowledging the scrutiny of the room, Lucas rose and stated, "The foremost scientists at DARPA, including 3 Nobel laureates, have indicated that it is impossible for us to develop the genetic modification technology that Lu Yun demonstrated today within at least a decade." They further noted that given Lu Yun's scientific aptitude, the gap between us will only widen, rendering it nearly impossible to catch up. A decade. And with the qualifier of at least, the atmosphere grew solemn as everyone absorbed the gravity of the situation. The temptation of genetic evolution was one that no one could refuse. Even those uninterested in possessing the electric capabilities of an eel would desire to become healthier and live longer. After all, only by living can one relish the benefits bestowed by power and wealth. Now, with this technology on the brink of realization and firmly in the hands of China, who would dare to offend them? Should one find themselves on their blacklist, they would only be left to watch as others underwent genetic evolution, enhancing their health and extending their lifespans, while they themselves were left behind. What a lamentable fate that would be. In truth, every individual present harbored a deep desire to prevent such a scenario from unfolding in their own lives. "Paul, is there a way for your CIA to acquire this technology? It would be even better if we could invite Lu Yun to our side," a voice suddenly interjected, igniting a flicker of hope within the assembly. After the collapse of the Red Empire, the CIA emerged as the most formidable intelligence agency in the world, having successfully overthrown the governments of several small nations. Perhaps this time, it could achieve a remarkable feat, not only by acquiring technology but even by abducting Lu Yun. Indeed, abduction must be the approach. What other means could the CIA employ? Furthermore, it is imperative that Lu Yun remains unharmed during the process, for a living Lu Yun holds immense value. He may potentially advance the development of genetic modification technology, enabling humans to live to 150 years or even 200. CIA Director Paul felt an overwhelming pressure. Rising from his seat, he spoke solemnly. According to the latest intelligence, genetic modification technology has been designated as a national strategic resource by Huaxia. Lu Yun himself is under the highest level of protection, and even his company is subject to rigorous scrutiny. A commercial spy from Roche Pharmaceuticals has already been apprehended. I can only assure you that we, the CIA, will exert every effort to accomplish this mission, but I cannot guarantee success. Moreover, it may not be necessary for us to take direct action. We can engage with him through various channels, extending an invitation for him to develop an eagle sauce. Whatever demands he may have, we shall fulfill, even if he wishes to emigrate to Mars. we will offer our utmost support. In summary, we will mobilize the entire nation for this purpose. Although Lu Yun has publicly declared his intention not to study in eagle sauce or change his nationality, he did not outright refuse to come, leaving the door open for opportunity. His previous statements may not hold absolute weight. Many of Huaxia's prodigies have professed patriotism while in their homeland, only to remain in eagle sauce once they arrived. Currently, at least 30 of our research talent hails from Huaxia. As long as Lu Yun agrees to come, we will have succeeded. And we will find a way to facilitate his departure from Huaxia. As he finished speaking, the room was filled with nods of agreement. Indeed, the promise of eagle sauce's unwavering support is an enticing prospect for anyone, for it is the most powerful and the most accommodating nation for the affluent. Thus, it is certainly worth a try. Just then, a sound emanated from the Bluetooth headset in Paul's right ear. After listening, he adopted a serious demeanor and stated, "The latest intelligence reveals that Lu Yun has publicly announced his intention to commence genetic modification on chimpanzees, expressing confidence in completing the endeavor within 5 days, given that chimpanzees share a striking 98.8 genetic similarity with humans. Regardless of his success, his willingness to make such a declaration indicates considerable confidence, suggesting that the development of applicable genetic modification technology for humans is imminent." Upon hearing this, an acute sense of urgency enveloped the room as discussions erupted. Shortly thereafter, a plan targeting Lu Yun was finalized. The primary priority is to win him over, starting with prestigious institutions such as Harvard issuing exorbitant offers for professorship, warmly inviting Lu Yun to eagle sauce for academic exchanges. Concurrently, a delegation of lawmakers will visit Huaxia, seizing the opportunity to attend the Genetic Era, a new dawn of human evolution technology launch conference, scheduled to take place in 5 days. Should the academic outreach fail, the lawmakers will publicly extend an invitation on behalf of eagle sauce, expressing a willingness to mobilize national resources to meet any demand from Lu Yun. The second priority is to cultivate spies to appropriate relevant technology. The third priority involves abduction, although it is imperative to ensure Lu Yun's safety. The rationale is straightforward. They too seek genetic evolution. If anything were to happen to Lu Yun, who else could advance the development of this technology in the world? Unbeknownst to Lu Yun, he has already attracted the attention of a global superpower. At this moment, he is in the company, listening to a report from General Manager Li Peiqiang, primarily concerning the upcoming technology launch. The Business Bureau of Hong City has already contacted Li Peiqiang, promising to assist Hongshou Technology in finalizing all arrangements within 3 days, at no cost whatsoever. Just as Li Peiqiang departed, Luo Xiong, the head of the Jiang Province Security Department, entered. Luo Xiong remarked, "We have interrogated Lu Zhilong 6 times, and each time he provided the same answers. We believe the probability of him lying is quite low. He genuinely does not know who X is. However, we can preliminarily ascertain that the mastermind behind his development into a spy, X, is not an official intelligence agent from any nation, but rather an international pharmaceutical company or capital, as the methods employed are rather crude and utterly unprofessional." The mastermind is an international pharmaceutical company? Upon hearing this, Lu Yun could not suppress a smile. The primary profit source for pharmaceutical companies lies in cancer and antiviral medications, and genetic technology represents the optimal means for curing cancer and eradicating viruses. Therefore, even if the mastermind remains elusive, should he ultimately discover a genetic therapy that conquers cancer and various viruses, these companies would not only face ruin but also receive their due retribution. Luo Xiong continued, "The higher authorities have dispatched a more specialized team to take over your security details. Have you seen the film The Bodyguard? The members of the new team are all experts of that caliber." Chapter 46, Overclocking Mode. Recruitment of professors from prestigious universities. Finally, the busy tasks have come to an end. Once Luo Xiong departed, Lu Yun stretched lazily and picked up his phone to call his parents. He was well aware that the National Security Department had dispatched personnel to protect them. His parents likely understood the gravity of the situation and wished to call him. However, they refrained from doing so, knowing he was occupied. After concluding the call, Lu Yun rose and made his way to the laboratory. Although the chimpanzee had yet to arrive, he could utilize his own body as experimental material. Indeed, he intended to make adjustments to the L-gene vector, electric eel template before the chimpanzee's arrival, applying it to himself. Should others learn of this endeavor, they would undoubtedly label him a mad scientist. Yet, his sole aim was to amass experience in modifying the L-gene vector. Furthermore, He possessed absolute control over his body. Even if it were to collapse, a mere thought would restore him to a state of health. Before long, Lu Yun arrived at the laboratory. With a single thought, astonishing transformations commenced within his body. The sensitivity of dopamine receptors surged by 350, plunging him into a flow state where he could devote his entire focus to the tasks at hand, impervious to external disturbances. The secretion of norepinephrine increased by 120, enhancing blood flow to the prefrontal cortex of the brain, accelerating cognitive processing speeds, and tripling information processing efficiency. Cortisol secretion was suppressed, alleviating anxiety and self-doubt, bringing him ever closer to a state of absolute rationality. The secretion of endorphins, serotonin. In an instant, Lu Yun, through the modulation of his body's hormones, entered a mode of scientific overclocking characterized by absolute rationality, unwavering focus, and tireless cognitive operation. In such a state, his research efficiency soared exponentially. Other scientists would undoubtedly envy him with eager eyes if they were to discover this. However, they could not replicate it. Even if they reached such a state through technological means, their bodies would quickly deteriorate. Lu Yun, unburdened by this risk, wielded absolute control over his physical form, capable of restoring his body to health with a mere thought. Yet he did not consistently engage in scientific overclocking, for emerging from this heightened state often left him exceedingly fatigued, accompanied by a slight sense of emptiness and melancholy that was quite uncomfortable. Nevertheless, given the urgency of his task to complete the genetic modification of the chimpanzee within 5 days, he needed to accelerate his research through overclocking. Now, to contemplate the desired outcome. After undergoing genetic modification, the laboratory mice had sprouted 2 antennae from their heads, discharging electricity through these appendages composed entirely of electric cells. This time, he sought to introduce a novel challenge, one that was more intriguing. Lu Yun's mind raced with ideas, and soon he conceived a plan to generate bioelectromagnetic scales on both hands. These scales would incorporate a biomimetic capacitor structure entirely constructed from electric cells, capable of storing and discharging energy. And thus, he envisioned his own Qilin arms. To achieve this effect, the first step is to modify the viral capsid protein gene. Thus, Lu Yun commenced the modification of the L gene vector using an electric eel template, gathering experience for the forthcoming genetic alteration of chimpanzees. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Primatology Research Center in Kuan City, a BYD vehicle screeched to a halt. The director, with thinning hair, hurriedly exited the car and approached a middle-aged man clad in an administrative jacket, inquiring curiously, "Director Lu, what do you need the chimpanzee for? Time is of the essence. Why must you acquire it immediately? This is a directive from higher authorities." Lu replied, "Did you catch today's news broadcast?" "Yes." The segment on Lu Yun was explosive. "I even stumbled upon a video on Douyin claiming Lu Yun intends to modify the chimpanzee's genes. Is your interest in the chimpanzee related to this matter? Since you are already aware, the explanation is straightforward. The state has resolved to provide full support to Lu Yun and has urgently established an emergency dispatch center to mobilize highly intelligent chimpanzees nationwide, transporting them overnight to Lu Yun's laboratory. Doesn't your research center have a chimpanzee with an intelligence level equivalent to an 8-year-old child? It has been selected. Hand it over immediately. I must send it to the airport, where a private jet will transport it to Lu Yun in Hong City." My goodness, this is utterly outrageous. The director was taken aback. Although he understood the government's significant investment in Lu Yun, he felt such fervor was unwarranted. Surely, Lu Yun's project to modify the chimpanzee's genes within 5 days was destined to fail, and there was no urgency. Resources could have been coordinated after sunrise. Outrageous? Lu chuckled. Not at all. You still fail to grasp Lu Yun's current value and status. At this very moment, in any country, his requests will be prioritized. Simultaneously, at the Chonglong Wildlife World, keeper Lao Zhang, with reddened eyes, placed his beloved chimpanzee, Caesar, whom he had raised since childhood, into a transport cage and handed it over to municipal staff, reluctantly saying, "Leaders, could you allow Caesar to stay? That's not feasible." Mobilizing highly intelligent chimpanzees nationwide is a task assigned from above and must be fulfilled. Moreover, this may not necessarily be detrimental for Caesar. Perhaps he will successfully endure the genetic modification experiment and, like the laboratory mice featured in the news, acquire the ability to generate electric shocks. In that case, Caesar's fame will only soar higher. With that, 2 staff members lifted the transport cage and proceeded outside, where they would drive Caesar to the airport for his flight to Hong City. A similar scene unfolded across the nation. The newly established Emergency Dispatch Center for Chimpanzee Genetic Modification collected records from primatology research institutes and zoos nationwide, ranking the chimpanzees by intelligence quotient and directly contacting official departments housing the top 10 chimpanzees to facilitate the task of gathering them. Soon, this news was leaked on Douyin. Astonishing revelation. The star chimpanzee Caesar from Chimelong Safari Park has been taken to the airport, poised to board a private flight to Hong City, destined for Liu Yun's laboratory. Notably, the flight route has received special approval for priority passage. Furthermore, another chimpanzee from our primate research center in Kuen City has also been requisitioned by officials to be sent to Liu Yun's lab. Although we lack a civilian airport, the transfer is being conducted via military aircraft. This cascade of information left viewers of the video utterly stunned. An idea suddenly sparked in Liu Yun's mind to genetically modify the chimpanzees. In response, the state swiftly established an emergency coordination center, mobilizing available resources nationwide, with official agencies required to comply unconditionally. The Primate Research Institute and zoos were also mandated to cooperate fully, and even the military was compelled to arrange a private flight for the summoned chimpanzees. Such an unprecedented allocation of national resources for one individual is astonishing. Is this the treatment reserved for a national treasure of a scientist? It is almost beyond belief. I can comprehend that this endeavor is not solely for Liu Yun, but also for the upcoming technology conference in 5 days. If the genetically modified chimpanzee makes an appearance at the conference, it could undoubtedly astound the world, convincing everyone that humanity is merely a step away from achieving controllable genetic evolution. At that point, our international standing would significantly improve, as no influential figure from any nation could resist the allure of genetic evolution. Many netizens expressed their support and understanding, yet some felt the situation was overly exaggerated. They argued that Liu Yun's ambition to complete the genetic modification of a chimpanzee within 5 days is unattainable, and that the immense cost to the state for a likely futile goal is a waste of national resources. Indeed, while Liu Yun is a genius, the state need not go to such lengths. It resembles indulging a child in play. Liu Yun is that child. And as soon as he speaks, the nation unconditionally seeks to please him. Netizens held divergent opinions, unable to persuade one another, and the debates continued until dawn. Some insisted it was unnecessary, while others vehemently argued for its necessity, claiming that detractors fail to recognize Liu Yun's value and standing. The beleaguered high school senior Wang Feng rose early, and during his commute on the subway to attend morning study sessions, he stumbled upon the heated discussions on Douyin and promptly joined the fray in support of Liu Yun. As for Liu Yun's current worth and status, he himself remained uncertain. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to support him blindly, given that Liu Yun is his classmate and they share a decent rapport, having recently chatted on WeChat. At that moment, someone beside him suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, Harvard University has publicly extended a professor appointment letter to Liu Yun, with terms that are simply outrageous." Chapter 47. The Value and Status of Liu Yun. Is it true or false? Wang Feng, unperturbed, directly inquired of the man beside him who had gasped in astonishment. "It must be true," the man replied, somewhat taken aback. Lawrence, the president of Harvard University, released a video stating that he had attempted to contact Liu Yun multiple times without success, hence he decided to issue a video instead. He sincerely invites Liu Yun to serve as a professor at Harvard University. Should Liu Yun accept, Harvard is prepared to establish a research institute in his name, the Liu Yun Human Evolution Research Institute. Furthermore, Harvard can offer a research fund of $10 billion, provided directly by pharmaceutical companies like Pfizer and Roche, with no restrictions on its use, and all research outcomes will belong to Liu Yun. Lawrence also mentioned that existing laws prohibit genetic modification of germ cells and impose strict limitations on somatic cell modifications. With Liu Yun advancing genetic modification technology to its current heights, these laws have become obsolete and must be revised. Academic institutions such as Harvard will vigorously advocate for the official passage of the Genetic Modification Act, granting Liu Yun academic immunity, making any form of genetic modification research lawful. Well, Wang Feng was equally astounded. These conditions were utterly outrageous. Harvard University, a foremost institution globally, was breaking centuries-old traditions to invite a mere high school student to become a professor. What an incredible honor. The establishment of a research institute in Liu Yun's name further elevated his status. The prospect of a $10 billion research fund, unrestricted in its application, was a blatant financial temptation. The push for the Genetic Modification Act enabling Lu Yun to conduct unrestricted human genetic modification experiments was an immense allure for a scientist of his caliber. With these 4 conditions laid before him, whether Lu Yun sought fame, wealth, or scientific exploration, he would undoubtedly be drawn in. Is this not the essence of Lu Yun's value and status? A prestigious institution like Harvard offering such enticing terms specifically tailored for him. Wang Feng recalled how some on Douyin had previously deemed the nation's attention towards Lu Yun excessive, finding it amusing that Harvard was nearly prostrating itself before Lu Yun. While they believed the government should not have mobilized resources for such grand endeavors to assist him, it was utterly foolish. Yet, in the next moment, a wave of anxiety washed over him. Surely, Lu Yun would not genuinely accept Harvard's professorship? The prospect of an ordinary individual going to the United States was inconsequential. But a genius like Lu Yun must remain in the country. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Feng opened WeChat and sent Lu Yun a message. Lu Yun, Harvard University has invited you to become a professor. Will you accept? Simultaneously, the discourse on Douyin had shifted. Netizens who had previously debated the necessity of the government's extensive mobilization for Lu Yun's chimpanzee genetic modification experiment now found themselves divided. However, at present, all doubts have vanished. Harvard University, in an effort to entice Lu Yun, has proposed conditions that are simply outrageous, treating him as if he were a deity. In comparison, the national mobilization of resources to provide Lu Yun with chimpanzees can only be deemed trivial. Goodness, I now comprehend Lu Yun's immense value and status. I retract my previous statements and apologize for my earlier remarks. They offered a staggering $10 billion in research funding, with no restrictions on its use. And the research outcomes would belong to Lu Yun. It's akin to receiving a gift of $10 billion. Most astonishingly, the president of Harvard University even promised to advocate for legal amendments, allowing Lu Yun to conduct unrestricted research on human genetic modification. This is entirely rational. Their invitation to Lu Yun is precisely to expedite the advancement of human genetic evolution technology. It is inevitable that laws will be revised, and to be candid, laws adapt according to human needs. With a growing desire for genetic evolution among the populace, relevant research restrictions will surely be relaxed. Even if Lu Yun declines the offer, they would commence their own studies on human genetic modification, possibly having already begun, but refraining from public disclosure due to societal opinion. Some netizens are discussing the conditions put forth by Harvard University, while others are becoming increasingly anxious. Surely, Lu Yun will not accept Harvard's invitation? He must not go. Once he does, returning will be impossible. This is not merely a matter concerning Lu Yun. It pertains to the future of our nation. If Lu Yun were to go to the United States, it would signify that the mastery of human genetic evolution technology lies in their hands, a future that is utterly despairing. Although Lu Yun has publicly stated his intention not to study abroad in the United States or change his nationality, the allure this time is overwhelming. Lu Yun, you must remain steadfast and resist this temptation. Just as netizens were filled with trepidation, explosive news emerged. Renowned institutions such as MIT and Stanford University, as though in concert, publicly extended professorship offers to Lu Yun, presenting terms comparable to those of Harvard's president. The netizens suddenly understood. On the surface, these elite universities are inviting Lu Yun to become a professor, but in reality, it is the U.S. government orchestrating these maneuvers. Attempting to lure Lu Yun with such tactics, they felt both anger and apprehension. However, an hour passed, a day passed, 2 days passed. Lu Yun seemed oblivious to the situation, providing no response whatsoever. In truth, Lu Yun was unaware, after the chimpanzees were transported to the laboratory, he entered a state of seclusion, immersing himself in research for 24 hours. He had expressly instructed that unless there was an emergency concerning his parents, he should not be disturbed. Thus, time progressed to the eve of the Gene Era, a new dawn of human evolution technology conference. Within the laboratory, a chimpanzee, standing a full 1.5 meters tall, faced Lu Yun. Its arms were unlike those of ordinary chimpanzees, covered in scales, biological electromagnetic scales that stored energy. Caesar, the star chimpanzee of Chimelong Safari Park, possesses an extraordinary intellect equivalent to that of a 10-year-old human child. While at the zoo, he engages in interactive communication with both keepers and visitors. Consequently, after administering a modified L-gene vector, Lu Yun not only facilitated Caesar's successful evolution but also enabled him to realize his newfound ability to discharge electricity through his arms, which he has since mastered through repeated practice. Nevertheless, Lu Yun feels this achievement falls short of his ambitions. The transformation of electric fields generates magnetic fields. Thus, theoretically, Caesar could contract his electric cells to create a flowing electric current around his arms, subsequently generating a powerful magnetic field. This would allow him to manipulate metal objects, akin to the operation of an electromagnetic cannon, enabling the acceleration of a coin. Should this come to fruition, it would signify the realization of Lu Yun's aspiration for the chimpanzee to harness electromagnetic forces, paving the way for survival in the cosmos. However, despite Caesar's high intelligence, he remains akin to an illiterate 10-year-old, making the comprehension of Maxwell's equations and the intricate interplay between electric and magnetic fields utterly implausible. Lu Yun finds himself pondering how to effectively impart this knowledge to Caesar. Chapter 48. Painting a grand vision for humanity, Lu Yun's mind raced with fervent thoughts, and soon he conceived a definitive solution. The first step involved utilizing his research achievement, the gene inhibitor. This ingenious device renders any specified gene sequence ineffective. By identifying the cognitive-related sequences within a chimpanzee's brain and deactivating them, the chimp would be transformed into an unthinking creature, akin to a vegetable. The second step entailed implanting a biological intelligence core into this now-diminished chimp, thereby allowing the core to govern its physical form. Through these two steps, the chimp could be fashioned into a biological weapon, its intellectual capacity dictated solely by the intelligence programs embedded in the core. This concept was indeed quite remarkable, enabling Caesar to wield electromagnetic powers while cultivating utterly loyal subordinates. Lu Yun commended himself for the thought, but then shook his head, ultimately dismissing the idea, not out of a sense of cruelty, but rather due to the considerable complexity it entailed. Mastery of artificial intelligence was required, along with a significant investment of time, rendering it unfeasible before the impending technology conference. Moreover, Lu Yun felt the urgency of the national destiny war and yearned to contribute further. Thus, he resolved that after the conference, he would select a project that was both easily executable and capable of making a substantial global impact, simultaneously advancing human genetic evolution while providing a modicum of assistance to his nation. Nevertheless, this sudden flash of inspiration sparked two additional ideas within Lu Yun. The first notion revolved around using chimpanzee cells as samples, undergoing a series of genetic modifications to amalgamate traits from creatures such as the electric eel, thus creating an artificial organism that does not exist in nature. Of course, to mitigate any potential threat this artificial being might pose to humanity, the gene inhibitor would be employed during the modification to render all intelligence-related genes ineffective. In essence, the creature would be born devoid of intellect. Subsequently, implanting a biological intelligence core would yield a being with absolute loyalty. It would possess a low baseline, yet an elevated potential, brimming with infinite possibilities. The second idea involved bringing the biological armor from the anime bio-booster armor into reality. For instance, fabricating biological armor capable of emitting electric shocks akin to an electric eel, which could be controlled via brainwaves. Thus, any user adept in electromagnetic manipulation could wield this power, akin to a budget-friendly Magneto. The thought alone was quite intriguing. Lu Yun found merit in these three technological concepts, each possessing the potential for realization, albeit requiring considerable time. Therefore, to ensure that Caesar the chimp could demonstrate electromagnetic control before a global audience at tomorrow's technology conference, alternative methods must be devised. Perhaps enlisting Caesar's caretaker to teach him might be an option? Lu Yun recalled Caesar's profile. He was a star chimpanzee at the Chimelong Safari Park, raised by a devoted caretaker with whom he shared a profound bond and could communicate effectively. Perhaps that caretaker would have a solution. With a sudden thought, Lu Yun willed himself out of the research superfrequency mode. Instantly, an overwhelming fatigue washed over him, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of emptiness and melancholy. Yet, in the next moment, he returned to his normal state. Rising to his feet, he made his way towards the exit of the laboratory, intending to seek out Yang Jixin. When Lu Yun proposed the genetic modification of chimpanzees, the nation swiftly established the Emergency Dispatch Center for Chimpanzee Genetic Modification, with Yang Jixin appointed as its head, then serving as the deputy director of a certain governmental department. Upon the task's completion, the center was disbanded. However, Yang Jixin did not return to his previous position. Instead, he was assigned to assist Lu Yun, facilitating communication with the authorities and managing daily affairs. For instance, whenever Lu Yun wished to meet someone immediately or attend an event, he could simply inform Yang Jixin. During idle moments, Yang Jixin could often be found on the first floor, sipping tea and engrossed in books. Today was no exception. As Lu Yun reached the first floor, he spotted Yang Jixin, clad in an administrative jacket, exuding an air of refinement. Without preamble, Lu Yun approached and stated, "Director Yang, I require your assistance. The genetic modification of Caesar, the chimpanzee, has been successfully completed, and the results are extraordinary. Not only has it acquired the ability to discharge electricity, but it can also control it with precision. Next, I wish to explore enhancing its capabilities further, specifically magnetic field manipulation. If it can master this skill before the technology conference, even if it merely manages to levitate metal objects, it would undoubtedly astonish the world. Therefore, I would like you to locate Caesar's caretaker. He is well acquainted with Caesar and may possess the means to instruct it." "Understood. I shall make the arrangements immediately." Yang Jixin replied with a smile, nodding affirmatively. When his superiors assigned him, they explicitly stated that he held the authority to mobilize national resources. Finding a zookeeper was a task of utmost simplicity. "Thank you." Lu Yun expressed his gratitude habitually before preparing to depart. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed through the corridor. Lu Yun looked up to see academician Su Aimin and academician Wang Jiangwo approaching. Upon noticing Lu Yun, academician Su Aimin hurried over, visibly anxious as he inquired, "Lu Yun, what are your thoughts on the offers from esteemed institutions such as Harvard University, MIT, and Stanford University?" Ever since Harvard publicly extended its invitation, the matter had stirred considerable commotion, with many fearing that Lu Yun might succumb to temptation and vanish without a trace. As time progressed, this concern intensified. Many believed that given the magnitude of the situation, Lu Yun must have become aware of it but delayed in expressing his stance, indicating a state of indecision. Su Aimin and others shared this sentiment. They were aware that Lu Yun was engrossed in his research. However, they assumed he, being a young man, would occasionally unwind by using his phone during meals or before bedtime. Opening social media platforms like Douyin would certainly inform him of the situation. Little did they know that during this period, Lu Yun had been immersed in his research superfrequency mode, regulating dopamine levels to maintain unwavering concentration on his work, utterly dismissing any distractions. Consequently, he had not even picked up his phone. At this moment, upon hearing the words of academician Su Aimin, Lu Yun felt a twinge of surprise. The last time, a professor from Stanford University invited him to study abroad, he publicly declared that he would never pursue education in the United States nor change his nationality. The Americans should be well aware of his stance. Why then resort to such tactics? A flicker of disdain crossed Lu Yun's eyes before he smiled and replied, "Su Lao, I haven't even touched my phone in days, so I truly am unaware of this matter. However, it makes no difference. I would never consent. Besides, the conditions they can offer are merely fame, wealth, and beauty, things I can easily attain. To abandon my homeland and distance myself from family and friends for such trivialities would be sheer madness." Well said. Academician Su Aimin's anxious heart finally found solace. He chuckled and remarked, "The conditions offered by those prestigious American institutions can be equally achieved here at home. There is no need to traverse oceans to a foreign land." He then shifted the topic, inquiring, "Tomorrow is the technology launch conference. How prepared are you? Has the gene modification experiment on the chimpanzee been successful?" Lu Yun nodded and stated, "It has indeed succeeded. Although we have only modified one chimpanzee named Caesar, the results are remarkable. It has not only acquired an electric discharge ability akin to that of an electric eel, but can also control it at will." Successful? Academician Su Aimin gazed at Lu Yun in astonishment. Initially, he had agreed to fully support Lu Yun with little hope, merely wishing to demonstrate the nation's regard for him. He never anticipated that Lu Yun would complete the gene modification of the chimpanzee in just 5 days. Such talent is truly astounding. At this juncture, Lu Yun continued, "Su Lao, you previously mentioned that it would be best to use the conference to announce to the world that humanity's future rests in the hands of China, thereby influencing the national destiny. Upon reflection, merely showcasing a chimpanzee capable of discharging electricity is insufficiently impressive. Thus, I intend to present a grand vision to humanity. One titled The Evolutionary Path of Human Genetics. The first step is a revolution in gene therapy. Through genetic technology, we shall conquer diseases such as cancer, AIDS, and hereditary conditions that pose severe threats to human health and quality of life. The second step involves the development of a rejuvenation technology. This concept entails extracting patients' immune cells, genetically modifying them, and reversing them into induced stem cells while eliminating aging markers such as DNA methylation. After large-scale cultivation, these cells will be reinfused into the body, granting patients the cellular regeneration capacity, metabolic efficiency, and robust immune systems akin to those of the young, thus enabling them to possess a recovery ability comparable to that of youth. Although it may not constitute true rejuvenation, a 60-year-old possessing the cellular regenerative capabilities, immune system, and metabolism of an 18-year-old will undoubtedly experience a transformative change. The third step entails the evolution of superhumans. Through genetic modification, we will enable humanity to acquire certain traits from biological entities such as electric eels and tardigrades, including the ability to discharge electricity like an electric eel. I am confident that the grand vision I have painted will pique the interest of many, coupled with the successful cases of genetic modification in chimpanzees. A profound sense of anticipation will arise, fostering belief in my potential for success. Chapter 49. The technology of rejuvenation captivates the world. As Lu Yun articulated his human genetic evolution pathway, a collective gasp echoed through the room, eyes gleaming with astonishment. If the notion of human genetic evolution had previously felt remote, now it seemed tantalizingly close, an urgent necessity for all present. The attendees were predominantly older individuals, the youngest among them in their 40s, while the eldest surpassed 70, many grappling with declining health and even battling cancer. The prospect of curing their ailments and reclaiming their youth was so alluring that they would willingly relinquish all their assets to Lu Yun, embracing a life devoid of wealth, vehicles, or savings in gratitude for the chance to rejuvenate. Lu Yun, do you genuinely believe in the feasibility of this rejuvenation? Inquired the usually composed academician Sui Min, his voice trembling with anticipation. Do you have confidence in conquering cancer within a few years? A professor from the Academy of Sciences, around 50, asked fervently. Despite his own robust health, as his beloved wife suffered from cancer, her condition worsening. Rest assured, it is entirely possible, Lu Yun responded, his tone brimming with conviction. As if this outcome were an inevitability. This was not mere arrogance. He knew that by acquiring cellular samples from cancer patients and integrating them into his own body, he could dissect the cancer cells at an atomic level, thereby identifying their characteristics and discerning the genetic mutations responsible for cancer development. He could even transform himself into a cancer patient, meticulously observing the entire process of carcinogenesis. This was his advantage. Moreover, he could conduct cancer treatment experiments within his own body, and with a wealth of knowledge, he could perform thousands of experiments daily, totaling hundreds of thousands within a year. With such overwhelming advantages, success seemed assured. The audience, upon hearing Lu Yun's words, trembled with excitement. They rejoiced, not only for themselves but for their families and their country. Indeed, they all placed their faith in Lu Yun, for he had already substantiated his claims through pioneering technology and successful cases. After a brief conversation with academicians Sui Min and the others, who eagerly departed to the laboratory to visit the chimpanzee Caesar, Lu Yun returned to the company's lounge and picked up his phone. Upon unlocking it, he noticed a plethora of missed calls. Many from overseas, likely universities in the United States seeking to recruit him as a professor. He raised an eyebrow, dismissing them with indifference. He dialed his father's number, not having much to discuss, simply wishing to hear his parents' voices after 4 days of silence. Minutes later, he ended the call and opened WeChat, curious if anyone had messaged him. His circle of consistent contacts was limited to a few: Jiang Hai, Li Mani, academician Wang Jiangwo, and the teachers and classmates from his senior high class. In his past life, these individuals had brought him joy or moved him deeply, thus he cherished them dearly. Upon opening WeChat, an influx of unread messages bombarded him. Wang Feng inquired, Lu Yun, if Harvard University invited you to become a professor, would you accept? Wan Xiaomei, the class teacher, remarked, Lu Yun, I understand you would decline the invitation from the American University, but the current discourse surrounding it is overwhelming and could tarnish your reputation. It would be wise for you to address it. Li Mani added, Lu Yun, after you see this message, please search online regarding the invitations from top institutions like Harvard for a professorship and respond publicly. This matter has already cast a negative shadow on your reputation. He then opened the WeChat group for Class 3 of senior year. His classmates were engaged in discussions about the very topic. Lu Yun felt somewhat at a loss and promptly sent a message in the group. I have been secluded in the laboratory these past few days, not even glancing at my phone, and I was completely unaware of any offers from prestigious American universities until just now when someone informed me. As for the terms proposed by these institutions, I am still oblivious and have no interest in knowing. After all, they are merely opportunities within my grasp. Therefore, dear classmates, rest assured, I shall not be venturing to America. At Hongqing No. 2 High School, Class 3 of senior year, Wang Xiaomei hurried into the classroom, exclaiming joyfully, I have wonderful news. After deliberation among the school leadership, classes will be suspended tomorrow for everyone to collectively watch Lu Yun's technology launch live. The classroom erupted in excitement. With only a little over 40 days until the college entrance examination, pressure had been mounting, and everyone was eager for a respite, but the school had been strict, even on weekends, requiring them to remain on campus. The prospect of a day off to watch their classmates' technology launch was exhilarating. The chatter ensued. I saw a video on Douyin where some influencers mentioned that the technology launch has garnered global attention. Rednecks from America, Middle Eastern tycoons, and African moguls all stated in interviews that they were aware of this event and would definitely tune in if time permitted. Thus, I believe the viewership tomorrow will likely break historical records. It will undoubtedly shatter records. No one can resist the allure of genetic evolution. Hence, anyone with the means will be drawn to this event. The question remains, after the launch, what choice will Lu Yun make? Will he truly heed the words of certain netizens and head to America post-launch? Previously, when Stanford University in America extended an offer to Lu Yun, he responded immediately. Yet now, for days have elapsed since Harvard and other institutions publicly extended their invitations, and Lu Yun had yet to reply, suggesting he might indeed be in a state of contemplation. After all, the conditions offered by these American universities were enticing, practically treating Lu Yun as if he were a revered ancestor. At that moment, Wang Feng, seated at the back, excitedly shouted, Lu Yun is not going to America. He just made a statement in the WeChat group for Class 3 of senior year. Everyone, check it out. Upon hearing this, the classmates quickly grabbed their phones and opened WeChat, and indeed, they found Lu Yun's message. After watching, they were as exhilarated as Wang Feng, for deep down, they all hoped that Lu Yun would develop his career domestically. Subsequently, the WeChat group erupted with excitement. Finally, you've made an appearance. Everyone, please rise and applaud Comrade Lu Yun, the pioneer of the human genome era. Applause. After 4 days of seclusion, has the gene modification of the chimpanzee succeeded? You certainly don't know that classes are canceled tomorrow for the entire school to collectively watch your technology launch live. Lu Yun, you've managed to make the lab mice emit electricity. Could you perhaps create a Pikachu as well? Meanwhile, upon reading these messages, Lu Yun felt an inexplicable joy swelling within him. Replying with a smile, the gene modification of the chimpanzee has been successful and will be showcased at the technology launch tomorrow. It promises to be an extraordinary event. Instead of watching the live stream at school, why not attend in person? I'll arrange for tickets to be delivered to each of you today. And the teachers will receive one as well. For him, this was merely a casual greeting, costing him not a penny. The students, however, were utterly thrilled. In the WeChat group, messages exploded. Wow, Lu Yun is incredible. See you at the tech launch tomorrow. Worship the Great One. I just checked. The tickets for the tech launch are extremely scarce, and even with money, they are unavailable. Now, we can obtain one for free. No doubt, we must applaud Lu Yun. After the initial excitement, some students opened TikTok and Xiaohongshu to share the recent events with their online followers. Surprise! We have secured tickets for the tech launch. Thank you, old classmate Lu Yun. Lu Yun has declared he will not go to the United States. With WeChat chat records as proof, these messages soon spread across the internet. On TikTok, countless netizens were keenly anticipating the technology launch scheduled for tomorrow, while also closely following Lu Yun's updates. The ensuing frenzy was not lost on Su Shana, who was currently live-streaming with fervor. Brothers, let me show you some news reports. The director of the U.S. DARPA, Lucas, has arrived in Hong City. The president of the Royal Society of Biology in Great Britain, John, has also arrived. The editor-in-chief of Nature magazine, Gregory, has made his way to Hong City. The Speaker of the House of Representatives of the United States, Carl, is currently visiting and has reached Hong City. The Japanese parliament member, Meichuan Naiku, has arrived in Hong City. It's explosive. Absolutely explosive. Due to historical reasons, for the past century, we have been considered latecomers in the scientific realm, as humble as pawns, oppressed, sanctioned, and prohibited from trade. Progressing on our hands and knees. After countless struggles by our predecessors, we have surpassed in many fields. However, in genetic technology, we still lag slightly behind. Then Lu Yun emerged, and we found ourselves at the pinnacle of genetic technology. With a call to action, the world's leading scientists and political figures flock to our side. They come to learn, to seek guidance, and to revere. Moreover, this is not the conclusion. It is merely the commencement. As long as the technology of human gene evolution remains in our hands, such splendid scenes will continue to unfold. Brothers, do you not feel a sense of pride? Is this not worthy of a resounding cheer? The viewers in the live stream were just ignited with fervor when Su Shan's enthusiastic call for applause momentarily took them aback. Yet the effect of the show was achieved, and the barrage of comments erupted in an instant. What a remarkable performance! Host, you were truly exceptional. I was just stirred with excitement, and you immediately turned to ask for applause, leaving me utterly speechless. Host, are you not a dedicated fan of Lu Yun? Do you believe Lu Yun would accept offers from prestigious universities like Harvard? Upon seeing this comment, Su Shanha found himself at a loss for words. Deep down, he did not wish for Lu Yun to go to Eagle Sauce, yet rationally analyzing the situation. It was likely that Lu Yun was already aware of the offer and was contemplating whether to accept it. Just then, a flurry of messages appeared in the comments. Breaking news, Lu Yun has spoken in the class WeChat group. He has been secluded in the laboratory these past few days and was completely unaware of the invitation from the esteemed institution. He would not possibly accept. Breaking news. Su Shanha instantly sprang to his feet, grabbed his phone, and searched for related videos. After watching, a surge of excitement coursed through him as he exclaimed, "Wonderful, wonderful! Lu Yun has spoken. He has no interest even in the allure of Eagle Sauce. Therefore, I was not mistaken. The technology of human gene evolution will forever remain in our hands, and the splendid scenes of A Call to Arms, and they come in droves, will continue to unfold. Furthermore, the content in the screenshots revealed significant news. The gene modification of chimpanzees has succeeded and will be unveiled at tomorrow's technology conference. One can only imagine that tomorrow's event will be explosively spectacular. So everyone must tune in to witness the shock and surprise that our Lu Yun will bring to the world. By the way, everyone, please click to follow, so you won't lose your way. I will also be live streaming from the technology conference site tomorrow. Viewers in the chat, you sly one, here you go again. Just as you stirred up our blood, you hit us with the follow request. Nevertheless, regardless of everything, everyone is immensely looking forward to tomorrow's technology conference. As the host said, China, which has always been a latecomer in the scientific realm, has now witnessed the emergence of a genius. His call to action has drawn scientists and political leaders from across the globe. And this is merely the beginning. The future will belong to him and to China. Chapter 50. The ruthless pressure from Lu Yun. Meanwhile, Lu Yun's remarks in the WeChat group of Class 1, Senior 3, have spread throughout the country. In the capital, prestigious institutions such as Tsinghua University, Harvard, and MIT have extended offers for professorships to Lu Yun, inciting outrage among domestic netizens who have begun to tag Tsinghua University, questioning why such esteemed institutions are vying for talent while Tsinghua remains inactive. As the leading university in the nation, how can Tsinghua afford to be so complacent? Do they believe Lu Yun unworthy? The higher-ups at Tsinghua University expressed their bewilderment, asserting that Lu Yun's prominence became widely recognized only after he was featured on the evening news at around 7. The very next morning, Harvard University publicly reached out, leaving Tsinghua with no time to act before business hours commenced. They lamented, "Do you think we at Tsinghua do not wish to recruit Lu Yun as a professor? We dream of it. If Lu Yun were willing to accept our offer, we could provide him with a research fund of $10 billion US. What? Some claim that $10 billion US is excessive and that Tsinghua cannot afford it?" They continued, "If Lu Yun were to join us as a professor, government funding for Tsinghua would undoubtedly increase significantly. What? Others argue that since Lu Yun is merely a high school student, appointing him as a professor would violate established norms." The officials retorted, "Norms are meant to be challenged." In summary, Tsinghua University eagerly awaits Lu Yun's arrival. The administration's determination was palpable, as they dispatched a team that very day to Hangzhou Technology, intent on offering Lu Yun a professorship. However, they were met with armed security guards who informed them that Lu Yun was engrossed in research within the laboratory and that no one was permitted to disturb him. Not even the most prestigious university in the nation. Thus, the higher-ups at Tsinghua were left to wait for Lu Yun's return. At last, that moment has arrived. And there is further good news. Lu Yun has unequivocally rejected offers from Harvard, MIT, and other competitors. The Tsinghua administration promptly convened a video conference. The president, brimming with ambition, declared, "I have decided to set off immediately for Hongqing. After tomorrow's technology release conference, I will seek an opportunity to engage with Lu Yun and formally offer him a position as a professor at Tsinghua." The head of admissions voiced his agreement. With Harvard and MIT now out of the running, our only remaining competitor is Yanjing University. If we act swiftly, there is a substantial chance that Lu Yun will accept our offer. Nods of agreement filled the room. Although Lu Yun has already reached the pinnacle of the field of genetic technology, the title of professor at Tsinghua would undoubtedly enhance his prestige, a proposition that holds only advantages for him, ensuring his likely acceptance. As for why Tsinghua is not inviting Lu Yun to enroll as a student, it is simply because a search throughout the entire university reveals no one qualified to serve as Lu Yun's professor. Simultaneously, Yinjing University made a similar resolution, with the president personally leading the charge to recruit Lu Yun as a professor. Should they succeed, with Lu Yun at the helm, Yinjing University would have the opportunity to ascend to the ranks of the world's foremost institutions. Beyond Tsinghua and Yinjing, another university was stirring with ambition, Hongqing University. As a typical 211 university, it initially lacked the credentials to engage in this fierce competition. However, the president of Hongqing University mused that since Lu Yun disregarded world-class institutions such as Harvard and MIT, he likely viewed Hongqing University as no different from Tsinghua or Yinbian universities. Given this, why not take a chance? Moreover, Hongqing University possesses a significant advantage: proximity. Lu Yun is a local of Hongqing, and Hangzhou Technology is also based there. If he were to serve as a part-time professor at Hongqing University, it would be incredibly convenient for him to return home or to his company. Yes, it must be attempted, should it succeed. Hongqing University could potentially make history by ascending to the ranks of world-class institutions through the efforts of a single individual. With this thought, the president became overwhelmed with fervor and resolved that following the conclusion of tomorrow's technology conference, he would promptly seek Jiang Hai's assistance in arranging a meeting with Lu Yun. Meanwhile, accompanied by his mentor, Professor Scott, Zheng Jie, who attended the technology conference, stumbled upon this topic on Douyin. Incredible! It actually worked. Zheng Jie exclaimed upon seeing screenshots of the WeChat group chat. What happened to make you so excited? Professor Scott inquired. The genetic modification experiment on chimpanzees was a success. Zheng Jie's face was etched with astonishment, for against the skepticism of the global academic community, Lu Yun had indeed completed the gene modification of chimpanzees in just 5 days. What? Professor Scott was left speechless, and after a moment, he took a deep breath and remarked, "Is he even human? He is a veritable deity, a god in the realm of genetic technology. He truly is divine." Zhang Jie fervently agreed, only to feel a sense of futility wash over him. A god of genetic technology has emerged in Huaxia, which signifies that the future of genetic technology lies in Huaxia. Yet here he was, studying abroad in the Eagle Country. What a solitary endeavor. Simultaneously, at the Sheraton Hotel in Hongqing, Speaker Carl of the Eagle Country's house received the news. Has the academic outreach failed? Lu Yun had expressed in the class WeChat group that he had no interest in the conditions offered by Harvard and other universities, as everything was readily accessible to him. After receiving the report from his subordinates, Carl fell into contemplation. As a seasoned politician, he was accustomed to deceit, dealing daily with prominent figures who were equally duplicitous. So he did not take Lu Yun's public statements at face value. Lu Yun was merely an 18-year-old youth who had spent 4 consecutive days in the laboratory without even touching his phone, only learning today of the invitations from Harvard, MIT, and others. How could this be possible? Clearly, Lu Yun had been aware from the outset. He was merely weighing the pros and cons. During this period, in an effort to retain Lu Yun, the Huaxia government intervened and, after 4 days of negotiations, presented an offer that was impossible for Lu Yun to decline. Subsequently, to maintain his image, Lu Yun concocted a lie and publicized it through casual conversations in the class WeChat group. Indeed, it must be so. As Carl pondered, he became increasingly convinced that this was indeed the truth. A gentle smile graced his lips. Since you, Lu Yun, are also a person who values profit, this should be straightforward. Which nation on this planet can offer you the greatest advantage? Undoubtedly, it is us, the Eagle Nation. When we sneeze, the entire world falls silent in trepidation. At tomorrow's technology launch event, I, Carl, Speaker of the House of the Eagle Nation, shall present you with terms that will be exceedingly difficult to refuse. The $10 billion proposed by Harvard University, along with academic immunity and the title of professor, may seem easily attainable to you, and I can comprehend that, for you indeed possess such capability. However, the commitment from the Eagle Nation, mobilizing its entire strength, will undoubtedly ensnare you. The next day arrived. The Gene Era, the age of human evolution technology launch, will take place at 9 a.m. at the Hong City International Exhibition Center. At 8 o'clock, Lu Yun was having breakfast and had yet to depart, while the eyes of the entire world were already focused on this location. All preparations were in place. And even the road from Hangzhou Technology to the Hong City International Exhibition Center was under full traffic control and vigilance. Armed military police guarded every intersection. Chapter 51. The Appearance of Caesar, Mastery of Electromagnetism. What is happening? Road closures during the morning rush? On Hongqing High-Tech Avenue, within a moving BYD vehicle, Zhang Ming was preparing to turn right at the intersection, just as he had done previously, only to discover the area was barricaded and guarded by armed military police. With no other option, he was compelled to take a detour. Upon arriving at the office, he could not help but vent to his colleagues. What a stroke of bad luck today. A section of High-Tech Avenue is under traffic control, and I had to take the long way around, adding at least 10 minutes to my commute. By the way, I wonder which big shot is passing through that area, given the military police on guard with their weapons. Hearing this, a colleague looked at him incredulously. Are you an alien? How can you not know why there is traffic control today? Lu Yun is attending a technology release conference at the exhibition center, and the route from his company to the venue is certainly under traffic control. He is now a national treasure, and any risk cannot be taken. Zhang Ming, confused, asked, "Who is Lu Yun?" His colleague, exasperated, replied, "I truly cannot believe you. You probably don't watch the news or scroll through Douyin, do you? You don't even know who Lu Yun is. You should download Douyin or DeepSeek, search for Lu Yun, and then you'll understand why traffic control is necessary for his route. Is there really such a person? You're not pulling my leg, are you?" Zhang Ming, somewhat skeptical, downloaded DeepSeek, a tool he had previously used on his computer, and inquired, "Is there someone named Lu Yun in Hongqing? He must be impressive if his travel route requires traffic control." Soon, DeepSeek provided an answer. There indeed exists an individual named Lu Yun in Hongqing fitting that description, who, just 4 months prior, was a senior student at Hongqing No. 2 High School. Now, Lu Yun's safety is no longer a personal matter. It pertains not only to the evolution of human genetics but also significantly influences the current national fortunes. Thus, implementing traffic control for his travels is entirely rational and necessary. Upon reading this, Zhang Ming was utterly bewildered. While he had been preoccupied with earning money and repaying debts, he had not been online for half a year. And a genius like Lu Yun had emerged, hailing from his own hometown. How astonishing. Now do you understand why traffic control is essential? His colleague chuckled. Traffic control is indeed necessary. Zhang Ming nodded vigorously and then downloaded Douyin, planning to watch the live stream of the technology release conference after work. He was quite interested in the evolution of human genetics. Meanwhile, at the Hongqing International Exhibition Center, media reporters and self-media bloggers from around the globe had already commenced their live broadcasts. However, self-media bloggers were restricted to the audience area, with the exception of Li Mani, who could freely enter and exit all areas while broadcasting. At that moment, even though there was still an hour until the technology release conference began, the number of viewers in the live stream had already reached 500,000. Upon witnessing this data, Li Mani could not help but think of Lu Yun. Initially, like other content creators, she could only stream from the audience section. However, upon noticing her, Li Peiqiang, the general manager of Henzhou Technology and the organizer of the conference, promptly informed the staff that she was a friend of Lu Yun and could broadcast from any area. She thought to herself that she must find an opportunity to express her gratitude to Lu Yun. Without delay, she directed the camera towards the audience who were entering, introducing them to the viewers in the live stream. Here's the delegation from Eagle Sauce, led by House Speaker Carl. This is Emmanuel, a Nobel laureate who won the prize for her work on CRISPR-Cas9 gene editing technology. However, the mainstream gene editing technique today is Lu Yun's self-calibrating gene editing technology, which leads me to speculate that Lu Yun has already secured the Nobel Prize. And this individual needs no introduction, right? Everyone knows Xiao Ma from Penguin Group. It seems he is also quite interested in human genetic evolution. One after another, distinguished figures, rarely seen in daily life, entered the venue, prompting gasps of admiration from the online viewers, with the comments section overflowing with excitement. Friends in the live stream, I have a lucrative business proposition for collaboration. Look at all these prominent figures at the conference. If we were to orchestrate a kidnapping, wouldn't we be on the fast track to becoming the world's richest? Well, you really dare to think and say that. My friend, I know you're just joking, but your IP might have already been tracked. In 3 minutes, you might hear someone shouting outside your door, demanding to check the water meter. Quick, quick. I want to see the electric mice and chimpanzees. When is Lu Yun going to appear? There's a streamer outside Henzhou Technology broadcasting live. I just came from that stream, and Lu Yun hasn't left yet. And so, amidst the banter of the online friends, time passed second by second. At 9 in the morning, the Gene Era, a new beginning for human evolution technology launch conference officially commenced. Under the spotlight, Lu Yun ascended the stage. He remained clad in his usual attire. A casual sports outfit costing a few hundred, and shoes worth a couple of hundred, contrasting sharply with the luxurious garments worn by the attendees. Yet, this did not diminish his status as the most radiant presence of the event. All eyes were drawn to him. Finally, they were seeing Lu Yun in person. Gregory, the chief editor of Nature magazine, abruptly rose, a gesture of respect for the genius standing at the pinnacle of technology. He is so young. As he beheld Lu Yun's remarkably youthful visage and recalled his astounding achievements, Professor Scott from Stanford suddenly entertained a thought. Perhaps, after the conference concludes, he could inquire whether Lu Yun's company might offer him a position. If so, he would not return to Eagle Sauce, but instead, under the guidance of this genius, partake in the grand endeavor of human genetic evolution. Standing beside Professor Scott, Zhang Jie remained unaware of his mentor's intention to resign. His mind echoed with a singular thought. This is the life I have always dreamed of, now realized through him. I am so envious it brings me to tears. In Li Manny's live stream, the comments flooded in. A true man should be like this. Finally, he has emerged. Lu Yun, I am Qingqing, a clinical volunteer for Phase 1 of cloned kidneys. Currently, 100 volunteers are watching your live broadcast, including your father, who is smiling joyfully. In the end, thank you. Lu Yun smiled at the audience. Thank you all for attending this technological launch event. I know what you are most eager to witness, so without further ado, let me present to you the genetically modified chimpanzee. As soon as he finished speaking, old Zhang, a caretaker from Changlong Wild Animal World, led the chimpanzee, Caesar, onto the stage. Caesar, perform well, there will be plenty of bananas and pineapples afterward. Old Zhang chuckled, patting Caesar on the shoulder, and then tossed a few coins onto the ground before stepping aside. Roar! Caesar thumped his chest 3 times, signaling his readiness. In the Fox News live stream, millions of viewers were perplexed. What did that old man just say to the chimpanzee? Was the chimpanzee already genetically modified? Why is it not displaying its abilities? Were those coins the old man tossed on the ground? What was the purpose of that? Those in the know, including Lu Yun, smiled knowingly. They were acutely aware that a world-shattering spectacle was about to unfold. Just then, under the gaze of billions across the globe, Caesar stirred. His scaly arms suddenly erupted with brilliant blue-green currents, intertwining in a dazzling display. Even more astonishingly, the coins that the old man had thrown onto the ground began to levitate, seemingly drawn by an invisible force, and ultimately landed in Caesar's right palm. Could it be? Gregory, the editor-in-chief of Nature, seemed to grasp something, his body trembling with excitement. Electromagnetic force. This chimpanzee has mastered the ability of electromagnetic conversion. Zhang Jie's eyes widened. Could it be as I suspect? Has this chimp become Magneto? A viewer on Fox News commented with a similar sentiment. At this moment, Lu Yun smiled slightly. Many of you have probably guessed it already. Indeed, you are correct. The chimpanzee Caesar, after undergoing my genetic modification, has acquired the ability to discharge electricity akin to that of an electric eel and can control it at will. Moreover, Mr. Zhang Jiqing, who raised Caesar from a young age, has assisted in developing his advanced capabilities, magnetic field control. Upon hearing this, the entire world fell silent. In the venue and the live stream, everyone held their breath in anticipation. For the chimpanzee Caesar before them evoked thoughts of a character from Marvel films. Magneto. In the past, I never imagined that I could ever become Magneto while watching films. However, now, science fiction has transcended into reality. I find myself with the opportunity to embody Magneto, to become a superhuman. During a live broadcast on Fox News, millions of American viewers were left astounded, their senses electrified by the revelation. It is nothing short of a miracle. Such technology is astonishing, and one can only wonder how many years ahead of us it truly is. The future of the world is now in the hands of Lu Yun. In this moment, the American audience felt their understanding of China utterly shattered. This is not a technologically backward nation, but one that possesses cutting-edge advancements that lead the world. The words of Napoleon echoed in their minds. China is a sleeping lion. Once awakened, it will astonish the world. Now, this statement has come to fruition. Chapter 52. To possess Lu Yun is to possess the world. This statement holds profound truth. As these astonished American viewers regained their composure, they began to criticize the politicians, media, pharmaceutical giants, and the scientific community. Damn it. Just 5 days ago, DARPA Director Lucas stated in an interview that Liu Yun's genetic modification technology was a decade ahead of us Americans. Now, the genetically modified chimpanzees created by Liu Yun can manipulate electromagnetic forces. Can this truly be called a 10-year lead? It is at least a 30-year, if not 50-year, advantage. We were once far ahead in the field of genetic technology, but due to the incompetence residing within the White House and among scientists, we have now been completely surpassed by Huaxia. They even conspired with the media to deceive us. How shameless. To speak fairly, it is not that our scientists are foolish. Rather, Liu Yun is exceptionally gifted. Without him, genetic modification would still be confined to the realm of science fiction. Regardless, the moment I witnessed a chimpanzee controlling electromagnetic forces, I realized that the future of the world lies with Huaxia. Indeed, we Americans are in a dire situation, for those in power are not benevolent. I assure you. If Liu Yun were to announce that genetic modifications would only be available to Huaxia citizens, America's wealthy elite would flock to Huaxia in droves. Meanwhile, at the press conference, the audience, having regained their senses, could not help but share their astonishment with those beside them. Liu Yun had hidden a surprise. While he had revealed the success of the chimpanzee genetic modifications the night before, he had not disclosed that the chimpanzees could also manipulate electromagnetic forces. With this single achievement in chimpanzee genetic modification, Liu Yun has secured his place in history. A phrase has recently gained popularity on Douyin. To possess Liu Yun is to possess the world. Initially, I was skeptical, but now I believe it. Liu Yun holds something that no one can refuse, and most importantly, he is the sole possessor of this knowledge worldwide. To possess Liu Yun is to possess the world? It makes perfect sense. The president of Qing University was present at the event, and upon hearing this, he wholeheartedly agreed. With Liu Yun's scientific talents, he can elevate our university to unimaginable heights. Thus, we must make him a professor at Qing University. Contemplating this, he turned to the vice president beside him and inquired, "Has the matter been arranged?" The vice president nodded and replied, "Academician Wang Jiangwo has already consented. After the technology conference concludes, he will do his utmost to arrange an opportunity for us to meet Liu Yun. However, he did make it clear that he would only facilitate the meeting and would not persuade Liu Yun on our behalf." The president responded confidently, "That is sufficient. Liu Yun has no reason to decline our offer for a professorship at Qing University. To possess Liu Yun is to possess the world." Listening to the simultaneous translation in his earpiece, Speaker of the House Carl wholeheartedly agreed. The genetic modification technology that Liu Yun possesses has the potential to transform the world. And most importantly, he is the only one capable of propelling its rapid advancement. Therefore, wherever Liu Yun is, there lies the future of the world. However, Carl gazed at Liu Yun on the stage, a confident smile gracing his lips. The most powerful nation in the world is Eagle Sauce. When I extend an invitation backed by the full might of Eagle Sauce, I dare say you would find it impossible to refuse. After all, you are a person who values benefits. Liu Yun looked at the fervent eyes of the crowd below, a subtle smile appearing as he raised his hand to signal for silence. "Ladies and gentlemen," Liu Yun began, "when it comes to the evolution of human genes, I believe there are two paramount concerns: the feasibility of its realization and the assurance of safety. The recent demonstration by Caesar, the chimpanzee, must have left you astonished. Given that chimpanzees share a remarkable 98 genetic similarity with humans, the viability of human gene evolution is no longer a matter for doubt. It will soon be a reality." Upon hearing this, the audience could not help but nod in agreement. In just 5 days, Liu Yun had accomplished the genetic modification of a chimpanzee, yielding astonishing results. To harbor any skepticism regarding the feasibility of human gene evolution now would be sheer folly. Is human gene evolution safe? My word alone cannot suffice. Indeed, no one's can. Time will serve as the ultimate arbiter. However, I do possess some evidence for your consideration. On the very day I successfully modified the genes of mice, the state dispatched a team led by academicians Su Aimin and Wang Jiangwo to conduct a comprehensive evaluation of this technology, including its safety assessment. Now, let us invite academician Su Aimin and academician Wang Jiangwo to share the results of their evaluation. As Liu Yun concluded his remarks, the caretaker, old Zhang, escorted Caesar the chimpanzee off the stage, while two elderly gentlemen with silver hair and vibrant spirits stepped forward, none other than academician Su Aimin and Wang Jiangwo. "I am Su Aimin, Director of the Biological Research Institute at the Academy of Sciences and Dean of the School of Biology at the Academy of Sciences. I share these titles not to boast, but to assure you that I stand behind the veracity of what I am about to say. Academician visibly excited, was aware that despite his experience with grand occasions, the conclusion of this press conference would herald a significant transformation in the world. With the support of human gene evolution technology, the scales of destiny and the national struggle would surely tip in favor of the homeland. Thus, barring any unforeseen circumstances, today marks a pivotal moment for our nation to ascend to the pinnacle of the world. As well as the commencement of human gene evolution, a monumental event destined to be inscribed in the annals of history. And he, not merely a witness to history, but an active participant, could hardly contain his excitement. The essence of Lu Yun's genetic modification technology lies in the L-gene vector, one module of which is derived from a virus, carrying the potential for mutation. Therefore, we initially perceive considerable risks associated with this technology, focusing particularly on its safety assessment. Now, allow me to present the process and results of our evaluation. We place the L-gene vector into 25 separate culture solutions: neuronal cells, red blood cells, ADP energy supply, collagen variant proteins, epigenetic locks, in Lee Manny's live broadcast room. All the audience members attentively leaned in, listening intently to academician Su Aimin's introduction. However, the abundance of technical jargon left them increasingly bewildered, prompting many to engage in side conversations in the comments section. I could comprehend each word, yet when strung together, they rendered me utterly perplexed. What on earth is an epigenetic lock? And what precisely is DNA methylation? Goodness, I felt as though I had been transported back to my university days, listening to my calculus professor drone on as if I were deciphering an ancient text. Those dormant memories are resurfacing. My admiration for Lu Yun is growing. The subjects he studies are beyond my grasp. It is no wonder that some assert that technological advancement is propelled by a select few geniuses, while the masses merely reap the benefits effortlessly. Ha ha ha. There is truth in that. Isn't it Lu Yun alone who is advancing genetic modification technology? We merely need to express our approval. At that moment, academician Su Aimin concluded, stating, the experimental results indicate that the L-gene vector is effective, safe, and controllable. It can be deemed perfect. Upon hearing this, the audience in the live stream erupted with excitement. Finally, clarity emerged. Lu Yun's genetic modification technology is effective, safe, and controllable. It is nothing short of perfection. Spread the word. Lu Yun's genetic modification technology is effective, safe, and controllable. Even the chimpanzees sing its praises. Lu Yun is incredible. Let us promptly initiate the experiment for human genetic evolution. I volunteer to be the first participant. Once the modification is complete, I shall be the first genetically modified human in history, the inaugural Magneto. If we engage in live commerce, we shall undoubtedly amass untold wealth. Haha. Is that all you aspire to? With superpowers at your disposal, you still wish to sell products online? Isn't serving our nation more appealing? Yet, one cannot deny that Lu Yun's longevity technology holds the potential to transform into a real-life version of the What Group, capable of mass-producing superhumans and crafting superheroes. While the audience in the live stream buzzed with excitement, academicians Su Aimin and Wang Zhengwo descended from the stage. Lu Yun's voice resonated. The feasibility of human genetic evolution has been validated through the performance of Caesar, the chimpanzee. The safety of human genetic evolution has also been addressed by academician Su Aimin, who presented the technical assessment results for your own consideration. He continued, now, I shall outline the pathway for human genetic evolution. In my vision, this evolution can be achieved in 3 stages. As his words fell, the audience in Lee Manny's live stream instinctively held their breath, the previously fervent barrage of comments ceasing entirely. The conference venue fell into profound silence, with everyone straining to hear. Chapter 53, The Allure of Rejuvenation Technology, Terrifying Indeed. The Evolutionary Path of Human Genes. Lu Yun has meticulously planned it all, indicating his profound confidence. In a lavish villa, the super-rich stock market mogul Bart is watching the live broadcast of the press conference. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, he leaps from his chair in excitement. Now in his 90s and battling prostate cancer, his greatest anticipation is not the accumulation of wealth, but the restoration of his health. The prospect of human genetic evolution ignites hope within him. This prodigy from Huaxia is truly embarking on the study of human genetic evolution. He is certain to succeed. When that time comes, he could mass-produce superhumans and acquire wealth beyond measure. What if I were to abduct him? In the Middle East? At the military base of the Free Eagles Brigade, the armed group leader Abu Nur, clad in a robe and headscarf, glimmers with fervent ambition. He understands the challenges ahead. Yet the potential for monumental profit is undeniable. Once successful, he would be impervious to threats from the world at large. For Liu Yun's technology could benefit humanity or be harnessed to create genetic weapons, inciting a bioweapon crisis. No one would dare to engage him lightly in the face of such a threat. Additionally, his subordinates could be transformed into super soldiers, granting an army of these elite fighters the capability to contend with the 5 permanent members of the Security Council in conventional warfare. I must attempt this, otherwise I would regret it for a lifetime. Abu Nur's ascent to the leadership of an armed organization in such a hellish environment is not without reason. His decisive nature is one of them, thus he has resolved to act. Yet, he is no fool. He will plan meticulously, even if it takes a decade to succeed. The rewards will be immense. My God. Liu Yun is set to launch the Human Genetic Evolution Project. At the press conference, Gregory, the editor-in-chief of Nature magazine, widened his eyes in astonishment. He knew that Liu Yun would inevitably initiate this project, but he did not anticipate it would happen so swiftly. It appears that today marks the dividing line of human civilization. Before today, we existed in the era of natural humans. After today, we enter the age of genetically modified beings. Taking a deep breath, Gregory feels an overwhelming excitement witnessing the dawn of human genetic evolution, his heart racing with eagerness. I wish to partake in this endeavor. As this thought ignites within him, it burns like an uncontrollable flame, growing ever more intense, impossible to extinguish from his mind. He then casts his gaze upon Liu Yun on stage, silently yearning. Can you grant me an opportunity to be involved? At the press conference, silence reigns. Only Liu Yun's voice resonates. The first step in human genetic evolution, the revolution of gene therapy. Those with a background in biology recognize that over 90 of diseases in the world, including the excruciatingly painful and often despair-inducing cancer, AIDS, and congenital genetic disorders, can be cured through genetic technology. In my planning, the evolution of the human genome must commence with conquering those grave ailments that threaten human health and the quality of existence. Upon hearing Liu Yun's words, the audience in Li Mani's live stream erupted in fervor, the barrage of comments refreshingly incessant. While my utmost desire is to possess a superpower akin to electromagnetic control, the revolution in gene therapy is equally imperative. I cannot resign myself to awaiting death should I fall victim to cancer. Merely contemplating it is despairing. Should Liu Yun succeed in the revolution of gene therapy, even if it is solely to vanquish cancer, he would undoubtedly be regarded as a contemporary sage, deserving of reverence. It is indeed feasible, I assure you. The T cells within our bodies are capable of annihilating cancer cells, yet these malignant cells are cunning, employing various mechanisms to evade detection by T cells. Thus, Liu Yun merely needs to enhance the T cells, enabling them to identify all cancer cells, thereby curing cancer. If Liu Yun can achieve genetic modification, then a minor enhancement to T cells should pose no challenge. Furthermore, should he endeavor to conquer AIDS, it should similarly not be insurmountable. It merely requires genetic alteration to empower the patient's immune cells to recognize the HIV virus. The true challenge lies in curing congenital genetic disorders, as every one of the trillions of cells constituting the patient's body harbors genetic defects. My friend, how do you possess such extensive knowledge? Are you engaged in a related field? Anyone genuinely versed in biology comprehends these concepts. However, on a global scale, only Liu Yun possesses the capability to realize this, particularly in overcoming congenital genetic diseases, as he stands atop the pinnacle of genetic technology, higher than even Mount Everest. In a luxurious villa, the renowned investor Bart felt an even greater surge of excitement upon hearing Liu Yun's words. His prostate cancer has merely been managed, not cured. Should Liu Yun restore his health, he would not hesitate to part with $1 billion without a flicker of his eye. At Beijing Union Medical College Hospital, the multifunctional conference room was densely packed with individuals, prominently featuring Liu Yun's father, Liu Cha-ching, alongside 100 volunteers for the first phase of the clinical trial for cloned kidneys, preparing for the impending kidney transplant surgery in just over a week. With nothing else to occupy their time, they gathered to witness Liu Yun's technological launch. Ching was among them. The revolution in gene therapy, the conquest of congenital genetic disorders. Upon hearing Liu Yun's pronouncement, Ching felt a surge of exhilaration, as her own affliction, uremic syndrome, resulted from a congenital genetic disorder known as polycystic kidney disease, an autosomal dominant condition with a certain probability of being inherited by offspring. Consequently, she had been contemplating whether, in the future, she should have children with a partner. However, it appears that this dilemma need not trouble her any longer. As the revolution in gene therapy progresses, this wretched congenital genetic disorder will undoubtedly be overcome. Lu Yun, you are about to alter the trajectory of my life. You are the angel in my existence. I truly hope to have the opportunity to express my gratitude to you. Qingqing gazed at Lu Yun on the large screen, her heart resonating with admiration. Just then, Lu Yun's voice echoed once more in her ears. The second step in human genetic evolution, the technology of rejuvenation. It is widely acknowledged that as individuals age, their metabolic capacity diminishes, their immune systems weaken, and their cellular regeneration capabilities decline, resulting in a gradual deterioration of physical health. Hence, one might ponder whether there exists a technology that could endow the elderly with metabolic capabilities, immune resilience, and cellular rejuvenation akin to that of youth. I postulate that such a possibility does exist. My vision entails extracting immune cells from the elderly and infusing these aged immune cells with specific transfer factors, thereby reversing them into stem cells and activating telomerase. Following this extensive genetic modification, the transformed stem cells would be cultivated en masse and reintroduced into the body, thus enabling these stem cells to replace every component that has succumbed to the ravages of time. In a certain sense, this represents a form of rejuvenation, granting the elderly the robust physique of their youthful selves. As I concluded my statement, a thunderous reaction erupted within the multifunctional conference hall, with all present wide-eyed in astonishment. The notion of rejuvenation had transcended their imagination, presenting an irresistible allure, even more enticing than the ability to wield electromagnetic power like Caesar, the chimpanzee. Who among us does not yearn for the elixir of youth? Even the monsters depicted in Journey to the West pursue the secret of immortality. In a lavish villa, the financial magnate Bart was so overwhelmed by excitement that his body trembled, exclaiming, "Chris, arrange for my flight to Huaxia at once. Additionally, contact Lu Yun's company and inform them that I am willing to donate $1 billion to support his research on rejuvenation technology. Should his endeavors prove successful, I wish to be among the first beneficiaries. The sooner I reap the rewards, the greater my contributions will be, even if it amounts to $10 billion. I would spare no expense." "Boss, I will make the arrangements immediately," replied Chris, Bart's assistant, who fully comprehended his superior's fervor. He was acutely aware that, at that moment, numerous affluent yet aging individuals shared Bart's fervent excitement. These elderly tycoons possessed inexhaustible wealth but languished in frail bodies, unable to relish sumptuous feasts, fine wines, or the company of enchanting companions. The significance of their riches diminished by 99%. Now that a tantalizing opportunity to reclaim their youth presented itself, how could they possibly let it slip away? They must have already envisioned hosting extravagant banquets adorned with beautiful maidens, exuberantly proclaiming, "Fairies, behold, the might of my staff. I shall conquer 10. Meanwhile, at the press conference, countless individuals bore reddened eyes filled with excitement. Notably, Carl, the Speaker of the House, understood the magnetic allure of rejuvenation technology. He too could not resist, and neither could any of the influential figures within his circle. Thus, it was imperative to court Lu Yun, persuading him to bring his technology to the West. Otherwise, should Lu Yun ally with Eastern powers and compile a blacklist, those listed would be barred from accessing rejuvenation technology. These prominent figures of the Eagle Nation may very well be willing to sacrifice the national interests of their country in pursuit of their own desire for rejuvenation, including their own well-being. Chapter 54, Coercive Inquiry and Winning Over Lu Yun in the midst of the press conference. The students of Class 1 from the senior year felt as though they had been struck by a thunderbolt. The battle-hardened Wang Feng exclaimed in astonishment, "Goodness! The rejuvenation of youth. This technology is truly a divine realm, accessible only to the gods." With Lu Yun announcing his intention to research this technique, it seemed as though the entire world would explode with excitement. Other students joined the fervent discussion, their voices trembling with exhilaration. Indeed, it would create a frenzy. My grandparents are over 60 years old. Although they are in good health, the opportunity for rejuvenation would drive them to madness. They would not only be willing to sell their house and withdraw their pensions, but even consider working in factories at their advanced age. My father, a devoted son, would undoubtedly part with his savings and sell our home to facilitate my grandparents' return to youth. In essence, this is a technology that could send the entire world into a state of frenzy. Laughter erupted. The elderly across the globe will go wild over Lu Yun, especially the affluent. Yet, one pondered, once those over 60 utilize the rejuvenation technology, will they still be considered elderly, possessing the vigor of youth? Listening to your remarks evokes a sense that the world is on the brink of transformation, morphing into something unrecognizable to me. Friends, this is splendid news. The prestige associated with being a classmate of Lu Yun is ever increasing. In the future, when we mention our connection to Lu Yun, we shall undoubtedly evoke envy from all. Have you all not noticed a crucial detail? Lu Yun has already disclosed the approach to rejuvenation technology. Other scientists will undoubtedly pursue research based on his insights. I believe you are being overly pessimistic. Lu Yun has also shared the concept of the L-gene carrier. Yet global scientists have proclaimed their ignorance of how to implement it. It is akin to nuclear weaponry. While the entire process of manufacturing nuclear arms is publicly available, only a handful of nations possess the capability to create them. Thus, across the globe, it is likely that only Lu Yun will successfully realize the rejuvenation technology. Perhaps others in the scientific community may achieve it, but not for several decades. Meanwhile, at Harvard University, the foremost institution in the biological sciences, professors and students alike set aside their tasks to gather and watch the live stream of the technological presentation. They understood that this broadcast would redefine the future of their field. As they listened intently to Lu Yun discussing the concept of rejuvenation technology, they held their breath, fearful of missing any vital detail. Once Lu Yun concluded his presentation, they erupted into animated conversation. I believe Lu Yun's rejuvenation technology is theoretically feasible. My goodness, this is astonishing. What our ancestors have long sought to achieve may be realized in our generation. Do you know how I feel right now? I feel frightened. Lu Yun has articulated his technical approach, and I comprehend it, yet I am utterly at a loss as to how to implement it. This is terrifying. Lu Yun's prowess has reached an unimaginable pinnacle. Similarly, I find myself utterly overwhelmed by Lu Yun's brilliance. Throughout my life, I have been regarded as a prodigy, and I believe myself deserving of that title, only to now grasp the true essence of genius. The critics online, who label us as fools and our mentors as inept, fail to comprehend the magnitude of Lu Yun's talent. Even genetically modified chimpanzees under Lu Yun's guidance now wield electromagnetic powers, while we remain stagnant. How ludicrous these individuals are! Are they aware of the terrifying potential that Lu Yun possesses? At this moment, those who were once seen as the elite have completely capitulated to Lu Yun, nurturing the thought that if given the chance, they would eagerly follow in his footsteps. To be in Lu Yun's orbit would afford them the opportunity to learn the most advanced genetic technologies. Meanwhile, at the conference, Gregory, the editor-in-chief of Nature, along with Professor Scott from Stanford University, resolved firmly in their minds to inquire whether Lu Yun's company could offer them a position. They were indifferent to the salary. Their sole desire was to partake in the monumental endeavor of human genetic evolution. This was the technology they had long dreamed of achieving. Yet their own limitations had previously rendered them mere spectators. Now, not only had they glimpsed the hope of success, but they also had the chance to engage personally, provided they strive earnestly. Unbeknownst to Lu Yun, as he had yet to complete his introduction of the human genetic evolution pathway, he had already stirred the winds of change across the globe. He continued, the third step of human genetic evolution is the emergence of superhumans. Through genetic modification, we can empower humanity to acquire extraordinary abilities akin to those displayed by Caesar, the chimpanzee who demonstrated electromagnetic control on stage. This is not mere fantasy. Our planet is home to numerous organisms endowed with enviable capabilities. Electric eels can generate electricity, tardigrades can survive in the vacuum of space, and geckos can regenerate lost tails. With genetic modification, these abilities may become ours. Moreover, we might evolve new methods of energy acquisition, no longer limited to consuming food for sustenance, but also harnessing light, radiation, and dark energy. Of course, this is merely my vision for the future and may not necessarily apply to humanity. At this juncture, he looked toward the audience. That concludes the introduction to the human genetic evolution pathway. These words served as a signal. Upon hearing this, the audience rose in unison, a thunderous applause erupting. This was their acknowledgement of the human genetic evolution pathway and a testament to their respect for Lu Yun. Some excited students from class 1 of the senior year shouted exuberantly, Lu Yun is amazing. Lu Yun is amazing. In a gathering predominantly filled with affluent individuals, academic titans, and political leaders from around the globe, the enthusiastic cries of the senior students seemed particularly jarring. Yet, the prominent figures present nodded in agreement, recognizing Lu Yun's undeniable brilliance. In the live stream hosted by Li Manny, the viewers were equally exhilarated. The comments section exploded with fervor. Lu Yun is amazing, applause. The press conference was utterly captivating. From the moment Caesar, the the chimpanzee, made his entrance, I was completely enthralled. It was only after regaining my composure that I realized I had been squatting for too long, and my legs had gone numb. I declare that the era of genetically modified beings has commenced, and adjusters will undoubtedly become the mainstream. At that moment, the host from CCTV, Xiao Sa, stepped onto the stage, gazing at the audience below with a smile on his face. It is a tremendous honor to be invited as the host of this remarkable event. Just backstage, I witnessed Caesar mastering electromagnetic forces, and I was thrilled to hear Lu Yun's presentation on the trajectory of human genetic evolution. Naturally, I have many questions I wish to pose to Lu Yun, and I believe the audience here, as well as those watching from home and in the live stream, share the same sentiment. Now, the moment has arrived. The interactive segment officially begins. I will select a group of audience members to pose their most pressing inquiries to Lu Yun. These participants will encompass various sectors: politics, business, academia, and the corporate world, to represent a broader spectrum of society. Upon hearing this announcement, the crowd became immediately intrigued. The atmosphere within the press conference grew quiet. Soon after, the first fortunate individual emerged, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed female journalist. After a moment's contemplation, she inquired, "Mr. Lu, your proposed trajectory for human genetic evolution is incredibly compelling, particularly with regard to the revolutionary advancements in gene therapy and the technology for rejuvenation. Surely, no one could resist such prospects. However, this raises a significant concern. As those who undergo genetic modification experience extended lifespans, an inevitable population explosion looms on the horizon. The global population could surpass 10 billion, even reaching 20 billion, exceeding the planet's capacity to sustain life. Have you considered this issue?" Upon hearing her words, the audience reacted with discontent. What of a population explosion? As long as we can undergo genetic enhancement and achieve rejuvenation, what does it matter? Lu Yun, disregard her remarks. Focus on your research into human genetic evolution, and we shall always support you. Should anyone dare to impede your progress, you need not lift a finger. We will crush those obstacles for you. Lu Yun, intrigued by the question posed, smiled slightly and replied, "I am fond of a saying, life will find its own way. I believe humanity will do the same. When a population explosion occurs, solutions will naturally emerge. Furthermore, when the global population exceeds 20 billion, will it truly surpass the planet's capacity? I think not. Through genetic modification, we can cultivate rice, wheat, and other staple crops capable of thriving in saline alkali soils, potentially increasing global food production by at least 30%. By developing plants that can adapt to desert environments, we could gradually transform arid regions into habitable oases for humankind. In summary, the vast expanses of land can indeed sustain a population of 20 billion without difficulty." Lu Yun casually articulated his thoughts on plant genetic modification. The ordinary audience members exhibited little reaction, but the executives of the 4 major global grain corporations watching the live broadcast felt their hearts race. If Lu Yun were to enter the agricultural sector with his genetic modification technology, could we maintain our standing? Please, do not approach. Let us concentrate on the evolution of the human gene. Meanwhile, Xiao Sa selected another fortunate individual, a primary school teacher. Subsequently, 5 more lucky candidates were chosen, posing questions that were rather conventional. Lu Yun responded to each inquiry in turn. At that moment, Carl, the Speaker of the House from the Eagle Nation, could no longer remain composed in the front row. Here I am, seated in the front row, so conspicuous, and with a distinguished position as the Speaker. Surely, even for the sake of international etiquette, I should have been selected to pose a question. You must be deliberately avoiding me. Carl scoffed inwardly, then promptly retrieved a pre-prepared microphone from his briefcase. Seizing the opportunity right after Lu Yun concluded an answer, he resolutely stood up. Indeed, he was determined to forcefully pose a question. Although this might seem undignified, what is dignity worth? How much does it weigh? If he could successfully win over Lu Yun, not only would he reap immense benefits, but he could also emerge as a hero in the Eagle Nation. Chapter 55. Lu Yun, I shall not go. So do not waste your breath. Mr. Lu Yun, I am Carl, the Speaker of the Eagle Nation's House of Representatives. Carl's voice resonated, leaving the audience in a state of bewilderment. This prominent figure from the Eagle Nation displayed a complete disregard for decorum, audaciously posing a question without the host's invitation. Was he attempting to stir trouble? In Lee Manny's live stream, the viewers were equally flabbergasted. What? Is he really going to forcefully ask a question? Is he accustomed to such tyranny? He has not even been called upon, yet he stands up to inquire. In my view, the situation is far from straightforward. This speaker seems impatient to court Lu Yun, having waited too long for an opportunity to pose his queries, and thus decided to seize the moment without waiting for formalities. Goodness, the Eagle Nation is truly fixated on Lu Yun, having been rebuffed twice already, and now they send a high-ranking official to publicly woo him. At the scene, the host, Xiao Sa, was equally taken aback. An incident was unfolding, and it was too late to intervene, leaving him with no choice but to listen as Carl continued. Mr. Liu, on behalf of the Eagle Nation, I extend my gratitude for your contributions to human genetic evolution technology. And I sincerely invite you to develop your work in the Eagle Nation. For this, we are prepared to mobilize the full resources of our country. We shall fully support your research endeavors. First, we will enact the Gene Modification Technology Act, granting you the authorization to conduct any form of genetic modification experiments without the need for review. Secondly, you will have access to all resources of the Eagle Nation for your experiments, including DARPA and even military resources. Furthermore, we will establish the Human Genetic Evolution Fund, allocating $100 billion annually, with no cap on funding, and all research outcomes will belong solely to you. Finally, to demonstrate our sincerity, we will directly grant you a 5% stake in Pfizer Pharmaceuticals, provided by BlackRock, as they wish to cultivate your friendship. By the way, regarding your company, Hongshou Technology, we will implement the following support policies. First, you will be exempt from antitrust laws. Second, assistance will be provided to ensure your products enter global markets tax-free. Third, you will be permitted to engage in the military-industrial sector. Carl confidently elaborated. In Li Mani's livestream, the audience was no longer composed. Indeed, they sought to entice Lu Yun. How audacious, specifically targeting talents from our nation. Currently, at least 30 of scientists in the Eagle Nation hail from our country. And with Lu Yun's emergence, their attempts to court him have been relentless. This marks their third visit. This offer surpasses those from prestigious institutions such as Harvard and MIT by an astonishing margin. The annual research fund available to Lu Yun alone amounts to $100 billion. Alongside the ability to access DARPA and military resources, DARPA is akin to our Academy of Sciences, the most formidable research institution globally. What is even more astonishing is their commitment to fully support Hongshou Technology, aiming to establish a corporate giant reminiscent of Weyland-Yutani from the movie Alien. Goodness. I am utterly stunned. Is this truly the value and status that Lu Yun holds now? Although the conditions proposed by the Eagle Nation are undeniably alluring, I fervently hope that Lu Yun will decline their offer. Should Lu Yun accept, the repercussions would be dire for both us and our nation. Indeed, Lu Yun has already charted the course for human genetic evolution, encompassing revolutionary gene therapies, rejuvenation technologies, and the evolution of superhumans. Each of these advancements is irresistible and has the potential to reshape the global order. Yet, if Lu Yun desires to depart, we cannot impede his decision. In the live broadcast room of Fox News, the audience inundated the screen with comments. These wretched politicians have finally done something worthwhile. Well done. While the annual research funding of at least $100 billion is substantial, it is undoubtedly justified. If Lu Yun does not come, once he develops the relevant products, the funds we allocate for importing his innovations will at least double. We could intensify our efforts to entice Lu Yun, suggesting that should he agree to come, we could amend the Constitution to grant him eligibility to participate in the presidential election. I would certainly cast my vote for him, as he could provide me with tangible benefits and facilitate my genetic evolution. This would entail bestowing various privileges upon Lu Yun, a blatant attempt to curry favor with him. Nevertheless, I am in favor. Lu Yun is the beacon of hope for global human genetic evolution, and any treatment he receives is entirely warranted. Lu Yun must acquiesce. His arrival would solidify our Eagle Nation's position as the preeminent power in the world. However, at the press conference, Lu Yun merely scoffed derisively. I have already declined twice. Why do they persist in courting me? How tiresome. My family and friends are all anchored in this land, and my most cherished memories reside here. When I faced difficulties and sought to leverage public opinion to pressure the drug regulatory authorities and the health committee, millions of netizens spoke on my behalf. 15 academicians, with whom I share no personal connection, voiced their support for me. There was even a terminally ill friend who, despite having only 2 months to live, offered to donate his healthy kidneys to my father, considering it his final meaningful contribution to the nation. During this period, individuals like Jiang Hai, Li Mani, academician Wang Jiangwo, and academician Su Aimin have tirelessly supported me, and the state has mobilized national resources to assist me. How could I possibly abandon this land for a foreign country? If I were to leave, would not those who spoke out for me, the strangers willing to donate kidneys, and my unwavering supporters like Jiang Hai and Li Manny become the subject of ridicule? Moreover, I simply wish to pursue my research, earn a modest income, provide a good life for my family and friends, and contribute, albeit in a small way, to my homeland. These aspirations can be realized here, and only by remaining in my country can they come to fruition. No matter how enticing the conditions offered by the Eagle Nation may be, I remain disinterested. Mr. Speaker, Lu Yun coldly interjected, I will not go to the Eagle Nation. Save your breath. Upon hearing this, Carl stood in stunned silence, his voice abruptly silenced. These were the meticulously crafted conditions designed specifically for Lu Yun, granting him access to a plethora of privileges, enabling him to harness the vast resources of the Eagle Nation, and elevating him to the status of the wealthiest, most powerful, and influential scientist globally. His mere sneeze could incite upheaval across the world. Logically, Lu Yun, being a person who values benefits, should not have been able to refuse such an offer. Yet, why was he interrupted before he could even finish his statement? He wished to continue, but upon witnessing Lu Yun's indifferent, even slightly disdainful expression, he swallowed his words. Years of experience in dealing with people had taught him that persisting in this line of conversation would only deepen Lu Yun's aversion towards the Eagle Nation and, by extension, towards him as well. This was crucial, for he too aspired to rejuvenate himself through genetic evolution. At that moment, Lu Yun's voice resonated once more. Let us proceed with the interactive segment and select the next audience member for questions. The host, Shou, could not help but mentally commend Lu Yun for his unwavering refusal of the Eagle Nation's tempting offer. Remaining emotionally unscathed, his psychological resilience was remarkable. He hastily chose a fortunate audience member whose appearance suggested they were of Chinese descent. Next, please allow this gentleman to pose his question. Simultaneously, in Li Manny's live broadcast room, the audience's anxious hearts finally began to settle. Lu Yun had consecutively rejected the Eagle Nation's attempts to woo him 3 times. For that alone, I would consider myself a lifelong fan. If anyone dares to malign Lu Yun again, I shall stand resolutely in his defense. This is wonderful. A cause for universal celebration. Meanwhile, in the Fox News Channel's live broadcast room, the Eagle Nation's audience was left in disbelief. Wait, we presented such favorable conditions, and he dismissed them with such ease? He didn't even allow Chairman Carl to finish articulating the terms before interrupting. Why is this happening? Apart from us, no other nation can offer him better conditions. I've heard that the Chinese possess an inexplicable attachment to their homeland and patriotic sentiments. Could this be the reason? This is not good news for us. Lu Yun being in China signifies that the future of human genetic evolution resides there. Even if we manage to benefit from this technology, it will come at an exorbitant cost. At that moment, the selected fortunate audience member posed the question, though I am of Chinese descent, I hold Eagle Nation citizenship, which compels me to ponder an important issue. If human genetic evolution succeeds under your guidance, let's say it can cure cancer and congenital hereditary diseases, or even rejuvenate the elderly, will your company's products be exported to the Eagle Nation? Chapter 56, Stirring the Winds of Change. Lu Yun stated without hesitation, I will consider whether to export in alignment with national strategy. Upon hearing this, the distinguished leaders from various countries present at the press conference instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. If one wishes to regain youth and evolve genetically, forging amicable relations with the Eastern superpower is imperative. At the very least, one must avoid being placed on the blacklist. In the Fox News studio, millions of viewers in the United States comprehended the implications as well, for in recent years, they had frequently encountered news regarding the embargoes on advanced processed chips and lithography machines on platforms like TikTok and Twitter. The rationale behind such prohibitions stemmed from the strategic considerations of their nation. At that time, they felt indifferent, as their lives remained unaffected. Now, however, the tides have turned. Advanced technology rests in the hands of the Eastern superpower, and with it comes the promise of an unparalleled human genetic evolution that none can refuse. Once this technology is successfully realized, the Eastern superpower would wield the power of embargoes against them. This realization sent waves of panic among the American viewers, flooding the live chat with comments. Science knows no borders, neither should genetic modification technology. It belongs to all humanity. We must persuade Lu Yun to abandon his narrow-minded views, allowing citizens of all nations to benefit unimpeded. Oh my, if individuals from other countries can rejuvenate and evolve while I remain a mere spectator, I would surely lose my sanity. We possess the most advanced aircraft carriers and fighter jets. Can we not threaten with force? Currently, There exists only one nation that can disregard our military threats, and Lu Yun hails from that nation. Thus, relinquishing thoughts of coercive force is prudent, for such actions could lead to humanity's annihilation. It is imperative to eschew threats of violence. Do you not understand? Genetic technology is the most formidable weapon, far more terrifying than nuclear arms. Should Lu Yun unleash his fury, a bioweapon crisis targeting the United States could ensue. Damn it. These troubles are the handiwork of the powerful figures in politics and business. They are the parasites of America, feasting on their own gains while souring relations with the rest of the world, including the Eastern superpower. Meanwhile, our lives grow increasingly dire, with fewer job opportunities and dwindling incomes, and we may even find ourselves deprived of the benefits of genetic evolution. Those unscrupulous elites will inevitably find a way to gain access to genetic evolution for themselves, even if it means betraying the interests of our nation or directly ingratiating themselves with the Eastern power. Simultaneously, in Li Manny's live stream, the audience also grasped Lu Yun's meaning, their expressions betraying their incredulity. Over the past few years, the recurring news of chip and lithography machine embargoes had left them feeling frustrated and enraged. With Lu Yun's potential success in developing human genetic evolution technology, the tables would surely turn. Haha. Although the event has yet to transpire, the mere thought of it brings immense delight. To amplify this exhilaration, I have resolved to study foreign languages at the celestial realm of Tian Shang Renjian this evening. Without a doubt, I must support Lu Yun. His words are worth their weight in gold. Indeed, though his statement comprises fewer than 20 characters, it possesses the power to stir the tides of global affairs. Leaders from nations around the world, more eager than the average citizen for genetic evolution, must now reflect deeply on how to engage with our country, particularly the prominent figures from the Eagle Nation. This illustrates Lu Yun's profound value and status. It is no wonder that the speaker of the Eagle Nation expressed a willingness to devote the entire nation as strength to him. As the viewers in the live stream were ablaze with fervor at the press conference, the host, Xiao Sa, had already selected the next fortunate audience member. She was a young, beautiful university student, her eyes reflecting a clear yet naive enthusiasm. Upon being chosen, she excitedly patted her chest and eagerly inquired, "Lu Yun, do you know? You are my idol. I am particularly fond of your looks. No, I mean, I greatly admire your research talent. My question is, what is your life plan?" Lu Yun, taken aback by the presence of an admirer at the press conference, smiled and replied, "My life plan? Perhaps it revolves around conducting research to achieve human genetic evolution. I find this endeavor both fascinating and challenging. By the way, I will also be participating in this year's college entrance examination to experience university life. After 12 arduous years of study, it feels imperative to conclude this chapter, as I wish to enrich my life. If fate permits, I may also seek a girlfriend. This is my life plan, which is not too different from others. After all, I am merely an ordinary person with a bit of talent in research." Lu Yun's modesty in attributing the research assistance system to his own talent is nothing to be ashamed of. It is indeed a gift from the heavens. However, the audience's focus diverged entirely from Lu Yun's perspective. The president of Qing University's eyes sparkled with excitement, secretly contemplating. Lu Yun desires to experience university life. Our Qing University is the finest choice. Furthermore, he need not be a student. He could be a professor, enjoying flexibility in his schedule, teaching few classes while delivering a handful of lectures. The president of Hongqing University clenched his fist. Lu Yun's friends and family are in Hongqing, and his company is based here, so the advantage lies with me. This is an opportunity to elevate Hongqing University. Meanwhile, in Li Manny's live stream, the barrage of comments continued to explode, albeit with a completely different tone. I had imagined Lu Yun to be an aloof academic or a mad scientist. However, he is entirely different. His life plan mirrors mine. He chooses to engage in research that interests him and poses challenges, while I opt for a programming job that pays well but lacks personal interest. Speaking of which, how I envy his talent. If I possessed a high aptitude in a field I am passionate about, I could dedicate my life solely to work I love. Almost forgot. Lu Yun is still a high school senior, with just over a month until the college entrance examination. My goodness. Could this be the most extraordinary student in the history of the college entrance examination? Which institution will he attend? It goes without saying. It must be Tsinghua or Peking University. However, I am more intrigued by the type of girlfriend Lu Yun might choose. Once this news circulates, it will surely captivate the hearts of beauties worldwide, for Lu Yun surpasses even the most charismatic characters portrayed in dramas. The press conference continues, and at this moment, The world order has been disrupted. On platforms such as Twitter and Douyin, and through relentless coverage by ABC, CNN, and other media outlets. Even those who did not attend the conference are now aware that the chimpanzee Caesar wields electromagnetic control, that Lu Yun has unveiled the blueprint for human genetic evolution, and that once the technology is realized, there is a significant possibility that the United States may face trade restrictions. The public is in an uproar. How could such a genius from Huaxia do this? It is infuriating. How humiliating it is to be subjected to technological sanctions, a disgrace unprecedented in history. Where are the dignitaries? They must address this issue swiftly. Meanwhile, in Huaxia, at the Aviation Bureau, in an office where Zhou Zixuan oversees the approval of international private jet flight applications, upon seeing her superior enter, she promptly states, "Sir, there seems to be a malfunction in the system. In just a few minutes, I have received an unprecedented number of applications for international private jet routes. Several hundred times the usual amount, and many of the applicants are well-known figures. For instance, the investment mogul Buffett, the billionaire Musk, and the chairman of SoftBank, Sun Masayoshi." Her superior chuckles upon hearing this. The system is functioning perfectly. They are here for Lu Yun, or more precisely, for human genetic evolution. You are at work and may not realize how astonishing today's genetic era, a new dawn for human evolution conference has been. Allow me to summarize the key points for you. The genetically modified chimpanzee Caesar publicly demonstrated its electromagnetic capabilities, akin to the Magneto from the movies stepping into reality. Lu Yun unveiled the path for human genetic evolution, proposing not only a revolution in gene therapy, but also the technology for rejuvenation, asserting that the elderly could regain the vigor of youth. Ultimately, Lu Yun openly stated his intent to align with national strategies and consider the export of these products. The allure of genetic evolution is irresistible to these influential figures, and they are eager to reap the benefits as swiftly as possible, hence their fervent arrival. They are merely the first wave. More prominent individuals will soon follow. They will seek to forge strong ties with Lu Yun and our nation. In summary, brace yourself for significant news in the coming days. The recently skyrocketing tariffs may suddenly normalize. Simultaneously, Speaker Carl of the House has left the conference venue and entered a bulletproof vehicle. He does not feel anger at Lu Yun's rejection, but rather a sense of regret for failing to win him over, which is not favorable for either him or the United States. The events that transpired at the press conference have already circulated, haven't they? Have they prompted a chain reaction? Carl took a sip of his steaming coffee and inquired. The assistant promptly responded. The White House has decided to convene an emergency meeting to discuss how to address Lu Yun and the repercussions he has caused. Some super wealthy individuals, including Bart, Masick, the Rockefeller family, and the Koch family, have already applied for international charter flights to China and instructed their subordinates to communicate with the relevant Chinese authorities, expressing their intent to make substantial investments in China. Upon hearing this, Carl's fury ignited. These wretched ingrates, just as I suspected, are willing to betray the interests of our great nation for the sake of their own rejuvenation and genetic evolution. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to his assistant, contact some media acquaintances and have them swiftly publish a news article stating that I, Speaker of the House Carl, believe our current tariffs on the Eastern superpower are excessively high, disrupting the lives and consumption of the populace. This is utterly unreasonable and must be urgently reduced to restore the previous normal levels. The assistant hesitated, but you just referred to those individuals in such derogatory terms. And now you. Chapter 57. Is Science Without Borders? Lu Yun, please refrain from double standards. Ladies and gentlemen, the Gene Era, a new dawn of human evolution technology launch conference has now come to a close. Thank you all for your participation and farewell. After Lu Yun addressed the inquiries of 3 audience members, this momentous conference, destined to be etched in history, concluded. The audience erupted into a thunderous applause, filling the entire International Convention and Exhibition Center of Hong City with resounding cheers. At that moment, a poised young woman with piercing eyes approached Lu Yun and inquired, "Mr. Lu, the conference hall for discussions with academic figures has been prepared and security arrangements are in place. When should we notify them to attend?" Her name was Chen Jing, assigned alongside Yang Jixin to assist Lu Yun. While Yang Jixin managed Lu Yun's daily affairs, Chen Jing led a team of elite security personnel dedicated to ensuring Lu Yun's safety. Prior to each of Lu Yun's outings, she meticulously planned the route and devised comprehensive security measures. This academic exchange was organized at the behest of esteemed academicians such as Wang Jiangwo and Su Aimin. Originally scheduled to take place before the technology launch, Lu Yun had postponed it to follow the event, opting to focus on genetic modifications of chimpanzees. Although only top-tier scientists were qualified to attend this exchange, security could not be taken lightly, necessitating Chen Jing's thorough preparations. Let us commence in an hour and a half. Allowing our esteemed academic guests some time to prepare, Lu Yun suggested. Very well, I shall notify the attendees immediately. With that, Chen Jing promptly turned and departed. Wait. Lu Yun suddenly spotted Li Manny in the crowd, who was live-streaming with a selfie stick. A thought struck him, with an hour and a half to spare. He could join Li Manny's live stream as a guest, passing the time while simultaneously boosting her popularity. It would also provide an opportunity to express his gratitude to the online community. He remembered well the millions of supporters who had rallied behind him when he sought to apply pressure on the Drug Regulatory Agency and Health Committee through public opinion. All right. I will arrange this, Chen Jing nodded in acknowledgement. Lu Yun then sent a WeChat message to Li Manny and descended from the stage. Making his way to the rest area of the International Convention and Exhibition Center. Security personnel, clad in suits and sporting crew cuts, guarded the entrances, preventing unauthorized entry. Soon after, Lu Yun pulled out his phone and began scrolling through Douyin to pass the time. As his thumb glided across the screen, videos began to populate it. Among them was footage of Caesar, the star chimpanzee from Changlong Wild Animal World, who, after Lu Yun's genetic modifications, had become the world's first magneto-chimp. While being interviewed in Times Square, citizens expressed that science knows no borders, asserting that genetic modification technology should belong to all humanity. Following Lu Yun's rejection of overtures from Carl, the speaker of the Eagle Nation, his Douyin account saw a meteoric rise in followers, surpassing 20 million. Could rejuvenation technology lead to a population explosion? Lu Yun proposed a solution through the transformation of food crops, inadvertently causing a decline in the stock prices of the world's 4 major grain merchants. Meanwhile, Li Manny heard the familiar ding of a WeChat notification from her bag. She handed the selfie stick to her assistant and retrieved her phone. The next moment, her face lit up with surprise. Lu Yun was going to assist her once again. Appearing as a guest in her live broadcast, it is worth noting that Lu Yun's current status eclipsed even Mount Everest, surpassing many heads of state. Dear friends in the live chat, I have splendid news to share. A mysterious guest will join me in the broadcast shortly. Can you guess who it is? Li Manny excitedly announced as she took the selfie stick back from her assistant, directing the camera towards herself. Could it be Brother Ma from the Penguin Group? Is he attending the launch as well? Or perhaps it is Speaker Carl from the Eagle Nation's House of Representatives. Lu Yun had once mentioned in a video that you were friends in real life. Could this enigmatic guest be Lu Yun himself? Upon reading this comment, Li Manny smiled and said, "Congratulations to this friend. You guessed correctly, it is indeed Lu Yun. I will go find him now. And you will see him in the live broadcast shortly." No sooner had she spoken than the live chat erupted in excitement. Oh my goodness. Lu Yun is coming to the live stream. The host is quite impressive, given Lu Yun's current stature. His willingness to join the host's broadcast as a guest indicated that he truly regarded her as a friend. Reflecting his admirable character, one who does not forget the humble in the face of wealth and is eager to lend a helping hand. I must invite my friends to watch the live stream. Quickly, this news spread like wildfire, creating a sensation not only on Douyin but also on overseas platforms. As a portion of Eagle Nation's populace eagerly anticipated persuading Lu Yun to recognize that science knows no borders and humanity should unite in progress. My goodness. It really is Lu Yun. Hello, Lu Yun. I am one of your female fans. 5 minutes later, when Lu Yun appeared in Li Manny's live stream, the viewer count had already surpassed 13 million, igniting a frenzy. With a warm smile, Lu Yun greeted the audience. Hello everyone, I am Lu Yun. First, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the netizens who spoke out for me back then. I am truly grateful. Now, feel free to ask me any questions directly, and I will do my best to respond. However, before you ask, I hope you can help by clicking follow. As Li Manny is a dear friend of mine in reality and has provided me with significant support. Upon hearing this, the number of fans in the live stream surged dramatically. If Lu Yun has spoken, one must follow. How long until the technology for rejuvenation becomes a reality? I am an alumnus of Hanqing No. 2 High School and am currently in my final year, facing the dilemma of choosing a major for the college entrance examination. What do you think about pursuing a degree in biology? Will it still be one of the 4 major pitfalls? Lu Yun, what project will you prioritize? Tackling cancer or the rejuvenation technology? The barrage of comments flooded in. Lu Yun was preparing to select a question to answer when the live stream was inundated with comments from netizens of the Eagle Nation. Mudhowl, Lu Yun. I hail from the Eagle Nation and have something to convey to you. Science knows no borders. When you successfully develop human genetic evolution technology, you should not impose a ban on us. If you do so, you betray the spirit of science. Lu Yun, do not allow narrow nationalism to cloud your judgment. You should focus on all humanity. We are merely ordinary people from the Eagle Nation, sharing your love for life, and we too desire genetic evolution. Is that a fault? This is racial discrimination. The future of humanity should be shared. Upon witnessing this scene, domestic viewers in the live stream were incensed. How dare these Eagle Nation netizens come to our territory to brainwash Lu Yun and engage in moral coercion? The director of the live streaming operations at Douyin was drenched in cold sweat. This was a live stream featuring Lu Yun, and how could such a mishap suddenly arise? Lu Yun himself was taken aback by the influx of Eagle Nation viewers in Li Manny's live stream, voicing such outrageous statements. However, he remained unfazed and calmly responded. Your remarks strike me as somewhat amusing. Science knows no borders? If science truly knows no borders, why have your chips never prioritized serving huaxia? He glanced at the camera, gently tapping the table, his voice low yet clear. Today, my technology will prioritize serving my compatriots in alignment with national strategy, just as your chips prioritize serving your own. That is fairness. As soon as these words were spoken, the audience in the live stream erupted. Well said, Lu Yun. Compatriots first. I would give this 100,000 likes. What a phrase. If science knows no borders, why have your chips never prioritized serving huaxia? The Eagle Nation practices double standards. We can bully you, but if you dare to resist, then it is your fault. To the Eagle Nation netizens, I say this. If you desire genetic evolution, at the very least, you must learn to respect equality. Furthermore, you are not innocent. Those frantically clamoring for the ban on chips and lithography machines, those advocating for increased tariffs, and that individual in the White House are all people you voted for. What these Eagle Nation netizens fail to understand is that the ban is not an inevitable occurrence. If you and the Eagle Nation are willing to humble yourselves and pay a certain price, our country would not prohibit the export of relevant products to you. Or do you refuse to lower your lofty heads? Well articulated. It resonates profoundly with reason and evidence. The presidents of Tsinghua University, Yanda University, and Hongqing University were all watching the live stream. At this point, they were more eager than ever to meet Lu Yun and invite him to become a professor at their respective universities. Chapter 58. Lu Yun's choice leaves the world in doubt. Truly, he is a genius of remarkable intellect. Even outside the realm of scientific research, he adeptly navigates unexpected situations with poise and impeccable logic. The director of the live broadcasting department at Douyin silently commended Lu Yun while wiping the cold sweat from his brow. He instructed urgently, quickly mark all accounts from the Eagle Sauce IP and any newly registered accounts comments as abnormal conversations, ensuring that the content is only visible to the user. In essence, it is better to err on the side of caution than to let these Eagle Sauce users continue their moral coercion against Lu Yun. If he were to report this to the regulatory authorities, we would undoubtedly face repercussions. If this reaches our boss's ears, we would be in serious trouble. Understood. The operations specialist nodded vigorously, well aware of the gravity of the situation. Given Lu Yun's current value and status, such measures were far from exaggerated. Not to mention, the boss harbors aspirations of rejuvenation through genetic evolution. Under the operations specialist's direction, it wasn't long before the Eagle Sauce users' comments in the live broadcast received a notification. Violation detected. Your comments are visible only to you. Instantly, the chat transformed into a normal discourse. Lu Yun, with a slight smile, realized that the Douyin officials had intervened and continued engaging with the viewers. A viewer just asked if the biology major still ranks among the 4 major pitfalls. My response is that the era of genetic evolution has commenced. The biology major is no longer a pitfall, but rather holds promising prospects, rivaling the currently popular field of artificial intelligence. Another viewer inquired about the latest developments in cloning kidneys. Well, let me address that. The cultivation of cloned kidneys for 100 volunteers is progressing smoothly, and we anticipate that they will mature in 7 days. Comprehensive testing will be conducted afterwards, and upon passing, they will be airlifted to Beijing's Union Hospital. If everything proceeds as planned, the transplantation surgeries will take place in 10 days. A viewer also asked if I would attend the Nobel Prize ceremony if I were awarded this year. Well, I wouldn't. Firstly, the allure of the Nobel Prize holds little significance for me. Secondly, for someone in my position, traveling abroad is a high-risk endeavor. Thus, Lu Yun interacted with the audience for several minutes, the atmosphere light and enjoyable, while the number of online viewers steadily increased. Just then, Chen Jing approached, accompanied by Jiang Hai. academician Su Aimin, and academician Wang Zhengwo, all signaling to Lu Yun that they wished to converse. Lu Yun returned the selfie stick to Li Manny and walked over. Intrigued, "What brings you all here together?" "Well," academician Su Aimin began. "The president of Yin University wishes to invite you to become a professor there. He is not well acquainted with you, so he asked me to introduce him for a face-to-face discussion. He is currently waiting outside." Academician Wang Zhengwo added, "My situation is similar to old Su's. I wish to introduce you to the president of Tsinghua University." Immediately following, Jiang Hai, somewhat bashful, remarked, "I feel the same. However, the individual I intended to introduce to you is the president of Hongqing University." His lack of confidence was palpable, as Hongqing University simply did not compare to the likes of Qingbei. Hongqing University is an ordinary 211 institution, while Qingbei stands as a paragon among domestic universities. To invite me as a professor? Lu Yun felt a stirring in his heart. He merely sought to experience university life, enriching his existence, and the title held little significance for him. Be it student or professor, the distinction was negligible and would not alter his future. Nevertheless, if compelled to choose between the two identities, undoubtedly, the role of professor held greater allure. Contemplating which university to select, he began to lean towards a decision. "Please let them in," Lu Yun smiled gently. Before long, the presidents of Qing University, Yin University, and Hongqing University entered in unison. After exchanging pleasantries, the president of Qing University cut to the chase, stating, "Lu Yun, let us dispense with the formalities. I am here to extend an invitation for you to join us as a professor at Qing University. Whatever conditions you may propose, we at Qing University are willing to exert our utmost efforts. Even if we cannot fulfill them at present, we can petition the state." The president of Yin University followed suit, declaring, "Lu Yun, our institution boasts the top-ranked genetic engineering program in the nation, with robust technology and a wealth of talent, aligning perfectly with your human gene evolution project." The president of Qing University quickly interjected, asserting that the so-called top ranking was merely superficial in terms of true capability. Qing University was unrivaled, and the conditions offered would undoubtedly surpass those of any other institution. At that moment, the only competitors in the eyes of the presidents of Qing and Yin universities were each other. The president of Hongqing University, merely the head of an ordinary 211 institution, was not worthy of contending for Lu Yun's favor. Meanwhile, the audience in the streaming room erupted in disbelief. Is this a scenario suitable for a senior high school student? It's utterly astonishing. Qing University and Yin University are vying to appoint a high school senior as a professor, something I would never dare to dream. Lu Yun had yet to even take the college entrance examination, and now he was being courted by Qingbei as a professor. Surely, such a precedent had never existed. Hongqing University? I have no recollection of it. Is it a 985 university? My assessment is that Hongqing University displays commendable courage, daring to covet Lu Yun despite being an ordinary 211 institution. Having turned down Harvard and MIT, how could he possibly consider Hongqing University? He surely seeks the experience of university life, and it must be at Qingbei. I am from Hongqing University myself, and I applaud the president for at least having the audacity to dream. Just then, the president of Hongqing University finally spoke, albeit with a hint of uncertainty. Lu Yun, we at Hongqing University are also ready to dedicate our entire institution to you, and we possess one distinct advantage, our proximity to your company and your home. Upon finishing, he anxiously gazed at Lu Yun. In response, Lu Yun nodded thoughtfully, saying, "Indeed, I share that sentiment. Should I choose Hongqing University, it would be quite convenient for both returning home and going to the company. However, I have certain conditions, such as absolute freedom, exemption from institutional regulations, no mandatory teaching duties or other time-consuming obligations, and all research outcomes belonging solely to me. Would Hongqing University be amenable to such terms?" Upon hearing this, the president of Hongqing University was overwhelmed with joy. Absolute freedom, no compulsory teaching tasks or other time-draining endeavors, and complete ownership of research results. Essentially, the liberty to act as one pleases while reaping all the benefits without any constraints imposed by the institution. Any university would typically shake their head at such demands from a professor, yet these were the conditions set forth by Lu Yun. My goodness! Are you jesting? Such minimal stipulations? What is there to ponder? An immediate agreement is imperative. Lu Yun, I accept your terms, including those yet unarticulated. Therefore, we warmly welcome you to join Hongqing University. Before Lu Yun could elaborate further, the president of Hongqing University eagerly interjected, fearful that Lu Yun might reconsider. Lu Yun nodded gently. Then, I accept the professorship at Hongqing University. His tone was casual and untroubled, as if making this decision were as effortless as taking a sip of water. Upon hearing his words, the audience in Li Manhwa's live stream was left in utter disbelief, the comments section erupting. Wait, what? Lu Yun took less than a minute to reject Qingda and Yanda, choosing Hongqing University instead? What sorcery is this? The presidents of Harvard, MIT, and other prestigious institutions would likely weep inconsolably in their restrooms. Lu Yun turned down their offers, ultimately opting for a university they had never even heard of. I cannot fathom it. Why not choose Qibei? Is it truly merely due to proximity? The presidents of Qingda and Yanda were equally bewildered, incredulously inquiring. You chose Hongqing University over us simply because it is closer? Lu Yun nodded. Indeed. This light, airy response left the president of Qingda on the verge of tears. Compared to Hongqing University, Qingda boasts numerous advantages, yet due to the distance, Lu Yun had summarily dismissed them. What a predicament. The president of Yanda also felt despondent. If possible, he would relocate Yanda to Hongqing, as this represented the sole opportunity for their institution to ascend to the pinnacle of global university rankings. Within Li Manhwa's live stream, the audience was equally flabbergasted. Unbelievable. It was indeed the distance that led Lu Yun to reject Qibei. To the two presidents, can you perhaps offer me the spot Lu Yun declined? I would be more than willing to overlook the distance. The two presidents could only lament the absence of a space-warping wormhole, which would have allowed them to seize Lu Yun. I can wholly understand that, irrespective of the university chosen, be it Qibei, Hongqing University, or even a vocational school, there is little distinction for Lu Yun. While ordinary individuals take pride in their educational institutions, with the upper echelons of society likely to be encountered through their university professors, Lu Yun, in turn, brings prestige to his school, propelling it to new heights. Chapter 59, Talent Harvesting. Academic giants apply to join. At this moment, the number of viewers in Li Manhwa's live stream has surpassed 20 million, among whom are journalists and social media influencers. Consequently, this astonishing revelation has quickly ignited the internet. It is no surprise that Lu Yun has been appointed as a university professor. After all, prestigious institutions such as Harvard and MIT had sought to recruit him just days prior. Yet, Lu Yun astonishingly declined offers from Tsinghua and Peking University, citing the proximity of Hongqing University as his reason. This truly left me in awe. The life of a genius evokes profound envy. Merely catching a glimpse of it fills me with longing. Ha ha ha, this incident will likely haunt the presidents of Tsinghua and Peking University for the rest of their lives. With Lu Yun at the helm, Hongqing University is destined for greatness. At the very least, the School of Biology at Hongqing University is poised for remarkable advancement. In Hongqiang, within a subway carriage, the classmates from Senior Class 3 are gathered in small groups, chatting. Suddenly, Wang Feng exclaims, "Wow, have you all seen Douyin?" There's more sensational news. Lu Yun has accepted the professorship at Hongqing University. Upon hearing this, the initial reaction among the group is one of disbelief. Lu Yun has always been an academic prodigy, frequently topping the school rankings, even without having developed groundbreaking technologies like kidney cloning or genetic modification. He would have undoubtedly chosen a university of the caliber of Tsinghua or Peking University. Now, having achieved remarkable success, how could he possibly opt for the ordinary Hongqing University? Merely a 211 institution? However, when they pull out their phones and open Douyin, they are astonished to discover the truth of the matter. I can't believe it. Reality is more absurd than fiction. We haven't even taken our college entrance exams yet, and Lu Yun is already a professor. If we apply to the School of Biology at Hongqing University, who knows, it might be Lu Yun teaching us. This is indeed beyond reason. Now that you mention it, I suddenly feel inclined to apply to the School of Biology at Hongqing University. Really, Jie? With your grades, if you perform well, you could easily get into Tsinghua or Peking University. Even if you don't perform your best, you could still aim for a C9 university. While Hongqing University is just an ordinary 211, that was the case for the old Hongqing University. Now, with Lu Yun on board, even if he merely lends his name and does not teach, the School of Biology will gain unimaginable resources. If Lu Yun decides to support it, the School of Biology at Hongqing University could become the foremost academic sanctuary for biological sciences globally. Many astute individuals will recognize this. Thus, if I apply, I will likely be competing with the nation's top scholars and may not secure a spot. However, if I do succeed, I will be able to cling to Lu Yun's coattails. When I call him Professor Lu, he will surely be delighted and take me under his wing, allowing me to join the Human Gene Evolution Project. Ha ha ha. I would soar to success. That makes sense. I won't apply to Fudan. Instead, I will apply to the School of Biology at Hongqing University alongside you. Jia, in hopes of securing a connection with Lu Yun. You all are remarkable. I feel so despondent. Given my grades, Hongqing University is my best fit, and now that it is on the rise, does that mean I can only apply to universities in other provinces? The classmates of Class 1 in their senior year are not jesting. They genuinely aspire to apply to the School of Biology at Hongqing University, although they once held the institution in disdain with the arrival of Lu Yun. The university is poised for unprecedented ascendance, the heights of which will be determined by Lu Yun himself. Professor, this is the venue for the academic symposium hosted by Lu Yun, but you will need to wait for approximately another hour before it officially commences, Zhang Jie remarked, gesturing towards the entrance of the Hongqing International Exhibition Center, guarded by elite sentinels. Very well, you may return to the hotel. After the symposium concludes, I shall take a taxi back on my own. I have already mastered the art of using Didi, he said. With a farewell, Zhang Jie turned and made his way to the entrance of the exhibition center, where he hailed a taxi. Once settled inside, he produced his phone, opened Douyin, and began to scroll. He happened upon a video featuring Gregory, the editor-in-chief of Nature, who revealed that he was set to attend an academic symposium orchestrated by Lu Yun. With an invitation list comprising eminent figures from the academic realm, including Nobel laureates. During a live broadcast, Lu Yun disclosed that, should everything proceed smoothly, in approximately 10 days, volunteers, including his father, for the first phase of the clinical trial of cloned kidneys would undergo transplantation at the Peking Union Medical College Hospital. Martial arts superstar Uncle Long recently posted a Douyin video publicly extending his best wishes to Lu Yun for the successful completion of his research, while also expressing hope that Lu Yun would expedite the development of rejuvenation technology. At that time, he would be able to reclaim the vigorous physique of his youth and produce action films as captivating as those of his earlier days. Lu Yun accepted a professorship at Hongqing University. Zhang Jie, upon seeing this video, initially questioned his own perception. What caliber of university was Hongqing University that it would attract Lu Yun's attention? However, he quickly realized the authenticity of the news. Perhaps, in Lu Yun's eyes, the disparity between Tsinghua, Beida, and Hongqing University was akin to the difference between $10,000 and $1,000 to a billionaire, non-negligible, yet ultimately trivial. Thus, he unhesitatingly chose Hongqing University, which was closer to home. Zhang Jie could not suppress a pang of envy. If only he possessed Lu Yun's remarkable prowess. He would not have to venture far from home to study in the United States, only to find himself alone, returning without having completed his studies. As the field of genetic technology transformed dramatically, leaving the U.S. lagging behind. What a headache. At least 2 more years remained before he could graduate with his Ph.D. from Stanford, and during this time, genetic technology might advance rapidly under Lu Yun's influence, possibly even achieving rejuvenation technology. Lu Yun accepted a professorship at Hongqing University. Zhang Jie's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. Although Lu Yun had explicitly stated his desire for complete freedom, refusing any compulsory teaching obligations when accepting the university's invitation, his past experiences indicated that he was indeed a person of great responsibility. As a professor, he would undoubtedly engage in meaningful endeavors to foster the growth of the School of Biology at Hongqing University, perhaps facilitating collaboration between the institute and his own company to incorporate his human genetic evolution project. With the support of the government, Hongqing University's School of Biology is destined to soar, becoming a global academic sanctuary for genetic technology. Perhaps I could withdraw from Stanford and transition to pursue my doctorate at Hongqing University's School of Biology. The more Zhang Jie contemplated this notion, the more appealing it became. If fortune smiled upon him and Lu Yun were to accept doctoral candidates, he might have the opportunity to become Lu Yun's foremost disciple, securing a worry-free life ahead. As for the fact that he was 6 years older than Lu Yun, that was inconsequential. With this thought in mind, Zhang Jie promptly took action, seeking out the contact details for Hongqing University's School of Biology and placing a call. Soon, the line connected, and a middle-aged man's voice greeted him. Hello. This is Hongqing University's School of Biology. How may I assist you? Greetings, my name is Zhang Jie. I am currently an undergraduate at Yen University and a doctoral candidate in biology at Stanford University, under the guidance of Professor Scott. I have 2 years left until graduation, but I am contemplating withdrawing from Stanford to pursue my doctorate at your esteemed institution. I am curious if you would consider accepting me. You wish to withdraw from Stanford and transfer to our Hongqing University for your doctoral studies? I must have misheard you. Although I work at Hongqing University, I must honestly say that the disparity between our institutions is quite substantial. Indeed, you heard me correctly. Perhaps you have not yet received the news that Lu Yun has accepted a faculty position at your university. Consequently, the School of Biology at Hongqing University is poised for remarkable advancement, which prompted my immediate inquiry. I was unaware of this development, and it could significantly impact our biology department. Therefore, I cannot guarantee your acceptance at this moment. However, you may leave your contact information, and I will inform you as soon as there are updates. If Lu Yun is recruiting doctoral candidates, you will certainly be among the first considered. Being the first to call does merit special consideration. Thank you. Thank you. Zhang Jie provided his contact details, and upon hanging up, he could hardly contain his excitement as he clenched his right fist, silently praying, "May fortune favor me. Hongqing University must accept me. And Lu Yun just happens to be seeking doctoral candidates, choosing me." Meanwhile, at the Hongqing International Convention Center, Zhang Jie's advisor, Professor Scott from Stanford University, was engaged in conversation with acquaintances, including Gregory, the editor-in-chief of Nature. Gregory expressed with anticipation, "The impact of this press conference has been profound, and it has inspired me to consider asking Lu Yun if I could join his company." "What? You intend to relinquish your position as editor-in-chief of Nature?" Professor Scott paused in surprise, but he quickly recalled his own decision made while watching the press conference. If the opportunity arose, he too would join Lu Yun's company. With this thought, he chuckled and remarked, "Actually, I share your sentiment. I wish to leave Stanford and contribute to the grand endeavor of human genetic evolution." "Hey, what are you two whispering about?" At that moment, an elderly gentleman with golden curls approached. It was none other than their friend, the Nobel laureate Bruce. "I wish to resign and join Lu Yun's company," Gregory remarked, echoing Scott's sentiments. Upon hearing this, Bruce chuckled and responded, "It is quite natural. When Lu Yun unveiled the roadmap for human genetic evolution, who in our biological community would not aspire to partake in such a groundbreaking project? Myself included." As he spoke, he raised his right hand, gesturing towards the eminent figures in academia nearby, who were also awaiting the commencement of the academic conference. Upon hearing this, both Gregory and Scott could not help but furrow their brows. Although the number of participants in the conference was limited, each individual was a titan in their field. Should these luminaries choose to join Lu Yun's company, it would undoubtedly constitute an unprecedented assembly of scholarly brilliance. Conversely, the nations of these academic giants would suffer the significant loss of their national treasures in the form of world-class scientists. Thus, it was plausible that various countries might not permit their departure. This implies that even if Lu Yun were willing to welcome them, their successful integration into the Human Genetic Evolution Project was far from guaranteed. Chapter 60, The Security Upgrade of Lu Yun and Confidential Technological Measures. Ladies and gentlemen, today's live broadcast concludes here. However, I encourage you to keep an eye on the live stream, as there may be opportunities to encounter me again in this space. Approximately an hour later, Lu Yun waved farewell to the over 30 million viewers, returning the selfie stick to Li Manny. "Goodbye, Lu Yun. I have already followed you. If there are advancements in human gene evolution technology, please make them known promptly." No, I should address you as Professor Lu. "Greetings, Professor Lu. I am a first-year student at the School of Biology at Hongqing University. Thank you for choosing our university. I am immensely grateful. Initially, I thought I had fallen into one of the 4 major academic pitfalls, with a bleak future ahead. To my astonishment, our School of Biology at Hongqing University is poised for takeoff. Ha ha ha. I can hardly contain my excitement. It is truly exhilarating. Wow. There are actually students from the School of Biology at Hongqing University in the live stream. I am genuinely envious of you all. Your school will undoubtedly soar to prominence, eventually becoming the world's top institution for biological sciences. Starting this year, the admission scores will become formidable, possibly surpassing those of Tsinghua and Peking universities. Indeed, I can assure you that many top students who initially aimed for Tsinghua and Peking will now set their sights on the School of Biology at Hongqing University. Despite Lu Yun's departure, the enthusiasm in the live stream remained high, with viewers excitedly discussing the events of the day, pondering the implications not only for Hongqing University, but also for the world at large. Meanwhile, Lu Yun was en route to the multifunctional conference hall, accompanied by academician Su Aimin and academician Wang Jiangwo for an academic exchange meeting. Surrounding Lu Yun, more than 20 bodyguards, clad in suits with crew cuts, were strategically positioned by Chen Jing, vigilantly surveying the crowd and preventing anyone from approaching. These bodyguards represented only the visible security forces, at elevated vantage points in nearby buildings. Snipers were already in position. Additionally, hundreds of police officers, including Zhou Shuijin and others, formed part of the security system around the Hongqing International Exhibition Center, subjecting all individuals and vehicles approaching the center to rigorous scrutiny. The Hongqing City Garrison and the Guard Corps were also on standby, ready to deploy at a moment's notice. With a single call, armed helicopters would arrive within 3 minutes, followed swiftly by a well-armed contingent. Yet, Chen Jing remained uneasy. This was due to recent intelligence from national security agencies indicating a surge in information transactions related to Lu Yun on the dark web following his announcement of the gene therapy revolution and rejuvenation technology. This surge suggested that many had set their sights on Lu Yun, potentially spies from various nations, super-rich individuals, or even desperate criminals. Regardless, the risk of Lu Yun being kidnapped had escalated dramatically. As they walked, Chen Jing suddenly spoke. The individual in charge of security at the multifunctional conference hall informed me that many scientists are discussing a matter of significance, which I believe warrants your attention. What is it? The scientists gathered in small clusters, engaging in conversation, many disclosing to their friends their desire to join your esteemed company and partake in the Human Gene Evolution Project. Should you consent, they would promptly resign from their current positions. Upon hearing this, academician Su Aimin was momentarily taken aback. The attendees of this academic conference were indeed prominent figures, at the forefront of biology, having contributed the majority of groundbreaking biological theories and technologies over the past several decades. In their homeland, they are rightly regarded as national treasures, whose insights are indispensable when the government formulates policies regarding biotechnology advancement. It was astonishing that they would consider leaving their homeland to join Lu Yun's enterprise. However, upon reflection, Su Aimin found it understandable. The reason these academic giants attained such stature lies not only in their inherent talent, but also in their pure, heartfelt passion for academia. Thus, when they perceive an opportunity to advance further in the realm of science, they inevitably feel an irresistible allure. This is a temptation that is hard to resist. I, however, dwell in a realm of fortune unbeknownst to me, as Lu Yun is a compatriot and a close associate, sparing me the concerns that plague foreign academic titans like Gregory. Su Aimin contemplated this with a sense of awe, soon feeling invigorated. Globally, these academic luminaries are a scarce resource, unlike NPCs that can be replenished in a short span. If Lu Yun were to recruit them, the Western biological community would not only falter but be significantly weakened. Meanwhile, in Huaxia, with Lu Yun at the helm and an abundance of exceptional talent, the country would undoubtedly surpass the West, leading with unwavering dominance. Of course, this hinges on Lu Yun's desire for these academic leaders and his ability to safeguard proprietary technology. The latter is particularly crucial. However, to his knowledge, Lu Yun excels in maintaining technological confidentiality. That commercial spy named Lu Zhilong, under Lu Yun's guidance, participated in the entirety of the cloned kidney animal experiments without acquiring any core technology. To this day, the kidney cloning technology remains firmly in Lu Yun's grasp. Pondering this, academician Su Aimin inquired, Lu Yun, if you were to enlist these individuals in your company, would you be confident in ensuring the security of the core technology? Lu Yun, with a smile, responded, throughout the process of developing the kidney cloning technology, I contemplated the issue of technological confidentiality. Consequently, I later applied only for non-core patents, retaining control over the most critical technologies, namely the gene restrictor and collagen variant protein. The same applies to gene modification technology, which is destined for commercialization and will inevitably expose many company employees to it. Thus, I have also taken measures to ensure confidentiality. Each of the 3 modules of the L gene carrier is equipped with a leak-proof mechanism. For instance, the viral shell protein gene can be divided into a fundamental framework and customizable plugins. The fundamental framework includes only the essential infection capability, which is the most critical function. Yet employees lack the authority to view or modify it. Regarding the customized plugins, the decision on which cells the viral capsid protein genes can infect, be it skin cells or myocardial cells, is paramount. These customized plugins are encrypted with an epigenetic lock, and employees must apply for access permissions to obtain the decryption methods, allowing for only limited modifications. Should an employee attempt to bypass their permissions and resort to brute force, a self-destruct mechanism is triggered, resulting in the obliteration of the viral capsid protein genes. The electric eel discharge module has been rendered entirely opaque. Employees possess only the authority to use this module without knowledge of its internal mechanisms. Any attempt at brute force would similarly activate the self-destruct mechanism, leading to the module's destruction. The self-destruct mechanism. Lu Yun casually introduced his technical confidentiality measures, not intending to conceal anything. For he could not manage every detail alone. Inevitably, he would hand over the L gene vector to employees for operation, and they would eventually become aware of these matters. Moreover, he held confidence that, at the very least, for the next decade, no one would be able to decipher his technical confidentiality system. As for what lies beyond the decade, there is no need to wait so long. He has been continually evolving and technology is in constant advancement, which means his confidentiality measures will also undergo perpetual upgrades. In summary, the longer the time elapses, the more formidable his technology will become. Academician Su Aimin and Academician Wang Jiangwo listened with increasing astonishment. They had personally participated in the technical evaluation of the L gene vector yet were unaware of the stringent confidentiality measures surrounding it. Though this was partly due to their testing only a portion of the L gene vector's functionalities, it nevertheless highlighted the considerable technological gap between them and Lu Yun. A chasm greater than the Pacific Ocean. What an extraordinary intellect he possesses. Academician Su Aimin mused, before continuing, since you can ensure that your core technology remains undisclosed. I suggest you recruit these individuals. They can provide significant assistance to your company. After all, your energy is limited, and it is impossible for you to oversee every detail personally. Moreover, compared to your ordinary employees, the risk of these academic elites becoming spies is considerably lower, as they have already achieved great success, and there is little left in this world that can tempt them. Furthermore, the investigations conducted by national security agencies can further mitigate the risk of their espionage. Lu Yun nodded in agreement, stating, since the company is destined to hire employees, it is undoubtedly preferable for their capabilities to be as robust as possible. If these academic luminaries are indeed willing to join my company, it would significantly alleviate my burdens, allowing me to delegate many time-consuming and labor-intensive tasks to them. Of course, before their employment, it is essential to conduct thorough investigations by the National Security Department. Chapter 61. With technology in hand, I conquer the world. As Lu Yun and academician Su Aimin engaged in conversation, they swiftly arrived at the multifunctional conference hall. This venue had been meticulously secured, allowing only invited academic luminaries to approach. Even these distinguished figures had undergone thorough security checks. Lu Yun has arrived. Upon his entrance, Gregory, Scott, and other academic elites, who had been mingling in small groups, immediately ceased their discussions. As Lu Yun ascended the podium, they all stood in unison, applauding fervently. It was only when Lu Yun raised his hand to signal that they took their seats. Thank you, Lu Yun said, a smile gracing his face. I am profoundly honored by the recognition from all of you esteemed seniors, as your contributions have greatly aided me on my academic journey. This was no mere formality. During my studies in biology, I perused a plethora of academic works and papers, with at least half attributed to your esteemed selves. Hearing this, Gregory and his peers could not help but smile. The fact that Lu Yun, now standing at the pinnacle of genetic technology, acknowledged having learned from them was indeed a tremendous honor. The reality that Lu Yun, after only a few months of study, had surpassed them, developing renal cloning technology followed swiftly by genetic modification techniques, was not a source of shame. After all, geniuses like Lu Yun are not subject to ordinary measures. It is only natural for them to eclipse their predecessors. Transitioning to the matter at hand, Lu Yun addressed the audience. If any of you have inquiries, please feel free to voice them. Let us begin with Mr. Gregory. Surprised that Lu Yun knew his name, Gregory rose with an expression of delight and stated, Lu Yun. Many, including myself, are currently more eager to know not about academic matters, but rather the possibility of joining your company and participating in the project of human genetic evolution. As he spoke, Scott, Bruce, and others nodded in agreement. Indeed, this is my primary concern. Should I be unable to partake in this project? It would be a regret I carry for life. I feel the same way. Lu Yun had anticipated that such discussions would only arise at the conclusion of the academic exchange, yet here they were, broaching the topic at the onset, revealing their palpable eagerness. This realization brought Lu Yun a sense of inexplicable satisfaction. These were titans of academia, whose specialized texts and papers he had once studied. The current situation felt akin to former mentors now seeking to join his ranks. Unable to suppress a smile, he nodded, if you're willing. You may come to my company for an interview. Provided you pass the onboarding investigation, you may join the Human Genetic Evolution Project. However, I must inform you, my technology adheres to stringent confidentiality protocols. Thus, Lu Yun succinctly outlined the confidential mechanisms surrounding the L-gene vector technology. Gregory, Scott, and others experienced a shock akin to that felt by academicians Su Aimin and Wang Jiangwell. They came to understand a crucial reality upon joining Lu Yun's company. Although they could partake in the Human Gene Evolution Project, their research would be confined, relegating them to mere tools assisting Lu Yun in realizing human genetic evolution. The true core technology remained firmly in Lu Yun's hands. How could it be that we, esteemed figures in the academic realm, are to become mere instruments? This is intolerable. I cannot accept such conditions, Gregory declared without hesitation. Intolerable? It must be endured. The evolution of human genes is his lifelong pursuit. Prior to Lu Yun's emergence, he saw no glimmer of hope. Now, not only does he perceive the dawn of opportunity, but he also has the chance to partake in it. What harm is there in being a tool? Moreover, this is a strategic-level technology capable of reshaping the global landscape and influencing the future of humanity. If Lu Yun did not implement stringent technical confidentiality measures, that would be abnormal. I can accept this as well, Professor Scott nodded resolutely. So can I. So can I. Among the academic elites present, at least half expressed their willingness to accept, while the remainder showed signs of internal conflict and struggle. Witnessing this scene, academicians Su Aimin and Wang Jiangwell, who had entered alongside Lu Yun, could hardly suppress their smiles. Over the past few decades, top scholars from Huaxia have flooded into the Eagle Nation. Yet now, the leading figures in the Western biological community are flocking towards Huaxia. Is this not a true reflection of the ebb and flow of fortune over the past 30 years? In the multifunctional conference hall, more than half of the foremost scholars from the Western biological world were ensnared by Huaxia's web. Simultaneously, the citizens of the Eagle Nation began to sense the impact of Lu Yun's technology conference. Damn, today has been utterly dreadful. At Stanford University, in a student dormitory, Eric glanced at the stock app on his phone, his fury causing him to raise a fist and smash the keyboard on his desk. Eric, have you lost your mind? His roommate, who was in the shower, rushed out in a panic upon hearing the loud crash, fearing something had happened to Eric. Upon seeing the shattered keyboard, he looked bewildered. My apologies, I was overwhelmed by anger, Eric replied with a smirk. Today has truly been abysmal. I watched Lu Yun's technology conference, initially excited, only to hear that he would consider whether to export in accordance with national strategies. Given the current relations between our Eagle Nation and the Eastern superpower, there's no way exports will be granted to us. I was furious. Genetic evolution should belong to all humanity. Why should I be excluded? After a while, someone on Twitter mentioned that Lu Yun would appear in a Douyin live stream, urging netizens to persuade him. I participated in this initiative, and our arguments were rational and substantiated, yet Lu Yun not only ignored us but also found our remarks amusing, labeling them as double standards. I was infuriated to the point of almost exploding, eager to continue my argument with Lu Yun. However, just as I sent my second comment, I received a notification from Douyin stating that my comment violated regulations and was only visible to myself. After being reprimanded, I was barred from posting further comments. This is utterly intolerable. The more I pondered, the angrier I became. After more than an hour, I finally calmed down, only to casually open my stock trading app and discover that all my heavily invested stocks had plummeted. Pfizer down by 7, Roche down by 9, and Google down by 5. My roommate contemplated and advised, I believe it would be prudent for you to liquidate your stocks as swiftly as possible. I too watched Lu Yun's technology conference, where he publicly showcased his commanding dominance in the field of genetic technology and announced plans to advance the gene therapy revolution and rejuvenation technology. Once these technologies are realized, the core businesses of pharmaceutical giants like Pfizer and Roche will face catastrophic repercussions, prompting widespread panic selling. Eric inquired, what does this have to do with Google's stock price? Google belongs to the tech sector. My roommate replied, because when Caesar, the chimpanzee, demonstrated his electromagnetic control abilities, and when Lu Yun unveiled the Human Genetic Evolution Roadmap, while considering whether to export it in alignment with national strategies, the world came to believe that human genetic evolution is bound to succeed, and this technology will be firmly held by Eastern powers. Only by cultivating good relations with these Eastern nations will one have a chance to qualify for genetic evolution. In this context, the global outlook on our American future has drastically shifted. leading to a decline in the stock prices of tech companies like Google. After all, the future of any major company is deeply intertwined with the fate of its nation. At this point, my roommate added, if you doubt my words, you can look up the latest actions of the super rich and politicians online. They are undoubtedly casting their votes with tangible actions. Upon hearing this, Eric hastily grabbed his phone and opened Douyin, only to find a series of shocking revelations before he even began to search. The Speaker of the House, Carl, suggested an immediate reduction of tariffs on Eastern powers, as this had severely disrupted the public's consumption. Super investor, the Oracle of Omaha, Buffett, had arrived at the airport, ready to board a private jet bound for the East, expressing his intent for massive investments in the region. Musk tweeted that he was heading to the East, eagerly hoping to meet Lu Yun. BlackRock announced its plan to relocate its investment center to the East. Eric's anger and despair intensified as he read on. These despicable figures were indeed no good. Just days ago, politicians were making threats against the Eastern powers, and now they were throwing flattering glances. The wealthy were no different, using the profits extracted from us to barter for their own rejuvenation and genetic evolution. This is a blatant betrayal of our national interests. Controlled by a cadre of self-serving elites, does our nation still hold any hope? Damn it. One must not afford any opportunity to compromise national interests, otherwise, I assure you, my actions will outpace yours. Meanwhile, a critical meeting has commenced at the White House, where discussions are underway regarding how to respond to the ramifications of Lu Yun. Prominent figures from both the political and scientific realms have convened. On the large screen, the impact of Lu Yun's press conference on the world is being showcased. Firstly, titans like Bart and Musk have swiftly applied for international flight routes to the Eastern superpower, expressing their intent to invest heavily there. Secondly, House Speaker Carl, having previously stated during an interview that tariffs on the Eastern superpower should be increased, suddenly reversed his stance following Lu Yun's technological unveiling, now advocating for an immediate reduction of tariffs to restore them to previous normal levels. This treacherous Carl is remarkably swift in his maneuvers. Observing this news, the legislators could not help but internally scoff. Chapter 62, The Arrival of Super Wealthy Individuals and My Intent to Donate Freely. Despite their grumbling, the legislators were neither astonished nor did they resort to vitriol. They were acutely aware that they, too, could not resist the allure of rejuvenation and genetic evolution. It was likely that, in the future, they would emulate their mentor, Carl, by publicly expressing goodwill towards the Eastern power. Thus, they feigned ignorance and continued to observe the latest intelligence displayed on the grand screen. The stock market was affected. Companies within the pharmaceutical sector, such as Pfizer and Roche, experienced a steep decline in share prices, with Roche plummeting by 9%. The technology sector, pivotal in the market, also faced repercussions, with Google dropping by 5% and Nvidia by 7%. We demand genetic evolution surged to the top of Twitter and various social media platforms, where netizens urged for a parade and demonstration in full view of the American populace. In Great Britain and 26 other nations, a delegation from political and business circles was dispatched to the Eastern power to discuss cooperation in trade and human genetic evolution. At this juncture, the legislators grasped the gravity of the situation. In summary, the outlook was grim. Even the core ally, Great Britain, and the staunch subordinate, the island nation, were eager to forge amicable relations with the Eastern power. Should the need arise, they would not hesitate to stab the American interest in the back, smirking as they declared, "You guessed right, it was I who betrayed you." Within the United States, a faction of super-rich individuals and politicians had already begun to express their admiration for the Eastern power through tangible actions. If necessary, they too would not shy away from taking a decisive action against American interests. In their worldview, they considered themselves global citizens. Viewing the United States merely as a platform for profit, the national interests of their homeland paled in comparison to their pursuits of rejuvenation and genetic evolution. At this moment, who in the world did not seek ties with the Eastern power? A member of Congress sighed inwardly and turned to CIA Director Paul. "Paul, the CIA must take action. If we do not find a way to secure the genetic modification technology, or to invite Lu Yun over, we shall lose this war of national fortunes." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. If Lu Yun were to invent other cutting-edge technologies, even controllable nuclear fusion, the United States would have ample strategies to counter the Eastern power. Yet, it was precisely the allure of rejuvenation and genetic evolution that no one could resist. Ordinary citizens, super wealthy individuals, And even politicians alike were reluctant to jeopardize their relationship with the Eastern power, risking exclusion from the opportunities of rejuvenation and genetic evolution. Therefore, the most prudent course of action was to invite Lu Yun to their shores. Once that was accomplished, unity within the American sphere could be achieved, and their position as the world's leader would remain unshakable. How could they possibly persuade Lu Yun to come? War was not an option, and not a single person present would consent to such a notion. Hence, they could only rely on the formidable capabilities of the CIA. Director Paul of the CIA felt an overwhelming weight of pressure. Rising from his seat, he expressed his helplessness. Lu Yun has already secured the highest level of protection, along with his company. Even if our CIA agents were all akin to 007 and Ethan Hunt, we could only promise to exert our utmost efforts, without guaranteeing success. We should consider alternative strategies. Upon hearing Paul's words, the group felt a sense of despair. If the CIA was powerless and Lu Yun had explicitly rebuffed the overtures of the Americans, what other means could compel Lu Yun to cooperate? However, if a solution could not be found, the Americans would undoubtedly risk losing their position as the world's superpower, which would severely undermine their interests. While they yearned for rejuvenation and genetic evolution, given the choice, they would certainly prefer to achieve both. In the midst of these troubled American politicians, in Hong City, General Manager Li Peiqiang of Hongshou Technology had just returned to the office when the receptionist, wearing glasses, hurriedly informed him, "Mr. Li, we received numerous calls just now from people wishing to donate substantial funds to our company for the research on rejuvenation technology. The American stock magnate Bart has pledged $1 billion, and Musk has offered $800 million, while Brother Ma from Penguin Group has committed to donating 500 million renminbi. In total, including the amounts promised by others, we have $3 billion. Their only stipulation is that once the rejuvenation technology is successful, they wish to be among the first beneficiaries. If our company agrees, the funds can be transferred immediately. Furthermore, they have promised to continue donating based on the progress of the research. The sooner the technology succeeds, the more they will contribute." At this point, the receptionist touched her head, somewhat embarrassed, and added, "The only issue is that I cannot verify the identities of these individuals. I can't be certain if it is indeed the American stock magnate Bart, Brother Ma from Penguin Group, or if someone is merely playing a prank." Li Peiqiang chuckled at her words. "Rest assured, there is a 90% chance these calls are genuine. The global elite are utterly captivated by the rejuvenation and genetic evolution proposed by Mr. Lu. My phone has been inundated with calls from domestic tycoons. One super-rich individual from Hong Kong told me he is over 90 years old and uncertain how much longer he has to live. If he dies, he cannot take a single penny with him. Therefore, he hopes Mr. Lu can expedite the research on rejuvenation technology. He is ready to donate $3 billion now. And if the technology succeeds before his passing, he will contribute an additional $10 billion. Does this mean that the calls I received earlier were also genuine? Our company could potentially receive hundreds of billions, even over $1 trillion RMB in donations?" The receptionist couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. "My goodness, this is simply outrageous. They are willing to invest such vast sums just to hasten the research on rejuvenation technology." At that moment, the phone rang. The bespectacled young woman promptly answered the call. After listening for a moment, she excitedly relayed to Li Peiqiang, "Mr. Li, this call is from a prince of the Camel Kingdom in the Middle East. He wishes to make a substantial donation. Perhaps it would be best if you took this call." Li Peiqiang smiled and nodded, taking over the phone. "Hello. I am Li Peiqiang, the general manager of Hongshou Technology. Regarding the donation, it would be preferable for you to come in person for a face-to-face discussion." "What? You have already arranged for an international private jet to depart in 2 hours, flying directly to Hongqing? And you wish to meet Mr. Lu immediately? I apologize, but I cannot guarantee that Mr. Lu will meet with you. I can only convey your request to him. To be frank, there are currently many who wish to see him." 2 minutes later, Li Peiqiang hung up the phone, unable to suppress a grin that even Barrett could not contain. "I initially thought we would have to wait until the cloned kidneys were launched into the market for our company to take off. It seems, however, that we are already soaring. If Mr. Lu gives the nod and assures these super-rich individuals, our company could easily secure a revenue of hundreds of billions in soft currency." At this point, he glanced at the hesitant young woman, smiling as he said, "I know what you're thinking. Rest assured, I will apply to Mr. Lu today for a salary increase for all employees, at least a 20 raise. Previously, I refrained from discussing this with Mr. Lu because the company had no revenue. Now, however, with hundreds of billions in soft currency, and it being a generous donation, our company will no longer face financial constraints. I trust that Mr. Lu will be delighted to learn of this, as it would not only allow us to settle our bank loans but also elevate him to the status of a billionaire. Upon hearing this, the bespectacled young woman couldn't help but take a deep breath, her eyes sparkling. Indeed, Mr. Lu is soon to become a billionaire. My goodness. His aura will increase yet again, amplifying his allure to women across the globe. Meanwhile, at the Hongqing Investment Promotion Bureau, Zhang Suya, after hanging up the phone, dashed to the director's office, exclaiming with excitement, "Director Zhou, I have fantastic news. Our office's phone has been inundated with calls. Super rich individuals from Eagle Sauce, such as Bart, Musk, and the Rockefeller family, have all reached out, expressing their desire to invest heavily in our Hongqing. Each person's investment will not be less than $500 million. They also suggested that the Hongqing government persuade Mr. Lu to expedite the rejuvenation technology research project, while simultaneously implementing a policy. For instance, if an investment reaches $100 million, the investor would be entitled to a spot in the rejuvenation technology program. The larger the investment, the more spots available. They further mentioned that if the Hongqing government finds this policy unsatisfactory, as long as they can ensure their status as early beneficiaries of the rejuvenation technology, they would increase their investments. Hearing this, Director Zhou chuckled and remarked, I suspect that these super-rich individuals have already reached out to Lu Yun's company. Now, they wish to leverage the official support of our Hong City to secure an additional layer of assurance, ensuring they can swiftly partake in the rejuvenation technology. It seems they are nearly frantic. However, they may have overestimated our investment bureau or underestimated Lu Yun. We possess no capability to exert influence over him. I fear we might not even gain entry into his company, where the security personnel are akin to imperial guards. Zhang Xia quickly interjected. But these tycoons are here for Lu Yun. If we fail to meet their demands, won't their investment plans in Hong City be rendered null and void? Director Zhou responded confidently. Rest assured, even if these super-rich individuals do not come, other discerning investors will continually flock to Hong City. Lu Yun has already demonstrated his profound affection for our city through his actions, notably by rejecting prestigious institutions like Qingbei in favor of Hong City University. He intends to develop here long-term. His Hongshou technology will soon evolve into a colossal enterprise monopolizing human genetic evolution, with annual revenues starting at $1 trillion. And at its peak, likely surpassing 10 trillion. This single company alone could propel Hong City's economy to unprecedented heights. Moreover, talent from across the globe in the field of genetic technology will flock here, creating a clustering effect. Consequently, companies aspiring to make their mark in this domain will inevitably relocate to Hong City, establishing it as the global capital of genetic technology and further elevating our economy. Thus, investing in Hong City now is unequivocally a surefire success. The world's affluent are astute individuals who will undoubtedly recognize this. So there is no need to worry about a lack of investment. In summary, as long as we in Hong City provide exemplary service to Lu Yun and ensure his continued development here, our ascent will be unstoppable. My goodness! Upon hearing this, Zhang Suya could not help but gasp in astonishment. First, it was Hong City University that soared due to Lu Yun. Now, the entire Hong City is set to rise because of him. The magnitude of Lu Yun's influence is truly staggering. He has not even had to take direct action. Merely choosing to remain in Hong City and serve as a professor at the university has altered the destinies of millions. Chapter 63, The Future of the World. Within Lu Yun's thoughts at this moment, numerous individuals with keen instincts, akin to Director Zhou, have discerned the shifting trends of the world. Among them is the broadcaster Su Shana, who hastily concluded his lunch and commenced his live stream. Shortly thereafter, his loyal fans began to trickle into the streaming room. Host, you are truly relentless. You just finished a broadcast 20 minutes ago, and now you're live again. I understand the reason. This morning, Li Manny's live stream was so popular that it siphoned off the traffic from Douyin. The host likely did not earn a dime. Probably not even enough to cover the round-trip fare, hence the urge to continue broadcasting to accumulate funds. Haha, that makes sense. However, the host is not exactly a beauty. It won't be easy to persuade us to part with our money. Of course, if you could emulate Li Manny and invite Lu Yun as a guest, then I shall retract my statement. Sushana glanced at the barrage of comments and chuckled, Gentlemen, during this broadcast, I will reveal a path to effortless wealth. I want to keep you in suspense. Let me be direct. Housing prices in Hong City are poised for a substantial increase. If you act now, in 2 to 3 years, you will find yourself with at least 100,000 in profit, perhaps even doubling your investment. As soon as he finished speaking, the streaming room erupted in uproar. Encouraging people to buy property, utterly unscrupulous. Goodness, what era are we in? Still advising people to purchase homes, particularly in Hong City? It must be either foolishness or malevolence. The viewers in this stream are no fools. How could they heed your advice? You should come clean. Have you received under-the-table payments from real estate developers? Host. If you do not clarify this matter, your reputation will be irreparably damaged. Even with the backing of Lu Yun's fervent supporters, it will be difficult to sustain your career. The comments were rife with skepticism and mockery. Nevertheless, Su Shanha remained unperturbed, a smile lingering on his face. Gentlemen, allow me to present some news reports. The super-wealthy from Eagle Sauce, stock market guru Bart, has just arrived at the airport, en route to Hong City. Tesla's CEO Musk has tweeted his imminent journey to Hong City. 27 countries, including Great Britain and the island nation, have decided to dispatch delegations from political and business sectors to visit our nation, with Hong City as their first destination. It is no exaggeration to say that, at this very moment, the luminaries of the world are casting their gaze upon Hong City. Their intentions unmistakable. They wish to see Lu Yun realize the rebirth and genetic evolution swiftly, thereby allowing them to reap the benefits. These titans cannot resist the allure of rebirth and genetic evolution. Can ordinary individuals like us? Certainly not, and I suspect my fellow viewers feel the same. This will inevitably lead to a singular outcome. With products related to rebirth and genetic evolution, Lu Yun's Hangshuo technology will rapidly evolve into a colossal enterprise. A monopoly of cutting-edge technology that previously existed solely in the realm of cinema. Not only will it become the wealthiest company in the world, but in terms of power and influence, it will be extraordinarily formidable, rivaling the Weyland-Yutani Corporation from Alien and the Umbrella Corporation from Resident Evil. I wish to clarify that I am referring to power and influence, not suggesting that Lu Yun's Hangshuo technology will become a villain. I am indeed a devoted fan of Lu Yun, and I would never speak ill of him. Ultimately, my friends, a company like this, which monopolizes the path of human genetic evolution, holds the capacity to impact not only a nation but also the global economy and landscape. As the stronghold of this company, the economy of Hong City is poised for remarkable growth. It would be difficult for property prices not to soar. Upon hearing Su Shanha's words, the viewers in the live stream could not help but draw comparisons between Lu Yun's Hangshuo technology and Umbrella Corporation and Verlin Tongyi Company, subsequently gasping in astonishment. They were shocked to discover that, with Lu Yun at the helm, Hangshuo Technology's hard power is far more formidable than that of the Umbrella Corporation or the early days of Verlin Tongyi. Goodness! Not only has the concept of genetic evolution from science fiction films materialized into reality, but it seems that the colossal enterprises capable of shaking the world and potentially destroying it have also emerged from the realm of fiction into our world. Although currently in its embryonic stage, once it matures, its hard power and influence may surpass that of the Umbrella Corporation. Whether this company ultimately benefits the world or becomes a villain akin to the Umbrella Corporation and Verlin Tongyi rests solely on Lu Yun's discretion. The critical point is that there are no means to counterbalance Lu Yun globally, nor does anyone dare to challenge him. If, by chance, Lu Yun were to become displeased and withdraw, the dream of human genetic evolution that everyone aspires to would vanish, at least for this era. Contemplating this, the viewers felt a shiver run down their spines. However, when they reflected on Lu Yun's deeds, being a top student at Hong City No. 2 High School, willingly risking imprisonment to contact organ black market intermediaries to save his father, publicly announcing that the domestic price for cloned kidneys would not exceed 100,000 yuan under the premise of monopolizing technology, and repeatedly uplifting his former friendly Manny while maintaining contact with classmates from his senior year, they felt a sense of relief. From these actions, it is evident that Lu Yun is a filial, kind-hearted individual who understands gratitude and values loyalty, someone who will only benefit the entire world. Well, it seems Lu Yun is primarily inclined to benefit Huaxia, as he openly stated in Li Manny's live stream that his technology would prioritize serving his compatriots and align with national strategies. Host, I was initially startled by your words, but now I feel reassured. Under Lu Yun's guidance, Hangshuo Technology will only serve to benefit us, at least for now. Upon thorough analysis, with Lu Yun at the helm, Hangshuo Technology can monopolize human genetic evolution technology, and our nation will tacitly endorse such actions. Therefore, Hangshuo Technology is indeed destined to evolve into a colossal enterprise that could influence the global landscape. As the stronghold of Hangshuo Technology, the economy of Hong City is bound to soar. Presently, purchasing property in Hong City, provided one avoids poor locations, is likely to yield substantial profits. I am merely an ordinary individual. As long as Lu Yun does not bring about the destruction of the world, the scale of his company bears no relevance to me. My sole desire pertains to products related to human genetic evolution, with prices that remain within my means. Tomorrow, I shall set forth to Hongqing to purchase 2 residences, eagerly awaiting their appreciation in value. Should property prices rise by 10, I shall reward the streamer with 10 gifts on Douyin. To my astonishment, I had always assumed that streamers merely sought to capitalize on trends, yet this one exhibits a keen economic acumen. I am grateful for the recommendation and will discuss this with my family today. Ha ha ha, as a local of Hongqing, possessing 2 properties already places me in a position to await their value increase. By the way, I am also a sophomore at Hongqing University, having accomplished nothing. Yet the institution is poised for success. My life is truly delightful. I must express my gratitude to Lu Yun, who has directly propelled me forward. This is a real-life manifestation of the adage that when one ascends, even their dogs soar. Observing the lively barrage of comments, Su Shanha chuckled, "Brothers, if you wish to seize this lucrative opportunity, you must act swiftly, though I shall refrain from further discussion on this topic to avoid having the live stream shut down. Next, I will guide my companions to the vicinity of the multifunctional conference hall at the International Convention and Exhibition Center, where Lu Yun revealed during his morning broadcast that he intends to host an academic symposium. Attendees will comprise esteemed scholars. I suspect significant news may unfold there, as both the affluent and ordinary individuals like ourselves cannot resist the allure of human genetic evolution. Those academic elites are likely to share this sentiment and may even wish to personally partake in this endeavor, for it represents a temptation destined for the annals of history. Chapter 64. The Cloning of Lu Yun? I have a question. During the press conference, when Caesar the chimpanzee performed, its arms were entirely enveloped in a bluish-green electric current for an extended period. This suggests that the electric energy stored within its body is abundant, far surpassing that of an electric eel. How is this achieved? At the International Exhibition Center of Hong City, in the multifunctional conference hall, Lu Yun had just answered a question when another esteemed academic inquired, "Mr. Bruce, this is related to the scales on Caesar's arms. You must have noticed that Caesar's arms are covered in scales, which are electromagnetic scales composed entirely of electric cells. These electric cells utilize a series-connected multi-unit stack structure and have undergone multi-level H-bridge topological optimization." Lu Yun candidly shared his conceptualization, revealing that there was nothing to conceal, as this structural design was rooted in physics, rather than genetic technology. Furthermore, even if he disclosed it, no one would be able to replicate it. Nobel laureate Bruce suddenly understood, his mind ablaze with astonishment. Lu Yun's technology was astonishingly advanced. In genetically modifying Caesar, not only could he transform the skin cells of Caesar's arms into electric cells, but he could also enable these electric cells to self-organize into electromagnetic scales while strictly adhering to a specific physical structure. Such cellular precision was comparable to that of a lithography machine. Other academic elites were equally astounded. Merely conducting genetic editing to arrange cells in a designated structure was a notion that transcended their wildest imaginations. The difficulty was surely on par with transforming the skin cells of a chimpanzee into electric cells. Time flowed slowly, and 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. After addressing the final inquiry from an academic, Lu Yun rose, a smile gracing his face. That concludes today's academic exchange. Applause erupted as everyone stood to honor Lu Yun, grateful for the profound insights they had gained. For those wishing to join the Human Gene Evolution Project, you may come directly to my company starting today, and I will ensure arrangements are made. Farewell. Lu Yun waved and made his way toward the exit. Attention! Mr. Lu is about to exit. He is returning to the company. Chen Jing hurried to Lu Yun's side, promptly relaying this information to others via her tactical earpiece. In the next moment, the entire security system sprang into action. Outside the multifunctional conference hall, every Imperial Guard heightened their vigilance, closely monitoring those in proximity. On the rooftops of nearby buildings, snipers assumed combat readiness, scanning for any suspicious individuals within their line of sight. The police also began to act, imposing traffic control and security measures along the route from the International Exhibition Center to Hangzhou Technology. Brothers, the Imperial Guards at the entrance have moved. This means Lu Yun may be coming out. At the entrance of the multifunctional conference hall, Su Shanha had been live streaming for over 2 hours. Although he had yet to capture a glimpse of Lu Yun, The presence of the obviously elite Imperial Guards captivated the audience, and the number of viewers steadily surpassed 1 million. However, Su Shanha was acutely aware that the audience's true desire was to see Lu Yun. Thus, when he noticed the Imperial Guards beginning to move, he could not suppress his excitement. The viewers shared his anticipation. A minute later, Lu Yun made his appearance, quickly encircled by the Imperial Guards who escorted him forward, soon vanishing from sight. "Follow him. We want to see Lu Yun," exclaimed one viewer. "Streamer, don't go after him. If you're misunderstood, the consequences could be dire." It was astounding that some urged the streamer to pursue. Did they think Lu Yun was a celebrity? He was currently the highest-ranking individual in national security. If the streamer recklessly chased after him, he could very well be taken away for questioning by the authorities. Reading these comments, Su Shanha wiped away an imaginary bead of sweat from his forehead and chuckled. This brother speaks the truth. Lu Yun is akin to a glittering gold mine. The entire world is aware that with Lu Yun in hand, one possesses everything. He is undoubtedly the target of attention, and should an opportunity arise, spies from various nations, mercenaries under the command of super-rich individuals, and fugitives from around the globe would act without hesitation. Therefore, the level of security arranged by the state for him is certainly high. If you happen to see Lu Yun nearby in the future, do not recklessly rush towards him. It is extremely dangerous. Upon hearing Su Shanha's words, the livestream's comments erupted with fervor. "Oh my!" Thinking it over, Lu Yun's situation is indeed perilous, akin to that of Tang Sung. The allure of profit is enticing. Controlling Lu Yun would effortlessly elevate one to the status of the world's wealthiest individual. Few can resist such temptation. Yet, what they did not know was that just an hour earlier, many had anonymously posted bounties on the dark web, offering any price for the kidnapping of Lu Yun. Bids reaching up to hundreds of billions of dollars were not uncommon. I also encountered a bizarre bounty, a reward of 1 million for providing Lu Yun's somatic cells, perhaps in hopes of cloning a prodigy akin to him. Clone Lu Yun? Goodness, that is utterly insane. The state must ensure Lu Yun's protection at all costs. We cannot afford for him to encounter any mishap. I am eagerly awaiting my own rejuvenation. At that moment, the academic elites emerged from the multifunctional conference hall, gathering in small clusters, their faces aglow with excitement. Gentlemen, do you recall what I said when I first started the stream? I believe these academic luminaries may also find the allure of human genetic evolution irresistible and would wish to participate in this project personally. Now is the time to validate my hypothesis. I shall interview a few of these distinguished scholars. With that, Su Shanha swiftly approached, positioning himself before 3 individuals. And in fluent English, he inquired, "Hello, I'm a streamer. May I interview you?" The blond man at the forefront nodded and said, "Of course." The other 2 also nodded in agreement. Su Shanha quickly expressed his gratitude and then turned to the blond man, asking, "Could you introduce your identity to the viewers in the live stream?" The blond man replied, "I am Gregory, the editor-in-chief of Nature magazine." Su Shanha promptly translated this information, causing an uproar in the live stream. Wow, this is a big shot. Nature magazine, along with Science and Cell, is regarded as one of the 3 premier scientific journals. Publishing a paper in any of these journals qualifies one for a position as an associate professor at a university. This esteemed individual is the editor-in-chief of Nature, undeniably a luminary in the academic realm. During my graduate studies, my advisor had a paper published in Nature, and he couldn't stop smiling. Guys, I just searched online, and he really is the editor-in-chief of Nature, and he holds another title as a Fellow of the Royal Society. Su Shanha then asked, "Mr. Gregory, as a scientist well-versed in genetic technology, how appealing is the Human Gene Evolution Project to you? Have you considered personally joining this project?" Gregory stated, "In fact, I have already discussed this matter with Lu Yun. If all goes well, I will soon be joining Lu Yun's company and participating in the Human Gene Evolution Project. Furthermore, at least half of the attendees at this academic exchange have made the same choice as I have. We all do not wish to miss this opportunity to realize our dreams." Su Shanha translated this once more, and the viewers in the live stream could hardly contain their astonishment. This is the editor-in-chief of Nature magazine, a Fellow of the Royal Society, undoubtedly a national treasure of British science. The prospect of leaving his homeland to join Lu Yun's company sounds exhilarating. Over the past few decades, we have often heard of domestic geniuses and top scholars moving to countries like the United States for development, and now the tide has turned, with a world-renowned academic luminary coming in the opposite direction. Not just one, but this esteemed Gregory claimed that at least half of the attendees made the same choice as him. My goodness, if this is true, It would send shockwaves across the globe, especially in the home countries of those academic giants preparing to join Lu Yun's company. It would undoubtedly cause a stir. The host truly possesses remarkable insight, as he suggested that these academic luminaries might find it impossible to resist the allure of leaving a legacy and would opt to join Lu Yun's company. And he was spot on. Once this news spreads, the British netizens will undoubtedly be infuriated. A feeling akin to what we experience when we hear about top domestic academicians heading to the United States for research. Britain is a staunch ally of the United States, and they have often vexed us over the years. The more upset they are, the happier I become, haha. Su Shanha felt a sense of secret delight, though he did not voice it. Instead, he inquired of the other two, "Gentlemen, are you also planning to join Lu Yun's company?" Indeed. They both nodded and introduced their identities. Among them, one is the Nobel laureate Bruce, and the other is Professor Scott from Stanford University. The live stream erupted with excitement. My goodness, a Nobel Prize winner. This is a top-tier figure, and he actually wishes to join Lu Yun's company. If my memory serves me correctly, Professor Scott once posted a video on Douyin, attempting to recruit Lu Yun as a student in the United States. Indeed, it is him. I never expected he would now seek to follow Lu Yun. What a remarkable twist of fate. This is truly a significant event. The prospect of so many esteemed scholars coming to work in our homeland is unprecedented, and it will undoubtedly leave many astounded, while others may be infuriated. The scene unfolding in Zuanshan's live stream soon created a sensation on Douyin. Viewers couldn't help but smile at the irony. Having previously witnessed the exodus of domestic geniuses to the West, only to now see a reversal of fortunes with foreign academic elites coming to our shores. In Hongqing, within a hotel room, Zhang Jie stumbled upon this video and clicked it out of curiosity, only to be taken aback. Wait, isn't that my advisor, Professor Scott? Zhang Jie was bewildered. He still had 2 years left before completing his Ph.D. Was his advisor abandoning him? However, he quickly recalled that he had just contacted the biology department at Hongqing University, expressing his intention to withdraw from Stanford and transfer to pursue his doctorate there. The synchrony between his mentor and himself was quite amusing, and Zhang Jie couldn't help but chuckle. Chapter 65. Lu Yun's Blacklist after sharing a laugh. Zhang Jie casually uploaded the video to his Yongdo account, where it quickly caught the attention of Stanford University alumni who followed him. Soon, the campus was abuzz with excitement, and within moments, hundreds of Twitter groups were engaged in fervent discussions about the matter. Professor Scott from our institution is resigning to join Lu Yun's company and partake in the Human Gene Evolution Project. Professor Scott? He is an esteemed pillar of our biology department, and his departure would significantly weaken our institution. Gregory, the editor-in-chief of Nature, and Nobel laureate Bruce are also set to join Lu Yun's company, with reports indicating that at least half of the attendees at the upcoming academic conference have made the same choice. The allure of the Human Gene Evolution Project is simply too compelling to resist. I, too, would find it difficult to decline such an opportunity. The ramifications of this situation are dire. We are already lagging in the field of genetic technology. And now even the top-tier experts are abandoning ship to align with Lu Yun. The technological gap between us and Lu Yun will only widen. People are naturally drawn to ascendancy. Previously, we were the front-runners in genetic technology, attracting the brightest minds from the East. Now, Lu Yun stands atop the pinnacle of genetic innovation, outpacing the world by decades. Those who still harbor scientific aspirations will inevitably gravitate towards Lu Yun. This is an inescapable reality. Does this imply that the fate of our nation in the ongoing contest with the Eastern powers is destined for defeat? It is highly probable that we will lose. The allure of Lu Yun's Human Gene Evolution Project is too potent, capturing global anticipation for his success, compelling nations, including ours, to forge strong ties with the Eastern powers. Have you not seen the news? The titans at the apex of our society are scrambling to curry favor with Lu Yun in the East. In a student dormitory, Eric had just painfully liquidated his stocks in Pfizer, Roche, and Google. He clicked on a Twitter group comprised entirely of Stanford students, initially intending to engage with familiar alumni and vent his frustrations. However, he was nearly driven to the brink of explosion. Professor Scott was indeed joining Lu Yun's company, a nationalist who harbors animosity towards our nation. This is treachery. Politicians betray national interests, super wealthy individuals forsake their country. And now, even academic giants are selling out. Damn it, this country is beyond saving. In a fit of rage, Eric smashed his phone onto the ground. Bang! The screen shattered. In the next moment, he donned a mask of anguish. Damn it, I just bought the iPhone 16. Meanwhile, in Eagle Land, the White House, CIA Director Paul Day received a report through the Bluetooth earpiece in his right ear. Upon concluding the briefing, he announced significant news. A major event had transpired in the academic realm. 53 esteemed scholars from our nation had attended a conference hosted by Lu Yun, and now at least half had canceled their return flights. It appeared they were resolutely determined to join Lu Yun's enterprise. Their treachery would undoubtedly inflict severe damage upon our nation's standing in the field of genetic technology. Upon hearing this, a bald-headed senator promptly declared, "We must implement a policy that prohibits leading figures in the field of genetic technology from leaving the country to prevent such occurrences from happening again." A chorus of agreement followed. For the sake of our nation's interests, such measures must be employed. What? You say we are also betraying our own national interests while forbidding academic figures from following suit, thereby exhibiting blatant double standards? Apologies, but indeed, it is a double standard. After all, power lies in our hands, does it not? In less than 3 minutes, the resolution to bar top scholars in genetic technology from departing the country was passed. The senators continued to deliberate on strategies to counter Lu Yun. Confidence is paramount. The bald-headed senator asserted, "The world has lost faith in us," leading to a decline in the stock market. Should this trend continue, the status of the US dollar as the world's currency will face severe challenges, which we cannot allow to occur. Therefore, we must find ways to restore global confidence in us. I believe we need to flex our muscles and make the world aware that although the technology of human genetic evolution is in the hands of Eastern powers, we, as the United States, remain the foremost military power globally. The combined strength of nations outside the top 3 does not even match ours. Hearing this, the senators were invigorated. Might is indeed a compelling argument. When we present our formidable power, who among the other 2 superpowers would dare to oppose us? Who in the world would lack faith in us? Moreover, we can generate publicity. Beyond genetic technology, there are numerous innovations capable of transforming the world, particularly controlled nuclear fusion, artificial intelligence, and nanorobotics. After years of promotion, these 3 technologies have become deeply ingrained in public consciousness. Many believe that the successful realization of any one of them would usher in monumental changes across the globe. Thus, we must amplify our research investments in these 3 technologies, mobilizing our powerful propaganda machinery, NGOs, and scholars for public education. A media blitz, coupled with the occasional fabrication of sensational news, will convince the world that breakthroughs are imminent. Once achieved, we will soar. Success itself is of secondary importance. What matters is that the promotional campaign yields results, allowing us to alter the current landscape. While Eastern powers possess advancements in human genetic evolution, we have controlled nuclear fusion, artificial intelligence, or nanorobotics. It's a level playing field. After all, human genetic evolution has yet to be realized. Once again, the senators were inspired. Generating hype? That is our forte. We can turn fiction into fact, instilling unwavering belief in the common populace. Moreover, the bald-headed legislator spoke truthfully. What the Eagle Nation desperately requires now is confidence. By revitalizing global faith in the Eagle Nation, the stock market will rebound, for stock prices are not merely reflections of value but embodiments of trust. Subsequently, the status of the U.S. dollar as a world currency will also stabilize. Very well, let us proceed with this course of action. At the very least, it will alleviate our immediate concerns. Thus, yet another proposal was passed. I have another scheme. The bald-headed legislator continued. We can sow discord between Lu Yun and the Eastern power, pursuing 2 divergent paths. The first path involves employing the internal traders we previously courted within the Eastern power. The second path is to engage the International Development Department to manufacture public opinion. For instance, we could forge a research report from the Chinese Academy of Sciences claiming that Lu Yun's genetic technology harbors uncontrollable mutation risks. But we must ensure that the public remains unaware of this to avoid controversy. Additionally, we could fabricate a surveillance video wherein Lu Yun is caught conversing with himself, expressing his belief that the world is imperfect and that he wishes to initiate an apocalyptic plan akin to that depicted in the film Resident Evil, utilizing his command over genetic technology to restart the world. Furthermore, we could create a news piece in which an anonymous insider alleges that Lu Yun concealed an experimental accident. In essence, our goal is to incite panic and division, fostering doubt and fear among the populace of the Eastern power regarding Lu Yun. The success of this plan is irrelevant. After all, the costs are minimal. If it fails, we merely waste a bit of funding and some expendable pawns we have purchased. However, should it succeed in alienating Lu Yun from his compatriots, instilling a sense of aversion, we will have the opportunity to win him over. The legislators were once again illuminated by this idea. The plan was indeed promising. As the bald-headed legislator suggested, although the probability of success is low, so too are the costs. If successful, the returns would be substantial. Under the inspiration of the bald-headed legislator's insights, others began to contribute their ideas as well. Soon, a comprehensive strategy to address Lu Yun and the global repercussions of his actions was devised. 1. Reduce tariffs on products from the Eastern power, restoring them to last year's normal levels to ease tensions. Note: execute immediately. 2. Deploy elite spies to steal genetic modification technology. If we could also abduct Lu Yun, that would be even better. Simultaneously, initiate the Discord plan through internal traitors and media manipulation to sever Lu Yun's ties with the Eastern power. 3. Increase military expenditure. Conduct military drills and display our might. 4. Establish a research fund to enhance investment in genetic technology, controllable nuclear fusion, artificial intelligence, and nanorobotics, while launching a propaganda campaign to persuade the world that the Eagle Nation is on the brink of revolutionary breakthroughs in controllable nuclear fusion, artificial intelligence, and nanorobotics. Let us restore global confidence in the Eagle Nation. Note: genetic technology shall not be included in the propaganda efforts, as no one would believe it. After all, the academic elites have fled. How can breakthroughs be achieved? Moreover, the success of these three technologies is secondary. The crucial factor lies in convincing the world that success is imminent, and once it is achieved, the Eagle Nation will soar. Once this proposal was unveiled, the legislators emerged from the White House, feeling as though the sun had grown even more radiant. For regardless of the outcome, they had conveyed their goodwill through the reduction of tariffs, demonstrating restraint in their dealings with the Eastern power. They believed that once the technologies of rejuvenation and genetic evolution were realized, they would not find themselves blacklisted by that nation. Meanwhile, under the protection of police escorts, Lu Yun's armored vehicle arrived safely at Hangzhou Technology. As the doors swung open, Lu Yun stepped into the office building. At that moment, Chen Jing finally exhaled in relief. The stringent security measures here rendered the probability of any threat to Lu Yun's safety nearly non-existent. President Lu, you have finally returned. At that instant, Li Peiqiang, the general manager of Hangzhou Technology, hurriedly approached Lu Yun, his excitement palpable. I have significant news to report. Numerous ultra-wealthy individuals have proactively contacted our company, expressing their desire to donate funds for the research of rejuvenation technology. These affluent patrons include Bart from the United States, Musk, the domestic magnate, and a prince from the Middle Eastern kingdom. Each of them possesses substantial wealth. I have conducted a preliminary assessment, and if we agree to their demands, to expedite the research on rejuvenation technology and allow them to be among the first beneficiaries, we could secure 75.3 billion yuan immediately. Moreover, this is merely the initial round of donations. They are likely to contribute further in the future. Lu Yun contemplated for a moment before responding. Let us not agree to their terms just yet. Not agree? Li Peiqiang paused, doubting his own hearing. Lu Yun continued. 75.3 billion is indeed a considerable sum. But as I have stated before, my technology must align with national strategy. We cannot compromise my commitments simply because these wealthy individuals are willing to throw money at us. Take the list of these affluent individuals to Yang Jixin and have him relay this to the relevant government departments, filtering out those who qualify for the benefits of human genetic evolution. If memory serves, there are many domestic tycoons who have betrayed the nation and sold out its interests. Such individuals are unworthy of utilizing my rejuvenation technology. While technology can be priced, national dignity and ethical boundaries cannot be compromised. Therefore, there are certain funds we shall refuse. Understood, Li Peiqiang nodded firmly, realizing he needed to re-evaluate his perception of Lu Yun. Chapter 66. A lesson to others at Hangzhou Technology. In the first-floor lobby, Yang Jixin, after hearing about the matter from Li Peiqiang, promptly responded, I understand. Please send me the list of wealthy individuals. I will complete the screening process by the end of today and will inform you of the results immediately, ensuring there are no delays in the development of Hangzhou Technology. Understood, Li Peiqiang nodded and left with a sense of reassurance. He was well aware of Yang Jixin's stature and influence, although he seemed to live a leisurely life now. Spending his days reading or sipping tea, prior to his association with Lu Yun, Yang Jixin had served as the deputy director in a government department, where provincial leaders treated him with utmost respect. His current role was even more significant. He possessed the authority to mobilize national resources for any matters related to Lu Yun. Before long, Yang Jixin received the list and promptly reported it to his superiors. He dared not exhibit any negligence in matters concerning Lu Yun, not only due to the implications for his own future, but also because he understood the weight of Lu Yun's position and influence. Any initiative Lu Yun pursued was unlikely to encounter any obstacles. Ding dong. 2 hours later, Yang Jixin's phone rang. Upon checking, he discovered a document sent by his superior. Opening it, he was greeted by a marked list of wealthy individuals. There were minimal changes, with only a few names crossed out. The most conspicuous was that of the richest man from Hong Kong Island. Ah, so it is him. How fitting. Yang Jixin scoffed. This tycoon had chosen the wrong side and incited public outrage, aligning perfectly with Lu Yun's assertion that those who betray and sell out their country's interests are unworthy of utilizing his rejuvenation technology. It was only natural that he would serve as an example to others. He swiftly forwarded the list to Li Peiqiang. Meanwhile, on Hong Kong Island, a Rolls-Royce was en route to Pengcheng. Inside, the elderly tycoon, now over 90 years of age, stared intently at a tablet before him, his gnarled fingers gliding across the screen. A video began to play. In the video, Lu Yun spoke eloquently. The second step of human genetic evolution, the technology of rejuvenation. It is well known that as one ages, metabolic functions weaken, the immune system deteriorates, and cellular regeneration diminishes. This is the essence of rejuvenation, transforming an elderly individual into one with the vitality of youth. The elderly tycoon had watched this video countless times, growing increasingly exhilarated and hopeful with each viewing. Only someone of his advanced years could truly grasp the terrifying reality of aging. Witnessing his body decay and inching closer to death, the despair was indescribable, especially for someone like him who held sway over countless lives. And Lu Yun's rejuvenation technology offered him the chance to live anew. How could he not be excited? How could he not anticipate this? Suddenly, his phone rang. The elderly tycoon picked it up and glanced at the caller ID, Li Peiqiang from Hangzhou Technology. In that moment, he was increasingly agitated and quickly connected the call. However, the voice that emanated from the phone left him dumbfounded. Mr. Li, I apologize, but our company cannot accept your donation, nor will we be able to serve you in the future. Why? Because our boss has stated that we do not accept money from certain individuals, including those who betray their country and compromise national interests. After saying this, Li Peiqiang abruptly hung up. The sound of beeping resonated from the phone of the richest man in Hong Kong. How could this happen? I've already stated that I can donate 3 billion now, and if the rejuvenation technology succeeds before my demise, I can contribute another 10 billion. That totals 13 billion. How can I not secure a spot with such an offer? Lu Yun, you are a businessman. Why would you refuse to earn such wealth? He found it hard to believe. Moments later, he slumped back in his seat, gazing at the roof of the car, his withered fingers tapping on the door. Lost in thought. After a long while, he finally spoke softly, Xiao Zhang, we are not going to Pengcheng. Return home. Yes, replied the driver, Xiao Zhang, with trepidation, hardly daring to breathe. His nonagenarian boss had lost the opportunity for rejuvenation, and his mood must have plummeted to an extreme. He hoped he would not become a target for his frustrations. Hangzhou Technology's refusal to serve the richest man of Hong Kong, even turning down a donation that came to their doorstep, quickly circulated through the circles of the affluent due to the machinations of those with ulterior motives. Domestic tycoons were left astonished. This was a staggering 13 billion yuan being offered, no trifling sum, greater than the entire fortunes of many super-rich individuals, and yet Lu Yun declined. It was utterly unbelievable. This was a clear message from the state, a warning to others. Moreover, it was likely driven by Lu Yun, or at the very least, he fully supported it. After all, given Lu Yun's current stature, directly accepting such a sum would not provoke any repercussions from the state. Brother Ma from the Penguin Group discerned the essence of the matter at a glance, feeling somewhat uneasy. Though he was certain he had not betrayed national interests, he could not guarantee that he maintained a favorable image in Lu Yun's eyes. After all, Lu Yun was merely a young man who had just turned 18. And like many of his peers, had likely faced account suspensions from the Penguin Group. This matter requires investigation. Other domestic magnates, upon hearing the news, were similarly shocked and incredulous. They swiftly resolved to exercise caution in any dealings involving national interests, vowing not to repeat the mistakes of the richest man in Hong Kong. In conclusion, while earning money is important, many already possess substantial wealth. Rejuvenation and genetic evolution take precedence. International tycoons were equally taken aback. My fears were not unfounded. The Eastern superpower indeed possesses a blacklist, and once one is on it, they cannot partake in rejuvenation or genetic evolution. Upon learning of this matter, Bart, the stock god of eagle sauce, felt a flicker of relief in his heart. The absence of a notification from Hangzhou Technology signified that he had not been placed on the blacklist, which was indeed a fortuitous circumstance. However, he resolved to exercise caution and prudence in his words and actions henceforth, for should he find himself inscribed on that blacklist, his despair would eclipse even that of the wealthiest tycoon of Hong Kong. With a sigh, he reflected on the well-known adage from the Eastern great nation, "To fall behind is to be beaten." This statement resonated profoundly with him. Currently, eagle sauce lagged in the realm of genetic technology, rendering them vulnerable to exploitation, a most disheartening predicament. It became imperative for him to bolster the technological sector of eagle sauce, particularly in the fields of genetic and nanotechnology, which hold the potential for extending human lifespan, lest they remain subjugated by Lu Yun and the Eastern great nation, even if they were to live for a millennium. Upon hearing this news, Elon Musk, the CEO of Tesla, though somewhat taken aback, felt no apprehension regarding his own potential inclusion on the blacklist. His image in the Eastern great nation was far more favorable, in stark contrast to that of the Hong Kong tycoon. Moreover, having immigrated to eagle sauce later in life, he bore no deep-rooted sentiments towards it, and thus did not share Bart's sense of humiliation at being at the mercy of others. His thoughts were instead occupied with the prospect of Martian colonization. The genetic modification technology pioneered by Lu Yun might enable humanity to fully adapt to the Martian environment, coupled with an extended lifespan. Hence, the ambitious claim he once made about achieving Martian colonization by 2060 might indeed come to fruition, potentially allowing humanity to thrive and establish a new branch of civilization on Mars. This thought sparked a glimmer of excitement in Musk's mind. Simultaneously, this news began to circulate online. Su Shanha, who had already concluded his broadcast, recognized this as a prime opportunity to capitalize on the trending topic and promptly revived his live stream. Within moments, the number of viewers surged past 1,000. "Brothers," Su Shanha exclaimed with enthusiasm, "I am here to share an astonishing scoop. Some of you may already be aware, but remain in the stream, for an exciting event awaits." With this proclamation, the audience's curiosity was piqued. What monumental revelation could elicit such fervor from the host? Earlier this afternoon, I mentioned that countless super-rich individuals from around the globe were converging upon Hongqing. At that time, I only knew they sought Lu Yun's prompt realization of rejuvenation and genetic evolution, unaware of their intentions. Now, the mystery has unraveled. They have come to offer monetary contributions to Lu Yun, ranging from hundreds of millions to over 100 billion. One particularly familiar super-rich individual is none other than the wealthiest man from Hong Kong, who is preparing to donate a staggering total of 13 billion. Upon hearing this figure, thoughts of the homeless women flooded my mind. Even if I were to assist 10 of these unfortunate souls daily, such a sum would last a lifetime. But do you know what has transpired? Lu Yun has refused this money. You heard it right. The wealthiest individual in Hong Kong offered to bestow a gift. Yet Lu Yun declined. He boldly proclaimed, "Technology can be priced, but national dignity and principles cannot." Thus, there are certain individuals whose wealth, those who betray the country and sell its interests, we shall not accept. As soon as he uttered these words, the live stream erupted in fervor. The barrage of comments exploded with excitement. "Lu Yun is magnificent, brilliantly executed. I have long harbored a disdain for the wealthy tycoon of Hong Kong, and Lu Yun has afforded me a moment of catharsis. That man deserves it. He believed he stood upon the side of inevitable victory, thus selling out his homeland. How mistaken he was. Ha ha ha. Although I may not be able to gather enough funds for rejuvenation or genetic evolution, the thought that the illustrious tycoon of Hong Kong, despite his wealth, is unworthy of enjoyment fills me with immense satisfaction. Thus, some actions are truly inadvisable. I perceive that Lu Yun remains the idealistic youth of yore, which is why he unhesitatingly rejected the tycoon's offer of 13 billion. Were I in his position, I would undoubtedly falter. Hence, I admire Lu Yun. He truly deserves the title of my idol. Observing the flurry of comments, Su Shan has silently commended himself, thinking, "Indeed, I am an adept at capitalizing on trends." He then cheerfully suggested, "Brothers, let us deliberate on which other tycoons should be blacklisted and barred from enjoying rejuvenation and genetic evolution. Perhaps our nation and Lu Yun will heed our voices." Upon hearing this, the audience in the live stream became invigorated. They understood that their discussions would yield little practical effect, yet they relished the topic. Unable to refrain from engaging as if imagining themselves transported to ancient times to alter the course of history, well aware of its impossibility, yet unable to resist the allure of such fantasies. Meanwhile, across the ocean, the platforms of Eagle Sauce, Twitter, and Western Douyin were ablaze with activity. Just moments prior, during a press conference at the White House, the spokesperson solemnly announced that starting tomorrow, tariffs on products from the Eastern superpowers would be reduced to 25%, reverting to last year's levels. Upon hearing this news, the immediate reaction of the Eagle Sauce populace was, have we truly submitted? They recognized that to achieve rejuvenation and genetic evolution, it was necessary to ease relations with the Eastern powers, yet this capitulation seemed to come far too swiftly. It was difficult not to feel vulnerable. Exhausted, they thought, let it all end. At Stanford University, within the confines of a student dormitory, Eric stumbled upon this news on his roommate's phone, further solidifying his internal resolve. Eagle Sauce is indeed beyond salvation, and he should not fantasize about being a heroic savior. Instead, he must comprehend the motivations of those in power, aspire to become one of them, and ultimately surpass them. He envisioned leveraging the platform of Eagle Sauce to extract benefits. Should the need arise, he could, like the current influential figures, unhesitatingly betray the interests of Eagle Sauce. I must advance, he declared, clenching his fist as he gazed at the screen displaying the impeccably dressed, self-righteous elite, flames of ambition igniting in his eyes. Chapter 67. Influence. The people of Eagle Sauce have been caught off guard. However, upon the dissemination of this news on Douyin, a wave of exhilaration swept through the crowd. In Sushana's livestream, he was speaking passionately. Brothers, I believe this Pan-Palpa should also be blacklisted, barred from enjoying the benefits of rejuvenation and genetic evolution. What has he done? Perhaps many of you are unaware, so allow me to elaborate. At that moment, a flurry of comments appeared in the chat. Breaking news. Eagle Sauce announces that starting tomorrow, tariffs will be directly reduced to last year's levels. Streamer, you can verify this. I assure you it's true. Breaking news. Sushana felt a stir in his heart, quickly grabbed another phone, and searched for related content. After absorbing the information, he took a moment to gather his emotions before exclaiming with fervor, brothers, the news on the screen is indeed authentic. Starting tomorrow, Eagle Sauce will reduce our tariffs to a mere 25%. Upon hearing this, I am overwhelmed with joy. Not only can the beleaguered foreign trade industry catch a breath, but the incomes of those within the associated supply chain will also rise. Moreover, we have triumphed. Eagle Sauce pressured us to retreat, and we stood firm. They demanded our submission, yet we refused to kneel. As they continued to exert pressure, we gritted our teeth and persevered. Now, Eagle Sauce has bowed down. They no longer adopt an aggressive stance, but rather lower their lofty heads, voluntarily expressing goodwill by restoring tariffs to last year's levels. Brothers, we have won, a resounding victory. And barring any unforeseen circumstances, we shall continue to prevail, for no one in Eagle Sauce can resist the allure of rejuvenation and genetic evolution. Upon hearing Sushana's words, the audience in the live stream momentarily froze, before erupting into ecstatic jubilation. Eagle Sauce has yielded. Just days ago, the once arrogant bald eagle has humbly lowered its proud head. The contrast between their prior arrogance and their current disarray is stark. With this thought, the audience in the live stream became a whirlwind of excitement. The comments flooded in. This is the power of human genetic evolution technology. When Liu Yun publicly unveiled the path of human genetic evolution, it was inevitable that Eagle Sauce would relent. For the titans of politics and commerce cannot resist the tantalizing promise of rejuvenation and genetic evolution. Of course, Liu Yun's presence in our nation is a significant factor. Had he been a citizen of a lesser nation, the forces of Eagle Sauce would have already descended to seize him. The press conference was held in the morning, and Eagle Sauce capitulated by the afternoon. Such swiftness leaves me in awe. Brothers, I believe this marks a historical turning point. Do you agree? Ha. Do you know what I am thinking? I suddenly feel that, in a certain sense, we have already become a great power. In the past, great powers opened doors with cannons and flooded markets with goods, but we wield rejuvenation and genetic evolution instead. No country in the world can resist the allure of this technology. Thus, these nations will open their doors to us. Everyone, brace yourselves, for an abundance of news pertaining to free trade agreements is on the horizon. Consequently, our nation's products will be able to be sold globally without hindrance, including to the United States. Meanwhile, this news has caused quite a stir within the foreign trade sector. In Guangzhou, Mr. Li, the owner of Hung Tai Carton Factory, gazes at the goods in his warehouse and cannot help but sigh. His factory specializes in the production of cartons and foam, with the primary clientele being the lighting industry, which largely exports to the United States, yielding minimal profit margins. With the imposition of tariffs by the United States, clients are unable to secure orders, resulting in the cessation of orders placed with him. And even the goods that have already been produced are being rejected. Currently, his orders have plummeted by 80 compared to before, if he cannot successfully pivot his business model. Bankruptcy looms. He must urgently seek new clients who possess technological advantages and higher profit margins. Only such clients can withstand the impact of tariffs. With this thought in mind, Mr. Lee hurriedly strides towards his office, aware that time is not on his side. He must strive to secure a glimmer of hope for his company, himself, and his family. Should the company fail, employees will face unemployment, and the quality of life for him and his family will significantly decline, potentially even leading to marital strife. The burdens of a middle-aged man's life, he muses bitterly. Just then, his phone rings. Startled, Mr. Lee quickly picks it up, and upon seeing the caller ID, his spirits lift as he promptly answers the call. "Old Lee, I've placed a new order with you. Please complete it as soon as possible. Additionally, send over the goods you have prepared for me today." A look of astonishment crosses Mr. Lee's face as he eagerly inquires, "Mr. Zhou, have you found a capable new client?" "Haha. Hearing you say that tells me you haven't been following the news. Let me inform you. A significant development has occurred. The United States just held a press conference announcing that starting tomorrow, tariffs will be reduced to 25. Upon hearing this, Mr. Lee's astonishment deepens. "I contacted our old clients in the United States immediately after seeing the news, and they all promised to place new orders today. So, I began preparations right away." "Reduced directly to 25? Mr. Lee is incredulous and asks, "What exactly transpired?" "Well, that's a long story. Search for Lu Yun on Douyin. This matter is related to his technology conference." "All right, let's discuss this further later over tea." After hanging up, Mr. Lee remains bewildered. With his factory's orders diminished by 80, he has been so anxious that he cannot sleep, having had no desire to browse the internet. The name Lu Yun rings a bell. He recalls his employees mentioning him as a genius scientist who developed kidney cloning technology. As for the technology conference, he is at a loss. How could such an event lead to a reduction in U.S. tariffs? Thus, he hastily opens Douyin and searches for the keywords. 1 minute. 2 minutes. He spends a full 10 minutes engrossed in his search. Bosley finally unraveled the intricacies of the situation, his eyes wide with astonishment. My heavens! No wonder the eagle's offspring knelt in submission. It was all in pursuit of the rejuvenation and genetic evolution that Lu Yun had devised. Rejuvenation and genetic evolution. Who could possibly resist such a lure? The eagle's offspring could not, nor could other nations. Thus, as long as we firmly grasp the technology of human genetic evolution within our nation, our products will undoubtedly flow unimpeded across the globe. Every country will be compelled to open its doors and engage in free trade with us. The springtime for our foreign trade has returned. Furthermore, it seemed Boss Lee had an epiphany, growing even more exhilarated. His parents and in-laws, having reached an advanced age, had long been a source of concern for him, fearing that one day they might depart from this world without warning. Now, however, once Lu Yun successfully develops the rejuvenation technology, they could once again enjoy robust health. He only hoped the cost would not be exorbitant, allowing his family to afford it. Nevertheless, he earnestly wished for the swift realization of this technology. With this thought in mind, Bosley sought out Lu Yun's Douyin account, clicked to follow, and commented beneath one of Lu Yun's videos. "Hello, Lu Yun. I am the owner of a cardboard factory, and I must first express my gratitude to you. Your efforts have led to a reduction in tariffs from the eagle's offspring, allowing my factory to receive orders and survive. Additionally, I wish you success in your research endeavors. My family eagerly anticipates the realization of the gene therapy revolution and rejuvenation technology you mentioned. Finally, I wish you fortune in adversity and safety in your pursuits." In Hangzhou at Hangzhou Technology, Lu Yun called his parents, then happily chatted with his classmates from the senior class in a WeChat group for a while, before reclining in his office chair to browse Douyin. Having been incessantly occupied with the genetic modification of chimpanzees for 6 consecutive days with hardly a moment's respite, it was now time for him to unwind and savor some enjoyment. Yes, enjoyment entails indulging in gourmet food, sipping fizzy drinks, and scrolling through Douyin. The more sophisticated pleasures he had yet to experience. My Douyin account has amassed over 50 million followers. If memory serves, just 6 days ago it was barely over 7 million. And the comments beneath this video have astonishingly surpassed 100,000. nearly all posted today. Let us peruse the comments. Zhang Xiongfei from the School of Biology at Hongqing University commented, eagerly awaiting Professor Lu's return. I am a salesperson from a foreign trade company, and I was on the verge of being laid off, but now that the Eagle's offspring have announced a reduction in tariffs, my company has rescinded the layoff plan. I came here specifically to thank you. Technology may have a price, but national dignity and principles must not. Lu Yun, your words resonate profoundly. Lu Yun, I have come from the dark web to caution you to be wary of the seductive schemes from both China and America, as there are those who intend to abduct you abroad. Be vigilant not to disclose any DNA samples, for there are individuals intent on creating a clone of you. In the current context of the national fate battle, your appearance is remarkably timely. It can be said that with your singular strength, you have influenced the trajectory of the world. The once arrogant eagle has now bowed down, so there is no doubt you are a formidable force from the heavens. Keep pushing forward to turn this chaotic world upside down and let the Chinese nation stand tall at the pinnacle of the world. Upon reading this comment, Lu Yun pondered for a moment and found it not difficult. He had not intentionally targeted anyone, merely by delving into his own interests. He had compelled the eagle to lower its proud head. He could simply continue his research, and if all goes well, each subsequent achievement would strike a heavy blow against the eagle. If one strike is insufficient, then another shall follow. In essence, as long as he focused on his scientific endeavors, he could keep the eagle gasping for breath, ultimately causing it to tumble from its throne as the world's hegemon. A great person once proclaimed that one should pursue the relentless enemy with the remaining courage and not seek fame by imitating the tyrants of old. By continuing my scientific research, it seems this wisdom may well manifest in the eagle's fate. Lu Yun chuckled softly, reflecting that this situation was indeed quite intriguing. The question remained, however, what should he research next? Chapter 68. From Conquering Cancer to Biological Armor, Artificial Biology, Biological Intelligence, Biological Armor, the Revolution in Gene Therapy, Rejuvenation Technology. The Evolution of Superhumans. Lu Yun realized that the array of research directions available to him was vast, yet without question, his primary interest lay in biological armor. This was not merely due to its captivating allure, but also because of the formidable challenges it presented. However, upon careful reflection, he resolved to temporarily set this project aside. On one hand, the national destiny war had not yet concluded. He wished to leverage his research outcomes to strike a significant blow against the adversary. On the other hand, he had painted a grand vision for the world entitled The Evolutionary Path of Human Genes, Igniting Global Interest. Naturally, he could not abandon this endeavor and must take action. Thus, he pondered whether to pursue the revolution in gene therapy or the technology of rejuvenation. After a moment of contemplation, an epiphany struck him. Although he had not previously researched cancer cells, based on his accumulated knowledge, he understood that cancer cells remain cells, merely altered by genetic mutations that allowed for infinite proliferation. Since they were indeed cells, theoretically, all he needed to do was modify the L gene vector to enable it to invade and eradicate cancer cells. The first step involved altering the viral shell protein gene so that it could locate cancer cells within the patient's body and possess the capability to invade them. The second step entailed replacing the electrogenic module within the L gene vector with an apoptosis-inducing system, endowing it with the ability to eliminate cancer cells. The third step required modifying the suicide switch to ensure that the revised L gene vector would not mistakenly harm normal cells, would not proliferate autonomously, and would evade the patient's immune system. Having considered this, Lu Yun mentally commended himself, marveling at how the L gene vector, initially developed for genetic modification of laboratory mice, could potentially be instrumental in conquering cancer. Truly, he thought, I am remarkable. With a gentle smile, he made his decision. His next research project would be the conquest of cancer. This technology not only promised significant assistance in the national destiny war, but also belonged to the broader narrative of human genetic evolution and was remarkably straightforward. Indeed, it was particularly simple, given his profound familiarity with the L gene vector. Otherwise, he would not have accomplished the genetic modification of Caesar the chimpanzee in merely 5 days. Having resolved this, he planned to commence his study the following day, augmenting his knowledge regarding cancer. As for today, he would continue to enjoy browsing Douyin. Embracing a balance of work and leisure, Lu Yun took a refreshing sip from a large bottle of Coca-Cola. Relishing the moment as he perused the comments posted by viewers beneath his video, it was heartening to see such a multitude of people expressing recognition and concern for him, elevating his spirits and further fueling his motivation for scientific inquiry. Before long, the next day arrived. Hangzhou Technology. Reception area. Mr. Gregory, Mr. Scott, Mr. Bruce. Could you please proceed to the 5th floor conference room? Mr. Liu will meet with you there at 10 o'clock. Mr. Bart, may I kindly request you to proceed to the multifunctional conference room on the 3rd floor? Mr. Liu will be arriving at 9:30. Mr. Ma, I would also appreciate it if you could make your way to the same conference room, under the guidance of the bespectacled young lady. Esteemed scholars and ultra-wealthy individuals from around the globe made their way to their designated destinations in an orderly fashion. Once no one else entered, the young lady couldn't help but pat her chest, overwhelmed by the exhilarating scene. The distinguished scholars and affluent magnates, whom she usually only encountered through the news, greeted her with utmost courtesy, even expressing their gratitude before departing. This undoubtedly marked the pinnacle of her existence thus far. If her close friends were to learn of this, they would surely be envious, their eyes shimmering with admiration. At Hangzhou Technology, on the 3rd floor, in the multifunctional conference room, Li Peiqiang was warmly hosting the super-rich from around the world. Mr. Li, when you come to the Middle East, please do not hesitate to contact me. I would be honored to extend my hospitality, said a prince from a camel country, presenting a pure gold business card. Mr. Li, let us keep in touch, added Xiao Ma from Penguin Group, displaying humility and a beaming smile. This building will soon be inadequate for your company's office needs, correct? If required, I could donate an industrial park to your company. The CEO of Tesla, Musk, also exhibited great enthusiasm, eager to deepen his collaboration with Liu Yun, as it would significantly benefit his Mars colonization plan. If an industrial park could win him Liu Yun's favor, it would be a most advantageous exchange. Hello. Li Peiqiang navigated through over 100 super-rich individuals from around the world, his smile almost frozen in place, yet his heart was brimming with joy. These affluent figures stood at the pinnacle of society. Even a mere sneeze from them could send ripples across the globe. Now, they were all greeting him with warm smiles, perhaps even with a hint of flattery. This excitement surpassed even the thrill he felt during his initial sparring session with his girlfriend, leaving him utterly elated. However, Li Peiqiang was acutely aware that such hospitality from the super-rich was solely directed at his title as general manager of Hangzhou Technology. Should he leave this position, they would undoubtedly regard him with indifference. Thus, he reminded himself to work diligently and with utmost care, aiming to satisfy Liu Yun. For this was the greatest opportunity of his life. As time gradually passed, it soon approached 9:27. Liu Yun entered the conference room, still clad in a modest sports leisure outfit worth mere hundreds, not out of disdain for costly apparel, but rather due to habit and an indifference to trivial matters of attire. In fact, he had never given much thought to it. Many of his garments were simply variations in color, purchased in multiple sets. Following closely behind Liu Yun were Chen Jing and 6 imposing bodyguards, now in a heightened state of alert, prepared for immediate action. Mr. Liu, greetings. I am Bart. Mr. Liu. The super-rich eagerly introduced themselves, their joy genuine. Although this genius scientist could not assist them in amassing wealth, he offered the allure of rejuvenation and genetic evolution, which was far more desirable. Liu Yun responded to each with a smile, embodying humility and courtesy. A full 5 minutes passed before he had greeted everyone, memorizing their information and donation amounts effortlessly, thanks to his remarkable photographic memory. Then, Liu Yun ascended the podium and stated directly, "Ladies and gentlemen, I am truly grateful for your generous donations, which will significantly aid in accelerating the development of Hangzhou technology. In return, I assure you that when the technology for rejuvenation is realized, you will be among the first to benefit. I can even provide a definitive timeline. Within 2 years, the animal trials for the rejuvenation technology will succeed." Liu Yun's tone brimmed with confidence. According to his plan, after conquering cancer, he would initiate research on rejuvenation, fulfilling the ambitious goals he had set while also contributing to the nation's fortunes. How long would these 2 research projects take? In truth, he believed they might require only 6 months to a year, stating 2 years merely allowed him some leeway. Gulps echoed in the room as Bart, the venerable stock market mogul in his 90s, could not help but swallow at Liu Yun's words. 2 years. Merely 2 years until rejuvenation technology could succeed. He could reclaim the vigor of youth and live anew. Indeed, Liu Yun's casual proclamation filled Bart with unwavering belief, partly due to his own desire to trust, and partly due to Liu Yun's astonishing track record, developing cloned kidneys in 3 months, gene modification technology in 1 month, and completing gene editing on chimpanzees in just 5 days. With such precedents, a 2-year timeline for rejuvenation was hardly a mere fantasy. 2 years. The other affluent individuals' eyes sparkled with hope. They could engage the finest medical teams globally, so they could undoubtedly wait for 2 years. Yet, some still felt this timeline was a tad prolonged. A prince from the kingdom of camels interjected, "Mr. Liu, if we were to forego animal trials and directly conduct human experiments, could we expedite the process and achieve rejuvenation technology within 2 years? I am willing to provide all experimental subjects and assume full responsibility for any consequences." At his words, the others nodded in agreement. Indeed, this could entirely eliminate the animal testing phase and hasten the research. As for the legal implications, that posed no issue. They had the means to advocate for legislative changes to legalize the endeavor. Even if such a venture faced challenges in the Eastern superpower, numerous other nations existed worldwide. They were confident that with Liu Yun's consent, they could make it happen. "No, we must first conduct animal trials." Liu Yun spoke without hesitation. Although he always conducted experiments on himself first until he developed mature techniques, followed by animal testing and clinical trials. He was acutely aware that his situation was unique and could not be replicated by others. Therefore, if he were to set a precedent by bypassing animal experiments and directly proceeding with genetic modification on humans, it would be akin to opening Pandora's box, prompting other researchers to follow suit. As a genius at the pinnacle of genetic technology, he was determined to prevent such a scenario from unfolding. Having undergone 12 years of traditional Chinese education, he believed in upholding a moral baseline. Yes, indeed, animal experiments must be conducted. Upon hearing Liu Yun's words, the prince of the Camel Kingdom quickly echoed his sentiment, albeit with a hint of anxiety that he might incur Liu Yun's disdain and find himself blacklisted. The other wealthy individuals also ceased to mention the matter, treating it as if it had never occurred. Liu Yun chose not to dwell on it further. However, he was acutely aware that, in the eyes of these super-rich individuals, particularly those like the Prince of the Camel Kingdom who wielded power, the lives of ordinary people might be regarded as trivial as grass. But so what? As long as it was not the lives of his compatriots and he did not witness it, he felt indifferent. He was not the savior of all humanity, merely an ordinary individual with a slight sense of patriotism. Chapter 69, A Clash of Spies, A Turn of Public Opinion. Liu Yun is ready to act. After Liu Yun made a commitment to complete the animal experiments for the rejuvenation technology within 2 years, he engaged in conversation with several super-rich individuals eager to lavish their gold coins before bidding them farewell. He then proceeded to the 5th-floor conference room for a face-to-face discussion with academic luminaries such as Gregory and Scott. It was essential for him to ascertain their true capabilities and areas of expertise for future employment arrangements. However, this did not imply that Gregory and the other scholars were immediately eligible for employment. They still needed to undergo background checks by the National Security Department. Meanwhile, stock market moguls like Bart and Little Ma, brimming with excitement, departed from Hangzhou Technology in their luxurious vehicles. This scene was not only witnessed by Liu Yun, who was live-streaming, but also by over 10,000 viewers in his live chat. Liu Yun remarked, "Brothers, did you see that? These super-rich individuals are all grinning from ear to ear. Clearly, they have achieved the results they desired, which suggests that the rejuvenation technology may soon become a reality." The audience in the live stream nodded in agreement. These affluent individuals possess their own medical teams and undergo regular health checkups, even if they have cancer. It is typically detected early and manageable, as exemplified by Bart, the stock market wizard. Thus, what truly captivates their interest is the rejuvenation technology. The barrage of comments rapidly refreshed, indicating that Liu Yun had indeed decided to prioritize the research on rejuvenation technology. One could only wonder how many gold coins these affluent individuals had spent. Once this news spreads, the elderly across the globe would undoubtedly be exhilarated, with the only lingering question being the cost of the technology once it succeeds. One could only hope it would not be exorbitant. Otherwise, it would be a financial burden for families like mine. My grandparents are already in their 60s and would surely wish to rejuvenate, while my parents, in their 40s, also yearn for the vitality of their youth. This technology is unlikely to be inexpensive, whether it costs 500,000, 1 million, or 10 million. There will always be those eager to partake. A businessman would undoubtedly ponder, if that is the case, why not sell it at a higher price? Upon reading these comments, Liu Yun had a sudden inspiration for boosting the excitement in the live stream. "Brothers, how about we make a wager? I bet that the price of the rejuvenation technology will not exceed 500,000, as evidenced by Liu Yun's pricing of cloned kidneys, which indicates he is not solely motivated by profit. If I lose, I am willing to accept any punishment, even if it entails live streaming in women-esque clothing. As soon as he finished speaking, the comments erupted. I see you are just looking for an excuse to dress as a woman. I'll take that bet. This is rejuvenation technology we're talking about. How could it possibly be just 500,000? It should be at least 1 million. Such technology must possess scarcity. It cannot be affordable for everyone, compelling ordinary individuals to strive harder for wealth. I believe the matter is contingent upon the circumstances. If the rejuvenation technology can restore one to their youthful state for 2 to 3 decades, then the sum of 500,000 is indeed paltry. However, if its effects are limited to merely 10 years, then 500,000 seems quite reasonable, and a vast majority of the elderly would likely accept it, resigning themselves to work tirelessly during that decade to repay the cost. An idea suddenly struck me. What if Liu Yun were to introduce a rejuvenation loan? Wouldn't that entice elderly individuals from around the globe to opt for pay later, subsequently laboring to repay their debts? In a certain light, could it be said that the elderly worldwide would be working for Liu Yun? As the live stream of Su Shanhe reached a fever pitch, discussions surrounding rejuvenation technology surged onto the trending charts of Douyin, drawing even more participants into the dialogue. While enjoying his lunch, Liu Yun stumbled upon this trending topic on Douyin and couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed rather premature to be deliberating on the pricing of rejuvenation technology at this stage. Nevertheless, it did prompt him to recall the matter of cloned kidneys. At that time, he was an indebted billionaire, owing the bank 500 million. And with cloned kidneys being the sole product of his company, he had set the price at no more than 100,000. However, circumstances had since changed. The super-rich had just unleashed 723 billion gold coins, which would soon be credited, with potential for further additions depending on the situation. He was no longer in need of funds. The price of cloned kidneys could certainly be reduced. Liu Yun's mind raced as he calculated the costs associated with cloned kidneys, the operational expenses of the company, and potential profits. In a short while, a figure emerged, 80,000. The domestic price of each cloned kidney would be set at 80,000, alleviating the burden on patients while ensuring a reasonable profit for the company, allowing it to operate sustainably. Meanwhile, this news reached the International Development Department of Eagle Sauce. The topic held promise, a means to incite the sentiments of the populace in the Eastern Power, steering them into opposition against Liu Yun. A spark ignited in the eyes of a Chinese man named Zhang Jiaduan, the deputy director of the Asian Division of the International Development Department, tasked with infiltrating public opinion in the Eastern Power. He commanded not only a professional army of trolls but also a plethora of NGOs and public intellectuals. Under Zhang Jiaduan's leadership, the International Development Department had previously achieved resounding success, resulting in a chaotic online environment in the Eastern Power. However, internal policy changes within Eagle Sauce had led to a significant reduction in resources for the International Development Department, drastically diminishing its combat effectiveness, leaving Zhang Jiaduan rather disheartened. Yet, the tides had shifted once again. The legislators unanimously resolved that the International Development Department should act, leveraging public opinion to incite panic and division, fostering doubt and fear towards Liu Yun among the populace of the Eastern Power. The resources of the International Development Department were once again ample. Zhang Jiaduan vowed to excel in his endeavors. He ordered the mass production of videos, the content suggesting that an anonymous source had revealed the price of rejuvenation technology to be 2 million. Additionally, he sought to fabricate videos of Liu Yun conversing with Li Peiqiang, the general manager of Hongshou Technology, in which Liu Yun would demand Li Peiqiang to meticulously design a pricing structure that would compel ordinary families to labor for a lifetime to repay their debts after utilizing the rejuvenation technology. In summary, the objective is to incite emotions and stir discontent among the populace of the Eastern superpower towards Liu Yun. You are free to elaborate on the specifics, Zhang Jiaduan instructed. Understood. A Chinese woman nearby nodded and immediately contacted her subordinates, who would follow her directives to utilize AI for mass-producing videos to be disseminated on platforms such as Douyin. Approximately an hour later, at the Douyin Security Center, in the video review department, the head was drenched in cold sweat as he scrutinized the footage on the large screen. Video 1. Liu Yun conversed with Li Peiqiang, the general manager of Hongshou Technology. Liu Yun remarked, "I have seen discussions online about designing a youth restoration loan. I find this idea quite intriguing. Once this technology succeeds, we could offer a portion of users a pay-later installment payment method, allowing them to enjoy the benefits first, only to toil for decades thereafter to repay me, along with interest." Video 2. A video purportedly captured by surveillance showed academician Su Aimin conversing with academician Wang Zhengwo. Suimin stated. I hope the L gene vector will not encounter serious experimental accidents again. Otherwise, we would struggle to shield Lu Yun from scrutiny. Video 3. An anonymous individual wearing a mask disclosed that initially, 10 chimpanzees were utilized by Lu Yun for genetic modification, resulting in the deaths of 4 and 5 failures, with only Caesar's genetic modification experiment succeeding. However, internal complications arose, suggesting that the L gene vector had altered other cells, thus indicating that Lu Yun's genetic modification technology is not safe. Video 4. A middle-aged man expressed his concerns, saying, I had a nightmare yesterday where Lu Yun's genetic technology sparked a biochemical crisis, unleashing zombies worldwide, and despair reigned. Upon waking, I reflected and became increasingly fearful, realizing that if Lu Yun wished to enact such devastation, no one could thwart him. Therefore, I strongly urge the state to closely monitor Lu Yun. Every move he makes must remain within the purview of national oversight. These videos, which seemingly feature Lu Yun and academician Suimin, were fabricated using AI, reaching a level of realism that could easily deceive. The individuals and voices in the videos mirror reality perfectly, and once disseminated, many will undoubtedly believe, inciting panic. Other videos aim to provoke the common people's doubts and fears regarding Lu Yun. Clearly, there are shadowy figures intent on tarnishing Lu Yun's reputation. We must not allow such occurrences on the Douyin platform. Immediately remove these videos and take action to report it, not to the police, but rather to directly contact the National Security Department. Furthermore, from this moment forth, any video involving Lu Yun must undergo prior review and manual verification. The head shouted emphatically. There is no time for complacency. He fully comprehends Lu Yun's current value and status. If Douyin mishandles this public relations crisis against Lu Yun, a significant number of individuals will face dismissal, and he would be the first among them. The Eagle Sauce International Development Department is in action. The CIA has also intervened. Once a participant in a cloned kidney animal experiment, Chen Wei, alongside Lu Zhilong, joined Hongshou Technology. On her way home from work, she fortuitously encountered her high school crush. Zhou Mo remained as vibrant and handsome as ever, his mere words igniting a flutter in her heart. Didn't you go abroad to study? When did you come back? Chen Wei inquired. I couldn't adapt to the environment overseas. I returned half a month ago, he replied. What are your plans now? She asked. I plan to find a job and then seek a girlfriend. Thus, the two conversed for nearly half an hour. After parting ways, Chen Wei felt a sense of unease and dialed the National Security Department's number, which had been provided to all employees, to report the incident. 3 hours later, following an investigation, the National Security Department discovered that Zhou Mo had developed a gambling addiction while studying abroad, accumulating significant debt, which led to his parents' complete disappointment and cessation of financial support. Consequently, he was compelled to return home, where he had been in a state of financial destitution. However, just today, he lost a staggering sum of 100,000 fish baits on a website he frequently visited. It was evident that Zhou Mo was in trouble. That evening, across from Hongshou Technology, a street vendor set up a stir-fried noodle stall. The proprietor was a young man in his 20s. Within just 2 hours of opening, the National Security Department had procured the young man's complete profile, including his banking transactions. Among these was a recent transfer from a stranger, who was subsequently identified as a cryptocurrency dealer. Further inquiries led to the young man's acquaintances, who revealed that he had never engaged in virtual currency trading before. Thus, an unanticipated information and espionage war against Lu Yun quietly erupted. Social media platforms like Douyin braced themselves, while the National Security Department adeptly mitigated the impact, ensuring that the general public remained oblivious to the events transpiring in the world. 5 days swiftly passed. During this interval, the largest military exercise by the Eagle Nation commenced, showcasing an array of advanced weaponry, including aircraft carrier battle groups, 6th-generation fighter jets, drone swarms, and precision-guided missiles, all flaunting their might. Additionally, the Eagle Nation's DARPA announced a revolutionary breakthrough in nanorobotics, bringing commercialization within reach. These nanorobots promised effects akin to genetic evolution, enabling cancer treatment, virus eradication, and lifespan extension, while also significantly aiding genetic research. Tech giants such as Google, Microsoft, and OpenAI declared the establishment of a joint laboratory to propel AI development, expressing confidence in the imminent arrival of strong artificial intelligence, ushering the world into an era dominated by it. Through the Eagle Nation's extensive global propaganda machine, these 3 monumental news stories rapidly disseminated across the globe. Suddenly, A singular voice resonated worldwide. The Eagle Nation had returned. It remained the world's preeminent power, leading militarily and technologically, except in the realm of genetic technology. Thus, the future of the world seemed inextricably linked to the Eagle Nation, the Eastern power. A beacon of promise in the realm of human genetic evolution remains unable to usurp the position of the United States as the preeminent global leader, even in the realm of technology. After all, the successful advent of nanorobots and advanced artificial intelligence could indeed transform the world entirely. The American stock market has begun to show signs of recovery. Aside from pharmaceutical stocks, all other sectors have rebounded. The citizens of the United States have come to realize, perhaps with a sense of relief, that their nation possesses remarkable strength, leading to a resurgence of national pride. Originally inclined to gravitate towards the Eastern power, many nations have retreated, opting instead for limited cooperation solely in the realm of trade. On social media platforms like TikTok, users have felt as though they were doused with cold water, inundated with videos pertaining to the United States, which undeniably showcase its formidable prowess. Moreover, the potential within the realms of nanotechnology and artificial intelligence is strikingly ominous. In any science fiction narrative, these innovations are depicted as world-altering marvels. Currently, there are indications that the United States is on the brink of significant breakthroughs in these two fields, a prospect both thrilling and terrifying. This exemplifies the potency of American propaganda. What is dead can be portrayed as alive, while the majority of individuals in this world lack the capacity for independent judgment. When confronted with questionable matters, a single viewing may induce disbelief, a second may sow doubt, and by the third, belief is often solidified. In recent days, Liu Yun has diligently immersed himself in acquiring knowledge related to cancer. One particular morning, in the office of the chairman at Hangzhou Technology, he mused that he had nearly mastered the theoretical knowledge and was ready to commence experiments. He set down his mouse, stood up, and stretched, preparing to seek out Yang Zhixin to assist in gathering information on cancer patients, as well as to provide various samples of cancer cells. He intended to use these cancer cells as a reference point for his own body experiments, meticulously observing the progression from the inception of cancer to its advanced stages. Indeed, he was resolved to voluntarily become a cancer patient. To others, this might seem the act of a madman, yet for him, it was merely a fundamental exercise. Even if his body were saturated with cancer cells, he believed he could effortlessly revert to a state of health with a mere thought. Chapter 70. Liu Yun. Do not be deceived by their current joviality. They will inevitably weep in due time. Creak. As Liu Yun pushed open the door, he was met by Chen Jing, who had been vigilantly waiting outside. At that moment, Chen Jing held her phone, her lips slightly pursed in apparent annoyance. However, upon hearing the door's opening, she swiftly concealed her device, reverting to her usual stoic demeanor as a cold-faced bodyguard. Observing her reaction, Liu Yun chuckled lightly and remarked, "This is a company with a rigorous security system. Every individual entering has undergone multiple checks. There is no risk to safety, so you might as well relax a bit." As he strolled toward the left staircase, he casually inquired, "By the way, what video were you watching just now that seemed to have upset you?" Chen Jing replied, "In recent days, Douyin has become a chaotic mess, reminiscent of the internet environment from several years ago, rife with sycophantic admiration for foreign nations and disdain for our own. Numerous prominent figures have emerged, asserting from various angles that the United States is currently the world's strongest nation and will remain so for decades to come, unequivocally surpassing our country. Even your advantages in human genetic evolution are likely to be eclipsed by the United States through advancements in nanotechnology. Some have even gone so far as to claim that our nation's lead in genetic evolution technology is merely temporary, warning against excessive ambition, suggesting that we are attempting to extort benefits from other countries through genetic hegemony. While the present may seem agreeable, once the United States achieves breakthroughs in nanotechnology and artificial intelligence, our country will face reckoning for its current actions. Thus, it would be prudent for us to share our advancements in human genetic evolution with the United States to foster goodwill and progress together." As she spoke, Chen Jing furrowed her brow and pulled out her phone to show Liu Yun the video she had just watched. Intrigued, Liu Yun wondered how, in this day and age, anyone could utter such outrageous claims. Yielding to the United States would be an act of sheer folly. Everyone knows that what the United States asserts today can be disregarded tomorrow, its fickleness surpassing that of a mere page turn. However, upon recognizing the individuals featured in the video, his surprise dissipated entirely. The program was a dialogue show, and he was familiar with both participants. One was Zhang Jing, a once celebrated public intellectual and former CCTV host who had basked in glory and adoration until a revealing environmental documentary exposed her as a mere intellectual fraud, leading to her fall from grace. The other was Shi, a prodigious scientist who had defected to the United States, openly declaring, "China nurtured me. But I choose to serve the United States, and no matter what happens, I will not return." The convergence of these two representatives from opposing factions on the same program could only serve to vilify the East. The content of the video further corroborated Lu Yun's suspicions. As a scientist, Shi proclaimed that the United States gathers the world's geniuses, possessing a scientific foundation far surpassing that of the East. And besides the significant breakthroughs already achieved in nanotechnology and artificial intelligence, it is highly probable they will realize controllable nuclear fusion. These three technological advancements possess the potential to transform the world. Upon their breakthrough, the United States would swiftly enter the interstellar age, and its national power would surge, far surpassing the capabilities of the University of Tokyo, which aspires to harness human genetic evolution. Zhang Jing nodded in agreement, suggesting that the University of Tokyo abandon its current policy of extorting the world through human genetic evolution and instead share this technology with the United States to garner goodwill. Only in this manner could they avoid repercussions in the future. In summary, both believe the advantage lay with the United States, and the University of Tokyo should concede. As the video concluded, Chen Jing could not contain her frustration. It was infuriating to witness former compatriots relentlessly disparaging their own nation and undermining its prospects. After watching the video, her anger was palpable. Lu Yun reflected for a moment and remarked that the previously calm atmosphere on Douyin had been disrupted. Following his technology release conference, these naysayers had emerged, including two individuals who had long since relocated abroad, now creating a dialogue program that had garnered considerable attention on Douyin. This was evidently a propaganda initiative orchestrated by the United States, thus unworthy of concern. Regarding these two individuals, Lu Yun smiled gently. Do not be deceived by their current mirth. Once I develop the technologies they crave, such as rejuvenation, and they realize they are on the blacklist, their laughter will swiftly fade. Chen Jing's eyes brightened at this thought. The notion that these individuals she found repugnant would be powerless to witness others enjoying rejuvenation and genetic evolution delighted her. She firmly believed in Lu Yun's ability to fulfill his promises. Will all your research outcomes be personalized? She inquired. The vast majority will be, Lu Yun replied. Take cloned kidneys, for instance. These are cultivated from the patient's own cells, ensuring compatibility and minimizing severe rejection reactions. The upcoming research on cancer gene therapy follows suit. Given that each patient possesses a unique combination of genetic mutations, the treatment must be tailored to the patient's mutation spectrum, including considerations for immune rejection. Ultimately, the cultivated gene vector will only exhibit optimal efficacy when administered to the patient themselves. Any misadministration could lead to dire consequences, thus necessitating personalization. As they continued their conversation, they soon arrived at the first floor. Yang Jixin, as relaxed as ever, sipped his tea. Upon seeing Lu Yun, he promptly set down his cup, rose, and approached Lu Yun with a smile. Director Yang, I have two matters for which I seek your assistance, Lu Yun stated directly. In addition to the tycoon from Hong Kong and other wealthy individuals, the actions of certain others have also become quite distasteful. I wish to add them to the blacklist. Moving forward, I will refuse to provide them with any technology one develop. Moreover, although I can refuse to provide services in my personal capacity, I still hope that the nation will enact policies that are not only justifiable, but also serve to deter malevolent individuals. As he spoke, Lu Yun introduced those he believed should be blacklisted, particularly emphasizing Zhang Jing and Shi Yi, who represent two distinct groups. Yang Jixin paused for a moment in silence. The individuals Lu Yun mentioned for the blacklist constituted a vast and influential cohort. Should the government decide to include them all, it would undoubtedly cause a great uproar. In summary, the resistance would be formidable. I will promptly report this to the leadership, and I am confident that it will not pose significant issues. Yang Jixin stated without hesitation. What if the world is in an uproar? What if the resistance is great? Given Lu Yun's current value and status, such a modest request must be granted. To be frank, he concurred with Lu Yun's assertion. Since those individuals disdain Huaxia, they should not partake in its bounties. Lu Yun continued, on another note, through my studies over the past few days, I have developed a concept for treating cancer and am prepared to formally embark on this research, aiming to resolve this issue promptly before delving into the study of rejuvenation techniques. Therefore, I would like to request your assistance in gathering comprehensive data on cancer patients, including case studies, medical reports, and samples of cancer cells, encompassing all types of cancer, as I intend to develop a universal therapy applicable to all cancer patients. The notion of conquering cancer? Upon hearing this, the typically composed Yang Jixin became animated. This undoubtedly represents a strategic technology of national significance. Chapter 71. Grandpa Lu Yun and the World Currency System, centered on genetic technology. Currently, the globe witnesses an annual influx of 20 million new cancer patients, with nearly 4.8 million emerging from within the nation itself. This affliction spans all demographics, encompassing national dignitaries, ultra-wealthy individuals, and ordinary citizens struggling for survival. Should Lu Yun succeed in conquering cancer, the almost 4.8 million new patients each year could reclaim their health, thereby salvaging not only these families but also significantly diminishing the nation's overall financial burden, which includes treatment costs, loss of income due to illness, and the expenses incurred by family caregivers, amounting to a staggering annual loss of 30 trillion. Furthermore, this groundbreaking technology promises to generate a continuous stream of foreign currency. Given that the number of cancer patients abroad is even more substantial, how much wealth could this generate? It would be sufficient annually to construct 10 aircraft carrier fleets. In summary, for the nation, a technology capable of curing all forms of cancer represents not merely an unparalleled strategic deterrent surpassing nuclear capabilities but also an economic perpetual motion machine, enhancing the happiness and pride of the populace. Lu Yun is now on the verge of mastering this technology. How could he not be exhilarated? As for whether Lu Yun will succeed, truthfully, few harbor doubts, for he has already demonstrated his prowess through the genetic modification of chimpanzees, a feat more challenging than overcoming cancer itself. I will promptly handle this matter. The first batch of cancer patients' data and cancer cell samples will be dispatched today. At this juncture, Yang Jixin seemed to ponder something and inquired, "How long do you estimate it will take to conquer cancer?" Were he addressing other scientists? He would never pose such a question, for overcoming all forms of cancer could take decades without yielding results. However, Lu Yun is different. His research pace is astonishingly rapid, having achieved numerous miracles, such as completing the genetic modification of chimpanzees in just 5 days. Therefore, Yang Jixin surmised that this endeavor would not require an extensive period, perhaps just a few months before animal trials could commence. Lu Yun's response was somewhat conservative, primarily due to the multitude of cancer types, exceeding 100, along with the continuous genetic mutations occurring within cancer cells. While discovering a universal treatment for all cancers is not insurmountable, it undoubtedly demands considerable time. Yet, Yang Jixin believed in Lu Yun's words without reservation, promptly retrieving his phone to relay the two matters Lu Yun mentioned to his superior, articulating every detail precisely as Lu Yun had expressed them. Consequently, the world would be transformed. 10 minutes later, at the Constitutional and Legal Affairs Committee, a department responsible for drafting national legislation, a conference room buzzed with discussions among a dozen esteemed authorities from the legal and biological fields regarding the specifics of the genetic technology law. This legislation had been in the works since Lu Yun's successful genetic modification of laboratory mice, and a rough framework was now taking shape. Suddenly, one of the balding elder's phones vibrated, and upon glancing at the caller ID, he immediately sat up straight, disregarding the ongoing meeting, and answered the call. "Leader." 3 minutes later, the balding elder hung up the phone and stated gravely, "Considering the national strategic significance of genetic technology, we must introduce an additional legal provision in the genetic technology law allowing developers the right to refuse service to individuals or organizations that threaten national interests, social stability, or public ethics." Upon hearing this, the attendees were visibly taken aback. They were all astute individuals, fully aware that this was undoubtedly a special legal provision requested by Lu Yun, as he was currently the sole provider of mature genetic modification technology. With the introduction of this legal clause, Lu Yun would henceforth be justified and legally permitted to refuse service to the wealthiest individuals of Hong Kong, representing the will of the state, leaving no room for doubt. However, upon reflection, they understood that given Lu Yun's current value and status, such a modest request had to be accommodated. In the capital city, within a conference room, a high-level meeting commenced. Lu Yun asserted that he would conquer cancer within a few months, and I firmly believe he can achieve this. Therefore, we must begin preparations. Domestically, we need to adjust in areas such as medical insurance, procurement of medical instruments, and pharmaceutical imports to prevent resource wastage. Internationally, we must also prepare for a significant undertaking, Once Lu Yun's cancer treatment technology succeeds, we will swiftly negotiate with nations globally, binding the renminbi to Lu Yun's genetic technology, making anti-cancer products exclusively available for transactions in renminbi. This will mark the first strike in our endeavor to replace the US dollar. I am in agreement. There are countless cancer patients worldwide who expend vast amounts of wealth on treatments, often facing both financial loss and health deterioration. Thus, should Lu Yun develop a cure for cancer, it will be an undeniable necessity. Aside from the US, other countries are likely to accept our request for transactions in renminbi, as this is merely a currency exchange rather than a price increase. For us, this represents an exceptional opportunity to establish the renminbi as a replacement for the US dollar's status as the world currency. We must seize it firmly. The meeting lasted over 3 hours, and once concluded, every participant was filled with anticipation for the future. Binding cancer treatment to the renminbi was just the beginning. Subsequently, rejuvenation technology would also be linked to the renminbi, with the ultimate goal of establishing a renminbi genetic technology system to supplant the oil US dollar system. Upon success, the renminbi would become the world currency, allowing us to print money like the US and have the world pay for it, resulting in the US relinquishing its position as the global leader. This process will undoubtedly be arduous, and the US may resist fiercely, yet this plan will be executed without hesitation. The outcome is already predetermined. Meanwhile, at the Jiang Province Cancer Hospital, within a patient room, a 9-year-old girl named Xin tearfully expressed, "Mom, I feel so unwell from being sick. I don't want to be ill anymore. When will I get better?" Her mother, gazing at her daughter whose hair had been shaved due to chemotherapy, forced a smile and reassured her, "You will soon recover. And then you can return to school and play with your classmates. By the way, have you prepared the gifts for your friends?" "I've been ready for a long time," Xin replied, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she hurriedly picked up her sketchbook. Pointing at her drawings, she said, "Look, this is Zhang Yuming, this is Chen Zidong, and this is Wang Haoxuan. I drew them so well, they will surely love them." "Mom, when can I go back to school?" "Xin, you are amazing. Your drawings are beautiful. In a few days, I will take you back to school," her mother said, struggling to hold back tears. Deep down, she knew it would be challenging for Xin to return to school. 2 months earlier, Xin had been suffering from a persistent high fever, which led to the devastating diagnosis of acute leukemia, with her platelet count plummeting to a mere 60. The doctors warned that without intervention, she had only months to live. Their family was determined to prevent such a fate, so they immediately arranged for Xin to undergo chemotherapy, which necessitated shaving her head. On that day, the beauty-loving Xin cried for a long time. Yet, she remained remarkably brave, unaware of the severity of her condition or even the meaning of acute leukemia. However, she sensed her parents' worry and thus cooperated with the treatment, even though it meant losing her hair and enduring the painful chemotherapy process. Still, Xin could not return to school, for her health was fragile. Requiring frequent visits to the hospital for checkups and treatments, the hospital had become her second home. How she wished this were all just a dream. Turning her head, her mother wiped away the tears that had involuntarily escaped her eyes. Ms. Zhu, a man in his 40s, a doctor, entered briskly and addressed Xin's mother. "Do you know Dr. Lu Yun? He has begun researching methods to combat cancer and is collecting data from various cancer patients along with cancer cell samples. I have secured a place for Xin in his study. Given Dr. Lu's expertise, I believe he will soon discover a way to heal her. However, I need your consent. Will you agree?" "Yes, I agree," Xin's mother replied eagerly. She had seen information about Dr. Lu on Douyin. He was a genius among geniuses, possessing an extraordinary talent in genetic technology and was one of the world's most promising scientists in the fight against cancer. She had even visited the entrance of Dr. Lu's company, intending to plead for her daughter's life, but was stopped by security. Little did she know that circumstances would take a turn, with Dr. Lu now proactively researching cancer treatments. Xin was truly being given a chance. Overwhelmed with emotion, Xin's mother could no longer contain herself. Tears streamed down her face like a bursting dam. She turned and embraced Xin tightly, choking back her sobs. "Xin, Dr. Lu is an incredibly talented scientist. He will surely find a way to heal you, and soon you will return to school to play with your friends." Upon hearing this, Xin's eyes sparkled with hope. "Really? That would be wonderful. Once I am ready, I wish to attend school every day and play with my classmates. By the way, I also want to express my heartfelt gratitude to Grandpa Lu Yun." Xin's mother gently caressed her daughter's head, and smiled tenderly, saying, "XN. Not all scientists are elderly gentlemen. Lu Yun is quite young, barely an adult, and is the same age as our neighbor's sister who is in her senior year of high school." Chapter 72. We are once again at the mercy of Lu Yun before long. The doctor collected XIN's cancer cell samples and made copies of her medical records and examination reports, along with a document detailing her personal information. These were all delivered to the plaza in front of the inpatient department of Jiang Province Cancer Hospital. The director had gathered the information and cancer cell samples of patients here to personally transport them to Hangzhou Technology. 1 copy, 2 copies, 73 copies. The information of all 73 selected cancer patients from our hospital was complete and ready for submission. The director adjusted his glasses perched on his nose, took the documents, and entered a nearby Mercedes-Benz. He instructed, "Xiao Shou, let us set off. Drive quickly, Lu Yun is waiting for us." With a screech, the tires skidded against the pavement as the Mercedes sped away. Meanwhile, in the plaza, hundreds of cancer patients and their families, including XIN's mother, gazed at the vanishing car, their eyes glistening with a spark of hope. It was a glimmer of hope. It was not until the car completely disappeared from view that they regained their senses. Eagerly, they contacted their families to share this joyous news. XIN's mother also took out her phone and dialed her husband's number. "Darling, what's wrong? Is there not enough money for the payment? Just wait a moment. I'll borrow some from a friend." "No, it's good news I need to share with you. Remember I mentioned a brilliant scientist a few days ago? Someone who has the capability to find a cure for XIN? He has indeed begun researching methods to conquer cancer, collecting extensive data on cancer patients from the hospital. And XIN is one of them. Woo, XIN is saved." As she spoke, XIN's mother could no longer contain her sobs. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, in a restaurant kitchen, a middle-aged man wearing an apron was also overcome with emotion and wept. After hearing about Lu Yun's achievements from his wife, he sought advice from a high school classmate who had become a university professor, inquiring whether Lu Yun possessed the capability to develop a cure for leukemia. His classmate informed him that if the difficulty of gene modification technology for chimpanzees was rated a 10, then the challenge of researching a leukemia cure was merely a 1. Thus, if Lu Yun initiated this project, success was inevitable and would come swiftly. From that moment on, he began to follow Lu Yun's Douyin account, hoping to hear good news soon. He never expected the good news to arrive so swiftly. Just a few days had passed, and Lu Yun had launched the cancer project. With his daughter XIN's information fortuitously selected, XIN was saved. Tears streamed from the corners of this 6-foot-tall man's eyes. He was not sorrowful, but rather elated. Since his daughter XIN was diagnosed with leukemia 2 months ago, this was the first time he had tasted joy. At that moment, an elderly woman with silver hair and a weary expression entered the kitchen. Upon seeing the tears in the middle-aged man's eyes, she was taken aback, and the meat and vegetables she had just purchased fell to the ground. "Son, why are you crying? Don't scare me. Is something wrong with XIN? Mother, XIN is safe. She has been rescued. I am filled with joy." XIN's father hastily explained the situation. Upon hearing this, the elderly grandmother wept profusely, feeling as though the weight of her bones had lightened considerably. 2 months prior, when she learned that her granddaughter, XIN, had been diagnosed with leukemia, she was struck dumb, nearly losing her balance. XIN, whom she had watched grow up, was such a lovely and understanding little girl. How could she endure such suffering? If given a choice, she would gladly transfer XIN's illness to herself, for after all, she was merely an old woman, unlike XIN, whose life was just beginning. In the days that followed, she witnessed XIN lose her hair and observed her son and daughter-in-law worrying over finances. Particularly distressing was the moment when they discussed a treatment called CAR-T cell therapy that could potentially cure XIN, yet it cost a fortune, reaching into the millions. This only deepened her sorrow. After conferring with her husband, they decided to give their retirement funds to their son, and they began to earn money as well. She assisted in her son's restaurant, while her husband took on odd jobs, though their earnings were modest. Even 1,000 yuan could alleviate some of their son's burdens and offer XIN a glimmer of hope. They also contacted an agent to sell their home, but due to its age and a sluggish housing market, it had yet to be sold. Unexpectedly, a turn of events occurred. A brilliant scientist was now researching a method to cure XIN. There was hope for her recovery. Soon, she would be able to frolic as she once did. This fractured family could return to the happiness they once knew. Meanwhile, the news spread across the internet. On Douyin, the related topic surged to the top of the trending list. Su Shanhe was live streaming, discussing recent happenings online. Brothers, I must tell you, the atmosphere on Douyin has been tumultuous lately, with even figures like Zhang Jing emerging from the shadows. Clearly, the Eagle faction has launched a propaganda campaign. And the dog food for NGOs and public intellectuals has increased dramatically. Their desire to see us falter remains relentless suddenly. He noticed a comment in the live chat stating that Lu Yun had decided to tackle cancer, prompting him to swiftly grab another phone to search for related information, only to discover that it was indeed true. Brothers, urgent news. The information in the chat is accurate. Lu Yun has commenced research on conquering cancer, Su Shanhe declared. To be honest, I am somewhat surprised. Just 5 days ago, Lu Yun promised mega-rich individuals like Ma Sike and Xiao Ma that he would complete animal trials for rejuvenation technology within 2 years. I had assumed he had already initiated this project. Little did I expect that his chosen research focus would be on conquering cancer. However, this is monumental news for us. Do you realize how alarming the current cancer incidence rate is? Let me tell you, last year, our country reported 4.8 million new cancer patients, averaging 8 diagnoses every minute. These individuals are among us. They could be teachers, classmates, colleagues, or even family members. The most terrifying aspect is that the vast majority of cancers remain incurable. Even the wealthiest cannot purchase their lives back, often resulting in both financial and emotional devastation. Should Lu Yun succeed in conquering cancer, a collective sigh of relief would resonate across the globe. The barrage of comments in the live stream would explode instantaneously. How wonderful! I no longer have to await my demise. My grandfather is in the early stages of lung cancer and is currently undergoing treatment. Upon hearing this news, my heart swells with joy. Cancer is indeed a dreadful affliction. A colleague of mine, upon receiving a cancer diagnosis, seemed to wither away, his eyes losing their spark, ultimately resigning to return home. Tragically, his wife left him, and he was only 31 years old. It is heartbreaking, yet I believe that upon receiving this news, he will surely find the strength to revive his spirit. My goodness, is it truly the case that so many individuals are afflicted with cancer? It is utterly frightening. My friend, the data speaks for itself. Can there be any doubt? Your limited exposure suggests a lack of attentiveness. Or perhaps you are simply fortunate to know predominantly healthy individuals. I suddenly recalled something. Recently, numerous prominent figures on Douyin have been boasting that the Eagle Nation's nanobot technology has achieved revolutionary breakthroughs and will soon be capable of curing cancer and extending human lifespan. Now that Lu Yun has embarked on the quest to conquer cancer, given his research pace, he may succeed within a few months. I am curious to see if the Eagle Nation's nanobot technology will also achieve success in treating cancer. Surely, you do not genuinely believe the words of public figures like Zhang Jing? To be frank, if nanobot technology truly matures to the level depicted in science fiction films, it would indeed be extraordinarily powerful, capable not only of exterminating cancer cells within the body, but also of patrolling like a physician to eliminate waste, repair damaged cells, and even possess world-altering capabilities. However, with current technology, the creation of such nanobots remains impossible. The videos you have seen are undoubtedly part of the Eagle Nation's propaganda tactics, and the so-called technological breakthroughs are mere illusions. Is that so? I have witnessed numerous experts and professors posting videos claiming that they have contacted acquaintances in the Eagle Nation and confirmed the authenticity of their breakthroughs in nanobot technology. Consequently, viewers in the live stream began to engage in perplexing debates. Some believe that the Eagle Nation's advancements in nanobot technology are genuine, supported by numerous reputable figures and corroborated by official agencies, making it implausible to be false. Others contend that this is undoubtedly a case of false advertising by the Eagle Nation. The direct cause of this phenomenon is the Barnum effect. Individuals only believe what they wish to believe. This is also one of the theoretical foundations for the Eagle Nation's belief that a media offensive can yield results. The news quickly garnered attention upon reaching the Eagle Nation. On platforms such as Yongdo and Twitter, countless citizens of the Eagle Nation participated in discussions. Wasn't Lu Yun supposed to be researching techniques for rejuvenation? Why has he shifted his focus to conquering cancer? Call upon DARPA. Did you not recently announce a revolutionary breakthrough in nanorobotics? Accelerate your research efforts to conquer cancer before Lu Yun does, lest we find ourselves at the mercy of Lu Yun and beholden to the Eastern powers. Indeed, should Lu Yun succeed, they will undoubtedly exploit this technology to extort concessions from us, demanding exorbitant costs in exchange for access to their products. As an insider in the industry, I present a staggering statistic. Our nation faces an annual influx of 2.4 million new cancer patients, with an average treatment cost of 180,000. This translates to an astronomical total of 432 billion spent on cancer treatment nationwide. If Liu Yun triumphs over cancer while our DARPA falters, that fortune will inevitably flow into Liu Yun's coffers. For every cancer patient yearns for health. DARPA, hasten your research. It is imperative to devise a method for curing cancer with nanorobots before Liu Yun does, or we shall be forced into a humiliating compromise, akin to our recent voluntary tariff reductions. Clearly, Liu Yun's image as a genius has been firmly established, and even those among us who harbor discontent towards Liu Yun are filled with confidence in their ability to conquer cancer. Thus, they place their hopes upon DARPA, convinced by recent news that a revolutionary breakthrough in nanotechnology is imminent, with commercialization on the horizon. Meanwhile, pharmaceutical giants such as Pfizer and Roche have received the same news. Yet they possess an awareness distinct from that of the general populace. They understand that DARPA has not achieved any real breakthroughs in nanorobotics. This fabricated success is merely a ruse to stabilize the stock market and maintain the dollar's status as the world's reserve currency. Consequently, when Liu Yun's cancer-fighting product is launched, these pharmaceutical companies, whose primary business revolves around cancer treatments, will face catastrophic consequences. As a result, Roche Pharmaceuticals convened an urgent online meeting, attended by all senior executives and board members. The meeting's agenda: how to salvage the impending bankruptcy of Roche Pharmaceuticals. Chapter 73. The first step in conquering cancer: success. The CEO of the company, John, declared, Liu Yun's genetic technology is at least 2 to 3 decades ahead of the world. Therefore, do not expect much from our researchers. They have obtained numerous technical details of kidney cloning with the aid of spies, yet they are still missing 2 crucial components. One is called the gene limiter, and the other is the collagen variant protein. Their reverse engineering of the kidney cloning technology has stalled, and it has been over a month without any progress. This is a group of incompetents. John continued, the only way to salvage the company is to dispatch spies to steal the technology. Upon hearing this, the others could not help but nod in agreement. They were acutely aware of the formidable challenge posed by stealing Liu Yun's technology. Even the formidable CIA had come up empty-handed. However, they found themselves with no other options. If they did not take action, the pharmaceutical giant Roche, valued at over $100 billion, would face utter ruin. Regardless of the cost, we must acquire Liu Yun's technology, came the consensus. Whether through seduction or bribery of those close to Liu Yun, we can offer $10 billion. No, $50 billion. We could also reach out to mercenaries. There are always some reckless individuals who value money over their lives. As these words were spoken, some faces revealed hesitation. Well, we can contact the mercenaries. But we must make it clear that if they are merely stealing the technology, they can use nuclear weapons if necessary. However, if they intend to kidnap Liu Yun, they must ensure his safety, or else we will cancel the operation. Others chimed in, indeed, Liu Yun must not be harmed. At the very least, he must remain unharmed until he develops the rejuvenation technology. We are all aging, and we are counting on Liu Yun's rejuvenation technology. Those present were all influential figures at the pinnacle of power. Even if Roche Pharmaceuticals went bankrupt, they would suffer significant losses but still retain substantial wealth. Therefore, they absolutely could not allow Liu Yun to come to harm before he developed the rejuvenation technology. In addition to Roche, pharmaceutical giants such as Pfizer and Johnson & Johnson made similar decisions. They understood that Liu Yun had received the highest level of protection from China, and his company was under tight security. However, they felt compelled to make an attempt. Action was the pathway to hope. Meanwhile, at Hangzhou Technologies Laboratory, 100 or more cancer patients' records and cancer cell samples were spread across the table in front of Liu Yun. This was merely a portion. More records and samples from cancer patients would soon arrive. There are so many cancer patients. Liu Yun could not help but feel a profound sense of contemplation. He had been aware of the high incidence of cancer, but had never personally encountered it, so he lacked deep insight. In this moment, the files and cancer cell samples before him brought everything into stark reality. With solemnity, Liu Yun picked up the topmost file and began to read intently. This was the record of a little girl named Xian. Not only does it contain her personal introduction, but also her detailed medical history, physical examination reports, and even photographs, rendering it exceptionally comprehensive. Name: Zhang Xinxin. Age: 9. Acute leukemia. Chemotherapy: Upon perusing this document, Lu Yun instinctively inhaled deeply. A mere 9-year-old girl, yet she is already in the advanced stages of leukemia, having never experienced the beauty of this world. In this moment, he felt an immense weight of pressure and responsibility. Some matters are easier to overlook, but once seen, and upon realizing one's capability to effect change, one is compelled to act. This parallels his decision to align his technological expertise with national strategy. I must accelerate the pace of my research. With a mere thought, Lu Yun commanded the secretion of dopamine, norepinephrine, and other hormones within his body, propelling himself into a state of absolute rationality, unwavering focus, and tireless dedication. Entering a hyper-accelerated research mode. Indeed, he had unlocked a new level of capability. 3 days swiftly elapsed. Inside the laboratory, the apoptosis module was set for its 635th experiment. Lu Yun concentrated, and a cell apoptosis module, composed of artificial gene fragments, proteins, and RNA, was introduced into a lung cancer cell. Subsequently, the BXBK activator engaged, forcibly opening the outer membrane of the lung cancer cell's mitochondria, annihilating the mitochondria, triggering the apoptosis factors, leading to cell apoptosis. The caspase-9 enhancer activated, amplifying the apoptosis signal to ensure the demise of the lung cancer cell. The cell has perished. Haha, I have succeeded. Lu Yun was elated. For the past 3 days, he had been endeavoring to modify the L gene vector, transforming the electric eel discharge module into an apoptosis module, essentially enabling this module to induce cell death. What is apoptosis, you ask? Simply put, it is the mechanism through which cells commit suicide. Each cell, dictated by genetic programming, possesses a self-destruct mechanism. Lu Yun's apoptosis module aims to activate this mechanism. Now, after 635 trials, he finally achieved preliminary success. However, this was merely the beginning. He intended to add a new feature to the apoptosis module. Upon confirming the cancer cell's death, it should secrete calreticulin, signaling the macrophages within the body to come and clear the battlefield. Furthermore, he needed to modify the viral capsid protein gene and the suicide switch of the L gene vector. In summary, there remains a considerable amount of work to be done. Yet none of it appears overly challenging. Suddenly, a knock resounded at the door. Lu Yun exited his hyper-accelerated research mode and approached the laboratory entrance, discovering that the visitor was Li Peiqiang. Mr. Liu, the cloning of your father's kidney, along with those of other Phase 1 clinical trial volunteers, has been completed, and all indicators are satisfactory. We can proceed to arrange kidney transplant surgeries at Peking Union Medical College Hospital, Li Peiqiang announced. Excellent. With a joyful expression, Lu Yun realized that the cloned kidneys had matured overnight, and he was immediately informed of this development. He promptly requested Li Peiqiang to arrange for testing of the cloned organs. Now that the test results were in and all indicators were satisfactory, it signified that they could proceed with the kidney transplant for his father. After waiting so long, this long-awaited day had finally arrived. He swiftly instructed, "Please make arrangements to send the cloned kidneys to the capital today, ensuring that the transplant surgery can take place tomorrow." I have already made the necessary arrangements and have contacted the Peking Union Medical College Hospital, Li Peiqiang replied. There are also some matters that I believe require your immediate attention. Go ahead, Lu Yun nodded. Subsequently, Li Peiqiang reported several significant issues concerning the company. 1. Due to Hongshou Technology's plans for large-scale expansion, there is a need to construct an industrial park. The local government of Hong City has provided multiple free plots for Hongshou Technology to choose from, and this decision requires Lu Yun's approval. 2. To meet future development demands, the company has devised a procurement plan for instruments and equipment amounting to over 10 billion. Given the substantial sum, this matter also necessitates Lu Yun's consent. 3. A number of academic luminaries have successfully passed the National Security Department's review and have begun their tenure. Although Lu Yun was not particularly interested in managing company affairs, his intelligence made it manageable. He quickly selected a location for the new headquarters and resolved the other miscellaneous matters. Turning to Chen Jing, who stood guard at the laboratory entrance for his safety, he said, "Sister Chen, please make the necessary arrangements. I will be heading to the capital this afternoon." Understood. Chen Jing's expression suddenly turned serious. There were too many individuals with ill intentions toward Lu Yun. In just 3 days, dozens of spies had already been apprehended. Thus, she needed to meticulously plan and mobilize various resources before she could confidently allow Lu Yun to travel from the company to the Peking Union Medical College Hospital. Chapter 74. A man refuses to marry his girlfriend, and it surprisingly relates to Lu Yun 3 hours later at Hangzhou Technology. Chen Jing scrutinized the route map on her tablet and dialed the city police department. Director Zhao, have you made the necessary arrangements? A middle-aged man's voice soon responded through her earpiece. From Hangzhou Technology to the airport, we have 2 routes, A and B, both under full traffic control and surveillance. Sufficient personnel have been deployed along the route, all armed. In the event of any incident at any location along the way, nearby personnel can arrive within 1 minute. Nodding in acknowledgement, Chen Jing then contacted the Aviation Bureau. Director Zhou, is your coordination in place? The reply was prompt. The charter flight route has been approved, and the aircraft has completed its checks. It is currently on standby at Hong City International Airport. After hanging up, she reached out to the next unit. Hong City International Airport, the Hong City Guard Brigade, a Special Forces unit, and the Beijing Police Department. 15 minutes later, Chen Jing took a deep breath and pressed her earpiece. Teams 1, 2, and 3, prepare yourselves. Mr. Lu's convoy is set to depart. With that, she swiftly approached Lu Yun's office door and knocked. Mr. Lu, we are ready to depart. Inside the office, Lu Yun acknowledged her with a nod. Finished the stir-fried noodles from his takeout, tossed the container into the trash, and casually wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth with a napkin as he walked out. 5 minutes later, at the square in front of Hangzhou Technology, 6 police cars roared to life, advancing down the already secured route. Lu Yun's convoy closely followed, while 2 armed helicopters circled overhead. Witnessing this scene, the crowd gathered hundreds of meters away buzzed with excitement. Wow, what a grand display. Absolutely. Lu Yun has become a coveted figure among global entrepreneurs. There are likely numerous mercenaries and spies lurking nearby. I checked the dark web recently and saw at least 100 bounties related to Lu Yun. Given such a display, it pales in comparison to Lu Yun's contributions. Just recently, wealthy individuals from around the globe have flocked to invest in our Hong City, propelling our economy forward. This is entirely thanks to Lu Yun. Indeed, my son even called me, saying he plans to resign from his job in Ping City and return to Hong City for development. He mentioned that our city is destined to become an international metropolis, and if he can benefit from this wave of urban development, he'll be set for life. In the crowd, the locals of Hong City wore expressions of exhilaration, for the city they had called home for decades was showing signs of economic takeoff. Even the once ordinary 211-ranked Hong City University was poised to ascend to world-class status. In the near future, Hong City might rival both the capital and the metropolis. Yet, some sighed in resignation. If Lu Yun's outings were always accompanied by such a high level of security, their kidnapping plans would surely fail. Before long, the convoy of Lu Yun and his entourage vanished, and the onlookers dispersed. A portion of them returned to their hotel rooms and immediately convened a meeting. Hey, in my opinion, we should abandon this mission. Lu Yun's security measures are too stringent, and we cannot find any opportunity, one of them remarked. I too am inclined to give up. The Eastern powers regard Lu Yun with utmost importance. Now, the entire Hong City resembles an impenetrable web, with all entrances and exits undergoing rigorous scrutiny. Our firearms cannot be smuggled in. Without weapons, we would be utterly defenseless against Lu Yun's elite guards. Such a venture would be tantamount to courting death. Moreover, the authorities in Hong City are conducting thorough checks on us outsiders. The longer we remain, the greater the suspicion against us. These individuals were mercenaries active in Southeast Asia, boasting a commendable track record and possessing considerable confidence in their abilities. Thus, when approached for the task of kidnapping Lu Yun, they hesitated only briefly before acquiescing, as they led lives on the edge and saw no reason not to take a risk. Furthermore, being of Chinese descent and fluent in Mandarin made them well-suited for infiltrating Hong City to carry out this mission. However, they now sought to withdraw, as hope seemed elusive. What's the rush? The mercenary leader He Ying interjected. We have already received a substantial deposit of $10 million from our employer. Such a sum is sufficient for us to live comfortably for quite some time. I am confident that Lu Yun's security system will eventually reveal vulnerabilities, providing us with an opportunity to act. Therefore, we must exercise patience. As for the weapons, rest assured, I have already contacted a professional team. They will transport the arms across borders via drones, delivering them to Huaxia and subsequently to the vicinity of Hong City, before using drones to bypass the checkpoints at the city's entrances. Meanwhile, Lu Yun was comfortably seated in an armored vehicle, leisurely scrolling through Douyin. Pharmaceutical giants such as Pfizer and Roche were witnessing a relentless decline in their stock prices. A certain man had refused to marry his girlfriend, and astonishingly. This decision was linked to Lu Yun. During an interview, this 27-year-old stated that he initially thought he was of an age suitable for marriage. However, he now believes that in a few years, the technology for rejuvenation may become a reality, allowing him to live beyond 100 years while maintaining the vigor of his youth. He no longer feels the urgency to marry at 27, as it no longer seems like an advanced age. Journalists noted this as a significant phenomenon, with Lu Yun's breakthroughs in cancer treatment and rejuvenation technology. Life expectancy would increase dramatically, potentially altering many societal norms, leading individuals to consider marriage and parenthood in their 50s or 60s. Lu Yun remarked, "Indeed, this poses a pertinent issue. When a person reaches the remarkable age of 100 or even 200, while maintaining robust health and free from the dread of terminal illnesses such as cancer or AIDS, would they still wish to marry in their 20s or 30s? Why not relish a period of carefree indulgence? Moreover, can love for a girlfriend truly endure for over a century?" Influenced by Lu Yun. The property prices in Hong City have seen a significant surge, particularly in the Seasons community where Lu Yun's family resides, witnessing an astonishing increase of 57%. The price hike in neighboring homes has been even more outrageous, with some individuals approaching the owners, offering a staggering $7 million for each property. A tenfold increase compared to the original price, yet the offers were firmly declined. Upon viewing this video, Lu Yun was suddenly reminded of an important matter. The apartment in the Seasons community was too small. With a sizable security team surrounding him, even if they all stood in the living room, it would be completely cramped. Therefore, it seemed prudent to purchase a more spacious standalone villa, especially with his parents returning from the capital, providing them with a suitable place to stay. Of course, such trivial matters did not require his direct involvement. A quick call to Yang Jixin would suffice. Lu Yun promptly dialed Yang Jixin's number, conveyed the matter, and then returned to scrolling through Douyin. Meanwhile, Yang Jixin, not daring to delay for a moment, immediately contacted the Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau of Hong City. If one were to inquire which department possesses the most comprehensive knowledge of the various real estate developments within the city, it would undoubtedly be the Housing Bureau. Upon learning that Lu Yun was in the market for a property, the Bureau's leadership swiftly mobilized a team of elite professionals dedicated to addressing this request. Within an hour, they located a villa that perfectly matched Lu Yun's specifications. Yang Jixin drove to inspect the property and found it to be quite satisfactory, thus securing the deal. As for the subsequent details of signing agreements and making payments, there was no need for him to personally oversee those matters. Meanwhile, Lu Yun had arrived at the Xie Hospital in the capital, where security had been tightened. Armed military police guarded all entrances and exits, and even patients were subjected to rigorous inspections upon entering or leaving. Chapter 75. Cloning Kidneys for Only 80,000. The organ black market comes to an end as dawn broke. The volunteers for the first phase of the kidney cloning clinical trial were prepared, having fasted for 12 hours and abstained from water for 6. This was a precautionary measure to mitigate surgical risks. Under the careful organization of the nursing staff, they reclined on their hospital beds, being gradually escorted into the operating room. Mr. Lu was among them. "Director Li, please ensure the safety of my father during the surgery," Lu Yun implored, watching his father being wheeled away before turning to the president of Xia Hospital beside him. "Rest assured, Mr. Lu, kidney transplantation is a highly established procedure. The surgical team attending to your father consists of industry experts. Every physician, anesthesiologist, and nurse has participated in numerous kidney transplant operations, all boasting a success rate of 100%. I will personally oversee the surgery to ensure everything proceeds flawlessly," the director assured him promptly. "Thank you," Lu Yun nodded. He understood that this was indeed a well-honed procedure, and given the hospital's emphasis on its execution, the likelihood of complications was nearly non-existent. However, since it was his father undergoing the surgery, he could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety. "Mr. Lu, I will now enter the operating room. The surgery will take between 4 to 8 hours. You need not remain here. Feel free to find a place to rest," the director stated before pushing open the door and stepping inside. He was acutely aware of the surgery's significance, should any mishap occur. His position as director would be irrevocably jeopardized, along with any hopes of rejuvenation. After watching the director disappear into the operating room, Lu Yun turned to his mother, Zhou Shui, offering a reassuring smile. "Mother, have faith. The surgery will be a success. When father awakens in the operating room, he will be a healthy man." Zhou Shui nodded, though her right hand clutched the hem of her garment tightly. The waiting period outside the operating room felt torturous. Every second dragged on interminably. Lu Yun took out his phone, attempting to scroll through Douyin to pass the time, but found himself unable to concentrate, as memories of past moments spent with his father flooded his mind. With a long, exasperated exhale, Lu Yun paced back and forth at the entrance of the operating room. This scene was captured by journalists from around the globe who had come to witness the first phase of the kidney cloning clinical trial. Lu Yun pacing outside the operating room, this topic quickly ascended the trending charts on Douyin. Viewers were taken aback. In their minds, Lu Yun had always epitomized genius, calm, composed, and profoundly empathetic, words synonymous with his illustrious persona. Yet now, they witnessed a more vulnerable side of him. Ironically, this display of fragility endeared him further to the audience, revealing that Lu Yun, too, harbored the emotions of an ordinary person. As his father lay in the operating room, he experienced the same anxiety that resonated with the common folk. Moreover, many felt a pang of sympathy for him. Soon after, countless netizens flocked to the comments section beneath the video on Lu Yun's Douyin account, leaving messages of encouragement. Lu Yun, wishing your father a successful surgery and a swift recovery. Lu Yun, I too hail from Hongqing. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for the transformations you have brought to our community. And on behalf of your fellow townsfolk, I offer prayers for your father's well-being. I also wish for a successful surgery on behalf of the people of Sichuan. As a fellow patient suffering from uremia, I share in the fervent hope for your father's successful operation. Aside from your family, it is we, the uremia patients, who hold this wish dearly. Thus, I represent over 1 million uremia patients nationwide in wishing your father a smooth surgery. A minute passes. 2 minutes. An hour. 5 hours. The comments beneath this video have astonishingly surpassed 1.3 million, nearly all filled with blessings that resonate from across the nation. From diverse families united in a singular hope for Lu Yun's father to emerge victorious from his surgery. Suddenly, the operating room door creaks open, and the director strides out briskly. Wiping the sweat from his brow, his face alight with joy as he addresses Lu Yun. Mr. Lu, the surgery went exceedingly well. Your father has awakened and will soon be brought out. You may speak with him briefly, but please do not linger, as he will need to be transferred to the ICU for monitoring to avert any unforeseen complications, given the gravity of the procedure. Thank you, directorly. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. Lu Yun expresses gratefully, his heart uplifted. Oh, it's nothing, the director replies. Yet his beaming smile betrays his delight. With Lu Yun's words, his future appears assuredly bright. What? You say I am too old and will have no need for Lu Yun's help in the future? Nonsense. The technology for rejuvenation is on the horizon, and people may soon live to 150, even 200 years. I am merely in my 50s, and my life has only just begun. Soon. A nurse wheels out the hospital bed. Lu Yun rushes forward, relieved to see his father in good spirits. Next, he and his mother, Zhou Shui's, bid farewell as his father is taken into the ICU. Afterward, they head out for lunch, having skipped breakfast, and by the time they finish, it is already 3 in the afternoon. Feeling fatigued, Lu Yun retreats to the lounge prepared by the director, seeking solace in scrolling through Douyin. Upon glancing at the comments beneath his Douyin video, Lu Yun pauses in surprise. The people of Yun Province wish your father a successful surgery and a swift recovery. On behalf of over 1 million uremia patients nationwide, I wish your father a smooth operation. Lu Yun, keep pushing forward. Moved by these messages, Lu Yun remained silent for a long moment before succumbing to the urge to post a video. Thank you all for your blessings. I am immensely grateful. My father's surgery was successful, and the operations for other volunteers were also smooth. Lastly, I noticed many comments from uremia patients. I have some good news to share. Considering the ample sample size from Phase 1 clinical trials for cloned kidneys, and in light of the traditional kidney donor shortage, where less than 5 of patients can await a donor successfully, and even those who undergo transplantation may face rejection, the regulatory authorities are taking special measures. After the completion of the transplant surgery for the Phase 1 clinical trial volunteers, a 2-week monitoring period is permitted. Should the data meet the required standards, the Phase 2 and 3 clinical trials can proceed concurrently with conditional market approval. This signifies that you will be able to directly apply for cloned kidneys at that time. The cost is set at 80,000 for each cloned kidney, with an estimated maturation period of 1 month from the collection of somatic cells. It is important to note that this price is exclusive to citizens. For foreign nationals, the cost is 400,000. Lu Yun's account has amassed over 50 million followers, and as soon as this video was released, it was viewed by countless fans, leading to an influx of comments below the video. Congratulations! Your father has finally regained his health, and your aspiration to research cloned kidneys has come to fruition, surely. This brings you immense joy. In your previous video, you stated that the domestic price for a cloned kidney would not exceed 100,000, which I considered quite reasonable. Now, you have voluntarily reduced the price to just 80,000. I must commend you. To be frank, I am somewhat moved. Lu Yun's cloned kidneys face no competition, and he has willingly lowered the price to 80,000. If it were any other pharmaceutical company, the price would be no less than 500,000. I am also touched. We only need 80,000, while foreigners are charged 400,000. The additional 320,000 undoubtedly reflects Lu Yun's recognition of us in his eyes. Our identity as compatriots is worth at least 320,000. This is not mere rhetoric, but a tangible expression of value. Lu Yun's video has truly resonated with many. Patients suffering from uremia and their families find this price astonishingly low. A cloned kidney costs merely 80,000, and two would amount to 160,000. Coupled with the surgical fees, one can attain health for just over 200,000. This is something they previously dared not dream of, and the name Lu Yun is now etched deeply in their hearts, with some even erecting longevity tablets in his honor. Ordinary individuals are filled with fervor. In the past, both the online realm and reality were inundated with news glorifying foreign entities, often showcasing preferential treatment towards foreigners while the Chinese face discrimination worldwide. However, now, Lu Yun, a universally acknowledged genius scientist and chief engineer of human genetic evolution, stands as the highest authority globally. Through his actions, he repeatedly demonstrates that the Chinese can indeed receive special treatment, elevated above others. Even in the purchase of cloned kidneys, this identity affords them a discount of 320,000. How can this not evoke feelings of pride and honor among them? Soon, this news reached abroad, sparking a wave of excitement. In Siam, within a villa by the poolside, a bald man adorned with a thick gold necklace, his face marked by excess, lounged in the sun. Suddenly, a young man clad in beach shorts rushed over, phone in hand, exclaiming, "Boss, this is bad. We've just received numerous calls from clients canceling their orders. They are no longer purchasing kidneys from us. What happened? Did our competitors poach the orders? Damn it. Find out who they are and eliminate them." The matter is unrelated to our peers. It concerns a prodigious talent from the Huaxia realm named Lu Yun. His clinical trial results for cloned kidneys have been exceedingly promising, and he has publicly declared that, should everything proceed smoothly, the cloned kidneys will be available for market in 2 weeks at an astonishingly low price, 80,000 for Huaxia citizens and 400,000 for foreigners. Although many of our clients are not Huaxia nationals, they still find the price of 400,000 to be worthwhile, as there are no rejection reactions, leading them to cancel their transactions, even forfeiting their deposits. Furthermore, even those who sought heart transplants and other organ transplants have rescinded their orders, expressing that with cloned kidneys being available so swiftly, the cloning technology for other organs should not take long to materialize, and they are willing to wait. Damn it. Disrupting one's financial prospects is akin to taking one's life. I must eliminate Lu Yun. The bald-headed man seethed with rage. Meanwhile, a younger associate clad in beach shorts couldn't help but smirk, pondering how, as mere petty traffickers of organs, they lacked the standing to confront Lu Yun. If word of this were to spread, numerous individuals eager to curry favor with Lu Yun might take it upon themselves to annihilate us. With this thought, the younger man's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Perhaps he could employ this scheme to dispose of the boss, allowing him to be with the sister-in-law. Similar scenes unfolded globally. Those wicked entities who profited immensely from the trade of organs, indulging in lavish lifestyles, found themselves utterly dismantled. The very industry upon which we relied for survival was uprooted by Lu Yun. Damn it. If given the chance, I must eliminate him, no, not to kill, but to seize control, ensuring a life free from want. Meanwhile, platforms such as Eagle Sauce, Yongdo, and Twitter were set ablaze with fervent discussions. Chapter 76. Global Reactions to the Flawless Cloning Kidney Data. The citizens of the Eagle Nation watched the subtitled original video of Lu Yun, their frustration palpable. How dare you? Lu Yun. Previously, he merely spoke of aligning with the national strategy of the Eastern superpower, contemplating the prospect of exports. Now, he has resorted to price discrimination. If we, the citizens of the Eagle Nation, wish to procure cloned kidneys, we are subjected to a price that is 5 times higher. This is utterly outrageous. The video, shared widely, quickly amassed over 1 million comments. Oh my goodness. He has gone too far. Surely, divine retribution awaits him. He has not even expressed any intention to explore the market of the Eagle Nation. It is quite possible he will not venture here at all, leaving all those in need of cloned kidneys to seek them solely from the Eastern superpower. As someone not immersed in this field, I wonder if those requiring a kidney can only turn to Lu Yun? Are we unable to refuse to purchase his products? As a patient suffering from uremia, allow me to address this concern. Individuals like myself, even with financial means, face 2 daunting challenges. One is the difficulty in sourcing a suitable kidney, and the other is the inevitable rejection following the transplantation of another person's organ. Though anti-rejection medication exists, one's health remains precarious. Lu Yun's kidney cloning technology perfectly resolves these 2 issues. For patients like me, a simple collection of somatic cells allows for the acquisition of a transplant-compatible kidney within a month, free from rejection and without limitation on quantity. Thus, we will undoubtedly opt for Lu Yun's products. As a result, the organ black market has collapsed. Now, with price discrimination in cloned kidneys, one can only imagine the exorbitant charges that will come with Lu Yun's future breakthroughs in cancer treatment, laden with numerous conditions. Oh dear, this is utterly dreadful. DARPA, please expedite your research on nanorobotics. We urgently need a method to cure cancer utilizing this technology. The citizens of the Eagle Nation are not only displeased but also gripped by anxiety. The number of uremia patients is relatively small, so the impact of cloned kidneys is limited. However, cancer affects nearly everyone, with many either battling the disease themselves or knowing someone who is afflicted, making this a matter of significant personal concern. Beyond the general populace, another group is equally aggrieved, a segment of the Chinese diaspora residing in the Eagle Nation. Among them are both legal immigrants and those unlawfully residing. While most seek a better life, some feel profoundly uncomfortable living in their homeland, yearning for the sweet air of freedom found only in the Eagle Nation. At this moment, in a Chinese restaurant in Chinatown, 2 expatriates are dining together. Upon encountering the video on social media, one of them was incensed, displaying a fury surpassing that of the most disgruntled citizens. This scoundrel, armed with his exclusive technology, first coerced us into lowering tariffs, and now he engages in price discrimination. How dare he? Once we achieve advancements in nanorobotics and artificial intelligence, and our national strength surges, he will surely face consequences. Qin Xiang exclaimed, his face flushed with anger. Although he was once a citizen of Huaxia, he has long regarded the United States as his spiritual homeland, and has since changed his nationality to become an American. Lu Yun's treatment of the United States is akin to a personal affront. Chen, what's wrong? Inquired Lu Wei, who wore a hat, his curiosity piqued. Is that scoundrel you mentioned earlier Lu Yun? What trouble is he stirring up now? As he spoke, he seized the opportunity to pile his plate with food. Having resided in the United States for over 3 years, he had not fared well, lacking financial success and burdened with high-interest loans from the underworld. Such an expensive Chinese meal would be beyond his reach if not for Chen Jinxiang's generosity, as he could scarcely afford to dine out even once a month. Chen Jinxiang replied angrily, did he not develop cloned kidneys? Now he has announced the price, 80,000 for the people of Huaxia, but a staggering 400,000 for us Americans, a 5-fold increase. His heart is truly dark. Does he not fear retribution? That is indeed outrageous, Lu Wei agreed, continuing to heap food onto his plate. Moreover, he's still researching techniques to conquer cancer. Once successful, he will undoubtedly employ the same price discrimination. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiang's anger intensified, for he himself was a cancer patient, battling mid-stage lung cancer and relying on medication to sustain his life. If Lu Yun truly succeeded in overcoming cancer and DARPA's nanorobotics technology faltered, he would find himself at Lu Yun's mercy. Damn it, Qin Jinxiang exclaimed, retrieving a bottle of medicine from his pocket and swallowing an anti-cancer pill. This isn't even the worst of it. I worry that after he develops a cancer treatment, he will delay its release to the U.S. for 2 or 3 years. At that point, to receive treatment promptly, I would have to return to Dongda. Qin Jinxiang genuinely wished to avoid returning, as he had borrowed from nearly all his friends and relatives before leaving for the U.S. After arriving, he had ceased repayment and cut off contact. Returning would surely lead to complications if those individuals discovered his whereabouts. Contemplating this, he muttered, that little miser Lu Yun lacks vision. With such advanced technology, why not develop it in the U.S., the most free and promising country? He will inevitably regret this decision. Having spoken, Chen Jinxiang picked up his chopsticks, intending to take a bite, only to discover the dish was empty. Looking up, he saw Lu Wei voraciously chewing away. Damn it, eating like a ravenous ghost. No wonder he's struggling, Chen Jinxiang thought to himself. He harbored disdain for Lu Wei, inviting him to dinner merely because of his modest online fame, where many referred to him as an electronic pet, seeking a sense of superiority through association. Lu Wei noticed the contempt in Chen Jinxiang's eyes, but paid it no mind. He simply sought a delicious meal. Since arriving in the U.S., he had faced a streak of misfortune, first being robbed, then involved in a car accident and extorted, and struggling to secure a decent job. It had been ages since he had enjoyed a meal like this. After finishing their dinner, the two parted ways. Feeling unsatisfied, Lu Wei purchased a donut and indulged in it eagerly. Chen Jinxiang, increasingly agitated, walked while opening Douyin to locate the video posted by Lu Yun. He composed an extensive comment, denouncing Lu Yun as foolish and out of touch with reality, claiming that he would inevitably face repercussions in the future, regretting it too late. He asserted that the world's future undoubtedly lay with the United States, while the Eastern powers were doomed to fail, urging others to recognize the harsh truths. Soon, his comment caught the attention of Douyin users, who retaliated vehemently against him. Unfazed, Chen Jinxiang skillfully defended himself, typing with remarkable speed. Having been immersed in discussions about the superiority of the U.S. over the Eastern powers for years, he had honed his skills in online debates, often clashing with domestic netizens. However, he remained unaware that governmental authorities had established a genetic technology blacklist system based on Lu Yun's suggestions. His vehement disparagement of his own country had triggered the system's automatic flagging feature, marking his account for scrutiny. If he continued in this manner, he would soon be reviewed by officials, and upon confirming his eligibility, his identity would be locked, barring him from accessing any products related to Lu Yun's genetic technology, including treatments for his lung cancer. Misfortune seldom comes alone. Overwhelmed by anger, Chen Jinxiang was fixated on arguing with Douyin users, oblivious to the fact that he had wandered into a secluded corner. It was only when he heard a cheerful voice exclaim, "Hey, brother," that he turned to see two Mexicans staring at him with delight, licking their lips. In that instant, he recalled Lu Wei's experience, which rumored that Lu Wei had once been coerced by Mexicans. Meanwhile, at the Beijing Concord Hospital, 100 volunteer kidney transplant surgeries were completed one after another, and the patients were transferred to the ICU for monitoring, with various metrics being compiled. A day later, in the ICU, Dr. Tao Ming, clad in a white coat, approached Lu Yun's father's bedside, picking up a report. Patient, Lu Cha-Ching, blood creatinine, 79 glomerular filtration rate, 113 24-hour urine volume, 1. 5 liters immune rejection reaction, none. Dr. Tao, how's my condition? Lu Cha-Ching inquired anxiously. The data from your cloned kidney is nothing short of perfect, and the surgery has not left you with any complications. If it weren't for the need for continued observation, you could be transferred to a regular ward today. However, you won't have to wait long. By tomorrow at the latest, you and the other volunteers with cloned kidneys will be moved to a standard ward, Dr. Tao replied with a smile. Chapter 77. Lu Yun's Transformation of the Medical Field. Chen Weihua's regretted day has swiftly passed. Under the watchful lens of CCTV reporter Sun Rui, the volunteers of the first phase of the cloned kidney clinical trial, including Lu Cha-Ching, were transferred from the ICU to a standard ward. No longer confined to their beds, they walked to their new accommodations. Dear viewers, beside me is Dr. Tao Ming, a renowned expert in nephrology. I will now pose a few questions to him. Sun Rui approached Dr. Tao, handing him the microphone, and inquired, Dr. Tao, how are the volunteers faring after receiving the cloned kidney transplants? With a smile, Dr. Tao responded, the current health status of these volunteers is excellent. The cloned kidneys are functioning efficiently, with their serum creatinine and glomerular filtration rates all within the healthy range. Their urination is also normal, and unlike previous kidney transplant patients, they exhibit no signs of rejection. Therefore, they are now considered healthy individuals. However, having suffered from uremia for an extended period, their bodies have sustained damage, requiring time for recuperation before they can fully regain their health. Upon hearing this, the volunteers nearby felt their eyes well up with tears. Indeed, from this moment forth, they are normal individuals, free from the torment of uremia. The days of despair have been completely left behind. What a wonderful sensation this is. At this juncture, Sun Rui posed another question, As a physician, how would you evaluate the cloned kidney? Dr. Tao replied, I can only describe the cloned kidney as perfect. Not only does it meet functional standards, resembling the kidneys of healthy individuals, but it also exquisitely resolves the issues of finding suitable kidney sources for uremic patients and the inevitable rejection reactions following transplantation. From this moment forward, uremic patients will no longer endure a lifetime of suffering. With a hint of nostalgia, Dr. Tao continued, the cloned kidney represents a monumental shift for our medical community, altering our approach to treating uremic patients. For instance, patients will no longer require dialysis, nor will they need to take immunosuppressive medications post-transplant. Furthermore, when Lu Yun conquers cancer, we will witness even greater transformations in the medical field, necessitating the timely updating of our knowledge to provide patients with innovative treatment options. Thus, we in the medical community are closely monitoring Lu Yun's developments, for although he is not a part of our realm, he is transforming it. This is perhaps what one might call a dimensionality reduction strike. Dimensionality reduction strike, a term aptly used. Indeed, advancements in technology can significantly impact various industries. As they conversed, Sun Rui approached Qingqing and asked, as a former uremic patient, how do you feel now? Wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes, Qingqing smiled and replied, I can feel that my body is much improved compared to before, but what I feel most profoundly now is a sense of lightness throughout my being, a soul-deep relief. The world feels so beautiful, and every moment is truly wonderful. Sun Rui then asked, what is the one thing you wish to express at this moment? Qingqing stated without hesitation, I wish to express my gratitude to Lu Yun. He has transformed my life. Had it not been for his groundbreaking kidney cloning technology, I cannot fathom how much longer I would have endured. Sun Rui, upon hearing this, remarked with a sense of contemplation, indeed, Lu Yun's innovations will alter the destinies of many. He then conceived the idea of interviewing Lu Yun, a task nearly insurmountable for other journalists due to Lu Yun's elevated status, influence, and security measures. Even the national broadcaster struggled to establish a connection with him, let alone secure an interview. However, Sun Rui was different. He had previously interviewed Lu Yun, and they had exchanged WeChat contacts. Thus, with a mixture of apprehension and hope, Sun Rui sent Lu Yun a message requesting an interview. At that moment, Lu Yun was in good spirits and had a positive impression of Sun Rui, so he readily acquiesced. 10 minutes later, in a lounge, Sun Rui took a deep breath and, with a smile, addressed Lu Yun. The volunteers from the initial clinical trials who received cloned kidneys are faring exceptionally well. I believe other patients suffering from uremia will eagerly seek to apply for cloned kidneys upon learning this news. Is your company's production capacity sufficient to meet this demand? Lu Yun shook his head, responding, our company is still in its infancy and our production capabilities are limited. Currently, we can provide cloned kidney services to a maximum of 20,000 patients each month. Consequently, we will implement restrictions initially, prioritizing those in critical condition. However, we are in the process of constructing a new headquarters and are actively recruiting staff and acquiring equipment. We anticipate that within 2 months, we will be able to offer cloned kidney services to between 200,000 and 250,000 clients each month. At that point, even if patients nationwide apply simultaneously, we could fulfill their orders within 6 months. Sun Rui inquired further. Indeed, your company is quite youthful, much like yourself, vibrant and rapidly evolving. Having just developed the kidney cloning technology and completed the genetic modification of chimpanzees, you are now tirelessly pursuing advancements in cancer treatment technology. Cancer remains humanity's most dreaded affliction. I am certain many viewers share my curiosity about your research progress. Would you be willing to share any details? Certainly, Lu Yun nodded. My research approach involves modifying the L gene carrier, using an electric eel template to endow it with the capability to cure all forms of cancer. We have already made significant breakthroughs, and I anticipate that within just a few months, we will be ready to commence animal trials. Is it truly only a matter of months? Although Sun Rui had encountered numerous experts online asserting that overcoming cancer was, in fact, less challenging than modifying the genes of the chimpanzee Caesar, hearing Lu Yun affirm that it would take mere months still delivered a profound psychological impact. After all, it was cancer, the disease that had plunged millions worldwide into despair. Should it be conquered, one could argue that the global happiness index would rise by at least 10%. Indeed, Lu Yun replied, nodding gently, his tone imbued with confidence. After the interview concluded, Sun Rui promptly forwarded the video to the leadership. Upon viewing it, the leader sought out the station director. who ultimately decided that the news footage was suitable for airing on the evening's broadcast. Soon, it was 7 o'clock in the evening, and the news program commenced punctually. In the office of the senior year at Hongqing No. 2 High School, chemistry teacher Qing Jinhua, as was his custom, tuned into the broadcast. Amidst the rapid advancements in genetic technology, the average lifespan may significantly extend, surpassing 100 years and even reaching beyond 150 years. Consequently, the Ministry of Human Resources and Social Security has resolved to proactively explore new policies concerning retirement age and pension systems to avoid being caught off guard in the future. Qing Jinhua found himself momentarily bewildered. However, upon reflection, he considered that if Lu Yun's rejuvenation technology were to materialize within a few years, allowing the elderly to regain their youth and life expectancy to exceed 150 years, then reforming the pension system would be imperative. After all, one cannot retire at 60 and then receive pensions for an additional 90 years, can they? The crux of the matter is that these retired individuals would possess the vitality of youth. Qing Jinhua felt at a loss. Although Lu Yun's technology was remarkable and desired by all, its widespread adoption would irrevocably alter the fabric of society. The initial clinical trials for cloned kidneys had concluded, with all 100 volunteers reporting good health. During an interview, the young scientist Lu Yun stated that he had made considerable progress and anticipated commencing animal trials for cancer treatment within a few months. Moreover, the technology he was developing was universal, applicable for treating all types of cancer. In just a few months, Lu Yun could potentially conquer cancer, and all forms of it at that. Qing Jinhua could not help but gasp in astonishment. He understood all too well that should Lu Yun's words come to fruition, the world would once again be shaken to its core, and Lu Yun's status and renown would soar, elevating him to the status of a sage in the eyes of many. Those surrounding Lu Yun would undoubtedly reap substantial benefits as well. This thought prompted him to glance at Wang Xiaomei, who shared the office with him, as Lu Yun's homeroom teacher. Wang Xiaomei had already gained national recognition and was on the verge of being promoted to vice principal of Hongqing No. 2 High School. If this trajectory continued, she might well become the principal, all achieved effortlessly, a fact that incited envy. "Teacher Qing, why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face?" Wang Xiaomei inquired. Perplexed, "Your student, Lu Yun, has made it onto the news again," Qing Jinhua replied, his expression brimming with envy. Meanwhile, at Hongqing prison, those who have experienced incarceration know that there is a daily ritual, watching the news broadcast at 7 o'clock in the evening. Within the confines of his cell, Chen Weihua, who had once reported Lu Yun for organ trafficking, was now engrossed in the news program. The first phase of the clinical trial for cloned kidneys has concluded, significantly undermining the organ black market, which is expected to soon become a relic of the past. This is one of the contributions made by the young scientist Lu Yun to the world. Lu Yun is currently engaged in pioneering techniques to combat cancer. Upon reading this news, Chen Weihua was filled with regret, pondering why he had felt compelled to report Lu Yun. Had he not done so, he might have secured some assistance from Lu Yun upon his eventual release by facilitating a kidney transplant for Lu Yun's father. Given Lu Yun's stature, a mere request from him could have propelled Chen's life forward. "What a fool I am!" Chen Weihua exclaimed, striking his head in frustration. Suddenly, a prison guard entered. Smiling as he said, "Chen Weihua, tomorrow I shall reward you with an extra chicken leg for your contributions to the nation and Hongqing." Upon hearing this, the other inmates stifled their laughter. In a sense, if Chen Weihua had not exposed Lu Yun, the latter's life trajectory would not have unfolded as it has. Genetic modification of animals and advancements in cancer treatment would still have occurred, albeit not as swiftly and perhaps not in Hongqing. Thus, Chen Weihua has indeed made a considerable contribution to the nation and the city. Yet, does he truly desire such a legacy? His insides twisted with regret. Simultaneously, in another prison, Lu Zhilong watched the news on television, his eyes brimming with remorse. "I am such a fool, a complete fool. I sold out my company, my teacher, and my friends for a paltry gain, leading to my current predicament. I could have risen to a prominent position at Hongshou Technology. The money offered by X would have been easily earned. But now, Lu Zhilong felt an overwhelming desire to end it all. Alas, there is no remedy for regret in this world." Meanwhile, online, tonight's news broadcast has caused a seismic stir. Chapter 78, A Grand Societal Discussion. Is the age of 27 equivalent to the current age of 9? Upon encountering snippets from the news broadcast on Douyin, many users were left in a state of bewilderment. Their astonishment did not stem from the rapid progress reported by Lu Yun regarding the conquest of cancer, which could potentially lead to animal trials within a few months, rather. It was the announcement from the Ministry of Human Resources and Social Security concerning reforms to retirement age and pension systems that truly caught them off guard. This revelation was unexpected for the vast majority of netizens and prompted them to realize that with the impending realization of Lu Yun's revolutionary gene therapy, rejuvenation technology, and superhuman evolution, their life trajectories would undergo monumental transformations, leading to a society that would feel utterly foreign to them. To be candid, they were not oblivious to these possibilities, however. The rapid pace at which these changes were occurring left them little time to ponder the long-term implications amidst their daily routines of work and study. On Douyin, countless users engaged in earnest discussions, analyzing the potential changes Lu Yun's genetic technologies could bring to their lives and society. Some astute content creators recognized the immense traffic this topic would generate and promptly began producing videos or live streams. Su Shanhe was among them. "My friends," he remarked after watching today's news broadcast, "I too was momentarily stunned. Reflecting on my previous excitement regarding news of human genetic evolution, I realized I had not deeply considered the changes these technologies might bring to myself and society. Now, I wish to engage with those interested in this topic. If that is you, please send a wave of 111. Su Shanhe continued, the advancements in human genetic evolution spearheaded by the esteemed Lu Yun, particularly the revolutionary gene therapy and rejuvenation technologies, will directly result in a substantial increase in our lifespan, allowing us to maintain a physique as robust as that of our youth for extended periods. Although these technologies are not yet realized, numerous experts have analyzed that should the gene therapy revolution and rejuvenation technologies come to fruition as anticipated by Lu Yun at the tech conference, we could potentially live to the age of 150, sustaining our bodies in peak condition akin to that of our 20s and 30s. This will irrevocably alter our lives and perceptions. Indeed, our perceptions will shift. Traditionally, upon graduating from high school or university, we enter the workforce with the aim of earning not merely to sustain ourselves, but also to save for marriage, children, and our parents' retirement, as well as our own future. However, once Lu Yun's technologies are fully realized, will we still marry in our 20s or 30s? Frankly, I would not. With over a century of prime living ahead of me, even if I encounter true love, I would likely choose to date without binding myself for life, as I do not believe the duration of love can exceed 100 years. If marriage is no longer an immediate necessity, the urgency to purchase a home diminishes, and considerations regarding raising children fade. The money earned would suffice for a life of leisure. Such a life would undoubtedly be far more delightful than the present. Perhaps some of my companions may inquire about the need to consider providing for our parents in their old age, as well as our own retirement, which indeed requires substantial financial resources. My friends, our parents have rejuvenated, their vitality now akin to our own. Is there truly a necessity to ponder their retirement? As for our own twilight years, that is a matter far beyond a century away. Thus, within the next 100 years, the concept of retirement may very well fade from our perspective. What ought to genuinely concern us is whether we can amass sufficient wealth to indulge in rejuvenation, gene therapies, and similar services. This reflects a profound shift in personal ideology. Society, being a collective of individuals, will naturally evolve as the beliefs of its members transform. The Ministry of Human Resources and Social Security's announcement regarding reforms to retirement age and pension systems is a manifestation of this change. Furthermore, I posit that this is merely the inception. We are likely to witness even more drastic transformations ahead. For instance, there may be young individuals who prefer to delay marriage, perhaps until their 50s or 60s. Such a shift could lead to a catastrophic decline in birth rates, an already precarious situation, raising questions about the future of educators and industries reliant on children. Additionally, if retirees are rejuvenated and no longer receive pensions, how will society compensate them? Can they return to their former positions? Moreover, if an 80-year-old possesses the vitality of a youth and chooses to date a 20-year-old, will society still regard this with the same judgment as before? Contemplating these scenarios evokes a sense of cyberpunk aesthetics, albeit in a biological sense. Should the superhuman evolution mentioned by the esteemed Lu Yun at the technology conference come to fruition, or if even more advanced genetic technologies emerge, the world will undergo even more profound transformations. Upon hearing Su Shanhe's words, the audience in the live stream pondered thoughtfully, recognizing the validity of his insights. As the revolutionary gene therapies and rejuvenation technologies announced by Lu Yun materialize, the world shall undoubtedly differ from our current reality. The barrage of comments exploded with enthusiasm. I was suddenly reminded of a recent news story that went viral online, a 27-year-old man broke up with his girlfriend, reasoning that once rejuvenation technology is realized, being 27 would no longer equate to being of an advanced age, thus negating the urgency to marry. Initially, I found this amusing, but upon reflection, it may indeed become a societal norm. At 27, one is not considered old, with the advent of rejuvenation technology allowing us to live to 150. 27 would correspond to the present age of 13 goodness, that is essentially still in the realm of youth. In truth, 27 may not even equate to 13, but rather to 9, for we must remember that once rejuvenation technology is realized, our bodies will maintain robust health, no longer succumbing to the decline that typically accompanies middle age. The world is indeed on the brink of profound transformation. Take my grandfather, for instance. At 67 years of age, he was once a seasoned expert in the aerospace industry. Due to advancing age and declining health, he was compelled to retire. Nevertheless, he possesses a wealth of knowledge, and were he to reclaim his youth, he would undoubtedly be capable of re-entering the workforce with a competitive edge that surpasses the vast majority of individuals aged 20 to 40. As technological elites and geniuses are granted the gift of longevity, they will undoubtedly catalyze advancements in technology. However, this may lead to a monopolization of resources and influence within the industry, creating a risk of social stratification. Why dwell on such concerns? I am left with but one question. Can you and your family truly refuse the allure of rejuvenation and genetic evolution? Of course not. The inability to decline signifies our collective belief that the benefits of the human genetic program championed by Lu Yun far outweigh the associated risks. Thus, we wholeheartedly endorse it. The audience in the live stream has been profoundly impacted, grappling with uncertainty regarding the future. Will they still follow the previously laid plans of a steady job, marriage, children, and eventual care for their parents, followed by their own retirement? It seems unlikely. What will their future hold? The answer eludes them. Yet it is certain to be an improvement over the present, if only in the promise of longevity, free from the specter of terminal illnesses such as cancer. Before long, videos concerning this topic proliferated across platforms like TikTok, igniting a global sensation. The American populace reacted similarly. Social media platforms like Twitter erupted in fervor. Yet, amidst their excitement, the citizens of America pondered a pressing concern. Lu Yun has demonstrated that his technology primarily serves the people of Eastern nations, while foreigners may have access. It comes at a steep price. Thus, when the technology of rejuvenation is realized, will the average American be able to partake? Will they be able to afford it? It seems likely that only the wealthy will benefit. This thought incited anger among the American populace. In a moment of frustration, they found themselves at a loss for viable solutions. Lu Yun, that scoundrel, if, after the advent of rejuvenation technology, he dares to engage in price discrimination or refuses to export related products, he would effectively sever ties with America and the world. He would eventually face repercussions. In an apartment, Chen Xiang's frustration grew as he contemplated these matters. He deftly opened TikTok, preparing to post a video extolling the virtues of America and showcasing the joy of his life there. This is his sustenance for the spirit. A day without it leaves him feeling unwell. Suddenly, an agonizing pain shot through him, causing him to gasp. Vivid memories of the earlier encounter flooded his mind. Those two individuals were nothing short of brutal. Meanwhile, Lu Wei, having just completed a delivery, stumbled upon related videos on social media. A thought crossed his mind. Perhaps he should return to his homeland. After all, he has yet to change his nationality, and returning should afford him the same privileges as others. It is not surprising that Lu Wei harbored such thoughts. Before embarking on his journey abroad, he envisioned the air of the United States to be sweet and liberating. However, upon arrival, he discovered a starkly different reality, one that mirrored the plight of the homeless. He feared that if this continued, he might perish in an obscure corner, unknown to anyone. Yet, he had not firmly resolved to abandon his quest. Prior to his departure, he had made grandiose declarations, and since arriving, he had publicly expressed his frustrations online, feeling too ashamed to return home. Moreover, if he were to go back, wouldn't his 2 months in immigration detention be for naught? At that moment, 3 individuals of African descent spotted Lu Wei. Look at that guy. He hails from the Eastern Power. Should we give him a beating to vent our frustrations? Absolutely. It's infuriating that Lu Yun dares to discriminate against us. Let us unleash our wrath on Lu Yun's compatriot. They approached Lu Wei stealthily, their innate abilities as nocturnal beings allowing them to draw near without a sound, before unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. When Lu Wei finally managed to rise from the ground, He was not only bruised and battered, but also found that his phone and cash had been completely stripped away. Meanwhile, in Hangzhou, at a local residential complex, Xian's mother stumbled upon a video on Douyin. Unlike others, her focus was on Lu Yun's groundbreaking cancer treatment techniques. The advancements had reached a significant breakthrough, and soon, within a few months, animal testing could commence. Upon viewing this segment, Xian's mother felt a surge of excitement that made her tremble slightly. "Mom, what's wrong? Are you sick too?" Xian hurriedly set aside her sketchbook and rushed to her mother, gently caressing her cheek with her small hand. "I'm not sick, dear. I'm just so happy for you. By the next school term, perhaps you will be able to return to school," Xian's mother replied, embracing her daughter with hopeful anticipation. Chapter 79, The Growth of Research Points and the Eternal Legacy of Life. 3 days swiftly passed. The condition of the volunteer for the first phase of the clinical trial for cloned kidneys had improved significantly. However, to gather the requisite data and documentation, they needed to monitor him in the hospital for an additional 11 days. Lu Yun decided against waiting for his father to be discharged, partly because his father's health posed no further risk and partly because his presence in the hospital necessitated strict security measures, which would impede the treatment of other patients. "Father, Mother, I shall return to Hongqing now." After bidding farewell to his parents, Lu Yun, under the protection of Chen Jing and others, boarded the armored vehicle bound for the airport. Almost immediately, with a mere thought, a virtual panel materialized before him. Host: Lu Yun Research Points, 0.017. Upon reaching 100,000 research points, an upgrade to the absolute control over bodily capabilities can be achieved. On the day when 100 volunteers underwent the transplantation of cloned kidneys during the first phase of the clinical trial, his research points registered at 0.017 and had remained stagnant ever since. It seemed that only by applying his research outcomes on human subjects could he garner research points. However, the acquisition of these points proved exceedingly arduous. A mere 100 volunteers had yielded only 0.017 points. To amass the required 100,000 research points, it seemed he would have to wait an eternity. Lu Yun silently lamented this predicament, yet he did not dwell on it too much. The current ability to exert absolute control over his body was sufficient for his needs. There was no rush to accumulate research points or enhance his capabilities. He was not a slave to the system. Rather, he wished to navigate the course of his life with the system's assistance. Perhaps I shall browse Douyin. Lu Yun closed the system interface and took out his phone to pass the time by scrolling through Douyin. Your electronic pet, Sweet Donut Lu Wei, has once again found himself in a predicament. He had been robbed while delivering takeout, not only losing everything but also sustaining injuries that left him battered and bruised. Yet, he had refrained from seeking medical attention, perhaps out of fear of receiving yet another exorbitant medical bill amounting to $5,760. As news of the successful first phase of the clinical trial for cloned kidneys spread, I felt as though I had been granted a second chance at life. This is not a fictional narrative. I was kidnapped in Cambodia, initially sold to a fraudulent organization, and then, due to my poor performance, resold to an organ trafficking syndicate, which sought to extract my final value. I had resigned myself to death, but just yesterday, my captors vanished without a trace, allowing me and other captives to escape and contact Uncle Mao back home. I learned that many others shared my fate, as numerous organ trafficking groups were struggling to secure orders, leading either to their dissolution or a shift in their operations. We, the captives, had lost our value and been abandoned as liabilities. To be honest, I could never have imagined that I would find myself alive again. Thank you, Lu Yun. Though I know you cannot see this, I still wish to express my gratitude. The draft for the gene technology law is about to be implemented, and public opinions are now being solicited. The Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Health, and other departments have successively issued announcements, acknowledging that due to the rapid advancements in genetic technology, significant transformations are imminent in the realms of economy, education, and healthcare. They have commenced research on how to effectively address these changes. Upon viewing these videos, Lu Yun's lips curled into a subtle smile. He had once harbored a dream of utilizing his technology to influence and transform the world, and it now appeared that this aspiration was materializing. A few hours later, Lu Yun's private jet touched down at Hongqing International Airport, from whence he was driven directly to his newly purchased standalone villa. Mr. Lu, this is your villa. The environment is splendid, and it is conveniently located near Hangzhou Technology and Hongqing University, the guide informed him. As Lu Yun entered his villa for the first time under Yang Jixin's introduction, He couldn't help but acknowledge that it was indeed far superior to their residence in the Four Seasons community, promising a much more comfortable living experience. The price was also quite reasonable at 33 million, a mere trifle for him. Notably, at the time of contract signing, the developer of this villa community had commissioned Yang Jixin to convey his profound admiration for Lu Yun, offering to gift the villa to him free of charge. However, without a second thought, Lu Yun declined, firmly believing that his goodwill was not to be bought for a mere 33 million. The villa had been fully furnished, with all necessary amenities prepared, allowing for a seamless move-in experience. However, after taking a tour around the villa and selecting a room for himself, the initial thrill of acquiring such a luxurious residence began to wane. It must be said that having witnessed many grand spectacles, his threshold for excitement had risen significantly. Such material stimuli could only elicit fleeting emotional responses. Chen Jia, please make arrangements. I need to leave for the company in about an hour. Lu Yun remarked with a shrug. Understood. Chen Jing nodded and immediately began to organize the logistics. However, just a few minutes later, her earpiece crackled to life with a report from her subordinate. Lu Yun's new neighbors had come to pay a visit. Truly, these super-rich individuals were adept at seizing opportunities. And if there were none, they would create them. Chen Jing couldn't help but internally scoff. She was well aware of the origins of these neighbors. After Lu Yun purchased the villa, the developer had discreetly leaked the news within elite circles, prompting global super-rich individuals to express their gratitude and subsequently purchase neighboring villas, incurring considerable costs to become Lu Yun's neighbors. Notably, Xiao Ma from the Penguin Group, who had set his sights on a villa already owned by someone else, offered an exorbitant price of 200 million to entice the previous owner to vacate, alongside a promise of commercial collaboration. Naturally, Chen Jing understood that this was quite typical. Lu Yun not only possessed the genetic technology that drove the world's wealthy into a frenzy, but also wielded immense wealth-generating capabilities. Securing a partnership with Lu Yun, even if merely as a supplier to his company, could yield substantial profits. Mr. Lu, your neighbors are aware of your arrival and have come to pay their respects. Chen Jing briefly elucidated the circumstances under which these affluent individuals became Mr. Lu's neighbors, subsequently introducing their distinguished identities, each more remarkable than the last, including Xiao Ma from the Penguin Group, Elon Musk, the CEO of Tesla, and Lei from the Rice Group. Very well, let us meet. Lu Yun pondered for a moment before acquiescing, not merely for the prospect of Xiao Ma enhancing his gaming account to a super status, but rather due to the potential for future collaborations with certain individuals. For instance, the notion of upgrading the L-gene carrier electrophorus module appeared to hold promise for the creation of biobatteries, which could potentially be utilized in automobiles and mobile devices. Of course, this was merely an imaginative hypothesis, and Lu Yun currently lacked the bandwidth to pursue such an endeavor. Goodbye, Mr. Lu. Half an hour later, Xiao Ma, Musk, and other neighbors bid their cheerful farewells, and Lu Yun set off, accompanied by a heavily armed convoy en route to Hangzhou Technology. A month swiftly passed. Hangzhou Technology expanded at a remarkable pace, not only recruiting a multitude of employees, but also completing its new headquarters ahead of schedule. Lu Yun had since relocated there, where he occupied a separate laboratory building, fiercely guarded by armed security personnel. Even company employees would face lethal consequences if they attempted unauthorized access. Lu's parents had also returned to Hong City. However, the Cha-Ching stir-fried noodle shop remained closed. Given their current status, continuing to manage the family business was deemed too perilous, as it could lead to threats such as customer abductions. Lu Yun's life had not changed significantly. He primarily focused his energies on combating cancer, occasionally gathering with Jiang Hai and Li Mani or accompanying his parents on travels. On this particular day, within the confines of his exclusive laboratory at Hangzhou Technology's new headquarters, Lu Yun was modifying the self-destruct switch for the L-gene carrier gene therapy cancer. Suddenly, his phone rang. Oh, is that my homeroom teacher calling? Upon seeing the caller ID, Lu Yun felt a flicker of surprise. His homeroom teacher, Wang Xiaomei, seldom reached out to him. Curiosity piqued. He answered the call. Hello, Teacher Wang. Lu Yun, I'm calling to remind you that the college entrance examination is just 10 days away. If you intend to participate, please do not forget this matter, and it would be best to prepare accordingly. The college entrance examination? Had it not been for Wang Xiaomei's reminder, Lu Yun might have indeed forgotten about it. This was not entirely his fault. His current life seemed worlds apart from high school. However, now reminded, he resolved to participate. After 12 years of diligent study, one must expect a culmination of efforts. Teacher, I will indeed prepare to participate. Furthermore, after the exams conclude, let us host a gathering for our senior class, Lu Yun proposed. Make sure to perform well and strive for scores akin to those from the second mock exam. As for the gathering, I will inform the entire class shortly. They will surely be elated. On the other end of the line, Wang Xiaomei wore a beaming smile. Although her status had soared to heights surpassing that of Mount Everest, her affection for Class 3 of senior year remained unwavering. This was undoubtedly splendid news, both for her and for all the students in that class. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yun recalled another aspect of his identity. He was also a professor at the College of Biology of Hongqing University. The university had long since bestowed upon him the title of professor, issued a salary card, and even disbursed a month's salary. Furthermore, the pinned video on Hongqing University's official Douyin account fervently celebrated the renowned scientist Lu Yun's appointment as a professor at their institution. Feeling a tinge of embarrassment, Lu Yun's mind sparked with inspiration. Since he had already assumed the role of professor, it was only fitting that he fulfill his responsibilities by offering assistance to Hongqing University. He contemplated compiling a set of textbooks on genetic technology, as the knowledge he possessed far surpassed that of many university professors. Thus, the textbooks he produced would likely receive widespread acclaim. The thought of his authored textbooks becoming immensely popular filled Lu Yun with a subtle excitement. After all, as stated in the Zhuozhuan, there are 3 forms of immortality in life: establishing virtue, achieving merit, and articulating words. And writing textbooks is akin to authoring works, thus contributing to the latter. Chapter 80. Is Lu Yun afflicted with cancer? Title: Human 2. 0. Genetic evolution content. The existence of carbon-based life forms is predominantly governed by genetics, and humanity is no exception. At the moment of birth, our intelligence, personality, and even our sexual preferences are significantly influenced by our genes. However, genetic evolution offers us the opportunity to transcend these limitations, ushering us into the era of Human 2. 0. Upon entering his office, Lu Yun powered on his computer, his fingers dancing upon the keyboard, producing a symphony of clicks that resonated throughout the room. The speed at which he composed was astonishing, surpassing that of many novelists. For Lu Yun, this was merely a fundamental skill. Through the modification of his brain's hippocampus and prefrontal cortex synapses, he had achieved a qualitative transformation of his intellect. Even without entering a state of hyper-research, he possessed a prowess akin to the protagonist in the film Limitless after consuming NZT-48. Suddenly, a wave of excruciating pain radiated from his abdomen, prompting Lu Yun to draw a deep breath. A light chuckle escaped his lips as he momentarily forgot that he was, in fact, a cancer patient, afflicted with over 100 types of cancer, truly the monarch of malignancies. Indeed, in his quest to discover a cure for all cancers, Lu Yun had chosen to experiment on himself. By exerting absolute control over his body, he had induced every conceivable type of cancer, including lung cancer, prostate cancer, and even the uniquely female ovarian cancer. For anyone else, the physical torment of such diseases would have led to a complete mental breakdown. Yet, Lu Yun remained remarkably composed. With a mere thought, he commanded the cancer cells within his body to disintegrate into carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, and other atomic components. Guided by his will, these atoms reassembled into normal cells, while certain organs and tissues not typically found in males vanished in the process. In an instant, Lu Yun transformed from the ruler of all cancers into an ordinary man, one of undeniable masculinity, before resuming his work on Human 2. 0. Genetic evolution. 5 days swiftly passed. As Lu Yun pressed the return key, Human 2. 0. Genetic evolution was finally complete. After meticulously proofreading the manuscript to ensure its accuracy, he dialed the number of the president of Hongqing University. Hongqing University. President's office. President Li was engrossed in the live stream of the prominent educational influencer, Zhang Shanfeng. As the annual college entrance examination season approached, he began to discuss the intricacies of filling out application forms. This year's changes were significant, with the most notable being the meteoric rise of biology as a field of study. Historically deemed a pitfall profession, applicants were advised to proceed with caution regarding biochemistry, environmental science, and material science. However, starting this year, biology was no longer considered a perilous choice. The reason was abundantly clear. Lu Yun's emergence had propelled all of humanity into the age of genetic evolution, illuminating the bright prospects of biological studies. Moreover, Lu Yun's Hangzhou technology had recruited a substantial number of fresh graduates this year, offering salaries that far surpassed those provided by major corporations like Tencent and ByteDance to their newly minted programmers. In addition, a university has emerged as a formidable dark horse, Hongqing University. Once merely a standard 211 institution, its admission scores this year are expected to rival those of mid-tier 985 universities. This, of course, pertains to other disciplines. Aspiring candidates for the School of Biology at Hongqing University must rank within the top 150 in the province. This threshold could rise significantly should Lu Yun announce personal lectures or facilitate collaboration between his company and the School of Biology, making entry nearly unattainable for those lacking the caliber of Tsinghua or Peking University. Upon hearing Zhang Shanfeng's words, Principal Li could hardly contain his excitement. This year, Hongqing University is set to soar. Suddenly, the phone rang. Principal Li glanced at the caller ID, and his eyes sparkled with anticipation as he answered the call with remarkable speed. Hello, Professor Liu. Principal Li. I am preparing to initiate some collaborative research projects between Hangzhou Technology and the School of Biology at Hongqing University. If there is interest from your side, feel free to contact General Manager Li Peichong directly. I have already spoken to them. Interest? We at Hongqing University are indeed very interested and will reach out to Manager Li immediately. Principal Li exclaimed, rising from his chair in sheer excitement. Currently, top universities and renowned research institutes around the globe are clamoring to collaborate with Hangzhou Technology. However, apart from the Academy of Sciences, Hangzhou Technology has declined all other requests, underscoring the rarity of this opportunity for Hongqing University. At that moment, Lu Yun's voice resonated once more. Additionally, I have authored a textbook titled Human 2.0, Gene Evolution. I will send you the document shortly. If Hongqing University finds it suitable, it may be utilized by the School of Biology. There is no doubt regarding the quality of the textbook authored by Professor Liu. The School of Biology will undoubtedly designate it as required reading, Principal Li stated without hesitation, his delight intensifying. It is common knowledge that Lu Yun's expertise in genetic technology is unparalleled globally, and the textbook he has produced will likely attract widespread attention, not only from undergraduates but even from university professors eager to delve into its contents. After a brief conversation, Lu Yun concluded the call, prompting Principal Li to promptly check his email, where he indeed found a new message. Upon opening the attachment, he skimmed through it but found it incomprehensible. Yet, Principal Li felt no dismay. As a humanities graduate, it is only natural that he could not decipher a biology textbook. He simply wished to glimpse its contents. Chen. Principal Li called his assistant. Please arrange a large conference room and notify all professors from the School of Biology to convene there immediately to study Professor Liu's recently authored textbook, Human 2.0, Gene Evolution. Half an hour later, the professors from the School of Biology at Hongqing University began to arrive in the conference room. Is this the textbook authored by Professor Liu? I must scrutinize it closely. Although they had not yet perused it, the professors sensed that this textbook would undoubtedly garner global attention and subsequently be translated into numerous languages. The professors brimmed with anticipation for Human 2.0, Genetic Evolution, approaching their study of it with an earnest desire to learn. This eagerness is entirely understandable, as the academic community has widely recognized that Professor Lu Yun possesses genetic technologies that are decades ahead of the global curve. Thus, the textbook authored by Lu Yun is bound to contain a wealth of knowledge that even these esteemed university professors have yet to grasp. As the professors eagerly delved into the freshly printed pages of Human 2.0, Genetic Evolution, their thirst for knowledge was palpable. The concept of reversing somatic cells into stem cells through gene editing was once a formidable challenge worldwide. A successful breakthrough would warrant a publication in prestigious journals like Nature. Professor Liu, however, meticulously elucidated the principles and processes within the textbook, an exceptionally rare contribution. The techniques for self-calibrating gene editing appeared to be Professor Liu's personal expertise, and his willingness to disclose them without reservation promised to enhance the efficiency of gene editing experiments by at least 30%. The notion of virus modification was equally astonishing. Could viruses truly be utilized in such a manner? The professors found themselves increasingly delighted as they read. This textbook indeed met their expectations and proved immensely beneficial, even to seasoned academics. 3 hours later, President Li approached a distinguished professor in his 40s, politely inquiring, Professor Zhou, how would you assess the quality of this textbook? Professor Zhou held a significant position as a Changjiang scholar and was regarded as the foremost authority in technology at the School of Biology, Hongqing University. In terms of academicians, the university had only 4, none of whom specialized in biology, which indicated a certain deficiency within the department. Upon hearing President Li's question, Professor Zhou expressed genuine admiration. The quality is outstanding. Not only students, but even professors and academicians must thoroughly master this textbook. It encompasses numerous concepts currently known only to Lu Yun. Submitting to top-tier journals such as Nature will undoubtedly lead to publication. His decision to include these insights in a textbook is truly remarkable. Other professors nodded in agreement. The quality of the textbook surpassed their expectations entirely. If the undergraduates of Hongqing University School of Biology could master this book before graduation, their capabilities would rival those of professors at most other institutions. The sole concern was its high difficulty and dense information, which might pose a challenge for average students. Only the truly exceptional would find it manageable. Exceptional students? Starting this year, those who gain admission to our School of Biology at Hongqing University will undoubtedly be top-tier scholars. President Li declared confidently. I will have staff announce 2 pieces of good news on Douyin, showcasing the allure of our School of Biology to those aspiring top scholars facing college entrance exams. 2 pieces of good news? What else aside from this textbook? Professor Zhou inquired with curiosity. The second piece of news is that our School of Biology at Hongqing University is about to embark on a series of collaborative research projects with Hongshou Technology, engaging in the evolution of human genetics. Although there are numerous restrictions, including total ownership of intellectual property by Hongshou Technology, the appeal is undeniably extraordinary. President Li responded with a grin. Upon hearing this, all the professors could not help but gasp in astonishment. This was undoubtedly monumental news. Not only students, but even professors from other universities would seek to join the School of Biological Sciences at Hongqing University, using it as a springboard for collaboration with Hongshou Technology. As for intellectual property, who would care about that when one could be part of a project on human genetic evolution? Moreover, everyone was acutely aware of their own capabilities. Given their levels of expertise, they were merely fit to assist and had no right to covet the intellectual property. Meanwhile, on Douyin, the live-stream clips of Zhang Shanfen caused a tremendous stir, not merely because he claimed that the biology major was no longer a dead end, nor because he stated that Hongqing University was about to become the biggest underdog, but because netizens recalled a significant fact. Lu Yun would also be taking the college entrance examination this year. The topic Lu Yun participation in college entrance exams soared to the top of Douyin's trending list. Below the video, countless individuals engaged in fervent discussion. Wow, the most remarkable college entrance examinee in history has emerged. Lu Yun was not only an examinee but also a professor at Hongqing University. These 2 identities were indeed in stark contrast. Had it not been for this video, I would have found it hard to associate Lu Yun with the college entrance examination. How many points could Lu Yun possibly score? Are there any others preparing to apply to the School of Biological Sciences at Hongqing University this year? Bro, I want to apply too. But I'm only at the C9 level. I dare not. Chapter 81. The Ascent of Hongqing University, the final step in conquering cancer as time progressed. An increasing number of participants engaged in the discussion, with some of the top scholars unable to resist joining the fray. A student from the capital, having achieved the highest score in the city's mock examinations, had originally secured a recommendation to Tsinghua University, but chose instead to forego this opportunity in favor of taking the college entrance examination and applying to the School of Biological Sciences at Hongqing University. Scoring 713 points in the mock exams, he was deemed to be at the level of Tsinghua and Peking University, and he too intended to apply to Hongqing University. Count me in as well, hailing from Yun Province with a score of 735. Upon reading the comments from these prodigies, countless examinees felt a pang of despair. My goodness. Those scores are blinding. How did you manage to achieve such results? Simultaneously, the image of Hongqing University was elevated in their minds. Only those with scores akin to Tsinghua and Peking University deemed themselves worthy of aspiring to the School of Biological Sciences at Hongqing University. The president of Tsinghua University noticed the comments beneath the video, feeling a deep sense of loss. These exceptional students, who once regarded only Tsinghua and Peking University, had now turned their attention to the School of Biological Sciences at Hongqing University, showing disdain for Tsinghua. Ultimately, it boiled down to the fact that Hongqing University was closer to Lu Yun, making it the chosen institution. If only Tsinghua had established a branch at Hongqing University in the past. The president of Tsinghua let out a melancholic sigh. At that moment, the dean of the School of Life Sciences called. President Zhou, we have a significant issue. Hongqing University's Douyin account has just released a video announcing 2 major developments. The first is that Lu Yun has authored a textbook titled Human 2.0 Gene Evolution. I have obtained an electronic version and, Upon a cursory review, its quality is exceptionally high. I recommend we incorporate it into our curriculum. But that is not all. The second announcement is that the School of Biological Sciences at Hongqing University is set to collaborate with Hongshou Technology on a series of projects related to human gene evolution. This is irresistibly attractive to everyone in the biological sciences community. I just subtly inquired with a dozen professors from our biology department, and many have expressed a desire to teach at Hongqing University, including several esteemed academicians. They have long wished to participate in the Human Gene Evolution Project, but were hesitant to leave their academic roles for corporate positions. Now, the opportunity to teach at Hongqing University fulfills both their aspirations. The dean, anxious and distressed, exclaimed, "President Zhou, you must find a way for Tsinghua University to collaborate with Hongshou Technology as well. Otherwise, our top professors from the School of Life Sciences will migrate en masse to Hongqing University. Without these academic luminaries, and with a decline in the quality of incoming students, our School of Life Sciences will falter." President Zhou sighed, "I will do my utmost, but do not harbor excessive hopes. Although Tsinghua holds a prestigious position, we are somewhat overshadowed by Lu Yun." A similar scene was unfolding at Yin University. The president of Yin University is left in despair. Not only have the academic elites, originally belonging to Yin University, been lured away by Hongqing University, but even the professors from the School of Life Sciences have succumbed to temptation. If only a bolder proposal had been made to establish a branch of Yin University in Hongqing specifically for Lu Yun, everything might have unfolded differently. Alas. Moreover, the repercussions have not been confined to domestic institutions. Prestigious universities abroad have also felt the impact. In Great Britain, the University of Cambridge stands as a paragon of excellence, having produced over 100 Nobel laureates, with its biological sciences consistently ranked among the world's elite, earning universal acclaim within the academic community. Professor Pierre from the biology department had previously attended an academic exchange led by Lu Yun. However, he preferred the liberating nature of academia and thus refrained from applying to join Lu Yun's venture. Now, upon hearing that Hongqing University is set to collaborate with Hongshou Technology on the Human Gene Evolution Project, he felt a surge of interest. Consequently, he promptly sought out the contact number for the School of Biology at Hongqing University and dialed directly. "Hello, this is the School of Biology at Hongqing University. How may I assist you?" "Greetings, I am Professor Pierre from the University of Cambridge's Biology Department. I have published 17 papers in Nature and Cell, and I am interested in applying for a professorship at your esteemed institution. I wonder if I meet your requirements?" "Professor Pierre, it is a pleasure to speak with you. I have read your papers and found them to be exceptional. Given your academic caliber, you would undoubtedly qualify for a position at our School of Biology. However, could you relocate here? I recently came across news indicating that certain academic professionals in the biological sciences from the United States are prohibited from traveling abroad. That pertains to the United States. We in Great Britain have no such restrictions. That is reassuring. By the way, may I inquire about your proficiency in Mandarin? While your communication with me now is quite fluent, the standards for teaching are considerably higher. Rest assured. Since I recognize that the future of genetic technology lies in the Eastern superpower, I have commenced learning Mandarin. My aptitude for learning is strong. Although I have only been studying for just over a month, I am already capable of everyday conversation. With 3 months remaining until the next semester, my Mandarin will surely be on par with that of an average university student in your country. Do you have any other requirements, such as salary expectations? I have no salary demands, as long as I can participate in the Human Gene Evolution Project as a professor at Hongqing University. Very well, Professor Pierre. I understand your situation. Please send me your credentials, and we will convene to discuss them. You will receive a response within 24 hours. Thank you. Thank you. After hanging up the phone, Pierre quickly forwarded his credentials and fervently prayed to God for success. In Switzerland, at ETH Zurich, another world-renowned institution, ranked 13th globally in biological sciences, Professor Glor also swiftly contacted the School of Biology at Hongqing University. "I apologize, Professor Glor, but our School of Biology teaches in Mandarin, and you currently do not meet our requirements." "I understand." After hanging up the phone, Glor enrolled himself in a Chinese language course, confident in his abilities. He believed that within a year, he would master the language and subsequently apply for a professorship at the School of Biology of Hongqing University. Professor Cheng Zhengying, a Chinese expatriate and fluent in Mandarin, received this news and promptly called the School of Biology at Hongqing University. "Professor Cheng, I sincerely apologize. You perfectly meet our requirements. Yet we have received an overwhelming number of applications. Our president has decided to cease accepting new applicants. What? Xing Zhengying was taken aback. Was Hongqing University in such high demand? At that moment, within a conference room at Hongqing University, President Li wore an ear-to-ear grin. Our institution can now attract not only the finest students but also a plethora of world-class professors. Without a doubt. The School of Biology at Hongqing University has become a prestigious bastion of biological studies. Detention of the School of Biology chuckled, historically. Tsinghua and Peking University have stood unparalleled among domestic universities, reigning supreme. However, now the reputation of our School of Biology at Hongqing University has surpassed theirs. President Li smiled. Everyone knows these transformations are the result of Professor Lu's contributions. One must not forget the well from which they drink. We at Hongqing University must express our gratitude. Since Professor Lu is unlikely to concern himself with administrative duties, I propose that he be appointed as the honorary dean of the School of Biology. Of course, the practical affairs will still be managed by you, Dean Shen. You may have to accept a demotion to vice dean. Do you agree, Dean Shen? Wait. I became vice dean without noticing? Dean Shen exclaimed. I certainly agree, he said quickly. Although he had relinquished the title of dean, his power remained intact. And with Lu Yun's honorary position, the resources available to the school would undoubtedly increase exponentially. Most importantly, should he disagree, he might not even retain the vice dean position. Wait, have I been promoted again? I have become the dean of the School of Biology at Hongqing University? After receiving the call from President Li, Lu Yun pondered briefly before consenting, considering it merely a nominal role that would not distract him from his work. After hanging up, Lu Yun resumed his modifications to the L gene vector, specifically the suicide switch for gene therapy and cancer treatment. This represented the final step in the transformation of the L gene vector. Once successful, the L gene vector would be able to infiltrate and eradicate all cancer cells while ensuring safety and control, thereby posing no risk to patients and preventing potential biochemical disasters. As for the upcoming college entrance examination in 4 days, Lu Yun was untroubled. The knowledge resided permanently within his mind, never to be forgotten. Chapter 82, Augmented Armor. On June 7th, the annual college entrance examination officially commenced. This year's examination garnered unprecedented attention compared to the past decade, primarily because Lu Yun confirmed his participation. At 8:20 a.m., Su Shanha, who prides himself as a fervent admirer of Lu Yun, initiated a live broadcast with the title, Join Me in Supporting the Great Lu Yun. Upon seeing this title, numerous netizens casually clicked to enter the live stream. Welcome to the newcomers, Su Shanha exclaimed passionately. Typically, I wouldn't broadcast this early, but today is exceptional. As we all know, today marks the examination day, and our esteemed Lu Yun is among the candidates. Therefore, I wish to rally together with all of you in the live chat to cheer him on. The audience was well aware that Su Shanha primarily sought to capitalize on Lu Yun's popularity, with an estimated 99% of his intent focused on garnering views and profits, leaving only one dedicated to genuinely supporting Lu Yun. Nonetheless, they actively participated. Wishing the great Lu Yun a smooth examination, Lu Yun merely needed to perform at his usual level to secure the top rank in the province, having achieved a remarkable score of 741 in the second mock exam, far ahead of his peers. I will also lend my support to Lu Yun. The comments flooded the screen. The reason was simple. Lu Yun had earned their recognition and respect, not only because he was a prodigious scientist leading humanity into the era of genetic evolution, but also due to his character. He was not only compassionate but had consistently demonstrated through his actions that the people of Huaxia deserved special treatment in his eyes. Regarded as superior to foreigners, how could the viewers in the live stream fail to acknowledge and respect someone like Lu Yun? Meanwhile, at the examination venue of Hongqing No. 8 Middle School, candidates arrived in succession, queuing to enter the examination hall. Yin Yin, give it your all. Strive to surpass Lu Yun in this examination. If you succeed, it will be a source of pride for a lifetime, remarked a girl wearing black-framed glasses. I wish I could, but it's impossible. Even though I ranked first in the third mock exam, that was solely because Lu Yun did not participate. He scored 62 points higher than me in the second mock exam, and I was second in the city, replied another girl clad in jeans, named Zhou Yinyin, a top scholar at the affiliated high school of the Normal University, consistently ranking first in her class. However, she had been soundly outperformed by Lu Yun in both the first and second mock exams, only claiming the top spot in the third mock exam after Lu Yun diverted his focus to scientific research and did not participate. Lu Yun hasn't reviewed for over 2 months. His exam scores are bound to decline. Yin Yin, If you perform well, you will undoubtedly surpass him. At that point, the whole world will know that even Lu Yun fell to your prowess. How impressive. The girl with glasses chuckled. There is no chance, Zhou Yinyan replied. My aunt is a professor at Hongqing University, and she once told me that Lu Yun is a close friend of Professor Zhang Hai. During their conversations, he mentioned that he possesses not only an eidetic memory but also an innate understanding of concepts upon a single glance. With those two gifts combined, even if he doesn't study for 10 years, he could still easily achieve the same score as in the second mock exam. And do you know? The second mock examination paper for Lu Yun revealed that he had only lost points in Chinese. That's rather extraordinary, isn't it? No wonder he could independently develop technology that is decades ahead of the rest of the world. The bespectacled girl's face was etched with envy. She wished she could possess the same talent as Lu Yun. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and she inquired. With armed guards everywhere in the examination hall and security checks at the entrance as rigorous as those at an airport, could it be that Lu Yun is also in this examination room? Zhou Yinyan chuckled. Are you only realizing this now? Lu Yun must certainly be in this examination hall. Otherwise, such a grand spectacle wouldn't be warranted. The girl, curious, asked, but why is there no traffic control? I recall that every time Lu Yun travels, there are traffic restrictions in place. Zhou Yinyan pondered for a moment and replied, perhaps Lu Yun thinks that today, being the day of the college entrance examination, imposing traffic control would hinder the candidates from reaching the examination hall. As they chatted, they navigated through the stringent security checks and successfully entered the examination hall, each making their way to their respective classrooms. Time gradually passed, and as the commencement of the examination drew nearer, Zhou Yinyan grew curious, noticing that the candidate seated in front of her had yet to arrive. Could it be that this candidate had chosen to forfeit the exam? Just as this thought surfaced in her mind, a buzzing sound filled the air. Turning her gaze, she spotted 3 helicopters approaching from the distance and hovering above the open space in front of the teaching building. Lu Yun had arrived. It had to be him. At Hongqing No. 8 Middle School, the venue for the college entrance examination, he was the only one qualified to arrive by helicopter. Zhou Yinyan widened her eyes, watching as Lu Yun leaped from the helicopter, escorted by a group of security personnel clad in black, making his way towards the teaching building. What an impressive sight. A wave of admiration surged within her. Ding, ding, ding. Shortly thereafter, the bell signaling the start of the examination rang, and the invigilator entered the room, followed by none other than Lu Yun himself. The candidates in the classroom gasped in astonishment. How fortunate they were to share the examination hall with Lu Yun. Zhou Yinyan felt the same way. Although she was a top student from the affiliated school of the Normal University, admired by her peers, in her heart, Lu Yun was the true academic powerhouse, an insurmountable peak. Being in the same examination hall as Lu Yun was undoubtedly a cause for joy. Silence. The college entrance examination has commenced. If you wish to speak to Lu Yun, you may do so after the examination concludes. I will now distribute the papers. The invigilator declared in a stern tone. In an instant, the classroom fell silent. This was the examination hall, and they dared not disrupt the proceedings. Yet they could not help but steal glances at Lu Yun. The invigilator guided Lu Yun to the desk directly in front of Zhou Yinyan, smiling as he said, Lu Yun, this is your seat. Thank you, teacher, Lu Yun replied courteously. No need, no need. The invigilator quickly waved his hand. This scene stirred a pang of envy among the candidates in the classroom. The disparity in treatment among students was strikingly apparent. Certainly, they were acutely aware that it was rather customary. Given Lu Yun's current standing, not only would the invigilators extend their courtesy, but even the leaders of the educational department would do the same. Zhou Yinyan was utterly astonished. She could hardly fathom that the vacant seat before her belonged to Lu Yun. What an extraordinary coincidence. At that moment, the invigilator commenced distributing the examination papers. The candidates retracted their gazes from Lu Yun, holding their breaths in anticipation as the pivotal moment of their fates arrived. They knew they had to maintain their composure and perform to the best of their abilities. Lu Yun, however, exhibited no signs of anxiety. He calmly accepted the examination paper and swiftly perused it from beginning to end. Merely by glancing through it, all the answers materialized in his mind, along with a coherent outline for his essay. This is the advantage of possessing a remarkably powerful intellect. Minutes later, the time for answering commenced. Lu Yun began to write. Beautiful Chinese characters emerged on the answer sheet. 1 minute, 2 minutes. After 35 minutes, Lu Yun completed the entire examination, including the essay. However, according to regulations, He could not submit his paper until 30 minutes remained. After placing his paper down, he closed his eyes, focusing intently, and with a thought. He transformed into a patient afflicted with over 100 types of cancer, continuing his modifications and experiments on the L gene vector, gene therapy, a suicide switch for cancer. The 7,295th experiment. The 7,296th experiment. What? The examination had only begun 35 minutes ago. Lu Yun had already finished the paper and was too confident to even review his answers. The invigilator, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but display a look of astonishment. However, recalling Lu Yun's past achievements, he convinced himself that the examination must have been exceedingly simple for him. Lu Yun has completed his paper? Zhou Yanyan, seated behind him, also noticed Lu Yun's unusual demeanor, rendered speechless by the stark contrast between her position as second in the city and Lu Yun's as the first. Time passed swiftly. When Lu Yun opened his eyes, only 27 minutes remained until the conclusion of the Chinese examination. He promptly submitted his paper and exited the classroom. Just as he stepped out, a group of elite guards followed closely behind him, having been stationed there to ensure his safety. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of Hongqing No. 8 Middle School, where they boarded a pre-arranged armored vehicle and departed. He had arrived by helicopter and was leaving by car. A request of Lu Yun's to avoid disturbing other candidates, as the helicopter's roar would disrupt their concentration. Oh, Lu Yun submitted his paper early. I wonder how he fared? Surely, he performed exceptionally well. Is there any challenge left for him in the college entrance examination? That remains uncertain. Parents and social media influencers who had been waiting there engaged in discussions, some even capturing the moment on their phones to share on Douyin. Afternoon. The next day, the third day, until the final biology examination, Lu Yun maintained this rhythm. Zhou Yanyan had fully accustomed herself to the situation. When she discovered that Lu Yun had completed his biology exam in a mere 10 minutes, she felt no surprise, her mind echoing the words, as expected of you. As Lu Yun submitted his paper early and exited the gates of Hongqing No. 8 High School, the parents and social media influencers waiting outside nodded in silent agreement. Indeed, Lu Yun had once again finished ahead of time. Mr. Lu, may I have a moment for an interview? Shouted Sun Rui, a reporter from CCTV who had come all the way from the capital, capturing Lu Yun's attention. Upon recognizing an old acquaintance, Lu Yun nodded, of course. Thank you. Sun Rui exclaimed, visibly thrilled as he approached, though he still underwent a check by the security personnel before reaching Lu Yun. How do you think you performed on the exam? Just as expected, aside from the Chinese and English essays and subjective questions, there should be no deductions. So I anticipate a score around 740, Lu Yun replied nonchalantly, as if it were a foregone conclusion. Sun Rui readily accepted this, pondering whether a score of 740 was truly a challenge for Lu Yun. It has been over a month since our last interview. May I inquire about the progress on your cancer research project? Certainly, the advancements are going smoothly. Only the final step remains for the modification of the L gene vector. And we should soon be able to commence animal testing. This is splendid news for the entire world. Once you complete this project, will you immediately begin researching rejuvenation technology? I do intend to do so. However, to be frank, my interest in that project is rather lukewarm. Therefore, as a reward for myself to bolster my research motivation, I plan to initiate another project that truly captivates my interest. Yes, I will allocate equal time to both projects. To be honest, the intense research over the past month had left Lu Yun feeling somewhat fatigued, primarily mentally drained. It was akin to the plight of a worker lacking enthusiasm for their tasks, thus diminishing their motivation. This prompted Lu Yun's desire to reward himself, allowing for a more joyous pursuit of scientific inquiry. Upon hearing this, Sun Rui was left speechless. After all, rejuvenation technology was a coveted dream for humanity. How could Lu Yun show such indifference? Did he not wish for eternal youth? Unbeknownst to him, Lu Yun had already achieved immortality, rendering the rejuvenation technology unnecessary for his needs. Regaining his composure, he quickly asked, "What project are you more interested in? Have you ever seen an anime called Neon Genesis Evangelion? I aspire to bring it into reality. You may refer to it as biological armor or even as strong reproductive armor." A glimmer of anticipation danced in Lu Yun's eyes. Chapter 83. Biological Weapons. The schemes of pharmaceutical giants. The college entrance examination has become the most fervent topic of discussion, particularly concerning Lu Yun, who has captured the attention of netizens. In Su Shanha's live stream, a viewer inquired whether the esteemed Lu Yun had completed his exam. Su Shanha elaborated, stating that Jiang Province is implementing a 3-1-2 model for this year's examination, and according to my intelligence, Lu Yun's final subject is biology, which is scheduled to conclude at 6:15 in the evening. Of course, Lu Yun has a history of submitting his paper ahead of time, and it is likely that he has already exited the examination hall, signifying that his results are imminent. Viewers were encouraged to speculate about Lu Yun's score, flooding the comments with guesses. Su Shanha remarked that this year's examination in Jiang Province was particularly challenging, especially in Chinese and mathematics, with some candidates leaving in tears. Therefore, he conservatively estimated Lu Yun's score to be around 730. 730 is conservative? Exclaimed another viewer. I would be grateful to score 531. Another chimed in, 750. For every point less, each of you owes me 1,000 yuan. In jest, someone retorted, are we playing a riddle? You might as well give each person in the live stream 1,000 yuan. However, Su Shanha interjected, expressing his belief that Lu Yun's score was of little consequence, as he is already recognized globally as a genius scientist, holding a stature akin to that of Einstein, and serving as the Dean of the College of Biology at Hongqing University. The college entrance examination, for him, is merely a trivial diversion in his illustrious life. Enough. If you keep this up, I might turn envious. For Lu Yun, the examination is a mere diversion. For me, it is a decisive moment. He mused, estimating at least a score of 700. 700. Someone dragged this pretentious person away. At that moment, unusual comments began to surface. Everyone, hurry and check the latest video released by the official CCTV news account on Douyin. It's explosive. Intrigued by these comments, the audience in the live stream turned their attention to the video. Su Shanha quickly grabbed another phone, located the latest post from the CCTV news account, and clicked play. Upon viewing it, Su Shanha could not suppress his astonishment, exclaiming, my goodness, this is indeed explosive. Lu Yun revealed two monumental pieces of news during his interview. The first significant revelation is that Lu Yun is on the brink of conquering cancer. At his current pace, he may only need a month to completely eradicate cancer through animal testing, followed by clinical trials. This news alone could send shockwaves throughout the world. Perhaps in just a month, cancer will no longer be deemed an incurable disease. The second revelation is that Lu Yun intends to research power armor. Many individuals may be unaware of the significance of this term. It refers to an advanced technological product from an anime, akin to Tony Stark's Iron Man suit. The strong genetic armor can be perceived as a biological counterpart to the Iron Man suit, embodying immense power and striking aesthetics. Should Lu Yun manage to replicate even 10 of the armor's capabilities in reality, it would undoubtedly create a global sensation. Upon hearing this, the audience in the live stream erupted with excitement. Having watched strong genetic armor, I can attest to its remarkable features. If such technology could be realized in our world, it is beyond comprehension. Though I have not seen it, the designation of a biological Iron Man suit suggests its extraordinary prowess. I viewed a video on the CCTV News Douyin account, and to my astonishment, Lu Yun appeared relatively unenthusiastic about researching rejuvenation technology, opting instead to explore the strong genetic armor as a form of personal reward. Other scientists, upon learning this news, likely felt a pang of despair. Why is the discussion centered on the strong genetic armor when the breakthrough in cancer treatment by Lu Yun is far more groundbreaking? The implications of this advancement could significantly enhance national prospects in warfare by 20 and lead to a catastrophic decline in the stock prices of global pharmaceutical giants. Indeed, the news of Lu Yun's imminent conquest over cancer is far more explosive, and one cannot help but marvel at the rapidity of his research. Even if he requires another month to achieve success, he would have spent merely over 2 months tackling all forms of cancer. A feat that seems almost unfathomable given the existence of over 100 cancer types. Quickly, this news reached the United States and sparked tremendous upheaval. The American public was initially taken aback. What? Lu Yun is actually participating in this year's college entrance examination in the Eastern superpower? Gradually, they recalled previous reports indicating that Lu Yun is indeed a high school senior, although they had overlooked this detail, as his extraordinary accomplishments overshadowed his status as a student. Subsequently, the news that only one final step remains to conquer cancer left the American populace in shock. While they were aware of Lu Yun's swift research pace, this was remarkably quick, over a month of investigation, and he is on the brink of discovering a universal cure for cancer? On platforms such as Twitter and other social media, countless Americans engaged in fervent discussions about this development. Oh my goodness, Lu Yun has once again validated his scientific genius. DARPA. It has been over a month since you last updated us on the progress of the nanorobots in curing cancer. It is imperative for DARPA to accelerate its research, lest we find ourselves beholden to Lu Yun and the Eastern superpower. Each year, nearly 2 million new cancer patients emerge in America, eagerly yearning for a return to health. Chen Jinxiang, upon encountering this news on social media, felt an urgent sense of anxiety. DARPA, please step up. I truly wish to avoid returning to the University of Tokyo for cancer treatment. Yet if there are no alternatives, I must acquiesce. The announcement by Lu Yun regarding the research of the strong colonization armor has indeed stirred quite a commotion among the American populace. Although the majority remain unaware of what the strong colonization armor entails, a few informed bloggers have elucidated that it is the biological counterpart to Iron Man's suit. Undoubtedly, this represents an extraordinary advancement in cutting-edge technology. Even a mere 10 of Iron Man's power could transform an ordinary individual into a superhuman, endowed with formidable combat prowess. Should Lu Yun succeed in developing the strong colonization armor, equipping every soldier at the University of Tokyo with such a device would render them all super soldiers, significantly enhancing their combat effectiveness. The military might of the University of Tokyo has already been advancing rapidly. If they were to acquire this powerful biological weapon, would the American military's position as the global leader remain tenable? This prospect has incited considerable concern among the American populace. For should their military capability be surpassed by the University of Tokyo, the status of global hegemony would indeed be at risk. Ultimately, the world still tends to yield to the supremacy of strength. The crux of their anxiety lies in the belief that Lu Yun possesses the capability to realize this endeavor. If it were anyone else proclaiming the research of the strong colonization armor, they would merely dismiss it as a jest. Simultaneously, this news has triggered a chain reaction in the stock market. The previously recovering stock prices of pharmaceutical giants such as Pfizer and Roche have plummeted. The executives and board members of Roche could no longer remain idle and hastily convened an online meeting. The company's CEO, John, remarked, "Ladies and gentlemen, over the past month, we have reached out to numerous renowned mercenaries and attempted to infiltrate spies, expending over $300 million. Regrettably, we have failed to procure Lu Yun's technology or abduct him, and hope seems elusive. Now, with Lu Yun announcing in an interview that he is merely a step away from conquering cancer, it signifies that Roche has reached a point of no return. Cancer medications account for 26% of our revenue and contribute 37% to our profits. Without this income, our company would be left in dire straits, and our stock prices would inevitably collapse. The same predicament applies to Pfizer, Johnson & Johnson, and other pharmaceutical behemoths. In light of our interests, I propose that we fabricate a piece of favorable news to bolster our stock prices, allowing us to liquidate our assets to the fullest extent possible. This is our final opportunity to cash out." Upon hearing this, someone immediately inquired, "What is your plan?" John smiled faintly. Through recent promotional efforts, the public has become increasingly aware of DARPA's nanobot technology, with many believing that a breakthrough is imminent. Should we engineer a favorable announcement from DARPA, proclaiming yet another breakthrough, perhaps in 1 or 2 months, we could witness the eradication of cancer using nanobots in laboratory settings. Furthermore, DARPA should declare that once the technology is perfected, it will be licensed to domestic pharmaceutical titans. After DARPA disclosed this information, we will reconnect with our long-standing media partners, launching a vigorous campaign to inflate the stock price, allowing us to seize the opportunity to sell off our shares at a profit. Naturally, our company, Roche, alone may not be sufficient to ensure DARPA's cooperation. Therefore, we must ally with other pharmaceutical giants such as Pfizer and Johnson & Johnson. Upon this declaration, a spark ignited in everyone's eyes. The collective force of the American pharmaceutical complex is an immensely formidable power, rivaling that of the military-industrial complex and financial consortiums. Through both coercion and persuasion, they undoubtedly possess the capability to secure DARPA's collaboration. After all, DARPA's advancements in nanobot technology are fundamentally a facade. What harm is there in orchestrating yet another illusion? Moreover, as long as the incentives are substantial enough, there exists no official entity in the United States that would shy away from such actions. At worst, they could identify a few scapegoats to take the fall. Thus, this decision is made with enthusiasm. To facilitate our own financial exit, we shall fabricate a wave of misinformation, subjecting the unsuspecting public to undue hardship. Chapter 84. The transformation brought by Lu Yun after leaving the examination hall. Lu Yun once again enjoyed the privileges of traffic control and directly headed to Hangzhou Technology. The current headquarters of Hangzhou Technology is, in fact, a vast industrial park, encompassing all departments related to the research and development, production, and sales of the company's products. Although many of the factory buildings remain vacant at present, it is clear that once Lu Yun's planned products for cancer treatment and rejuvenation commence production, the existing facilities will undoubtedly prove insufficient. Consequently, the authorities of Hongqing have already begun preparations. Demolition work in the vicinity of Hangzhou Technology's headquarters has commenced, and upon its completion, the land will be generously bestowed upon Hangzhou Technology, indeed, gifted without charge. The Hongqing government is acutely aware that by adequately serving Hangzhou Technology, the future of Hongqing is boundless. Hence the array of preferential policies extended to Hangzhou Technology seems almost gratuitous. Furthermore, the higher-ups place considerable importance on Hangzhou Technology, having relocated the Jiang Province Guard Command and a Special Forces unit to the vicinity, ensuring that in the event of an emergency, assistance can arrive within 2 minutes with just a phone call. Before long, Li Yun arrived at his dedicated laboratory building. After attending to some company affairs on the computer, he resumed modifying and experimenting with the suicide switch for the L gene vector, gene therapy for cancer. He was eager to complete this project expeditiously. The viral capsid protein gene and the apoptosis module had already been finalized. Only the suicide switch remained. On the 8103rd experiment, alas, he still inadvertently harmed normal cells. What modifications should be made next? Eureka! Normal cells exhibit low lactic acid concentration. I can incorporate a lactic acid-sensitive promoter into the suicide switch to prevent collateral damage to healthy cells. Yes, that is worth attempting. On the 8104th trial, Lu Yun persevered in his endeavors, determined to ensure that the L gene vector, gene therapy for cancer, would be entirely safe and controllable, without inadvertently harming the normal cells of cancer patients or triggering a biochemical crisis. Meanwhile, news of Lu Yun's imminent breakthrough against cancer began to circulate within the medical community. At the Jiang Province Oncology Hospital, Deputy Chief Physician Zhou Xiaoqiu had just returned from dinner, preparing to conduct rounds in the wards. Ding dong, ding dong. The WeChat notification chimed repeatedly. Picking up his phone, he noticed activity in his university class group chat. Dear classmates, significant news. During an interview with CCTV today, Lu Yun revealed that he is only one step away from finalizing the modification of the L gene vector, and animal testing should commence shortly. My goodness. Given Lu Yun's research pace, it is likely that within a month, he will resolve this issue, and then, cancer will be conquered. A seismic shift is poised to occur in our medical field. Zhou Xiaoqiu, old Zhou, as an oncology specialist, this development will greatly impact you. You must begin preparations immediately, not only to adjust previous treatment protocols for patients, but also to thoughtfully consider how to treat patients moving forward. Zhou Xiaoqiu graduated from the medical school of Jingxing University over a decade ago. Nevertheless, the WeChat group for his university class remains vibrant, as all members are now practicing physicians. Although they work in different hospitals and specialties, they share common topics and can offer each other assistance. Recently, the most discussed subject in the group has been Lu Yun, for everyone is acutely aware that genetic technology has the potential to address 90 of the world's diseases. Even formidable ailments such as cancer, genetic disorders, and AIDS, which pose significant challenges to both patients and doctors, may find resolution through genetic advancements. Lu Yun's prodigious talent in the realm of genetic technology is nothing short of astonishing. If he so desires, he can undoubtedly leverage his expertise to uncover solutions for these ailments, heralding a seismic shift in the medical field. Consequently, Zhou Xiaoqiu's classmates remain keenly attuned to Lu Yun's latest developments, and as soon as news breaks, they share and deliberate upon it in their WeChat group. Upon seeing the messages in the group, Zhou Xiaoqiu promptly responded, stating, I have long been preparing for this. The other physicians at Jiang Province Oncology Hospital are equally invested in this endeavor. Let us not forget that our hospital was among the first to collaborate with Lu Yun during his cancer research, providing him with data from 73 patients and samples of cancer cells. Ding dong. A new message appeared in the WeChat group. Zhou Xiaoqiu. Will all 73 patients participate in the first phase of the clinical trial? Zhou Xiaoqiu replied at that time. Hangzhou Technology assured that these 73 patients would have the priority to become volunteers for the first phase of clinical trials. However, patients may relinquish this privilege, as no one can guarantee the absence of risks associated with clinical trials. After engaging in further conversation with his classmates, Zhou Xiaoqiu put away his phone and briskly walked into the inpatient building, eager to share this promising news with his patients. Soon, he arrived on the third floor, where his patients were housed. After taking just a few steps, he heard a tender voice. "Mommy, I've been in the hospital for 3 days. I want to go home. When can I return?" Zhou Xiaoqiu's heart tightened. The voice belonged to a 9-year-old girl named Zhang Xinxin, who, like his own daughter, was battling late-stage leukemia. In a desperate bid to secure a glimmer of hope for survival, she had opted for chemotherapy, yet the prognosis remained grim, with a life expectancy of perhaps 1 or 2 years. Of course, this judgment was based on prior medical technologies. With advancements underway and Lu Yun poised to conquer cancer, it seemed that the final hurdle was within reach. Given Lu Yun's research pace, completion within a month appeared plausible. Entering the ward, Zhou Xiaoqiu spotted the young girl, Xinxin, clad in a blue and white striped hospital gown. She was frail, with a pallid complexion and a shaved head, and her eyes sparkled with a youthful vibrancy. Upon seeing Zhou Xiaoqiu, she greeted him warmly. "Uncle Zhou, good evening." Her mother had told her that Uncle Zhou was diligently working to treat her illness, and that she should always be polite when meeting him. "Dr. Zhou," she said. Xinxin's mother, along with other patients and their families in the ward, warmly greeted Zhou Xiaoqiu. They held a favorable impression of him, as he was diligent and consistently answered their inquiries with patience, striving to help them save costs whenever possible. "Good evening," Zhou Xiaoqiu said with a smile to Xinxin, then nodded and smiled at the others before continuing. "I have some remarkable news to share. Today, during an interview with a CCTV reporter, Lu Yun revealed that he is merely 1 step away from modifying the L gene vector. Based on my estimation, it will take no more than a month for him to conquer cancer and subsequently proceed to animal trials." Upon hearing this, Xinxin's mother was instantly filled with excitement. A month. Just 1 month. Cancer could be defeated. Meanwhile, Xinxin's condition had been tenuously controlled, with a survival prognosis of 1 or 2 years remaining. "Xinxin, did you hear that? Your illness will soon be resolved." Xinxin's mother looked at her daughter, her face radiating with joy. "Wonderful, splendid." A middle-aged man dressed in a blue and white striped hospital gown also expressed his excitement, his eyes reddening before he quickly bowed his head to conceal the tears welling up. His name was Luo Zhenya, a late-stage lung cancer patient at the age of 31. Formerly a programmer. After being diagnosed with this dreaded illness, he resigned from his job in hopes of securing a slim chance of survival. Yet, his wife dealt him a crushing blow by vanishing with their household assets, leaving him unable to contact her. In that moment, his heart turned cold. Had it not been for the sight of his elderly parents' heartbroken expressions, he might have lacked the motivation to undergo treatment. Fortunately, fate intervened. Last month, circumstances took a turn when Lu Yun initiated a research project aimed at conquering cancer, igniting a genuine hope for survival within him, prompting him to actively cooperate with treatment. He yearned to live, to heal himself, and to divorce that woman, ensuring he could dutifully care for his parents and, at the very least, gather enough funds to restore their youth. The day of hope drew ever closer. A similar scene unfolded in many wards of Jiang Province Cancer Hospital. The cancer patients receiving treatment and their families chose to believe the news as soon as they received it. This belief was not solely due to Lu Yun's previous miraculous achievements, but also because they were desperate for such uplifting news, having been shrouded in the shadow of despair for far too long. Meanwhile, pharmaceutical giants such as Pfizer, Roche, and Johnson & Johnson were in negotiations, preparing to collaborate in persuading DARPA. Hours later, representatives from 2 pharmaceutical conglomerates arrived at DARPA's headquarters, both billionaires of immense renown, closely associated with DARPA. They soon met with DARPA Director Lucas. "What? You need DARPA to announce that in a month or 2, cancer can be eradicated in laboratories using nanorobots? Furthermore, you expect us to declare that once the technology breaks through, it will be licensed to your companies?" After hearing the words of the other party, Lucas shook his head and solemnly declared, "Impossible. Once this matter is exposed, DARPA's reputation will be irreparably damaged, and I too shall become the target of public scorn." Upon hearing this, one of the elderly gentlemen with golden hair chuckled. "This matter may not necessarily come to light, and besides, the White House is already aware of it. They have given their consent." Lucas's expression subtly shifted. The golden-haired elder continued, "We, as a consortium of companies, are preparing to procure a batch of office supplies, with orders exceeding $300 million. You may assign these orders to anyone you choose." Lucas replied earnestly, "The day after tomorrow. We at DARPA need to make some preparations. We will hold a press conference to announce these two favorable developments. A few minutes later, the representative of the pharmaceutical consortium departed. Lucas let out a deep sigh. He was reluctant to acquiesce, for if this matter were to be revealed, his future would be utterly destroyed. However, he realized that he could not contend against the overwhelming force of authority. The investor within the White House had already consented, leaving him little room to refuse. Did he truly believe that the pharmaceutical consortium would shy away from taking action? After all, even Kennedy's life had been taken. Furthermore, the profits from a $300 million order would be sufficient to secure an early retirement for him. Chapter 85, A Definitive Breakthrough in Cancer Treatment. Animal experiments. 2 days later, DARPA convened a press conference. Director Lucas, with palpable excitement, addressed dozens of media reporters, proclaiming, "Just yesterday, our nanorobotics technology achieved a remarkable breakthrough. Equipped with a quantum biomarker scanning system, we can detect abnormal metabolite concentrations on the surface of cancer cells, identifying them with an accuracy rate of 99.5. In the coming month or two, we anticipate further advancements, culminating in the extraordinary feat of employing nanorobots to treat cancer. Once this technology is perfected, we will promptly license it to companies such as Pfizer, Roche, and Johnson & Johnson, enabling swift treatment for cancer patients." As the press conference concluded, the media erupted with enthusiasm, and experts took turns to amplify the news. The citizens of the United States were overwhelmed with joy. The prospect of conquering cancer was within reach, and they felt liberated from dependence on foreign powers, no longer subjected to price discrimination in the realm of cancer treatment. Shortly thereafter, another piece of good news emerged. The stock prices of Pfizer, Roche, and Johnson & Johnson began to rise. Many financial experts remarked that the cancer treatment plan from their Eastern counterpart involved modifications to the L gene vector, which posed considerable risks to patients due to one of its modules, the viral coat protein gene, inherently possessing viral characteristics, indicating potential hazards. However, DARPA's nanorobotics technology, a confluence of mechanical engineering, artificial intelligence, and biotechnology, was deemed entirely safe and controllable, presenting vast market potential. Even if it could not penetrate the markets of Eastern nations, it would be widely accepted in other countries. Thus, the stocks of Pfizer, Roche, and Johnson & Johnson were expected to rise in the long term. It was highly recommended to invest now. Acquiring shares was tantamount to securing profits. This was an unparalleled opportunity for effortless earnings, one that could not be missed. Chen Xiang, upon reviewing the experts' analyses, felt an immediate urge to act. Having spent many years in the United States, his financial gains had been modest, primarily relying on borrowed funds from friends and family under the guise of investment. He was determined not to overlook any chance to amass wealth. He found the experts' reasoning compelling. If two treatment options were presented to cancer patients at the same price, one utilizing nanorobotics and the other involving the virus-related L gene vector, the patients would undoubtedly lean towards the former, as the notion of a virus inherently suggests risk. Influenced by the misfortunes of the Eastern counterpart, the stock prices of Pfizer and Roche had recently plummeted by over 20%, presenting an opportune moment to buy at a low. Even a return to their original prices would yield substantial profits. Without further hesitation, Chen Xiang withdrew $230,000 and plunged into the stock market, purchasing shares in Pfizer and Roche. Feeling elated at the thought of impending wealth, he captured a screenshot, opened Douyin, and posted a video. The proper nanorobot technology has made another breakthrough, soon to be utilized in cancer treatment. Compared to Lu Yun's genetic technology, this method boasts superior safety, promising a more favorable market outlook. Pharmaceutical giants like Pfizer and Roche are poised for long-term stock price increases. I have invested and await appreciation. Moments later, comments from netizens began to pour in. Wow, 230,000. What a wealthy individual. What business are you running in the Eagle country? Upon reading this remark, Chen Xiang's lips curled into a smirk. Why did he specifically take to Douyin to post a video? Was it not to bask in the envy of others regarding his life in the Eagle country? Who claims that nanorobot technology is safer? This technology also harbors risks of malfunction. Moreover, the safety of Lu Yun's L gene carrier has been validated. The genetically modified chimpanzee, Caesar, can now be seen daily at the Chimelong Safari Park, thriving and without any side effects. Stung by this comment, Chen Xiang rolled up his sleeves, ready to engage in a debate with the netizen. Before long, news of the breakthrough in nanorobot technology from the Eagle country reached domestic cancer patients. Jiang Province Tumor Hospital, inpatient department. Mom, I want a phone. I want to chat with Sister Dobao, just for half an hour, please. Xin pleaded, clinging to her mother's arm. All right. Here you go, but remember your promise. Only half an hour, her mother replied with a smile as she handed over the phone. She did not oppose her daughter's use of the phone, but they always agreed on the usage time, ensuring it did not exceed the limit. Furthermore, her daughter was not engrossed in games or short videos. She exclusively chatted with Dobao, whom she regarded as a dear elder sister, filling the emotional void left by the absence of classmates and friends due to her illness. Hearing their conversation, the patient in the adjacent bed, Luojinya, smiled faintly. If it were a month prior, when he was engulfed in despair, such sounds would have irked him, prompting him to demand silence. Yet now, aware that cancer was on the brink of being conquered, his mindset had shifted. He found joy in the beauty of life around him. At that moment, Dr. Zhou Xiaoqiu entered the ward, beaming as he announced, another significant development. The nanorobot technology from the Eagle country has also achieved a breakthrough. Their official agency, DARPA, claims that within a month or two, they expect to devise a method for treating cancer using nanorobots. This is excellent news for all cancer patients, as it offers more options. Xin's mother quickly inquired, Dr. Zhou, which technology is superior and safer? Dr. Zhou replied, in theory, both technologies can effectively eradicate cancer cells while ensuring safety. However, the actual efficacy will need to be established once both technologies are successfully developed, allowing the results to speak for themselves. Xinxin's mother remarked, I certainly place my trust in Lu Yun. I have perused the news reports indicating that none of the 100 volunteers involved in the initial clinical trials of cloned kidneys encountered any issues following the transplantation of these organs. At that moment, Luo Jinya chimed in. I, too, have faith in the safety of Lu Yun's technology. For his past endeavors provide ample evidence that he would never jeopardize his compatriots with immature techniques. Zhou Xiaoqiu nodded in agreement, harboring a subtle suspicion that the timing of Eagle Nation's breakthrough in nanorobotics was rather too convenient. Just as Lu Yun proclaimed his impending conquest over cancer, the DARPA announced their own intentions to tackle the same affliction, leading him to question the authenticity of the claims. However, such doubts remained unspoken, as he hesitated to accuse DARPA, an esteemed official institution akin to the Domestic Academy of Sciences, of fabricating breakthroughs. 3 days swiftly passed. The expansive propaganda machinery of Eagle Nation operated at full throttle, disseminating the news of DARPA's latest advancements in nanorobotics, with projections that these innovations would soon facilitate cancer cures. The overwhelming majority of netizens chose to believe, convinced that DARPA, being a prestigious official body, could not possibly engage in deceit regarding such significant matters. Furthermore, numerous experts and professors circulated videos online, validating the claims from various perspectives, leaving the public in high spirits. Pharmaceutical giants like Pfizer and Roche witnessed a continuous rise in their stock prices. On platforms like Douyin, the majority of users accepted the news as truth. With an unbidden thought arising within them, Eagle Nation's profound heritage should not be underestimated. Although they had fallen behind in the field of genetic technology, they had surged ahead in the realm of nanorobotics, achieving numerous breakthroughs. A minority of netizens, however, commented that this must be a fabrication, eagerly awaiting the exposure of Eagle Nation's deceit. Meanwhile, over the past few days, Lu Yun had activated his research superfrequency mode, diligently conducting experiments in his laboratory. One fateful afternoon, at 4 o'clock, after completing the 10-037th trial of the L-gene vector, gene therapy, and cancer suicide switch, he could not suppress a smile of triumph. Success. After 105 consecutive experiments, the quadruple interlocking mechanism of the suicide switch had consistently ensured that the L-gene vector would not mistakenly harm normal cells, would not self-replicate within the patient's body, and would not pose a risk of triggering a biochemical crisis. It was now time to proceed with animal testing. With a mere thought, Leon exited the superfrequency mode and proceeded to dismantle and reorganize all the cancer cells within his body, feeling an immediate sense of relief. Indeed, the experience of suffering from over 100 types of cancer was far from pleasant. Subsequently, Lu Yun made his way to his office, opened the internal communication software on his computer, and located the accounts of academic luminaries such as Gregory and Scott. He added them to a workgroup and sent a message. The L-gene vector, gene therapy, and cancer project I have developed is now ready for animal testing. Please come to my laboratory. I will assign you tasks. Indeed, Gregory and the others had already joined the team, and Lu Yun was prepared to delegate the responsibilities of the animal experiments to them. On one hand, he sought a moment of respite before embarking on the research of a new project. On the other, The sheer multitude of cancer types, over 100 in total, rendered the task of conducting animal experiments with laboratory mice nearly insurmountable. Should he attempt to undertake such experiments personally, he would undoubtedly find himself overwhelmed. Moreover, enlisting the expertise of these esteemed scholars was precisely intended to alleviate his own workload. After sending the message, Lu Yun reclined in his office chair, leisurely perusing Douyin on his phone. The DARPA's advancements in nanorobotics have made yet another breakthrough? Is it merely a coincidence? So strikingly akin to a poorly executed imitation? Before long, after watching the video, Lu Yun chuckled softly. It seemed someone was growing anxious. Chapter 86. Lu Yun's Research Tools and the Conquest of Down Syndrome. Meanwhile, at Hangzhou Technology, in building one of the Research and Development Center on the 3rd floor. In the laboratory of Research Group 1, Gregory stood before a confocal electron microscope, observing the experimental results. Splendid. Only one final step remains in conquering Down syndrome. A moment later, a look of astonishment illuminated Gregory's face. Upon joining Hangzhou Technology, Gregory ascended to the position of head of Research Group 1, in accordance with company policy. While fulfilling assigned tasks, he also possessed the authority to propose research projects of personal interest, provided that his applications were approved, after which the company would allocate the necessary resources. After careful consideration, Gregory chose to tackle Down syndrome, a genetic disorder also known as trisomy 21, which significantly impairs cognitive function and is characterized by a distinctive appearance, leading to the colloquial term Down's child. Presently, there exists no cure for this condition, plunging countless families into despair. Gregory had previously dedicated years to studying this ailment in search of a viable treatment. However, after 5 arduous years, he reluctantly abandoned his efforts, as the etiology of the disease stemmed from an extra chromosome 21. The avenues for treatment were limited to 2. One involved the deletion of the additional chromosome, while the other sought to render it inactive. Both approaches proved to be Herculean tasks, insurmountable even for a coalition of Nobel laureates in physiology or medicine. Such was the limitation of the era. The genetic technology of this time simply could not achieve such feats. However, upon joining Hangzhou Technology, Gregory found renewed confidence in addressing Down syndrome. This was largely due to Lu Yun's groundbreaking development of a technique known as the gene restrictor, which could render any specified DNA sequence inactive. This innovation appeared to be the antidote to Down syndrome. Upon learning of the gene restrictor's capabilities, a brilliant idea sparked in Gregory's mind, prompting him to submit a project proposal aimed at conquering Down syndrome. Before long, Gregory's application received approval from Lu Yun, along with the authorization to utilize the gene restrictor and viral capsid protein genes. Lu Yun provided an array of research tools to the company's employees, including the gene restrictor, viral capsid protein genes, electric eel discharge modules, and self-destruct switches. However, employees were required to apply for permission to use specific tools. Furthermore, even upon obtaining access to these research instruments, it did not guarantee mastery of the technology. All the tools provided by Lu Yun had been modularized and rendered opaque. When Hangzhou Technology employees employed these tools, it was akin to ordinary individuals using a smartphone. They understood how to take photos, browse the internet, and even a select few had the capability to modify their devices, yet none comprehended the underlying principles. Take the gene limiter as an example. Gregory is only aware of how to utilize it, lacking insight into its internal mechanisms. Should he attempt to forcefully breach it, the self-destruct mechanism of the gene limiter would be triggered. The same applies to the viral shell protein gene. This represents Lu Yun's technological measures against information leakage, ensuring that the company's core technologies remain firmly in his hands. Even if numerous spies infiltrate the research department, they would still be unable to steal the essential technologies. At this moment, a researcher clad in a white lab coat entered the laboratory. "Mr. Gregory, your phone just rang. Did Mr. Lu contact me?" Gregory had set his phone to notify him only when Lu Yun called or sent a message via his communication software during work hours. Realizing this, he promptly exited, making his way to the phone station. Upon picking up his phone, he discovered that Lu Yun had added several individuals to a work group and sent a group message. "The L gene vector, gene therapy, cancer I developed, is now ready for animal testing. Please come to my laboratory, and I will assign you tasks." "Oh my goodness!" Gregory exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. He was aware of recent events and knew that Lu Yun was merely one step away from conquering cancer. He had originally thought that this final step might take a month, yet only a few days had passed, and Lu Yun had succeeded. Truly, He was a genius who had led the field of genetic technology for decades. Filled with admiration, Gregory then felt a surge of excitement as he prepared to join this monumental project. Although he would only be responsible for a small portion of the concluding work, his anticipation grew, and he could hardly wait to remove his lab coat and rush outside. Shortly thereafter, he encountered his old friends Scott and Bruce, and the three of them proceeded together, engaging in conversation along the way. "Gregory, how is your project on conquering Down syndrome progressing?" "It's advancing smoothly. I estimate we can apply for clinical trials this year." "How about your cloning lung project?" "I'm currently facing a few challenges, but I believe they'll be resolved shortly." As they discussed their respective projects, all three were filled with joy, fully aware that they were at the forefront of global technology capable of transforming countless lives. Once successful, their names would undoubtedly be etched in history. Of course, they understood that their accomplishments were not solely due to their own strengths, but rather the fortunate opportunity to join Hangzhou Technology, granting them access to the research tools provided by Lu Yun, along with his invaluable guidance. Thus, they cherished this opportunity, working diligently and actively cooperating with Hangzhou Technology in the official technological safeguards of the Eastern nation. Electronic devices such as phones and computers must be company-issued, equipped with monitoring software, and any departure from the company requires prior approval, among other regulations. Many found it challenging to endure such a closely monitored existence. However, they accepted it and deemed it worthwhile. For once they left Hangzhou Technology, they would no longer have access to those extraordinarily powerful research tools nor the guidance of Lu Yun. Before long, Gregory and his companions arrived at Lu Yun's exclusive laboratory building, where security measures were notably stringent. In addition to the access control system, armed security personnel were present. Under the vigilant gaze of the guards, Gregory and his team approached the access control system, pressing their fingerprints and simultaneously scanning their irises. In the next moment, the display screen of the access system revealed a series of lines. "Identity verification successful. Employee ID 00237. Research Group 1. Gregory has been granted temporary access." The corresponding information also appeared on the personal terminals of the security personnel. However, they remained cautious, assigning one individual to accompany Gregory and his team into the laboratory. A few minutes later, Gregory and his companions entered a conference room already populated with numerous familiar faces, each a prominent figure in the academic world. Excitement permeated the atmosphere as they were about to engage in a monumental project, one that justified their willingness to leave their homes and endure stringent surveillance to join Hangzhou Technology. After a few more minutes, Lu Yun finally arrived. Compared to a month prior, he appeared nearly unchanged, retaining his youthful visage, which stirred a hint of envy among the esteemed scholars present. Given his remarkable achievements at such a tender age of merely 18, it seemed almost extraordinary. Lu Yun wasted no time in addressing the group. L-gene carrier, gene therapy. Cancer is a modified development based on the L-gene carrier, electric eel module. The viral capsid protein gene and the suicide switch retain certain original characteristics, albeit with differing functions, as the electric eel discharge module has been supplanted by a cell apoptosis module. This endeavor aims to cure human cancer, necessitating animal experiments to be conducted on mice, thus requiring some modifications. Fortunately, it is not a cumbersome task. I have already undertaken preliminary work, and you merely need to adjust the customized plugin for the viral capsid protein gene. Lu Yun succinctly outlined the tasks that Gregory and his colleagues were to undertake. The technical complexity was indeed substantial, likely beyond the comprehension of an undergraduate in biology. However, as seasoned academic giants who had been working at Hangzhou Technology for over a month, they grasped the essence immediately. They were required to implement 3 modifications to the customized plugin for the viral capsid protein gene. Firstly, given the variety of cancer types present in mice, combined with the continuous genetic mutations of cancer cells, each cancer-afflicted mouse possessed its unique genetic mutation spectrum. They needed to identify this genetic mutation spectrum and incorporate it into the cancer cell recognition module reserved in the customized plugin. Secondly, each mouse had its immune system, which would attack foreign entities entering its body. To prevent the L-gene carrier, gene therapy, cancer from being eradicated by the mouse's immune system before it could eliminate the cancer cells, it was essential to extract specific markers from within the mouse and add them to the immune evasion module reserved in the customized plugin. This would emit a signal of "I am one of you, do not harm me," ensuring that the mouse's immune system would refrain from launching an attack. Human and mouse protease expression sites differ, necessitating. Through Lu Yun's introduction, they also came to understand another crucial matter. Although the L-gene vector, gene therapy, cancer can be employed to treat all forms of cancer. It requires customization based on the unique circumstances of each patient. Lu Yun further remarked that after an unceasing period of diligence, he was ready to indulge in some well-deserved relaxation and would entrust the animal experiments entirely to them. He encouraged them to pose any inquiries they might have at that moment. 2 hours later, Gregory and his colleagues departed with an air of exhilaration. Having gained confidence in their ability to conduct the animal experiments for the L-gene vector, gene therapy, cancer by consulting with Lu Yun, rather than immediately taking a vacation, Lu Yun dialed Yang Jixin's number. Yang Jixin had previously informed him that the country had established a soft currency, gene technology system, aiming to replace the petroleum, US dollar system and elevate the soft currency to a position of global prominence. Binding cancer treatment to the soft currency was deemed a vital step. Thus he requested Lu Yun to promptly inform him once a breakthrough in cancer treatment technology was achieved. Chapter 87. The Escape Velocity of Lifespan. DARPA's scheme, the Department of Comprehensive Affairs at Hangzhou Technology, is primarily tasked with liaising with official entities. Yang Jixin serves as the manager, though he is merely a figurehead, primarily handling matters related to Lu Yun. Given that Lu Yun spends most of his time engaged in scientific research within the laboratory, Yang Jixin finds himself with little to occupy his time. He often resorts to reading, sipping tea, or browsing on his phone. At this moment, he is engrossed in scrolling through Douyin. 3 Nobel laureates have joined the Faculty of Biology at Hangzhou University as professors. The announcement that DARPA has declared that nanorobot technology will soon be available for cancer treatment has invigorated the stock prices of pharmaceutical giants such as Pfizer and Roche. Upon viewing this video, Yang Jixin furrows his brow. Although the National Intelligence Agency has assessed that there is a 50% probability that the breakthrough in DARPA's nanorobot technology is merely a falsehood, should it prove true, it could significantly impact the development of the RMB gene technology system. It seems that only with Lu Yun's realization of the rejuvenation technology can this system be widely promoted across the globe. This is indeed disheartening news. Ding ding ding. A call notification pops up on his phone. It's Lu Yun. Yang Jixin quickly answers, and hears Lu Yun's voice. Director Yang. The L-gene vector gene therapy cancer I have developed has commenced animal trials, which are expected to conclude within a week. This technology bears some resemblance to the current CAR-T therapy and requires personalized customization for different patients. I will be taking a few days off and will not be coming to the office. If anything arises, feel free to call me directly. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, even though Yang Jixin was somewhat prepared for this news, he cannot help but take a deep breath. Cancer, the dread disease that sends shivers down one's spine. It has been conquered. Once this news is made public, it will undoubtedly send shockwaves around the world. The two continued their conversation for a while before hanging up. Yang Jixin immediately relayed this information to his superiors. Shortly thereafter, in the capital, a high-level meeting commenced. After more than an hour of discussion, a consensus was reached to proceed as originally planned, using cancer treatment products as leverage to negotiate with countries worldwide and promote the RMB gene technology system. As for the outcomes, they would do their utmost and leave the rest to fate. After all, it is currently uncertain whether the American nanorobot technology represents a genuine breakthrough or a mere illusion. Meanwhile, Lu Yun has returned home, reclining on a bench in the courtyard while browsing the WeChat group for Class 3 of the senior year. On the evening following the end of the college entrance examination, Class 3 held a gathering that Lu Yun attended. Subsequently, the students began to indulge in their vacation. Some immersing themselves in gaming, others traveling across the nation, and even some venturing abroad. The WeChat group is filled with numerous classmates sharing photos from their travels. Lu Yun gazes at these images, feeling a pang of longing. Having lived for so long, he is yet to embark on a journey, experiencing the enchanting landscapes of deserts, grasslands, oceans, and snow-capped mountains, nature's beauty he has long yearned to witness. Now that he enjoys financial and temporal freedom, it seems fitting to indulge in these experiences. Thus, he decided not to rest at home over the next few days, but instead to immerse himself in the vastness of the desert. A thought crossed Lu Yun's mind as he turned to Chen Jing, who was seated nearby. With a smile, he said, "Sister Chen, could you assist me in arranging a trip? I wish to depart for the Taklamakan Desert tomorrow for a few days of adventure." "Of course," Chen Jing replied, nodding her head. Although this journey posed significantly greater risks than remaining in Hong City, Lu Yun's desire to go must be fulfilled. Furthermore, as long as he remained within the country, his safety was assured. Promptly, Chen Jing retrieved her tablet. Perusing maps to plan the route and devise security measures, and contingency plans. Meanwhile, Lu Yun leisurely continued to play on his phone, even taking a moment to log into his King S account, only to discover that his previously unadorned account had transformed into one filled with heroes and skins. A knowing smile crept across his face, recognizing the handiwork of his good neighbor, Brother Ma. Time for dinner. After more than an hour, his father's voice called out. Lu Yun quickly stowed away his phone and made his way to the dining room, where several of his favorite home-cooked dishes awaited him. His eyes lit up at the sight, and he promptly served himself a bowl of rice, eager to indulge. Having savored just a few bites, his father, Lu Changqing, suddenly spoke with gravity. Son, since your mother and I returned to Hong City, we have been idling at home. This cannot continue. We need to find something to occupy our time. What do you think we should do? Lu Changqing genuinely felt a sense of unease. Although their son had single-handedly elevated them to the status of wealthy heirs, providing them with a fortune that could last a lifetime, they had also become targets for global opportunists. On the dark web, not only were there bounties for Lu Yun's kidnapping, but also for his parents, with the rewards surpassing those once offered for notorious terrorist leaders. Consequently, they were compelled to abandon their family business, Changqing fried noodles, and rarely ventured outside. Now growing increasingly restless with their inactivity. Were they in their 60s or 70s, this state of affairs might be tolerable. However, they were merely in their 40s. After some contemplation, Lu Yun suggested, why not pursue further education? Huh? Lu Changqing and Zhou Shui were taken aback. Both had ceased their studies after high school, having relinquished all the knowledge they had acquired to their teachers. Now, as wealthy heirs with ample resources and time, the notion of returning to school seemed absurd. Father, mother. I'm not jesting, Lu Yun continued. I am on the verge of developing a technology that could reverse aging. In the future, you could live to at least 150, even 200 years. Moreover, in a century's time, I will undoubtedly have discovered even more advanced longevity technologies, allowing you to extend your lives further. This could be termed life escape. As long as my breakthroughs in longevity continue before your natural lifespans conclude, you could essentially live forever. If immortality were truly achievable and there were no means to pass the time, life could indeed become quite dull. Reading is an exquisite way to pass the time. Even after a century of study, one could never truly exhaust the depths of knowledge. Of course, one may also cultivate other interests such as music, antique appreciation, archaeology, and so forth. Take your time to ponder these options. Rest assured, I shall support whatever choice you make. Living to 150, 200, or even achieving immortality. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, Lu Changqing and Zhou Shui were momentarily taken aback, then lost in thought. What might the future hold if one could truly live that long? It was utterly unimaginable, completely beyond comprehension. As for immortality, Lu Yun spoke with sincerity, for he possessed absolute dominion over his own body and had, in fact, already attained eternal life. Thus, he would continue to explore technologies to extend lifespan, ensuring that his parents and other loved ones could also enjoy perpetual existence. After all, one person's immortality is not a blessing, but rather a curse. However, this endeavor is not urgent. It can unfold at a leisurely pace. The following day, a woman who bore a striking resemblance to Lu Yun after her makeup arrived at the villa, engaging in activities such as using her phone and readings, thereby fabricating the illusion that Lu Yun was at home resting. In reality, however, Lu Yun had already departed in secret. As evening descended upon the Taklamakan Desert, a convoy of modified black Mercedes Unimogs traversed the dunes, kicking up a cloud of sand. The doors swung open, and Lu Yun stepped out. Clad in boots tailored for the desert, gazing at the sunset-tinged expanse of sand with a slight smile. It was indeed beautiful. No wonder so many people flock to the desert each year. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yun suddenly felt a spark of inspiration and turned to Chen Jing, requesting, "Teach me to drive." Although he had no need to operate a vehicle himself, he wished to indulge in the experience, simply for the joy of it. Chen Jing nodded, assured that the area was under dual real-time surveillance via satellites and drones. Should any anomalies arise, she would receive immediate intelligence, allowing Lu Yun to play freely. Meanwhile, in the United States, senior executives and board members of Roche Pharmaceuticals convened for an urgent online meeting. CEO John announced, "We have received word from a spy we planted at one of Hangzhou Technology's suppliers. They demand that the company immediately provide them with laboratory mice afflicted with cancer, requiring specimens of all types of the disease. It is evident that Lu Yun has conquered cancer and has commenced animal testing. Everyone should take advantage of this information before it becomes public and expedite the sale of our stocks." As his words concluded, Gasps of astonishment filled the room. Is Lu Yun's research speed truly that rapid? I still hold a significant portion of stocks. Others echoed, their faces reflecting disbelief. Yet, with the situation at hand, they could only adapt their original plans. At DARPA, Director Lucas also received this intelligence from the CIA. Once this news breaks, all eyes will turn to DARPA, demanding swift advancements in nanobot technology to cure cancer. If we at DARPA fail to deliver, we will face scrutiny. The longer we delay, the louder the doubts will grow. Ultimately, this matter will inevitably come to light. Then I shall be condemned by the masses, perhaps even meeting a fate akin to that of the CEO of United Health Group. Felled by an enraged populace. What am I to do? What course of action should I take? Lucas, in a state of turmoil, although prepared to shoulder the blame, yearned to salvage his reputation and, at the very least, avoid becoming a target for extremist assassination. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Lucas's mind. The laboratory dedicated to the research of nanorobots was destined to experience a catastrophic fire. In this blaze, the core researchers would sustain grave injuries, and invaluable research data would be incinerated, with no backups to restore it. Should the research continue, it would necessitate starting from scratch. And I, as the director of DARPA, would feel an overwhelming sense of guilt for the mismanagement that led to the fire, prompting my voluntary resignation. 5 days swiftly elapsed. In the Taklamakan Desert, Lu Yun drove his off-road vehicle, recklessly traversing the boundless dunes. Suddenly, a call from General Manager Li Peiqiang interrupted his reverie. He halted the vehicle and answered the phone. Listening to Li Peiqiang's voice, General Lu, the animal trials for the L gene vector, gene therapy, cancer have entered their final stage, expected to conclude tomorrow. Will you come to witness this historic moment in person? After spending 5 days in the desert, Lu Yun felt a touch of ennui and nodded, replying, I will return immediately and be at the company tomorrow. Then, as if struck by an epiphany, he added, Please contact academician Su Aimin and request that he dispatch a team to our company for a safety assessment of the L gene vector, gene therapy, cancer. Additionally, reach out to CCTV and arrange for reporters to witness this momentous occasion. After ending the call, Lu Yun gazed out at the vast desert. A thought suddenly blossoming in his mind. The scenery was indeed beautiful, yet desolate. In the future, when time permits, I shall endeavor to research plants capable of rapid growth in arid conditions, transforming the desert into a thriving oasis, suitable for habitation and cultivation. This would prevent potential food shortages amidst a population explosion and subsequently undermine the grain hegemony of the Eagle Nation. Moreover, this endeavor would be far simpler than the deceptive nanorobot technology purported to treat cancer. Indeed, while Lu Yun possessed no concrete evidence, he had always harbored the belief that the Eagle Nation's nanorobot technology was a false breakthrough, as everything appeared far too coincidental, and DARPA had yet to produce substantial evidence. Chapter 88. Lu Yun publicly questions their false breakthrough the following day, at 11 in the morning. 3 armed helicopters descended upon the square in front of the Hengshou Technology Research Building. The doors swung open, and Chen Jing, accompanied by several palace guards, swiftly disembarked to secure the area. Shortly thereafter, Lu Yun followed suit, yet rather than entering the research building, he made his way directly to the Research Center Building 1, where the animal experiments for the L gene vector, gene therapy, cancer were being conducted. As he traversed the path, numerous employees noticed Lu Yun and greeted him warmly with smiles. Their admiration stemmed not solely from his reputation as a brilliant scientist, but also from the remarkably generous salaries and benefits the company offered, which stood unparalleled in the second-tier city of Hongqing. Before long, Lu Yun and his entourage arrived at the entrance of Research Center Building 1, where security measures were stringent. For guards, all recently retired from special forces, stood sentinel at the door, enforcing a policy that required every individual entering the research center to verify their fingerprint and iris. Lu Yun was no exception in an era of advanced technology. The proliferation of silicone masks had made it all too easy to craft high-quality replicas of his visage for a mere few thousand yuan. Having successfully passed the identity verification with ID number 00001, Lu Yun possessed the highest level of access within the company. Under the watchful gaze of the 4 guards, he and his party briskly entered Research Center Building 1, proceeding directly to a spacious laboratory already bustling with activity. Among the attendees were many staff members from Hengshou Technology, including Gregory and Scott, alongside familiar faces such as academicians Su Aimin and Wang Zhengwo, as well as CCTV reporter Sun Rue. Old Su, Old Wang. Lu Yun greeted these esteemed predecessors with a smile, acknowledging the others with a nod. At last, you have returned, Both academicians expressed their delight as they approached him. Following the customary pleasantries, Gregory, who had been standing nearby, began to brief Lu Yun on the progress of the animal experiments. The subjects range from number 1 to number 137, all of which are mice afflicted with early-stage cancers, including gastric, skin, and lung cancers. Remarkably, after being injected with the modified L gene vector, gene therapy, cancer, they showed complete recovery within 48 hours, with no detectable cancer cells in samples taken from various parts of their bodies. Moreover, after 72 hours, the L gene vector, gene therapy, cancer was also undetectable, indicating the effective self-degradation mechanism of the vector. As Gregory elaborated, Lu Yun gained a comprehensive understanding of the animal experiment outcomes. The early-stage cancer mice exhibited a significant reduction in cancer cell count just 6 hours post-treatment, and by 48 hours, no cancer cells were found. The mid-stage cancer mice also revealed no cancer cells after 72 hours of treatment. Though the late-stage cancer mice still exhibited a few detectable cancer cells, their numbers were minimal, with expectations of complete eradication within a few hours. Of course, Lu Yun was acutely aware that this did not imply that human cancer patients would experience such rapid cures. On one hand, the differences between humans and white mice are notable. Their physiological mechanisms diverge significantly, and their size is considerably greater. On the other hand, during the animal experiments conducted with white mice, Gregory and his colleagues deliberately increased the dosage of the L gene vector to expedite results. While this approach yielded positive outcomes, it also induced adverse reactions in the mice's bodies. Such a method would be utterly inadmissible when treating human patients. As time passed, every hour, Gregory and his team collected samples from the terminally ill white mice numbered 302 to 453 for testing. The sample from mouse 302 revealed no detectable cancer cells. Yet the sample from mouse 379 still showed signs of gastric cancer. With each test result announced, expressions of joy illuminated the faces of the observers, as these findings indicated a continual reduction of cancer cells within the bodies of all the mice, with some even having fully recovered. Finally, after 5 hours, the latest test results were disclosed, revealing that all white mice numbered from 302 to 453 exhibited no detectable cancer cells. This signified the successful completion of the animal experiments and heralded the triumph over cancer, which would no longer be deemed an incurable disease. In that moment, academician Gregory and others were filled with exhilaration, bursting into applause that resonated throughout the laboratory, startling the white mice into stillness, as they dared not even breathe. After a considerable time, the applause subsided. CCTV reporter Sun Rue stepped forward to commence the interview. Today was destined to be recorded in history, as cancer had been conquered, transforming it into an ordinary illness that would no longer instill despair in patients. As he spoke, Sun Rue handed the microphone to Lu Yun. Mr. Lu Yun, I believe many are as curious as I am about how the cancer cells within these mice were eradicated. With a smile, Lu Yun replied, based on the L gene vector and the electric eel template, I modified it to develop the L gene vector for gene therapy targeting cancer. It comprises 3 modules: the viral capsid protein gene, the apoptosis module, and the suicide switch. As for the process of eliminating cancer cells, well, the viral capsid protein gene acts as a precision-guided system, granting the new L gene vector the ability to recognize and invade all cancer cells. The apoptosis module serves as the explosive, capable of destroying cancer cells. It is as simple as that. Sun Rue chuckled at this explanation. This introduction is exceedingly comprehensible. Even someone like me, an outsider, can grasp it effortlessly. However, I have one more question. Does naming it the L gene vector for gene therapy targeting cancer imply that many future products from your company will continue to be developed based on the L gene vector? Lu Yun nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the L gene vector, which I inadvertently developed, is currently the core technology of our company. Many projects are being researched based on this technology, including the rejuvenation technology project that I am about to initiate, which will also utilize the L gene vector. Sun Rue inquired, your technology, while capable of curing all types of cancer, necessitates personalized treatment for different patients. What is the reason for this? Lu Yun responded. This is primarily due to the vast variety of cancers. There are over 100 types of cancer in humans, and each patient presents unique circumstances, including their own specific spectrum of genetic mutations. Additionally, every individual's immune system varies. To achieve optimal treatment outcomes, It is essential to make personalized adjustments to the L gene carrier. However, this process is expedited and can be completed within a day, ensuring that patient's treatment is not delayed. Sun Rui nodded and continued his line of questioning. After several minutes, he posed his final question. A few days ago, the DARPA of the Eagle Nation announced a breakthrough in their nanorobotics technology with an onboard quantum biomarker scanning system. They claim to identify cancer cells with an accuracy of 99.5%. Furthermore, they anticipate another breakthrough within a month, utilizing nanorobots to cure cancer. Do you believe this will impact Hangzhou Technology's global strategy? Lu Yun smiled slightly. Science is not akin to a press conference. Data does not lie. If a technology is hesitant to disclose laboratory details or permit other research teams to visit, yet hastily announces a breakthrough, it raises questions. Perhaps when the external world loses patience, and they are compelled to present tangible products, we might witness an intriguing crisis management scenario, such as power outages in the lab resulting in data loss, or an intern accidentally destroying documents. Upon hearing this, Sun Rui was taken aback. He could hardly fathom that Lu Yun would openly question the authenticity of the Eagle Nation's nanorobotics technology as a false breakthrough. If this interview were to be published, it would undoubtedly stir significant controversy. However, upon reflection, he realized that Lu Yun's assertion was not without merit. The so-called breakthroughs in the Eagle Nation's nanorobotics technology possessed two critical flaws: a lack of physical evidence and absence of data. As the interview concluded, Li Peiqiang, the general manager of Hangzhou Technology, promptly approached Lu Yun to report on recent significant developments within the company, the progress of various research projects, and to outline the company's forthcoming focal initiatives, such as clinical trials for gene therapy targeting cancer, large-scale production, cost accounting, and pricing. After discussing these matters, he inquired, "Mr. Lu, shall we organize a product launch event like last time?" After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yun nodded. "Let us indeed hold a launch event. Did you not mention that progress has been favorable in projects addressing congenital genetic diseases such as Down syndrome and hereditary polycystic kidney disease, as well as organ cloning projects like cloning lungs and hearts? I believe we should leverage the cancer breakthrough launch to disseminate this positive news, providing hope to patients and their families, reassuring them that despair need not prevail and that brighter days are on the horizon." Lu Yun reflected deeply on this. He recalled the despair he felt when his father suffered from uremia, waiting interminably for a matching kidney source. The most disheartening aspect was the absence of hope. After Li Peiqiang's departure, Yang Jixin stepped forward to discuss the L gene vector, gene therapy, cancer in conjunction with national strategy, emphasizing the alignment with the country's promotion of the soft currency and the gene technology framework. Without hesitation, Lu Yun agreed, maintaining his previous stance, eager to contribute to his motherland in any way he could. Satisfied with Lu Yun's clear response, Yang Jixin left and promptly reported the matter to his superiors. Shortly thereafter, the nation officially launched this initiative. The first step of the plan involved generating widespread publicity, ensuring that the news of Lu Yun's triumph over cancer rapidly spread across the globe. Soon, provincial television stations received directives to assist in national promotion. Major online platforms such as Douyin, Weibo, and QQ were also assigned corresponding tasks. They were instructed to ignite this topic immediately following the evening news broadcast reporting Lu Yun's breakthrough in cancer treatment. Chapter 89. The Prophecy of Lu Yun, the Laboratory Fire, and the Stupefaction of the World. As the clock struck 7:10 in the evening, in Ward 307 of Jiang Province Tumor Hospital, terminal lung cancer patient Luo Jinya lay propped up on his bed, engrossed in watching the news broadcast on his mobile phone. Previously indifferent to this program, he had become captivated ever since Lu Yun unveiled a grand vision for the nation, encompassing rejuvenation and genetic evolution, international trade, retirement systems, social security, and other realms intimately connected to the lives of all citizens, which were undergoing monumental transformations. Consequently, he began to tune in daily to grasp the latest developments within the country. The first typhoon of the year, Butterfly, had formed and was set to make landfall in southern coastal cities of our nation. Prominent scientist Lu Yun had once again achieved a significant breakthrough. His independently developed L gene carrier, gene therapy, cancer had successfully completed animal trials, with results indicating that this technology could be employed to treat all forms of cancer. Luo Jinya's eyes widened in disbelief, his heart raced wildly, and his mind buzzed with overwhelming emotion, leaving him momentarily paralyzed. After a considerable pause, he turned to the others in the ward, exclaiming with fervor, cancer has been conquered. The news just reported that Lu Yun has created a revolutionary L-gene carrier capable of curing all types of cancer, and it has passed animal testing. Tomorrow, he will apply to the Drug Regulatory Agency for clinical trials. We are saved. Our afflictions will soon be alleviated. As he spoke, tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. The days of suffering were finally coming to an end, and a new lease on life was within reach. Upon hearing his words, the other patients and their families, including Xion's mother, were momentarily taken aback. After a brief interlude, they too regained their composure and joined Luo Zhinya in exuberant shouts of joy. Wonderful! Cancer is no longer a death sentence. Our afflictions will soon be cured. A similar scene unfolded across numerous wards in Jiang Province Tumor Hospital. This establishment, long shrouded in despair, reverberated with the jubilant voices of cancer patients and their families, filled with hopeful anticipation for a brighter future. Meanwhile, on Douyin, propelled by the platform's traffic surge, this video reached tens of millions of users, many of whom trembled with excitement. For they were either cancer patients themselves or had loved ones battling the disease. Dad, your illness is hope. On the roadside, in front of a fried rice stall, a recently off-duty interior designer, passing the time by scrolling through Douyin, hurriedly dialed his father's number upon viewing the video. His father was a gastric cancer patient. Wonderful. In an urban village, the pallid-faced convenience store owner laughed through tears. He was a pancreatic cancer patient, a disease notoriously dubbed the king of cancers. Often equated to a death sentence, Steve Jobs had succumbed to this very illness. My days of suffering are finally coming to an end. After coming across a video, a TikTok host known as T who loves to paint found herself overwhelmed with emotion, shedding tears. She is an oil painting streamer with millions of followers on the platform, and simultaneously, she is a late-stage cancer patient who has undergone chemotherapy 8 times. Unfortunately, her health has not improved. Rather, it has deteriorated significantly. Now her body is frail, and she frequently endures excruciating pain. In an effort to shield her devoted fans from witnessing her suffering, she has refrained from live streaming for quite some time, only occasionally posting videos to document her life and her last interactions with the world, serving as a testament to her existence. However, in this moment, she yearns to share her joy with the supporters who have stood by her side, prompting her to initiate a live stream. Before long, thousands of viewers flooded into her streaming room. Upon hearing the news of a breakthrough in cancer treatment, thoughts of her immediately came to mind. Keep fighting, T. Just a little longer, and your illness could be cured. T. I remember you once said during a live stream that life is too bitter, but tea is sweet. Which is why you chose that name. Coupled with your passion for painting, T who loves to paint suits you perfectly. As cancer is being conquered, may your life transition from suffering to sweetness. Once you're well, please stream more. I will always support you. As she read these comments, tears welled in T's eyes. And with a smile, she expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Thank you all. I will spend the rest of my days with you and paint for you. Just as she finished speaking, a wave of intense pain surged through her body, a common affliction for late-stage cancer patients, often unrelieved even by painkillers. T could not suppress a cough, beads of sweat forming on her pale face. T, you should end the stream. Rest and return when you are better. Hurry to the hospital and take care of yourself. Once the L-gene carrier from Lu Yun is available, your illness can be treated. T. Hongshou Technology is expected to open the first phase of clinical trial applications for the L-gene carrier. You must remember to apply and seek treatment soon. Your condition is too precarious. After taking several painkillers, T managed to regain a slight semblance of composure and offered a weak smile. I apologize for worrying you. This is actually why I have not streamed for a while, but thankfully, this phase will soon be a thing of the past. I appreciate your support and also wish to thank Lu Yun. Even though he doesn't know who I am still grateful. Just a few days ago, I painted a piece depicting him battling cancer cells, and I hope to gift it to him one day. Meanwhile, Lu Yun's ardent fan, Su Shanha, also began his live stream, brimming with excitement. Brothers, Lu Yun is absolutely incredible. He has managed to conquer cancer in less than 2 months, tackling all types of cancer at once. Honestly, I never even dared to dream such a thing. Yet, this is a momentous announcement for the world, as cancer will no longer be deemed an incurable disease. As the conversation shifted, Su Shanha introduced another sensational piece of news that deserves our attention. You may have overlooked it, but earlier, the official CCTV news account on Douyin released a video featuring an interview with Lu Yun, which did not air on tonight's news broadcast. Allow me to share this video with you. After viewing, you'll understand why CCTV opted to publish it on Douyin rather than including it in the news segment. Upon hearing this, the audience in the live stream was instantly intrigued and joined Su Shanha in watching the video. The reporter asked, "Do you believe that the Eagle Nation's nanobot technology for curing cancer will impact Hangzhou Technology's global strategy?" Lu Yun responded, "Science is not a press conference. For instance, if the laboratory experiences a power outage, or if an intern accidentally destroys documents." With that, the video concluded. Su Shanha chuckled. "Brothers, savor that moment." Though Lu Yun did not say it outright, it is evident that he considers the Eagle Nation's nanobot technology to be a false breakthrough. I find Lu Yun's perspective quite compelling. In the past 2 months, the Eagle Nation's nanobot technology has allegedly made 2 breakthroughs. The first occurred when Lu Yun announced his intention to research rejuvenation technology, leading to a dramatic drop in the stock prices of major pharmaceutical companies in the Eagle Nation. The second followed Lu Yun's announcement of impending advancements in cancer treatment, which again caused a significant decline in those stocks. Such coincidences are rather striking. Most importantly, neither of these breakthroughs was accompanied by experimental data or tangible evidence. They merely held press conferences to declare their achievements. Initially, I dismissed any concerns, considering the announcements came from DARPA, the Eagle Nation's official research agency, akin to our country's Academy of Sciences. However, Lu Yun's remarks have prompted me to reconsider. It is entirely possible that the Eagle Nation's officials may engage in misleading publicity. After all, they had once audaciously characterized laundry detergent as a weapon of mass destruction, using that as justification to wage war against a nation. As soon as these words were uttered, the live stream erupted. "Look closely," someone remarked when Lu Yun spoke in the video. The camera captured a fleeting smirk at the corner of his mouth. To be honest, when I saw the news of DARPA's latest breakthrough in nanobot technology a few days ago, I sensed something amiss, and it seems Lu Yun shared the same sentiment. Listening to the host, I increasingly believe that the public discourse from a few days ago was manipulated, clearly steering us to accept that the Eagle Nation's nanobot technology had genuinely advanced. Indeed, at that time, numerous prominent bloggers and esteemed experts released videos, confidently asserting the veracity of these claims, which led me to believe them. After all, they are professionals. Who else could I trust if not them? In retrospect, it seems those individuals must have received compensation. Alternatively, they may have been driven by ulterior motives. To speak candidly, the pharmaceutical complex of the United States possesses a formidable energy, rivaling that of the military-industrial complex and financial consortiums. Should they, in a bid to salvage their corporate value, implore DARPA to fabricate misleading narratives, there exists a genuine possibility that DARPA could acquiesce. If compelled to choose between DARPA and Lu Yun, my allegiance would undoubtedly lie with Lu Yun. If DARPA's advancements in nanobot technology are indeed mere illusions, one might say that Lu Yun's prophetic insights could very well come to fruition. It is quite possible that Lu Yun's predictions about the intern's inadvertent document destruction could materialize. Soon, this news reached the ears of the American populace. Initially, they were taken aback. Lu Yun's pace of research appeared astonishingly rapid. Just a fortnight ago, he claimed that only one final hurdle remained in conquering cancer, and now, animal trials have already been completed. Subsequently, the public's astonishment transformed into ire as they witnessed Lu Yun's derisive critique of DARPA. How unbecoming of Lu Yun. Is it permissible for your genetic breakthroughs while denying our advancements in nanobot technology? Is there such logic in the world? Lu Yun is evidently agitated. His frustration at DARPA's developmental speed has led him to utter such thoughtless remarks. Although there is a modicum of reason in Lu Yun's words, I place my trust in DARPA. The evidence speaks for itself, and DARPA should simply present it. I also believe in DARPA, as Lu Yun's comments stem purely from envy. DARPA. It is imperative that you act swiftly, presenting experimental data and tangible nanobots to decisively refute Lu Yun's assertions. I have found him irksome for quite some time. The American public, fervent in their emotions, began to DARPA, urging the agency to respond vigorously to Lu Yun's provocations and to showcase the depth of American technological prowess. Half an hour later, at DARPA, Director Lucas was fixated on the tablet before him, where a subtitled video was playing. In the video, Lu Yun remarked, "Perhaps when the external world grows impatient with them, and they are compelled to unveil actual products, we shall witness a spectacular crisis management scenario. Perhaps a power outage in the lab leading to data loss, or an intern accidentally destroying files." Lucas was rendered speechless. Not only did Lu Yun unexpectedly challenge DARPA's integrity regarding false breakthroughs, but he also anticipated their potential maneuvers, suggesting that when the time comes to reveal actual products, they might resort to crisis management tactics. Though Liu Yun did not foresee their intention of using a fire to cover their tracks, he was not far off the mark. Damn it! Lucas was on the brink of despair. According to his original plan, a fire had been scheduled to occur in the lab 3 days prior, which would have provided an optimal opportunity. Since Liu Yun had yet to announce the conquest of cancer, the American public would not have speculated further, merely feeling regret. However, pharmaceutical giants like Pfizer and Roche disagreed, as they still held a significant amount of stock that had yet to be liquidated, insisting that Lucas delay. And now, the situation had unfolded as it did. Liu Yun not only proclaimed his triumph over cancer, but also openly challenged the validity of DARPA's nanorobotics technology, predicting that DARPA would resort to crisis management. Should a fire break out in the laboratory now, it would undoubtedly raise a storm of skepticism. At that moment, the phone rang. It was John, the CEO of Roche Pharmaceuticals, calling with an indifferent tone. Lucas, you currently face 2 options. First, publicly apologize and admit that the nanorobotics technology was a fabrication from the outset, a scheme devised by you in an attempt to withstand Liu Yun's pressure and preserve your position as the head of DARPA, or second, orchestrate a laboratory fire, regardless of public belief, presenting it as an accident. However, remember that whichever option you choose, this matter is solely your responsibility and must not implicate us. Furious, Lucas retorted. Had I followed my original plan, the laboratory would have burned down 3 days ago, and we would not be in this predicament. John chuckled lightly. Does it matter to discuss that now? Make your choice swiftly. As long as you remain discreet, that 300 million order will ensure your family's comfortable future. Otherwise, you know the consequences. The line went dead. Clenching his fists until his knuckles turned white, Lucas stood an hour later with 2 trusted aides at a safe distance. Watching the flames engulf the laboratory, he murmured, notify the media that the fire was caused by aging circuitry, resulting in the regrettable loss of vital technology and severe injuries to 3 core researchers. This is a tragic accident. Chapter 90. The unraveling of public opinion and national outrage. Before long, journalists from CNN, Fox, and other media outlets arrived at the scene. These reporters had been previously briefed by the pharmaceutical giants, enabling them to know precisely what to do and what to avoid. They selectively captured images of the devastated laboratory, reduced to ruins by the inferno, while directing their lenses towards the gravely injured researcher, his wounds cleverly disguised, on the ambulance, alongside the distraught DARPA director, Lucas. In front of the cameras, Lucas, with tears streaming down his face, proclaimed, "This marks the darkest day in the annals of science. Our groundbreaking research on nanorobots has been utterly annihilated by a merciless blaze, and reconstruction is not feasible in the foreseeable future." Minutes later, these reports surfaced on platforms such as Fox News, TikTok, and Twitter. At that moment, the citizenry of the Eagle Nation was left in shock. How could our DARPA's nanorobotic technology for curing cancer vanish due to the aging circuits in the laboratory? Such a pivotal technology. Was DARPA truly so negligent? Did the laboratory not conduct regular maintenance? Were there no backups for the technology? What a travesty! TikTok, Twitter, and other platforms erupted in outrage. This conflagration had incinerated our hopes. At least until this technology could be restored, we would be beholden to Liu Yun and the Eastern superpowers, who now held the key to curing cancer. This is an affront to justice. This constitutes dereliction of duty. DARPA Director Lucas must face imprisonment. Just as Liu Yun announced his triumph over cancer, a catastrophic fire engulfed DARPA's laboratory, destroying the nanorobotic technology, rendering it irreparable in the short term. Could this be divine retribution upon us, the Eagle Nation? Have we ceased to be God's chosen? A segment of the populace readily accepted the news, which is unsurprising given the stark disparities in individual capabilities among the citizens. The brightest few possess the power to steer the world's course, while the most disadvantaged are not only illiterate but also believe in the flatness of the earth. This demographic constitutes 1/5 of the Eagle Nation's population. Can you fathom that? Nonetheless, the majority remain skeptical. At Stanford University, within the confines of a student dormitory, Eric, upon encountering the news, immediately recognized the laboratory fire as a conspiracy, feeling he had unraveled the entirety of the situation. The 2 purported breakthroughs in nanorobotic technology were mere fabrications. The rationale behind these false claims likely stemmed from 2 motives. Firstly, to counteract the pressures exerted by Liu Yun and the surging public sentiment, DARPA's upper echelons concocted the narrative of a breakthrough in nanorobots. Now that Liu Yun had publicly cast doubt and given his immense influence, the populace was incensed. demanding DARPA provide evidence in response to Liu Yun's challenges and mockery, aiming to deliver a resounding blow to Liu Yun's credibility. Faced with the inability to conceal the truth any longer, DARPA resorted to tactics learned from the military-industrial complex, invoking the strategy of obscuring the truth through the calamity of fire. Reason 2. The two instances of illusory breakthroughs were orchestrated by the pharmaceutical conglomerate behind the scenes. The previous breakthrough occurred following a significant decline in the stock prices of major pharmaceutical giants such as Pfizer and Roche, and this current breakthrough mirrors that pattern. Furthermore, after both false breakthroughs, the stock prices of these pharmaceutical behemoths rebounded. As for the laboratory fire, it was also questioned by Liu Yun, prompting DARPA to resort to the fire incident as a means of damage control. Eric leans towards this second explanation. If my conjecture holds true, it implies that the shareholders of pharmaceutical giants like Pfizer and Roche are aware that the nanorobotics technology is merely a fad. Consequently, they are likely to harbor little faith in the future of their companies, and given their moral compass, they would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to divest their stocks en masse while prices are still elevated. Upon this realization, Eric promptly took action, utilizing professional financial data platforms and his family's connections to investigate the stock divestment records of shareholders in pharmaceutical giants such as Pfizer and Roche. Soon, he obtained the desired information. Over the past few weeks, indeed, those shareholders had been significantly reducing their stock holdings. By regulation, large-scale divestments by shareholders of publicly traded companies must be disclosed. Failure to do so incurs penalties. However, these giants' shareholders had not made such disclosures, constituting a breach of regulations. This brought to Eric's mind an incident from over a month ago when Liu Yun unveiled the rejuvenation technology and gene evolution, stating he would consider exporting it in alignment with national strategy. The Speaker of the House, Carl, immediately called for a reduction in tariffs on the Eastern superpower, with other politicians readily agreeing. Super-wealthy individuals like Bart and Masick directly funneled billions into Liu Yun's endeavors while also investing massively in the Eastern superpower. Academic luminaries such as Scott even joined Liu Yun's company directly. Eric scoffed to himself. These despicable figures are as shameless as ever, sacrificing national interests for their own gain. Yet, a sinister smile crept across Eric's face as he recognized this as an opportunity. This matter is bound to be exposed, whether by myself or another. But if I act first to unveil the truth and denounce the pharmaceutical giants like Pfizer and Roche, I may attract a substantial following and emerge as a voice of the people. Once I achieve that status, public recognition could pave the way for my entrance into the political arena. ISNT the current deputy leader, Xiao Wan, following a similar path? He gained notoriety through a best-selling book that exposed societal issues. Eric felt a stirring within him. Although undertaking this venture might antagonize the pharmaceutical conglomerate and potentially lead to dire consequences, fortune favors the bold. I must strive for advancement. I, too, yearn to become a significant figure and leverage the Eagle Sauce platform for my benefit. Thus, I shall take a gamble. Over a month ago, after witnessing how super-rich individuals, politicians, and academic elites were willing to compromise national interests for the prospect of enjoying Liu Yun's rejuvenation technology, Eric's resolve shattered. He vowed to ascend to prominence, surpassing those influential figures, and to exploit the Eagle Sauce platform for substantial gains. Thus, he is now willing to wager his very life. Should he triumph, he would gain the favor of the young models at the club. Should he falter, he would have to start anew. 5 minutes later, Eric took a deep breath, his hands trembling as he uploaded a recorded video to platforms such as YouTube and Twitter. In the video, he articulated his analysis of the DARPA laboratory fire incident, presenting evidence to denounce the despicable actions of pharmaceutical giants like Pfizer and Roche. This video might soon be taken down, and I could very well find myself the victim of an untimely end. These shadowy figures may be reveling in a celebration, congratulating themselves for offloading their stocks, while we, the ordinary folk, become the unfortunate buyers of assets that have long lost their value. At that moment, platforms like YouTube and Twitter were already rife with users questioning whether the laboratory fire was a conspiracy. Once Eric's video was published, it was swiftly recommended to them. Subsequently, these American netizens erupted with fervor. Eric's analysis was well-founded. This was the truth, and those unscrupulous elites had always operated without any sense of morality. Damn it. I have become a victim of this scheme. I shall take down those bastards. Liu Yun's prophecy had indeed come to fruition. DARPA had orchestrated a remarkable crisis management performance. The American populace was genuinely enraged, not only because they had realized they were being manipulated, but also because many had unwittingly purchased shares of Pfizer, Roche, and other pharmaceutical giants. The thought of selling their stocks rushed into many minds. Yet, it was already too late. Panic selling ensued for the stocks of Pfizer, Roche, and similar companies, with an abundance of sellers and no buyers, for everyone was acutely aware that Lu Yun had conquered cancer, and these pharmaceutical giants would soon lose their foothold in the lucrative cancer drug market, resulting in dismal performance and profits, not to mention their plummeting stock prices. Those despicable bastards! I will sue them. But will that be of any use? They are in cahoots with politicians and boast an extensive legal team, unafraid of lawsuits from ordinary citizens. In my view, it would be better to take up arms and handle this matter decisively. Let us fund a bounty on the dark web. In an instant, platforms like YouTube and Twitter were inundated with such comments. These cunning citizens. Meanwhile, within a lavish villa, executives and shareholders of Roche were holding a celebratory gathering. Although Lu Yun's unexpected public challenge to DARPA's claims of a breakthrough in nanobot technology had forced their stock sell-off plans to be hurriedly concluded, they had still managed to sell at least 60 of their stocks at high prices over the past several days, marking a resounding victory. Roche's CEO, John, was also present at this celebration. After taking a sip of red wine, he felt a sudden urge to examine the online discourse following the outbreak of the DARPA laboratory fire incident. To his dismay, he discovered that someone had uncovered the truth and found evidence of the pharmaceutical giant shareholders selling off their stocks. John was not surprised by this. Their methods were rather unrefined and would inevitably be uncovered. However, when he observed numerous individuals inciting violence, he felt a twinge of unease. There were many hot-headed citizens in the land of the eagle, individuals who held no respect for the law. When confronted with issues, they resorted to firearms rather than legal channels. Just last year, the CEO of United Health Group was tragically gunned down by a man. It seemed prudent for John to hire additional bodyguards and limit his outings for the time being. He lifted his glass, taking a delicate sip, before glancing at his stock app, noting that Roche's shares had plummeted by 27 and continued to spiral downward. He chuckled softly. No wonder there is such an uproar online. But can we truly be blamed? It is clearly their own greed and folly. Had I been in their position, I would never have recklessly invested in Roche shares after Lu Yun announced the imminent breakthrough in cancer treatment. Of course, one could also hold Lu Yun accountable. Had he not pursued a cure for cancer, our Roche stocks would not be in free fall. John, stop playing on your phone and come enjoy yourself. A lively voice called from nearby. All right, I'm on my way, John replied, putting away his phone and following the sound. Around each executive and shareholder, there stood a tall blonde woman, brought in by a special agency to enliven the festivities and provide various services, provided one was willing to pay. Naturally, John and his companions had just reaped substantial gains from the stock market and were eager to indulge. Chapter 91. Evaluation of Lu Yun. Soft sister currency, genetic technology system. Meanwhile, in a Chinese restaurant in Chinatown, Chen Jinxiang and Lu Wei, affectionately known as Donut, were enjoying a meal together. Once again, it was Chen Jinxiang who took the initiative to treat, having invested 230,000 in stocks of pharmaceutical giants such as Pfizer and Roche a little over 10 days ago, now reaping a profit of over 70,000, which filled him with delight. Dude, last month I was robbed by a group of thugs, suffering significant losses. In a few days, I must repay a loan to the gang, and I'm a bit strapped for cash. Could you lend me $1,000? Lu Wei, having just showered Chen with compliments, seized the moment to ask for money. He had recently fallen on hard times and had a connection to Lu Yun. Due to Lu Yun's disparagement of certain individuals, some in the community were incensed, leading to Lu Wei being robbed once and assaulted thrice. All right, I'll lend you 500, Chen Jinxiang replied, smiling as he pulled out $500 from his wallet and handed it to Lu Wei. He was simply feeling flattered by Lu Wei's praises and had no expectation of repayment. Compared to his recent earnings of over 70,000 in the stock market, $500 seemed trivial. Thank you so much, Brother Chen. Wishing your stock soar. Lu Wei replied with a grin, taking the money. After sipping his drink, he picked up his phone, preparing to post a video on social media expressing gratitude to Chen Jinxiang, hoping to provide him with some emotional value. However, upon opening the app, a video caught his eye, causing him to freeze momentarily. Quickly stowing away his phone, he said, Brother Chen, I need to use the restroom. Sure. Go ahead, Chen Jinxiang replied nonchalantly. Lu Wei hastily stood up and left without looking back. The video he had just seen revealed that DARPA's nanorobotics technology had been a FAAD, now publicly questioned by Lu Yun. The revelation had caused stocks of pharmaceutical giants like Pfizer and Roche to plummet, implying that Chen Xiang was on the verge of significant losses, though he remained oblivious. Lu Wei knew he had to escape quickly to avoid having to return the $500 he had just borrowed. Once Lu Wei departed, Chen Xiang, feeling bored, decided to scroll through social media. After just one glance, his eyes widened in shock. After watching the video, panic surged within him, prompting him to open his stock trading app, only to be met with a sea of red. In that moment, he felt as though he might explode with rage. DARPA, an official institution, has fabricated false breakthroughs for the benefit of pharmaceutical giants, exploiting investors. Is there no justice left? Who will hold them accountable? Chen Xiang was on the brink of despair. This was his hard-earned capital at stake. Unable to contain his fury, he erupted with curses. Those wretched scoundrels. And you, Lu Yun, you are no better. If it weren't for you, DARPA's deceit wouldn't have been exposed, and my stocks wouldn't have plummeted so drastically. After venting his frustrations, Chen Xiang suddenly recalled Lu Wei's hasty exit, suspecting it was due to the video he had seen. Fearing that he might demand back the $500 he had just lent. That scoundrel, you are no better. Chen Xiang took out his phone, intending to call Lu Wei to demand repayment, only to be met with the incessant sound of a busy tone. It dawned on him that Lu Wei had preemptively blocked his number. Frustration surged within him, causing a sharp pain to radiate through his lungs, reminding him that he had yet to take his cancer medication. Hastily, he retrieved the medicine from his pocket and swallowed a pill. Reassuring himself with the notion that there was a silver lining, Lu Yun's L gene vector genuinely had the potential to combat cancer, implying that his own lung cancer might be treatable. As for the profits that Lu Yun would reap, well, he begrudgingly accepted that there was little choice, especially given DARPA's shortcomings. At that moment, he could hardly fathom that his frequent disparaging remarks about the domestic scene and his obsequious praise for the United States on platforms like Douyin and Baihu had led to his inclusion in the gene technology blacklist. Meanwhile, sensational news from the United States had reached Douyin, eliciting uncontrollable laughter from netizens. No way. Just as Lu Yun raised doubts, a fire broke out in your DARPA lab, and the mastermind behind it was revealed. This plot is more thrilling than a movie. Hollywood has found fresh material. In Su Shana's live broadcast, he could no longer contain his amusement, exclaiming, "Brothers, I just said that I trust Lu Yun's analysis. And now the truth is out." Just as Lu Yun asserted, DARPA's nanorobot technology was indeed a false breakthrough. They can no longer conceal it. DARPA has resorted to the fire incident to cover their tracks, a tactic that was once our nation's traditional skill, now shamelessly appropriated by them. I'm utterly speechless. The situation escalated, with the stock prices of pharmaceutical giants plummeting, inciting rage among the investors who had been misled into becoming scapegoats. They threatened to take drastic measures against the shareholders of these pharmaceutical behemoths, potentially leading to chaos. Viewers in the live stream roared with laughter, flooding the comments with remarks. Ha ha ha, the cause of the DARPA lab fire was old wiring? That's just too dismissive. They couldn't even bother to concoct a believable excuse. I'm the outdated wiring of the lab, and I'll take the blame. Oh, how eagerly they awaited the unfolding drama, hoping for tumultuous repercussions for the pharmaceutical magnates. Lu Yun had demonstrated remarkable prowess. Merely by participating in an interview, he had incited turmoil within the United States. Most intriguingly, during that interview, he had predicted that DARPA would orchestrate a grand crisis management effort, a prophecy that had surprisingly come to fruition. At that moment, Lu Yun was on his way home. With nothing to occupy his mind, he scrolled through Douyin to pass the time, stumbling upon videos of the DARPA lab fire and the plummeting stock prices of pharmaceutical giants. He chuckled softly, realizing that it was not merely an intern being scapegoated, but rather a hasty attempt to gloss over the incident with a fire incident cover-up. Regardless of whether one believed it or not, he certainly did. Meanwhile, in the capital, an urgent high-level meeting was convened, revealing the startling truth that indeed, the United States nanorobot technology was merely an illusory breakthrough. Haha, this is indeed a fortunate development. It signifies that Lu Yun's gene vector, gene therapy, cancer is presently the sole product capable of curing all forms of cancer. To provide an explanation to the domestic populace, politicians from all nations must advocate for the introduction of this groundbreaking product. This also implies that we have gained a greater leverage, enabling the seamless implementation of the soft currency, gene technology system. Indeed, we can demand that countries wishing to adopt the gene vector, gene therapy, cancer must comply with soft currency settlements and currency swap agreements. and they must amass substantial reserves of soft currency. As for the distribution of shares, that will depend on negotiations. At this moment, there is a palpable sense of confidence among the negotiators regarding the forthcoming discussions. They are acutely aware, however, that the soft currency gene technology system cannot immediately supplant the oil US dollar system, as the proportion of cancer patients relative to the total population in each country is not particularly high. Take the United States, for instance, with a total population of 380 million and an annual increase of 2 million cancer patients. If the price for the gene vector, gene therapy, cancer is 500,000 soft currency units, the US would need to allocate merely 1 trillion soft currency units annually to import the gene vector, which is less than 1/5 of its yearly import expenditure. The same applies to other nations. Therefore, the gene vector can only facilitate the smooth establishment of the soft currency gene technology system and capture a portion of the market share from the US dollar, while simultaneously fostering economic growth. The true game changer that could enable the soft currency gene technology system to replace the oil US dollar system would be the technology for rejuvenation, as that is a universal necessity. Meanwhile, the citizens of other countries have become aware of the developments in the United States. They are utterly astonished to learn that the much-touted nanobot technology for cancer treatment was a fabricated breakthrough, with Lu Yun publicly challenging this claim. The pressure of public opinion compels them to produce tangible results. In a desperate move, they resort to the fire balancing strategy. This maneuver is truly remarkable. People around the globe cannot help but chuckle, as opportunities to witness such an international farce are rare. After the laughter subsides, the citizens of various nations come to a crucial realization. While the nanobot technology for curing cancer is indeed a sham, Lu Yun has genuinely conquered cancer with his gene vector, gene therapy, cancer, which has the capability to cure all types of cancer. If they or their loved ones are afflicted by cancer, there is no longer a need to despair as before. They can simply purchase the products from Lu Yun's company. Of course, this is contingent upon the availability of these products in their respective countries. Shortly thereafter, officials from around the world receive numerous requests from their citizens. In consideration of our domestic cancer patients and their families, they urge for the swift introduction of Lu Yun's newly developed gene vector, gene therapy, cancer. What is evident to the average person is equally apparent to politicians. At this very moment, they are convening to deliberate what sacrifices must be made to procure the gene vector, gene therapy, cancer from the Eastern power. Those politicians aligned with the Eastern nation remain somewhat composed, yet there are others who find themselves feeling somewhat overwhelmed. The legislators of Windmill Nation convene to deliberate whether to sell high-end lithography machines from his My Company to the Eastern Great Power. At the onset of the meeting, dissent was expressed. Selling high-end lithography machines? The Eagles will impose sanctions on us. However, it was swiftly countered. And what of it? The Eastern Great Power can now cure cancer and may one day unlock the secret to rejuvenation. Who do you think our affluent citizens and the populace would fear more? Upon this proclamation, silence fell upon the opposition. Indeed, the former global hegemony was held by the Eagles, who, in their pursuit to appease them, prohibited the sale of high-end lithography machines. Yet, as the geopolitical landscape shifts, it is evident that, at the very least, the supremacy in genetic technology now resides with the Eastern Great Power. For the sake of self-interest, it is imperative that we no longer heed the Eagles as we once did. After a prolonged silence, one legislator sighed. In the past, we feared the Eagles. However, from this moment forth, if we wish to avoid nationwide protests by cancer patients and their families, or by all those yearning for rejuvenation, we must regard the Eastern Great Power with a sense of reverence. Chapter 92. The Launch of Clinical Trials. A battle fought with unwavering confidence in the blink of an eye. More than a dozen hours had passed. On the American front, the stocks of pharmaceutical giants such as Pfizer and Roche plummeted devastatingly, while public sentiment continued to simmer. DARPA Director Lucas and the shareholders of these pharmaceutical behemoths faced widespread condemnation, their reputations tarnished. However, that was the extent of the fallout. The anticipated assassination plot that countless Americans had hoped for failed to materialize, as the pharmaceutical conglomerate intervened, merely issuing a warning. The SWAT team swiftly deployed elite personnel to provide stringent protection for Lucas and his associates. The American public seethed with frustration, yet their ire changed nothing. Meanwhile, at Eastern University, the night passed, and the workday commenced. In the Drug Administration Bureau, Lee Schwerer logged into the Drug Review Center's system, navigating through clinical trial applications. Upon glancing at the screen, Her gaze was arrested by a particular line of text, prompting her to hastily dial the director's number. Director Zhou, didn't you instruct me to pay special attention to Hongshou Technology's clinical trial application for their anti-cancer drug? They have submitted it, online, just past 2 this morning. Understood, came Zhou's swift reply before he abruptly ended the call, logging into the Drug Review Center's system to examine Hongshou Technology's application. After a cursory review, he immediately instructed his secretary to assemble the bureau's most elite personnel into a review committee to scrutinize the relevant materials. 40 minutes later, in the conference room, the review results were announced, the documentation was complete, and preparations were thorough, thus approving the Phase 1 clinical trial for the L-gene vector, gene therapy, cancer treatment. Furthermore, considering the precarious condition of late-stage cancer patients, conditional market approval was granted, contingent upon the successful outcome of the Phase 1 trial. What is meant by special procedures for exceptional cases? This is precisely that. A green light was granted throughout, allowing for an efficient and swift completion of the review process. Additionally, once the results were finalized, Director Zhou personally called Li Peiqiang, the general manager of Hongshou Technology, to inform him of the development. On the other end of the line, after hanging up, Li Peiqiang couldn't help but marvel at how comfortable it was to work at Hongshou Technology, no matter which government department they dealt with. Everything was conducted with utmost expediency. In summary, it was a relief and a convenience. Subsequently, Li Peiqiang instructed his staff, immediately announced the commencement of the Phase 1 clinical trial for the L-gene vector on the company's official website, official app, and Douyin account. Understood. Meanwhile, in room 307 of Jiang Province Oncology Hospital, Luo Xinye exhibited signs of obsessive behavior, checking the official Douyin account of Hongshou Technology and Lu Yun's account every few seconds for any new video releases. The previous night's news broadcast mentioned that the application for the Phase 1 clinical trial for the L-gene vector, gene therapy, cancer treatment, would be submitted today. If the Drug Administration Bureau expedited their approval process, results might emerge today, followed by an announcement from Hongshou Technology on their official Douyin account. After repeating this ritual countless times, Luo Xinye suddenly fixed his gaze, his breath quickening slightly, for the official Douyin account of Hongshou Technology has released a video. Luo Xinye inhaled deeply, his trembling hand clicked play. The clinical trial for the L-gene vector, gene therapy for cancer, has officially commenced, and Hongshou Technology will recruit 600 volunteers encompassing all types of cancer. If you wish to become a volunteer for the Phase 1 clinical trial, please download the official Hongshou Technology app, sign the waiver, and submit the relevant materials. Furthermore, the 137 patients who previously provided cancer cell samples may fill out their information on the app to join the Phase 1 clinical trial without occupying any of the 600 available slots. After watching the video, Luo Xinye glanced enviously at the young girl Xian in the adjacent hospital bed, for she was one of the 137 patients who had provided cancer cell samples and could directly join the Phase 1 clinical trial. Unlike her, he must now compete with millions of fellow patients in the country for one of the limited spots. May the Bodhisattva bless me. May the 3 pure ones protect me. May God watch over me. Bless me to become a volunteer. Should my wish be granted, I shall forever be your disciple. As Luo Xinye filled out his information on the official Hongshou Technology app, he fervently prayed to the deities. He did not wish to miss this opportunity for treatment, as his condition had grown exceedingly frail, and he could depart this world at any moment. He did not want to die. At that moment, Xian's mother also came across the video and quickly called Xian's father. Darling, the Phase 1 clinical trial for the L-gene vector has started. Since Xian previously provided cancer cell samples, she can enjoy special treatment and join the trial directly, although it will soon be conditionally launched after the trial concludes. I still want Xian to participate. What do you think? Absolutely. We must ensure Xian joins, came the swift reply from the other end of the line. In a bustling kitchen of a newly opened restaurant, where a middle-aged man in an apron wielded a spatula, he understood the risks associated with the Phase 1 clinical trial. Yet his daughter's condition was perilous. Although doctors had mentioned a possible survival period of a year or 2, the L-gene vector had only recently been developed. And even if production commenced, the output would surely be insufficient. Should his daughter miss this trial, she might have to wait several months for treatment. Enduring daily agony and the constant threat of deterioration, he believed in Lu Yun. For the results of the Phase 1 clinical trial on the cloned kidneys had been remarkably successful, and he was confident that this research on the L gene vector would yield similar outcomes. All right, let's have Xian join. Xion's mother nodded vigorously, hung up the phone, downloaded the Hungsho Technology app, filled out the information, and submitted the application. After completing these tasks, she held Xion's frail little hand and said, Xion, your illness will soon be healed. Have you thought about where you'd like to go for fun? Xin tilted her head in contemplation and, with a hint of longing, expressed, I wish to visit the Chimelong Safari Park to see the electric-charged chimpanzee, Caesar. Zhang Yuming and Wang Haoxuan from our class have already gone, and I saw their videos on Douyin. Caesar is so impressive, resembling a creature from a movie. Once you recover from your illness, I shall take you there, Xin's mother replied with a gentle smile. Meanwhile, news of the L gene vector's gene therapy for cancer initiating its first clinical trial had ascended to Douyin's trending list, prompting a flurry of comments from netizens. The Eagle Nation is ridiculed for its false breakthroughs. While we stand apart, our clinical trial is underway, and the world can only envy us. It is indeed essential. As this matter garners global attention, in every country, numerous cancer patients cling to the hope that Lu Yun's L gene vector will provide them solace. May the first clinical trial progress smoothly, and may our nation's cancer patients find recovery. Some netizens, upon viewing the video, immediately downloaded the official Hungsho Technology app, filled out their applications, or informed acquaintances afflicted by cancer to hasten their enrollment in the clinical trial. In the comments section of the latest video by the Douyin host T, who loves to draw, thousands of new comments appeared within mere minutes. The recruitment for volunteers for the L gene vector's first clinical trial has begun. Apply swiftly. T. Do not miss this opportunity. The L gene vector has only recently been developed, and its production capacity is undoubtedly limited. Even when it is released, it may not meet the immediate needs of all patients. Keep striving, T. Once you recover, return to us with your drawing livestream. At that moment, T was filled with trepidation as she had already submitted her application on the Hungsho Technology app, her body frail and uncertain of how long she could endure. Many others shared similar sentiments. In a village within the city, a convenience store owner suffering from pancreatic cancer prayed fervently to Ma Zhu after submitting his application, seeking her blessings. In a rented apartment, a young interior designer anxiously paced back and forth after submitting an application for his father, who was battling stomach cancer. Simultaneously, this news reached the Eagle Nation, sparking discussions on platforms such as Yongdo and Twitter. The efficiency of the Eastern superpower is astonishing. They completed animal trials for the L gene vector yesterday and commenced the first clinical trial today. I am a late-stage cancer patient and have just downloaded Hungsho Technology's official app, but the system informed me that, due to my foreign nationality, I cannot apply to be a volunteer for the L gene vector's first clinical trial. Thus, I find myself enviously eyeing the citizens of the Eastern superpower. While Lu Yun's L gene vector has initiated clinical trials, our DARPA's nanorobotics technology is being mocked worldwide. What the hell? Both DARPA Director Lucas and the shareholders of pharmaceutical giants deserve to be lampooned. I urge cancer patients to unite and initiate marches across the nation, demanding that those despicable politicians immediately introduce the L gene vector developed by Lu Yun. Regardless of the conditions set forth by the Eastern power, we must acquiesce. The L gene vector represents the sole remedy capable of curing all forms of cancer. Each day that passes without its introduction results in countless late-stage cancer patients tragically departing from this world. This news has ignited a fervor online. We must secure the L gene vector from Lu Yun, as it is the only miraculous cure for all cancers available today. However, this endeavor may encounter some obstacles, as Lu Yun has publicly stated that his technology will align with the national strategy of the Eastern power. Unfortunately, our nation, in deference to American interests, has thus far imposed a ban on the sale of advanced lithography machines to the Eastern power. These are the unfortunate consequences wrought by those politicians, who must take responsibility for rectifying this situation. I hold no interest in politics, yet my son has been diagnosed with acute leukemia and urgently requires treatment. Should the politicians continue to pander to American interests, preventing Lu Yun from exporting the L gene vector to our nation, they will witness the wrath of an enraged father. Meanwhile, representatives from Tsinghua University have entered various conference rooms to negotiate with countries around the globe regarding the export of the L gene vector, gene therapy, and cancer treatment. With calm demeanor and confident tones, they stand empowered by Lu Yun's technological supremacy in the field of genetics. The L gene vector, capable of curing cancer, alongside the rejuvenation technology currently under research, presents an offer that these nations cannot refuse. Having worked in diplomacy for many years, they have never engaged in such a fortuitous negotiation. Chapter 93. The Reversal of the Celestial Pattern, a world in turmoil in the Windmill Nation, within a conference room. The seasoned Senator Vanderweel sipped his coffee, casting a glance toward the representative of the Eastern Great Power, Mr. Li Qinghai, seated across from him. Mr. Li, Vanderweel began. Our Windmill Nation has consistently championed free trade. Our previous export restrictions on the advanced lithography machines from ASML were solely based on a misunderstanding regarding national security. Following our investigation, we have resolved this misunderstanding and are now prepared to allow ASML to export its cutting-edge 3-nanometer lithography machines to your esteemed nation. Concurrently, we hope that your Hangzhou technology may prioritize the supply of L-gene vectors to cancer patients in our Windmill Nation. From the outset of negotiations, Vanderweel unveiled his trump card. Demonstrating sincerity, Li Qinghai maintained a serene demeanor. The advanced lithography machines from ASML were indeed critically needed within the nation, a demand that had previously seen them seeking purchases. However, circumstances had shifted. There were now more pressing needs that the Windmill Nation presented. The balance of power had changed. I sincerely appreciate your nation's willingness to lift the export controls on high-end lithography machines, Li Qinghai remarked, lightly tapping the table before shifting the conversation. Regrettably, due to production capacity constraints, the L-gene vectors will only be supplied to a select few countries with which we have established deep cooperative relations. Transactions will only support payments in soft currency, necessitating that these nations accommodate soft currency settlements, engage in currency swaps with us, and maintain reserves amounting to 3 times the annual transaction volume in soft currency. According to a recent report, your nation sees approximately 150,000 new cancer patients annually. If we estimate the cost of the L-gene vector at 500,000 soft currency units per patient, the average annual transaction volume would reach 75 billion soft currency units. Consequently, under the stipulated requirements, your nation would need to reserve 225 billion soft currency units. Upon hearing this, Vanderweel abruptly lifted his gaze. Are you proposing to advance a soft currency antineoplastic drug system, thereby further internationalizing the soft currency and challenging the dollar's status as the world's reserve currency? This is monumental. The current global currency is the dollar, with about 80% of international trade conducted in dollars. Almost every nation maintains substantial dollar reserves, including the Eastern Great Power. It is not an exaggeration to state that the dollar holds a status akin to gold as hard currency. Many nations recognize only gold and the dollar. Suggesting transactions in soft currency may not garner acceptance, as entities would first require conversion to dollars. This is also a cornerstone of the hegemonic power of the dollar. Any challenge to its status is met with swift retaliation. When Saddam Hussein announced that he would sell oil exclusively for euros rather than dollars, he faced immediate and severe repercussions. Now, with the Eastern Great Powers seeking to use soft currency to challenge the dollar's global standing, this could potentially lead to significant upheaval. Indeed, Li Qinghai replied, his gaze profound. Soft currency currently constitutes only 2.5% of global foreign exchange reserves, with a mere 3% share in international trade settlements. A figure that is grossly disproportionate to our nation's strength. Change is imperative. However, it is not merely a soft currency antineoplastic drug system. Rather, Li Qinghai smiled. It is a soft currency gene technology system. Incidentally, Mr. Liu Yun is poised to initiate the rejuvenation technology project, and given the pace of his research, it is conceivable that clinical trials could commence within a few months. Should your esteemed nation express interest, we could establish a profound cooperative relationship, which would grant you preferential access. Hiss. Vanderveer inhaled deeply, acutely aware that both he and the Windmill Nation stood at a crossroads. On one side lay the pressing survival needs of domestic cancer patients and the allure of rejuvenation. On the other loomed the threat from the Eagle Nation. While the Eagle Nation may find it challenging to contend with TKY University, any actions against the Windmill Nation would undoubtedly be decisive. Mr. Li, this matter is of great import and necessitates deliberation within the cabinet before I can respond to you. At this juncture, Vanderveer seemed to recall something. Slowly extending his hand, yet he added, personally, I am in favor. Li Qinghai grasped the other's hand, a broader smile gracing his features. Mr. Vanderveer, once the rejuvenation technology is realized, we shall ensure you are prioritized. In West Africa, in Namibia, although this nation is impoverished, it is rich in resources. Numerous companies from Eastern powers engage in the extraction of oil, iron, ore, and uranium here, transporting these raw materials back to their homeland. However, the political landscape is unstable. Several months prior, the military seized power. Faced with financial constraints, the supreme leader Musa ordered the expulsion of Eastern enterprises such as China National Petroleum, seizing their assets and proclaiming these riches as his own, resulting in considerable unrest. At this moment, Chen Jingyang calmly regarded Musa, a smile upon his lips. Yet he refrained from initiating conversation. He was acutely aware that Musa had been diagnosed with mid-stage rectal cancer and had previously expressed a yearning for rejuvenation in discussions with subordinates, thus placing the initiative firmly in his hands, with Musa being the anxious party. Indeed, after several minutes of silence, Musa could no longer contain himself. Mr. Chen, your nation's Hangzhou Technologies L-gene vector has already commenced clinical trials. What price must I pay to receive treatment? Chen Jingyang replied, it is rather simple. He slowly raised 3 fingers. First, the return of our enterprise's assets, along with compensation for losses. Second, our enterprises should receive priority in the extraction rights to your nation's oil and iron. Third, your country must join the soft sister currency gene technology system, reserve soft sister currency, and support settlements in soft sister currency. Musa glared fiercely. You are extorting me. I merely wish to cure my cancer, and yet you present such preposterous conditions. Chen Jingyang maintained his smile. Mr. Musa, this is merely a transaction. You retain the right to refuse. Moreover, what you stand to gain is not solely the cure for cancer. Mr. Liu Yun has already embarked upon the study of rejuvenation technology, and should you accept our terms, perhaps by next year, you could reclaim your youth. Musa's breathing quickened, his eyes a tempest of anger, greed, and struggle. Ultimately, he spoke in a low voice. I need time to contemplate. Of course, you have ample time to consider, Chen Jingyang replied, but within your nation, there are likely many who wish for a cancer cure and seek rejuvenation. Musa felt a weight in his heart. He comprehended the underlying implications. Even if he were to decline, others might acquiesce for their own gain, jeopardizing his current standing. In a conference room within the White House, Zhou Minghai gazed calmly at Speaker of the House Carl, seated across from him. Mr. Carl, he began, we are more than willing to export L-gene carriers to your nation, provided that certain conditions are met. Before the negotiations commenced, Carl understood that the process would not be straightforward and had mentally prepared himself for this. Upon hearing Zhou's words, he was not at all surprised. He leisurely sipped his coffee and inquired, what are the conditions? Zhou replied, the L-gene carriers can only be settled in soft currency, and your country must reserve 3 times the annual transaction amount in soft currency. According to our calculations, your nation sees an annual increase of 2 million cancer patients. If the average cost for each patient to acquire an L-gene carrier is 500,000 soft currency, the average annual transaction volume would reach 1 trillion soft currency. Thus, your country needs to reserve 3 trillion soft currency. Carl's expression darkened. He had initially thought that the terms from the Eastern superpower would involve lowering tariffs or lifting certain sanctions in the technology sector. He never imagined the demands would be so exorbitant. Not only did they insist on transactions in soft currency, but they also required the U.S. to reserve 3 trillion soft currency, a request that felt utterly absurd. The U.S. dollar is the world's currency, and thus, the U.S. hardly reserves soft currency. To do so would essentially acknowledge the threat posed by it. We need time to consider, Carl eventually responded, taking care to avoid speaking hastily. To outright refuse would offend the Eastern superpower, potentially jeopardizing future opportunities. Conversely, an immediate agreement could lead to accusations of treason. Therefore, he decided to convene all members of Congress for a discussion, believing that whatever decision they reached, they would share the responsibility collectively. Moreover, he surmised that the legislators would not express their opinions immediately but would wait. The cancer patients and their families in the country would be the most anxious, likely to rally and demand that politicians compromise. By then, he and the other members could align with public sentiment, making concessions without fear of being labeled traitors. If betrayal were to occur, it would be a collective action between politicians and the populace, rendering individual blame moot. As time passed slowly, negotiations between the Eastern superpower and nations worldwide continued, with no immediate resolution in sight. However, news had already spread. The Eastern superpower was challenging the dominance of the U.S. opting to utilize a soft currency gene technology framework to confront the oil dollar system. This revelation sent shockwaves around the globe, leaving politicians sweating, cognizant that if it weren't for the prominent U.S. figures fixated on Liu Yun's rejuvenation technology, conflict might have already erupted. Such is the power of top-tier scientists, thrusting the world to the brink of war while rendering actual conflict nearly impossible. How one wished for scientists of similar caliber in their own nation. Envy swelled among the onlookers. And at this moment, Hangzhou Technology has announced the list of 600 volunteers for its initial clinical trial. I have been selected. In Ward 307 of Jiang Province Cancer Hospital, Luo Zhenya exclaimed in excitement, promptly calling his parents to share this delightful news with the elderly couple. He also reminded them that he had made a vow to the Bodhisattva, the three pure ones, and God, promising to become a devotee of these three divine entities if chosen as a volunteer, as he could not personally visit the Bodhisattva temple, the three pure hall, and the church to express his gratitude. He asked his parents to do so on his behalf. I have been chosen as a volunteer for the initial clinical trial. The popular Douyin host, the artistic Milk Tea, has also been selected. She excitedly posted a video stating that she has received notification from Hangzhou Technology and will be going for a full-body examination and sample collection today. Based on her genetic mutation spectrum and other biomarkers, a custom L gene vector will be designed, with treatment scheduled at Jiang Province Cancer Hospital in 3 days. Expected to eradicate the cancer cells within her body within a week. Thank you all for your support. I am setting off now. Wish me luck. Upon the release of this video, thousands of fans left messages of encouragement. Milk Tea, go for it. May the illness retreat. Retreat. Best wishes. We will wait for you to recover before your next live stream. Chapter 94, Product Pricing, Initiation of Strong Exoskeleton Armor and Rejuvenation at Hangzhou Technology, Chairman's Office. Li Peiqiang was reporting to Liu Yun. Mr. Liu, the number of volunteers for the Phase 1 clinical trial has been finalized, totaling 693 individuals, encompassing all types of cancer patients, including those in early, middle, and late stages. They have already set off, and all will arrive at our company today. We have also made the necessary preparations and will promptly arrange for examinations, sample extractions, and subsequently customize the L gene vectors for each patient. 3 days later, at Jiang Province Tumor Hospital, under the witness of journalists from around the globe, the injections will be administered to the patients. Liu Yun nodded, seemingly recalling something, and inquired. There is a 9-year-old girl named Zhang Xinxin who provided me with a sample of cancer cells. She is in the late stages of leukemia. Has she enrolled in the Phase 1 clinical trial? He held a deep impression of Zhang Xinxin, as she was the first cancer patient he encountered. Just a child who had yet to witness the beauty of the world, yet was already facing the dire circumstances of advanced leukemia. The poignant image of the little girl, forced to shave her head after chemotherapy, had profoundly moved him and solidified his resolve to accelerate cancer research. She is indeed a volunteer for the Phase 1 clinical trial, Li Peiqiang affirmed, also retaining a vivid memory of Xinxin, being the youngest among the participants. That's good, Liu Yun exhaled with relief. Confident in the efficacy of the L gene vector, gene therapy for cancer, with Xinxin participating in the trial, he believed she would surely recover and emerge as a joyful little girl. It appeared that Mr. Liu was quite concerned about the girl named Zhang Xinxin. Li Peiqiang took note of this and resolved to pay special attention to her during the upcoming phase of the clinical trial. Liu Yun then asked, are preparations for large-scale production underway? Countless cancer patients are watching. We cannot afford any setbacks. Li Peiqiang promptly responded, over a month ago. When you announced the initiative to conquer cancer, I began making arrangements. Now, everything is in place, and we have hired the necessary staff, ready to customize the L gene vectors to meet the needs of the patients. The only issue remaining is the pricing. As he spoke, Li Peiqiang handed a document to Liu Yun. Mr. Liu, this is the cost analysis for the L gene vector, gene therapy for cancer. After discussions with other executives regarding pricing strategies, we believe that since each cancer patient is unique and can be classified into early, middle, and late stages, the quantity of L gene vectors required to cure them will vary significantly. Thus, a flexible pricing strategy is essential. We propose charging based on basic costs the quantity of L gene vectors required. The more vectors needed, the higher the charge. Liu Yun accepted the document, glanced at it, and after a moment of contemplation remarked, this pricing strategy indeed appears more reasonable. As the quantity of L gene vectors consumed by early-stage cancer patients can differ by several multiples compared to those in late stages, Although the cultivation of the L gene vector is not particularly complex, the disparity in raw material consumption and the time expended by employees can be significant. As for the pricing, let us set the basic cost for domestic patients at 50,000, with treatment expenses for each patient ranging between 70,000 and 150,000. Li Peiqiang nodded swiftly. This price, while not inexpensive, allows the company to reap considerable profits, yet it remains a conscientious price point. This is because, according to unwritten rules, life-saving medications are rarely priced based on cost, but rather aim to maximize profit. In recent years, the cancer gene therapy that has garnered much attention is CAR T-cell therapy, with a single injection costing $1.29 million. An even more exorbitant TCR-T therapy demands $5.2 million for a single treatment cycle. Lu Yun's L gene vector gene therapy for cancer is also a form of gene therapy, but boasts superior efficacy, capable of directly curing patients. Even if priced in the millions like these therapies, it would undoubtedly be chosen by countless patients. Therefore, Lu Yun's insistence on keeping each patient's treatment costs between 70,000 and 150,000 is indeed a commendable price. However, this pricing did not surprise Li Peiqiang. In his recollection, Lu Yun has always operated this way. Even when a cloned kidney could be priced at 500,000, it was set at merely 80,000. He could understand Lu Yun's perspective. Perhaps for him, earning money is effortless. Coupled with his father's past battle with uremia, which forced him to personally experience the anguish of patients' families. Lu Yun is not driven by profit but rather relishes the transformative impact of his scientific achievements. This is indeed a blessing for all. Li Peiqiang reflected on this and inquired about the pricing in international markets and the sales model, whether to establish subsidiaries or recruit agents. Lu Yun responded, "I have discussed this matter with Yang Jixin. In due course, the state will provide our company with a whitelist, allowing us to export all our products, including the L gene vector gene therapy for cancer, exclusively to the countries on this list. As for the sales model, let us establish subsidiaries. These will solely be responsible for collecting samples from cancer patients, which will then be airlifted to our headquarters, where the customization of the L gene vector will be completed before being shipped back." Understood, Li Peiqiang nodded. Although this sales model may be somewhat cumbersome, it effectively mitigates the risk of technological leakage and aligns with General Manager Lu's gene technology blacklist system. As the General Manager of Hangzhou Technology, Li Peiqiang is well aware of this blacklist system, and he knows that many individuals have already been added to it, though this has yet to be publicly disclosed. Regarding pricing, Lu Yun pondered before stating, "Let us control the pricing abroad between 450,000 and 700,000. Understood. Li Peiqiang nodded again, and for this price. He felt no surprise, as the pricing for cloned kidneys follows a similar pattern: 80,000 domestically and 400,000 for foreign nationals. Lu Yun explicitly conveyed to the world that his compatriots could be afforded special treatment, elevated above others, unperturbed by the prospect of sanctions from other nations due to price discrimination. Should they impose sanctions, he would simply withhold sales from them. Possessing technological hegemony is indeed exhilarating. Subsequently, Li Peiqiang engaged in discussion with Lu Yun for several more minutes before taking his leave. As he exited the office, a smile graced his lips that even an AK could not diminish, for given the current pace of development, Hangzhou Technology was poised to become a trillion-yuan revenue company this year. In just a year or two, once the products related to the rejuvenation technology hit the market, revenues could soar beyond 10 trillion, surpassing Walmart to claim the top position in the Fortune Global 500. And he, Li Peiqiang, was the general manager of Hangzhou Technology. Not only would he bask in glory, but his status and influence would rival that of legendary investors like Buffett and super-rich magnates such as manhwaedit of Tencent. Shortly after Li Peiqiang's departure, Lu Yun too left the office, heading towards the laboratory. After a prolonged respite, his scientific fervor was rekindled, and he prepared to initiate the projects on rejuvenation technology and the power armor. Chapter 95. The advanced and basic versions of rejuvenation. The clinical trials commenced. Lu Yun found himself increasingly captivated by the concept of the strong exoskeleton. Yet due to his insufficient knowledge base, he was uncertain about how to bring his ideas to fruition. He possessed only a preliminary concept: the creation of a unique organism endowed with the following capabilities. 1. Biometric signal control. The organism would be able to receive the user's biological electrical signals, specifically brainwave patterns, and execute corresponding commands. 2. Morphing and enveloping. It could be worn like clothing, swiftly altering its configuration based on the user's directives, such as enveloping the entire body. After all, only an exoskeleton that covers the whole body can be deemed adequate armor. 3. Color change camouflage. By incorporating chameleon pigment cell genes, it could change color in accordance with the user's instructions. 4. Electric discharge attack. By integrating an electric eel discharge module, it could release high-voltage currents instantaneously, akin to an electric eel. 5. Extreme adaptability. By incorporating certain genes from tardigrades, the user would be able to withstand extreme environments, such as vacuum and high temperatures, while donned in the strong exoskeleton. 6. Enhanced defense. The cells would need to secrete ultra-strong materials, such as spider silk protein diamond nanocomposites, ultimately forming a hardened layer on the armor's surface to withstand bullets. 7. Flight. It would possess flight capabilities similar to Tony Stark's Iron Man suit. This encapsulated Liu Yun's current vision for the strong exoskeleton. While he was aware of how to implement some functions, others, such as enhanced defense and flight, remained elusive. Furthermore, this was merely a preliminary concept. Continuous refinement and the addition of new functionalities were imperative. In essence, he aimed to materialize the strong exoskeleton into reality, a profoundly challenging endeavor that piqued his interest immensely. Regarding the technology of rejuvenation, Liu Yun held only a moderate interest. Had he not previously painted a grand vision for humanity and sought to bolster the current national fortunes, he would have temporarily shelved this project. At present, he planned to allocate half of his energy to this initiative and the other half to the strong exoskeleton project. Concerning the realization of rejuvenation, Liu Yun had developed a preliminary approach. He had essentially unraveled the mechanisms of human aging. The process of aging is remarkably intricate. However, the core mechanisms primarily revolve around 16 factors, including telomere shortening, stem cell depletion, and DNA methylation. With an understanding of the aging mechanisms, rejuvenation became less daunting. It was merely a matter of repairing telomeres, eliminating DNA methylation and other aging markers, and restoring mitochondrial function. Of course, the technical challenges were formidable. The most significant hurdle lay in rejuvenating the brain. The vast majority of neurons in the brain are non-renewable, ceasing division after birth. This implies that one cannot recklessly replace aging neurons with entirely new cells, as it could lead to dire consequences. For instance, if the cells responsible for memory storage were replaced, the memories contained within those cells would be irrevocably lost. This is merely one example, and there could be even more severe consequences, as the brain serves as the command center of the human body, where memories and emotions are generated. Thus, Liu Yun intends to explore two variations of the rejuvenation technology. The basic version focuses solely on physical rejuvenation, leaving the brain unaffected, while the advanced version aims to rejuvenate both body and mind. 3 days have swiftly passed. The clinical trial volunteers, including Xian, Luo Jinya, and the painting enthusiast Milk Tea, have all completed the extraction of cancer cell samples and genetic sequencing at Hangzhou Technology. Subsequently, under the arrangements of Hangzhou Technology, they have been collectively accommodated at Jiang Province Tumor Hospital. This development has positioned Jiang Province Tumor Hospital in the global spotlight, attracting an influx of media from various countries, all eager to capture the moment when cancer is finally conquered. On this day, at 9 in the morning, in the live studio of CCTV News, the online audience exceeded 12 million. Within the frame, CCTV reporter Sun Rue announced, "Dear viewers, you are watching a special program from CCTV News, broadcasting live from Jiang Province Tumor Hospital. Today, the renowned scientist Liu Yun's L-gene vector, gene therapy for cancer will undergo its first clinical trial here, providing treatment for 693 cancer patients." Regrettably, to avoid any interference with the patient's treatment, Liu Yun could not attend the event. Upon hearing this, viewers in the live chat began to comment. Many understood that Liu Yun is currently the most sought-after individual on the dark web, with a bounty exceeding $100 billion, thus necessitating stringent security measures. If he were to visit Jiang Province Tumor Hospital, extensive arrangements would have to be made. Indeed, Jiang Province Tumor Hospital is now the epicenter of global attention, with numerous foreigners infiltrating the premises, potentially including spies and mercenaries. The L-gene vector, gene therapy for cancer, is a product of Liu Yun's solo research, ensuring that even in his absence, he will be remembered in history. Speaking of the L-gene vector, gene therapy for cancer, I find myself curious about the origin of its name. Is it not obvious? What is Lu Yun's surname? It is Lu, and the initial of Lu is L. As for the gene vector, it directly points to the essence of the technology. Adding gene therapy indicates that this is a project within the gene therapy revolution. In the future, there may be other projects, such as those aimed at treating AIDS. At which point the medication's name would change to L gene vector, gene therapy for AIDS, while discussions flourished in the live studio. CCTV reporter Sun Rui continued. The 693 volunteers participating in this initial clinical trial encompass all types of cancer, including early, mid, and late stages. The eldest among them is 67 years old, while the youngest is merely 9 years old. This 9-year-old girl is standing right behind me. Her name is Xin, and she is in the late stages of leukemia, having undergone 3 rounds of chemotherapy. Now, let us interview Xin and hear what she wishes to do once she recovers. As the conversation unfolded, Sun Rui turned and approached Xin's hospital bed. Kneeling down to present the microphone to her. With a thoughtful tilt of her head, Xin beamed, saying, "Uncle reporter, I have so many things I wish to do. I painted a picture that I want to give to brother Lu Yun to thank him for discovering the medicine to treat cancer. I also want to visit the Chimelong Safari Park to see Caesar the chimpanzee. My mother has already promised me. Furthermore, I want to go back to school. Zhang Yumeng and Wang Haoxuan have both mentioned on their smartwatches that they miss me too." Sun Rui replied with a smile, "Do not worry, Xin. All your wishes can come true. I am a friend of Lu Yun and can help you deliver your painting to him." Upon hearing this, Xin promptly exclaimed, "Thank you, Uncle Reporter." She then turned to her mother, saying, "Mom, please help me give the top painting to the reporter later." Xin's mother nodded with a smile. Witnessing this heartwarming scene, the audience in the CCTV news studio was deeply moved. What an adorable little girl. Indeed, despite her suffering from illness, she remains that innocent child at heart. The cruelty of disease is unbearable. A girl so charming now appears emaciated, her head shorn. It must have saddened her greatly when her hair was cut. Yet now, after enduring such hardship, her condition is improving and a future filled with happiness awaits her. Perhaps this embodies the true significance of technological advancement. The viewers in the studio rejoiced for Xin, this lovely little girl who will soon return to normalcy. Concurrently, their admiration for Lu Yun grew stronger. His development of the L gene vector, gene therapy for cancer, is no ordinary scientific term, but rather a treasure that can bring warmth and joy to the world. As time flowed gently on, under the gaze of reporters from across the globe, Xin, Luojinya, the art-loving milk tea, and the convenience store owner battling pancreatic cancer, all volunteers in this phase of clinical trials, receive their injections of the specially customized L gene vector for gene therapy against cancer. In that moment, all cancer patients and their families closely following this event silently prayed, hoping that this clinical trial would proceed as smoothly as the animal experiments, successfully eradicating all cancer cells within the patients. Begone, cursed cancer. Chapter 96, Explosive News, The World Shakes, Netizens, Am I Dreaming? To ascertain the efficacy of the L gene vector, it is imperative to conduct comprehensive examinations on the patients, collect samples, and perform analytical tests. The initial examination is scheduled for 3 hours hence. Thus, the ensuing 3-hour live broadcast may prove somewhat tedious. However, the number of viewers in the CCTV News live stream has not waned. Rather, it has surged. An influx of cancer patients and their relatives has entered the live stream. Having endured the torment of cancer for far too long, eager to witness the physiological changes in volunteers following the injection of the L gene vector. 1 minute, 10 minutes, an hour, 3 hours. At long last, the physicians from Jiang Province Tumor Hospital emerged with the patients, including Xin and Luojinya. After a brief interlude, the test results were revealed. The cancer cells within Xin had diminished by approximately 3.5, while those in Luojinya had decreased by about 2. Though these figures may appear modest, the excitement among the crowd was palpable, as merely 3 hours had elapsed since the volunteers received the L gene vector. 3 additional hours passed. The quantity of cancer cells within Xin, Luojinya, and the other patients had further diminished by several percentage points. Xin joyfully remarked, "I feel somewhat better. The pain is not as intense as before." In that moment, cancer patients worldwide were filled with elation, many unable to contain their tears, as they envisioned the day of their own healing. The second day of the clinical trial arrived swiftly. Though only a night had passed, Astute viewers noted that Xin appeared significantly improved in complexion compared to the previous day, even exhibiting greater vitality in her speech. Similarly, Luo Zhenya, a late-stage lung cancer patient sharing a ward with Xin, displayed a remarkable transformation in his overall demeanor. Soon after, the test results were disclosed. The cancer cell count in Xin's body had decreased by 17.3, while in Luo Zhenya's body, it had diminished by 14.5. This was still attributed to both being late-stage cancer patients, where the cancer cell count was alarmingly high, and their bodies too frail to endure aggressive treatments. Early and mid-stage cancer volunteers who received the L-gene vector exhibited even more pronounced results. CCTV reporter Sun Rue arrived at another ward, clutching a test report, and exclaimed with excitement, "Dear viewers, the report in my hand belongs to Mr. Zhou, who is in the early stages of lung cancer. It has been 27 hours since he received the L-gene vector, and his cancer cell count has plummeted by 62. At this rate, he could very well be cured by tomorrow." As soon as the words left his mouth, the live stream erupted with fervor. My goodness! In just one day, the cancer cell count in an early-stage patient has decreased by 62. Does this not imply a potential cure within 2 days? I recover from a cold faster than that. I was diagnosed with early-stage lung cancer, and upon receiving the report, I was utterly stunned. For the past few months, I have not enjoyed a single night of restful sleep, but now I feel completely at ease and can finally bid farewell to insomnia. How wonderful! Although the final results are yet to be disclosed, I believe it is safe to proclaim that cancer is no longer an incurable disease. I sincerely hope that the price of the L-gene vector does not exceed 500,000. I can accept that amount, but anything beyond it would be beyond my means. My friend, even if the price is 500,000, you need not bear such a burden alone, for we must not forget the existence of health insurance. The cost of a cloned kidney is 80,000, totaling 160,000 for 2. Although it has not yet been included in health insurance coverage. There are whispers from the Social Security Bureau that the process is underway and special provisions will be made. Once cloned kidneys are incorporated into health insurance, patients who have already paid out of pocket will be able to reclaim 70, meaning the out-of-pocket expense will only be 30, reducing the cost for 2 cloned kidneys to a mere 48,000. The L-gene vector for gene therapy, much like cancer treatment, is also expected to be included in health insurance soon, as this is a product of Lu Yun's research. Even if Lu Yun profits, it circulates domestically, and as long as the money remains within the country, the government will not mind how much he earns. My friend, is it indeed true that cloned kidneys and the L-gene vector will soon be included in health insurance? Absolutely. You need only ask a friend working in the Social Security Bureau to confirm this information. Allow me to share another piece of news. When the technology for rejuvenation is realized, the pensions of the elderly who regain their youth will be frozen and suspended. This represents a substantial sum, and the Social Security Bureau intends to allocate a portion of these funds to health insurance, which is one of the reasons for the urgent inclusion of cloned kidneys into the system. Meanwhile, on various online platforms such as Eagle Sauce, Yongdo, and Twitter, the populace has been profoundly impressed by the remarkable efficacy of the L-gene vector for gene therapy in treating cancer. Oh my goodness! Just 27 hours after the injection of the L-gene vector, early-stage cancer patients exhibited a 62 reduction in the quantity of cancer cells in their bodies. And a little girl suffering from late-stage leukemia saw a 17.3 decrease in her cancer cell count. Such efficacy is astonishing. It has been 4 days since Lu Yun announced the commencement of clinical trials for the L-gene vector, yet politicians have yet to take action to introduce it. We cannot afford to wait any longer. Cancer patients must unite and rally their friends and family to raise our voices online and organize protests, ensuring that our demands reach the ears of those in power. Well said, we must stand together. Before long, a movement advocating for the L-gene vector swept across platforms like Yongdo and Twitter. This movement was not only joined by cancer patients and their families, but also by many ordinary individuals who fear the prospect of becoming cancer patients themselves. In numerous cities across Eagle Sauce, millions participated in the protests. In summary, the momentum is unstoppable. The White House. In a conference room, the legislators received the news. Yet they remained utterly unfazed, for it was entirely within their expectations. Such is the essence of public opinion. We must adhere to it. The Speaker of the House, Carl, wore a faint smile as he instructed his assistant to contact the media and leak the information, claiming that negotiations with the Eastern power had been ongoing. However, The conditions presented by the Eastern power were excessively onerous, threatening to undermine the very foundation of our American hegemony, making it unwise to acquiesce. Carl had no intention of conceding to the Eastern power's demands at this moment. Rather, he intended to relay these stipulations to the American populace, ensuring they understood the ramifications. And subsequently, he and his fellow legislators would yield to public sentiment, compelled to comply. Ultimately, this was the people's choice, and it was not their concern. 10 minutes later, a news report ignited a frenzy across social media platforms. For days prior, Speaker Carl had indeed been negotiating with the Eastern power. However, their demands were outrageous. They insisted that the L-gene carriers only support transactions in soft currency and required a reserve of 3 times the annual transaction volume, which, according to estimates, amounted to an astonishing 30 trillion soft currency units. This was intolerable, as it would jeopardize the status of the dollar as the world's reserve currency, a cornerstone of American global dominance. Moreover, intelligence indicated that the Eastern power was negotiating with countries worldwide to promote a soft currency gene technology system, and many nations were intrigued, only refraining from agreeing out of deference to American interests. Should we relent, those nations would undoubtedly follow suit, and the promotion of the soft currency gene technology system would face no further obstacles. Rest assured, Mr. Carl was actively mediating with the Eastern power and would undoubtedly devise a means to introduce the L-gene carriers. Upon witnessing this news, the American public erupted in outrage. The Eastern power's ambition to promote the soft currency gene technology system threatened to usurp our oil dollar framework. This was an affront to our very dominance. Such audacity was intolerable. We must categorically reject this. No, not outright reject, but deliberate seriously. Although I do not suffer from cancer and have no need for the L-gene carriers. The allure of rejuvenation is irresistible, not to mention the prospect of superhuman evolution. Who could resist the temptation of becoming extraordinary? The American populace found themselves in a quandary. Should their desire for rejuvenation take precedence over the supremacy of American hegemony? Of course, this dilemma troubled only the average citizen. For those afflicted by cancer, the imperative to heal was paramount. This news not only sent shockwaves through America but reverberated globally as well. In the windmill nation, Vanderveer, upon reading the news, immediately discerned the crux of the matter. This was a deliberate unveiling by American politicians, aiming to incite public opinion and subsequently yield to it, thereby agreeing to the Eastern power's stringent demands. What a clever strategy! I shall take note. Vanderveer's eyes gleamed with inspiration as he reached out to the media. Before long, another news report exploded across the Windmill Nation's networks. According to sources who wish to remain anonymous, our Windmill Nation is currently engaged in negotiations with Dong University. The terms they have proposed are rather excessive, demanding not only our inclusion in the soft sister currency gene technology system, but also support for transactions in this currency swaps, and substantial reserves of soft sister currency. Furthermore, they insist on the removal of export restrictions on high-end photolithography machines. It is worth mentioning that prior to the announcement of this information, Vanderveer had communicated with Dong University's representative, Lee Cha-hai, as this matter could potentially cast Dong University in a domineering light, leading to adverse repercussions. Nevertheless, Lee Cha-hai expressed no concern, stating that at this moment, Dong University also requires a display of dominance, as most countries and individuals around the world tend to respect power over virtue. Shortly thereafter, in West Africa, in the nation of Nimia, Supreme Leader Musa convened a press conference after greeting Dong University's representative, Chen Jingyang, his expression reflecting deep compassion. In Nimia, we have numerous cancer patients in dire need of L-gene carriers. Additionally, many elderly individuals here are in urgent need of the rejuvenation technology currently under research by Liu Yun. I am aware of the people's needs. Thus, I am actively negotiating with Dong University. However, their conditions are proving difficult to accept. They demand the return of assets seized from companies like PetroChina, along with compensation for losses. Dong University insists on priority rights for the extraction of our oil and iron ore, and they require us to join the soft sister currency gene technology system, maintain reserves of soft sister currency, and support transactions in this currency. At this juncture, Musa expressed uncertainty regarding his choices, thus seeking the voices of the populace. He announced that a vote would be held on social media the following day, allowing all citizens of Nimia to participate, empowering them to decide this critical issue. Musa refrained from disclosing his own battle with cancer or his inability to resist the allure of rejuvenation technology, instead shifting the responsibility onto the public. Confident that the voting outcome would align with his desires, and if not, adjustments could always be made. In essence, Musa would also adhere to public sentiment. On Douyin, the trending topics were predominantly related to gene carriers, gene therapy, and clinical trials for cancer. Even a 9-year-old girl named Xinshin, a budding artist, who volunteered for one of the clinical trials, made it to the trending list. Observing these discussions, netizens felt a mix of empathy and joy. However, amidst this, a series of explosive revelations erupted, igniting a frenzy on Douyin. Eagle Sauce. Dong University aims to challenge the supremacy of the US dollar as the world currency using soft sister currency, demanding we reserve 3 trillion of it. This is utterly outrageous. Windmill Nation. Dong University insists we join the soft sister currency, gene technology system and lift restrictions on high-end photolithography machine exports. Nimia. Dong University demands the return of assets seized from PetroChina and others, compensation for losses, and priority rights for oil and iron ore extraction. Netizens were left utterly bewildered. Wait, have I just awakened from a dream? Is it possible that the powers that be are right here among us? Chapter 97. Testing the blade of a sword. Today, the nations of the Eagle Sauce and Windmill Kingdom, along with several others, expressed their dismay as the Eastern University resolutely pushed for the soft currency gene technology system, demanding their support for soft currency settlements and substantial reserves of soft currency, accompanied by a plethora of additional conditions. This indeed left many netizens on Douyin perplexed. Traditionally, the Eastern University has adhered to the principle of winning hearts through virtue, demonstrating a low-key and restrained approach in international affairs. Only in recent years has it shown a slightly firmer stance. Yet the news emerging today can only be described as overwhelmingly assertive, completely catching them off guard. Consequently, Douyin erupted with fervor. Is this still my country? Am I not dreaming? One user lamented. As a representative of the China National Semiconductor Manufacturing Corporation, I fear no ridicule. In recent years, we have practically begged the Windmill Kingdom's ASML for high-end lithography machines. Yet, despite our humble approach, their response was a flat refusal. It has been incredibly frustrating. Who would have thought that the tables would turn? And today it is the Windmill Kingdom crying out in frustration. In my opinion, the Windmill Kingdom will inevitably succumb to domestic pressures from cancer patients and will ultimately choose to lift the ban on high-end lithography machines while also joining the soft currency gene technology system. However, the truly decisive factor lies in the rejuvenation technology that Lu Yun is currently researching. Regardless of the nation, the proportion of cancer patients within the population is relatively low, while rejuvenation technology is a desire shared by all. Regardless, Lu Yun possesses the hegemony of gene technology, and our nation stands to gain numerous benefits from this advantage. Witnessing the news about Eagle Sauce and the Windmill Kingdom, I felt elated. Previously, we were subjected to their technological hegemony. Now, the tables have turned. Haha, a century of cycles, will heaven spare anyone? As netizens expressed their astonishment, streamers and social media influencers were equally taken aback, recognizing the immense traffic this topic generated and eagerly joining the conversation. Sushanha promptly initiated a live broadcast, his eyes wide open, slamming his hand on the table. Brothers, I am utterly shocked. I roughly calculated that, so far, 73 countries have revealed they are negotiating with our nation and are under immense pressure, as they are not only required to join the soft currency gene technology system but also face additional conditions. Truly impressive, my country has accomplished so much quietly. I am now extremely curious whether Eagle Sauce, the Windmill Kingdom, and other nations will accept our terms. Can the soft currency gene technology system replace the oil US dollar system? I believe the brothers in the live stream are equally eager to know. Now, I will connect with the renowned influencer Louis, who has a deep understanding of international politics, to hear his analysis. Having said that, Su Shanha connected with Louis, a prominent influencer with over 10 million followers, well known to the audience in the live stream. Brother Lu, what was your first thought upon seeing this news? Do you believe that Eagle Sauce, the Windmill Kingdom, and other nations will comply? Su Shanha inquired. At that moment, I found myself somewhat bewildered. However, it wasn't long before a phrase sprang to mind. After 30 years of lurking and restraint, today I shall reveal my sharp edge. Lu Yi remarked with a hint of nostalgia. It is well known that for many years, our nation has maintained a posture of restraint in foreign affairs. Even when minor frictions arose with some trivial nations, we refrained from wielding our might as the United States does. In recent years, however, our country has evolved into a formidable entity. Even if we wish to remain concealed, our size instills trepidation in others, prompting them to act against us. And we have gradually adopted a more assertive stance. Nevertheless, the news that broke today left me somewhat astonished, as it signifies that our nation has laid its cards on the table, no longer concealing its ambitions. We aspire to become the preeminent global power, thus advocating for the soft currency, gene technology system. Given that this marks our nation's inaugural demonstration of resolve, countries around the globe are taken aback. However, they will eventually acclimate. As for whether these nations will acquiesce, allow me to pose a question to the viewers in the live stream. Can you resist the allure of rejuvenation? If you were a cancer patient or had a loved one afflicted by cancer, and you possessed the wealth yet could not procure the L gene carrier that could cure cancer, would you accept such a fate? Upon uttering these words, the audience in the live stream inundated the chat with comments. Even Qin Shi Huang could not resist the temptation of eternal youth, let alone myself. Protests have erupted in the United States, and social media has been flooded with cries for "We want the L gene carrier." This question strikes at the very essence of the matter. For cancer patients, the L gene carrier is an absolute necessity, and for everyone else, the rejuvenation technology is equally indispensable. Thus, they are, in fact, left with no viable options. Louis glanced at the comments and continued. A viewer aptly pointed out that they indeed have no choice. Therefore, whether it be the Netherlands or the United States, they will ultimately acquiesce. The conditions we propose fall within their capacity to bear. Take the Netherlands, for instance. Does joining the soft currency, gene technology system entail any tangible loss? None whatsoever. It merely requires them to exchange a portion of their foreign reserves from U.S. dollars to our currency. Will selling high-end lithography machines incur losses? Certainly not. In fact, it presents a lucrative opportunity. The Netherlands' primary concern lies in offending the United States and incurring its wrath. However, this time, even the U.S. must concede. How can they continue to criticize the Netherlands? The same applies to the United States. Although they need to accumulate 3 trillion of our currency, is that an insurmountable amount? Let me provide a statistic. Last year, the United States import figure soared to 28 trillion of our currency. Of course, while these nations will ultimately comply with our conditions, they will not do so readily. At the very least, negotiations will ensue to convey that they are acting out of necessity. As for the United States, they are likely to be the last to make a public statement, as they too are concerned with their image. Louis' analysis is remarkably astute and clearly articulated. Sushanha raised his thumb and inquired, I have another question. Will the soft sister currency soon usurp the position of the US dollar? And what benefits will it bring to ordinary people? Louis responded, can the soft sister currency replace the US dollar as the world's currency? Well, not in the short term. The oil dollar system still prevails, and the proportion of cancer patients in the global population remains relatively small. If the L gene carrier developed by Lu Yun is priced exorbitantly, although these countries may still purchase it, their buying quantity will certainly diminish. However, if the price is reasonable, the quantity purchased will increase. In essence, there exists an upper limit to the expenditure of these nations on L gene carriers. Take the United States, for instance. It roughly purchases 1 trillion soft sister currency annually. Based on my estimates, the share of the soft sister currency in global foreign exchange reserves could rise from the current 2.5 to around 23. Similarly, its proportion in global trade settlements could increase from 3 to approximately 27. In summary, the soft sister currency cannot yet replace the US dollar, but it can certainly stand alongside it as a formidable contender. However, once Lu Yun's rejuvenation technology is realized, the scenario will shift dramatically. Even if the US dollar retains its status as the world currency, its share will be further diminished, potentially being surpassed by the soft sister currency. What benefits will this bring to ordinary people? Well, there are numerous advantages. With global support for soft sister currency settlements, we will no longer need to exchange foreign currency while traveling abroad, which not only simplifies the process but also eliminates the fees associated with currency exchange. Furthermore, in the past, the US dollar dominated the world, with the United States printing dollars for global transactions. Now, we too can moderately increase the issuance of soft sister currency, allowing the world to share the burden of inflation. Additionally, the soft sister currency is likely to appreciate over the long term, enhancing the purchasing power of our money. In conclusion, many benefits previously enjoyed solely by the United States will now be accessible to us. Upon hearing Lu Yi's analysis, the audience in the live stream brightened with excitement as they began to comprehend the implications. The barrage of comments flooded the screen. To summarize in one sentence, the soft sister currency will rise rapidly, but the US dollar will not collapse immediately. Rather, we will enter a bipolar currency era. Previously, when traveling abroad or conducting business with foreigners, we always had to exchange soft sister currency for US dollars, which was not only cumbersome but also incurred exchange rate losses. If countries worldwide indeed join the soft sister currency gene technology system, both traveling abroad and conducting business will become far more convenient. Liu Yun is already researching rejuvenation technology, and given his pace of research, he may produce results within a year. At that time, the world will undoubtedly experience a significant upheaval, and to be honest, I am eagerly anticipating it. Not just you. People all over the world are looking forward to it, yearning for the moment they can regain their youth. Liu Yi's analysis is astute, yet he has not covered everything. Even if Liu Yun successfully develops rejuvenation technology, the soft sister currency gene technology system will coexist with the oil dollar system, albeit with the former holding a slightly larger share. This is because the military strength of the United States remains unparalleled globally, and it continues to lead in numerous technological fields, thus sustaining the position of the US dollar. When it comes to military strength, our nation's weaponry is certainly formidable. Just a few days ago, the country that is boasted of being the world's third military power faced a significant lesson from our ally, Pakistan, utilizing our advanced aircraft. How amusing it is. This nation previously claimed to be the third strongest military globally, only to be thoroughly chastised by us. Now, they have been taught a lesson by Pakistan using our fourth-generation fighters. Their embarrassment is palpable. Isn't Liu Yun supposed to be researching strong armor? Should he succeed, it might enhance our nation's military capabilities. However, this appears rather challenging, as contemporary military powers are vigorously advancing drone warfare and robotic combat. Unless Liu Yun's research on strong armor reaches the level of Tony Stark's Iron Man suit, achieving a decisive impact on the battlefield seems unlikely. Nevertheless, as long as Liu Yun is around, we need not worry about anyone daring to engage us in conflict. For everyone understands the terrifying destruction that would ensue if he were to develop genetic weaponry. Perhaps it is best to refrain from pursuing genetic weapons, as that path may lead to mutual destruction, potentially threatening the very existence of humanity. In terms of weaponry, Liu Yun should focus on thoroughly researching strong armor. Meanwhile, at Hangzhou Technology, within a laboratory, Liu Yun, with absolute control over his physical capabilities, has successfully created version 1.0 of the strong armor. Chapter 98. Version 1.0 of the exoskeleton armor. The exoskeleton armor version 1.0 was developed based on the cells of tardigrades, achieving three primary functions: bioelectrical signal control, morphing, and coverage, and discharge attacks. This was also the reason why Liu Yun succeeded in just 3 days. Coverage. With a mere thought, a jelly-like, colorless, transparent substance, about the size of a basketball, spread across his body as if it were alive. Although the process was not swift, taking a full minute to envelop him entirely, it formed a snug combat suit. However, Liu Yun's vision was obscured, prompting him to issue commands within his mind to direct the transparent substance before his eyes to flow outward, revealing 2 hollow spaces. Not bad. Liu Yun nodded in satisfaction. From the recent experiment, the completion of the morphing and coverage functions had already reached 50, allowing for actions to be executed based on his mental directives. This was no simple feat initially. He attempted to mimic the human mechanism for controlling muscle movement, but the results were unsatisfactory. Subsequently, he thought of slime molds. These remarkable single-celled organisms, devoid of a brain yet possessing a certain level of intelligence, could remember, think simply, and most importantly, multiple slime molds could congregate, sharing information and making collective decisions, forming a collective intelligence. Hence, Liu Yun meticulously studied the cells of slime molds and successfully extracted the genes responsible for their collective decision-making. After integrating these with the AK397 and BSE51 genes, which influence human intelligence, and introducing them into the tardigrade cells, the end result exceeded all expectations. Just like before. The exoskeleton armor 1.0, despite lacking a brain, could execute Liu Yun's intricate commands, accomplishing morphing and coverage. Discharge. With another thought, Liu Yun activated the discharge function. Crackle. Intricate patterns emerged on the colorless transparent armor enveloping him, with the cells forming these patterns having transformed into electrical cells. Much like the electromagnetic scales on Caesar the chimpanzee's arm, they stored vast amounts of energy and could discharge it. At that moment, slender blue-green arcs of electricity shot forth from these patterns, intertwining in the air, completely encasing Liu Yun, giving him the appearance of a humanoid Pikachu. Crackle. A nearby thin white iron plate was struck by an electric arc, rapidly turning black. This was a reaction of the iron element with oxygen under the extreme temperatures caused by the electric arc, resulting in black iron oxide. Had a human been struck by the electric arc, they would have already collapsed. Impressive. Lu Yun internally praised himself. The version 1.0 exoskeleton armor possessed such formidable power, far superior to the first-generation Iron Man suit created by Tony Stark. In terms of growth potential, it was equally promising. Thus, the future looked bright. At that moment, a voice echoed from the laboratory speakers. "Mr. Liu, it is time for lunch." With a thought, the colorless transparent armor covering his body flowed again like liquid, seeping into Lu Yun's pores. At this point, it had entered the realm of his absolute control over his body and was subsequently decomposed into atoms. The semi-finished strong genetic armor possesses no residual value. After completing this task, Lu Yun exited the laboratory and, accompanied by Chen Jing, made his way to the dining hall. 30 years of lurking and restraint culminated in this moment, a singular strike to reveal brilliance. We are vigorously advancing the soft currency genetic technology system, leaving nations like the Eagle Sauce and Windmill Country feeling constrained. Lu Yun had developed the habit of perusing short videos to pass the time while dining alone, and today was no exception. He quickly stumbled upon a live broadcast featuring Su Shanhe and Lu Yi. After watching for a while and grasping the situation, a subtle smile graced his lips. Initially, when he announced the human genetic evolution pathway at the technology conference and subsequently prioritized cancer research, it was to bolster the nation's fortunes in battle. It now appeared to have made a marginal impact. In future warfare, drones and intelligent robots are likely to become mainstream. The strong genetic armor he is researching would have limited utility unless it reaches the level of Tony Stark's Iron Man suit. True biological weapons would be viral and genetic weapons, but those are taboos, more terrifying than nuclear arms, and it is best to refrain from their development. Upon seeing a highlighted comment during the live broadcast, Lu Yun chuckled softly. The strong genetic armor I am researching will undoubtedly surpass Tony Stark's Iron Man suit. At the very least, it will be more formidable than the suit in Iron Man 1. Even in battle, it can prove immensely useful. Not to mention its primary function isn't military. Can it not serve as a spacesuit? Days passed in the blink of an eye. The Phase 1 clinical trial of the L-gene vector for cancer treatment had entered its third day. Lu Yun, uninterested in the developments surrounding this matter, arrived at the company and immediately proceeded to the laboratory. He had meticulously planned his schedule, researching the strong genetic armor in the morning and delving into rejuvenation technology in the afternoon. Meanwhile, good news emerged from Jiang Province Tumor Hospital. Before the camera, CCTV reporter Sun Rui expressed his excitement. "Dear viewers, do you remember Mr. Zhou beside me? He is an early-stage lung cancer patient. Yesterday at noon, he underwent a test, and the report revealed that 27 hours after receiving the L-gene vector injection, the number of cancer cells in his body decreased by 62. It is now 10 in the morning, 49 hours post-injection, and according to the latest report, there are no cancer cells remaining in his body. This means he has been cured. He is no longer a cancer patient." As this announcement reverberated, the CCTV news studio erupted in celebration, with the comments flooded with congratulations. Following this, Sun Rui visited the rooms of Xin, Luo Zhenye, and the artistically inclined milk tea, reviewing the test reports of these late-stage cancer patients. More good news followed. Xin's cancer cell count had decreased by 39.1, with the rate of reduction significantly accelerating. The medical team, after a discussion, concluded that Xin and others showed promising responses to treatment, warranting an increase in the dosage of the L-gene vector. It appears their analysis was indeed correct, and thus, the fourth day of the clinical trial commenced. All early-stage cancer patients have been cured. Patients in late stages of cancer, such as Xin, Luo Zhenye, and the artistically inclined milk tea enthusiast, have experienced a significant reduction in the number of cancer cells in their bodies, with an overall decrease of 60 compared to prior to the injection of the L-gene vector. This clinical trial data has sent shockwaves across the globe, triggering a chain reaction. In Windmill Nation, hundreds of thousands took to the streets in protest, chanting, "We need the L-gene vector. Life surpasses all." The cancer incidence rate in Windmill Nation ranks among the highest in the world, and politicians must consider the lives of these cancer patients. Politicians should think of their compatriots rather than yielding to foreign interests. Having already joined the petrodollar system, why can we not join the RMB gene technology system, which would not jeopardize our core interests? The demonstrators shouted these slogans, demanding that politicians comply with the conditions proposed by Dong University. In a conference room, Vanderveer, upon witnessing the news reports of the domestic protests, recognized that the moment was ripe and remarked, "This is public sentiment. We should heed the will of the people and consider the interests of the masses." Upon hearing this, other legislators expressed their agreement. Consequently, 2 hours later, Vanderveer, alongside Dong University representative Lee Cha-hai, attended a press conference to announce a deep cooperative relationship between the two nations. Dong University would prioritize supplying Windmill Nation with the L gene vector and other genetic technology products, while Windmill Nation would officially join the RMB gene technology system and lift restrictions on the export of advanced photolithography equipment. The announcement sent shockwaves throughout the world. Subsequently, other countries began to declare their participation in the RMB gene technology system, with only a few nations, such as the United States, remaining silent. Thus, the eyes of the world turned toward the United States, eager to learn of its decision. Chapter 99, Stirring the Pot. The outburst of public opinion. Will the mighty eagle once again lower its proud head? This topic has surged to the forefront of trending discussions on Douyin, with millions of netizens engaging in fervent debate. I traversed through various social media platforms, discovering a plethora of videos depicting protests, which leads me to infer that the eagle will undoubtedly acquiesce. The politicians of the eagle are bound to face their own reckoning, unable to resist the allure of rejuvenation. Their current silence merely signifies a stubborn last stand. To be candid, the politicians of the eagle must be seething with frustration as they experience this unfamiliar sensation of being cornered. Thankfully, our nation possesses formidable military strength. Otherwise, the eagle would have already taken action. It is evident that the eagle has contemplated employing force to resolve this matter, only to realize that, when it comes to might, they may not be the superior adversary. The tone among netizens is imbued with confidence, for they have come to recognize that the eagle is not as formidable as once presumed. In terms of military prowess, the eagle has previously faced defeat and now possesses only a superficial advantage. The reality remains uncertain until tested. Economically, while the eagle does exhibit certain strengths, its foundations are precariously balanced, burdened by staggering debts. In the realm of technology, the eagle boasts an edge in various fields, yet this advantage has become increasingly tenuous, particularly as they have been eclipsed by advancements in genetic technology from our nation. Consequently, netizens have dismantled the myth surrounding the eagle. Citizens of the eagle have observed nations such as the Windmill Kingdom and Great Britain, erstwhile allies, forging deep cooperative agreements with Eastern University, confirming the introduction of L gene vectors for gene therapy and cancer treatment. With the prospect of rejuvenation technology emerging from Eastern University, their impatience grows, especially as they have yet to secure an agreement themselves. Despite the potential ramifications on the oil dollar system and the erosion of the eagle's global hegemony, the prospect of curing their ailments and achieving rejuvenation takes precedence. Thus, more individuals are participating in offline protests, demanding their politicians reach a compromise. While the clamor for such concessions amplifies on platforms like Douyin and Twitter, this presents an opportunity for Eric. Indeed, 5 days prior, Eric revealed that pharmaceutical giants were the true culprits behind the DARPA laboratory fire, publicly denouncing Pfizer and Roche without facing retribution. He has emerged victorious. Now a public opinion leader with millions of followers, Eric aims to further advocate for the people's interests, refine his public persona, and attract an even larger following. Upon graduating from university, he intends to leverage his popularity and reputation for candor in pursuit of a state senate candidacy, aspiring to ascend to prominence. This path is entirely plausible. Schwarzenegger's election as California's governor was significantly influenced by his fame and tough guy image. However, the journey of a public opinion leader is fraught with challenges and fierce competition. To distinguish himself, Eric is determined to execute this endeavor with even greater impact. Akin to his previous exposure of the pharmaceutical giants, inciting explosive public discourse. In the dormitory of Stanford University, Eric furrowed his brow in contemplation. Suddenly, a spark ignited in his eyes as he recalled the words of a certain writer: "Do not seek the rise of great powers, but rather the dignity of the common man." A few years prior, upon encountering this phrase, Eric had scoffed, believing that the ascendance of great nations and the dignity of ordinary people were not mutually exclusive, but rather intricately linked. A similarly intelligent individual born in the United States would lead a vastly different life compared to one born in Palestine. The latter might even succumb to an airstrike before reaching adulthood. Although he did not wholly endorse the sentiment, Eric surmised that a slight modification to this statement could effectively stir emotions. Thus, 10 minutes later, Eric uploaded a video he had recorded on social media platforms. I do not care for global dominance. I care only for the happiness of the common man. Is our nation's supremacy truly more significant than the lives of cancer patients? Those lofty politicians, do you comprehend the anguish endured by cancer patients and their families? Have you ever witnessed the hospital wards at 4 in the morning? Moreover, does the supremacy of our nation genuinely concern us ordinary folk? The super-rich promote globalization, relocating factories to foreign lands. They grow wealthier while we struggle to find employment. Just a few days ago, the DARPA laboratory fire incident occurred, and the truth has now been unveiled, yet the puppet masters remain unpunished. DARPA director Lucas continues to flaunt pictures of his family's overseas vacation on Twitter, their faces alight with joy, while those misled into being scapegoats can only weep in silence. This, indeed, is a realm dominated by politicians and billionaires. Upon the video's release, it incited a sensation. The citizens of the nation, upon viewing it, were filled with fervor. Indeed, those despicable figures, driven by self-interest, are willing to betray the nation's welfare without hesitation. Just 2 months prior, Musk and Bart traveled to the Eastern Power to donate billions in soft currency for the sake of rejuvenation technology. While House Speaker Carl promptly proposed a reduction in tariffs on products from the Eastern Power. Influenced by this Eastern Power, stocks of pharmaceutical giants such as Pfizer and Roche plummeted, and the shareholders' response was to collude with DARPA to fabricate false breakthroughs in nanotechnology, enticing us ordinary individuals to enter the stock market as unwitting investors. After the truth was revealed, not a single one of these influential figures faced repercussions. It is utterly disgraceful. As Eric aptly stated, the supremacy of our nation pales in comparison to the happiness of the common man. Thus, we must continue to march and protest with greater fervor. Meanwhile, at the White House, lawmakers convened a meeting. The agenda: how to preserve the supremacy of our nation. House Speaker Carl and others understood that they must swiftly devise a strategy, for time waits for no one. The longer they delay, the more unfavorable the situation becomes for the nation. Regarding the concerns of the populace about the introduction of the L gene vector, Congressman Carl and his colleagues have long deliberated on the matter. An agreement can be reached, yet they choose to await the opportune moment, allowing public sentiment to ferment to a certain degree before yielding to the will of the people. In this manner, even if the United States were to relinquish its position as the world's preeminent power in the future, the populace would find themselves without the grounds to attribute such a loss to their own actions. Chapter 100. A day to be remembered in history. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense. Each individual's interests were intricately tied to the fate of the United States. And should the nation lose its position as the world's preeminent power, or if the oil dollar system were to be supplanted by the yuan genetic technology framework, their fortunes would undoubtedly suffer. Carl took a sip of coffee and turned to Paul, the director of the CIA, inquiring about their progress. Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze shifted towards Paul, acutely aware that the current predicament faced by the United States was a direct consequence of Liu Yun's actions. The most effective resolution lay in either the CIA successfully acquiring Liu Yun's technological secrets or compelling him to ally with the United States. Feeling the weight of their stares, Paul stood up, steeling himself as he spoke. We at the CIA have exerted our utmost efforts. However, Liu Yun is currently the highest-level individual under Dong Da's protection. It is not merely challenging to approach Liu Yun. Even attempting to set up a stall selling fried rice outside his company would result in an immediate investigation into one's background. Over the past 2 months, we have had 47 elite agents apprehended by Dong Da. Now, our operatives live in constant fear. When faced with assignments to either steal Liu Yun's technological secrets or kidnap him, they either resign or adopt a lackadaisical attitude. Thus, I can only assert that the CIA will do its best, but I cannot offer any guarantees. Upon hearing Paul's words, a wave of exhaustion washed over the group. Under normal circumstances, when the oil dollar system faced challenges, the United States would have retaliated with force. Yet, these were not ordinary times. They were reluctant to end up like the wealthy elite of Hong Kong, ensnared in the blacklist of rejuvenation technology, leading them to act hesitantly and avoid antagonizing Dong Da too severely. It was indeed a daunting challenge. After a moment of silence, Carl spoke. Though it is difficult, we must devise a strategy to mitigate the advantages that Liu Yun provides to Dong Da. I have an idea. While many nations around the globe harbor disdain for us, they are even less inclined to witness Dong Da ascend to the pinnacle of power. Nations such as India, Japan, and Great Britain come to mind. We could forge closer alliances with these countries, ensuring they stockpile more dollars. The eyes of the attendees brightened at this notion. If compelled to choose between the United States and Dongda, these nations would likely opt for the former, making this plan viable. At the very least, it would stabilize the oil dollar system. Soon, another individual rose, Lawrence, the deputy director of DARPA. Following the fire incident at the DARPA nanorobotics laboratory, the reputation of Director Lucas had plummeted. Although he had not yet resigned, he had taken his family abroad for a vacation, and upon their return, the incident's prominence would have faded, prompting Lucas to tender his resignation, with Lawrence poised to assume the directorship and exercise its powers. Lawrence stated, "Although the false breakthrough in nanorobotics has become an international laughingstock, I believe we should intensify our investment in this technology. Should it succeed, it could counterbalance at least 50 of the advantages that Lu Yun provides to Dongda. Controlled nuclear fusion and artificial intelligence are akin to transformative technologies that possess the potential to reshape the world. Once successful, they could nullify the advantages that Lu Yun has conferred upon Dongda." A consensus emerged among the attendees, acknowledging that the current predicament faced by Eagle Saw stems from technological lag, which has rendered them subservient to Lu Yun and Dongda. Therefore, an increase in research funding is imperative. Subsequently, General Ross from the Pentagon voiced his concerns. "We require a greater military budget to establish a force capable of sweeping across the globe. Even if we cannot confront Dongda directly, we must instill fear in other nations, preventing them from fully aligning with Dongda." The meeting extended for several hours, culminating in the formulation of a document titled the Oil Dollar Rescue Plan. The title itself reveals the subconscious acknowledgement among Carl and his colleagues that Eagle Sauce is at a disadvantage. Yet they are reluctant to concede and wish to struggle for a better outcome. 3 days swiftly passed. Eagle Sauce discreetly dispatched representatives to negotiate with 35 nations, including Great Britain, India, and Japan, to discuss the establishment of deep cooperative relations in economic, technological, and military domains. The results were promising. Although these countries did not make explicit statements, they announced intentions to increase their holdings of Eagle Sauce government bonds, while simultaneously augmenting their foreign exchange reserves in U.S. dollars. The news reverberated globally, causing considerable concern among the populace of Eagle Sauce. Were the politicians preparing to sever ties with Dongda, rejecting their terms and aggressively suppressing the soft currency and genetic technology system? This would not do. We require the L carrier and the rejuvenation it promises. This situation also stirred significant excitement, leading to widespread speculation among netizens. What were these countries attempting to achieve? By simultaneously announcing their commitment to the soft currency and genetic technology system while boosting their U.S. dollar reserves, were they hedging their bets? What were Eagle Sauce's intentions? Were they poised to reject our terms and irrevocably sever relations? In response to this matter, Douyin influencer Lu Yi provided an analysis. Exuding confidence as he stated, "Eagle Sauce will ultimately acquiesce. The timing simply has not yet arrived. The choices made by Great Britain, India, and other nations are, in fact, quite understandable. Some of these countries harbor irreconcilable conflicts with us, preferring Eagle Sauce to maintain its status as the world's preeminent power rather than witness our ascent. Others believe that a dual power dynamic serves their interests better. Should either we or Eagle Sauce possess overwhelming strength, their own positions could worsen. Of course, this is primarily due to our current lack of power. Had we, like Eagle Sauce decades ago, wielded a dominating advantage, these nations would undoubtedly reject us outright, declaring, 'Eagle Sauce, we are unacquainted. Do not approach us, for I fear misinterpretation from Dongda.'" Meanwhile, the first phase of clinical trials for the L-gene carrier has reached its 7th day. In room 307 of Jiang Province Oncology Hospital, CCTV reporter Sun Rui, holding 2 test reports, exclaimed with excitement, "Dear viewers, I have in my hands the test results for XIN and Luojinia. 7 days ago, Xin was a terminal patient suffering from leukemia, and Luojinia was battling advanced lung cancer. However, the test reports in my hands now indicate that all cancer cells within their bodies have been completely eradicated. Let us extend our heartfelt congratulations to them. Henceforth, they shall no longer be identified as cancer patients." As soon as these words were spoken, the live stream's comment section erupted with fervent messages. Congratulations to Xin. Congratulations to Luojinia. And congratulations to all cancer patients and their families. Xin, I am a staff member from the Qianlong Safari Park. Did you not express your desire to visit the chimpanzee Caesar? We eagerly await your arrival, and the admission will be complimentary. The Phase 1 clinical trial of the L gene vector has concluded successfully. Let us celebrate and shower it with flowers. Following this, global media outlets have begun to report on the matter. The last 2 patients from the Phase 1 clinical trial have been cured. Today, cancer has been removed from the list of terminal illnesses. Tomorrow, Hongshou Technology will hold a press conference to announce the pricing, launch date, and production capacity of the L gene vector. Chapter 101, The Foreign Public, Our Love-Hate Relationship with Lu Yun. At Jiang Province Tumor Hospital, room 307. Xian joyfully leaped from her bed, exclaiming, "Mom, did you hear? The reporter uncle said my illness is cured." "Yes, I heard," her mother nodded vigorously, tears brimming in her eyes, overwhelmed with emotion. Since her daughter was diagnosed with late-stage leukemia, she had never felt such a lightness, as if a weight of over 10 pounds had been lifted from her shoulders. "Mom, don't cry. I'm all better now. You should be smiling." Xian quickly stood on tiptoe, reaching out her small hand to wipe away the tears from her mother's eyes. "All right, Mom won't cry anymore." Xian's mother smiled through her tears and hurriedly picked up a package from the side. She revealed a beautiful pink dress and a wig, saying with a grin, "Let us change into this outfit and wear the wig to look splendid. Then we'll discharge and go home. Your dad and grandparents are waiting for us at the entrance of the hospital. Yay, we can go home." Xian beamed with joy and promptly followed her mother into the restroom to change. When Xian emerged, she was no longer clad in the blue and white striped hospital gown but adorned in a delicate pink dress, complete with a wig, resembling a charming little princess, her smile revealing 2 sweet dimples. She bounced with excitement and, upon spotting the CCTV reporter Sun Rue, suddenly remembered something and dashed over to inquire, "Reporter uncle, did you give my painting to brother Lu Yun?" Sun Rue replied with a smile, "Lu Yun has received it. He sent a WeChat message for me to tell you that he will cherish your artwork." Hearing this made Xian even happier. "Thank you, reporter uncle," she exclaimed before running back to her mother, picking up a small backpack filled with her belongings, urging, "Mom, let us go home. I haven't stayed at home for days." "All right, let us go home," her mother replied, taking the luggage, smiling as she held Xian's hand. And they exited the room. Soon, they reached the square in front of the hospital, where many reporters and onlookers had gathered. Xian's father and grandparents had also arrived. And upon seeing them, they rushed over with excitement. "Dad, pick me up." Xian jumped into her father's arms, her joy amplifying. He embraced her tightly, feeling as if he were in a dream. However, Xian soon leaped down from her father's arms and ran to her grandparents, joyfully exclaiming, "Grandpa, Grandma, you need to hug me too." "Of course, we will hug you." The elderly couple laughed, their faces beaming with delight, witnessing this heartwarming scene. The viewers in the CCTV news studio were also touched, smiles involuntarily spreading across their faces. "I don't know why, but as a stranger, I suddenly feel a wave of happiness." "Me too. Seeing Xian's family so blissful brings me joy. I feel happy as well, and I empathize with them. Do you know why? Last month, my grandfather was diagnosed with stage 2 lung cancer, leaving him disheartened and devoid of appetite. However, upon witnessing the remarkable outcomes of the clinical trials involving the L gene vector, he transformed back into the jovial old man he once was. Just yesterday, he spent the day fishing, and today he is gathered with a few old friends for a game of mahjong. The atmosphere in our home has shifted to one of joy, unlike last month when we were all cautious and hesitant to speak loudly in his presence. Thus, the L gene vector transcends being merely an anti-cancer medication. It resonates beyond cancer patients themselves. These patients are deeply connected to their families, and their recovery brings healing to their households as well. At that moment, Luo Zhenya, a late-stage lung cancer patient sharing the same ward as Xin, stepped out of the hospital building. Clad in crisp casual trousers and a finely tailored polo shirt, he exuded vitality, accompanied by 2 elderly gentlemen wearing smiles. "Dad, Mom, I'm going to call an old colleague to see if I can return to the company," Luo Zhenya said. The instant he exited the hospital, a thought struck him, prompting him to retrieve his phone and dial a number. Soon, he heard the voice of Manager Li from the RD department of his former company. "Old Luo, congratulations. You're finally free from the torment of cancer," Li exclaimed. "Manager Li, you know I participated in the clinical trial?" Luo Zhenya replied. "Not just you. The whole company is aware and rejoicing for you. By the way, you resigned initially due to your illness, seeking treatment. Now that you're better, are you considering a return to the company? Your previous position and benefits remain unchanged." "Manager Li, I called to inquire if I could return to the company. Of course. It's settled then. You are welcome to report back anytime. Thank you, managerly, he said, hanging up the phone. With a smile, he turned to his parents. The manager has agreed to my return. I'll be back at work tomorrow. Why the rush? Take some time to recuperate at home, his mother urged. Luo Jinye shook his head. In the past few months, I've spent quite a bit on treatment, although we still have some savings. I believe Lu Yun will soon develop a technology for rejuvenation, and you too may need the funds then. Meanwhile, the art-loving Milk Tea also emerged from the hospital building, activating her live stream and directing the camera towards her smiling face. I used to dread the thought of hospitals, but now I feel none of that. For behind me stands the building where I was reborn. The audience in her live stream rejoiced, showering her with gifts and enthusiastic comments. Milk Tea, congratulations. Your smile is truly radiant. It's a celebration for everyone, as Milk Tea has regained her life. Please do more live streams in the future. With a smile, Milk Tea responded, Thank you. I appreciate everyone's blessings and continuous support. Without you all, I wouldn't have persevered until the L gene vector was developed. I must also express my gratitude to Lu Yun. He is truly remarkable. In my eyes, he is the greatest scientist, surpassing even Newton and Einstein. Meanwhile, the citizens of Eagle Sauce found themselves in a state of agitation. To this day, politicians had yet to reach an agreement with Dong University regarding the introduction of the L gene vector. Millions of citizens took to social media, imploring their representatives to swiftly sign a contract with Dong University to secure the L gene vector, while also ensuring that once the technology for rejuvenation was realized, it would be incorporated as well. They were willing to pay any price to achieve this. You see, the urgency was palpable. In the White House, Speaker Carl observed the videos circulating on social media and remarked to his secretary with a smile, 2 months ago, I proposed lowering tariffs on products from Dong University. I was met with fierce criticism, accused of compromising the interests of our nation. And now, when it pertains to their own interests, they are all in a frenzy. He then instructed, contact the representative from Dong University and inform him that the agreement can be signed. An hour later, Carl and the Dong University representative convened a press conference. During the event, Carl solemnly announced, Eagle Sauce will accumulate 30 trillion soft sister currencies within a fortnight. The news reverberated across the globe. Initially, the citizens rejoiced, believing that those unscrupulous politicians had finally relented, allowing them access to the L gene vector and the promise of rejuvenation. However, their elation quickly turned to discontent, as they realized they had capitulated once more to Lu Yun and Dong University, paying a hefty price while actively promoting the development of the soft sister currency genetic technology system. Lu Yun, oh Lu Yun. Many citizens of Eagle Sauce whispered this name, their expressions revealing a complex blend of love and hatred, intertwined in a tumultuous embrace. Chapter 102, The Revolution of Gene Therapy is upon us. Technology transforms lives. Upon witnessing the announcement from Eagle Sauce regarding the intention to amass 30 trillion soft sister coins within a fortnight, netizens could not help but utter the name of Lu Yun, bestowing upon him their admiration. The comments beneath the video surged dramatically, rapidly exceeding 1 million. Haha, Eagle Sauce has ultimately capitulated. To be candid, for several days, Eagle Sauce had refrained from making a statement, engaging instead in various maneuvers, announcing an increase in military and research expenditures, forging alliances with numerous nations, and declaring comprehensive cooperation in economic, technological, and military domains. I had thought that Eagle Sauce might confront us directly, yet this was the outcome. The crux of the matter lies in the unparalleled prowess of Lu Yun's technology. Whether it be the L gene vector capable of curing cancer or the ongoing research into anti-aging technology, these are advancements that Eagle Sauce cannot dismiss. Thus, Eagle Sauce finds itself with no alternative but to submit to us. Louis, a prominent Douyin influencer closely following this development, swiftly posted a video summarizing the events. The matter has reached a conclusion, and I shall elucidate the sequence of occurrences. Initially, Lu Yun developed the L gene vector, a breakthrough capable of curing all forms of cancer. Recognizing this as a compelling opportunity to propel the soft sister coin gene technology system, our nation acted decisively, engaging in negotiations with countries worldwide. We have now achieved a significant victory. The soft sister coin gene technology system has gained global acceptance, poised to stand in parity with the oil US dollar system. This is indeed cause for celebration. However, this development has triggered a chain reaction. In the eyes of nations across the globe, we are no longer the East University that relied on virtue and maintained a low profile. Instead, We have emerged as a formidable sword, our brilliance unabashedly displayed. Eagle Sauce now harbors trepidation, fearful that its position as the world's dominant power may be usurped by us. Consequently, it has announced an increase in military spending, striving to assemble a robust force capable of addressing any unforeseen challenges, while also courting other nations to collectively counter the pressure we exert. Other nations, too, regard us with a newfound respect, likely leading to adjustments in their foreign policies. Thus, we may witness peculiar alignments, such as the countries of India and Russia gravitating towards Eagle Sauce. Their reluctance to see us supplant Eagle Sauce is understandable. India has long viewed us as a formidable adversary, while the motivations behind Russia's alignment with Eagle Sauce may seem puzzling. However, this is easily comprehensible. National relations are governed solely by enduring interests. Russia's previous proximity to us was merely a strategic alliance to withstand pressure from Eagle Sauce. With the tides having shifted and Eagle Sauce now in a vulnerable position, Russia is inclined to favor a balance of power, likely offering support to Eagle Sauce. In fact, discussions within Russian social forums and media outlets now echo concerns about the potential hegemony of the East University. There is no need for concern, for the path to becoming a formidable power is inherently solitary. No one wishes to inhabit a world dominated by an omnipotent force, as it would instill fear in their hearts. Nations, too, share this sentiment. No state desires the emergence of an unchallenged hegemon. However, once we ascend to strength, solitude dissipates. Akin to the past when the Eagle Nation was surrounded by loyal followers. As dawn broke, the news of the Eagle Nation's announcement to amass 30 trillion soft currency continued to captivate global discourse. Yet another event stirred worldwide attention, the press conference held by Hongshou Technology. Though the publicly available information indicated that the conference would unveil details regarding the pricing, production capacity, and launch timeline of the L-gene carrier, one could not forget the previous press conference led by Lu Yun. Initially, it merely promised a public demonstration of electrically charged mice and chimpanzees. Yet, when Caesar, the chimpanzee, took the stage and exhibited his electromagnetic control abilities, the world was left in awe. Lu Yun further revealed a revolutionary gene therapy, rejuvenation technology, and the evolution of superhumans, sending shockwaves across the globe. Today's conference might similarly surprise us. Consequently, over 100 million individuals worldwide are poised to witness the event. In just 2 minutes, the conference will commence. In Hangqing, Qingqing glanced at the time displayed on her phone, quickly opened Douyin, and entered the live broadcast of the CCTV news channel to watch the press conference. With both of her kidneys replaced by cloned organs, she is no longer a patient suffering from uremia. She no longer needs to consume a multitude of medications daily or undergo dialysis weekly. She can indulge in whatever she desires, as life has unfolded a new chapter for her. Yet, a lingering concern remains. Her previous condition stemmed from hereditary polycystic kidney disease, a congenital chromosomal disorder that can be passed down to offspring. Currently, there is no cure for this ailment. However, during the last press conference, Lu Yun pledged to propel a gene therapy revolution, addressing the congenital genetic disorders that inflict immense suffering upon patients. Thus today, instead of selling spicy hot pot on the street, Qingqing chose to remain home and watch the live broadcast of the conference, holding hope that good news might emerge. Is the conference about to begin? In an apartment within the Eagle Nation, Qin Zhenxiang picked up a bottle of medication, swallowed an anti-cancer pill, and accessed the live broadcast of the Fox News channel to watch the event. Despite his discontent with Lu Yun's actions, as a patient with mid-stage lung cancer, he was eager to learn when the L-gene carrier would be available in the Eagle Nation and at what cost. While watching, he muttered, "You better not engage in price discrimination, or I will unleash my wrath upon you." In the WeChat group of Class 1, Senior 3 at Hongqing No. 2 Middle School, the atmosphere was equally lively. "Friends, the conference is about to start. Hurry and tune into the live stream." Has Lu Yun appeared yet? Not yet, but it should be soon. Finally, amidst the anticipation of the multitude, the clock struck 10 in the morning, marking the official commencement of the Hongshou Technology press conference. Lu Yun ascended the stage, still embodying the same youthful and handsome visage, unchanged in the slightest. However, the audience was intrigued by the presence of over 20 foreign dignitaries, appearing to be in their 50s or 60s, who accompanied Lu Yun onto the stage, each clutching a microphone, seemingly poised to speak. In the live broadcast room of CCTV, viewers began to engage in discussions. It struck me that these foreigners were distinguished academic figures who had joined Lu Yun's company, many of whom were Nobel laureates. I recalled the considerable stir this had caused. Half of the top scholars in the academic world had allied with Liu Yun's enterprise to thwart the exodus of talent. The Eagle Nation had hastily enacted policies prohibiting eminent scholars in the biological sciences from leaving the country. Had these academic luminaries already achieved research breakthroughs? They had only been with Liu Yun's company for just over a month. Perhaps these scholars were involved in the endeavor to conquer cancer, and Liu Yun had graciously invited them to partake in the glory. At that moment, Liu Yun began to speak. Today's press conference, aside from unveiling information regarding the L gene carrier, will also announce some significant news that pertains to tens of millions of families. You may recall that during the last press conference, I mentioned that the first step in the evolution of the human genome is the revolution of gene therapy, aimed at curing diseases such as cancer, AIDS, and congenital genetic disorders that pose severe threats to human health and quality of life. Cancer has been vanquished. It shall no longer jeopardize our existence. Furthermore, Hangzhou Technology has initiated numerous projects related to the gene therapy revolution and has made substantial progress. Now, I would like the researchers beside me to personally introduce the projects they are overseeing, starting with Mr. Gregory. Before joining Hangzhou Technology, Mr. Gregory was the editor-in-chief of the journal Nature, and his project here focuses on conquering Down syndrome. Upon hearing Liu Yun's words, Gregory took the microphone and, in fluent Chinese, stated, "I am Gregory. I had previously dedicated my research to Down syndrome, but ultimately, I faced failure. This is a chromosomal disorder where each cell in the patient's body possesses an extra copy of chromosome 21 from birth. To cure this condition, one must alter the chromosomal structure of every single cell, which is nearly impossible. However, upon joining Hangzhou Technology, I discovered that Mr. Liu Yun had developed a remarkably powerful technique known as the gene restrainer, which can inactivate any specified DNA sequence. This technology is a veritable nemesis to Down syndrome, as it can nullify the extra chromosome present in the patient's 21SD chromosome. Consequently, I promptly submitted a project proposal to conquer Down syndrome, and after more than a month of research, the project has progressed remarkably well, with clinical trials expected to be applied for within 3 months. Theoretically, by that time, all individuals with Down syndrome around the globe could be cured. Although their appearances may remain unchanged, their intelligence could gradually return to normal levels, allowing them to enjoy lifespans akin to those of individuals without the condition. Upon hearing Gregory's words, the audience in the CCTV live studio began to engage in lively discussion. The gene limiter, a technology capable of rendering any specified DNA sequence ineffective. I must say, Liu Yun is extraordinarily impressive for developing such an astonishing technology. For those unfamiliar, what exactly is Down syndrome? Have you heard of Down babies or Down children? They are individuals affected by Down syndrome, characterized by similar physical traits and significantly impaired intellectual abilities, often with an intelligence quotient that only reaches that of a 6 or 7-year-old, even in adulthood. Consequently, one of the greatest concerns for the parents of children with Down syndrome is whether their offspring, with such limited cognitive capabilities, will be able to live independently after they are gone. If Down syndrome were truly conquered, it would indeed be an unparalleled achievement, holding significance for many families comparable to the triumph over cancer. Chapter 103. Wholesale of Cutting-Edge Technology, Healing Millions of Families. Could Down syndrome soon be cured? I must hurry to share this wonderful news with Brother Zhou. In Hangzhou, upon hearing Gregory's words, Qingqing promptly rose and made her way outside, heading to the nearby Star Car Wash Center, a rather unique establishment. All the employees there are individuals with Down syndrome, though they are adults. Their intellectual capacity resembles that of 6 or 7-year-olds. The owner of the car wash, Zhou Can, is a remarkably kind-hearted individual who has previously offered substantial assistance to Qingqing. The purpose of establishing the Star Car Wash Center was not to generate profit, but rather to provide these individuals with an opportunity to earn a living and engage more with others. Before long, Qingqing arrived at the Star Car Wash Center, located a kilometer away, riding her little electric scooter. Spotting Zhou Can at the entrance, she called out excitedly, "Brother Zhou, come here quickly. I have great news to share." "What news could be so important that you need me to come over?" Zhou Can chuckled as he approached, his jovial demeanor reminiscent of a cheerful Buddha due to his slightly plump figure. With fervor, Qingqing exclaimed, "I just watched Liu Yun's press conference. A scientist in his company named Gregory is researching a method to conquer Down syndrome, and the progress is going splendidly. They expect to apply for clinical trials within 3 months. You should search for the live stream on Douyin. You should be able to find the clips." "What? Down syndrome can be cured?" Zhou excitement surged instantly. With over 20 employees at his shop, all of whom have Down syndrome, he interacts daily with them and their parents. He understands the gravity of this condition and the heartbreak it brings to the families affected. If this dreadful affliction could indeed be cured, it would not only offer a new lease on life for the individuals, but also for their parents. Zhou quickly grabbed his phone and opened Douyin to search for relevant information. Indeed, he found the live stream clips along with reports from various media outlets. The breakthrough against Down syndrome was imminent. As is well known, Down syndrome is a chromosomal disorder for which there is currently no cure. However, Gregory from Hongshou Technology is making strides in overcoming this ailment. According to Gregory, he is utilizing a technique called gene restrainer, a breakthrough derived from Lu Yun's research, capable of rendering specific DNA sequences ineffective. The gene therapy revolution proposed by Lu Yun is becoming a reality. Although Lu Yun has primarily focused on cancer, his company's team has already initiated several projects aimed at treating congenital genetic disorders, with Down syndrome being one of them. Wonderful. I must share this fantastic news with the parents of the children. Zhou swiftly took out his phone and opened a WeChat group named Parents of Star Children, consisting entirely of the parents of his car wash employees. Good news. Lu Yun's company has commenced a project to tackle Down syndrome, and the progress is exceedingly promising. Everyone can search on Douyin to find the related videos. Several kilometers away, a female teacher in her 40s was momentarily stunned upon reading the news. After a few seconds, she regained her composure and hurriedly searched for related content on Douyin. Upon viewing the video, tears welled in her eyes, overwhelmed with joy. The child's illness finally had a remedy, alleviating her fears of leaving her child unable to survive alone. They were liberated. Both she and her child would be free. After sharing the uplifting news about the imminent breakthrough in treating Down syndrome with Zhou, Qingqing rode her electric scooter back to her rented apartment, her heart brimming with happiness. She felt she had accomplished something profoundly meaningful. Having once been a patient suffering from uremia, she understood that the most despairing aspect for patients and their families is the absence of hope. Now, she had offered these parents of children with Down syndrome a glimpse of hope, however brief, allowing them to escape despair and savor the sweetness of joy, even if just for a moment. She reclined on the sofa, a smile gracing her face as she continued to watch the live broadcast. I am currently engaged in a project on cloning hearts, which is progressing smoothly and is expected to enter the clinical trial phase this year, thanks to the assistance of Mr. Lu Yun. Without the research tools he provided, this project would not exist. My project involves cloning lungs. I am also exploring methods to combat AIDS. Indeed, my project is quite unique, cloning male reproductive organs. The progress is promising, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, by this time next year, men will only need to provide somatic cells to customize their own organs. You heard correctly. Although it involves cloning, it allows for personalized dimensions and shapes. This is largely due to Mr. Lu Yun, as the core technology emerged from his research on kidney cloning, which serendipitously led to the development of cell self-organization technology for organ formation. The more Qingqing watched, the more she was astounded. Treating congenital genetic disorders, cloning hearts and lungs, conquering AIDS. Each of these projects holds immense significance. Every technological breakthrough is enough to shake the world to its core. Yet now it feels as though they are being produced en masse. Mr. Lu Yun is truly remarkable. Qingqing could not help but marvel internally, for she understood that although Lu Yun was not directly involved in these projects, the foundational technology originated from him. Otherwise, these academic giants would have completed these projects long ago. They would not have waited until joining Hongshou Technology for breakthroughs to occur. In the live news studio of CCTV, the audience was equally astounded, their senses electrified. The barrage of comments erupted in excitement. My goodness, this is like a grand sale of black technology. Mr. Lu Yun is extraordinary. Merely providing research tools to these academic elites has enabled them to accomplish such astonishing projects. Congenital genetic disorders, organ cloning, AIDS. These were once insurmountable medical challenges, yet now they are being collectively overcome. To be honest, the significance of these projects combined surpasses that of conquering cancer. The significance of this innovation is indeed profound, particularly concerning the remarkable technology for cloning the male counterpart's little brother. I could never have imagined that such an extraordinary advancement existed in our world. Ahem. I believe at least 70 of the gentlemen present are already envisioning its possibilities. This technology is undeniably intriguing. As the audience in the live stream fervently discussed this matter, another esteemed academic took to the stage at the press conference to present his project. I am Yorn, and my research endeavor focuses on conquering hereditary polycystic kidney disease, an autosomal dominant disorder that is nearly impossible to cure through traditional methods. However, after utilizing the research and development tools provided by Mr. Lu Yun, I have discovered a viable solution. Hereditary polycystic kidney disease is exceedingly rare, thus the viewers in the live stream may not have felt its weight. Yet, Qing is different. She is a patient suffering from this very condition, which led to her developing uremia. At this moment, upon hearing that this ailment is on the brink of being overcome, she was overwhelmed with emotion and tears streamed down her face. The advancements in genetic technology brought forth by Lu Yun have already transformed her life on 2 occasions. When Qing regained her composure and resumed watching the live stream, Gregory, Scott, and other distinguished scholars had completed their presentations and were gradually stepping down from the stage. Only Lu Yun remained, and he began, "Next, I will introduce to you the relevant information regarding the L gene vector, gene therapy, cancer, due to the flawless results of the initial clinical trials. The Drug Administration has granted conditional approval for the market release of the L gene vector, which will officially enter the market tomorrow. The relevant government authorities have provided us with a list of countries that fall within our export range, and Hengshou Technology will establish branches in these nations to sell related products. However, as the L gene vector has only recently been developed, our production capacity is limited. For the first 2 months, we will only supply the domestic market. Cancer patients from other countries, if an urgent need, may also seek treatment at Dongda. As for the pricing, it will be structured as basic costs the quantity of L gene vectors required. The basic fee for domestic patients is 50,000, with total costs ranging between 70,000 and 150,000. For patients of foreign nationality, the basic fee is 350,000, with total costs anticipated between 450,000 and 700,000. Upon this announcement, both the CCTV News livestream and Fox News livestream erupted with activity. However, the responses from both sides were starkly contrasting. Domestic netizens regarded it as a reasonable price, while the Fox News livestream was flooded with comments denouncing it as highway robbery. Chapter 104. Lu Yun's excessive actions in the chain reaction. Millions have tuned into Lu Yun's press conference, with Fox News reporting over 1 million viewers. Upon hearing that Lu Yun was about to disclose information regarding the L gene vector, their hearts sank, fearing yet another instance of price discrimination. When the announced prices were revealed, their hopes were utterly dashed, and anger ignited within them. How could Lu Yun be so unreasonable? Having already coerced them into accepting the soft currency-based gene technology system through technological hegemony, he now promised to amass 30 trillion soft currency in just half a month, only to perpetuate price discrimination. The same product was priced at a mere 70,000 to 150,000 for patients at Tokyo University, while the cost for Eagle Nation patients soared to 450,000 to 700,000. This is utterly outrageous. Despite being psychologically prepared, the populace of Eagle Nation found it impossible to accept this news, their indignation steadily mounting. However, in their fury, they realized that they were powerless against Lu Yun. His company's offerings, be it the L gene vector, organ cloning, treatments for congenital genetic diseases, or the technology for rejuvenation, were desperately sought after. With no alternatives in sight, even if Lu Yun were to double the price, they would still have no choice but to purchase. What infuriated the citizens of Eagle Nation further was the bitter irony that, despite their deep-seated resentment towards Lu Yun, they found themselves praying for his well-being. Their most anticipated advancements in rejuvenation and superhuman evolution could only be realized through his research. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Presently, we, the citizens of Eagle Nation, find ourselves at a disadvantage, constrained by Lu Yun and Tokyo University. However, when the technological explosion arrives and our national strength burgeons, we shall certainly settle the score. Indeed, Lu Yun will come to regret his actions. On Fox News, the comments section was flooded with expressions of impotent rage from the citizens of Eagle Nation. Meanwhile, within an apartment, Chen Jinxiang watched the live broadcast and felt a surge of anger. How could this little scoundrel, Lu Yun, engage in price discrimination again? Does he not fear retribution? After venting his frustrations, Chen Jinxiang calculated in his mind that if he still held Tokyo University nationality, he would only need to spend 150,000 to treat his lung cancer. Yet now, as a citizen of Eagle Nation, he faced a staggering cost of up to 700,000, a frustrating difference of 550,000 soft currency. This was no trifling sum, and it pained him. Moreover, Liu Yun had proclaimed that the L gene vector would commence sales at Tokyo University the following day, but due to insufficient production capacity, other countries would have to wait 2 months. If foreign patients could not bear the wait, they were advised to seek treatment at Tokyo University. This further infuriated Chen Zhenxiang, as it seemed absurd to set such exorbitant prices for Eagle Nation, delaying sales for 2 months to prioritize production for Tokyo University, thereby earning less money. Was this not a sign of madness? Do they not understand how to conduct business? They do not even know how to profit. The excruciating pain emanating from his lungs compelled Chen Zhenxiang to cough uncontrollably. After a considerable time, he regained his composure and mused to himself. This lung cancer is truly tormenting. I cannot afford to wait until the L gene carrier is available in the Eagle Nation to commence treatment. 2 months of suffering daily is unbearable. I must purchase a ticket to Eastern University and seek immediate remedy for this accursed illness. Soon enough, Chen Zhenxiang secured his flight. However, the thought of returning to his homeland left him somewhat discontented. He logged onto Douyin and posted a video without revealing his face. Liu Yun is utterly excessive. Having acquired a modicum of advanced technology, he now engages in technological hegemony. Moreover, he has coerced the Eagle Nation into endorsing the soft sister currency, gene technology system, and dares to impose price discrimination, delaying entry into the Eagle market for another 2 months. Forcing me to return to treat my cancer. How infuriating. Upon encountering this video, Douyin users quickly rallied in outrage. When the Eagle Nation exercised technological hegemony over our country, you remained silent, pretending not to notice. Now that Liu Yun is exerting similar dominance over the Eagle Nation, you can no longer tolerate it. Your stance is questionable. What era are we in? Yet there are still such sycophants who idolize the West. Everyone believes Liu Yun's actions are commendable. Yet you sing a different tune. What is your agenda? Seeing these comments, Chen Zhenxiang sneered and replied, "You better understand this. I am now a citizen of the Eagle Nation. I am not one of you. If not for the L gene carrier being available exclusively at Eastern University for the next 2 months, even if you offered me money, I would refuse to return and breathe in smog." The online community reacted with even greater fury. Brothers, I reviewed this guy's previous videos and have unraveled his identity. He was once our compatriot but has always looked down upon our country and its people. He has since relocated to the Eagle Nation and changed his nationality. Just last month, he boasted about DARPA's nanorobots curing cancer, investing 230,000 to buy shares of pharmaceutical giants like Pfizer and Roche. Now, he must be losing everything and will have to plead for the L gene carrier, an epitome of irony. Thinking that such a foolish ailment could be cured by the L gene carrier vexes me. Alas, one could only attribute his survival to luck. Humph. Luck? I too must spend money. Moreover, I will have to shell out hundreds of thousands more. As Chen Zhenxiang read the comments, he chuckled coldly, gathered his belongings, and headed straight to the airport. If all went according to plan, he would arrive at Hangzhou Technology the following day to customize the L gene carrier. At this very moment, cancer patients like Chen Zhenxiang were embarking on their journeys to Hangzhou Technology in Hongqing, oblivious to the fact that, despite their financial preparations, they might be barred from treatment due to being placed on a blacklist for gene technology. Meanwhile, Liu Yun's press conference was triggering further ramifications. At Stanford University, within the biology department office, Professor Linus was watching the press conference video. "I am Gregory, who once specialized in Down syndrome research but ultimately faced failure. It is anticipated that within 3 months, this project will be ready to apply for clinical trials. I am Bruce. I am Scott. My project might be somewhat unique, cloning the male little brother. This endeavor is progressing smoothly, with the core technology being Mr. Liu Yun's cell self-organization organ formation technology." Professor Linus gazed at the video, lost in thought. He holds a prominent reputation in the field of biology and is well acquainted with Gregory, Bruce, Scott, and others. They had once attended an academic exchange hosted by Liu Yun together, but Gregory, Scott, and others chose to join Hangzhou Technology, while he declined. Liu Yun had clearly stated that to prevent technology leaks, those who joined Hangzhou Technology would be subjected to rigorous surveillance. Even their phones and computers had to be provided by the company. However, now, Linus finds himself filled with regret. Gregory's abilities are comparable to mine. Yet he is on the verge of conquering Down syndrome. With this achievement alone, he would secure a place in the annals of history. Scott's standing in academia is inferior to mine. During his time at Stanford, I always overshadowed him. Yet now, he possesses the confidence to complete the male little brother cloning project, and if he succeeds, he will undoubtedly be immortalized in history. Most importantly, it has been less than 2 months since they joined Hengsho Technology. Linus reflects, and an irresistible thought crosses his mind. If I too had joined Hengsho Technology, utilizing the various research and development tools provided by Lu Yun, my accomplishments would surely rival those of Gregory and Scott. I could also complete a project worthy of historical documentation and partake in the grand endeavor of human genetic evolution. The more Linus contemplates, the more exhilarated he becomes. Ultimately unable to restrain himself from rising to his feet, he calls his wife, Elena. Elena, I wish to go to the University of Tokyo. I want to join Hengsho Technology like Professor Scott. Elena's gentle voice responds, Linus, whatever you wish to do, I support you. However, Congress has already enacted policies prohibiting individuals in the academic biology sector from leaving the country once they reach a certain level. You might find it difficult to go abroad. Linus joyfully replies, Elena, as long as you support me, that is enough. As for going abroad, it is quite simple. Do you remember my cousin, Andre? He specializes in helping illegal immigrants cross the border. Although his work involves facilitating illegal immigration into the U.S., he can also assist me in leaving the U.S. for Mexico. Once there, I can simply purchase a plane ticket to the University of Tokyo. I will call him now. You should also buy a ticket to the University of Tokyo immediately. Let us meet there. Half an hour later, Linus requests leave from the school, citing a family emergency that requires his attention, promising to return the following week. He then hurriedly departs in his car, during which he also calls Professor Scott. Scott, this is Linus. I wish to join Hengsho Technology and am currently on my way to the University of Tokyo. I hope you can assist me by recommending me to your company. On the other end of the line, Professor Scott exclaimed with delight, Linus, you should have joined Hengsho Technology long ago, but it is not too late now. However, at this point, Scott appeared to recall something and inquired, aren't you prohibited from traveling abroad? Linus replied confidently, there are always more solutions than difficulties. Rest assured, I shall soon arrive at Todai. At this very moment, numerous esteemed scholars around the globe were making the same decision as Linus, believing themselves to be on par with, or even superior to, Gregory, Scott, and others. Yet now, the achievements of Gregory, Scott, and their peers since joining Hengsho Technology had far surpassed theirs, while they remained stagnant. This was an unacceptable situation for them. Thus, they had resolved that, regardless of the considerable sacrifices required or the stringent surveillance they would face, they must join Lu Yun's Hengsho Technology. Chapter 105, Technology Alters Destiny. Gathering in Hong City. Meanwhile, following the press conference, the fates of many ordinary individuals shifted dramatically. In the Jiang Province Maternal and Child Health Hospital, within a patient room, a middle-aged couple stood frozen, staring at the test results in their hands. Result analysis and consultation. The genetic analysis indicates that the infant has Down syndrome, or trisomy 21. This condition, just 2 days prior, their daughter, Ting, was born, yet their hearts were heavy with dread rather than joy. They noticed her eyes slanting upwards and her tongue protruding, bearing a resemblance to children with Down syndrome. The doctor acknowledged the possibility and recommended immediate testing, reproaching them for their negligence. They could have undergone prenatal screening to avert this situation but had chosen not to. With the results now in, their anxious hearts sank further into despair. The middle-aged man, seething with anger, exclaimed, It's all your fault. I insisted we go for the screening. But you were too busy playing mahjong, postponing it day after day until it slipped your mind. Now look, Ting has Down syndrome. Even if she reaches adulthood, her intelligence will be akin to that of a 6 or 7-year-old, unable to care for herself. You've ruined her life, and in doing so, you've ruined mine. The middle-aged woman, though feeling guilty, stood her ground defiantly. And you hold no blame? I was preoccupied with mahjong. Yes, but why didn't you remind me more persistently? Besides, what good does it do to dwell on this now? Ting is already born. I'll tell you now. Don't even think about divorce and leaving me to raise our daughter alone. I will never agree to that. Upon hearing her words, the middle-aged man fell silent. Indeed, their daughter had already arrived. Discussing such matters now served no purpose and resolved no tangible issues. As for divorce, he had briefly entertained the thought, only to dismiss it swiftly. At 32, as an ordinary laborer earning merely around 100 a year, the prospects of remarrying seemed grim. Moreover, Tingting would require constant care. If he were to divorce and take her with him, he would have no time to earn a living. A deep sigh escaped his lips as he resignedly stated, "I'll look for a part-time job to earn some extra money. You can stay at home to care for the child." The doctor has said that Tingting may never be fully self-sufficient. He contemplated the ongoing research into rejuvenation technology. If they could afford it in the future, they might be able to care for Tingting for a few more years, ideally until she departs this world, relieving them of the worry that she might struggle to live independently after their passing. "No, I do not agree," the middle-aged woman asserted. "Let us leave Tingting in the care of your parents. We can work together to earn money, sending them a portion each month. Then we can have another healthy baby. Rest assured, this time I will undergo the screening." The middle-aged man, sensing her intent to abandon their daughter with his parents, felt a pang of reluctance. Yet, he steeled himself and conceded, "Fine, I will speak to my parents. They should understand our predicament." Just at that moment, a doctor clad in a white coat approached, having overheard the conversation between the two individuals. She promptly interjected, "Mr. Liu, Ms. Zhang, there is no need for such distress. Liu Yun's company has already initiated a project aimed at conquering Down syndrome. The progress is quite promising, and clinical trials are anticipated to commence within 3 months. Your daughter Tingting's condition can be completely cured, allowing her to grow up just like any other child. If you harbor doubts, feel free to verify this information online." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged couple hastily retrieved their phones to investigate, soon confirming the veracity of the doctor's claims. Their expressions transformed from despair to elation. "This is wonderful. Tingting's illness can be treated," exclaimed the middle-aged man, his excitement palpable as he turned to the doctor, saying, "Thank you, Dr. Wang. Rest assured, we will personally care for Tingting." The middle-aged woman quickly added, "We will not entrust Tingting's care to her grandparents." The doctor nodded in acknowledgement, her countenance remaining stoic as she turned to exit the ward. She was acutely aware that, had it not been for the impending breakthrough in treating Down syndrome, the young girl named Tingting would likely have been relegated to her grandparents' care, potentially never seeing her parents again. If Tingting's fate were to be even more tragic, she might not survive long due to inadequate care from her grandparents. Such occurrences were all too common. However, that was the past. From this moment forth, children with Down syndrome would no longer endure such fates, for their affliction would soon be as easily treatable as the common cold. Meanwhile, in Jining, within an unfinished building, Li Pengwei sat on the cold, unyielding concrete floor, gazing at his soiled black attire and wrinkling his nose at the foul odor emanating from himself. A bitter smile crept across his face as he lamented, "How have I fallen to such depths?" Just 2 months prior, Li Pengwei was a paragon of success, a top student at Jining University with a bright future ahead. However, everything changed after an encounter with a beautiful girl during the May Day holiday. While traveling to Yun Province by high-speed train, he was astonished to find a gentle and serene beauty seated beside him. After a brief conversation, he was even more delighted to learn that she was also traveling to Yun Province. She showed no reluctance to engage in conversation, and they chatted amiably throughout the journey, developing mutual affection. Upon disembarking, they agreed to continue their travels together. As their relationship blossomed, they held hands that very day, and 2 days later, in the throes of passion, they succumbed to their desires. However, 5 days later, as the holiday concluded and Li Pengwei returned to school, he was lost in dreams of their beautiful future when he received a message from her, only to find himself subsequently blocked from her WeChat and phone. The message read, "Darling, I am actually an HIV patient." Li Pengwei was rendered speechless, immediately hailing a cab to the CDC for testing, and the results struck him like a thunderbolt. He had indeed contracted HIV. From that day onward, Li Pengwei wandered through life in a daze, unsure of how to face his parents, classmates, or friends, burdened by the fear of public scrutiny should his situation be revealed. He sent a text message to his parents, detailing the events that led to his departure from school. Leaving the familiar surroundings behind, he wandered aimlessly and ultimately chose to temporarily reside in an unfinished building. He disconnected from the internet and refrained from answering phone calls, ordering takeout when hunger struck, and then staring blankly into space, lost in a daze. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps drew Li Pengwei's attention. Looking towards the noise, he recognized a delivery person who had previously brought him food. "I didn't order takeout today, and the address I provided was not this place," Li Pengwei remarked, visibly surprised. "Hey, I'm not here to deliver food," the delivery person replied. "You're Li Pengwei, right? I actually recognized you 2 days ago." Your parents and classmates have posted numerous missing person notices online, stating that you have unfortunately contracted HIV and, in a moment of despair, left school. After I recognized you, I initially intended to contact your parents, but then I reconsidered. Since you seem to be in a stable condition, I thought it best not to reach out, to avoid causing you further distress when you eventually see them. Have you contacted my parents? Are they here? Li Pengwei sprang to his feet, his mind buzzing with confusion at the thought of facing his parents. Calm down, the delivery person quickly reassured him. I haven't contacted them. I came to share some good news with you. You know Lu Yun, right? His company is currently researching a technology to combat HIV, and the progress is promising. Clinical trials are expected to begin this year. So, you need not continue living this way. What? Li Pengwei gasped, breath quickening. He hastily grabbed his phone and searched for related information. After reading the news, he stood frozen in place, tears streaming down his cheeks. It took him a full 2 minutes to regain his composure before he choked out, Thank you. The delivery person smiled. It's nothing. Everyone faces difficulties. 2 years ago, I was scammed out of over 300,000, and in a moment of despair, I nearly jumped off a bridge. Thankfully, a passerby saved me. Now, I'm doing quite well. You will too. HIV will soon be treatable, and you have already begun to emerge from your lowest point. By the way, remember to call your parents. They're quite anxious. Yes, thank you. Li Pengwei nodded vigorously. Meanwhile, Lu Yun had returned to his company. For him, the ability to cure cancer through L-gene vector gene therapy was now a thing of the past. His current focus was on the development of powered armor and rejuvenation technology. So far, the powered armor had reached version 1.7, achieving 5 functions: biological electrical signal control, transformation and coverage, color-shifting camouflage, discharge attacks, and enhanced defense. Next, Li Yun planned to add a 6th function: flight. In theory, electric and magnetic fields could be converted into one another, allowing him to control the magnetic field while wearing the powered armor to counteract gravity, enabling flight. However, he had yet to accomplish this due to 2 insurmountable challenges. The first was the need for an extraordinarily strong magnetic field. This implies that the energy consumption is alarmingly substantial, perhaps only to be satisfied upon the realization of biological nuclear reactors. Secondly, the precision of control demands is exceedingly high. While ordinary computer chips may suffice, electronic chips are inadequate. It is preferable to employ biological computers. Thus, Lu Yun intends to draw inspiration from Tony Stark's Iron Man suit, utilizing the thrust generated by jet propulsion to achieve flight. In essence, the principles of flight for rockets and jet aircraft are fundamentally the same. However, this delves into the realm of aerodynamics, a field with which Lu Yun is unfamiliar, necessitating an expansion of his knowledge. Upon returning to the company, Lu Yun promptly downloaded pertinent ebooks and scholarly articles, engaging in earnest study. And so, a day elapsed. The L-gene carrier was officially conditionally launched. Cancer patients from across the globe converged upon Hong City. Chapter 106. Cancer patients undergoing treatment. Chun Jinxiang arrives at 8:50 in the morning at Hangzhou Technology. Lu Yun entered his office and immediately noticed the 2 paintings adorning the wall. These were gifts from 2 former cancer patients, a little girl named Xin and a Douyin streamer known for her artistic flair, Milk Tea. Lu Yun cherished these artworks, finding them profoundly meaningful, and had them elegantly framed to enhance the decor of his office. At that moment, gazing at the paintings, Lu Yun recalled that today marked the conditional market launch of the L-gene vector. He took out his phone and dialed the company's general manager, Li Peiqiang, to inquire about related matters. Li Peiqiang promptly responded, "President Lu, everything is proceeding according to plan. The officials of Hong City, along with the 27 tertiary hospitals, are collaborating seamlessly with our efforts. Cancer patients from around the globe arriving in Hong City will be directed to these hospitals. Our staff will first conduct a qualification review to ensure that the patients are not listed on the gene technology blacklist system. Following this, they will make a prepayment, undergo testing, and provide samples. Every hour, the hospitals will assign personnel to deliver the cancer patients' data and cell samples to our company for the customization of the L-gene vector. Given the overwhelming number of patients seeking treatment, we've arranged for our partner hospitals to work overtime over the next 2 months, providing 24-hour service to the patients." Satisfied with the response, Lu Yun nodded and ended the call. He then opened a folder on his computer, preparing to delve into over 30 electronic books and papers, including titles such as Fundamentals of Aerodynamics, Design and Analysis of Aircraft Engines, and Turbine Design. His goal was to harness the knowledge gained to design a biological version of a pure electric jet engine, enabling the powered exoskeleton to take flight. This was an audacious aspiration. If students in aerospace engineering and aircraft design were to learn of it, they would undoubtedly express disbelief. However, Liu Yun thrived on such challenging endeavors, for it was through these pursuits that he derived a greater sense of accomplishment. After a while, a sudden flash of inspiration struck Liu Yun. Perhaps he could utilize the discharge capabilities of the powered exoskeleton to create a high-voltage electric field, ionizing air molecules and generating a stream of charged ions, subsequently accelerating them through Coulomb's force to form a directed jet stream. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Jiang Province Tumor Hospital, Douyin streamer Su Shanha began his live broadcast. Brothers, I am here at the entrance of Jiang Province Tumor Hospital. As you can see, it is bustling with crowds. To maintain order, Uncle Hat has arrived. I will now take you to interview some cancer patients and their families. As he spoke, Su Shanha approached an elderly woman with gray hair and a frail figure, supported by an older man, with a middle-aged man carrying luggage nearby. Auntie, Uncle, I am live streaming. May I ask you a few questions? Su Shanha inquired. The elderly grandmother and grandfather exchanged a cautious glance at the camera. After a brief moment of hesitation, they nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you, Auntie and Uncle, said Su Shanha. May I ask your esteemed surname, Auntie? My surname is Li. The same as Li Shimin, replied the grandmother. With a warm smile, Su Shanha continued, Grandma Li, you must be here for cancer treatment. Could you share your situation with the viewers in the live broadcast? Grandma Li recounted, last month, I felt unwell, suffering from severe pain throughout my body. I consulted Dr. Zhu at the local clinic for pain relief. Dr. Zhu suggested that our condition might be quite serious and recommended that I visit a larger hospital for further examination. I was reluctant. If they diagnosed me with a serious illness, I wouldn't have the means to afford treatment. However, my husband insisted on taking me for tests. Upon learning of this, my son returned from Pingcheng, accompanying me to the city hospital where I was diagnosed with late-stage gastric cancer. In our town, many suffer from this illness and none have recovered. Our funds have been exhausted, and ultimately, they have all succumbed to the disease. Hence, I told the doctor I would forego treatment, asking for medication to alleviate my pain. Yet, my husband and son were adamant, insisting I be hospitalized. The doctor also advised me, stating that the circumstances have changed. In the past, cases of late-stage gastric cancer recovering were almost non-existent. However, now there is a scientist named Liu Yun, who is researching cancer-curing technologies, and the medical community believes he will surely succeed. Therefore, I have decided to undergo treatment, hoping to endure until Liu Yun conquers cancer. I remain hesitant, as my husband has several tens of thousands saved, but that is our retirement fund. My son has over 100,000 in savings, yet he must also care for my grandchildren. If all the money goes to my treatment, what will they do? Nevertheless, my husband expressed that he is accustomed to living with me and wouldn't know how to go on without me. My son added that he took care of me when I was young, and now it's his turn to care for me in my old age. If I refuse treatment, he would never forgive himself. My grandchildren even video called me, urging me to receive treatment, promising to visit as soon as summer vacation arrives. I agreed and stayed in the hospital for a month, opting for conservative treatment to control the progression of my illness. Yesterday, the news announced that the L-Gene carrier would be launched today, prompting my husband and son to take me on an overnight train journey. At this point, Grandma Li glanced at the elderly man beside her and the middle-aged gentleman, her face lighting up with joy. I truly feel blessed. This life has been worthwhile. Su Shanha gave a thumbs up to Grandma Li and her family. Auntie, your family is indeed fortunate, supporting one another and considering each other as needs. It is precisely because of this that you have endured hardships together. Now that the L-Gene carrier has been launched, your illness will soon be treatable, and your family will have no regrets, but instead, can walk hand in hand towards happiness. This is merely the beginning. Once the technology for rejuvenation is realized, both of you will have the opportunity to regain your youth, and your family will find even greater joy. Grandma Li quickly replied, I dare not even imagine such a thing. Rejuvenation must be exceedingly costly. I have seen in the news that those wealthy individuals have donated billions to Liu Yun's company in hopes of achieving youth. I am content if I can cure my stomach cancer. I cannot afford to spend any more of my son's money. Moreover, this trip to Hong City for treatment might cost over 100,000, depleting all our savings. I had planned to take on some odd jobs once my health improved to earn some retirement funds. Su Shanha quickly interjected, Auntie, once the technology for rejuvenation is realized, It may not be exceedingly expensive. Just think, in the past, treating stomach cancer could cost hundreds of thousands, even millions, and yet it often proved ineffective. However, with Lu Yun's L gene vector, the cost ranges from 70 to 150,000. Furthermore, after rejuvenation, your body will feel as youthful as it once was, making it far easier to earn money. Perhaps you could even save enough to cover your rejuvenation expenses, with extra funds left for your grandchildren. At that moment, a middle-aged man, who had remained silent, spoke up. Mom, Dad, when the rejuvenation technology is available, I will sell our house in the county and borrow some money to fund your rejuvenation. Please do not refuse. Once you are rejuvenated, you can join me in Peng City to seek employment. If we manage our expenses wisely, our family could save at least 100,000 annually, and the money spent will be quickly regained. Grandma Li pondered this thoughtfully for a while before responding. That sounds good. Witnessing this exchange, the audience in Su Shanha's live stream was equally moved, filling the chat with comments. Grandma Li's family atmosphere is truly heartwarming, filled with mutual support and filial piety. They are fortunate to benefit from Lu Yun's breakthrough in cancer treatment at such a reasonable price. Only a little over 100,000 can cure late-stage stomach cancer. Indeed, had the L gene vector been developed in a Western country, the charges would likely start at $1 million. Even if Grandma Li's husband and son were willing to exhaust their savings, they might still find it challenging to afford it. Time passed slowly, and soon it was 6 in the evening. Su Shanha continued his live stream, but he was no longer outside the Jiang Province Tumor Hospital. Having received permission from the hospital staff, he moved to the reception hall. The hospital operates around the clock for cancer patients, and the reception area was bustling with people of all ages. Some appeared healthy, while others were frail and required assistance. Yet, at that moment, there was a shared glimmer in their eyes, a glimmer known as hope. The live stream was lively, with over 130,000 viewers and a flurry of comments filling the screen. I had watched for a while in the morning before attending to my tasks and had only just returned. Could someone kindly inform me if Grandma Li has begun her treatment? Yes, Grandma Li has been admitted. The doctor mentioned that the custom L gene vector from Hangzhou Technology is expected to arrive at the hospital tomorrow evening. Grandma Li is fortunate. She arrived early, and there were still available beds. Since 10 o'clock that morning, the hospital's beds had filled up, leaving patients to find alternative accommodations. The audience in the live stream was engaged in lively discussions. At that moment, Chen Jinxiang arrived at the reception hall. Upon seeing the long line ahead, he furrowed his brow and muttered to himself, "Why are there still so many people?" Just as his irritation grew, he overheard a conversation between a young couple ahead of him. "My dear, my cousin just transferred me 30,000. Now we have 153,000, which is sufficient to cure your illness. Please extend my gratitude to him. Once I recover, we shall personally express our thanks and then diligently work to repay the 100,000 borrowed from my cousin, aunt, and second aunt." Upon hearing this, Chen Jinxiang could not help but scoff internally. It is no wonder that so many are queuing. It appears that little pauper, Lu Yun, has set the price too low. If individuals from Dongda were also charged between 450,000 and 700,000, those ahead of me would be reduced by at least 80%. Naturally, Chen Jinxiang dared only to voice such thoughts in silence, fearing retribution. "Excuse me, handsome. I'm a live streamer. May I ask you a few questions?" Shortly thereafter, Su Shanha approached Chen Jinxiang with polite inquiry. "Live streaming?" Chen Jinxiang hastily waved his hand in refusal. "Please do not film me. I possess rights to my likeness." Before departing abroad, he had thought he would never return to this wretched place, so he borrowed over 2 million from friends and family, never to repay them, and sever ties with them. Now that he has returned, his greatest fear is that his creditors will discover him, hence his reluctance to appear on camera. "I apologize," Su Shanha thought little of it. He often encountered unwilling participants while streaming outdoors, so he directly approached the young couple beside Chen Jinxiang, smiling as he greeted them. "Hello, I am a live streamer. May I ask you a few questions?" "Certainly," they eagerly nodded. "What do you wish to be called?" "I am Lu Xiaoqin, and my husband is Su Xinghai. Could you share your story?" "Of course. My husband and I are college classmates. We married after graduation and then moved to Hangzhou for work. Last year, I was diagnosed with late-stage cervical cancer, and in order to afford treatment, I nearly depleted our savings. Today, I am here after borrowing 100,000 from relatives." Chapter 107. Chen Jinxiang's rejection and the deterrence of the blacklist. An hour had swiftly passed. At last, it was the turn of the young couple ahead of Chen Jinxiang. The staff member took the identification card and medical record, glanced at them, and said, "Ms. Lu Xiaoqin, Please look at the camera. The system needs to verify your identity. All right, she replied. Your identity has been successfully verified. According to your medical records, you are in the advanced stage of cervical cancer and are required to make a prepayment of 150,000 yuan. The final cost will depend on the quantity of L-gene carriers you utilize. Should you overpay, the excess will be refunded in due course. Do you understand? I understand. Lu Xiaoqin confirmed. Soon, she made the payment and, accompanied by her husband, followed a nurse for tests and sample collection. Chen Jinxiang promptly took a seat, presenting his passport and medical documents to the staff. I am a citizen of the Eagle Nation. My Chinese name is Chen Jinxiang, and I am in the mid-stage of lung cancer. How much do I need to pay? The staff member replied, Mr. Chen Jinxiang, please look at the camera. The system needs to verify your identity. Chen Jinxiang was puzzled. I am a citizen of the Eagle Nation. Does your system have my identity information? Nevertheless, he complied and looked at the camera. In the next moment, the staff member's expression shifted, and with a curious glance at Chen Jinxiang, she said, Mr. Chen Jinxiang, according to the system's prompt, you have been placed on the blacklist and are ineligible to utilize any products from Hongshou Technology. Please step aside and allow the next patient to proceed. What do you mean? Chen Jinxiang was bewildered. Literally speaking, you are on the blacklist, and we will not sell you any of our products, including the L-gene carriers. What blacklist? Is it solely because I am a citizen of the Eagle Nation? Chen Jinxiang exclaimed angrily. Your university has signed an agreement with my country. And Lu Yun stated at yesterday's press conference that if cancer patients from other nations are in urgent need, they may come to your institution for treatment. I am here. Yet you refuse to provide me with treatment. Is this not bullying? The staff member responded, I do not know the specifics of the blacklist, but I can assure you it is not related to nationality, as this morning a cancer patient from the Eagle Nation successfully received treatment. Security. Security. Please come here and ensure this gentleman does not disrupt the order. Things are not yet clarified, and you are already calling security. Chen Jinxiang roared. I am a citizen of the Eagle Nation. Your refusal to treat me is inciting foreign disputes and persecuting the citizens of the Eagle Nation. The surrounding cancer patients and their families, initially bewildered, were now filled with disdain as they listened to Chen Jinxiang boastfully declare his nationality and attempt to incite public sentiment. Claiming persecution as a citizen of the Eagle Nation, their expressions reflected their disgust. Was the Eagle Nation so remarkable? Had they not humbly announced a reserve of 30 trillion yuan? And who was persecuting him? Was he not speaking nonsensically? Just then, two security guards, each standing at 180 centimeters tall and weighing 180 kilograms, approached, wielding electric batons, and addressed Chen Jinxiang sternly. Sir, please do not disrupt the order. Chen Jinxiang, though outwardly fierce, quivered internally, responding, do not resort to violence. I merely seek a reasonable explanation. As he spoke, he reluctantly stepped aside. Meanwhile, in Sushan's livestream, the audience erupted into lively discussions. A memory struck me. Approximately 2 months prior, affluent individuals from around the globe eagerly sent funds to Lu Yun, hoping to expedite the initiation of the rejuvenation technology project and secure their positions as the first beneficiaries. Lu Yun accepted contributions from Ma Sike, Xiao Ma, and Bart, yet declined the staggering 13 billion from Hong Kong's wealthiest, asserting, those who betray their nation and sell its interests have no right to employ my rejuvenation technology. Perhaps, at that moment, the blacklist had already been conceived. It made sense. Hong Kong's tycoon had indeed garnered public ire, warranting his inclusion on the blacklist. However, this individual, Chen Jinxiang, appeared far from capable of significant endeavors. What could possibly justify his inclusion? What were the criteria for such a blacklist? Soon, this incident spread across Douyin, prompting media outlets to follow suit. Today marked the launch of the L-gene carrier, yet an unusual occurrence unfolded at Jiang Province Tumor Hospital. Chen Jinxiang, a Chinese national from the United States, was informed by staff that he had been placed on Hongshou Technology's blacklist and was therefore ineligible to utilize any of their products. Our 1818 Platinum I program team reached out to Hongshou Technology, who confirmed the existence of a gene technology blacklist but declined to disclose specific details. Does Hongshou Technology possess the right to blacklist clients and refuse service? After consulting legal experts, our reporters discovered that they indeed have this authority. The recently enacted gene technology law explicitly states that developers may refuse service to individuals or organizations that threaten national interests, social stability, or public ethics. Perhaps this legal provision was crafted specifically for Hangzhou technology. As media coverage surged, the topic of Chen Jinxiang and the gene technology blacklist ignited nationwide discourse. The previously overlooked gene technology law gained widespread attention, with the public astonished to discover its existence. Concurrently, on platforms like Douyin and Twitter, citizens of the United States engaged in fervent debates over the matter. No wonder Bart, Ma CK, and other ultra-wealthy individuals had recently flocked to Dong University to disperse their fortunes. No wonder not a single politician had dared to vocally denounce Dong University as they once did, fearful of being ensnared by the gene technology blacklist. These despicable figures truly lack integrity. It is indeed appalling that they would withhold such information from us, leading me to vent my frustrations online against Dong University. Goodness, have I unwittingly found myself on the blacklist as well? According to the currently available information, only 2 individuals have definitively been placed on the blacklist. One is the wealthy tycoon from Hong Kong, and the other is Chen Jinxiang. This individual, Chen Jinxiang, although now a citizen of our nation, previously belonged to the Eastern realm and may have engaged in numerous acts that betrayed the interests of his homeland, much like the politicians and affluent figures within our own country. Esteemed colleagues, this matter directly affects our vital interests. We cannot remain passive. We should rally in support of Chen Jinxiang, denounce Lu Yun and Hangzhou technology, and demand that Lu Yun rescind the blacklist. Otherwise, each one of us present could potentially find ourselves on that list in the future. I stand with you, however. I shall refrain from participating in the support and condemnation. I believe such actions would bear no fruit, as Lu Yun has never been concerned with her sentiments. As time progresses, the public discourse surrounding this issue intensifies, garnering global attention. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Lu Yun, while commuting home, found himself scrolling through Douyin to pass the time and stumbled upon related videos, noticing numerous comments from netizens beneath a Douyin video he had posted a month prior, inquiring about the genetic technology blacklist. After such a long wait, the blacklist has finally proven its utility. Lu Yun smiled softly and posted a video. He confirmed the existence of the genetic technology blacklist, a privilege granted to Hangzhou technology by the national decree known as the Genetic Technology Law. Individuals who find themselves on this blacklist are ineligible to enjoy any products from Hangzhou technology, including the rejuvenation technology one I'm currently researching. As for the criteria for being placed on the genetic technology blacklist, I shall not disclose it. I can only assert that none are unjustly accused. If you harbor doubts, feel free to investigate their prior actions. Lu Yun's follower count on Douyin has been rapidly increasing, now surpassing 120 million. Consequently, upon the release of this video, a wave of reactions surged through Douyin. The number of comments quickly exceeded 1 million. Firstly, I shall summarize Lu Yun's message for everyone. First, there exists a blacklist that is reasonable and lawful, with the ultimate interpretative authority residing with him. Second, I shall not reveal the specific standards for the blacklist, so you may draw your own conclusions. Lu Yun deliberately refrains from disclosing the criteria for the blacklist, as this cultivates an atmosphere of unpredictable fear, maximizing its deterrent effect while also circumventing the possibility of targeted evasion were the specific standards to be made public. The genetic technology law clearly stipulates that the developers possess the authority to provide services to individuals or organizations that endanger national interests, social stability, or public ethics. This likely constitutes the criteria for the blacklist, albeit too vague to be truly informative. We can deduce the criteria for the blacklist through reverse reasoning. The wealthy tycoon from Hong Kong has likely been blacklisted due to betrayal of national interests. As for Chen Jinxiang, I have researched his background and discovered that he is a quintessential sycophant of foreign cultures, having announced long ago his desire to breathe the sweet air of freedom in our nation, and even after immigrating, he has consistently looked down upon his homeland and fellow citizens. Neither of these individuals is unjustly accused. As for us ordinary citizens, there is no cause for concern. As public opinion fermented, the past actions of Chen Jinxiang were thoroughly scrutinized by netizens. Although this individual has immigrated to the United States, he posts videos daily on Douyin and shares posts on Bihu, disparaging his homeland and its people, asserting that everything about our university is inferior, while the United States shines as the beacon of the world. Just yesterday, he released a video on Douyin, criticizing Lu Yun for technological hegemony and price discrimination. I ventured onto Twitter and foreign Douyin, and discovered that Chen Jinxiang has befriended several notable figures in the United States, such as Tianyi Yanquan, the Lady Shanchua, and the once-renowned host Zhang Jing. How predictable, indeed, that they would find common ground. Furthermore, I suspect that Chun Jinxiang has received incentives from the International Development Department of the United States to malign our country. So it is this fool. I saw his video attacking Lu Yun on Douyin yesterday, and even though I confronted him, it left me quite unsettled. As even such a fool could potentially be cured by the L gene carrier. Now I feel reassured. This individual has been blacklisted by Hangzhou Technology, rendering him ineligible to purchase the L gene carrier, destined to languish in despair. Well done, Lu Yun. Individuals like Qin Jinxiang should not even think of benefiting from our nation's treasures. Upon witnessing Qin Jinxiang's actions, netizens were incensed. What era are we in that such beings still exist? Yet, when they recalled that Qin Jinxiang is a patient in the advanced stages of lung cancer, unable to acquire the L gene carrier and facing a slow demise, they felt a sense of relief. Simultaneously, others who viewed the related video were taken aback. How outrageous. This despicable Qin Jinxiang borrowed over $2 million under the guise of investment before immigrating to the United States, repaying not a single cent, and has since blocked our contact information. We are your friends and family. How could you dare to deceive us? Especially when a substantial portion of that sum is the retirement savings of the elderly. While you may hide in the United States, you better not dare return to our homeland without settling your debts. I happen to be in Hongqing. I am going to find you right now. Chapter 108. The Downfall of Qin Jinxiang. Public outcry. Qin Jinxiang felt an overwhelming sense of discontent. Fully aware that the L gene vector was the sole remedy for his affliction, he argued passionately, attempting to persuade two burly security guards to allow him to continue conversing with the staff, yet they regarded him with disdain, ignoring his pleas. He reached out to the Embassy of the United States, seeking assistance as a citizen, only to be met with a curt dismissal. Do not expect our help. Resolve it on your own. Before the call ended abruptly, despair enveloped him. The medical advancements in the United States had been remarkable. Perhaps they could indeed cure my cancer. I shall return to the United States and never set foot in this wretched place again, he reassured himself, purchasing a ticket back to the United States for the following day. However, first, he needed to fill his stomach and find a hotel for the night. Sir, I would like a portion of fried rice, he said as he arrived at a food stall outside the Jiang Province Tumor Hospital. The vendor, a young man with blonde hair, prepared to cook upon hearing the order, but upon recognizing Chen's appearance, he waved his spatula in disgust. Aren't you Qin Jinxiang? A sycophant of the West, tarnishing our country's reputation and defaming Lu Yun. TSK, someone like you does not deserve to eat my fried rice. Fury ignited within Qin Jinxiang. It was one thing for Lu Yun to deny him the L gene vector. But how dare this lowly street vendor treat him with such arrogance? How dare you? Chen raised his middle finger, ready to unleash a tirade upon the vendor. However, as he caught sight of the vendor's distinctive blonde hair and the spatula in his hand, a shiver ran down his spine. This young man seemed volatile, easily provoked. A confrontation might result in a spatula to his face. Forget it, I am porcelain. I shall not clash with mere tiles. What did you say? The vendor brandished his spatula, his face contorted with contempt. You little brat, this harmonious society has saved you. Otherwise, for all the things you've done, I would have slapped you into the afterlife long ago. Damn it. I will endure. Qin Jinxiang hastily retreated from the fried rice stall, inadvertently finding himself in front of a noodle stand. The middle-aged proprietor, upon noticing Chen's approach, recoiled in disgust, exclaiming, I want to sell you noodles. Get lost. You dare. I will endure once more. Chen instinctively felt the urge to explode at the vendor's words, but upon observing the man's muscular biceps, he swallowed his indignation. At that moment, he finally regained his composure, realizing something was amiss. How could the vendors at the hospital immediately recognize him and display such animosity? Could it be? Chen quickly grabbed his phone, opened Douyin, and searched for related content. To his dismay, he discovered he had ascended to the top of Douyin's trending list, his tarnished history laid bare for all to see. He had become notorious, a pariah to be reviled by the masses. Upon reflecting on this, Qin Jinxiang raised his head to survey his surroundings, only to find numerous eyes fixed upon him, their expressions replete with mockery and disdain. He harbored no doubt that, were it not for the constraints of the law, these individuals would eagerly rush forth to deliver a beating. Hastily, Qin Jinxiang shielded his face with his hands and scurried to the roadside, intent on hailing a taxi to escape this wretched place, with plans to procure a mask. Just then, a middle-aged man in his 40s came sprinting towards him, bellowing, Qin Jinxiang, you little good-for-nothing, I've finally caught up with you. At the sound of that familiar voice, Qin Jinxiang felt a jolt of alarm. It seemed to be his childhood friend Su Bo. Before departing abroad, he had borrowed 350 000 from Subo and had yet to repay a single cent. Now, Subo had come to demand repayment. Chen Jinxiang, you are truly despicable. Subo strode closer, seizing Chen Jinxiang by the collar. You borrowed over 2 million from friends and family before cutting off all contact for over a decade. Have you no sense of decency? I never intended not to repay. Chen Jinxiang lamented, tears nearly spilling forth. He had planned to return quietly to his homeland after undergoing treatment for his cancer, intending to vanish without alerting his creditors. Little did he expect to find himself in the news, becoming the subject of ridicule and facing his creditors head-on. Spare me your excuses. Pay back the money. Subo shouted. I've contacted all your creditors, and they're on their way. You won't return to the States until you settle your debts. Hearing Subo's words, the onlookers, who had gathered to witness the spectacle, wore expressions of contempt, hurling insults at Chen Jinxiang. This guy is truly reprehensible. Not only does he fawn over foreign cultures and tarnish his own country, but he also betrays his friends and family, one bystander remarked. I'd wager he thought he'd never return home when he duped his loved ones out of over 2 million. Now, afflicted with cancer and unable to find treatment abroad, he has no choice but to sneak back, only to confront his creditors. This is karma. What are you all doing? At that moment, a nearby officer approached. Subo recounted the entire saga, and the officer nodded, stating, currently, many cancer patients are seeking treatment at the hospital. To avoid disrupting them, I will escort you both to the station to resolve your matter. He then cautioned, according to Article 28 of the Exit and Entry Administration Law, if a foreigner has unpaid debts, creditors may file a lawsuit with the court to request a ban on the foreigner's exit. Thank you for the reminder. Subo quickly expressed his gratitude to the officer, then turned a fierce glare at Chen Jinxiang. Did you hear that? Until you repay what you owe us, you will not be returning to the States. Chen Jinxiang was reluctant to repay the debt, but as he caught sight of the disdainful gazes from the crowd and recalled how even the street vendors had refused to serve him, he felt a chill run down his spine. Remaining in Dongda would likely render each day a torment. Resigned, he said, there's no need to go to the station. I will repay you now. Soon, under the watchful eye of Uncle Hat, Chen Jinxiang settled his debts with Subo. However, this was not the end. Uncle Hat took the initiative to contact Chen Jinxiang's other creditors, confirming the amounts owed and ensuring that Chen repaid them in full. Only after accomplishing this task did Uncle Hat depart with a sense of satisfaction. Subo glanced at his bank balance and left contentedly. Just before his departure, he seemed to recall something and jested, you truly are a fool. Over a decade ago, you sold 2 houses and immigrated to the U.S. Do you know how much those houses are worth now? 23 million. I wager the money you received from selling the houses, combined with what you've earned over the years, wouldn't even suffice to buy one of those original homes back. Upon hearing this, the onlookers burst into laughter. This man must be regretting his decision immensely. In the past decade, housing prices in the metropolis have at least tripled, and in some prime locations, they may have even quintupled or sextupled. What a foolish blunder, perfectly missing the opportunity to earn passively. Now, even if he wished to return, he could not afford even one of his former residences. The notion of returning? A mere dream. The country would undoubtedly deny his request to regain his nationality. He might as well remain in the U.S. and await the deterioration of his health. Chen Jinxiang, listening to the crowd's ridicule, felt a surge of anger. But he dared not utter a word. Overcome with rage, he could not suppress a violent cough, and when he finished, he was horrified to find the tissue stained crimson. I'm coughing up blood. Chen Jinxiang's head buzzed with anxiety. He could not bear to remain in the same spot, subjected to further mockery. Hastily, he covered his face with his palm and scurried several hundred meters away to hail a taxi, suppressing his voice as he instructed, to the Sheraton Hotel. Even in the car, he did not dare to show his face, fearful that the driver might recognize him. Simultaneously, the latest news about Chen Jinxiang had reached the U.S. Citizens were taken aback upon learning that this individual had owned 2 properties in the metropolis prior to his immigration, with their current combined value exceeding 20 million yuan. He must have been part of the middle class back in the metropolis. Why would he immigrate to the U.S.? Isn't life at the metropolis pleasant? They had discerned the reason for Chen Jinxiang being blacklisted, primarily due to his adulation of foreign cultures. According to netizens from the metropolis, he exhibited a disdainful attitude towards his homeland, incessantly belittling it, highlighting the vast disparities between his life and that of the U.S. locals. I just checked Chen Jinxiang's social media and found that his portrayal of life in the U.S. is entirely different from our own experiences. Is life really as splendid as he claims? What a fool he is, perfectly avoiding all the right choices. Meanwhile, This incident sparked heated discussions in other countries, triggering a ripple effect across the globe. Chapter 109. The wealthy on the blacklist and changing social perspectives since Lu Yun announced at the press conference his intent to research rejuvenation technologies and genetic evolution. The global landscape has undergone a profound transformation, markedly different from the past. Although the United States remains the preeminent world power, its citizens are acutely aware of their vulnerability. Unable to resist the allure of rejuvenation and other genetic innovations, they have found themselves yielding to the East on 2 occasions. This reality has not gone unnoticed by the politicians of the Russian Federation, who recognize that the current tide is shifting eastward, necessitating a strategic response. In the grand halls of the Duma, a high-level meeting is underway. Whether through the aggressive promotion of the soft currency, genetic technology system, or the recent exposure of the genetic technology blacklist, it is evident that the East is unreservedly wielding its hegemony in the realm of genetic technology to bolster its national strength. While the events themselves may not hold intrinsic significance, the implications they carry warrant our profound contemplation. The East is no longer the entity it once was, nor is the world as it used to be. We too must adapt. For days prior, a representative from the United States pledged that should we sign a comprehensive cooperation agreement with them and 36 other nations in the realms of economy, technology, and military, they would lift sanctions against us, return our frozen assets of $300 billion, and provide support in various sectors. Initially, I hesitated, but now I believe we can accept their terms. Do you understand why? Because the recent conduct of the East reminds me of the historical grandeur of the Han and Tang dynasties. For them, that was a golden era. However, for their neighbors, it signified peril. As we find ourselves in close proximity to the East, we must ensure this neighbor does not grow excessively powerful, for our peace of mind depends upon it. This was the sentiment expressed by a member of parliament. Upon hearing his words, no one dared to contradict him. In international relations, only enduring interests prevail. For the Russian Federation, the current strength of the East is excessive and must be curtailed, thus necessitating alignment with the United States to offer them support. A similar scene is unfolding across numerous nations. An alliance aimed at countering the formidable rise of the East is quietly taking shape. However, this information remains highly classified and has yet to be disclosed publicly, leaving the global populace fixated on Xinjiang and the genetic technology blacklist system. Even by the following day, the matter continued to dominate discussions worldwide. At 8 in the morning, at the Shangri-La Hotel in Hong City, billionaire Zhou Dalong was having breakfast. Upon reading the news about Xinjiang, he turned to his son Shougang, his expression grave, and said, "I just came across a report about a man named Xinjiang, a mid-stage cancer patient. Though he has immigrated to the United States, his long-standing online rhetoric of sycophancy and anti-national sentiment has led to his inclusion on Hongshou Technology's blacklist, rendering him ineligible to purchase any of their products, including the L gene carrier. Son, during your years studying in the United States, you haven't engaged in such activities, have you?" Zhougang hastily replied, "No, absolutely not." Though he uttered these words, his heart was in turmoil. Coming from a wealthy family, he had been studying abroad since middle school. While he had not acquired much knowledge, he had enjoyed a life of indulgence, surrounded by women of various ethnicities and relishing every thrilling experience. Furthermore, he had fully embraced American ideologies, harboring little fondness for Tohoku University. In recent years, he had expressed sentiments on Twitter, voicing his disdain for Tohoku's identity and its students, even going so far as to disparage the university's border guards during conflicts with other nations. Upon reflection, these could certainly be construed as anti-national rhetoric. Surely, there would be no repercussions, given that his remarks were confined to Twitter and his account was anonymous, known only to a select few friends. Nevertheless, he resolved to delete them promptly to avert any potential future troubles. His pancreatic cancer could only be treated by the L gene carrier, and the technology for rejuvenation seemed to reside solely with Lu Yun. Contemplating this, Zhougang lost his appetite for breakfast and swiftly took out his phone to clear his Twitter feed. Before long, Zhou Dalong finished his breakfast and took his son Shougang to queue at the Jiang Province Cancer Hospital. Indeed, even with a fortune worth billions, Zhou Dalong had to patiently wait in line to secure treatment for his son's pancreatic cancer, as the authority over cancer treatment lay not with the hospital but with Lu Yun's Hongshou Technology. Despite Zhou Dalong's connections and resources, he lacked even the privilege to meet Lu Yun, let alone receive special consideration. 3 hours later, it was finally Zhougang's turn. With a heart full of trepidation, he sat down and, as instructed by the staff, gazed into the camera. In the next moment, the staff's expression shifted from sunny to stormy, regarding Zhou Gang with contempt. Mr. Zhou Gang, according to the system's notification, you have been placed on the genetic technology blacklist and are ineligible to use any of our company's products. Zhou Gang hurriedly protested. This is a misunderstanding. It must be an error with the system. Please allow me to try again. The staff nodded. Then look into the camera once more. Zhou Gang held his breath and looked into the camera again. The staff then declared, the result remains the same. You are on the blacklist. You must be aware of what you have done, so do not waste our time. He then called out loudly, Security! Security, please come here. At this moment, Zhou Dalong, who had been standing nearby, quickly interjected, I apologize, we will leave right away. There is no need to trouble security. As he spoke, he pulled Zhou Gang up and, after guiding him to their car parked by the roadside, he darkly remarked, You'd better confess honestly. What exactly have you done? I haven't done anything, Zhou Gang stammered. Speak the truth. Zhou Dalong glared at him. It's nothing serious, Zhou Gang replied. I just posted some, well, let's say, anti-national comments on Twitter. What were the specific contents? As Zhou Gang articulated his thoughts on Twitter, Zhou Dalong's expression darkened progressively. Upon hearing that Zhou Gang had previously defamed border soldiers, he was so enraged that he struck Zhou Gang across the face. You went abroad to study, indulging in pleasure rather than focusing on your studies, and now you engage in such disgraceful behavior. Are you intent on bringing shame upon your family? Go back to America and never return. Hearing this, Zhou Gang panicked. Dad, I have pancreatic cancer. Steve Jobs succumbed to this illness. Without the L gene carrier, my fate is sealed. If you could reach out to some influential friends to facilitate this, I am certain they could assist me in acquiring it. Zhou Dalong, incredulous with anger, retorted, over a month ago, the wealthiest man in Hong Kong was blacklisted by Hangzhou Technology. He, unwilling to accept this, attempted to persuade Lu Yun. Did it yield any results? Absolutely not. If he could not achieve it, what hope do I have? Furthermore, are you aware of the current predicament of the wealthy man from Hong Kong? No affluent individual is willing to associate with him, as he has been specifically named by Lu Yun. No one dares to risk offending Lu Yun by forming alliances with him. Presently, his family's business is faltering, and the younger generation struggles to find suitable marriage partners. Do you know why? Because the young members of their family may not benefit from rejuvenation technology. In the end, they might only live to 100 years, distinguishing them from the longevity species that can enjoy such technology. They will not even belong to the same class, let alone the same species. In summary, while the family of the Hong Kong tycoon may still appear prosperous, their decline is imminent. This is the formidable power of Lu Yun's gene technology blacklist. Now that you have been blacklisted, as your father, I must seek my own salvation, leaving me little energy to concern myself with your plight. Zhou Gang urgently pleaded, You are my father. If you do not help me, who else can? Zhou Dalong, seething with anger, replied, You recognize me as your father, yet when acting, how could you not consider whether your actions would bring disgrace to your family? Quickly return to America and never come back. Moreover, I shall issue a statement severing our father-son relationship. With that, Zhou Dalong opened the car door and departed hastily. He had resolved to sever ties with Zhou Gang to avoid being implicated. Subsequently, he called his wife, recounting the entire situation and his thoughts. His wife responded with fury. Absolutely not. I do not agree. Do not think I am unaware of your 3 illegitimate children outside. Even if this son is lost, you could accept it. But he is my only son. If you insist on severing ties with him, I will divorce you and take half of our assets to live with our son. Zhou Dalong countered. He has brought this upon himself, and it may very well endanger us. Do you wish to be blacklisted and unable to enjoy rejuvenation in the future? Shouldn't that be unlikely? Can the blacklist truly implicate others? Who can say? Lu Yun has not disclosed the specific criteria for the blacklist. The interpretation lies solely with him. If he takes a disliking to us, he can add us to the blacklist at any moment. Moreover, who says that we cannot conceive again? As I approach 50, how could I possibly bear a child? Have you forgotten? Lu Yun is diligently researching the technology for rejuvenation. Once this innovation comes to fruition, you shall regain the physique of your 20s, making the prospect of childbirth effortlessly attainable. Well, that settles it. However, you must promise me that the assets shall not be divided among those 3 illegitimate children. Rest assured, I shall allocate merely a few million to them. Times have changed. We can all revert to our youthful selves, at least for the next century, freeing us from the concerns of estate inheritance. Thus, let me reiterate, do not allow our son to entangle us in this matter. Very well, Let us jointly issue a statement to sever ties with our son. This is a consequence of his own making, and we cannot be held accountable. We have already provided him with opportunities that others can only dream of. And so, the couple, Zhou Dalong and his wife, reached a consensus. An hour later, Zhou Dalong released a video on Douyin, having invested several million in promotional boosts. I am Zhou Dalong Su Ming, and I sincerely apologize for occupying public resources. We have been engrossed in our careers, and after sending our son, Zhou Gang, to study abroad in the United States, we neglected his upbringing, which has resulted in his skewed worldview and numerous expressions of anti-national sentiments on Twitter. It is only today that we have come to realize this. After thorough contemplation, we, as a couple, have decided to sever our father-son, mother-son relationship with Zhou Gang, who is now 21 and thus an adult, destined to forge his own path. Furthermore, as a gesture of our contrition, we will establish an anti-cancer fund within 3 days, pledging 500 million yuan to assist impoverished domestic cancer patients. Upon the release of this statement, Douyin erupted in a frenzy. Chapter 110, The Confused Heir. Torn between love and hatred for Lu Yun an hour ago, news broke that another individual had been added to the blacklist of genetic technology at Jiang Province Tumor Hospital, causing a sensation on Douyin. The figures featured in the video, Zhou Gang and Zhou Dalong, were soon recognized, prompting netizens to ponder what transgression had led Zhou Gang to this dubious distinction. The riddle has now been unraveled. It turns out he had made anti-national remarks on Twitter, a fate he undoubtedly deserves. Is anyone aware of Zhou Gang's Twitter account? I wish to peruse his statements. My curiosity is piqued. The online community grew increasingly inquisitive. At this juncture, a wealthy heir studying in the United States posted a video on Douyin. Let me clarify, I harbor a grudge against Zhou Gang. He, taking advantage of his wealth, stole my then-girlfriend. Although I am indifferent to her now, it still irks me, so I'm here to kick him while he is down. During his studies in the U.S., Zhou Gang made numerous anti-national comments on Twitter, which I have screenshot. Previously, I felt it was not the right time to reveal this evidence, but now that even his affluent father has abandoned him, I too shall take my shots. Screenshots below. Lastly, I offer Zhou Gang a parting sentiment. May the scourge of illness soon conquer you. Haha. After watching this video, netizens finally comprehended the nature of Zhou Gang's anti-national remarks. He not only expressed disdain for his identity as a Tokyo University student, but also insulted its students, declaring them fools, and ridiculed patriots, even disparaging border soldiers. Such statements are utterly repugnant and infuriating, yet they do not meet the threshold for criminality. In the past, he could only be condemned by public opinion, and in reality, he remained unscathed. However, the situation has changed. Lu Yun's genetic technology blacklist has plunged Zhou Gang into despair. He is not only barred from purchasing the L gene carrier, but has also been forsaken by his wealthy parents. Deservedly so. Heaven's wrath may be evaded, but self-inflicted calamity is inescapable. The fates of Chen Zhenxiang and Zhou Gang likely left those who idolize foreign cultures and harbor anti-national sentiments in a state of shock, rendering them reluctant to express similar views online in the future. Perhaps, like Chen Zhenxiang and Zhou Gang, they too have been relegated to the blacklist. But since they are not cancer patients and have not applied for the L gene carrier, they remain oblivious to this predicament. Haha. Upon reading your remarks, they must be in a frenzy. The netizens found great amusement in this, concurrently offering silent accolades to Lu Yun. His maneuver was remarkably effective and gratifying, clearly illustrating to those who idolize foreign cultures and the anti-national faction the severe repercussions they might face for their actions in the future. The online atmosphere is sure to improve significantly. Within the affluent circles, the Zhou Gang incident has caused even greater ripples. In Beverly Hills, a luxurious villa, Chen Xinghe, who was engrossed in learning a foreign language from an exquisite African-American beauty, suddenly received a call from his father. Son, if my memory serves me right, you have been quite close with Zhou Gang. Now, be honest with me. Have you, like him, posted any foreign fawning and anti-national sentiments online? Chen Xinghe exchanged a glance with the striking black beauty beside him, signaling her to be quiet, and in a state of confusion, he replied, Dad, what's going on? Why are you asking me this? Zhou Gang is in trouble. He has been placed on the blacklist of genetic technology by Hengshou Technology. After recounting the entire situation, Chen's father spoke in a grave tone. You must tell me truthfully. Have you expressed similar views? Absolutely not. Chen Xinghe hastily replied. My tweets consist solely of stunning women and luxury cars. Besides, I'm not well acquainted with Zhou Gang. My interactions with him were primarily to exchange resources related to beautiful women. That is reassuring, Chen's father sighed in relief. There is something else I must discuss with you. Do not continue your studies in the United States. Come back home as soon as possible. Chen Xingha's eyes brightened at this. Dad, are you planning to have me join the family business? His father continued, I fear you might be led astray in the States. Becoming part of the anti-national faction like Zhou Gang, which would not only jeopardize your future but also bring shame upon me. Upon your return. If you wish to continue your studies, you may do so. If you aspire to start a business, I can provide you with 300 million in startup capital. As for taking over the family enterprise, that was my initial plan. But as you know, Lu Yun is likely to develop the rejuvenation technology soon. After discussing it with your mother, we have decided to postpone your succession. I will continue to manage until I can no longer do so. Chen Xingha was left speechless. After conversing with his father for a few more minutes, he hung up the phone, feeling a wave of despair wash over him. Being the only son, his father had meticulously crafted a life plan for him, to enjoy a few carefree years in the States before returning to take over. Though he had enjoyed himself immensely during these years, he had also worked hard, acquiring a wealth of knowledge and establishing an extensive network. But now, his father had changed his mind about rejuvenation, intending to work indefinitely, which could mean over a century. It felt as if the sky had fallen. Most importantly, Chen Xingha keenly sensed a shift in his father's attitude towards him. He was no longer held in the same regard as before. The paramount expectation was no longer his capability to take over, but rather that he should not bring shame upon the family or be ensnared in the genetic technology blacklist. Do you want to continue? The Black Beauty approached and inquired. No, I'm not in the mood. You can go back, Chen Xingha replied, handing her a stack of dollars before sinking onto the sofa in contemplation. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. Chen Xingha picked it up to find a message from a WeChat group, composed of affluent individuals who enjoyed socializing. Typically, they would chat and exchange information and resources. However, the conversation today had taken a different turn. My father called me, expressing great concern about whether I had posted any foreign fawning or anti-national sentiments online. I assured him I had not, but he seemed skeptical. He requested access to my Twitter, WeChat, and other accounts, logging in personally to check before finally feeling reassured. He then admonished me, insisting that I must never engage in such behavior again, otherwise he would follow in Zhou Dalong's footsteps and promptly sever our father-son relationship. I felt similarly. My father was quite explicit with me, expressing that he harbored no expectations for me to achieve remarkable success while studying abroad in the United States, yet I must never become like Zhou Gang. Unlike you all, I did not study overseas, but my father sternly warned me to take Zhou Gang's situation as a cautionary tale. He even mentioned that he did not intend to groom me as his successor. Henceforth, I must rely on my own efforts. Who can truly comprehend the turmoil within my heart? Upon reading this information, Chen Xingha felt significantly uplifted. After all, we are all in the same boat, stripped of our qualifications to inherit our family enterprises. Before long, news of the incidents involving these affluent families spread across the internet. The lithium mining magnate, President Zhou of Londing Lithium, was diagnosed with cancer and had initially decided to step back, entrusting the company entirely to his 30-year-old daughter, Zhou Qi. However, according to the latest updates, President Zhou has begun treatment with the L-gene carrier and is on the path to recovery, thus revoking the plan for his daughter to take over. Zhou Qi will receive 500 million in startup capital to pursue her own ventures. I am a student in the International Department of Pengcheng Middle School, where my classmates generally come from respectable backgrounds, most of whom are preparing to study abroad. However, now half of my classmates have canceled their study abroad plans. On one hand, this is due to the rapid development of our nation, which is on the brink of becoming a global leader. On the other, parents fear that their children may be influenced by the environment abroad and turn into figures like Zhou Gang, causing harm not only to themselves but also to their families. Rumor has it that Hangzhou Technology's blacklist could potentially implicate others. According to reliable sources, at least 1,000 wealthy second-generation individuals studying in the United States and Great Britain are poised to return home, as the media in these countries frequently disparage our nation. The parents of these affluent youths are concerned that prolonged exposure to such environments may lead their children to express inappropriate views, thereby landing them on Hangzhou Technology's genetic blacklist. Upon encountering this news, netizens expressed their newfound awareness, astonished at how Lu Yun's genetic technology and blacklist have significantly impacted wealthy families. It is likely that, for the next century, news of second-generation heirs taking the reins will be a rare occurrence. Some netizens even remarked that even ordinary families must prioritize education rigorously, If their children exhibit tendencies of idolizing foreign cultures or becoming anti-national, they must be sternly reprimanded, as such behavior is detrimental to their parents. 7 days swiftly passed. During this time, the online discourse remained fervent, as, following Chen Zhenxiang and Zhou Gang, thousands more discovered they had been placed on the genetic technology blacklist. Notably, among these thousands, only slightly over 100 were cancer patients. The majority had merely suspected their inclusion on the blacklist and sought verification by applying for the L gene carrier under the pretense of being cancer patients, only to discover their unfortunate status, leaving them utterly devastated. Yet, no one felt sympathy for them. If they held disdain for this country, then they should refrain from utilizing its valuable resources. Both Chen Zhenxiang and Zhou Gang returned to the United States, appearing utterly deflated, their eyes devoid of light. Hundreds of thousands of cancer patients have been cured, many of whom joyfully share their experiences on Douyin. One such individual, Grandma Li, who was interviewed by Su Shanha, posted a video. In the footage, Grandma Li is accompanied by her family, including her husband, son, daughter-in-law, and grandchildren. With a smile, she expresses, "I have successfully overcome late-stage gastric cancer. There are no cancer cells detectable anymore. I have come to Pingcheng to visit my grandchildren, and they are all very happy. Our family is immensely grateful to Lu Yun." Meanwhile, during this period, the global situation has been fraught with undercurrents, as representatives from 36 nations, including the United States, Russia, Great Britain, and India, have engaged in multiple rounds of discussions, ultimately reaching an agreement for profound collaboration in the realms of economy, technology, and military affairs. Chapter 111. A world in turmoil. As Lu Yun remained engrossed in his research, the focus of global public opinion had initially been on the continuous recovery of cancer patients and the revelation of individuals being placed on Hangzhou Technology's genetic blacklist. However, an unexpected event transpired. The United States held a press conference at the White House, attended by representatives from 36 nations, including Russia, Great Britain, and India, who collectively signed a deep cooperation agreement to engage in comprehensive collaboration across economic, technological, and military domains. The journalists present were taken aback. One reporter inquired of the Russian spokesperson, "It is well known that just over a month ago, relations between your country and the United States were quite strained. Why then, today, do you sign a deep cooperation agreement with them?" The spokesperson from Russia replied, laden with meaning, "Between nations, there exist only eternal interests. We have decided to sign this agreement solely for the better development of our nation." Another reporter asked, "Will your relationship with the East University change?" The spokesperson responded, "We will continue to maintain a good cooperative relationship with the East University." Additional inquiries were made to representatives from other nations, all of whom echoed that the signing of this deep cooperation agreement was solely for the advancement of their own countries, with no intention of targeting the East University, and that they would persist in amicable cooperation with it. However, the journalists were acutely aware that this coalition of 36 nations aimed to curb the formidable rise of the East University, albeit without severing ties completely. Soon, the press conference concluded, and media outlets worldwide reported the news, causing a seismic shift across the globe. Upon seeing the news, the American public's eyes lit up. Ever since Lu Yun emerged on the scene, the United States had faced a series of setbacks, being compelled to submit to Lu Yun and experience the discomfort of having to bow down. Finally, there was a glimmer of hope. The coalition of 36 nations, each possessing considerable strength, included even Russia, a strategic partner of the East University. Although its economy had faltered somewhat, Russia was rich in resources and boasted formidable military power. On platforms like YouTube and Twitter, the American populace engaged in fervent discussions. "We have finally gained a foothold. From this day forth, while we may be constrained by Lu Yun in fields such as rejuvenation and genetic evolution, the East University too is subject to our influence. The iron or oil and other resources they require, along with the markets and technologies they seek, are all largely under the control of our 36-nation alliance, which also possesses overwhelming military superiority. Could nations like Russia, India, and Japan be relied upon? If the East University were to court them, might it lead to the disbandment of the 36-nation alliance? Unless the East University was willing to share Lu Yun's technology, the alliance would remain intact, as no nation wished to witness the emergence of an excessively dominant hegemon. Of course, the 36-nation alliance would refrain from extreme actions, as all nations desired to partake in rejuvenation and genetic evolution. And the East University's military prowess was not to be underestimated. The discussions among the citizens of the Eagle Nation have intensified with excitement. as they believe that with the support of numerous countries, they can undoubtedly maintain their position as the world's foremost power. The oil dollar system remains steadfast, and in essence, the economy is not expected to deteriorate. Instead, they anticipate a rejuvenation and genetic evolution, leading to a future filled with hope. This matter has also sparked considerable turbulence online, particularly concerning the Eastern nation. This situation seems rather precarious. The Eastern nation is our strategic partner. Without their support, our economy would have already collapsed. A saying rings true: between nations, only eternal interests prevail. In recent years, we have collaborated with the Eastern nation to confront pressures from the Eagle nation. And now we find ourselves, alongside the Eagle nation and other countries, facing pressures from the Eastern nation. This is entirely normal. From the perspective of national interests, an excessively powerful Eastern nation poses a threat to us, given its proximity. By signing this agreement, we have secured numerous advantages. The Eagle nation will immediately lift thousands of sanctions against us, return the $300 billion in frozen assets, and provide support in economic, technological, and military domains. We have indeed struck a remarkable deal. Although this may offend the Eastern nation, I believe it is worthwhile. Furthermore, we have not completely severed ties with them. We will continue to maintain a cooperative relationship, albeit less intimate than before. This is indeed a gamble. Should we successfully curb the Eastern nation's formidable rise, allowing it to hold dominance only in the realm of genetic technology, while its overall national strength develops slowly, unable to dominate all nations as the Eagle nation has for decades, we will emerge victorious and continue to reap the benefits. However, should the Eastern nation rise aggressively, surpassing the Eagle nation and claiming the title of world leader, we might face dire consequences in the aftermath. Despite the inherent risks of this gamble, we possess sufficient military strength and resources to avoid defeat. Meanwhile, the citizens of the Southern nation are also engaging in heated discussions. We can breathe a sigh of relief. The Eastern nation is unlikely to dominate the globe as the Eagle nation once did, and at most, they will enjoy a relatively carefree existence through their monopolized technologies of rejuvenation and genetic evolution. Indeed, the Eagle nation stands as the world's foremost military power, followed by the Eastern nation and then ourselves. With the three of us as the formidable triad, the Eastern nation will think twice before acting recklessly. Their advantage in genetic technology is merely temporary. Our alliance of 36 nations will engage in profound cooperation in the technological domain, focusing on dismantling the Eastern nation's monopoly in the fields of longevity and genetic evolution. With the Southern nation on board, success is inevitable, and soon the Eastern nation will be left to lament. However, upon this news reaching our homeland, the atmosphere online shifted to one of gravity. The situation does not bode well for us. In terms of direct confrontation, we harbor no fear. Yet, with the Eagle nation forming a 36-nation alliance that even includes the Eastern nation, we find ourselves in a challenging position. Perhaps we should simply refuse to export L-gene vectors and related products such as rejuvenation technologies, leaving them to stare in disbelief. But that is not a viable option. Firstly, the resources we require, such as ores and petroleum, along with our export markets, are significantly influenced by the coalition of 36 nations. Should relations deteriorate irreparably, our economy would swiftly face collapse, resulting in countless job losses. Secondly, if we were to reject the L-gene vector and related products, these nations, driven to desperation, might resort to warfare, even at the cost of restarting the world. Our military might is insufficient. Had we possessed overwhelming force, there would be no coalition of 36 nations, but rather 36 loyal allies. Soon after, the TikTok influencer Lu E released a video analyzing the situation. I explored various international forums and discovered that the majority of citizens from other nations support the coalition, not out of disdain for us, but rather a reluctance to witness the emergence of a singular, overwhelmingly powerful hegemon. This discontent can largely be attributed to the United States, whose dominance has led to reckless behavior, demonstrating how intolerable an unchallenged hegemon can be. What impact will this have on us? To be frank, the repercussions are substantial. However, they primarily affect our aspirations to be the world's leading power. Our soft currency gene technology system can still stand in parallel with the petroleum US dollar system, and our L-gene vector products can continue to enjoy global popularity, which will elevate our standard of living. How do we break this deadlock? There are numerous strategies, but I shall propose two. First, we could negotiate with the United States, offering our advanced genetic technology in exchange for their cutting-edge innovations. coupled with conditions such as a complete withdrawal from the Asia-Pacific region. Together, we could share the world, and it is quite likely that the United States would acquiesce, leading to the disbandment of the so-called coalition. Second, we could continue to expand our military capabilities, establishing a conventional force of overwhelming strength. The principle of might is undeniable. When we wield a sufficiently strong fist, the coalition will dissolve on its own, as those nations have never been truly united. From an emotional standpoint, I favor the second approach, yet from a rational perspective, the first method appears more feasible. Liu Yi's video has sparked considerable excitement on TikTok, garnering over 1 million likes, with the comments section continuously refreshing. I believe Professor Liu Yi's analysis is astute. The so-called coalition was formed in response to the pressure we exert, and there is no need for alarm. Fortunately, our military is sufficiently robust to ensure our self-defense under any circumstances. Otherwise, these brigands would have already attempted to seize our technology. Nevertheless, our military strength is still not formidable enough to instill fear in these nations. Thus, we must indeed develop our military capabilities. Meanwhile, at Hangzhou Technology, Liu Yun remains oblivious to the external developments as he diligently works on the strong colonization armor, which has now reached version 2. 1. Chapter 112, version 2. One of the exoskeletal armor, the mightiest exoskeleton on the surface, in comparison to its predecessor, version 1. 0. The current 2. 1 version has achieved a qualitative leap, incorporating 10 remarkable functionalities. 1. Bioelectric signal control. 2. Transformation and coverage. The armor can envelop the entire body. However, the area covering the eyes features specialized cells with commendable light transmittance. These cells secrete a unique material that serves as protective eyewear without obstructing vision. 3. Respiratory circulation system. Once the user is entirely encased, they are completely isolated from the external environment and cannot breathe ambient air. Nevertheless, certain cells within the armor possess electrochemical reduction capabilities. By consuming bioelectric energy, they can convert the carbon dioxide exhaled by the user into oxygen and organic matter, with the organic matter being expelled and the oxygen supplied to the user. 4. Extreme adaptation. Similar to tardigrades, the armor can endure environments of vacuum, extreme cold, and high temperatures. However, in proximity to absolute zero, it can only withstand such conditions for a few minutes, while high temperatures must not exceed 150 degrees Celsius. Furthermore, external factors such as toxic gases and humidity cannot directly affect the user. 5. Defensive enhancement. Some cells that constitute the exoskeletal armor secrete a powerful nanomaterial known as graphene diamond nanocomposite, akin to the structure of spider silk, which remains in a relaxed state. When the armor detects an impact from an attacking object traveling faster than 10 meters per second, it activates its defensive mechanism within milliseconds, releasing over 200 volts of high voltage to alter the material properties of the graphene diamond nanocomposite. This material instantaneously hardens, dramatically increasing its defensive capabilities while converting the kinetic energy of the attack into thermal energy. Liu Yun requested a handgun from Chun-Jing for testing and discovered that the exoskeletal armor could effortlessly withstand bullets fired at close range, though it sustained minor damage. 6. Self-repair. By integrating the regenerative gene chain of lizards, the armor possesses formidable self-repair capabilities. When damaged, such as from a bullet wound, the affected area secretes biological gel, and the proliferation of cells accelerates, swiftly mending the injury. 7. Strength enhancement. The muscle layer cells of the exoskeletal armor have been infused with the extreme pressure resistance gene chain of one of the strongest terrestrial creatures, the mite. Its microscopic structure mimics the hydraulic muscles of arthropods, enabling the user to unleash strength far beyond their own, without risking their skeletal integrity, as the recoil is primarily absorbed by the armor. Liu Yun has tested this. Even while bearing over 300 kilograms, he felt no strain whatsoever. 8. Color-changing camouflage. By incorporating chameleonic pigment cell genes, the armor can not only alter its color to match the surrounding environment, but can also change its hue through commands from the brain. 9. Electrocution attack. 10. Flight. Indeed, the exoskeletal armor has acquired the capability of flight. Upon activating flight mode, the strong exoskeleton generates functional modules resembling ion thrusters at its limbs and back. These modules tear the air into charged ion streams, which, after being accelerated by a magnetic field, are violently expelled from vector nozzles, producing a thrust powerful enough to enable flight. For days prior, Liu Yun had successfully achieved this functionality, only to discover that he now faced 2 new challenges. Firstly, although the strong exoskeleton could achieve flight via ion propulsion, it required immense instantaneous computational power to regulate the ion thrusters in real time. Even with the introduction of slime mold's collective decision-making genes into the exoskeleton cells, granting it a degree of intelligence, it still fell short of the demands. Thus, he needed to develop a brain-like biological chip, which need not be overly sophisticated. A chip capable of processing 1 million biological electrical signals per second would suffice, as even the most rudimentary intelligent microchips could meet this requirement. However, since intelligent microchips are silicon-based, what Lu Yun truly needed was a biological chip, compelling him to undertake the research himself. Secondly, the biological ion thruster of the strong exoskeleton had a high energy requirement, necessitating an upgrade of the electrocytes storing energy within the exoskeleton to enhance their energy density. Once these two issues were resolved, the strong exoskeleton would be ready for practical use, enabling anyone who donned it to become a super soldier with formidable combat capabilities. It could bear over 300 kilograms of weight, withstand bullet impacts, deliver electrical attacks, adapt to various extreme environments, and even perform short-distance flights. It was undeniably the strongest exoskeleton armor on the planet. Even a peak Tyson would concede defeat upon encountering it. Currently, Lu Yun had developed a brain-like biological chip, a functional module the size of a coin, not entirely composed of cells. Its overall structure resembled a small skeleton, with functions such as computation and storage realized through various proteins and cells powered by blood sugar. The biological chip also featured various interfaces for external interaction, including an optical fiber interface for connecting to external computers. Once this interface was plugged in, it allowed for control and programming via computer. At that moment, Lu Yun sat before his computer, crafting the operating system and software for the biological chip, although he had no prior experience in programming. Through relentless optimization, using his absolute controllability, his brain had grown as formidable as the protagonist in the film Limitless after consuming NZT-48, exhibiting astonishing learning capabilities. After merely 2 days of study, he had become an adept programmer. Additionally, since he did not need to design from scratch, but instead modify existing open-source operating systems and software, he was able to realize his desired functionalities swiftly. The Panga system version 1.0 had been completed, and the strong exoskeleton control software version 1.0 was currently under development. In his office, Lu Yun's hands danced across the keyboard, the rhythmic clattering of keys filling the air. Lines of code were inscribed into the biological chip. 2 hours later, a glimmer of joy flashed in Lu Yun's eyes. The control software was finally complete. He struck the keyboard, entering the software's main interface. Lu Yun entered the password with anticipation, thoroughly examining the features he desired before hastily exiting the software. He swiftly disconnected the optical fiber interface from the biotechnological chip organ and made his way to the laboratory, arriving before a mass of colorless, transparent jelly-like substance. This was the 2.1 version of the strong proliferation armor, comparable in size to a footbath and weighing over 10 kilograms. At the top, it featured 2 ports, one large and one small. The larger port was designed for infusing high-density energy gel, capable of rapidly replenishing the armor's energy, while the smaller port was intended for inserting the biotechnological chip. With a click, Lu Yun inserted the biotechnological chip into the armor. He then placed his right hand upon it, silently invoking the command to cover. The jelly-like mass, seemingly dormant, animated as it swiftly spread along Lu Yun's palm and enveloped his entire body within half a minute, forming a snug combat suit. Remarkably, this phenomenon was grounded in a straightforward principle. The armor detected Lu Yun's bioelectric signals, essentially brainwaves, which the biotechnological chip translated into corresponding commands. Discharge. Lu Yun concentrated again, and at once, arcs of blue-green electricity flickered across the armor enveloping him. Engage flight mode. With this command, the limbs and back of the armor began to undulate fluidly, quickly sprouting 6 ion propulsion modules at the calves, elbows, and back. Ascend. Lu Yun focused once more, transmitting bioelectric signals to the armor. Upon reaching the biotechnological chip, protein logic gates activated at the speed of light, executing 3 million parallel computations per second. The bionic mitochondrial battery within the electric cells operated in overload mode, releasing a high-voltage current within 0.3 seconds directed towards the ion propulsion modules. This current pierced the air, generating streams of charged blue-green ions. Concurrently, a powerful magnetic field initiated, compressing the ionized gas into a directed jet stream. which erupted from the ion propulsion units. Under the immense thrust, Lu Yun gradually ascended, while the 6 ion propulsion modules continuously emitted ethereal blue particle streams. Impressive. Lu Yun couldn't help but commend himself internally. Although the energy issue remained unresolved, this prototype of the strong proliferation armor was already a pinnacle of global biotechnological achievement, sufficient to astonish the world. Approximately 7 minutes later, the armor emitted a series of warning beeps, indicating that its energy reserves were nearing depletion. If he continued to fly, he must land within a minute or immediately replenish the high-density energy gel. Having enjoyed the experience, Lu Yun gently descended to the ground. Subsequently, the colorless, transparent armor slithered away like a liquid, completely detaching from him within half a minute and coiling up beside his right foot. The impending energy dilemma must be addressed, ideally by enhancing the energy density of electric cells. Should we achieve a tenfold increase, flight durations could exceed an hour, and without activating flight mode, the endurance might surpass 10 hours, which would suffice. Additionally, a dual energy supply model of bioenergy plus electricity could be contemplated, allowing for reserved charging interfaces. However, the challenge remains how to enable cells to store electrical energy, a new conundrum altogether. Alas, if only we could realize biological nuclear fusion. It would decisively resolve the energy issues of the formidable power armor. Yet, such aspirations are easier said than done. Even controlled nuclear fusion remains unrealized. Even if I wished to delve into research, it would likely prove arduous, especially since my external augmentations do not facilitate the study of controlled nuclear fusion. Unless the ability to absolutely control my body is upgraded, granting me field-level manipulation. With this thought, Lu Yun focused his mind and opened the system panel. Post, Lu Yun, research points 2. 3. Upon reaching 100,000 research points, the ability for absolute bodily control can be upgraded. The prospect of upgrading feels distant. I must rely on my own efforts. Yet, this presents a rather enticing challenge. A faint smile graced Lu Yun's lips. Before long, noon arrived promptly. Chen Jing's voice echoed, "Mr. Lu, it is time for lunch." Coming, Lu Yun replied, exiting the laboratory to join Chen Jing in the dining hall. As they enjoyed their meal, he occupied himself by scrolling through Douyin, soon encountering videos related to the alliance of 36 nations. The coalition, comprising the Eagle Nation, Bear Country, Great Britain, and the Three Kingdoms, among others, engages in comprehensive cooperation across economic, technological, and military domains. Our nation's security faces formidable challenges. This is no mere exaggeration. Bear Country and the Three Kingdoms are our neighbors, possessing considerable military strength. Should they receive support from the Eagle Nation, the threat they pose is not to be underestimated. We must bolster our military capabilities. A single punch can avert a flurry of blows. As a retired veteran from the southern border, I may lack knowledge of international politics and the uncertainties of the future, but I have one resolute statement: if war arises, I shall return at the call. Chapter 113. Bio-Warriors, a subtle shock to the world. After a brief contemplation, Lu Yun discerned the intricacies of the situation. He concluded that the probability of a large-scale war was virtually negligible, for the Eastern Empire was no pushover. In terms of conventional military strength, it had previously triumphed over both the Eagle Nation and the Indian subcontinent. When it came to apocalyptic weaponry, the legacy of nuclear arms, coupled with advancements in genetic weaponry, loomed large. Nations across the globe were acutely aware that with Lu Yun's prowess in genetic technology, he could effortlessly develop targeted genetic weapons, thereby instigating a biochemical crisis. However, the formidable rise of the Eastern Empire would likely face constraints, making it uncertain whether it could usurp the Eagle Nation's position as the preeminent global power. The most effective means to navigate this predicament, or rather, the method Lu Yun favored, was to possess an overwhelming conventional military force that would instill fear in nations worldwide. Serendipitously, he felt he could contribute a modicum of effort toward this endeavor. A gentle smile graced his lips as he recalled the moment he completed the genetic modification of the chimpanzee Caesar, when 3 flashes of inspiration struck him: synthetic organisms, power armor, and animal modification. Power armor was designed for human use, serving as both a spacesuit and a biological exoskeleton, thus crafting super soldiers. Synthetic organisms were to be created using genetic technology, manifesting beings that did not exist in nature, endowed with formidable traits from various species, such as the extreme adaptability of tardigrades, the infrared sensing capabilities of rattlesnakes, and even the jet propulsion abilities of rockets. With robust technology, the possibilities were boundless. Animal modification involved altering existing creatures, like chimpanzees, by employing genetic inhibitors to deactivate genes associated with intelligence. Both synthetic organisms and modified animals could be rendered devoid of cognitive abilities. With the implantation of biological chips, they would transform into warriors with unwavering loyalty. Coupled with cloning technology, this would yield an inexhaustible legion of bio-warriors, each boasting absolute fidelity and exceptional military prowess. Fortuitously, Liu Yun had already developed the biological chip. As for the creation of synthetic organisms or the modification of animals, those tasks were mere trifles. He decided to first embark on animal modification, intending to deliver a subtle shock to the world. While he remained uncertain about forming a legion of modified animals, he wished to demonstrate to the so-called alliance of 36 nations that he could achieve this at will. As for the target of modification, Caesar seemed the most fitting choice. Given that Caesar was the inaugural subject to receive the biological chip, Liu Yun resolved to preserve Caesar's intelligence during the modification as a memento. Future subjects would undoubtedly require the use of genetic inhibitors to ensure that the genes responsible for intelligence were rendered ineffective, thereby guaranteeing that the modified animals would lack independent thought, thus averting any risk of a bio-warrior legion proclaiming, "We shall never be enslaved." With this in mind, Liu Yun prepared to contact Yang Jixin, requesting him to bring Caesar, who was currently a star at the Chimelong Safari Park. Just then, a call from Yang Jixin came through. "Mr. Liu, I have some good news to share with you. Academician Su Aimin once mentioned to you that once you conquer cancer, he would collaborate with other academicians to nominate you for the National Medal of Honor. Now, he has fulfilled that promise. Just yesterday, Academician Su Aimin, along with Academician Wang Jiangwo and 53 other academicians, jointly petitioned for your award of the National Medal of Honor, which has already been approved. In 5 days, a ceremony will be held in the capital to present you with this esteemed accolade. Congratulations! You will become the 14th recipient of the National Medal of Honor, and indeed the youngest." Upon hearing this, Liu Yun could not help but inhale deeply, her lips curving into an involuntary smile. "I will attend the ceremony punctually, and moreover, I shall present a surprise. May I inquire what this surprise entails?" "I have successfully developed a biological chip and intend to conduct experiments using the chimpanzee Caesar. Please expedite Caesar's transport to my laboratory. I aim to complete the modifications before the commencement of the medal ceremony. This is merely the beginning of animal modification. If necessary, I can alter any creature, implant biological chips, and, in conjunction with cloning technology, create a legion of loyal and formidable biological warriors. This is the surprise I mention." Yang Jixin could not suppress a gasp. Although the biological modification experiments had yet to commence, he held absolute confidence in Liu Yun. As long as the project was hers, there was no room for doubt. Liu Yun spoke of creating a legion of biological warriors with 100 loyalty and combat prowess, capable of limitless production. It was assuredly feasible, at least from a technical standpoint. Yang Jixin's mind began to wander into fantasies of soaring eagles, agile chimpanzees and tigers on land, and sharks and crabs in the water, all transformed into biological warriors, adept at wielding modern weaponry and capable of infinite reproduction. Faced with such adversaries, the coalition of 36 nations would surely tremble in fear. "I will arrange it immediately. Within 5 hours, no, 3 hours, Caesar will be delivered to the laboratory," Yang Jixin declared hurriedly. "Wait, don't rush to hang up. I have 2 additional technical proposals, synthetic biology and power armor. Synthetic biology is similar to animal modification. It can also be used to create biological legions. The distinction lies in the fact that synthetic organisms do not exist in nature and can be customized according to requirements, allowing for higher capability thresholds. Although I have yet to begin research, I am confident in the technical feasibility. As for the power armor, I have already developed a prototype. Once the energy issue is resolved, it will be the strongest exoskeleton armor on the surface, capable of bearing over 300 kilograms, defending against bullets, achieving brief flight, delivering electric attacks, and adapting to various extreme environments. Adding other functionalities should also pose no problem. These 3 technologies should provide a significant enhancement to military strength. Please relay this to the authorities. Should there be a demand, I can refine and improve the technology accordingly," Liu Yun said with a casual tone. This. Yang Jixin's eyes widened in disbelief. This is not merely a slight assistance, it is an immense boon. If the artificial biological legion and the modified animal legion come to fruition, coupled with the human warriors clad in powerful exosuits, Which nation on this planet would dare to boldly address the Eastern Great? As for the alliance of 36 nations, they are but mere chickens and dogs. 10 minutes later, at the Chimelong Safari Park, Caesar, demonstrate your electromagnetic control. Caesar, look here. Here's a banana for you. The tourist joyfully interacted with Caesar, who possessed the intellect of a 10-year-old. Already somewhat renowned as the most intelligent chimpanzee following genetic modifications by Lu Yun, he gained the ability to manipulate electromagnetic forces, transforming him into a superstar. Children across the nation harbored a singular wish to visit the Chimelong Safari Park and see Caesar. In perfect cooperation, after consuming 2 bananas, Caesar commenced his performance. Bioluminescent electromagnetic scales on his arms erupted in blue-green arcs, manipulating the magnetic field to levitate 2 1 coins. Wow, incredible! I want to be Magneto. The crowd erupted in excitement, fervently capturing the moment on their phones. At that instant, caretaker Old Zhang, accompanied by a man clad in a yellow insulating suit, approached Caesar, carrying an iron cage. Caesar, be a good boy and step inside, Old Zhang urged, his eyes betraying a hint of reluctance. For he had come to regard Caesar as his own child and wished to spare him further experimentation, yet his wishes held no power. Understanding Old Zhang's words, the chimpanzee complied, dutifully entering the cage, pausing only to grab a bunch of bananas as a treat. Soon, Old Zhang and the other staff lifted the cage away, leaving the tourists exchanging puzzled glances. What just happened? ISNT at Caesar's performance time? A sense of unease crept in as they noticed the caretaker's reluctance. Was Caesar to undergo another experiment? After all, wasn't Lu Yun researching rejuvenation technology? Had he made a breakthrough and intended to use Caesar as a test subject? The tourists became increasingly animated in their discussions. If it indeed pertained to animal experiments involving rejuvenation, it could mean they too might soon have the opportunity to regain their youth. Rapidly, they uploaded related videos to platforms such as Douyin and Xiaohongshu, sparking an even greater sensation. Surely this was connected to Lu Yun. Given Caesar's current fame, the Chimelong Safari Park would never willingly relinquish him without Lu Yun's intervention. My goodness, is rejuvenation technology about to be realized? The alliance of 36 nations has just been established, and now rejuvenation technology is coming to fruition. It feels as though fortune smiles upon us. It's futile. Rejuvenation technology cannot resolve our predicament. It may only allow us to accrue some wealth. To break through, we must rely on military might or collaborate with the Eagle Nation to carve up the world, leading to the disbandment of the alliance of 36 nations. Chapter 114. With such meager strength, do they dare to challenge Lu Yun? Eagle Sauce and DARPA. The projects here are all classified, and no scientists from other countries have ever been permitted entry. However, in a bid to contain the formidable rise of Dongda, Eagle Sauce has entered into a deep cooperation agreement with Great Britain, the Russian Bear, and 36 other nations, proactively proposing a comprehensive scientific collaboration initiative. With genetic technology being a focal point, Eagle Sauce suggested that the alliance of 36 nations unreservedly share their accumulated knowledge in the field of genetic technology and deploy elite scientists to form a premier team, with the ultimate goal of shattering Lu Yun's monopoly in human genetic evolution. Without a moment's hesitation, the other countries consented. In the realm of genetic technology, Lu Yun stands unparalleled, leading the world by several decades, while their own nation's genetic technologies have become utterly obsolete and valueless. Most critically, unless they can dismantle Lu Yun's dominance in human genetic evolution, these countries will remain perpetually subjugated by him and Dongda. At this moment, leading figures from the biological communities of Great Britain, the Russian Bear, India, and the other 35 nations have arrived at DARPA, ready to labor here in the quest to dismantle Lu Yun's monopoly. Deputy Director Lawrence guided the scientists into an expansive biological laboratory, announcing, "This laboratory is engaged in reverse engineering the L gene vector, though we have yet to achieve a breakthrough, and we require your expertise." At this proclamation, the eyes of the attendees sparkled with excitement. Lu Yun had previously declared in public that the L gene vector is his core technology, utilized for genetic modification of mice and chimpanzees, cancer treatment, and the ongoing research into anti-aging technology, all based on the development of the L gene vector. They have long sought samples for their studies, and now the opportunity had finally arisen. Lawrence continued, "These L gene vectors are hard-won. CIA spies have paid a hefty price, bribing cancer patients undergoing L gene vector treatment, drawing blood from them, and then urgently airlifting it through special channels to extract the L gene vector from the blood. In pursuit of this endeavor, 13 spies have been captured by Dongda. However, Rest assured, regardless of the cost, we will continuously provide you with L gene vectors for your research. Upon hearing this, the attendees nodded in agreement. They cared not for the origins of the L gene vectors, as long as their research remained unaffected. Soon after, they commenced their studies. Yet, merely 10 minutes later, their eyes widened in disbelief. Under the microscope, the L gene vectors suddenly appeared to be torn apart by an invisible hand. The DNA strands fracturing and vanishing into the culture medium, as if they had never existed at all. What is happening? I was observing the L gene vector, and it just self-destructed. I did nothing. One exclaimed. I experienced the same. I was examining one of the 3 modules, the viral capsid protein gene, and it just disintegrated. Another added. What mechanism is at play here? Could it be that the light source of the microscope I am utilizing is the xenon lamp? Is the L gene vector sensitive to xenon illumination? Undoubtedly, our actions have triggered the L gene vector's counterleakage mechanism. Let us convene and deliberate on this matter to uncover the underlying cause. All present are scientists, and even in the face of such unforeseen circumstances, there is no sign of panic. Instead, they calmly seek the source of the issue. A few minutes later, Lawrence entered, and upon learning of the situation, he promptly stated, Ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely apologize. This is a mistake on our part at DARPA. We have long been aware that the L gene vector used by Lu Yun possesses a 72-hour self-destruction mechanism. This means that from the moment it leaves the factory, it will automatically disintegrate after 72 hours. The L gene vector I previously provided to you came from the same cancer patient and has now reached its 72-hour limit, resulting in simultaneous disintegration. I will promptly supply you with new samples. Upon hearing this, the scientists fell into a profound silence. The L gene vector, an artificial gene fragment, could self-destruct like a timed bomb? Such technology exceeds their wildest imaginations. Lawrence continued, Ladies and gentlemen, I have just received news that the technology for rejuvenation may have been realized, and Lu Yun is preparing to conduct animal experiments. At this announcement, the laboratory was enveloped in an eerie stillness. After a considerable pause, a scientist lamented, Our reverse engineering project resembles the efforts of individuals from the early 20th century attempting to decode the Apple 16 smartphone of the 21st century. The difficulty is insurmountable. Meanwhile, in the Eagle Nation's White House, representatives from 36 countries were engaged in further discussions regarding economic and military collaboration, with the ultimate goal of curbing the formidable rise of the Eastern Alliance and preserving the Eagle Nation's position as the global leader. This objective found agreement among nations such as the Bear Country, for a headless serpent cannot thrive. To contend with the already colossal Eastern Alliance, a powerful leader is essential. And the Eagle Nation is the sole choice. Only the Eagle Nation can withstand the pressure exerted by the Eastern Alliance. Of course, these nations harbor ulterior motives. Should the Eastern Alliance continue its ascendancy, they would seek to hold the 36-nation alliance accountable, positioning themselves as accomplices and hoping for leniency, while the Eagle Nation, deemed the principal offender, would face unforgiving consequences. After several hours of negotiation, the representatives committed to intensifying their purchases of Eagle Nation treasury bonds and enhancing trade relations with the Eagle Nation, ultimately aiming to stabilize the oil dollar system and provide a much-needed lifeline to the economically beleaguered Eagle Nation. At this juncture, discussions turned towards military collaboration. Ladies and gentlemen, declared Carl, the Speaker of the House of the Eagle Nation, ever since Lu Yun convened the Genetic Era, a new dawn for human evolution technology conference, we have significantly increased our investment in scientific research. More than 2 months have passed, and we have achieved remarkable breakthroughs in various fields, particularly in military technology. Humanoid robots, robotic dogs, and mechanical exoskeleton armor have all demonstrated near-perfect performance in practical testing. Moreover, we have made significant advancements in our electromagnetic pulse weaponry, ranging from large-scale electromagnetic pulse devices to portable pulse guns for individual soldiers, capable of incapacitating all electronic devices within a certain radius in a single strike. At that moment, a voice crackled through Carl's earpiece, and as he listened, his breathing quickened, his face alight with excitement. Ladies and gentlemen, I have received splendid news. The genetically modified chimpanzee, Caesar, has reportedly been sent to Lu Yun's laboratory for experiments on rejuvenation technology. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes sparkled with interest. Although they were engaged in discussions on how to counter the pressure exerted by Lu Yun and curb the development of Dong University, this revelation did not diminish their fascination with Lu Yun's rejuvenation technology. Lu Yun's research progresses at an astonishing pace. He truly deserves the title of the most formidable scientist of the 21st century. Unable to contain his admiration, Carl praised Lu Yun, then shifted the conversation. Everyone. Given Lu Yun's penchant for technological hegemony, once the rejuvenation technology is realized, he will undoubtedly exploit it to extract substantial advantages from us. We must take action. We need to expedite our negotiations for military cooperation to demonstrate to Lu Yun and Dong University that, even without resorting to nuclear weapons or other taboo armaments, our alliance of 36 nations possesses an overwhelming military superiority that will give them pause and temper their arrogance. The assembly nodded in agreement. At this moment, it was imperative to display strength. Otherwise, once the rejuvenation technology hits the market, Lu Yun might impose even harsher price discrimination. And Dong University could propose conditions more outrageous than merely joining the soft currency gene technology system. We could conduct a joint exercise involving all 36 nations near the border where our ASEAN country meets Dong University, proposed a representative from ASEAN. However, this was not a prudent idea. Carl swiftly shook his head, asserting that conducting a 36-nation exercise in such a sensitive area could provoke Dong University excessively, potentially leading them to resort to gene weapon deterrence in the face of conventional military inadequacies. I am certain none of you wish to witness such a scenario. With Lu Yun's genetic technology, he could easily develop gene weapons targeting specific ethnic groups. The representatives from other countries also disagreed, as they merely sought to assert their might slightly, to let Dong University know that should they unleash their fury, it would indeed be formidable, rather than inciting outright anger against them. At this juncture, Carl remarked, according to CIA intelligence, there are several armed groups in the Middle East plotting to kidnap Lu Yun for their own purposes. Their intentions go beyond merely profiting from his technology. They aim to compel Lu Yun to develop gene weapons capable of annihilating humanity. These armed groups are not weak. One of them, known as the Free Eagles Brigade, led by a figure named Abu Nur, boasts over 10,000 armed members. He has dispatched numerous operatives to infiltrate Dong University, and they will launch a swift operation at the first opportunity. Upon hearing this, the representatives from various nations exchanged glances of disdain. The Free Eagles Brigade? 10,000 armed members? With such meager strength, do they truly believe they can kidnap Lu Yun? If Lu Yun were truly so easily abducted, we would have succeeded long ago. Indeed, these nations have previously contemplated dispatching spies to kidnap Lu Yun. After all, the benefits of a successful operation are immeasurable. Carl continued, stating that the abduction attempts by these armed organizations are bound to fail. However, these individuals are not entirely rational and could act impulsively, disregarding Lu Yun's safety. Should Lu Yun suffer harm, or, worse, meet with misfortune, it would be unacceptable for us and for the entire world. Therefore, I propose a plan. Our alliance of 36 nations should launch a global counterterrorism operation, simultaneously inviting the Eastern University to join us in eradicating these armed factions. This plan serves three purposes. First, we can showcase our most formidable weaponry and demonstrate our overwhelming military strength to the Eastern University, allowing them to recognize the disparity between themselves and our alliance, thereby curbing their arrogance and compelling them to provide us with rejuvenation and genetic evolution-related products without harboring greater ambitions. Secondly, we can extend a favor to Lu Yun. He will undoubtedly enhance the rejuvenation technology and delve into the research of superhuman evolution. If he acknowledges this favor, we stand to reap substantial rewards in the future. Lastly, we can preemptively neutralize the threats posed by these armed groups against Lu Yun while simultaneously deterring mercenaries who might consider targeting him, making it clear that any attempt to endanger Lu Yun's safety will not go unpunished. If they dare to proceed, we will deal with them ourselves, without the need for the Eastern University to intervene. Chapter 115. Assembling the Strongest Formation? Chen Jing's suggestion upon hearing Carl's words. The representative from the Bear Country was the first to express agreement, compared to conducting exercises near the border of the ASEAN country. The joint anti-terror operation presents a superior opportunity for our alliance of 36 nations to showcase our military might. It would be entirely appropriate to invite the Eastern power to witness firsthand the disparity in military strength between us and the 36-nation alliance. Simultaneously, this approach would not overly provoke the Eastern power, preventing them from developing a heightened sense of crisis that might lead to the research of genetic weaponry. Within the 36-nation alliance, the Bear Country and Eagle Country hold the highest status, and following their endorsement, representatives from other nations quickly concurred. It is indeed imperative to eradicate those armed organizations, using their blood to send a warning to the world that no circumstances may threaten the safety of Lu Yun's life. We must present our strongest formation and deliver a formidable deterrent to the Eastern power. In agreement with the sentiments expressed, Carl smiled with satisfaction and continued, "For this joint anti-terror exercise, our 36-nation alliance must spare no effort to demonstrate our utmost military strength. Should any nation feel their military capabilities are lacking, they may procure equipment from us, the Eagle Country. This includes the humanoid robots, robotic dogs, mechanical exoskeleton armor, and portable pulse guns I mentioned earlier. These advanced weapons were previously unavailable for sale, but now that we are allies, not only are they for sale, but we can also offer discounts." At this point, Carl turned to the representative of the ASEAN country. "Although the 36-nation alliance will not conduct exercises in your country, you are welcome to organize your own. I am well aware of the caliber of your soldiers. Their military quality is exceptional. However, lacking formidable weaponry has historically placed you at a disadvantage against the Eastern power. Yet, if equipped with our latest mechanical exoskeleton armor and portable pulse guns." Carl, having received significant incentives from the military-industrial complex, passionately promoted the offerings, nearly proclaiming them as premium weapons at unbeatable prices. The representative from the ASEAN country felt a stir of interest. For many years, they had suffered defeats against the Eastern power. If they could utilize powerful weapons purchased from the Eagle country in this joint anti-terror operation to decisively overcome the Eastern power, not only would it serve as a form of retribution, but it would also bolster the morale of their people. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "We can purchase the equipment, but we require a personal demonstration first, and we insist on payment in rupees." Carl firmly rejected this proposal. "No, we do not accept rupees. We only accept U.S. dollars and gold. Well, soft currencies are also acceptable." Within the conference room, representatives from the 36 nations engaged in excited discussions, seemingly envisioning a scenario where their alliance showcased military prowess, rendering the Eastern power speechless. Meanwhile, the populace of the Eagle country was abuzz with news that the rejuvenation technology was purportedly set to undergo animal testing, igniting a fervor of excitement. "Oh my goodness! Has the rejuvenation technology already been realized?" Lu Yun's pace of development is astonishingly swift. For a 61-year-old like me, this is indeed splendid news. Although my savings are modest, I would be willing to sell my house and even embrace the life of a vagabond if it meant experiencing a return to youth. Only by having a beautiful woman at your side, with her allure at your fingertips, while you find yourself utterly powerless to do anything but drool, can one truly grasp the significance of a vigorous body for a man. This is delightful news, however. One cannot overlook the likelihood that Lu Yun will engage in price discrimination, and we, the Eagle Nation, will certainly have to pay a hefty price to qualify for the purchase of related products. This thought is somewhat disheartening. Yet, one must adapt, to be honest. Even for us, Lu Yun's pricing is not exorbitant. Take, for instance, the L gene carrier capable of curing cancer. The maximum cost for our citizens is 750,000 yuan. Had this product been developed by Pfizer, the price would undoubtedly soar to $750,000. The populace of the Eagle Nation harbors a love-hate relationship with Lu Yun, likely because numerous cancer patients from our ranks have been cured by the L gene carrier, leading to an improving reputation for Lu Yun within our society. Many videos related to Lu Yun feature an abundance of positive comments. Meanwhile, in Hong City at Hengshou Technology, Lu Yun finished his lunch and returned to the laboratory with Chen Jing. Typically, Chen Jing would remain outside the lab to guard and ensure Lu Yun's safety. However, this time, upon opening the laboratory door, Lu Yun invited Chen Jing inside. "Mr. Lu, is there something you need?" Chen Jing inquired, puzzled. "Indeed," Lu Yun replied. "I currently have 2 military research projects. One is the power armor, and the other involves animal modification. As I am not well versed in military matters, I thought of you, a retired Special Forces member, to provide a professional analysis and some advice." Of course, Chen Jing responded with her characteristic straightforwardness. "I am familiar with power armor. But what exactly is animal modification? Let us take it one step at a time. We shall begin with the power armor," Lu Yun said, gesturing towards the nearby power armor. "This is the 2.1 version. It envelopes your entire body, allows you to fly, and offers bulletproof protection. Essentially, it has numerous functionalities. Try it out first, and I will provide a detailed introduction afterward, during which I would appreciate your professional insights. By the way, the operation of the power armor is quite simple. Just make contact with your hand and issue the command cover in your mind, and it will envelop your body. When you command fly, it will activate flight mode and respond to your thoughts. Is this the power armor? Chen Jing exclaimed, staring at the jelly-like substance on the ground. Transparent and roughly the size of a foot basin, her eyes widening in disbelief. It bore no resemblance to the grand image of power armor she had envisioned. Had Lu Yun not specified, she might have mistaken it for an oddly designed stool. Nonetheless, without a moment's hesitation, Chen Jing swiftly approached the power armor, crouched down, gently placed her right hand upon it, and shouted, "Cover!" In the next instant, an astonishing scene unfolded before them. That colorless, transparent, gelatinous substance seemed to spring to life, sprawling along her right hand and enveloping her entirely. This. Even with Chen Jing's extensive experience in various extraordinary situations, she could not help but feel a surge of astonishment. However, she quickly regained her composure, her eyes brimming with excitement. Flight! With this exclamation, the power armor writhed and sprouted 6 ion thrusters, emitting a stream of ethereal blue particles. Even in a crouched position, Chen Jing began to ascend vertically, propelled by the thrust. It was utterly unbelievable. Overjoyed, she straightened up, soaring in front of Lu Yun before gently descending to the ground. Her face a mask of astonishment as she exclaimed, "I have no idea how you accomplished this, but I assure you, it will become the dream of every warrior." A faint smile graced Lu Yun's lips as he replied, "Allow me to give you a brief introduction. This is the 2-1 version of the power armor, featuring bioelectrical signal control, transformation, and coverage." As Lu Yun elaborated, Chen Jing felt a thrilling shiver run down her spine. With a weight capacity exceeding 300 kilograms, the ability to fly, defend against bullets, unleash electric attacks, adapt to extreme environments, and self-repair. It was like something out of a science fiction film, an all-encompassing battle suit. Even a newly enlisted soldier could become a super warrior while donning it. Moreover, with the advent of this armor, the boundaries between the Army, Navy, and Air Force had become blurred. For as long as one wore the power armor, they could run on land, navigate underwater, and soar through the skies. What improvements do you think the power armor requires? Lu Yun inquired after his introduction. Well, Chen Jing pondered before responding, the most significant issue is energy. It can only sustain flight for 7 minutes. This 7-minute real man mode is unacceptable in actual combat. Lu Yun nodded slightly. I am currently addressing this issue. Additionally, there is the matter of temperature. You must have designed it based on a spacesuit, as the power armor can withstand environments close to absolute zero. Yet its upper limit for high temperatures is merely 150 degrees Celsius. On the battlefield, this could prove to be a fatal weakness, as the temperature from a single bomb explosion far exceeds 150 degrees. Lu Yun acknowledged. The initial intention behind developing the power armor was indeed to enable human survival in space, so high-temperature environments were not thoroughly considered. However, it is not a major issue. We merely need to modify the cellular genes to enable them to secrete a heat-resistant material. Chen Jing continued, while the power armor is waterproof, it lacks underwater propulsion capabilities and combat methods, meaning it cannot currently engage in underwater operations, necessitating optimization. Yes, I will make improvements. There is one more issue, which is critically important: safety. I am not well versed in technology, but since the power armor can receive my brainwave signals, it implies that it could potentially receive other signals and execute corresponding commands. Therefore, there is a risk of it being hacked. Indeed, Lu Yun nodded. This issue can also be resolved by binding the user's brainwave frequency. Furthermore, Chen Jing put forth more than a dozen suggestions, all of which Lu Yun embraced. I currently have no further recommendations. Let us now discuss the transformation of animals. What does transforming animals entail? Chen Jing inquired with a hint of anticipation. Chapter 116. The Escalation of Public Opinion, a Clash of Perspectives on the Modification of Animals. Lu Yun remarked, as I previously introduced, the ion propulsion module of the power armor necessitates formidable instantaneous computational capacity. Thus, I have developed a biological chip. By implanting this chip into the brains of animals such as chimpanzees and employing a gene restrainer to render the genetic sequences associated with intelligence inactive, we can create biowarriors with a loyalty rating of 100%. This is the essence of animal modification, if necessary. The vast majority of animals can undergo such transformation and can be mass-produced through cloning technology. Chen Jing was once again struck with a sense of shock, her scalp tingling. As a veteran of special forces, vivid images involuntarily flooded her mind. She envisioned holding the line while facing an assault by chimpanzees, falcons, pythons, and other creatures adept at wielding modern weaponry, all of whom charged fearlessly, unyielding in the face of sacrifice. In the dense jungles, the owls circling above, the insects crawling nearby, and the venomous snakes lurking in puddles, all were biowarriors implanted with biological chips, capable not only of surveilling her every move but also of launching self-destructive attacks. This was a war that could not be fought. It was not merely the formidable combat capabilities of the modified animal legion that instilled fear, but rather the fact that a vast majority of animals could be transformed, rendering them nearly impossible to defend against. Furthermore, the low cost of modifying animals and their indifference to sacrifice presented a stark advantage that human soldiers did not possess. In this era, the loss of 10,000 human soldiers would be catastrophic, inciting public outrage and necessitating substantial compensatory expenditures. Conversely, should 1,000,000 modified animals perish heroically, say, 1,000,000 chip-implanted chimpanzees in battle, society would only lament the brutality of war, with little profound psychological impact. For the state, it would be inconsequential. As long as resources were plentiful, another 1,000,000 modified chimpanzees could be swiftly produced. This would irrevocably alter the landscape of warfare, akin to how the maturation of intelligent robotic technology would revolutionize conflict. The distinction lies in the fact that modified animals represent a biological version of robots. At this juncture, Lu Yun's voice broke through. What suggestions do you have regarding animal modification? Chen Jing pondered briefly before responding. I believe the foremost requirement is absolute control. They must not betray, go berserk on the battlefield, or fall prey to hacker manipulation. Even in the event of such occurrences, there must be checks and balances. Lu Yun continued, the biological chip for modified animals could adopt one of two technological approaches. One option includes the capability to receive wireless signals, allowing for effortless remote control, albeit with an increased risk of hacker interference. The alternative approach excludes wireless signal reception, relying solely on a fiber optic interface to connect with external computers for program and database updates. In this scenario, unless there is an insider threat, hacker control would be improbable. Moreover, if we treat modified animals as human soldiers, equipping them with communication devices, we can also exercise remote control and real-time command. Regarding betrayal and madness on the battlefield, such issues can be resolved through program optimization. As for the ultimate means of checks and balances, a unique mechanism could be integrated into the biological chip. When it detects that the modified animal has inhaled a specific pheromone from the air, it will become paralyzed and enter a standby state, while the modified animal will similarly revert to standby mode. There are numerous approaches to this, and by updating the biological chip's programs and databases, the paralysis mechanism can be adjusted, alleviating concerns that the modified animal legion would become obsolete if their secrets were uncovered by the enemy. Truly, Lu Yun possesses the remarkable ability to conceive feasible technological solutions in an instant. Chen Jing mused, adding that it is also necessary to select different species for modification based on varying scenarios, such as pigeons or peregrine falcons for aerial reconnaissance. Half an hour later, their conversation finally concluded. As Chen Jing stepped out of the laboratory, she couldn't help but glance back at Lu Yun, her heart swelling with emotion. This is the person I have always protected. His research not only has the potential to cure patients with uremia and cancer, facilitating the evolution of the human gene, but it can also forge an invincible legion of biological warriors for our homeland, thereby creating a significant military advantage over other nations. His value is beyond description. With this thought, Chen Jing felt the weight of responsibility pressing down upon her, for she was wholly accountable for Lu Yun's security. This role not only concerns her personal future but also the future of the entire nation. Stay strong, Chen Jing. You can do it. You will not allow Lu Yun to come to any harm. She encouraged herself internally before taking out her phone to report the recent events to her superiors, simultaneously suggesting the military promptly establish a special task force to address this matter. Shortly after Chen Jing's departure, Lu Yun also left the laboratory, heading directly to his office, where he sat at his computer to develop control software for the modified animals. The Panga system developed for the biological chip remains applicable, yet the control software for the exoskeleton must be rewritten from scratch. What kind of software do I require? The most basic requirement is to enable the modified animals to comprehend human speech and execute corresponding commands, ideally allowing for interaction and communication with humans before advancing to higher-level demands such as reconnaissance and military operations. This necessitates a large artificial intelligence model. However, the difficulty is significantly reduced as I am merely modifying animals whose brains and bodies remain functional. For instance, after modifying the chimpanzee Caesar, I could issue a command to run 100 meters through the biological chip, and Caesar's brain would instinctively mobilize his body to fulfill the directive. In contrast, programming a humanoid robot to execute the same command would present at least 100-fold increase in difficulty, as upright locomotion akin to humans is exceedingly challenging for robots. I need not start from scratch. I can easily find open-source models online and modify them according to my requirements. Lu Yun pondered for a moment and realized that this task was not particularly challenging. It could certainly be accomplished before the commencement of the National Honor Medal awarding ceremony. As time flowed steadily, Lu Yun had already conceived a plan for drafting the program to modify animal intelligence control. Sitting before his computer, his fingers danced across the keyboard, producing a symphony of clicking sounds as lines of code appeared on the screen. Meanwhile, at Dongda in the capital city, a high-level meeting had commenced. Recently, the Eagle Nation, in the name of the alliance of 36 countries, extended an invitation for our nation to participate in a global joint anti-terrorism exercise scheduled for 2 weeks hence. Perhaps fearing our refusal, they explicitly stated that this joint anti-terrorism operation, while ostensibly an exercise, was in fact a special military operation aimed at annihilating the armed groups intent on kidnapping Lu Yun. Their intentions are glaringly evident. They wish to showcase their military might through this operation, hoping to instill fear in us. However, these nations underestimate our resolve. We have never feared war. We stood undaunted over 70 years ago, and we are even less daunted now. Thus, do you all concur that we should accept the invitation? Certainly. Not only should we accept, but we must also demonstrate to the so-called 36-country alliance that although we have not engaged in warfare for over 40 years, our true military capability far exceeds their imagination. This is still under the premise that we do not yet possess Lu Yun's bioengineered legions, modified animal battalions, or powered exoskeletons. Speaking of bioengineering, modified animals, and powered exoskeletons, these are indeed monumental surprises bestowed upon us by Lu Yun. Should the need arise, we could fully harness these 3 technologies to forge a military might that could dominate the globe, rendering the 36-country alliance speechless. A mere fright to the Eagle Nation and its allies would suffice, as long as they refrain from an arms race. We shall not establish large-scale modified animal battalions or bioengineered legions, nor extensively equip powered exoskeletons. After all, given the current circumstances, a large-scale war is nearly impossible. Indeed, our primary objective remains the advancement of our economy, surpassing the Eagle Nation in economic development and the living standards of our populace. Among our 1.4 billion people, it is only in recent decades that we have truly experienced a life free from want. Since we are all in agreement, let us respond to the Eagle Nation. Has Dongdao agreed? Within the White House conference room, representatives of the 36 nations, upon receiving this news, broke into smiles. We are not merely an alliance of 36 countries. We also possess powered exoskeletons, individual carry pulse guns, humanoid robots, and robotic dogs as cutting-edge weaponry. The advantage lies with us. The advantage lies with us. Ladies and gentlemen, your nations can begin preparations. We must take full advantage of this joint anti-terrorism effort to decisively outshine Dongda. At this point, Carl seemed to have an idea, adding with a smile, with 2 weeks remaining until the joint anti-terrorism operation, we can amplify our momentum. For instance, we could produce a promotional video for the troops participating in the anti-terrorism operation. In summary, we must attract global attention to this joint anti-terrorism initiative, allowing the world to witness firsthand the vast disparity in military strength between Dongda and our 36-country alliance. Upon hearing these words, the crowd nodded in agreement. What a splendid idea. Indeed, the Eagle Nation excels at manipulating public opinion. A few hours later, 36 nations successively announced their participation in the global joint counterterrorism exercise set to take place in 2 weeks. The precise location remains undisclosed. Yet they have all begun to release promotional videos featuring the military forces that will partake in the exercise. Furthermore, it was declared that the East University would also participate in this collaborative counterterrorism initiative. The news sent ripples across the globe. Chapter 117. Transforming the Animal Legion? Is this a sci-fi film? Brothers, something significant has transpired. As soon as Su Shanha learned of this matter, he immediately commenced a live broadcast. This morning, upon witnessing the news of 36 nations signing a profound cooperation agreement, I surmised they were harboring ulterior motives, and indeed, my intuition has proven correct. They orchestrated a global joint anti-terrorism exercise and specifically extended an invitation for our nation to participate. The intent is glaringly evident. They seek to flaunt their military prowess before us. Our country, however, stands undaunted and accepted the invitation, prompting these nations to embark on a frenzied promotional campaign, producing highly imaginative promotional videos, clearly aiming to amplify public discourse and draw the world's attention to the joint anti-terrorism exercise, highlighting the stark military disparity between our nation and the alliance of 36 countries. Next, allow me to present to you these nations' promotional videos, starting with that of the Eagle Nation. In the next moment, a video commenced playback. The video opened with a small town replete with concrete structures, devoid of civilians, populated solely by armed militants equipped with individual missile launchers, tanks, and other heavy weaponry. Soon after, the Eagle Nation's military made its appearance, a futuristic army, half composed of humanoid robots and robotic dogs, charging forward with agility while launching attacks, undeterred even when struck by bullets. The other half consisted of human soldiers clad in full-body exoskeleton power armor, advancing at speeds rivaling motorcycles, exhibiting remarkable defensive capabilities, even when their armor was struck by bullets. The impact was negligible. The bullets they fired were precise and lethal, with militants falling almost instantaneously upon exposure. As the militants deployed hundreds of FPV drones laden with explosives, the Eagle Nation soldiers, encased in exoskeleton power armor, remained unflustered, swiftly retrieving portable pulse guns. With a single shot, all FPV drones within a radius of several hundred meters plummeted to the ground. Upon the conclusion of this video, the barrage of commentary exploded. Was this a promotional video or a Hollywood sci-fi film? With the technology of the Eagle Nation, while robotic dogs can indeed be produced and humanoid robots are feasible, their agility in the video is an exaggeration. As for the full-body exoskeleton power armor and portable pulse guns, that seems far-fetched. It is indeed implausible. Following the Eagle Nation's traditional tactics, an assault on such a military base would typically commence with aerial bombardment, reducing it to ruins before deploying ground troops. This promotional video serves purely to showcase humanoid robots, exoskeleton power armor, and other cutting-edge weaponry. What if, I emphasize, what if, the Eagle Nation genuinely possesses such weapons? In terms of military comparison, might we find ourselves at a disadvantage? We too have robotic dogs and can effectively shield against portable pulse weaponry through electromagnetic shielding solutions. Yet we cannot produce humanoid robots of such agility, nor do we possess similarly formidable exoskeleton power armor. This is merely one nation, the Eagle Nation, and we currently face an alliance of 36 nations. Thus, if these weapons are indeed real, the pressure upon us could be considerable. The Eagle has a certain depth of character. It is quite possible that it may indeed experience an explosive surge in capabilities. Therefore, we must prepare for the worst. Sushanha continued to play the video, which was a military promotional film from the nation of Asan. On a fateful day in a certain month and year, a military conflict erupted between Asan and Baba Yang. Subsequently, a sci-fi army, almost identical to that featured in the Eagle's promotional film, emerged. With mechanical dogs, humanoid robots, and soldiers clad in exoskeleton power armor, the forces of Asan decisively triumphed, resulting in 0 casualties. Upon viewing this footage, the audience in the live stream could no longer contain their reactions. This was hardly a military promotional film. It resembled a Bollywood sci-fi movie. In such a cinematic narrative, Asan was portrayed as invincible, consistently victorious, in stark contrast to reality. However, a sense of unease began to permeate the audience, as Asan's promotional film showcased advanced weaponry such as exoskeleton armor. Had the Eagle truly developed such technology? At this moment, Sushanha spoke. To be frank, the Eagle has been researching these weapons for quite some time. 2 months ago, spurred by the announcement of human genetic evolution, they significantly increased their research investment. Thus, it is indeed possible that they may have achieved an explosive breakthrough. They may even orchestrate a joint anti-terrorism operation to flaunt their military prowess and intimidate us. However, there is no need for excessive concern. Even if they possess such advanced weaponry or have assembled a formidable robotic legion, they would not dare to initiate hostilities against us. Upon hearing this, the audience in the live stream nodded in agreement. A large-scale war was undoubtedly improbable. Yet, the current situation was quite difficult to accept. It felt exceedingly stifling. Meanwhile, in the capital city, Another high-level emergency meeting was convened. With the uproar surrounding the military promotional films from the Eagle and other nations, should we respond? Of course, we must respond, and we should produce an even more fantastical promotional film to demonstrate to the Eagle and its allies what the future of warfare entails. An hour later, while live streaming, Su Shanha suddenly noticed a comment. Host, the news channels like CCTV and Dongda Military Network just uploaded a video simultaneously. It seems to be our nation's response to this matter. You should check it out. Intrigued, Su Shanha quickly found the relevant video and clicked to play. The video began with a text overlay. In 2027, a neighboring country encountered a wormhole through which an alien army surged forth, swiftly overwhelming the armed forces of that nation and establishing a base with the intent to conquer the entire planet. In order to preserve human civilization, our country has decided to take the initiative to eliminate the invading alien forces. After reading this caption, Su Shanha was momentarily stunned. This concept of using aliens as a hypothetical enemy had always been a hallmark of Hollywood films produced by the Eagle. Now, it seemed to be our turn. Nonetheless, to be honest, it was quite exhilarating. I genuinely wished to see how we would triumph over the extraterrestrial adversaries in the promotional film. The video continued, depicting our forces mobilizing urgently as orders were issued. In the next moment, the scene unfolds within a transport aircraft, where over 100 soldiers await the command to jump. Upon hearing the order, they eagerly unzip their backpacks, reaching inside. To everyone's astonishment, a viscous substance emerges from the bags, enveloping the soldiers completely. What is this? Is it the symbiote from a Marvel movie? This left me utterly bewildered, more surreal than any propaganda from the United States or India. The video continues to play. Once covered by the mysterious substance, the soldiers appear to gain immense strength. Hoisting heavy machine guns in one hand while gripping anti-tank missiles and additional weaponry in the other, they approach the open cargo door of the aircraft and leap into the abyss. In the next moment, peculiar appendages sprout from their bodies, emitting a ghostly blue flame that allows them to soar through the air. The live chat explodes with comments. Streamer, you must have the wrong video. This is straight out of a science fiction film. Just moments ago, it was a symbiote. Now they resemble Iron Man. I am utterly flabbergasted. Wasn't Liu Yun researching powered armor? Could this be it? But the powered armor from anime doesn't look like this. The video continues. The scene shifts to a helicopter landing at a military base, from which a human officer emerges. As he issues a call to assemble, countless chimpanzees pour out of their barracks, fully armed and remarkably organized, resembling a well-trained army. A caption appears on the screen, Animal Legion, 31st Division. Subsequently, various animal factions make their entrance, tigers sprinting on land, octopuses gliding through water, and falcons soaring in the sky, all equipped with modern weaponry. These animal warriors join human soldiers, boarding various vehicles to head to battle, an endless procession. Inside numerous biological factories, countless incubation pods house animals that have formed but have yet to open their eyes. At this moment, a new caption emerges. After being transformed by human soldiers, the Animal Legion and the Synthetic Biological Legion fought fiercely, and within a week, the invading alien forces were entirely vanquished. We successfully upheld world peace. The promotional video leaves many questions unanswered. There are no visuals of the alien army, no combat scenes, and the Synthetic Biological Legion does not appear. Upon finishing the video, viewers in the live chat are equally perplexed, yet the comments explode with fervor. The United States produces science fiction, while we create mythology. Allow me to share my analysis. The military perceives the propaganda from the United States and 36 other nations as implausible, thus they crafted an even more far-fetched promotional video. Folks, pay attention to the timeline. The video mentions the year 2027. With Liu Yun's technology, it is indeed plausible that by 2027, our nation could develop such a formidable army. If this is indeed true, if it truly is, then our nation's military might would be unparalleled, rendering us invincible on this planet. And akin to the narratives of bygone Hollywood films, we would only have extraterrestrials as imagined adversaries. It is patently evident that scarcely anyone believes in the authenticity of the promotional footage, even if the technology could potentially be realized. It would undoubtedly be far in the future. However, little do they realize that the animal legions and the powered armors showcased in the promotional material already have their primitive versions in reality. Chapter 118, Caesar, Inno. The promotional video released by Dong University has also gone viral online. The netizens of the Three Kingdoms, brimming with inexplicable confidence upon witnessing their nation's army promotional clip. Instantly believed in its authenticity, they fervently expressed their desire to swiftly procure exoskeleton power armor, humanoid robots, and other cutting-edge weaponry from the Eagle Nation, envisioning a future where they would decisively overpower Dong University and the barbarians. However, after viewing Dong University's military promotional video, the netizens of the Three Kingdoms began to mock it. Dong University seems to have panicked, producing such an absurd promotional video. Were you commissioned to create a promotional clip or to film a science fiction movie? The weaponry showcased in our promotional video consists of actual technologies that will be unveiled in the Global Joint Anti-Terrorism exercise in 2 weeks, whereas the armaments depicted in Dong University's video are purely figments of imagination. Once the Global Joint Anti-Terrorism exercise commences, and Dong University fails to present the weapons shown in their promotional video, they will become the subject of international ridicule. Haha. I am now immensely looking forward to the commencement of the Global Joint Anti-Terrorism exercise. I must celebrate with friends by drinking Ganges water. The citizens of the Eagle Nation, upon viewing Dong University's promotional video, have also engaged in fervent discussions. Fox News even produced a special program inviting DARPA Deputy Director Lawrence to discuss the matter. As the program began, the host bluntly posed the question, "Mr. Lawrence, there is a prevailing notion online that the armor worn by the human soldiers in Dong University's promotional video may be the strong invasive armor currently under research by Lu Yun. Do you believe Lu Yun is capable of developing such armor?" Lawrence unequivocally asserted, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." While Lu Yun possesses remarkable talent in the field of biotechnology, solely relying on biotechnology is far from sufficient to develop the armor depicted in Dong University's promotional video. From the video, it appears that the armor is designed to achieve flight through ionizing the air and expelling it from thrusters, generating tremendous thrust. Currently, there is no such engine technology in the aviation sector. Is Lu Yun, a mere biotechnologist, truly more knowledgeable than the scientists in the aerospace field? Moreover, even if he were to develop it, he would still need to apply the ion propulsion engine to the invasive armor. That is simply fantastical. In addition, such armor would necessitate extraordinary instantaneous computational capabilities, requiring at least the processing speed of a low-end smartphone chip, alongside considerable energy demands that current battery technology cannot fulfill. Therefore, for Lu Yun to create such armor, he would also need to design advanced biological chips and biobattery technology. Is that feasible? Personally, I do not believe it. Furthermore, the transformation technology of the armor in the video is quite beyond comprehension. It is composed of cells. How could it possibly morph according to the user's demands? Lawrence analyzed the armor depicted in the promotional video from multiple perspectives, ultimately concluding, it is fake. The armor in Dong University's promotional video is a fabrication, and even Lu Yun could not possibly develop it. As for the Animal Modification Legion, it is merely a fabrication. At least for now, it is unattainable. To ensure that animals are entirely obedient, one must implant control chips to regulate their every movement. However, such technology does not currently exist, nor is it likely to be developed in the near future. The video of this program aired on Fox Television has garnered millions of views online, with the populace expressing overwhelming agreement. Although there exists a genius like Lu Yun at Tsinghua University, he too has his limitations. He specializes solely in biotechnology and remains an amateur in other fields. It is impossible for Lu Yun to create the formidable power armor depicted in the promotional video, nor can he develop the modified animal legion shown therein. Even if he were to gather all the resources of Tsinghua University, it would be unachievable. For days have swiftly passed. Online discussions regarding the American promotional video and Tsinghua's advertisement have intensified. The vast majority believe that advanced weapons like exoskeleton power armor and humanoid robots may indeed be real, but the modified animal legion and power armor must be false, as they are currently beyond the realm of possibility. Only a select few maintain that Lu Yun has achieved the impossible before and surely can do so again. Meanwhile, Lu Yun has completed the intelligent control program for the modified animals, successfully integrating it into a biological chip, which he then implanted into Caesar's cerebral cortex through a minor surgical procedure. The operation was remarkably successful, endowing Caesar with a second brain while retaining its original intelligence, enabling it to acquire extensive knowledge and comprehend human commands with precision. Yet, Lu Yun remained unsatisfied, as Caesar could not articulate human speech. Upon closer examination, He discovered that the anatomical structure of a chimpanzee's vocal cords and throat significantly differs from that of humans. Consequently, Lu Yun devoted additional time to modifying the L gene vector, an electric eel discharge module, and injected it into Caesar's body, adjusting the genetic makeup of its throat muscles and vocal cords, ultimately granting Caesar the ability to speak. Caesar, say no, with a louder voice and more anger. No. Though Caesar did not comprehend the rationale behind Lu Yun's command, instinct compelled it to obey the human's every directive without hesitation, unleashing a furious roar. This was indeed a moment reminiscent of the rise of the Planet of the Apes. A smile crept across Lu Yun's lips as he exhaled in relief, finally completing the preparations before the commencement of the national medal ceremony. He then glanced at his phone, noting that it was already 10 minutes past 9, leaving just over 6 hours until the ceremony began. It was time to set forth. Lu Yun opened the laboratory door and addressed Chen Jing, who had been waiting outside, saying, "Sister Chen, please make the necessary arrangements. We can depart." Understood, Chen Jing nodded in response. 10 minutes later, a sizable convoy set out from Hangzhou Technology, traversing the now-controlled traffic routes directly to the airport. Inside one of the vehicles, Lu Yun was conducting tests on Caesar, ensuring any deficiencies could be promptly addressed and the corresponding functions refined. Inside the vehicle, Mr. Liu and Mrs. Liu, dressed elegantly, clutched the fabric of their knees anxiously. "Old Liu, my heart is racing. I feel as if it might leap from my chest," Mrs. Liu stammered, trembling. Throughout her life, she had only encountered the highest authority in their community, the director of the neighborhood committee. However, today, she would attend the prestigious ceremony at the state guest house as the mother of Lu Yun, ready to shake hands and converse with esteemed leaders she had only ever seen on television. The thought of such an occasion filled her with immense excitement, yet also with trepidation. Mr. Liu swallowed hard, lowering his voice. "I feel the same. My legs are weak. I can barely stand. And my head is buzzing as if I were dreaming. I never imagined that as a vendor of fried noodles, I would witness such a glorious day." Meanwhile, the official account of CCTV released a video at 3:30 p.m. this afternoon. The award ceremony for the Order of National Merit will be grandly held at the state guest house in the capital. The recipient of this prestigious honor is Lu Yun, a renowned scientist in our country who has made remarkable contributions to our technological advancements. His invention of the cloned kidney has transformed the lives of over 3 million individuals, and his L gene vector has cured more than 700,000 cancer patients. Upon its release, the video sparked a sensation on Douyin. My goodness, the 14th recipient of the Order of National Merit, and the youngest ever, has emerged. Lu Yun is truly deserving of this honor. Congratulations, Lu Yun. Netizens expressed their joy for Lu Yun, with many resolving to watch the live broadcast that afternoon, not merely for the spectacle of the ceremony, but out of genuine recognition and a desire to witness Lu Yun's moment of glory. Soon, the news reached international platforms, generating considerable excitement. He is only 18 years old and is about to receive the highest honor in their nation. While his previous discriminatory remarks towards foreigners had left me somewhat displeased, I still wished him well, for my own son suffers from congenital heart disease, and not only requires Lu Yun's cloned hearts but also desperately needs the scientists from Lu Yun's company to discover a cure for his condition. Would Lu Yun announce the results of his rejuvenation technology animal experiments at the ceremony? Many citizens of the United States harbored mixed feelings about Lu Yun, respecting him while simultaneously mocking his alma mater. Upon hearing the news, they were willing to extend their congratulations. Of course, there were also those who were infuriated. What gives this little nobody the right to bask in such glory? Chen Jinxiang seethed upon seeing the news. He had grown to loathe Lu Yun. After returning to Dong University, not only had he failed to cure his lung cancer, but he had also lost over 2 million yuan, becoming the subject of global ridicule. Consequently, he could not bear to see Lu Yun thrive, as it only deepened his own despair. At 2 p.m., outside the state guest house in the capital, amidst the flashing cameras of journalists from around the globe, a vehicle approached and came to a gentle stop. "Mr. Liu, we have arrived," Chen Jing announced from within the car. "Indeed," he replied. Lu Yun gently nodded, alighted from the vehicle, and stepped onto the crimson carpet. Caesar quietly followed in his wake. Chapter 119. What constitutes true force? Caesar masters martial arts. No one can stand in his way. Upon beholding Caesar the chimpanzee, the journalists present were immediately aflame with excitement. Just 5 days prior, rumors had circulated that Caesar had been taken from the Changlong wildlife world to serve as a subject for Mr. Liu's rejuvenation research. Now, it appeared that these whispers had been substantiated. Mr. Liu, Would it be convenient for you to accept an interview? Have you conducted animal experiments on rejuvenation technology with Caesar? What are the results? How long until human trials commence? The reporters had initially prepared a plethora of inquiries, ranging from their current sentiments to their assessments of the military promotional video released by Dongda 5 days ago. However, at this moment, all such questions were cast aside as their singular focus turned to the news surrounding the rejuvenation technology. Upon hearing their questions, Lu Yun paused, shaking his head. Indeed, breakthroughs have been achieved in rejuvenation technology, yet it has not come to fruition. As for the experiments conducted on Caesar, I believe it is best if he introduces himself to you. The journalists were momentarily taken aback. Let Caesar introduce himself. He is merely a chimpanzee. Although he possesses an intelligence akin to that of a 10-year-old child, he cannot engage in normal conversation and certainly cannot speak human language. How could he introduce himself? However, it did not take long for some astute reporters to connect Lu Yun's words with the military promotional video released by Dongda 5 days prior, which featured a completely transformed animal army composed of chimpanzees. Gasped. The journalists could not help but draw a sharp breath. If their speculation proved correct, it would send shockwaves around the globe and alter the trajectory of human advancement. In the CCTV news studio, some viewers also began to grasp the truth, wildly flooding the screen with comments. Goodness, is it possible that Caesar the chimpanzee has already been transformed? No way. Is the animal army a reality? My goodness, how could this be possible? Amidst the astonishment, Caesar spoke. I am Caesar. I previously worked at the Changlong Wildlife World, and now I am a subject of research. A biological chip has been implanted in my brain, and the genes associated with my vocal cords have been modified, allowing me to comprehend and articulate human language. As Caesar's voice echoed through the venue, the eyes of both the reporters and the live audience widened in disbelief. A chimpanzee, Caesar, could fully understand Lu Yun's commands and fluently introduce himself in Chinese, articulating his thoughts with clarity and even a touch of humor. This was nothing short of miraculous. The barrage of comments in the live stream erupted. Oh my goodness, this is giving me goosebumps. Transformed animals have actually emerged. It's no wonder our nation released such a sci-fi promotional video. Unstoppable. Our military strength is about to become invincible. Should the animal army depicted in the video materialize, the so-called alliance of 36 nations would be utterly trivial. What about the power armor? Could that also have been realized? What of the artificial biological legion? The audience was ablaze with excitement, their eagerness to glean further information palpable. The reporters on-site mirrored this fervor, bombarding with fervent inquiries, creating an atmosphere of overwhelming chaos, rendering it impossible for Lu Yun to decipher their words. Consequently, Lu Yun's gaze traversed the throng of journalists until it settled upon a familiar face, Sun Rue, a reporter from CCTV. Sun Rue, you may pose your question. I kindly ask the other journalists to remain silent. Upon utterance of these words, an immediate hush enveloped the scene, with all reporters casting envious glances towards Sun Rue, who seemed extraordinarily fortunate, having covered nearly every significant interview related to Lu Yun. Thank you. Sun Rue expressed his gratitude promptly before inquiring, does Caesar retain its original intelligence? Can it now engage in battle alongside human soldiers? It appears vastly superior to contemporary intelligent robots. Have you truly developed genuine artificial intelligence? In the military promotional video released 5 days ago, the modified animals emerged from incubation chambers. Have you mastered the requisite technology? Lu Yun elucidated. Under normal circumstances, modified animals do not retain their original intelligence. Their behavior is entirely governed by biological chips. However, Caesar represents the world's first modified animal, bearing special significance, hence I preserved its intelligence. As for Caesar's cognitive abilities, they do not reach the levels you might envision. It falls short of the capabilities of Doubao or DeepSeek in numerous domains. Its current capabilities are quite limited. Aside from communicating with us humans, it possesses only basic combat skills. Nonetheless, its uniqueness lies in the fact that both its brain and body remain functional, enabling it to execute commands with ease, such as walking, running, and grasping objects. This innate proficiency renders it far superior to the intelligent robots available on the market, as it inherently possesses these abilities. This advantage implies that modified animals like Caesar can swiftly and adeptly master military skills, and as programs and databases continue to evolve, they can easily attain the proficiency demonstrated in the promotional video. Regarding the creation of modified animals, it is expected to employ cloning technology. However, unlike traditional cloning methods, It requires only a single cell for reproduction, eliminating the need for a maternal host. I have yet to delve into this technology, but it should be relatively straightforward. Merely an advanced iteration of renal cloning technology. Sunrui inquired further, what combat skills does Caesar possess at present? Could it demonstrate them for us? Lu Yun nodded affirmatively, stating certainly. He had intentionally completed Caesar's modification just before the commencement of the National Medal of Honor ceremony, bringing Caesar along to showcase to the world that the Animal Modification Legion is indeed a reality. Those who wish to flaunt military prowess before Dongda should abandon such aspirations. With Lu Yun's command, Caesar promptly commenced performing military physical exercises, executing each movement with precision and vigor, exuding the confidence of a seasoned veteran. Witnessing this display, the on-site reporters stood in stunned silence, while viewers in the live broadcast were equally astonished. As a former reconnaissance soldier, I now find myself questioning my own abilities. For Caesar's military exercises seem no less impressive than my own. I dare say, I might struggle the best Caesar. I am currently very curious about the opinions of netizens from the Eagle Sauce country, the A3 nation, and the other 36 countries. They have been laughing and mocking us these past few days, claiming that the notion of a genetically modified animal army is utterly absurd. Surely, they must be bewildered now. Why not inquire of those soldiers from the 36 nations whether they would wish to encounter a chimpanzee skilled in martial arts on the battlefield? Not only skilled in martial arts, but also adept in wielding various weapons, fiercely unafraid of death. Indeed, the greatest advantage of the genetically modified animal army lies in their unwavering loyalty, a loyalty that is 100, coupled with an indomitable spirit. Anyone facing such adversaries would undoubtedly feel a shiver down their spine. But wait, have you forgotten something? Caesar has undergone genetic modification, granting him control over electromagnetic forces, which implies that other modified animals could possess similar abilities. Capable of martial arts, proficient with an AK, and even resembling the Thunder King. Such genetically altered beings, should I ask if you are afraid? 3 minutes later, Caesar finished his military exercises and returned to stand quietly beside Lu Yun, resembling a loyal guardian. Lu Yun smiled gently. Caesar's appearance this time was undoubtedly flawless. Once this news spreads, the Eagle Sauce, A3 nation, and the other 36 countries will no longer be so arrogant, boasting of military might. Now, you shall witness what true power is. At that moment, Sunrui inquired. The armor worn by human soldiers in the promotional video must be the advanced exoskeleton armor you are currently researching, correct? Has this technology been realized? Chapter 120, The Revelation of the Strong Genetic Armor ignites the audience. The strong genetic armor. A subtle smile graced Lu Yun's lips. Although it was merely a prototype at this stage, it was time to present it to the world. With this thought, Lu Yun exchanged a knowing glance with Chen Jing, who nodded in understanding. During their journey to the state guest house in the capital, Lu Yun had confided in Chen Jing his intention to unveil both Caesar and the strong genetic armor at the National Medal of Honor ceremony, aiming to astound the entire globe. While Caesar could showcase himself, the demonstration of the strong genetic armor necessitated a human touch, as such astonishing technology would be met with skepticism unless witnessed firsthand. Naturally, the demonstrator was none other than Chen Jing. Not only had she personally operated the strong genetic armor, but as a retired Special Forces operative, she was the most suitable candidate for the task. Taking a deep breath, Chen Jing accepted a military green duffel bag from a nearby palace guard. As she unzipped it, a translucent, colorless gel-like substance came into view. Chen Jing placed her right hand upon it, and in an instant, the gel seemed to come alive, swiftly enveloping her entire body. Witnessing this spectacle, the journalists on site widened their eyes in disbelief, while viewers in the live stream echoed their astonishment. Good heavens! It resembles the promotional video precisely. How on earth was this technology achieved? I could never have imagined. The audience in the United States must find it eerily familiar, reminiscent of Venom from Marvel films, and akin to the liquid robots in Terminator. As the audience grappled with their astonishment, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. The strong genetic armor on Chen Jing began to undulate, and 6 ion thrusters emerged at her calves, elbows, and back, subsequently emitting streams of ethereal blue particles. In the next moment, Chen Jing ascended into the air, first soaring vertically to a height of several meters, then performing 3 elegant loops in midair before gracefully descending back to her original position, hovering half a meter above the ground, gazing down at the reporters, with the 6 ion thrusters still propelling the blue particles. This. The journalists on site were rendered speechless, their eyes bulging in disbelief. The livestream audience, too, was left in a state of shock. Incredible! This is even more impressive than Tony Stark's first-generation Iron Man suit. In comparison, the mechanical exoskeleton armor featured in American promotional videos appears utterly inferior, merely capable of ground movement. Just yesterday, I watched a video in which the deputy director of DARPA, Lawrence, was interviewed by Fox News. He argued from every angle that Liu Yun could not possibly develop the strong genetic armor depicted in the promotional footage, primarily because Liu Yun specializes in biotechnology and is an amateur in other fields, incapable of creating ion engines or biological chips. Now, I can only imagine the shock on Lawrence's face. My face is also swollen, as I once believed that the promotional video featuring the power armor was merely a fantasy. However, we all underestimated Liu Yun. He is not only a genius in the realm of biotechnology, but excels in various other fields as well. If I ever doubt Liu Yun again, I might as well be a fool. How is it that Liu Yun's intellect is so formidable? Just as the audience is taken aback, the scene unfolding at the entrance of the state guest house is spreading like wildfire. At Hongqing University, in a certain classroom, the bell signaling the end of class has just rung when a male student excitedly exclaims, "Wow! I can hardly contain myself." Everyone, quickly open Douyin and watch the live broadcast from CCTV. This is monumental. The genetically modified animals and power armor have been developed by Liu Yun, and they just made an appearance in the live broadcast. You can see the power armor flying in the air. It's absolutely stunning. Upon hearing this, the students in the classroom curiously pull out their phones. Even the professor, who was ready to reprimand the student for browsing Douyin during class, is taken aback. Soon, exclamations of astonishment fill the room. "Oh my, this is the CCTV news studio, not a movie channel. This is exceedingly sci-fi." One student adds, "Currently, they are showcasing the power armor, but I searched for clips of the live broadcast and discovered that the genetically modified animals are equally impressive. They transformed a chimpanzee named Caesar, which not only speaks human language, but also performs military boxing. Can you believe it? Liu Yun is not just a prodigy in biotechnology. He can also design aircraft engines and biological chips, not to mention his programming skills. What an extraordinary polymath. What should we call him? At Hongqing University, we must refer to him as Professor Liu. Exactly. Let us not forget that Liu Yun is a professor at our School of Biology. As students of Hongqing University, we must address him as Professor Liu. Is it too late to change majors? I want to join the School of Biology. Professor Liu has elevated biotechnology to new heights, and the prospects for biology majors are bound to improve. What are you dreaming about? We all got in with average 211 scores, but starting this year, only top-tier students from elite universities will be able to enroll in the School of Biology. Even the professors there are now almost all giants in their fields, with 3 Nobel laureates among them. Furthermore, the vice dean of the School of Biology has clearly stated that they are not accepting any major transfers for the time being. In the neighboring country of Asan, although there was no media coverage of Liu Yun's award ceremony for the National Honor Medal, many citizens had come to Dongda for cancer treatment or to work and study. Upon witnessing the live broadcast, they immediately shared this astonishing news on Asan's online platforms. Initially, some skeptics claimed it must be a fake video or CGI effects, but as more people began to share it, Asan's netizens realized the gravity of the situation. This was indeed real. Dongda has genuinely developed genetically modified animals and power armor. Asan's netizens collectively fell into despair. The Dongda military was already formidable, and now with the addition of genetically modified animals and power armor, they would experience an epic enhancement. As we are Dongda's neighboring land, if conflict arises in the future, we would stand little chance of victory. In the future, it would be prudent to avoid conflicts with the University of Tokyo. However, the university actively supports Baba Yang. The Eagle Nation, due to Liu Yun's immense popularity within its borders, has seen numerous affluent individuals vying for his favor. These wealthy benefactors have not only contributed substantial funds for research and development, but have also mobilized their media outlets to promote Liu Yun positively. Consequently, several media channels broadcasted the ceremony for Liu Yun's National Honor Medal. Since the moment when Caesar, the chimpanzee, began to articulate human speech, the populace of the Eagle Nation erupted in excitement. Observing the performance of the power armor left them utterly astonished. To their disbelief, the promotional video from the University of Tokyo turned out to be genuine, while our exoskeleton was merely running on the ground. The university's power armor was soaring through the skies. What have I witnessed? It resembles Venom and Iron Man from Marvel, as well as the liquid robots from Terminator. These are the imaginative creations of Hollywood. We lack the capacity to manifest such visions into reality. Yet Lu Yun has accomplished what seemed impossible. DARPA, can you lend us some support? You expect assistance from DARPA? Do not be absurd. Have you forgotten the recent events? DARPA colluded with the pharmaceutical conglomerate to fabricate a false breakthrough in nanorobotics, enticing ordinary citizens to become unwitting participants. DARPA has become a mere tool of capital. The citizens of the Eagle Nation are filled with apprehension, sensing an ominous premonition that perhaps the throne of supremacy in their world might indeed be usurped by the University of Tokyo. Meanwhile, the Speaker of the House, Carl, who was playing golf, received this news and was left utterly dumbfounded. Lu Yun. Once again, it is Lu Yun. If only he would consider adopting Eagle Nation citizenship. We would accept any terms he proposes, even if it meant appointing him as our supreme leader. Carl took a deep breath, receiving a tablet from his assistant to watch the live broadcast while instructing. Please arrange for our alliance of 36 nations to convene promptly to discuss how to address the threats posed by modified animals and power armor. On the other side, Chen Jing, clad in power armor, hovered in midair, gazing down at the reporters, and began to speak. The power armor possesses numerous capabilities, in addition to transformation in flight. It also features color-changing camouflage. As soon as she finished her statement, the originally colorless and transparent armor began to visibly transform. Within mere seconds, it shifted to a deep black, then to a brilliant gold, and finally to a shimmering silver. Witnessing this spectacle, the reporters on-site and the audience in the live stream were left in complete awe, inundated with an explosion of comments. What kind of technology is this? Could it be related to chameleon genetics? It must be. Just months ago, Lu Yun had already demonstrated the ability to genetically modify white mice and chimpanzees to generate electricity. And now, enabling the power armor to possess chameleon-like color-changing capabilities is a mere trifle. Furthermore, after showcasing the camouflage abilities of the power armor, Chen Jing continued to elaborate, stating that the armor can operate underwater, adapt to Antarctic climates, and thrive in desert conditions, thus imposing no limitations based on combat environments or whether land, sea, or air is concerned. It can withstand bullets. It empowers the user with enhanced strength, transforming them into a veritable colossus capable of wielding greater quantities of weaponry and ammunition. Furthermore, it grants the user the ability to command electromagnetic forces akin to Caesar. The viewers in the live stream were increasingly astonished by the revelations. Is this truly the technology of Blue Star? Even the exoskeleton armor portrayed in science fiction films pales in comparison. The barrage of comments in the live stream exploded with excitement. Incredible. The power armor is magnificent. 5 days prior, when I first encountered the promotional video featuring the augmented animal legion and the power armor, I perceived it as purely fantastical, detached from reality. Yet now, I realized that the promotional video was far from science fiction. In fact, it was somewhat conservative. Indeed, the augmented creatures in the video do not possess the prowess of Caesar the chimpanzee, and the portrayal of the power armor does not measure up to its real-world counterpart. Brothers, let us not forget that this is merely a prototype of the power armor, and the research has been conducted for less than a month. If Lu Yun were to unveil the fully realized power armor and continuously iterate upon it, how formidable would it become? Chapter 121. Is it possible? Will Warhammer 40K become reality? As the audience's excitement reached a fever pitch, Chen Jing gently descended to the ground. The power suit she wore began to undulate like liquid, and within less than half a minute, it completely shed from her form, coiling into a compact mass by her right foot before being stowed away in her bag. The sound of applause erupted from the reporters present, a cacophony akin to thunder, as they were utterly captivated by the futuristic marvel of the power suit. A technological wonder that warranted such celebration. After a considerable interval, the clamor subsided. CCTV reporter Sun Rue turned to Lu Yun, his curiosity piqued. Given the current performance, the power suit appears flawless. Why do you deem it a work in progress? Lu Yun replied, indeed, it is a work in progress. Several functionalities remain unfulfilled, such as underwater propulsion and combat capabilities. Additionally, certain features can be enhanced. For instance, the current weight capacity stands at 300 kilograms, which I believe could be increased to 500 or even 1,000 kilograms. The heat resistance also requires improvement, specifically to withstand thermite munitions. Furthermore, a critical issue that must be addressed is the energy source. Presently, if the flight mode is activated, the power suit's energy is depleted in under 10 minutes. Only by resolving these challenges can the power suit reach its full potential, becoming a creation that meets my satisfaction. Lu Yun showed no trepidation in revealing these shortcomings, for he was confident they would soon be rectified. Over the past 5 days, despite his preoccupations with the animal projects, he used moments of respite and nourishment to contemplate enhancements for the power suit. The issues of heat resistance, lack of underwater propulsion, and insufficient operational duration had already sparked solutions in his mind. In fact, he even entertained the notion of integrating new functionalities. For example, he aspired to endow the power suit with infrared sensing capabilities, inspired by the innate abilities of salmon, vipers, and mosquitoes in nature. By studying these creatures and incorporating relevant genetic sequences into the power suit, it could potentially acquire such competencies. If successful, even in the pitch black of night, a warrior clad in the power suit would be able to detect adversaries. However, upon hearing Lu Yun's words, a wave of relief swept across many around the globe, particularly among the citizens of America. On platforms like Discord and Twitter, the atmosphere lightened considerably. So the energy issue has been resolved after all. You should have mentioned that sooner. It startled me. Not quite, others interjected. What Lu Yun indicated was that in flight mode, the operational time is under 10 minutes. In conventional combat mode, the duration is undoubtedly much longer, at least 2 hours. Yet, when the power suit is incapable of flight, it loses its greatest advantage, placing it on par with our mechanical exoskeletons, significantly diminishing its threat to us. However, given Lu Yun's research capabilities, he might resolve the energy dilemma in less than a month. That is merely a possibility, yet it could also remain an unsolvable issue for a lifetime. At the entrance of the state guesthouse, a staff member emerged, announcing that the ceremony for the conferment of the National Order of Honor was about to commence and urged Lu Yun to enter promptly to prepare. Lu Yun nodded and readied himself to enter the guest house. CCTV journalist Sun Rue hurriedly posed a final question. Mr. Lu, the promotional video mentioned artificial biological legions. What exactly are they? Have they been developed yet? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yun replied, artificial biology is a concept of mine, utilizing genetic technology to engineer formidable organisms that do not exist in nature. There is a game called Warhammer, which features a race known as orcs, created through genetic engineering, merging characteristics of plants and animals. With my technology, I can similarly fabricate a myriad of organisms endowed with extraordinary abilities. Naturally, I will ensure that all artificial beings are devoid of intelligence at birth, entirely governed by biological chips implanted within their bodies. By the way, the power armor is, in fact, a type of artificial organism. In my framework, it is merely the most rudimentary form of such. My initial intent in studying it was to develop a spacesuit that would enable human survival in the cosmos. With that, Lu Yun followed the staff member into the state guest house. Behind him, Sun Rue and the other journalists were left in a state of astonishment. The power armor, already so formidable, was described by Lu Yun as merely the most basic of artificial organisms. One could only imagine what more advanced creations might entail. Could they be akin to the orcs and tyranids from Warhammer 40k? My goodness! Just contemplating this was both shocking and inconceivable, yet given Lu Yun's prodigious talent, perhaps, he truly could achieve such feats. After all, Lu Yun had been engaged in scientific research for merely 6 months, yet his accomplishments, from cloning kidneys to genetic modification, curing cancer, and creating power armor, were nothing short of miraculous, bridging the realm of science fiction with reality. In the CCTV news studio, the audience was left dumbfounded. The statement that the power armor was merely the most elementary of artificial organisms delivered a staggering blow. If I could develop power armor, no. Even just realize one of its functions, I would certainly earn a place in the family lineage, and my mother-in-law would surely light a cigarette for me. As a Warhammer player, hearing Lu Yun's words made my heart race uncontrollably, for upon reflection, it truly seemed possible that he could engineer artificial organisms as powerful as those orcs and tyranids from Warhammer 40k. It felt as though Lu Yun had been painting grand visions for us. 2 months prior, he had sketched a magnificent vision titled The Gene Era, a new dawn of human evolution, introducing us to revolutionary gene therapies, rejuvenation technologies, and superhuman evolution. Now, he presented 2 more grand visions, one for animal modification and another for artificial biology, both extraordinary and electrifying. Yet, he indeed possesses the capability to transform these visions into reality. As the cancer cures and treatments for various congenital genetic disorders mentioned in the gene therapy revolution are becoming tangible. Ha ha ha. Indeed, Lu Yun is a masterful visionary. And the crucial point is that we eagerly partake in the dreams he offers. I recently watched the military promotional video of the Eagle Nation once more. 5 days prior, I had seen the humanoid robots, robotic dogs, portable pulse guns, and mechanical exoskeletons presented in the video. To be frank, I felt a twinge of anxiety. However, upon rewatching the footage, my heart remained unperturbed. Once our nation establishes an animal legion and subsequently a synthetic biological army, the alliance of 36 nations led by the Eagle Nation will merely be a collection of insignificant entities. Perhaps this transformation will only require a few years. Indeed, the alliance of 36 nations has orchestrated a global united anti-terror operation to flaunt their military prowess and assert dominance. Yet now, they must be utterly bewildered. For it is not we who are showcasing our might to the East, but rather the East demonstrating its strength to us. The only regret is that the technology for animal augmentation has only just been realized, and it will take several months to develop combat readiness. The strong polymer armor remains a work in progress, unfit for battle. Thus, in the upcoming global anti-terror operation 9 days from now, we will be compelled to rely on our previous weaponry, inevitably overshadowed by the alliance of 36 nations. However, this should mark the final glory of the 36 nations. In the realm of military capability, no one will dare to challenge us in the future. As time flows gently on, the viewers in the CCTV news studio engage in lively discussions, with the online audience not only remaining steady, but actually increasing. They have heard the news of animal augmentation and strong polymer armor, igniting their excitement and amplifying their admiration for Liu Yun. As they yearn to witness his moment of glory, Liu Yun's receipt of the National Hero Medal is indeed well-deserved. When will the awarding ceremony commence? Students from Hongqing University's School of Biology have come to show their support. Meanwhile, the events that transpired at the State Guest House have already been reported by global media, causing a worldwide stir. Just moments ago, the brilliant scientist Liu Yun from the East announced his latest research achievement. He has implanted a biological chip into a chimpanzee named Caesar, resulting in a transformation where Caesar can not only comprehend human speech, but also articulate it and perform military exercises. Liu Yun further stated that, with program and database upgrades, augmented animals like Caesar could easily evolve into formidable warriors, both courageous and skilled in combat. Liu Yun also showcased a research project called Strong Polymer Armor, revealing that it is the most basic form of synthetic biology, equipped with features such as flight, bullet resistance, and color camouflage. In the Middle East, at the Freedom Eagles Brigade military base, the base leader Abu Nur watched the news on Al Jazeera and stood up in excitement, his eyes shimmering with fervor. I knew it. My decision to kidnap Liu Yun was indeed the right one. Over 2 months ago, upon witnessing Liu Yun announce the initiation of human genetic evolution at a press conference, Abu Nur resolved to abduct him. He not only placed a bounty of $300 million on the dark web, but also arranged for over 20 individuals of East nationality to infiltrate the East, seeking an opportunity to carry out the kidnapping. Though a suitable moment had yet to present itself, Abu Nur picked up his phone and dialed a number. I am eagerly anticipating the moment I meet the giant panda. You must exert every effort and keep me apprised of your progress. Otherwise, your families will face dire consequences. After hanging up the phone, Abu Nur rubbed his hands together and prepared to leave. At that moment, a reporter from Al Jazeera was broadcasting another piece of news. CNN had just conducted a street survey, revealing that after Liu Yun announced the transformation of animals and the development of enhanced armor, 70 of respondents expressed keen interest in the upcoming global joint anti-terrorism exercise scheduled for 9 days hence, vowing to follow related news closely. Their rationale was that this could represent the final glory of the alliance of 36 nations in terms of military might, as well as their last opportunity to triumph over the Eastern University. Once the Eastern University assembled such a formidable legion of transformed animals and synthetic biological troops, the 36-nation alliance would no longer stand a chance in military prowess. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in Abu Nur's eyes. If the plan to kidnap Liu Yun succeeded, he would merely need to focus on development for a period, after which he could command a legion of transformed animals, synthetic biological troops, and enhanced armor, coupled with superhuman evolution and genetic weaponry. I could take on the 5 permanent members single-handedly. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that the target of this global joint anti-terrorism exercise was the armed organizations in the Middle East intent on abducting Liu Yun, and his own Free Eagles Brigade was among them. Chapter 122. The excited military enthusiasts and Liu Yun's new identity aside from ambitious individuals like Abu Nur. There exists another group that has become electrified upon learning about genetically modified animals, power armor, and synthetic life forms, military enthusiasts. At Jilin University, during a break between classes, Li Puwei was seated at the back of a classroom, engrossed in his reading. Indeed, he had returned to campus, and his identity as an HIV patient had not subjected him to discrimination. At the very least, he could distinctly sense that his classmates did not shy away from engaging with him. He understood that this acceptance was largely influenced by Hangzhou Technology's announcement regarding the imminent breakthrough in HIV treatment. Otherwise, even being in the same classroom would have sent his peers into a state of panic. Suddenly, a male classmate dashed over, exuberantly exclaiming, "Weiga, stop reading. Major news has erupted. The genetically modified animals and power armor are real. They have already been developed by Lu Yun. He's also preparing to research synthetic life forms and even mentioned the orcs from Warhammer 40k, suggesting the possibility of creating such artificial beings. Incredible!" This classmate, like Li Pengwei, was an avid military fan and a close friend within the same military enthusiast group chat. Thus, upon witnessing the video, he hurried to share the exhilarating news with Li Pengwei. For enthusiasts like them, this was a cause for celebration that surpassed even the joy of the new year. Upon hearing this, Li Pengwei could not help but exclaim in astonishment. He quickly retrieved his phone and opened Douyin, only to discover that the trending video was indeed related to this groundbreaking news. He hastily clicked play and was met with the sight of Caesar the chimpanzee fluently introducing himself in Chinese, demonstrating combat skills, showcasing power armor in flight, and an array of other astonishing scenes presented by Lu Yun regarding synthetic life forms. Remarkable, truly remarkable. With these biological weapons, surpassing the might of the Eagle Nation is merely a matter of time. Li Pengwei's eyes sparkled with excitement as he promptly opened WeChat, eager to share this momentous news with other military enthusiasts. However, he soon realized that he was late to the party. The military enthusiast group chat was already abuzz with discussions on the topic. The power armor is absolutely stunning. Lu Yun has paved a new path in military weaponry, and currently, he is the sole pioneer in this arena. If only I had not retired, I would have had the opportunity to personally experience the power armor. Now, I can only indulge in a visual feast. Who could argue otherwise? Such strategic equipment cannot be purchased, even with wealth. Meanwhile, in the capital city, at a community center for the elderly, the former head of the War Ignorance Bureau, Director Zhang, received an unexpected phone call from a friend. "Old Zhang, hurry to the state guest house. I know you must want to witness the genetically modified animals and power armor firsthand. So I've secured you a spot at the National Hero Medal Award ceremony." "Old Chen, what do you mean? I'm a bit lost here." "Old Zhang, you, the head of the War Ignorance Bureau, are quite out of the loop. Even though you've retired, you should be aware of such significant military news. Allow me to enlighten you. Just moments ago, Lu Yun showcased genetically modified animals and power armor at the entrance of the state guest house, in front of reporters from around the globe. It was astonishingly powerful. If you wish to witness it firsthand, make haste to the state guest house. I have made the necessary arrangements for you." "Oh, Lao Chen, you are truly generous. I shall set off immediately and will arrive within an hour." Director Zhang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hurried outside, simultaneously searching for related videos on his phone. After watching, he couldn't resist posting a video on Douyin. With the advent of genetically modified animals, enhanced armor, and artificial life forms, we have surpassed the Eagle Nation in military might. It is merely a matter of time. Although Director Zhang has been seldom seen in recent years, his fame remains undiminished, and upon the release of his video, it generated a tremendous stir, with an explosion of comments below. "My goodness, the director has updated his video. It feels like a nostalgic return. Director, come out of retirement. The Bureau of War needs you." Ladies and gentlemen, given our current strength, we are akin to a colossal entity in the eyes of the Eagle Nation. With every move subjected to scrutiny, we can no longer deceive other nations. Thus, the Bureau of War has fulfilled its historical mission. The era of war has ended, and the age of fear must commence. Indeed, it cannot be denied that we are now in the era of the Bureau of Fear, and for its inaugural leader, I choose Lu Yun. The genetically modified animals and enhanced armor he unveiled today exude unparalleled deterrence. Lu Yun emphasized that the enhanced armor is merely the most basic form of artificial life, which amplifies its intimidating presence, thus making him exceptionally suited to lead the Bureau of Fear. In addition to playful comments, there are numerous netizens earnestly discussing Director Zhang's statements. I concur with the director's perspective. Although the Eagle Nation has made strides in developing combat-capable humanoid robots, robotic dogs, and portable pulse guns with exoskeletal power armor, we too have advanced with genetically modified animals and enhanced armor, and in the future, we shall have artificial life forms. While the Eagle Nation's humanoid robots can produce an infinite number of units, our genetically modified animals can do the same, however, based on current performance. The modified creatures exhibit greater agility and intelligence, likely at a lower cost. The exoskeletal power armor of the Eagle Nation is formidable, capable of deflecting bullets and demonstrating agility. Yet our enhanced armor surpasses it. The ability to fly with ease renders the Eagle Nation's exoskeletal armor inferior. As for the Eagle Nation's portable pulse guns, which were once deemed devastating weapons capable of incapacitating electronic devices within a certain radius, our genetically modified animals and enhanced armor, being biological weapons, are largely unaffected. Therefore, we already possess a significant advantage, and surpassing the Eagle Nation in military strength is merely a matter of time. Moreover, Lu Yun has the potential to develop even more powerful artificial life forms. Friends, do not celebrate prematurely. Although we currently hold some technological advantages, the Eagle Nation may also experience exponential growth. For instance, if they succeed in creating advanced artificial intelligence, it could neutralize the advantages conferred by our modified animals, enhanced armor, and artificial life forms. Furthermore, the Eagle Nation possesses an alarming number of nuclear weapons, sufficient to annihilate humanity multiple times over. I find such a sentiment disconcerting. Is the development of advanced artificial intelligence truly so easily attainable? Furthermore, should a breakthrough indeed occur, it is conceivable that the United States may directly confront a crisis involving intelligent machinery, leading to its utter downfall. As for the nuclear arsenal of the United States, it merely serves as a strategic deterrent, one that we also possess. Moreover, the leaders of various nations are acutely aware that nuclear weapons will not be deployed unless faced with the existential threat of annihilation. Heated debates ensued among netizens, however. A consensus emerged. If we only consider conventional military forces, and barring any technological explosion from the United States, it would take merely 1 to 3 years for the military strength of East University to surpass that of the United States comprehensively, on land, at sea, and in the air. Coincidentally, on the other side, Fox News invited a military expert named Joseph to discuss whether the military power of the United States would be surpassed by East University. At the outset of the program, the host pointedly asked Mr. Joseph, after viewing the previous video, how do you assess the genetically modified animals and the power armor, as well as the artificial life forms mentioned by Lu Yun? Joseph responded, the performance of the genetically modified gorilla, Caesar, left me thoroughly unnerved. It can communicate fluently with humans and execute a standard military boxing routine. This indicates it possesses the capability to serve as a frontline soldier, proficient in various weaponry, unwavering in executing orders from superiors, and unafraid of sacrifice. Even if tasked with missions that carry a 100 mortality rate, it would not hesitate in the slightest. The power armor also instills fear. Although the energy issue remains unresolved, given Lu Yun's scientific prowess, a solution ought not to be far off. When ready, the power armor will become a revolutionary military asset. If every soldier at East University is outfitted with power armor, each one would transform into a super soldier, becoming a nightmare for all adversaries. Most alarming is its defenselessness. Envision 100,000 East University soldiers donning power armor, stealthily navigating underwater to evade all surveillance, only to suddenly emerge upon the United States. This would undoubtedly be a waking nightmare. Regarding artificial life forms, as they have yet to be fully developed, I shall refrain from detailed commentary. However, they are undoubtedly an advanced iteration of modified animals, and their combat capabilities will be even more formidable. The host inquired. There is a prevailing notion online that, while the United States currently holds the title of the world's foremost military power, it is on the verge of being surpassed by East University. What is your assessment? Joseph replied, though it is difficult to accept, I concur with this perspective. If East University possessed only modified animals and power armor, it would not be particularly intimidating, for we live in an era of modern warfare. Modified animals wielding sticks and human soldiers adorned in power armor, yet armed with mere sticks, cannot pose a threat to us. However, the crux of the matter is that East University already ranks as the world's second military power, equipped with formidable modern weaponry. The combination of the two would result in a qualitative leap. Take the Army as an example. If East University were to deploy a force armed to the teeth with modern weaponry, with warriors being fearless guerrillas, willing to complete their missions at the cost of their lives, even if it meant a 100 mortality rate. Could the United States contend with that? No. Our soldiers are human beings. Living individuals, faced with such an adversary, they would undoubtedly find their combat courage waning. Some may argue that even if the army falters, we possess the most formidable air force and the strongest fleet of aircraft carriers. However, the modification of animals is not confined to terrestrial species. Fish in the ocean can also be altered, potentially carrying explosives to strike our carrier fleets, unless we eradicate all fish that approach our carriers. There exists a constant threat of our naval vessels being destroyed by underwater explosives. But is such an endeavor feasible? As for our Air Force, it is well known that birds have been responsible for aircraft crashes. Now, with the advent of animal modification technology at the University of Tokyo, any avian creature soaring in the skies could become a biological weapon. Even with a powerful Air Force, we may hesitate to take flight. For it is impossible to eliminate every bird in the air with missiles, a feat that would lead any nation to financial ruin. In light of this, Joseph lamented that technology is the cornerstone of modern warfare. Thus, should the University of Tokyo master such capabilities, our military might in the United States could indeed be surpassed. A reality beyond human control. The host then inquired, if we wish to maintain our status as the foremost military power, what course of action should we pursue? Surely, solutions must exist, correct? Chapter 123, The Attention of Millions, The Evolution of Superhumans. Joseph remarked, solutions? I indeed have two. First, we persuade Lu Yun to immigrate to the United States, and then we shall have a transformed animal army, powered armor, and synthetic biological legions. Second, we shall summon brilliant scientists akin to Lu Yun, who will develop advanced technologies such as strong artificial intelligence and nanorobots, thus countering the advantages Lu Yun bestows upon East University. The host interjected, isn't that tantamount to saying nothing? If Lu Yun were willing to immigrate to the United States, we could elect him as our supreme leader, but he has no desire to come. As for summoning brilliant scientists, there has never been a genius of Lu Yun's caliber in human history, even Newton and Einstein pale in comparison. Joseph's identity is not trivial. He is one of the most renowned military commentators in the United States, and his statements quickly stirred a tempest. On platforms such as Reddit and Twitter, countless citizens of the United States engaged in heated discussions. Joseph is overly pessimistic. Can Lu Yun truly resolve the energy issues of powered armor? Perhaps not. Will Lu Yun's transformed animal army and synthetic biological legions solely benefit East University? The transformation of animals and creation of synthetic organisms are all governed by intelligent programs within biological chips. What if a self-aware strong AI emerges, leading to a crisis reminiscent of the Iron Man rebellion? East University could face dire consequences. Indeed, Joseph may be too pessimistic. Our humanoid robots and robotic dogs can also take to the battlefield and are not averse to sacrifice, though they currently lack agility and intelligence. However, technology will inevitably advance. Technological advancement? Are you pinning your hopes on DARPA? I, for one, do not place my faith in DARPA. Thus, I concur with Joseph's perspective, and I find it inconsequential. Even if we are surpassed by East University, we will remain the second in the world, and with our nuclear arsenal, East University would not dare to act against us. In terms of technological advancement, can we truly compete with Lu Yun? Let us not forget that it has only been 6 months since Lu Yun decided to research kidney cloning technology. His pace of research is extraordinarily rapid. Perhaps in a year or two, we will witness the biological weapons akin to those in Warhammer 40k, and the evolution of superhumans has already commenced. If our military might is surpassed by East University, can we maintain our position as the world's leader? Certainly not. We would be concerned about betrayal from our former allies. The citizens of the United States felt a twinge of anxiety, yet they were also resigned, for they realized they could only watch as East University's military power eclipsed that of the United States, gradually usurping the throne of global supremacy. These sentiments expressed online were observed by East University students studying in the United States. It seemed the citizens of the United States were losing confidence. In a Chinese restaurant in Chinatown, a tall international student lamented. As soon as he finished speaking, the other 3 students at the same table chuckled and began to respond. One cannot simply claim a lack of confidence. Rather, it is an acceptance of reality. Once our nation establishes its transformed animal legions and artificial biological troops, and subsequently equips them with formidable power armor, the military might of the United States will indeed appear inadequate. This situation is also intertwined with the dubious maneuvers of certain prominent figures in the U.S. The American populace initially held great trust in DARPA, believing the agency's claims of breakthroughs in nanotechnology that promised to cure cancer and would soon be licensed to pharmaceutical giants. Consequently, they eagerly invested in stocks of companies like Pfizer and Roche, only to discover that DARPA's announcements were mere fabrications, leaving them as unwitting investors while the shareholders of these pharmaceutical behemoths reveled in their profits. Trust in DARPA has since been irrevocably shattered among the American public. Moreover, it has become common knowledge that to secure the prospect of rejuvenation in the future, politicians such as Speaker of the House Carl and billionaires like Musk and Bezos have sold out the national interest of the United States. Given these circumstances, it is only natural that the confidence of ordinary Americans in their country has waned. For us, this is fortuitous, especially since many of us plan to return home for our careers after graduation. However, some individuals must certainly be regretting their decisions deeply. Are you referring to the likes of Chen Jinxiang? Their remorse is futile. They paid a hefty price to come to the U.S., believing they had arrived in a paradise, vowing never to return home, only to spout vitriolic anti-national sentiments online. Now, they are utterly bewildered. Not only are they unable to develop their careers back home, but even those who remain in the U.S. find themselves blacklisted by Hangzhou Technology, thus missing out on potential treatments for cancer and rejuvenation. Speaking of Chen Jinxiang, I recently heard that upon returning to China, not only did he fail to cure his cancer, but he was also forced to repay over $2 million to his creditors. This distress led to a deterioration of his condition, revealing that he was actually in the mid-stage of lung cancer, which has now progressed to its terminal phase. It is likely that he has little time left, and one wonders if he harbors any regrets now. Upon hearing this, a middle-aged man passing by became visibly agitated, his face flushing with anger as he succumbed to a violent coughing fit. It was none other than Chen Jinxiang himself. He had initially intended to dine at this Chinese restaurant, but at that moment, his appetite had vanished, and he turned to leave. He refrained from confronting the 3 international students, as his doctor had advised against anger, warning that it would exacerbate his condition. Observing Chen Jinxiang's hasty retreat, the 4 students exchanged amused glances. Their earlier mention of him had been a deliberate provocation upon noticing his approach. They felt no sympathy for someone like Chen Jinxiang. Rather, they reveled in the opportunity to kick a man when he was down. Meanwhile, as time flowed gently onward, the ceremony for the National Scholar Medal finally commenced. Amidst the resounding national anthem and the applause of thousands of attendees, Liu Yun ascended the red carpet toward the podium, walking with poise and a subtle smile gracing his face. Simultaneously, over 30 million viewers tuned in to the live broadcast nationwide. Liu Yun, congratulations. In Hangzhou, on the bustling Jinxiao Food Street, Qingqing, who was selling spicy skewers, momentarily paused her service to send a comment in the live broadcast of CCTV News. She expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Liu Yun, for the 2 kidneys within her body were indeed the cloned kidneys that he had researched. The polycystic kidney disease that afflicted her now held the glimmer of a possible cure, all thanks to Liu Yun. Her once bleak existence had been utterly transformed by him. Friends in the live stream, shall we collectively extend our congratulations to Liu Yun? The Douyin host, known for her artistic flair, deliberately initiated a broadcast to share the momentous occasion of Liu Yun receiving the Medal of Honor with over 3,000 viewers, rallying them to congratulate him as a token of her appreciation. Had it not been for Liu Yun, she would still be a terminal cancer patient. Congratulations, Professor Liu. Professor Liu is remarkable. The entire faculty and student body of Hangzhou University extends their heartfelt congratulations to Professor Liu. At that moment, thousands tuned into the live broadcast from Hangzhou University, and their comments diverged from others, uniformly addressing him as Professor Liu. Amidst the chorus of blessings from millions of viewers and the thunderous applause resonating through the venue, accompanied by the resounding national anthem, Liu Yun ascended the podium to receive the heavy medal, brimming with excitement. This honor, in his heart, far surpassed the Nobel Prize pursued by countless scientists. Soon, the ceremony concluded, and the audience gradually exited, while the viewers in the CCTV news studio returned to their affairs. However, Liu Yun remained, as he was to meet with military representatives to discuss matters concerning the modification of animals, power armor, and synthetic biology. Professor Liu, in the conference room, a dozen men adorned with military insignia stood, smiling as they shook hands with Liu Yun, their eyes reflecting admiration. Liu Yun reciprocated their smiles one by one. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, one of the gentlemen, with a hint of anticipation, remarked, Professor Liu, the performance of the power armor is astonishing. Which brings to mind your previous mention of superhuman evolution at the press conference. Are you now interested in initiating this project? The combination of superhuman soldiers and power armor would undoubtedly be the perfect synergy. Chapter 124: Rejuvenation and the Quest for Citizen Welfare. For a long time, the Eastern military harbored a profound fear of insufficient firepower. Whenever an opportunity arose, they endeavored to augment their strength. Thus, they were not content merely with transforming animal legions, developing biological armors, and creating synthetic biological troops. They aspired to evolve their soldiers physically into superhuman warriors. In short, they desired it all. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun chuckled softly. Although I currently lack the time, the Superhuman Evolution Project holds a high priority on my list of research endeavors. Once I complete the transformations of animals, the development of biological armors, synthetic biology, and rejuvenation, I shall initiate the Superhuman Evolution Project. The timeline will not be extensive at most. A year. A mere year is something we can afford to wait, said the man in military attire, smiling. An hour later, Lu Yun bid farewell to the military representatives and proceeded to another conference room, where several leaders were engaged in conversation. Upon his entrance, one of the leaders greeted him with a smile. Professor Liu, your timing is impeccable. We were just discussing rejuvenation and require your insights on certain technical matters. How's the progress on the rejuvenation technology? After pondering for a moment, Lu Yun replied, the progress is quite smooth. Moving forward, I shall allocate half of my efforts to military projects such as biological armors and animal transformations, while devoting the other half to the rejuvenation project. I anticipate that within 6 months, we will be ready for animal trials, and within a year, for human trials. Another leader inquired, is your rejuvenation technology effective for a lifetime after a single application, or will it necessitate periodic treatments? Lu Yun responded with a smile. Aging is a physiological process that perpetually occurs. Even after rejuvenation, one will continue to age. At present, we cannot achieve a one-time, lifetime efficacy. Based on my current research, I estimate that the effects of rejuvenation will last approximately 10 to 20 years before requiring further treatment. Otherwise, one would experience a rapid decline into aging. Hearing this, the leader nodded. We have consulted with academician Su Aimin and others, who also believe that permanent rejuvenation is unattainable. Therefore, our discussions on rejuvenation policies have been grounded in this understanding. By the way, we have developed a preliminary plan, and we would like to hear your thoughts. Intrigued, Lu Yun nodded in affirmation. Please, go on. The leader explained, we intend to make rejuvenation a citizen welfare program. Any citizen who reaches the age of 60, possesses Chinese nationality, and has not had their political rights revoked, shall be entitled to rejuvenation, regardless of the cost, which will be borne by the state. For those under 60 seeking rejuvenation, they will be responsible for the expenses, although a portion will be reimbursed. With the reimbursement amount correlated to their age, the closer they are to 60, the higher the reimbursement percentage. This policy will only apply to citizens experiencing rejuvenation for the first time. Subsequent treatments will not feature the unconditional free provision for those under 60, and will instead depend on the rejuvenation insurance contributions made by the citizens. Indeed, the Youth Restoration Insurance is set to replace the current pension insurance, commencing from a fresh slate, with previous contributions to the pension being addressed separately. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun was suddenly struck by a profound sense of the relentless march of time and the transformative impact his technology could have on the nation and ordinary individuals. His demeanor grew serious as he contemplated the matter for a considerable duration before articulating his thoughts. I believe this policy is commendable, as it attends to vulnerable groups. However, the threshold age of 60 appears rather conservative. It would be more beneficial to initiate access to complementary youth restoration at the age of 50 or even 45, since bodily functions tend to decline rapidly at this stage. Naturally, other policies must adapt accordingly. As you mentioned earlier, individuals under 50 would need to bear the costs themselves, but a portion could be reimbursed, with the reimbursement amount being age-dependent. The closer one is to 50, the higher the reimbursement rate. Upon hearing Lu Yun's remarks, the leaders nodded in agreement. While this could impose significant pressure on the national finances, as long as payments are made in soft currency, the state need not fear a lack of funds. Thus, this proposal merits consideration, though precise figures will require meticulous calculation. 2 hours later, Lu Yun bid farewell to the leaders and, under the protection of Chen Jing and others, embarked towards the airport. Inside the vehicle, a subtle smile graced Lu Yun's lips. This journey not only garnered him the prestigious National Honor Medal but also facilitated discussions with the military regarding the transformation of animals, strong polymer armor, synthetic organisms, and superhuman soldiers, alongside his involvement in national policy formulation. Truly a bountiful harvest. Upon returning, he aimed to expedite the development of the strong polymer armor for military testing, subsequently modifying animals according to their specifications before launching the synthetic organism project to create formidable biological weaponry. The military evidently harbored greater expectations for synthetic organisms compared to modified animals, and he shared this sentiment, considering synthetic organisms to be the advanced iteration of animal modification. Moreover, the youth restoration technology must continue to progress. Over 700 million compatriots aged 40 and above are undoubtedly awaiting this innovation. Once these projects are completed, he would initiate the Superhuman Evolution Project, confident that by then, societal attitudes towards genetic evolution would have shifted from their previous aversion. Having organized his thoughts, Lian felt a wave of relief wash over him. Leaning back in his seat, he took a generous sip of Coca-Cola with his left hand while retrieving his phone from his pocket with his right, preparing to scroll through Douyin to pass the time. However, upon unlocking the screen, he discovered a plethora of unread WeChat messages. Curiously, he opened them to find his classmates from senior class 1 engaged in lively discussion within their group chat. With only 6 days remaining until the announcement of their college entrance examination results, uncertainty loomed regarding their scores. As for me, I fear I have failed. My estimated score is merely 651, which surely will not secure my admission to the Biological Sciences Department of Hongqing University. Reluctantly, I must consider attending a university in another province. Friends, are you not keeping up with the news? How can you still be discussing the college entrance examination? Lu Yun has accomplished an extraordinary feat. He has successfully developed genetically modified animals and powered exoskeletons. Quickly, one must watch the video. It is absolutely exhilarating. My goodness. Caesar's martial arts skills are incredibly impressive. The exoskeletons are even more striking. I yearn to acquire a set, although I wonder if they will ever be available for purchase. What an Avi thought. Such strategic equipment will undoubtedly remain inaccessible to the average person, regardless of wealth, if one wishes to utilize it. Military service would be the only option. My interest lies more with the creation of artificial organisms. Thus, I have resolved that upon the release of my college entrance examination results, should my scores suffice, I shall apply to the College of Biology at Hongqing University, hoping to align myself with Lu Yun's illustrious endeavors and perhaps participate in the artificial organism project. I estimate my score to be around 710. I should be able to gain admission to the College of Biology at Hongqing University. Upon receiving this news, Lu Yun too felt a twinge of curiosity regarding his own examination score. Although it holds little significance for him, a higher score would certainly be a cause for celebration. As for the old classmates preparing to apply to the College of Biology at Hongqing University, Lu Yun pondered for a moment and sent a message in the group chat. If you gain admission to the College of Biology at Hongqing University, let me know directly. I can arrange for you to join the collaborative project between Hongqing University and Hangzhou Technology. Yes, special slots without competition. As soon as this message was dispatched, the WeChat group erupted with excitement. No way. Lian actually chimed in. Thank you, esteemed leader. Haha. This year I will undoubtedly be able to enter the College of Biology at Hongqing University, and then I can directly join the collaborative project with Hangzhou Technology. Oh great leader, I aspire to be your foremost disciple at the College of Biology. Is there a photo of the National Medal of Honor? Let us expand our horizons. Seeing these messages, Lu Yun's lips curled into a slight smile, and he began conversing with his classmates in the group chat. Meanwhile, the shockwaves created by genetically modified animals, powered exoskeletons, and artificial organisms continue to reverberate throughout the world. At an altitude of 5,418 meters lies a border outpost, a place where low pressure and oxygen deficiency prevail, and snow remains perpetually unmelted. Yet, this is the frontier of our homeland, and it must be guarded. As night falls, the cold wind howls. Inside the outpost, a dozen border soldiers gather around an LCD television, the signal flickering intermittently, yet they are accustomed to it. In this desolate realm, connecting to the outside world through such a weak signal is already a rarity. A decade ago, even this minimal comfort was unattainable. The program currently airing is the daily news broadcast, a staple for the soldiers. The meteorological station has issued a yellow typhoon warning today. The genetically modified animals and powered exoskeletons developed by our scientist Lu Yun make their public debut for the first time. The scene shifts to Caesar the chimpanzee, who introduces himself fluently in Mandarin and performs a series of martial arts moves with remarkable precision and vigor. Incredible! This martial arts performance is executed even better than I could ever manage. Private Li Ming exclaimed, slapping his thigh in astonishment. This is simply unbelievable. How is it even possible? I wonder how adept this chimpanzee is with firearms. The other warriors were utterly astonished by the remarkable performance of Caesar, the chimpanzee, which far exceeded their expectations. The scene shifted once more to reveal a striking woman donning the powerful exosuit, soaring gracefully into the air as she elaborated on its various functions. With extreme adaptability, this exosuit could endure temperatures approaching absolute zero. How perfectly suited it would be for our outpost 5418. Li Ming, brimming with excitement, pointed at the screen, exclaiming that it would be wonderful if they could be outfitted with such equipment in the future. The other warriors could hardly contain their anticipation with the exosuit. The patrol risks for the soldiers at Outpost 5418 could be reduced to nearly zero. The exosuit's capability to withstand extreme cold and enable flight meant that soldiers would no longer have to fear losing contact during blizzards. Its bulletproof design would protect them from the threat of illegal border crossers' gunfire. The scene transitioned again, as the deep and powerful voice of the news anchor resonated. Genetically modified animals, exosuits, and synthetic beings will begin to undergo practical combat testing this year, with the first units being deployed to the high-altitude border. Upon hearing this, Li Ming leaped up in excitement, exclaiming that perhaps this year they would don exosuits and have genetically modified animals as comrades. The other soldiers also displayed eager expressions. Let us hope it happens soon. I'm set to retire next year, and I wish to experience the exosuit before I leave. In this desolate place where transport helicopters arrive only once a month, having flying exosuits would significantly ease our lives. We are fortunate to be serving in such a promising era. With genetically modified animals, exosuits, and synthetic beings, our nation's military strength will surely surpass that of the Eagle Nation. In the future, we can proudly tell our descendants that during our years of service, our country's military became the world's strongest. Laughter erupted among the soldiers. After chatting for a while longer, Li Ming departed the outpost with a comrade, heading toward their post. The biting cold wind hit their faces, yet his heart burned with fervor. He had a premonition that both he and this once lonely snowy expanse were about to be transformed by an overwhelming force. Chapter 125, Version 3. 0 of the bioarmor, practical testing. Meanwhile, in Eagle Country, at the White House, representatives from 36 nations convened in urgent meeting to deliberate on 3 pivotal issues. Firstly, the objective of the global coalition against terrorism was to deter the Eastern Empire through military might. However, it now appears that the Eastern Empire has managed to intimidate them instead. Thus, is there still a necessity to continue this global anti-terrorism initiative? Secondly, a handful of member nations have proposed the dissolution of the alliance, while others are divided in their support or opposition. Thirdly, should the alliance remain intact? What strategy should be employed to counter the threats posed by genetically modified creatures, bioarmor, and artificial organisms? After several hours of discussion, resolutions were reached on the first 2 matters. Firstly, the global coalition against terrorism will proceed as planned. The rationale is straightforward. Given the immense public attention, if the initiative were to be cancelled, the 36 nations would be ridiculed internationally, severely undermining national confidence. Moreover, the genetically modified creatures, bioarmor, and artificial organisms have yet to be deployed in military ranks. Why succumb to fear at this stage? Furthermore, the newly developed genetically modified creatures would take at least a month to create a legion through cloning technology, while the bioarmor's energy issues remain unresolved, rendering it unfit for combat. Thus, during this joint anti-terrorism operation, the Eastern Empire will not be able to present legions of modified creatures, bioarmor, or artificial organisms, leaving the military advantage with the 36-nation alliance. Secondly, the alliance will not dissolve. The Eastern Empire's military capabilities have not undergone a qualitative change. They merely hold potential for the future. Therefore, conceding at this juncture would be premature. It is wiser to persist for a while longer, as circumstances may yet shift in their favor. At this moment, the representatives from the 36 nations were engaged in discussions regarding the final issue: how to confront the threats posed by genetically modified creatures, bioarmor, and artificial organisms. Collaboration. We must unite and bolster our cooperative efforts, especially in the realm of technological advancement, proclaimed Carl, the Speaker of the House of the Eagle Country. Artificial superintelligence. controllable nuclear fusion, nanorobots, and directed energy weapons. These technologies are on the brink of breakthrough, and once achieved, they could sufficiently counteract the advantages the Eastern Empire holds. Notably, with artificial superintelligence, our robots are already capable of engaging on the battlefield. The only limitation is their cognitive abilities. If we can resolve this issue, we need not fear military threats from the Eastern Empire. Although this sentiment may seem repetitive, the representatives were acutely aware that it represented their sole option. Should the 36 nations collaborate to develop these technologies without achieving breakthroughs, the world would inevitably face an unprecedentedly powerful hegemon, one that would not only monopolize human genetic evolution, but also wield overwhelming military dominance. Such a scenario must be averted, otherwise, we shall all become second-class citizens in this world. Many were plagued by this thought. 5 days swiftly passed. Lu Yun had successfully developed the 3.0 version of the bioarmor and instructed the company's general manager, Li Peiqiang, to arrange for a factory dedicated to the production of the bioarmor. On that day, at 9:30 in the morning, the first batch of 50 sets of the powerful exoskeleton armor was completed. Li Yun promptly instructed Yang Jixin to notify the military. Shortly thereafter, Captain Li Yufeng of the Wolf Fong Special Forces, accompanied by 12 elite soldiers, set off in 2 fully enclosed military vehicles towards Hangzhou Technology, located a mere 300 meters away. Indeed, the base of the Wolf Fong Special Forces was strategically positioned just 300 meters from Hangzhou Technology, a deliberate arrangement to ensure the protection of both Lu Yun and the technology firm. However, the strength of the Wolf Fong Special Forces was not to be underestimated. It was remarkably formidable, comprising 5 battalions, each consisting of 100 personnel, all equipped with the nation's most advanced weaponry. Even Captain Li Yunfeng held the rank of colonel. Before long, Lu Yun encountered Li Yunfeng and his team. "Professor Lu, it is an honor," Li Yunfeng exclaimed, his eyes gleaming as he beheld Lu Yun, clad in immaculate military attire. As a seasoned soldier, his greatest aspiration was to see his homeland grow stronger. This young man before him was the very heart of the nation's technological advancement, propelling the country's development as if by magic through his remarkable research achievements. Thus, upon meeting Lu Yun, he felt a deep sense of respect. "Hello, Captain Li," Lu Yun replied, shaking Li Yunfeng's hand with a smile. "The 50 sets of exoskeleton armor are ready. Please accompany me to the workshop, and I shall introduce you to them before you take them away." Li Yunfeng grinned, his voice hoarse yet resonant. "Thank you, Professor Lu." They soon arrived at the production workshop of the exoskeleton armor, where 50 sets lay arranged on the floor, rectangular and transparent, seemingly unremarkable. Yet, for Li Yunfeng and the Wolf Fong soldiers, a surge of excitement was palpable. This was indeed the most formidable exoskeleton armor on the planet. Li Yun pointed to one set of armor on the ground, saying, "Captain Li, please don a set of the exoskeleton armor, and I will provide you with an introduction. The current version is 3.0. which has undergone significant modifications compared to the previously unveiled version 2.1. The method of wearing it was straightforward. One simply needed to make contact with it and mentally command it to cover, at which point it would automatically envelop the entire body. Li Yunfeng nodded, observing, "It is evident that substantial changes have been made. The size has noticeably increased." Lu Yun continued, "I have incorporated several new features into the exoskeleton armor, necessitating a larger volume. The current size is 1.5 times that of the original, weighing around 15 kilograms, which imposes a higher physical demand on the user. 15 kilograms is hardly a concern for any active duty soldier," Li Yufeng remarked. As he spoke, he approached one of the exoskeletons, placed his right hand upon it, and silently recited the command cover. In an instant, the armor seemed to come alive, undulating along his hand, and within half a minute, it enveloped his entire body. At that moment, Li Yufeng noticed a metallic sheen on the surface of the exoskeleton armor and exclaimed in astonishment, "Is this the upgraded protective layer of the exoskeleton armor?" Lu Yun nodded and remarked, "The original power armor could only withstand temperatures of 150 degrees Celsius, making it too vulnerable to targeted attacks. Therefore, I have upgraded its high-temperature resistance. Now, the surface cells of the armor secrete a ceramic-based nanomaterial that forms an insulating layer capable of enduring temperatures around 2,700 degrees Celsius. Moreover, when the insulating layer encounters extreme heat and carbonizes, the self-repair function of the armor activates immediately, rapidly dividing and mending the damage while forming a new insulating layer. In addition, the underwater combat capabilities have also been enhanced. When you submerge, the armor can generate shark skin-like biomimetic scales on its back and limbs, creating vortices through high-frequency vibrations. Combined with jet propulsion, the underwater speed can reach up to 40 knots. As for the underwater offensive capabilities, it can currently only defend against electric attacks like an electric eel, but it can carry weapons such as torpedoes, making its actual combat effectiveness quite formidable. Furthermore, the strength has been significantly augmented by optimizing the muscle layer cells and microstructure of the armor, along with an increase in its size. The load-bearing capacity has expanded from 300 kilograms to 1 ton. Additionally, a new feature has been introduced, infrared sensing. When the infrared sensing mode is activated, an infrared thermal imaging display appears directly before the user's eyes within the inner layer of the armor. Moreover, the energy issue has been resolved. Through supercapacitor modifications to the energy storing cells of the armor, the energy density has increased by 700. Now, the power armor can sustain over 6 hours in standard mode and exceed 43 minutes in flight mode. Although the endurance time is still somewhat short, recharging is quite convenient. I have developed a high-density energy gel, ADP-114, which requires only 2,000 milliliters to fully recharge the armor. However, the supercapacitor modifications come with a drawback. They shorten the lifespan of the energy cells. Based on my estimations, if the power armor is used intensively, it may become inoperative within a year. Liu Yun concluded his rather dry and tedious introduction of the upgrades to the power armor. But Liu Feng listened intently and grew increasingly excited. With a load-bearing capacity exceeding 1 ton, bulletproof protection, underwater capabilities, resistance to temperatures of 2,700 degrees Celsius, infrared thermal imaging functionality, a flight time exceeding 43 minutes, and a combat duration exceeding 6 hours. The amalgamation of these features in a single piece of equipment is nothing short of exceptional for special forces. Donning the power armor, along with other weaponry, he could take on an entire squad in complex terrain such as jungles or cities. If the entire Wolfang Special Forces were equipped with the power armor, he felt confident in penetrating enemy territory to execute assassination missions. Professor Liu, I plan to test the performance of the power armor at the adjacent base. Would you be interested in observing? Liu Feng grinned and extended the invitation. I have already conducted my own tests, so I will pass, Liu Yun replied, shaking his head. However, if your military conducts practical tests, I would appreciate the opportunity to view the recordings. Liu Feng remarked, according to our plan, after conducting tests on my end, I will promptly arrange for the practical combat testing of the power armor, which will be tailored to various terrains. Among these, the operational test in the border jungle environment has temporarily identified as a target the recently active organization involved in the trafficking of white powder along the Yun province border. These individuals are quite ruthless, having committed multiple homicides and exhibiting fierce firepower. Consequently, the Yun province authorities have requested our military's intervention to deliver a decisive blow to them. At this point, Li Yunfeng chuckled and added, interestingly, these individuals have some connections to you. Liu Yun, intrigued, inquired, connections to me? Li Yunfeng elucidated, according to investigations. These individuals were originally part of an organ trafficking syndicate active in Southeast Asia. The cloned kidneys you have researched are now on the market, and your company is also exploring cloning projects for other organs, such as hearts and lungs. Patients in need of organ transplants have shifted their focus towards cloned organs, leaving these trafficking syndicates without clients. However, having become accustomed to the quick profits from their previous activities, they are ill-equipped to transition to laborious work, leading them to pivot entirely into the trafficking of white powder. The sudden influx of participants in this illicit trade has intensified competition, resulting in their extreme brutality. Liu Yun. Chapter 126. The practical test of the strong armor in the jungle. Li Yunfeng remarked. This operation is entirely under the purview of our Wolfang Special Forces. The command center is located at the adjacent base. If you are interested, you may observe the proceedings firsthand, witnessing both the performance of the strong armor in combat and the apprehension of those nefarious organizations. Liu Yun felt a surge of intrigue. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded and replied, Captain Li, I appreciate your assistance. At 3:30 in the afternoon, under the protection of Chen Jing and others, Liu Yun arrived at the operational command center of the Wolfang Special Forces next to the company. Upon entering, he was greeted by an expansive curved display screen, exceeding 10 meters in width and 3 meters in height, divided into 10 distinct panels. Professor Liu, welcome, Li Yufeng said without unnecessary preamble, extending a greeting before elaborating. As per higher directives, we have arranged 10 different scenarios for the practical testing of the strong armor. The real-time footage captured by drones will be displayed on the main control screen, which is this very screen before us. You have arrived just in time. The jungle combat test operation in Yun Province is about to commence, and soon we will receive video transmissions. Allow me to provide you with an overview. The target this time is a gang led by Brother Long, consisting of over 20 members armed with AK-47s, handguns, and grenades. They are notorious for their brutality, having launched 2 aggressive assaults on the police in Myanmar. Consequently, Myanmar is highly supportive of this operation, providing crucial intelligence. Today, Brother Long's gang is expected to transport a significant amount of white powder through the jungle and across the border into our country. The intelligence from Myanmar includes the gang's approximate route. We will first deploy a swarm of drones for reconnaissance. Once we lock onto the target, regardless of whether they are within our borders or still in Myanmar, we can swiftly deploy soldiers clad in strong armor to eliminate this gang. Meanwhile, at the border of Yun Province, at the foot of Jingjin Mountain, a group of several vigilant officers, armed with submachine guns, scanned their surroundings. They were narcotics enforcement officers from the Border Control Unit, who patrol the jungle year-round. Today, they had received orders to assist military special forces in the elimination of Brother Long's gang. "Captain, are we to act jointly with the military?" one officer inquired. I spoke with Director Zhou, and he indicated that we are not required to engage directly. This operation is entirely the military's responsibility. Our role is merely to provide intelligence support and to retrieve any captured criminals. But why haven't the military personnel arrived yet? It's almost dark, and the risks of jungle combat will significantly increase. Just as Captain Chun Pu conversed with others, a low humming sound resonated from above. Following the sound, they observed 2 helicopters approaching from a distance, hovering 7 or 8 meters above the ground. Then, one of the helicopters opened its door, yet curiously, no one emerged. Approximately half a minute later, a microdrone emerged, followed by a second, then a third. Within mere minutes, 400 microdrones surged forth from the hatch, soaring towards the dense jungle ahead. This was a swarm of drones dispatched from the heterogeneous Hive mission pod, tasked with establishing a surveillance network to locate the gang led by Long Gu amidst the vast wilderness, while simultaneously capturing the real-time combat footage of the enhanced armor's operational test. The visuals recorded by these drones would be transmitted instantaneously to the operational command center situated far away in Hongqing, where technicians would process the data for display on the main control screen. Astoundingly, not long ago, I had seen reports on the Jiutian drones employing swarm tactics. But witnessing something so similar unfold before my eyes today was utterly remarkable. Truly, special forces operate on an entirely different level, both in terms of equipment and tactics. Incredible! The onlookers were wide-eyed in amazement. Just then, another drone's hatch opened, and a rope was deployed. 2 soldiers clad in camouflage approached the hatch, their right hands gripping oversized military packs while their left hands held the rope, rapidly descending to the ground. Captain Chen Pu, observing the 2 soldiers descend, felt a wave of confusion wash over him as the helicopter hatch closed behind them. Surely, only 2 individuals could not possibly be participating in this operation, especially considering Long Gu's gang boasted over 20 members armed with AK-47s and grenades. Even with a swarm of drones at their disposal, they could not simply dispatch 2 operatives. However, at that moment, he noticed the 2 soldiers crouching on the ground, unzipping their military packs. In an instant, his eyes widened once more, for within those packs lay the enhanced armor. In recent days, the topics of genetically modified animals, enhanced armor, and bioengineered entities had become the hottest subjects online, and he had encountered related videos daily, allowing him to recognize it immediately. The enhanced armor was indeed present. Could it be that Lu Yun had resolved the energy issue concerning the enhanced armor? Was the military conducting a practical test? Upon realizing this, Chen Pu was filled with exhilaration. He had never anticipated that participating in what he thought would be a routine operation would afford him the rare opportunity to witness enhanced armor firsthand. The other onlookers shared his astonishment, equally amazed at how fortunate Long Gu's gang was to have attracted the military's deployment of a terrifying combination of drone swarms and enhanced armor, a truly disproportionate response akin to a mosquito being struck down by cannon fire. Meanwhile, in Hongqing, at the operational command center of the Wolf Fong Special Forces, the surveillance footage captured by the drone swarm from Yun Province was projected onto the main screen. Drone number 1 recorded a wild boar before pausing momentarily and then automatically continuing its flight. Drone number 37 captured footage of an elderly man. His hair a mix of gray and white, foraging for mushrooms on the mountainside. The drone number 256 captured a young couple passionately interacting atop an uninhabited mountain peak. According to its programming, upon detecting human presence, the drone automatically took a clear frontal photograph, subsequently cross-referencing the individual's identities within the National Citizen Identity System, thus revealing their identities on screen. Zhou Xiong, male, 21 years old, unmarried. Chun Lijuan, female, 35 years old, married. A hushed silence enveloped the operations command center. Fortunately, this was merely an interlude. Under the technician's control, the drone swarm dispersed, continuing their flight while encompassing a monitoring radius of several kilometers. Capturing remarkably clear imagery, even the minutest mushroom on the ground was distinctly visible. These drones appeared to be governed by a unified will, avoiding reconnaissance of areas already surveyed by other drones, thereby preventing resource wastage. Upon noticing this detail, Lian pondered. In future endeavors of researching and modifying animals and bioengineered organisms, it would be prudent to incorporate a collaborative operational feature. Furthermore, if memory serves, the Tyranids in Warhammer 40k exhibit such collective will, termed the hive mind, which is quite formidable. While he certainly could not replicate such a powerful hive mind, he could devise a diluted version, perhaps to be labeled as collective will. Approximately 10 minutes later, the drone swarm had already traversed into the territory of Myanmar. Yet the footage remained an expansive dense jungle. Suddenly, the imagery captured by drone number 73 drew the attention of the observers. It depicted over 20 individuals traversing a muddy mountain path, each carrying a pack and wielding weapons such as AK-47s. Some of their identities were also discerned and displayed on the screen. Zhou Dalong, male, 37 years old, married, nicknamed Brother Long of Kuan City. A fugitive. Chen Chong, male, 25 years old, unmarried, imprisoned in 2019 for causing severe injury in a brawl, released in 2022. All identified individuals hailed from Dongda and possessed criminal records, with several being fugitives who fled to Southeast Asia after intensified crackdowns on organized crime in their homeland. As for those whose identities remained unrecognized, they either had undergone cosmetic surgery or were foreign nationals. Regardless of their nationality, none would face unjust execution. Wolf, Fong 1 and 2. Targets identified at 2437-foot north latitude, 9845-foot east longitude. You are to depart immediately. Over. Li Yunfeng decisively issued the command. Received. At the border of Yun Province, at the foot of Jinyun Mountain, two soldiers designated as Wolf Fong 1 and 2 adeptly activated their powered armor, unleashing ion thrusters that emitted a stream of ethereal blue particles, soaring skyward. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers were enraptured. Truly impressive. Upon returning, I must petition higher authorities. Our police force also requires powered armor. It would be immensely beneficial for patrolling the border jungles or combating illegal border crossings and the trafficking of narcotics. Chapter 127. Have we transgressed divine laws? The deployment of power armor. After a recent downpour, the mountain paths were rendered treacherous and muddy, making each step laborious. Zhou Dalong and his companions had been trekking for over 3 hours when they reached the banks of a river, their faces reflecting fatigue. Brother Long, the men are weary. Let us take a moment to rest, suggested a middle-aged man with a shaved head, hastening to Zhou Dalong's side. Zhou Dalong glanced at his phone to check the time, then surveyed the weary expressions of his companions. He nodded and declared, "Let us rest for 10 minutes and have a bite to replenish our strength." With that, he painted an enticing vision to uplift their spirits. "We are nearing the border between the two nations. Our buyers await us there. Once the deal is sealed, each of you will earn at least 200,000. Imagine the pleasures you can indulge in. Everything you desire will be within your grasp." At his words, excitement gleamed in the eyes of his companions. They had long been acquainted with the power of wealth in Southeast Asia. In these lands, money reigns supreme. It is said that even those who commit heinous crimes can swiftly secure their release from prison if they are willing to part with enough dollars. And now, the same applies to the yuan, a currency recognized worldwide. Unbeknownst to them, however, hundreds of meters above their heads, numerous miniature drones hovered, relaying captured footage back to the command center in Hongqing. They were also unaware that two figures were descending slowly from the treetops a kilometer away, Wolf Tooth 1 and Wolf Tooth 2. The target consists of 23 individuals, armed with AK-47s, grenades, and other weaponry. They are currently at rest, approximately 1,000 meters from your position. Wolf Tooth 1, Wolf Tooth 2. You are free to proceed as you see fit. Maximize the combat potential of the power armor, instructed Liu Feng. Initially, he had intended to devise a strategy. But upon observing the armaments of Brother Long's group, he dismissed the notion. Having tested the armor's resilience against AK-47s and grenades earlier that day, he realized the outcome of this confrontation was a foregone conclusion. Absolute superiority in strength rendered tactics unnecessary. A straightforward charge would suffice. Understood. Wolf-Tooth 1 and Wolf-Tooth 2 sprinted forward. Despite the muddy terrain, the enhancements provided by their power armor allowed them to navigate with ease. Minutes later, they reached the crest of a hill, where they beheld Zhou Dalong and his companions, along with their AK-47s and grenades. With such equipment, it is no wonder the captain has granted us free rein, Wolf-Tooth 1 grinned. Even a direct assault would pose no challenge. But this operation serves to test the power armor, so let us employ some tactics. There is a river ahead. I will submerge myself and approach them stealthily before launching an attack. He then turned to Wolf-Tooth 2. Using the camouflage capabilities of your power armor, stealthily draw near. Once I initiate the assault, you will also strike. We will encircle them. There shall be no escape for any. Upon hearing this, Wolf Fong No. 2 chuckled, stating, "The two of us encircling 23 armed men. Such a notion would have been unthinkable in the past. Enough said, let us proceed." With that, the duo continued their swift advance, activating the chameleonic camouflage of their power armor, which seamlessly blended with the forest surroundings. Had they not been sprinting at such high speeds, it would have been nearly impossible to detect their presence. 10 minutes have passed. "Everyone, gather your belongings and let's move on," said Zhou Dalong, rising by the riverbank. No sooner had he spoken than the group stood up, with only a scar-faced man in his 30s interjecting, "Brother Long, I just need to relieve myself." It won't take long. As he approached the riverbank, he unzipped his trousers, exposing himself. Goodness, what an affront to my eyes. Just then, Wolf Fong No. 1, having stealthily approached, raised his head to witness the lewd spectacle before him. Without a moment's hesitation, his mind issued a discharge command. In an instant, with a crackling sound, arcs of bluish-green electricity surged from the water's surface, striking the scar-faced man in his lower body. He had no time to scream as his body convulsed, and with a splash, he fell into the river, unconscious and at risk of drowning if no one intervened. However, Wolf Fong No. 1 harbored no intentions of rescuing him. Prior to their departure, he had perused the dossier on Brother Long's gang, notorious for their involvement in organ trafficking, one of the most heinous crimes imaginable. Removing organs from living beings without anesthesia. With the black market for organs dismantled by Liu Yun, Brother Long's gang had resorted to trafficking in contraband flour, an equally despicable enterprise. Thus, all members of Brother Long's gang were deserving of their fate, had it not been for the necessity of leaving a witness for interrogation. Wolf Fong No. 1 would have dispatched these criminals with lethal finality. "What just happened?" someone exclaimed. Scarface Liu fell into the river. What a waste of space to let such a large man fall in. After hearing the splash, the group turned their heads, faces twisted in mockery. Yet none volunteered to assist the scar-faced man. They were unwilling to engage in an endeavor devoid of personal benefit. At that moment, Zhou Dalong spoke sternly. "Shoho, Ajun, you two go retrieve Scarface Liu." Understood. The two young men, both in their 20s, approached the riverbank, preparing to locate Scarface Liu, when suddenly a humanoid figure leaped from the water. Before they could utter a sound of alarm, two arcs of bluish-green electricity shot forth, causing their bodies to convulse and foam at the mouth before they plunged into the river. "There are enemies in the water. Open fire." Zhou Dalong and his crew reacted swiftly, seizing their AK-47s to prepare for a barrage. Yet, the next moment, they stood frozen in shock. A colorless, transparent armor burst forth from the water, ascending slowly into the air. Power armor. Zhou Dalong and his companions were also avid consumers of news and were aware of Liu Yun's development of the formidable power armor. They had once indulged in fanciful thoughts of how, should they possess such armor, they could effortlessly eliminate all rivals. However, now that they stood face to face with the power armor, a singular thought consumed them. Flee. They needed to escape. For according to the news reports, the power armor could withstand bullets, which implied that their AK-47 would be ineffectual against its defenses. What use was there in fighting? Yet, just as they turned to run, they spotted a figure emerging from behind a large tree, revealing yet another power armor, this one camouflaged to blend with the bark. As this armor charged toward them, its operator shouted, "You are now surrounded. Kneel and surrender immediately, or face death. Do not heed their words. Zhou Dalong roared in defiance. They must be sent by Dongda. According to their laws, we are all sentenced to death. Arm yourselves and fight back. As he spoke, Zhou Dalong raised his AK-47 and began to fire indiscriminately. A few other men, their expressions fierce, followed suit without hesitation. Wolf Tooth No. 1 and Wolf Tooth No. 2 showed no mercy either, opening fire. Bang, bang, bang. Zhou Dalong and 6 others were struck in the forehead, collapsing to the ground. Though Wolf Tooth No. 1 and No. 2 were also hit. The bullets merely ricocheted off the power armor, leaving only shallow marks on its surface, which swiftly vanished as the armor's cellular structure regenerated. Witnessing this, the remaining individuals were engulfed by despair, their eyes glazed over. Had they violated some divine law? How could such an unearthly piece of equipment be deployed against them? And that fellow named Lu Yun, had fate conspired against them? Their illicit trade in human organs had been thwarted by him, and now, as they attempted to pivot to other ventures, they were once again undermined by the very power armor he had engineered. This time, it seemed their demise was inevitable. Chapter 128, The Most Formidable Army. The Terminators are nothing compared to this. Once more, I implore you, raise your hands above your head and surrender upon your knees. Otherwise, you shall perish. Both Wolf Fong 1 and Wolf Fong 2 commanded fiercely. At that moment, among the remaining 13 criminals, a bald man suddenly reached for a grenade at his waist. A fool's errand. With a mere thought, Wolf Fong 1 activated the electric cells in his right arm, which swiftly initiated a series of chemical reactions, unleashing a blue-green arc of high-voltage electricity that crossed several meters in an instant, engulfing the man's head. Crack! The bald man was unable to even emit a scream before collapsing lifelessly, the acrid scent of charred flesh permeating the air. Do not shoot. Do not shoot. We are but a swarm of insects, unworthy of your effort. Witnessing this scene, a corpulent man broke down entirely, collapsing to his knees with a wet patch spreading across his trousers. The others, upon seeing this, discarded their AK-47s and raised their hands above their heads, trembling in fear. As their eyes flickered away from Wolf Fong 1, their bodies quaked even more violently. Just moments ago, numerous bullets had struck the formidable exoskeleton. Yet now it appeared untouched, as if merely paint had not been scraped away. This is truly a monster. At this moment, all thoughts of resistance extinguished. For the 2 armored figures before them were far more terrifying than any cinematic Terminator. They were not adversaries that mere mortals could contend with. Faced with such foes, defiance was a fruitless endeavor. Meanwhile, Wolf Fong 1 and Wolf Fong 2 exchanged knowing smiles. This is too easy. An absolute domination. Akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito. Report. The mission is accomplished. Target. 23 individuals, 11 neutralized, 12 captured. Awaiting further instructions. Over. Wolf Fong 1 called out. His voice relayed through the tactical communication headset in his ear, reaching the operations command center of the Wolf Fong Special Forces over 2,000 kilometers away in Hong City. Soon, he heard the jubilant voice of Captain Li Yunfeng. Well done. Escort the 12 captives back to our territory and hand them over to the police. Then you may return. Over. Acknowledged. Wolf Fong 1 responded loudly. Meanwhile, the surviving 13 criminals finally realized that the 2 figures clad in exoskeletons hailed from the military, explaining their ruthless precision, each shot striking the forehead, resulting in instant death. On the other side, at the operations command center of the Wolf Fong Special Forces in Hong City, Li Yunfeng looked at Lu Yun and grinned. Historically, eradicating such gangs typically requires a full squad, often incurring casualties. However, your exoskeletons are exceptionally powerful. Seemingly straight from a science fiction film, equipped with such technology, our army has received an epic enhancement. We possess the confidence to confront not only such gangs, but even the regular army of the neighboring nation. One man could challenge an entire squad. Lu Yun smiled in response. This is precisely what I wish to witness, and this is merely the beginning. I have countless unfulfilled ideas regarding biological weaponry. Upon hearing this, the members of the command center gazed at him with sparkling eyes. At the border of Yun Province, at the foot of Jingyan Mountain, Chunpu and a dozen others, affectionately referred to as hat uncles, were engaged in conversation. Suddenly, they spotted a procession approaching from a distance, led by a powerful armored suit, followed by several trembling men, with another armored suit bringing up the rear, cradling a stash of AK-47s. Their mission had been remarkably successful. Astonishingly, they had captured so many individuals. Look at those captives. Their bodies are quaking. The hat uncles were instantly electrified, rushing towards the newcomers. Captain Chen. Upon reaching the front, Wolf Fong No. 1 chuckled. We took down 11 members of the Dragon Brother gang, capturing 12 of them, these fellows right here. Furthermore, we confiscated 22 AK-47s, 1 Black Star, 5 grenades, and approximately over 100 kilograms of flour, all of which we now hand over to you. By the way, I've provided the coordinates of the battle site, 2651, north latitude, 9543, east longitude. If you wish to recover the bodies, you can head there directly, but do hurry. We spotted several wild wolves on the mountain that might feast on the remains. With that, Wolf Fong No. 1 and Wolf Fong No. 2 discarded the seized weapons and flour onto the ground. Thank you. Chenpu glanced at the captives, then at the weapons and flour strewn on the earth. His excitement palpable. Although this operation was merely a practical test of the armored suits and jungle warfare for you, you have saved countless lives. Just think. This over 100 kilograms of flour, if it were to flow into the domestic market, could shatter innumerable families. It is our duty, Wolf Fong No. 1 replied, smiling and waving his hand. Gentlemen, our task is complete. Farewell. With that, the armored suits worn by Wolf Fong No. 1 and No. 2 sprouted ion thrusters, emitting streams of ethereal blue particles as they ascended skyward. In the distance, a helicopter approached, its doors opening as Wolf Fong No. 1 and No. 2 flew directly into the cabin. Truly impressive, they resemble warriors from the future. Chenpu's face was awash with envy. Once the helicopter had disappeared from view, he turned his attention to the 12 captured criminals, his expression turning solemn as he asked, "Now, confess honestly, what transpired during the entire battle?" Upon hearing this, the 12 men turned pale, as if ensnared in a haunting memory. After a prolonged silence, one tall, lean individual finally spoke. Initially, after resting for a while, we prepared to set off. Scarred Liu went to the riverbank to relieve himself and was abruptly electrocuted by the armored suit lurking in the water, falling into the river. Poor Scarred Liu. Later, under the watchful eyes of our 2 soldier captors, we fished his body from the river, only to discover that his private parts had been scorched, completely charred. After Scarred Liu fell into the river, we initially assumed he had slipped. Consequently, Dragon Brother instructed 2 men to retrieve him. But as soon as they reached the riverbank, they were ambushed, and then the armored suit soared out of the water. We are acutely aware of the terrifying nature of the biomechanical armor, prompting us to flee in haste. However, there exists another unit of this formidable armor that has encircled us from all sides. Brother Long, along with a few comrades, opened fire, successfully striking the armor yet failing to even mar its paint, truly a monstrous sight. Subsequently, 2 soldiers also discharged their weapons, claiming the lives of 7 individuals. But Brother Long fell as well. Ultimately, we were compelled to surrender. A tall, gaunt figure bore a visage etched with terror, clearly haunted by the ordeal. Yet, Chenpu seemed increasingly exhilarated by the unfolding narrative. If the border control unit he served were also equipped with such powerful biomechanical armor, could they maintain any semblance of operational viability against the illicit transgressions of border crossing and smuggling activities? Director Zhou, the Brother Long gang has been eradicated. Chenpu dialed the director's number, recounting every detail of the events with fervor, concluding with, "Director Zhou, we desperately require biomechanical armor. Please, I implore you to advocate for it to the higher authorities." Upon hearing Chenpu's words, Director Zhou felt a surge of enthusiasm, proceeding to submit a request to the upper echelons. Thus began the chain of approvals. A meeting of the police hierarchy was convened. This was military-grade equipment, and indeed, strategic in nature. Did we truly need such formidable apparatus? What if it were to be misplaced? The military could be equipped with biomechanical armor. Why should the police be any different? The prevalence of violent crime, particularly in border regions, has escalated alarmingly, with organizations engaged in smuggling becoming increasingly audacious and heavily armed. The situation in Hongqing was equally dire, with spies and mercenaries from across the globe flocking to the city, intent on abducting Liu Yun. Should the officers don biomechanical armor? Not only would it safeguard each officer's safety, but it would also serve as a potent deterrent against these criminals. Therefore, I assert that we must strive for this. After half an hour of deliberation, the assembly ultimately resolved to allow the Hongqing police to conduct a pilot program, with plans for broader implementation contingent upon its success. At 6:30 in the evening, at Hangzhou Technology's experimental building, Liu Yun was preparing to return home for dinner when he received a call from General Manager Li Peiqiang. "President Liu, Director Li from the Hongqing police has come to visit." He reports that an alarming influx of spies and mercenaries has invaded Hangzhou, all of whom are exceedingly dangerous individuals. These persons have also facilitated the illegal transportation of weapons into the city. The pressure on the Hangzhou police is immense, with 23 officers injured over the past 2 months. Therefore, upon learning that the biomechanical armor has been successfully developed, they wish to procure a batch. This matter is of great significance and necessitates your decision. Chapter 129. Future Police? Currently, how many exoskeleton armors are available in the workshop? There are 200 units in stock, freshly produced and slated for delivery to the military in 3 days for use in the Global Joint Anti-Terrorism Exercise. Set aside 100 units for the Hangzhou police. Additionally, arrange for another factory to manufacture exoskeleton armors, ensuring no delays to the military orders. After a brief contemplation, Lu Yun added, "Wait, instruct the police personnel to remain. I shall meet with them shortly." Lu Yun was acutely aware that over the past 2 months, the Hangzhou police had provided him with substantial assistance. Notably, their implementation of traffic control measures prior to his every outing had demanded considerable resources from the police department. Not to mention the 23 officers who had sustained injuries while combating spies and mercenaries. Out of both sentiment and reason, he felt compelled to express his gratitude. Otherwise, it would weigh heavily on his conscience. Upon leaving the laboratory building, Lu Yun walked towards the administrative building under the protection of Chun Jing and others. Although the company had concluded its daily operations, every office and factory building remained brightly lit, with numerous employees working overtime. As the demand for cloned kidneys and L-gene carriers for gene therapy and cancer treatment was pressing. Moreover, the overtime pay was significantly generous, amounting to 4 times their regular wages. Before long, Lu Yun arrived at the entrance of the administrative building, a modest 6-story structure. In fact, Hangzhou Technology had no tall buildings, as all offices and factories had been hastily erected within a month. At the entrance stood a group of individuals. To the left were company employees led by Li Peiqiang, and to the right, the Hangzhou police headed by Director Li, President Liu, Professor Liu. The crowd called out warmly upon spotting Lu Yun, who smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. His gaze swept over the faces of those present, and when it landed on a familiar face, he paused momentarily. Officer Zhou Shuizhen. The last time he had seen Officer Zhou was when he left the detention center, accompanied by his parents and his homeroom teacher, Wang Xiaomei. At that time, Zhou had appeared as a dashing figure, but now, he bore a prominent scar across his face. "Officer Zhou, what happened to your face?" Lu Yun inquired. Zhou Shuizhen hesitated for a moment. Though there had once been a connection between them, and Lu Yun had expressed his gratitude, they had not communicated since the day Lu Yun departed from the detention center, and their statuses had drastically changed. Lu Yun had become one of the most influential figures in the world, capable of impacting the globe with his every word and action. It was unexpected that Lu Yun would initiate a greeting upon their reunion. "It's nothing serious," Zhou Shuizhen replied with a grin. "I was ambushed by a mercenary during an operation and received a knife slash to the face. However, I shot the guy down. I came out on top." Lu Yun was surprised to learn that this incident was connected to him. The mercenaries in Hangzhou were all after him. He pondered for a moment before addressing Director Li. "Director Li, in gratitude for the assistance your police force has rendered, and to enhance our efforts against the infiltration of spies and mercenaries into Hong City, Hangzhou Technology has decided to donate 200 sets of strong exoskeleton armor to the police. You will accompany Manager Li to the workshop to collect them shortly. However, it is imperative to note that due to the unique nature of the exoskeleton armor, it must be safeguarded diligently and never lost." Lu Yun was not particularly concerned about the potential for technological leakage. Even if the Eagle Nation were to acquire the exoskeleton armor, they currently lacked the capability to decipher it. His insistence on the armor's security stemmed primarily from the fact that the exoskeleton armor itself constitutes a weapon of mass destruction, possessing tremendous destructive power. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, Director Li promptly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Professor Liu. Rest assured, we will establish stringent protocols for the safeguarding and utilization of the exoskeleton armor. If even one set were to go missing, I would resign as director." As he spoke, he cast a glance at Zhou Shuizhen, contemplating the necessity of reassigning him to a more significant role. It was evident that Zhou had earned Lu Yun's respect. Given that Lu Yun had initially proposed providing the police with 100 sets of exoskeleton armor, only to increase the offer to 200 sets, completely free of charge, upon learning of Zhou's injury in the line of duty. Half an hour later, The convoy of the Hong City Police departed from Hangzhou Technology. Inside one of the vehicles, Zhou Shuijin, seated in the passenger seat, felt somewhat disoriented. He had just been transferred by Director Li from the Shishui Sub-Bureau to the Municipal Bureau, appointed as the captain of the newly established Special Operations Team. Director Li explained that this department was mandated by higher authorities, who wished to pilot the strong exoskeleton armor in Hong City before rolling it out nationally. I've struck gold, he thought to himself. After a while, Zhou regained his composure and, after much contemplation, sent a text message to Lu Yun to express his gratitude. Although Lu Yun had not uttered a single commendatory word on his behalf, Zhou understood that Lu Yun's enthusiastic greeting in front of others had already provided him with significant support. Reflecting on this, he felt a wave of emotion. The young man who had once been mistaken for an organ trafficker in his desperate bid to save his father had now become a figure capable of influencing countless destinies. After sending the message, Zhou also sent a WeChat message to his wife, sharing the joyous news of his promotion to captain of the Special Operations Team. The couple engaged in a cheerful conversation for some time. With his spirits lifted, Zhou chatted with the driver, Lao Lu, while browsing short videos on Douyin to pass the time. Suddenly, a particular video caught his attention. A fire had erupted on the 20th floor of Building A1 in the Jinxiu community, trapping elderly individuals and children on the balcony. Firefighters were on the scene, but the fierce flames and thick smoke made it impossible to rescue them at that moment. Wishing them safety, Zhou thought. He noticed that the video had been captured by a netizen using a drone. It showed that while the fire truck had arrived, it was ineffective due to the building's height. On the 20th floor, a man in his 60s and a teenage girl clung tightly to the security net, while black smoke billowed from the room behind them. The video was released merely 3 minutes ago. Observing the terror etched on the faces of the elderly man and the young girl, Zhou Shuiging felt a pang of distress. As his father and daughter were of similar age, a thought flickered in his mind. The Jinxiu community is not far from my current location. Perhaps I could rescue them. Although fire rescue is the duty of the fire department, I possess the powerful exosuit and the capability to save lives. With this resolution, Zhou Shuiging promptly dialed Director Li's number, succinctly relaying the situation. After a moment of contemplation, Director Li responded, "We are police officers. Saving lives is also our responsibility. Since you have the exosuit in your vehicle, both you and the driver should don it immediately and set off. I will contact the fire department right away to coordinate with them. If, upon your arrival at the Jinxiu community, the trapped individuals have not yet been rescued, you must act without hesitation." Understood, Zhou Shuiging replied eagerly. Moments later, the police convoy halted by the roadside. Zhou Shuiging and the driver, Old Lu, donned the exosuits and soared into the air, heading toward the Jinxiu community, while the others awaited the outcome, guarding the exosuits in the vehicle. At the A1 building of the Jinxiu community, thousands of residents looked up anxiously at the 20th floor, where thick black smoke billowed, and two figures clung desperately to the security net. The onlookers felt helpless, wishing to assist yet unable to do so, and they sighed in despair. They shouldn't have chosen the 20th floor. It's too high for a fire rescue. If it were on a lower floor, the firefighters could simply cut through the security net and use the ladder to bring them down. Oh, let us hope they're safe. Firefighters had been inside for several minutes, likely struggling against the ferocity of the flames, making rescue attempts perilous. In the comments section of the video, someone remarked that the couple were both working professionals, still at their jobs at this hour, leaving only the elderly and the child at home. I wonder if that is a stroke of luck or misfortune. At that moment, a woman in her 30s suddenly dashed towards them, crying, dressed in a white dress. She seemed an elegant figure, but now her face was streaked with tears as she ran frantically. In her haste, she stumbled over a protruding brick and fell to the ground, her dress becoming soiled. Yet she paid no mind and quickly scrambled to her feet, tears streaming down her face as she rushed towards the building. However, just as she reached the entrance, a woman in her 50s blocked her path, urging, "Shaoli, many firefighters are already inside. It's too dangerous for you to go in." "Let me go? I must go in. My Xianxian is still at home. And my mother-in-law is there too." The woman pleaded desperately, pushing forward. At that moment, two nearby women hurried up and seized her, fully aware that in the face of such an unforgiving fire, if the firefighters could not rescue the trapped girl and elderly woman, this woman's reckless attempt would only lead to her own demise.